Where exactly is this place? Why did we suddenly appear here? The man was awakened by a woman's voice filled with panic and helplessness. He suddenly regained consciousness and subconsciously stood up, but after just one glance, he froze on the spot. The ground beneath my feet had turned into damp, cold, black soil, and all around me stood towering trees that seemed to reach into the clouds. Chu Yang clearly remembered that he was attending his graduation ceremony in the auditorium of his university graduation ceremony. How did he end up in this kind of place in the next second? Chu Yang quickly scanned his surroundings and soon realized that he seemed to have fallen into the back garden of a top-tier beauty. Looking around, you can see all kinds of beautiful school beauties, from pure and innocent to charming, aloof and elegant, and sweet. Each of these girls is beautiful enough to make even so-called celebrities pale in comparison. But at this moment, their faces are filled with confusion and panic. Soon, Chu Yang noticed something even stranger. He recognized all of these girls. They were all his classmates from university. Including himself, there were exactly 50 people here. 49 girls and 1 boy. And that only boy was Chu Yang. What on earth was going on? Just as Chu Yang was so shocked by this astonishing discovery that his breathing became rapid, a cold and emotionless system voice suddenly rang out above everyone's heads. Everyone worldwide has been teleported. You have been transported to a primitive, wild world and are about to participate in a nationwide class survival game. Welcome! This is a world where resources are extremely scarce. Ancient behemoths and bizarre monsters live here, and danger lurks everywhere, but countless opportunities are also hidden within. To increase your chances of survival, you will be divided into classes of 50 and will conduct team survival exercises. Your class number is A10086. Each player will awaken a random talent at the start of the game. The player who awakens the strongest talent will automatically become the class monitor and lead the entire class to survival. Remember this, unity and cooperation are the only principles for your survival. Only through trust, mutual assistance, and dedication can you seize a glimmer of hope in this wild world. All talents awaken, let's begin. Talent levels, from lowest to highest, are F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS for a total of 9 levels. Good luck! As the last sentence fell, 49 soft white beams of light descended from the sky simultaneously, precisely enveloping all the girls. At the same time, an even more dazzling golden beam of light crashed down, completely enveloping Chu Yang. Warm and boundless energy surged into his body. Within the white light, the bodies of many girls trembled slightly, each with a different expression. The entire awakening process lasted only a dozen seconds. Soon, the white beam of light gradually dissipated. The girls regained their senses, their faces filled with confusion and surprise. Clearly, they had completed their talent awakening. But Chu Yang's awakening was not yet over. Especially the golden pillar of light enveloping him was simply too dazzling. In an instant, all the girls' eyes were involuntarily drawn to him. 1 minute later, the golden pillar of light finally dissipated slowly. Immediately afterward, a grand and solemn voice resounded in the minds of all the girls. Congratulations to Chu Yang for awakening his SSS-level unique talent Spreading Branches and Leaves. Chu Yang has officially become the class monitor of Class A10086. The moment the words left his mouth, a golden medal engraved with intricate patterns appeared out of thin air, then slowly fell and automatically pinned to Chu Yang's chest. The next second, 49 pairs of eyes simultaneously fell on Chu Yang. Shock, scrutiny, curiosity, and doubt filled the air. At this moment, Chu Yang became the sole focus of attention in the entire room. But at this moment, Chu Yang had no time to care about the gazes of others. Information about his talent was flooding his mind. Expanding your influence. By successfully winning over a girl in your class and making her your wife to complete the system binding, you can unconditionally upgrade her talent once. The minimum upgrade is 1 major level. Each time you successfully complete a marriage binding, you will also receive random additional rewards. These rewards include powerful weapons, god-tier equipment, shelters, building blueprints, seeds, food, survival resources, and more. Once the number of wives reaches 20, the replication ability will be unlocked. The host can replicate the talents of all wives and stack them infinitely on themselves. After processing all the information in his mind, Chu Yang's heart began to pound violently. An overwhelming surge of joy welled up within him. Immediately afterward, a crazy plan quickly took shape in his mind. He wanted to conquer all 49 beautiful school beauties and make them all willingly become his wives. By continuously binding with the system, you can obtain a large number of rewards and unlock the copying ability to copy the talents and abilities of all your wives, thereby enhancing your own strength. He aims to rise rapidly in this world and lead his class of beautiful girls step by step to dominate the wilderness and become the sole ruler of this alien world. SSS level? Unique talent? Numerous offspring? The moment these words were put together, a storm raged in the hearts of the 49 school beauties. They might not yet understand the true hierarchy of this primitive world. But what the prefixes SSS level and unique represent is something any modern person can instantly grasp. That was absolutely top tier, and irreplaceable in its rarity. A flurry of whispers erupted around them. But those voices quickly faded as they exchanged complex and wary glances. Spreading branches and leaves, that name sounds a bit odd. SSS rank. Our highest is only E rank, this difference is too exaggerated. Unique talent? That means he's the only one in the whole world who possesses it? The next second, 49 gazes fell upon Chu Yang once again. If the previous gazes were merely scrutiny born of panic, now, those gazes have completely changed. They contain shock, inquiry, and even a hint of undisguised envy and fervor. Just as the atmosphere was becoming increasingly tense, the screen in the regional chat channel suddenly began flashing wildly. A barrage of groans and complaints from other class monitors flooded the screen. Wang Kong, Class C30012. Is the Savage system here? I strongly protest. It's one thing to be assigned to a senior citizens travel group, but why is my talent still F-level nursing? Qianwan, Class G54321. I also have a D-level talent. I'd like to ask if any class leaders have awakened talents above D-level? Sun Tian, Class A00001. 10 minutes have passed, and so far only a few class monitors have awakened D-level talents. It seems that it is already very rare for a class monitor to have a D-level talent. The content of the chat channel instantly brought the girls of Class A10086 to their senses. So, even the class monitor, who had awakened a D-level talent, was considered an extremely rare individual. Then what did Chu Yang's unique SSS level talent mean? Thinking of this, all the girls' breathing quickened noticeably. Only now did they belatedly realize that their seemingly weakest and strangest class had, in fact, undergone a completely different start because of Chu Yang's presence. In that instant, the way all the school beauties looked at Chu Yang completely changed. Just then, Lu Jixia slowly stepped forward and walked up to Chu Yang. Her mature and intellectual aura seemed to possess a natural power to soothe people. Even in such a chaotic environment, she remained calm and composed. She didn't look at anyone else. Her eyes, as clear as autumn water, were fixed on Chu Yang, filled with just the right amount of curiosity and anticipation. Her voice was gentle and warm. Class Monitor Chu Yang, what are the specific effects of your talent? Let me show everyone. These words instantly voiced everyone's thoughts. Chu Yang's gaze swept lightly over Lu Jixia's face, a face that combined innocence and allure. He then slowly nodded, which perfectly aligned with his plan. The next second, a thought flashed through his mind. A semi-transparent system light screen instantly appeared before everyone. Talent, Proliferation, SSS rank. Effect 1, the Bond of Ascension. Chu Yang can form a marital relationship with a female member of his class. After becoming Chu Yang's wife, her talent will gain 1, Ascension, opportunity, increasing by at least 1 major level. The higher the affinity between the couple, the stronger the ascension potential. Effect 2, Prosperity and Abundance. For each wife Chu Yang marries, he will receive a random, bride price, reward. The reward's content is random. The quality of the reward is related to the wife's initial talents, appearance, potential, and other comprehensive qualities. When the contents of the contract of ascension were fully revealed to everyone, a collective gasp rippled through the room. A guaranteed level increase of at least one major rank. This meant that even the most ordinary F-rank talent could be directly upgraded to E-rank. Girls like Lu Jixia and Lin Qingxuang, who already possessed E-level talent, could even directly advance to D-level. That's a level that would drive other classes crazy with envy. At this moment, all the girls' eyes lit up. Even their breathing gradually became hot. But soon, when they saw the prerequisite of becoming Chu Yang's wife, the entire scene fell silent for a second. Then it erupted. Wife? We have to marry him? Are you kidding me? We just transmigrated here. However, before the discussions could fully spread, the content on the system screen suddenly changed again. Then, lines of densely packed golden text slowly appeared. It was the ironclad family rules, and the details were so detailed it was chilling. Family Rule 1. The wife must be unconditionally loyal to her husband, Chu Yang, and must not betray him in body or soul. Family Rule 2. The wife must absolutely respect all of her husband Chu Yang's decisions, and must not question or disobey them. Family Rule 3. All of the wife's words and actions must be based on the highest principle of her husband Chu Yang's interests. A dense array of family rules appeared on the screen. Over 300 rules, covering almost every aspect from loyalty and respect to interests and duties. Each rule was like an invisible chain, demanding absolute obedience and devotion from the wife to Chu Yang. What truly made all the girls' expressions change drastically was the last rule. Rule 301 of the household rules. When a wife violates the household rules, the husband has the right to discipline and punish her. This punishment disregards spatial distance and external conditions. It is entirely up to the husband's whim. The moment those words appeared, the scene fell completely silent. Absolute dominance. Punishment power that disregards distance. This was no longer just an ordinary rule. It was practically a contract of servitude that bound one's soul to its very core. These school beauties, who have been adored and pampered since childhood, have never seen such outrageous conditions. Becoming Chu Yang's wife means handing over everything they have to this man. Tang Rou, the campus belle from the sports university, now had a completely cold expression on her usually striking face. Her brows were furrowed. She clearly couldn't accept this almost domineering rule. Meanwhile, Su Meyer, usually known for her innocent yet alluring demeanor, unusually abandoned her usual seductive charm. She gently bit her lower lip, her pretty face slightly pale. Chu Yang took in everyone's reactions. Inwardly, however, he was extremely satisfied. His gaze slowly swept over the 49 stunningly beautiful women before him, each with their own unique style. The pure and innocent Lin Qingxuang, the alluring Su Meyer, the aloof and elegant Tang Rou, the intellectual Lu Jixia. Each and every one of them was a masterpiece. At this moment, even Chu Yang himself had to admit that he had truly struck gold this time. Just then, Chu Yang suddenly noticed that Lu Jixia, standing at the front of the crowd, had her originally fair cheeks flushed crimson, as if they were about to bleed. She stared at the embarrassing rules on the screen, then couldn't help but steal a glance at Chu Yang's handsome, sunny face. Suddenly, a memory from her university days uncontrollably surfaced in her mind. It was a certain afternoon. She was in excruciating pain from acute gastroenteritis, her face pale, and she could only endure it alone in the office. Chu Yang, the class representative, happened to come to the office to hand in his assignment. Upon noticing the abnormality, he ran out almost without hesitation to buy her medicine. To find the right medication, he even visited several pharmacies near the school. In the end, he not only brought her the medicine and warm water, but also thoughtfully left a small note with the dosage and administration time written on it. That sunny, gentle, and considerate young man. His image began to slowly overlap with the man before her, who held the power of tyrannical terms. An inexplicable, strange feeling quietly welled up within Lu Jixia. However, Lu Jixia was no ordinary girl. Her rationality as a teacher quickly suppressed any inappropriate emotional fluctuations. She knew very well that Chu Yang's SSS-level talent was the class's greatest hope for survival. Similarly, she was a dangerous bomb that could detonate the entire team at any moment. And she, as Chu Yang's nominal teacher, was also the oldest and most composed among the girls. She had to step forward and handle this dangerous yet incredibly tempting situation. Chapter 3: Chu Yang's first school beauty wife. Lu Zhixia took a deep breath and stood before Chu Yang as the representative of the 49 girls. She quickly regained her composure and said clearly, "Chu Yang, your talent is very strong. You are our hope for survival, and everyone agrees on that. First affirm your value, then discuss the issues." She changed the subject, her tone hesitant. "But the wife's role in the family rules is too much of a shock to us. We don't have an emotional foundation, and many people wouldn't be able to accept making a decision immediately." She didn't directly object, but instead attributed the problem to time and feelings, leaving room for each other. After listening, Chu Yang calmly nodded in understanding. This attitude relieved many of the tense girls. But before the atmosphere could ease, Lu Zhixia suddenly turned around, her expression turning serious. "He's willing to give us time, but we don't have time." Her voice suddenly rose. "This is the barbaric era. Danger can strike at any moment. Most of us have only E or F level survival skills, and our combat strength is extremely weak. Any wild beast could wipe us out. What we lack most is self-defense capabilities and powerful combat strength." She surveyed the crowd, her tone resolute. "Chu Yang's ascension contract is the key to breaking this deadlock. Someone must step forward, gain an advantage for the team, become his first wife, and verify the effects of his talent. I ask, is anyone willing?" A deathly silence fell over the forest. Su Meyer bit her lip, hesitating. Tang Rou turned away coldly. Lin Qingxuang seemed lost in thought. Most people were observing, yearning for power yet resisting constraints, and no one was willing to take the first step. Time passed slowly, and no one responded. A flicker of secret joy flashed in Lu Zhixia's eyes, but she feigned disappointment. Soon, her expression hardened, preparing to step forward and take responsibility for everything. Just as she was about to speak, a clear, firm voice broke the silence. "I am willing." The crowd parted automatically, and a young woman in a white dress stepped out, her demeanor as cold and aloof as frost. It was Lin Qingxuang. Her skin was pale and cold, her demeanor aloof, and she held an iron sword in her hand, her entire being like a blade yet to be drawn. Chu Yang was visibly taken aback when he saw her. In his memory, this school beauty was taciturn and withdrawn, yet devoted to swordsmanship. The two were also neighbors who had known each other since childhood. Noticing Chu Yang's gaze, Lin Qingxuang blushed slightly, a rare occurrence for her, and explained softly, "I awakened an E-level sword intent. I want to become stronger, and I also want to see the limits of my sublimation." Her tone was soft, but very firm. Chu Yang looked at her and nodded. "Okay." Seeing this, Lu Zhixia suppressed her emotions and stepped forward to preside. "Since both parties agree, I will witness it. Let's begin." The moment the two reached out and clasped hands, light simultaneously shone from their chests and between their brows, and the contract was instantly established. The next second, a dazzling white beam of light descended from the sky, completely enveloping Lin Qingxuang. Within the pillar of light, a sharp sword intent soared into the sky, forcing everyone to retreat. When the light dissipated, her aura had completely transformed, from a concealed blade to a drawn divine weapon. A resounding voice echoed in everyone's minds, "Lin Qingxuang, your talent has been upgraded from E-rank sword intent to C-rank frost sword stance." Lin Qingxuang opened her eyes, a glint of icy blue light flashing within them. With a casual wave of her hand, tiny ice crystals condensed in the air, spreading a chill that caused those around her to retreat. The powerful pressure clearly told everyone, the talent sublimation was real. This scene completely shocked everyone present. One moment he was E-rank, the next he had leaped to C-rank. This leap left everyone with complex emotions. When they looked at Chu Yang again, their initial resistance had clearly wavered. Many people's eyes began to change, and their thoughts quietly began to stir. Just then, another enormous golden pillar of light descended from the sky. "Congratulations, host, on marrying your first wife. You have received the dowry reward, the wonderful house of prosperity." Chapter 4. Chu Yang couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This spreading branches and leaves. Ability was simply ingenious. A golden pillar of light, even thicker than before, descended from the sky, its diameter exceeding 10 meters, crashing down like divine punishment, completely engulfing a large area of open space in front of him. The light was so intense it was almost tangible, blinding everyone. The 49 school beauties instinctively stepped back, raising their hands to shield their eyes, their hearts churning with excitement. Lin Qingxuang's recent talent advancement was already astonishing, but this bride price reward was several times more extravagant. The golden light lasted for more than 10 seconds before slowly dissipating. When everyone opened their eyes again, a delicate wooden house had appeared on the spot, covering an area of about 15 square meters. It was built from sturdy logs with clear grain, emitting a faint fragrance, and looked rustic yet exceptionally solid. The roof is neatly tiled, the walls are solid, and a heavy wooden door and small window face the group. In this perilous primeval jungle, it is like a natural safe haven, instinctively inspiring a sense of dependence. While everyone was still in a daze, a notification sounded in Chu Yang's mind. Congratulations, host, you have received the betrothal gift reward, spreading branches and leaves wonderful house, yellow quality. At the same time, the attributes appeared, area 15 square meters, defense 800 points. Defense 800? Chu Yang's eyes lit up. This number was obviously not simple. In this kind of environment, defense is almost equivalent to survival, making this reward extremely valuable. The girls around couldn't help but exclaim. Class Monitor Chu Yang, this is too outrageous. The house just appeared out of nowhere. It's so beautiful and feels incredibly safe. Amazement and envy were written on everyone's faces. But the next second, a line of golden text appeared on the wooden door. This cabin is for Chu Yang and his wife only. This statement was like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing everyone's fantasies. The crowd, who had been marveling, fell silent instantly, and the atmosphere suddenly became awkward and oppressive. This meant that this safe house had nothing to do with them, these outsiders, and if danger came, they would have to stay outside. Disappointment and resentment spread through many, some even turning pale. But soon, some quick-witted girls changed their gaze. They no longer stared at the wooden house, but looked at Chu Yang. Becoming his wife would grant him access to the house. In this perilous and wild world, this condition suddenly seemed less unacceptable. Some girls who already harbored feelings for Chu Yang began to breathe rapidly. Chu Yang took in all of this, a slight smile playing on his lips. He thought to himself, my plan is being realized step by step. The rewards are even tied to the rules, directly linking survival and relationships. This system is really something. Just then, a cold voice rang out again from the sky. Distributing now Wilderness Survival Guide. The protective barrier will disappear in 10 minutes, and the first wave of savage beasts will attack. As soon as the voice finished, a book composed of a blue light screen appeared before everyone. The girls nervously flipped through the page, which read, Food must be gathered or hunted, water must be purified, and tools must be crafted. When they saw the shelter section, everyone's expression changed. A level 1 white wooden cabin, defense 100, requires 10,000 pieces of wood. That number instantly made it hard to breathe. Of the 49 people, only one possessed the talent for logging, making it virtually impossible for them to gather 10,000 pieces of wood, let alone face the dangerous jungle. Instinctively, they looked again at Chu Yang's wooden hut. The guide stated that 100 points of defense came at a huge cost, while Chu Yang's hut offered 800 points, a difference of 8 times. On one hand, there's the possibility of not succeeding even if you fight desperately. On the other hand, you can gain safety simply by becoming Chu Yang's wife. This extreme contrast has gradually transformed the idea of becoming Chu Yang's wife from something you initially resisted into a viable option, quietly taking root in the hearts of many. Lu Jixia stood at the front, her gaze shifting back and forth between the wooden house and Chu Yang. She knew very well that this was no longer a simple lead, but a complete and utter dominance, having seized absolute initiative from the very beginning. At that moment, a bright red countdown appeared in the sky, 9:59. The numbers kept ticking, making the atmosphere on the scene extremely tense. Chapter 5 Lin Shuang's secretly pledged heart. Chu Yang took in the expressions of those around him, but ignored their complicated gazes. Instead, he opened the branching out and spreading leaves talent panel, which only he could see. The panel was golden and imposing, and Lin Shuang's portrait was lit up in the wife section on the left. He glanced at the information panel, his pupils contracting slightly. Name, Lin Shuang. Talent, sea level. Frost sword aura favorability, 80, secretly in love. Seeing 80 favorability. Chu Yang was visibly taken aback. The system description was very clear. 60 meant friendliness, 70 meant trust, 80 meant secretly harboring feelings and being able to make reasonable requests, 90 meant even deeper feelings, and 100 meant being able to do whatever one wanted. The thought had barely formed in his mind when he felt a surge of warmth, but mostly he was filled with doubt. He and Lin Shuang were just neighbors who had known each other since childhood, and their relationship was only slightly closer than that of ordinary classmates. How could it have reached 80 points directly? Just as he was wondering, a prompt popped up on the panel. Spend 1 point of affinity to unlock Lin Shuang's emotional journey? After checking, Chu Yang found that he had 10 points of affinity, so he simply nodded, yes. The next moment, a warm feeling flooded her mind, and a series of images flashed through her mind. When they first met as children, she hid behind the door and peeked at him, her cheeks slightly flushed. In high school, when she was locked out, he was sweating profusely as he searched for someone to open the door. When she sprained her ankle in college, Chu Yang carried her to the infirmary. On a rainy day, he stood beside her with an umbrella, smiling and saying, "Let's walk together, neighbor." And in the library, he deterred the rich second-generation guy who was harassing her with just a few words. These memories, hidden deep in her heart, played out one by one like a movie. Until the very last scene, when someone asked who would be Chu Yang's wife, she whispered in her heart, "This is the only chance to stand by his side." The scene ended, and Chu Yang slowly exhaled, finally understanding. It turned out that this iceberg had already melted away in his unintentional actions. She stepped forward not to become stronger, but to get closer to him. When he looked at Lin Shuang again, his gaze softened and became more understanding. Lin Shuang was still adjusting to her newfound power when she suddenly sensed his change. His gaze seemed to see right through her, making her panic. Her pretty face flushed instantly, from her cheeks to her ears, and she dared not meet his eyes. She gently tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "Let's go inside and take a look." Chu Yang smiled and said, "Okay." The two walked side by side toward their wonderful house, pushing open the door amidst the complex gazes of the crowd. Once the wooden door closed, the outside noise was shut out, and the room was empty, with only a level 1 wooden house construction blueprint in the center. A system message then appeared: the cabin is of yellow quality, with an initial defense of 800. A white blueprint will be generated every 3 days. Furniture must be crafted by the user and may have special effects. At the same time, the quality system was also transmitted into Chu Yang's mind. Items are divided into 9 levels, from white to rainbow, with higher quality items having a higher probability of special effects. The automatic production of images and additional effects by the wonderful house are precisely the advantages of yellow quality. Lin Shuang quickly regained her composure and looked at Chu Yang earnestly, saying, "The countdown is almost over. As soon as the barrier disappears, let's act immediately, collect wood together, and make the furniture as soon as possible." Chu Yang nodded. This was exactly what he was thinking. He vaguely sensed that Lin Shuang had naturally taken on the role of mistress, and was beginning to plan for their future. Chapter 6 Trading Channel and Preparations. As soon as Lin Shuang finished speaking, the grand voice of the rules of the savage world resounded in everyone's minds. Once again, the class trading channel has been opened, for the class monitor's use only. Immediately afterwards, a trading screen that only Chu Yang could see slowly unfolded. The interface was simple, divided into a selling area and a buying area, with some supplies already listed. Chu Yang tilted his head and briefly explained the functions to Lin Shuang. Lin Shuang immediately understood, her beautiful eyes lighting up. "So you can now trade directly with the leaders of other classes?" Chu Yang nodded in confirmation, then focused his attention on the interface, quickly browsing the newly listed items. As he scanned through them, he noticed that most of the class monitors were selling low-value items like canes, bricks, and berries, while the purchase requests were remarkably similar, almost entirely for food and clean water. This allowed Chu Yang to quickly conclude that all classes had a poor start, with basic survival resources extremely scarce. Just as he was about to close the interface, a listing for sale suddenly caught his attention. It was a blue-quality lumber axe, with a sharpness of 40+8 and a percentage bonus. Chu Yang's gaze sharpened, immediately realizing that in this data-driven world, sharpness was likely equivalent to attack power. In other words, this axe was not just a tool, but a powerful weapon with nearly 50 points of attack power. For them, who were about to face savage beasts, this equipment was extremely valuable, and could even directly determine their life or death. Chu Yang's interest was instantly piqued. He glanced again at the other party's purchase conditions, shelter blueprints, or a large amount of food. Chu Yang looked down at the level 1 wooden house construction blueprint in his hand and didn't hesitate. This item was precious to others, but his small wooden house could generate one every 3 days, essentially a renewable resource. More importantly, according to the survival guide, there's a chance to obtain blueprints by killing savage beasts or awakening talents, indicating that they are only scarce in the early stages. Given this, why not exchange them for more direct combat power while their value is highest, maximizing the benefits? Chu Yang quickly made his decision. He directly showed the blueprint information to the other party. Almost instantly, the other party sent a private message. "Bro! You really have the shelter blueprint? White quality." Chu Yang replied calmly and slowly. "Yeah, level 1 wooden house blueprint." His tone was unhurried and he had completely taken the initiative. The other party became visibly excited. "Really? Brother, how about this? Your blueprints are good, but building them is too much trouble. My axe is of blue quality, ready-made combat power. Shall we just exchange them?" His words clearly indicated that he wanted to lower the value of the blueprints. Chu Yang calmly tapped the light screen in reply. "You can't say that. Your axe only represents one person's combat power. This blueprint of mine represents the future of an entire class. As long as there are enough materials, it can protect 50 people. This kind of strategic value cannot be compared to an axe." After this was said, there was a noticeable silence of about 10 seconds on the other end of the private chat, as the other person was clearly weighing the pros and cons. In the end, they compromised. "Okay, bro, you're right. I'll switch." Their tone had lost its previous assertiveness, clearly indicating that they had been persuaded. Chu Yang didn't agree immediately, but instead raised the stakes. "One axe isn't enough. This blueprint is extremely valuable. You'll need to add some more resources." He took the opportunity to increase the stakes, firmly grasping the initiative. The other party hesitated for a moment, then suggested adding another 10 liters of mineral water. Chu Yang immediately made the decision. "Okay, trade me the water and the axe together." The other party was silent for a moment, then gritted his teeth and agreed. "All right. You're ruthless, brother. Deal." Clearly, the other party's need for the shelter blueprints had outweighed all his concerns. The next second, a system notification sounded transaction successful. The wooden house blueprints in Chu Yang's hand disappeared instantly, replaced by a logging axe gleaming with a faint blue light and a large bucket of mineral water, which appeared directly on the floor of the wooden house. The axe was nearly half a meter long, with a dark hardwood handle and a blade made of an unknown metal. Its lines were smooth, and the edge gleamed coldly. Chu Yang stepped forward and grasped the handle. A cold and heavy sense of power washed over him, instantly relaxing his tense nerves. With weapons, he gained confidence. Faced with the threat of unknown savage beasts, he was no longer a helpless weakling. And at that very moment, the countdown in the sky reached its end, the last second completely resetting to 0. With a crisp crack, as if glass were shattering, the beginner's barrier surrounding everyone instantly collapsed and dissipated. Almost simultaneously, rapid flapping of wings and sharp cries came from the depths of the nearby forest. The next moment, 3 black shadows, accompanied by a foul stench, suddenly rushed out, moving with incredible speed and exuding a chilling killing intent, heading straight for Chu Yang and the others. Chapter 7 Red-Eyed Demon Chicken, The Shadow of Death. The barrier had barely broken when a rapid flapping of wings and a piercing cry echoed from the depths of the dense forest. 3 dark figures, enveloped in a foul stench, burst forth, their killing intent undisguised, heading straight for the camp. Chu Yang and Lin Qingshuang had just stepped out of the wooden hut when they recognized the newcomers. They were 3 small, strange birds, entirely black except for their blood-red eyes, their beaks and claws gleaming with a metallic sheen. Above their heads appeared crimson information: Red-Eyed Demon Chicken Level 1, 100 HP, 3 Strength, far exceeding that of an ordinary person. At the same time, attribute panels appeared above everyone's heads. The school beauties' stats were almost all at the base level, with only those like Tang Rou, who had exceptional physical abilities, slightly higher, but with limited improvement. In their panic, they appeared particularly vulnerable. Chu Yang's gaze shifted to Lin Qingshuang, and his pupils contracted when he saw her stats. Strength 5 points, agility and defense 3 points, and a lethality of 80, far exceeding that of ordinary people. Such a huge difference in talent! He was shocked. He then checked his attributes: strength 1.5, agility 1.1, not outstanding, but his lethality, 48 from the blue lumber axe. Chu Yang gripped the axe handle tightly, quickly understanding the rule. Weapons can directly increase lethality. This discovery gave him more confidence before danger struck. Pigeon dash! The 3 demonic chickens attacked simultaneously, 2 lunging at Chu Yang and Lin Qingshuang, while the third charged towards the most densely packed group of school beauties. Watch out! Lin Qingshuang reacted swiftly, stepping in front of Chu Yang and thrusting her iron sword horizontally. A chill instantly filled the air as her sea-level talent fully erupted, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Clang! Clang! Sparks flew as the 2 demonic chickens' claws gripped the sword, yet they couldn't harm it in the slightest. Lin Qingshuang fought 2 opponents alone, and amidst the clash of swords, she subtly suppressed them. On the other side, however, everything completely spiraled out of control. The school beauties screamed and scattered. Run! Don't block me! The scene was chaotic, and their formation collapsed instantly. Tang Rou gritted her teeth and met the attack head-on, landing a punch on the demonic chicken. Bang! But the damage was only minus 0.1, and her face instantly turned pale. The difference was obvious. Enraged, the demonic chicken turned and pounced on Su Meyer. Tear! Its sharp claws tore through her sleeve, nearly injuring her flesh. Another girl, however, was caught, and 4 bloody welts instantly appeared on her arm. Ah! Damage numbers flashed one after another, and health dropped visibly. The clash of blood and numbers forced everyone to confront the reality of death for the first time. Chu Yang, however, remained calm, his eyes fixed on the demonic chicken rampaging through the crowd, waiting for a fatal opening. Soon, the opportunity arose. The demonic chicken, having missed its target, was exhausted, its side of its neck completely exposed. Chu Yang's pupils contracted. Now's the time. He charged forward, using the momentum to propel his arm, the woodcutter's axe slashing in an arc, striking the demon chicken squarely in the neck. Thud! Minus 48. Massive damage exploded, the demon chicken screaming and stiffening. Without hesitation, Chu Yang swung the axe backhand, delivering another blow. Bang! Minus 48. The demon chicken was on the verge of death. Then, a sweeping axe blade finished it off, emptying its health bar, and its corpse crashed to the ground. At the same time, Lin Qingshuang also ended her battle, beheading the last demonic chicken with a single sword strike. A chill spread, and the 2 corpses were quickly covered in frost. In just a few dozen seconds, all 3 demonic chickens were dead. Chu Yang and Lin Qingshuang were unharmed, but the arena was deathly silent. The school beauties stared in shock at the corpses, then at the 2 men, their eyes filled with a mixture of shock, fear, and a hint of relief at surviving. Just as Lu Zhixia was about to express her gratitude, a cold voice suddenly rang in everyone's minds. Announcement: members of Class F99087 have died, 49 to 50 remain. Announcement: members of Class C30012 have died, 48 to 50 remain. The death announcements sounded one after another, with some classes losing several members in a short period. A heavy sense of oppression enveloped the entire area, and the air seemed to freeze. Everyone's faces turned deathly pale. They looked at the demonic chicken's corpse on the ground, then at the calm-looking Chu Yang, and an uncontrollable thought surfaced. If they hadn't been on the death list, would the name of Class A10086 have been there? Chapter 8. Is a sea-level talent really that powerful? If it weren't for Lin Qingxuang, the name Class A10086 would probably have been added to that cold death list long ago. The answer is self-evident. Lu Jixia was the first to come to her senses. She suppressed her wildly beating heart and was about to thank everyone on their behalf, or even try to curry favor, but before she could speak, Lin Qingxuang had already moved. Her gaze swept over the 3 demonic chicken corpses on the ground, and without hesitation she stepped forward, her blood-stained iron sword trembling slightly. A burst of icy air instantly erupted, enveloping the corpses. Crack, crack! With a piercing freezing sound, in just a few seconds, the 3 red-eyed demonic chickens were completely frozen solid, even the bloodstains congealing into glistening ice blocks. Lin Qingxuang picked up 2, then used her sword to lift a 3rd, turned and left, heading straight back to her and Chu Yang's small house. She tossed the spoils inside before turning back to the crowd. Her tone was calm yet icy. These are Chu Yang's and my spoils of war. We have the right to dispose of them as we see fit. These 2 short sentences offer no explanation, no room for negotiation. It was a direct declaration. In this world, spoils belong only to the strong. The 48 girls exchanged bewildered glances, none daring to refute. They had just been fleeing for their lives. Faced with overwhelming power, all reason seemed futile. Lu Jixia looked at Lin Qingxuang, feeling no resentment, but rather a powerless yet reasonable agreement. She knew perfectly well that the other was right. Chu Yang watched from the side, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Lin Qingxuang was not only strong in combat, but also quickly established rules, setting order for the small team. The newbie protection period is over, Chu Yang said, breaking the silence. That was just the beginning. We must collect supplies as soon as possible, especially wood. He glanced at the wooden house after speaking. Qingxuang and I will go ahead to cut wood. With that, he picked up his blue logging axe and headed straight for the forest, with Lin Qingxuang silently following behind. As the sun set, their shadows stretched long side by side, making them look like an ordinary couple taking a stroll. But to others, it was their only way out. After a brief hesitation, Lu Jixia and Tang Rou took the lead, and the others quietly followed. No one hesitated any longer, leaving them meant death. A team centered around Chu Yang and Lin Qingxuang quickly took shape through this bloody lesson. Upon entering the forest, the light dimmed abruptly. Tall trees blocked out the sky, and the air was damp and humid. Chu Yang stopped before a tree as thick as an arm, his gaze focused. Birch tree health, 100 harvestable resources. What Chu Yang understood, even resources in this world were digitized. Without further hesitation, he brought his axe down with a powerful blow. Bang! -72. A deep crack appeared in the tree trunk, and he followed up with a precise second axe strike. Bang! -28. His health bar was reduced to 0, and the entire tree instantly disintegrated into points of light, transforming into streams of light that disappeared into his body. Acquired, wood X10. Chu Yang checked his inventory. In his 1,000 slot inventory, the first slot already contained 10 units of wood. He quickly concluded that 10 points of health equaled 1 unit of material. This setting greatly improved efficiency and saved time on transporting materials. I'll give it a try. Lin Qingxuang walked to another tree and unleashed a series of sword strikes. -5. -5. -5. Her attacks were fast, but the damage was extremely low. After a moment, she stopped, looking at the tree that still had more than half of its health remaining, her expression unusually helpless. Her C-rank talent was better suited for dealing with living creatures, making it clearly unsuitable for this kind of resource point. Use this. Chu Yang handed her the axe. Lin Qingxuang didn't say much, took the axe, and swung it down. Minus 240. A huge amount of damage appeared, and both of their eyes lit up simultaneously. With the talent's enhancement, her power was completely amplified, making her far more efficient than ordinary people. Chapter 9: The School Beauty's Restless Thoughts. When the bright red minus 240 exploded from the tree trunk, the forest fell silent instantly, followed by a collective gasp. Everyone realized that this power was far beyond the realm of ordinary people. Many of the school beauties trembled slightly. Chu Yang's SSS-level talent, branching branches and spreading leaves, was far stronger than they had imagined. At this moment, they couldn't help but think about how terrifying they would become if they could also obtain such a blessing. Some girls began to waver, and even subconsciously moved closer to Chu Yang. The identity of Chu Yang's wife had completely changed its meaning in their hearts. That was no longer just a label attached to the strong, but a key to unlocking power, a qualification to protect oneself and even fight back against monsters in a cruel world. Thus, the gazes directed at Lin Qingshuang became complex, a mixture of envy, jealousy, and longing that were almost impossible to suppress. Many women began to struggle internally, their bodies unconsciously moving closer to Chu Yang, hoping to be noticed by him. But reason quickly pulled them back. Their upbringing prevented them from speaking up, and such behavior seemed almost shameless to them. They exchanged glances, seeing the same hesitation and longing in each other's eyes, and a tacit understanding quietly formed within them. They might not speak, but if Chu Yang asked them directly, or if someone else asked for them, they would definitely agree without hesitation. Having figured this out, many secretly encouraged themselves. Next, Chu Yang and Lin Qingshuang took turns chopping wood, one taking over when the other got tired. Before they knew it, night fell, and the distant roars of wild beasts could be heard, so the two stopped. By then, their backpacks were full of wood, totaling a full 2,000 units, a quantity that would make anyone still worrying about finding shelter envious. Back at the camp, the scene before them was heartbreaking. The 48 school beauties, organized by Lu Jixia and Tang Rou, had also tried to collect timber, but without tools, they could only break branches by hand or smash them with stones. After 3 hours, they had only managed to gather a few dozen units of timber. Everyone was exhausted, and some even had blisters on their hands. Chu Yang didn't even glance at them, leading Lin Qingshuang directly into their shared wooden hut and closing the door. Inside, the firelight flickered, dispelling the night's chill. The two emptied all the wood, piling it into a small mountain in the corner. Looking at these resources, Lin Qingshuang's eyes showed a hint of reassurance. The guide says a shelter is the most important thing, and we already have one. Chu Yang smiled. But a bed to sleep in is also very important. He then began to work, cutting and assembling simple pieces of wood, with Lin Qingshuang helping him. Half an hour later, 2 extremely simple wooden beds, along with a table and 2 stools, appeared in the room. Chu Yang clapped his hands, satisfied. Although they're a bit ugly, at least we don't have to sleep on the floor anymore. He was hoping the system would provide some boost, like restoring stamina. However, he was met with a cold, impersonal notification: furniture detected, rough wooden bed, quality, poor, effect, none, evaluation, its only function is to prevent you from sleeping directly on the floor. Immediately following, furniture detected, shaky wooden table, quality, poor. A series of prompts froze Chu Yang's smile. Looking at the crooked, misshapen finished products, he gradually realized the problem. Brute force could be used for combat and gathering, but to transform resources into high-quality daily necessities, strength alone was far from enough. Technology was also required. The next moment, he suddenly remembered something, quickly opened the class member list, and scanned it rapidly. Finally, it stopped at a name member: Sue Meyer, female, talent, F rank. Craftsmanship. Chu Yang looked up, as if looking through the wooden wall at the shivering girl by the campfire. He understood what this wooden house lacked to truly become wonderful. It lacked someone who could make things. Chapter 10: The Intellectual School Beauty Lu Jixia's Calculation. It's her. Chu Yang's eyes darkened slightly, as if he could already see her shivering figure in the cold night, and he had made up his mind. This scene was witnessed by Lin Qingshuang. She followed his gaze to the 3 words. Sue Meyer. Her heart tightened, and she instinctively wanted to stop him, but quickly suppressed her emotions. She knew very well that Chu Yang couldn't possibly have only one woman. Rather than passively accepting it, she would take the initiative to control the recruitment process. Once the thought was made up, a resolute glint flashed in Lin Qingxuang's eyes. She wanted to seize the initiative, solidify her position as the number one, and make it clear to everyone who came after her who was in charge of the family. Outside, however, the scene was quite different. The night wind howled, and 48 former school beauties huddled around a campfire, sharing sour berries. Hunger, cold, and fear weighed heavily on them. Many girls sobbed softly, and despair quickly spread. Inside the cabin, Chu Yang ate a sizzling chicken leg while checking the regional channel. Some were having their food stolen, others were fighting amongst themselves, and complaints rose and fell. He secretly rejoiced that his talent had established an absolute rule of obedience early on, and he was also grateful that Lin Qingxuang had helped him stabilize the situation. He looked at Lin Qingxuang beside him. The firelight reflected on her face, melting away some of her coldness and making her more gentle. With his favorability rating already at 80, a burning desire rose in his heart, and his gaze became more aggressive, vaguely wanting to take it a step further. Lin Qingxuang sensed the change, her heart pounding, but she didn't resist, only felt instinctively nervous. Desperate to break the ambiguity, she quickly said, "Su Meyer is my friend, very capable in action. I can persuade her to join us." Chu Yang paused slightly, quickly understanding her intention. The lust in his eyes subsided, replaced by approval. "All right, go ahead." This was both agreement and a way to extricate her from the awkward situation. Lin Qingxuang breathed a sigh of relief and quickly got up to leave. Just as she turned around, Chu Yang saw that the favorability rating on the panel had risen from 80 to 82, and couldn't help but chuckle. This iceberg needs to be dealt with slowly. The wooden door opened, and a cold wind rushed in. Lin Qingxuang leaned against the door and took a breath. She understood Chu Yang's thoughts. It wasn't that he was rejecting her, but rather that he wasn't ready yet. At the same time, she was even more aware that more people would join in the future, and she had to adapt as quickly as possible. Beside the campfire, Lu Zhixia was struggling internally. She saw things more clearly than others. In this world, reserve was meaningless. The advantage of striking first was key. Just as she was about to muster the courage to knock on the door, the wooden door opened first. Lin Qingxuang walked out of the house, carrying a golden brown, juicy roast chicken. The aroma instantly filled the air, drawing everyone's attention. Without pausing, she walked straight to Su Meyer in the crowd. Su Meyer's clothes were tattered, she was shivering, and tears streamed down her face. Lin Qingxuang handed her the roast chicken, her tone calm but leaving no room for refusal. "Chu Yang said he needs a carpenter." Su Meyer took the chicken almost without hesitation, took a bite, and her tears flowed even more fiercely. "I am willing to be Chu Yang's wife." Hunger, cold, and fear had long since shattered her composure. At this moment, all she wanted was to survive. "You're truly my best sister," she choked out. Lin Qingxuang merely responded with a faint reply, then turned and led her towards the wooden house, entering through the door amidst the complex gazes of the crowd. Lu Zhixia watched all this, then slumped down in despair. She realized she was a step too slow again, but quickly calmed down. Joining alone was no longer an advantage. She had to try a different approach. She quickly analyzed the situation. Lin Qingxuang had the emotional advantage. Su Meyer had the skill advantage. And if she wanted to turn the tide, she had to provide greater value. Soon, she realized the key. Chu Yang needed quantity. Her eyes lit up. If she could bring 18 people in at once, directly helping him reach the 20-person limit and unlock the talent effect, the value would be unparalleled. At that time, she would be the core figure leading the team into the game. With her thoughts clear, Lu Zhixia's gaze sharpened. She looked at the girls around the campfire. These were no longer rivals, but rather her future bargaining chips and capital. A plan to have them join as a small group gradually took shape in her mind. Next, she only needed to select those who were easy to persuade and slowly build her own team. Chapter 11: The Sublimation of Su Meyer's Talent. With an almost reverent feeling, Su Meyer followed Lin Qingxuang to the front of Miao Miao House. According to the rules, only Chu Yang and his wife could enter. She was not yet qualified to step through that door. The wooden door slowly opened, and Chu Yang stepped out of the house. Warm light poured out, instantly dispelling the chill from her. Su Meyer looked at him, her voice trembling slightly. "Class monitor," Lin Qingxuang gently reminded her from the side. "From now on, call me husband." A single sentence directly clarified her identity. Su Meyer's cheeks flushed, but she still mustered her courage and whispered, "Husband." Chu Yang nodded and extended his hand. With Lin Qingxuang as their witness, their hands clasped, and the contract was officially established at that moment. The next second, an even more dazzling golden beam of light descended from the sky, completely enveloping Su Meyer. A grand voice resounded in everyone's minds. "Su Meyer, your talent has been upgraded from F-rank craftsmanship to D-rank skilled craftsman." The new talent effect then appeared. When crafting items, there is a chance to produce higher quality finished products, and even a very low chance of producing yellow quality items. This meant she had jumped directly from the weakest tier to the ranks of core professionals. Outside, an uproar erupted. Witnessing an ordinary girl achieve such a leap in just a few seconds was a shock to everyone, making them realize that Chu Yang's abilities were far more terrifying than they had imagined. The golden light dissipated, and a yellow radiance condensed again, transforming into an ancient-looking workbench that landed beside Su Meyer. This was the reward the system had given her. After examining it, Chu Yang discovered that this equipment not only improved the quality of finished products but also possessed the potential for unlimited growth. Upon seeing the words, "unlimited growth," Chu Yang's eyes lit up. This was no longer an ordinary item, but a core piece of equipment that could continuously evolve as the team improved, its value immeasurable. Su Meyer gently stroked the control panel, feeling the power surging within her, her expression filled with excitement. She knew very well that from this moment on, she was no longer a weakling hiding in the background, but an indispensable member of the team. Lin Qingxuang watched this scene, a faint smile appearing on her face. She had not only brought in key talent for the team, but had also subtly solidified her own position. Chu Yang was even more satisfied. Now, the core of both combat and logistical support was in place, and the team's basic structure was complete. All of this was undoubtedly a huge stimulus for those outside. Su Meyer's transformation completely shattered their last hesitations. Their gazes shifted from survival to naked desire. Chu Yang ignored the commotion outside and simply said, "Don't get excited, come inside with me." After saying that, he led Su Meyer into the Miao Miao house, and the wooden door closed again, completely shutting out warmth and safety from the outside. Outside, cold and darkness returned. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted in a frenzy. "If we don't act now, we'll die. Even F rank can become D rank, this is our chance." Fear and desire intertwined, causing the situation to quickly spiral out of control. Just then, Lu Zhixia stepped forward, her cold voice silencing the entire room. She went straight to the point. "Becoming a wife means absolute obedience. Can you accept that? Also, we don't know Chu Yang at all. What if he makes unreasonable demands?" These words instantly sobered everyone up. Excitement was suppressed, replaced by hesitation and unease. Seeing this, Lu Zhixia calmed everyone down, suggesting they first stabilize their emotions. Under the guise of psychological counseling, she began secretly contacting and screening candidates. In the darkness, a clandestine recruitment effort quietly unfolded. She planned to use these girls as leverage to secure a higher position for herself. Meanwhile, life inside the cabin was beginning to settle into a routine. Chu Yang glanced at the cheap wooden bed in the corner and said, "Let's modify this bed first." This was his first task for Su Meyer. "Yes, my husband," Su Meyer responded without hesitation, full of enthusiasm. She stood in front of the workbench, carefully placing the wood, her expression focused and confident. Lin Qingxuang stood to the side, watching the two work together, feeling a mix of complex emotions, but mostly anticipation for their future home. Outside, Lu Zhixia quietly approached several equally shrewd girls, exchanging whispers. A small group centered around her was gradually taking shape, their goals set on future Entry into the game. Inside, Sue Meyer took a deep breath, placing her hands on the control panel. As light shifted, the D-level talent device officially activated for the first time. Chapter 12 Chu Yang's Obedience Test. Inside Meow Meow's room, the original woody fragrance was replaced by a strange energy. Sue Meyer stood in front of the power control panel, her expression focused, as if she had become one with the panel. Her originally delicate hands, enhanced by her D-level talent, moved so fast that they were just after images, constantly reshaping and polishing the wood that had been judged to be of inferior quality. Chu Yang stood aside, watching as the rough wood rapidly transformed into a smooth, rounded surface under her fingertips, as if it had undergone 1,000 refinements. This efficiency far exceeded the norm, resembling some kind of creative refining process. My lord, quality depends not only on the materials, but also on focus, Sue Meyer explained softly, her tone full of confidence. She wasn't just processing wood, she was infusing it with her own energy, bringing life to inanimate objects. As the last plank was embedded into the core, the control panel suddenly burst into white light, then turned green, and finally leaped into a dazzling yellow light, its quality jumping 3 levels. A system notification sounded, exquisite oak bed, yellow quality. A large wooden bed appeared in the corner of the room, its deep reddish-brown grain exuding a noble air, its carvings exquisite and delicate. Chu Yang stepped forward and touched it. The surface was warm and smooth. After checking its attributes, his eyes lit up immediately. This bed could double the recovery speed, saving a significant amount of time. In this world, time was a survival advantage. Mayor, your value far exceeds these materials, Chu Yang said with a faint smile. Sue Meyer blushed upon hearing this and softly replied, It's good that I can help my husband. Her favorability towards her increased accordingly. Her clothes were torn, revealing glimpses of her skin, which only added to her allure. Chu Yang was momentarily mesmerized. Sue Meyer's flustered state made her even more captivating. Lin Qingxuan witnessed this scene, a pang of uncontrollable bitterness rising in her heart. Sensing the change in atmosphere, Chu Yang simply lay down on the wooden bed. The instant their bodies touched, he felt as if he were sinking into soft clouds, his fatigue rapidly dissipating, and his mind becoming exceptionally clear. The effect is truly amazing, he commented, rising to his feet. Encouraged, Sue Meyer quickly crafted an automatic cleaning table and 2 wooden chairs, gradually perfecting the furnishings. Under the campfire's glow, the wooden bed and chairs appeared warm and elegant, the air filled with the scent of wood and lingering warmth. This was no longer a simple wooden hut, but a tranquil haven. Outside, however, the scene was entirely different. Night fell, the temperature plummeted, and a biting wind swept through. Dozens of school beauties huddled around the fire, hungry and cold, their faces haggard. Lu Jixia looked towards the magic house, seeing the warmth and tranquility inside through the window. The contrast constantly shattered their psychological defenses. Someone couldn't help but choke back a sob. Will we survive tonight? She didn't answer, but silently resolved to act quickly and enter that house as soon as possible to gain safety and protection. Inside the house, Chu Yang vaguely sensed the collapse outside, a cold smile appearing on his lips. He knew he controlled the resources and the rules. This place was both a sanctuary and a tool for selection and control. Mayor, close the window and prepare to rest, he said calmly. Yes, husband. Sue Meyer obediently closed the window and drew the wooden blinds. The room fell silent again. Chu Yang glanced at Lin Qingxuan and Sue Meyer, his gaze flickering, a probing thought already forming in his mind. This bed can quickly restore your strength, he said casually. You two come up and rest too. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 women blushed instantly. Lin Qingxuan's expression was cool but couldn't hide her shyness, while Sue Meyer lowered her head and remained silent. The atmosphere became subtle and tense at this moment. Chapter 13 The Bedside Probe. A faint woody scent filled the room, the fireplace crackled, and the orange light cast long shadows of the 3 people on the newly laid floor. The atmosphere was quiet yet subtly tense. Chu Yang sat calmly on the edge of the exquisite wooden bed, looking at Lin Qingxuan and Sue Meyer, who seemed a little awkward in front of him, and said indifferently, Come to the bed. This was not just an arrangement for rest, but also a test of obedience and bottom line. He added calmly, "The bed is big enough for 3 people. We still need to deal with resources tomorrow, so we must conserve our energy." His words were taken for granted, yet the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Lin Qingxuang stood rooted to the spot, her hands gripping the hem of her skirt, her heart churning with inner turmoil. Reason told her it was too fast, but she knew even better what rejection meant. Her status, trust, even her protection, all could be shattered. She bit her lip, gradually compromising as she tried to convince herself. "I'll have to face this sooner or later, and I'm the first one." In the end, she still walked to the bedside, lay down on her side, pressed against the very edge, her body tense. Chu Yang observed this without changing his expression, then turned his gaze to Su Meyer. The moment she was looked at, Su Meyer visibly trembled, her eyes welling with tears, and she appeared utterly helpless. She spoke softly, "Husband, I'm not sleepy yet. I'll just stay in the chair." Her voice was pleading and nervous, clearly indicating that she was still unable to overcome that psychological barrier. Chu Yang quickly weighed the pros and cons. Su Meyer was a key technical figure, and forcibly suppressing her would only backfire. Moreover, there were people watching from the outside. If he took too drastic measures now, the consequences would be even greater. He nodded and said, "Okay, I respect your choice." His tone remained calm, without any coercion. Su Meyer was stunned for a moment, then revealed an undisguised surprise and gratitude. "Thank you, my husband!" She shrunk back into her chair with a sigh of relief. Her impression of Chu Yang noticeably improved, and her affection for him grew accordingly. Chu Yang was well aware of this. These things couldn't be rushed. Soon after, the fireplace went out, plunging the room into darkness. Moonlight streamed in through the cracks in the window, making the environment quiet and sensitive, amplifying even the slightest breaths and movements. Lin Qingxuang lay on the edge of the bed, able to clearly feel Chu Yang's presence behind her, her heart pounding faster and faster. Suddenly, Chu Yang turned over, the slight sound instantly making her tense up. She turned around instinctively, grabbed his wrist, and said in a trembling voice, "Husband, it's not that I'm unwilling, it's just that Mare is still here, I can't let go." These words almost exhausted all her courage. Chu Yang was taken aback, but quickly realized the problem. After checking the status, he confirmed that the situation had indeed crossed her line, and continuing would only backfire. He gently pulled his hand away from hers, then placed his palm on her shoulder, his voice low and gentle. "Don't be nervous, I won't force you. Get some rest." It was a simple sentence, but it carried a clear sense of reassurance. Lin Qingxuang visibly relaxed, her tense body gradually easing. Her emotions shifted from shame and fear to relief and gratitude, and her goodwill towards her quickly returned. Chu Yang didn't stop, but continued, "Tomorrow, I'll have Mayor rearrange the room and give you a separate room. As the lady of the house, you need your own space." These words struck a chord with Lin Qingxuang. The concept of a private space and the role of mistress caused her emotions to fluctuate again, further dissolving her initial resistance. In the darkness, she remained silent for a long time, her heart filled with complex emotions that gradually calmed down. Chu Yang, on the other hand, lay calmly, having already confirmed her bottom line and the extent to which she could be controlled. After this round of probing, the relationship actually progressed further. For Chu Yang, the pace was now under his control. All he needed to do next was continue pushing forward. Chapter 14: Su Meyer's Contrast. Chapter 14: Su Meyer's Contrast. The night was deep and quiet in Miao Miao's room, with only the occasional soft breathing sound. Su Meyer curled up in the comfortable chair, covered with a somewhat tattered coat. She was not asleep. The D-level talent not only endowed her with skillful hands, but also subtly enhanced her 5 senses, especially hearing and touch, so that she could perceive the most subtle changes in the texture of materials when carving and polishing. At this moment, this heightened sense of sensation becomes a sweet torment. In the darkness, every whisper and every subtle movement from Chu Yang and Lin Qingxuang on the other side of the bed pierced her ears with crystal clarity. She heard Lin Qingxuang's tearful pleas for mercy. She heard Chu Yang's kind and gentle words of comfort. I also heard the promise about a separate bedroom. Sue Meyer bit her lip hard, gripping the armrests of the chair tightly with both hands, her nails leaving deep marks on the wood. An indescribable heat spread through her body, mixed with envy, bitterness, and a trace of inexplicable grievance. Separate bedroom. Hostess. It stirred up inexplicable emotions within her. She envied Lin Qingxuang. I envy her for receiving such meticulous care from Chu Yang, and I envy her for rightfully possessing that man's favoritism. If only I hadn't refused just now. If I were lying on that bed too. Would my husband make me such a promise? Once the thought popped into my head, I couldn't suppress it anymore. Sue Meyer felt her whole body burning up, and her cheeks turned as red as ripe apples. She secretly lifted her eyelids and, by the faint moonlight, looked at the large oak bed. The king of this small world lies there, and he is her only future support. And on the bed, Chu Yang did not fall asleep. After calming Lin Qingxuang down, his attention shifted to the petite figure curled up in the chair. Chu Yang had a strong interest in Sue Meyer. It's not just because of her D-level talent, but also because of the strong contrast in her personality. She appears outwardly alluring and seductive, seemingly capable of captivating men's souls at any moment, yet inwardly she is as conservative as a lady from a noble family in feudal times. This contrast seems designed solely to satisfy a man's desire for conquest. With a thought, Chu Yang brought up his wife's panel, which only he could see. With a flick of his finger, he selected Sue Meyer's profile picture and opened the detailed information panel. Name, Sue Meyer. Talent, D rank. Skilled worker. Affection level, 65, friendly. Relationship history, none. In-depth background analysis, costs 1 point of affinity. Because of her exceptionally beautiful appearance, she was subjected to excessive attention from a young age. This long-term experience of being stared at instilled in her a strong sense of wariness and defense mechanisms against the gaze of the opposite sex. Influenced by traditional family education, she is extremely conservative at heart and longs for a pure, unique relationship with absolute security. Her alluring demeanor is both a natural gift and a form of self-protective disguise. In reality, she is a complete blank slate when it comes to matters of the heart. As Chu Yang read these lines of text, the look of amusement in his eyes grew even stronger. Good heavens! Turns out she's a pure and innocent little rabbit with maxed-out defense. No wonder you were so scared just now, even though I was just talking about sleeping. Chu Yang's lips curled up slightly, and his strategy for winning over Sue Meyer was instantly adjusted. For this kind of girl, being impatient with lust is the worst approach. You have to put your heart into it. Like peeling an onion, you have to peel away her defenses layer by layer until you reach her softest heart. If successful, he will receive her unconditional and undying loyalty and love. This is much more meaningful than mere possession. Chu Yang pulled himself out of his thoughts, lay down on the soft and comfortable wooden bed, and began to review the gains and losses of the day in his mind, and to formulate a strategic blueprint for tomorrow. As the top leader of this small group, he must always keep a clear head. His plan was clearly divided into two lines, internal and external. Internally, it's about settling down. We must continue to deepen our relationship with Lin Qingxuang and Sue Meyer. Lin Qingxuang needs respect and privileges, and needs to constantly feel that her position as the official wife is unshakable. Sue Meyer needs security and recognition. Praise her skills more and let her find a sense of belonging in her work. Externally, it's about establishing a business. First, there's infrastructure. The magic house needs to be upgraded. Yellow quality is just the beginning. He needs to use Sue Meyer's talent and Lin Qingxuang's martial prowess to collect more rare resources and build this wooden house into an indestructible fortress in the wild world. Secondly, there is the expansion of enrollment. The 47 school beauties outside the door represent a huge pool of potential labor and talent. When recruiting these people, a strict promotion mechanism should be established. Only those who perform well and are obedient can qualify as, in turn, wives, and eventually become official wives. The goal is to make Becoming Chu Yang's wife. A scarce resource that requires competition, rather than something that is given away as charity. As the class monitor, I bear an unshirkable responsibility for the future of my classmates. Chu Yang silently recited this official phrase in his heart, cloaking his impending act of exploitation in a sacred guise. For the sake of the overall survival rate of the class and the continuation of human civilization, it is entirely in line with the laws of historical development to appropriately integrate resources and centralize management. At this moment, Chu Yang felt that his mind had been elevated. With the soothing effect of this large wooden bed, a gentle energy slowly flowed through my body, repairing the fatigue of every cell. Chu Yang's consciousness gradually blurred, and he fell into a deep sleep with a sense of composure and confidence that he was in control of everything. In this wild and dangerous world, tonight, only this place is paradise. Chapter 15. Lin Qingxuang is becoming more and more comfortable with her role as a wife. Chapter 15. Lin Qingxuang is becoming more and more accustomed to her role as a wife. The first rays of dawn pierced through the gaps in the blinds of the wooden house, casting several golden beams of light into the air, where tiny dust particles danced merrily. Chu Yang's consciousness slowly rose from his deep sleep. What he felt first was not the cold wooden board, but a reassuring warmth and a familiar, delicate fragrance, like a magnolia after the rain. He opened his eyes, his vision still a little blurry, and saw a slender figure sitting quietly on the floor beside the bed, adding firewood to the fireplace. The fire in the fireplace reignited, and the flickering orange-red light illuminated that cool and exquisite profile. It was Lin Qingxuang. Her plain white dress looked rather thin as she intently poked at the charcoal with a stick, trying to make the fire burn brighter. Chu Yang moved his body and then realized that he was covered with a coat, which was the same coat that Lin Qingxuang had worn over her dress yesterday. Her body heat and faint fragrance still lingered on his clothes. A soft corner of his heart was gently touched. This girl, who appears as cold as an iceberg, has a heart as gentle as spring water. Last night's almost offensive probing didn't earn her grudge. Instead, she quietly cared for me like a true wife. Woke up! Lin Qingxuang heard the noise from the bed and turned around. When her eyes met Chu Yang's, a hint of panic flashed in her clear eyes, and her fair cheeks quickly flushed with a beautiful blush. She looked away somewhat awkwardly and handed over two things skewered on sharpened wooden sticks. Those were two golden brown, juicy red-eyed demon chicken legs, the fat sizzling under the high temperature, emitting a rich aroma that instantly whetted Chu Yang's appetite. Without hesitation, he took it and took a big bite. The chicken skin was crispy, while the inside was tender and juicy. After being frozen overnight, the meat seemed to have become even firmer and more chewy. Chu Yang ate a roasted chicken leg, while Lin Qingxuang took small bites of a chicken wing. Either of them spoke. The only sounds from the fireplace were the crackling of burning wood and the soft rustling of their chewing. The dawn, the fireplace, the roasting meat, and the quiet, beautiful girl beside them, a warm feeling called home, quietly blossomed in this small wooden cabin, washing away the bloodshed and cruelty of the wild world. All of this was observed by Sue Meyer, who was curled up on a chair not far away. She actually woke up earlier than anyone else, but she didn't dare to make a sound. She looked at the coat that belonged to Lin Qingxuang covering Chu Yang, at the natural and intimate way Lin Qingxuang handed over the roast chicken, and at the heartwarming scene of the two quietly sharing food in the morning light. An extremely complex emotion surged in her heart. There was envy, bitterness, and a touch of loneliness and loss that I couldn't quite fit in. That warm fireplace, that spacious wooden bed, that unspoken understanding, all of that should have been hers too. But all of this is because of her timidity and retreat last night, which created an invisible wall between her and everyone else. She was like a tenant living under someone else's roof, cautiously observing the master's life. Even her breathing became extra careful. After a satisfying meal, I felt full of energy. Chu Yang stood up, stretched, and his joints made a series of crisp popping sounds. He walked to the door and opened the heavy wooden door without hesitation. Squeak dash! The sunlight outside was a bit too bright, causing him to squint slightly. Once his vision adjusted, he saw a scene that pleased him greatly. 47 pairs of eyes, all focused on him with an almost instinctive longing. A night of hunger and cold utterly destroyed the last vestiges of dignity and pride of these privileged women. Their hair was disheveled, their faces were covered in mud, and their once gorgeous clothes were now dirty and tattered. The once lofty halo has vanished, replaced by a disheveled and haggard appearance. Their eyes no longer held scrutiny or wariness, but only greed for food, longing for warmth, and an expression that was almost fawning and pleading. Chu Yang clearly felt that the scales of power had completely, and without any doubt, tipped in his favor. He recalled a profound saying he had seen in a short video before he transmigrated, supposedly a dating guide summarized by a top man in Hangzhou. "Don't let women control you, you should have women all around you." In retrospect, this statement is absolutely true in the current situation. He remained calm, his gaze sweeping indifferently over the entire room. He didn't utter a single word, nor did he extend any invitation as they had expected. This silent utterance is more oppressive than any words. Those 47 hearts, which had been filled with hope when the wooden door opened, sank little by little, falling into deeper coldness and despair. Just as this tense standoff was about to reach a breaking point, a sudden change occurred. Roar dash! A frenzied, extremely violent roar, like rolling thunder, exploded from the depths of the nearby dense forest, making people's eardrums buzz. The sound was full of primal wildness and undisguised aggression. Immediately afterwards, the ground began to tremble slightly. Thump! 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 The heavy footsteps approached from afar, like heavy hammers striking everyone's heart. Fear is spreading. Ah! What's that? A monster! A huge monster! The school beauties, who had just been listless, gasped in surprise. The instinct for survival overwhelmed everything, and they frantically crowded towards the only safe place, Chu Yang and the Meow Meow house behind him, and the scene instantly spiraled out of control. Amidst the chaos, a colossal creature crashed through 2 large trees and burst forth from the forest with overwhelming force. That was a giant wild boar, as big as a calf. Its body was covered with a thick layer of black, needle-like mane, which was stained with dirt and unknown bloodstains. A pair of blood-red eyes burned with a frenzied rage, and 2 pale white fangs, half a foot long and slightly curved upwards, gleamed with a chilling light in the sunlight. Just by standing there, the fierce and violent aura emanating from him was enough to make one's legs go weak. What's even more disheartening is that behind it followed 6 smaller but equally tusked young wild boars, each weighing at least 40 or 50 pounds. It was a herd of wild boars. Almost the instant they appeared, a clear, blood-red data panel popped up in front of Chu Yang's eyes. Level 2 Adult Wild Boar. Health, 200. Strength, 6. Agility, 2. Defense, 4. Level 1 Juvenile Wild Boar. Health, 120 to 120. Strength, 2. Agility, 1. Defense, 2. Chu Yang's expression instantly turned serious. A level 2 adult wild boar has 6 times the strength of an ordinary person and a defense of 4 points, which is higher than Lin Qingxuang's sea-level talent. This means that an attack from an ordinary person wouldn't even be considered a tickle. And those 6 level 1 wild boars completely outclassed everyone present except for him and Lin Qingxuang in terms of attributes. Level 2 wild boar, strength 6, defense 4. Level 1 baby wild boar, strength 2, defense 2. Everyone prepare for battle. Chu Yang looked at the chaotic team and roared. When the girls learned about the terrifying nature of the situation, which was far beyond their imagination, their minds went blank. The once crowded queue completely collapsed at that moment. Run! We can't win! We'll die! Screams and cries mingled together as the instinct for survival drove them to lose their last shred of reason, and they scattered and fled. The so-called team was incredibly fragile in the face of absolute death. The adult wild boar locked onto Chu Yang and Lin Qingxuang, who had the strongest auras in the crowd, let out a deafening roar, lowered its head, and pawed at the ground with its 4 hooves. The next second, it transformed into an unstoppable black chariot and charged forward. Chapter 16 The Value of School Beauty Lu Jixia. Chapter 16 The Value of School Beauty Lu Jixia. As the crowd was about to completely collapse in panic, being swept away and hunted by the wild boar herd, a fierce glint flashed in Chu Yang's eyes. Don't panic! Those who want to live, follow orders! He let out a powerful growl that pierced through all the screams and cries, striking the minds of every girl with a resounding thud. The voice seemed to possess a strange magic, causing the girls who had already started to run away to freeze in place, unable to control themselves. In the brief moment when the chaos was forcibly quelled, Lu Jixia strode out from the crowd. Her intelligent and pretty face was completely bloodless, but her eyes were unusually firm. Those with combat talent, step forward! Her voice was clear and powerful, with an undeniable penetrating force. Everyone else, retreat to the back of the cabin immediately, don't cause any trouble. Under the threat of death and Chu Yang's intimidation, Lu Jixia's words had an unexpected effect. Tang Rou, the campus belle of the sports university, was the first to step forward. Behind her, 5 or 6 more girls who had awakened combat-related talents such as strength enhancement and agility improvement yesterday gritted their teeth and walked to the front of the line with fear on their faces. The other non-combatants, as if they had found their backbone, under Lu Jixia's command, although still panicked, finally stopped scattering and running away. Instead, they used both hands and feet to hide behind the sturdy Miao Miao house, making up precious space for the upcoming bloody battle. Chu Yang gave Lu Jixia an approving look. This woman's leadership and decisiveness at crucial moments far exceeded his expectations. Lu Jixia noticed Chu Yang's gaze and was overjoyed. All her fears seemed to be dispelled by that one look. She knew she had made the right bet. Her performance during this life-or-death crisis earned her the most valuable political capital. In the blink of an eye, the initial battle deployment was completed. I'll deal with the big one! Lin Qingshuang shouted and, without waiting for Chu Yang's order, took the initiative to meet the most ferocious adult wild boar. The iron sword in her hand hummed, and a layer of visible white cold air instantly adhered to the blade. She unleashed her full sea-level talent, Frost Sword Aura. Chu Yang fixed his gaze on the 6 small wild boars. The blue logging axe in his hand gleamed coldly as he gave a concise and clear order to the trembling combat-oriented school beauties behind him. 2 people per group, take on one of the smaller ones. Tang Rou, you're with me. Lu Jixia, you're in charge of providing support and alerting us to blind spots. Before he finished speaking, he had already rushed out first, his target being a young wild boar on the far left. Roar! The battle erupted instantly. Lin Qingshuang moved with ghostly speed. Instead of confronting the adult wild boar head-on, she used her superior agility to constantly move around its side. The long sword, imbued with the power of ice, trailed streaks of beautiful white light as it slashed relentlessly at the wild boar's relatively vulnerable joints and abdomen. Clang! 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 The sounds of metal clashing were incessant, and sparks flew everywhere. An adult wild boar has a defense of up to 4 points. Each of Lin Qingshuang's attacks could only leave a shallow white mark on its thick mane and skin, causing very little damage. Each of the wild boar's frantic charges and the swinging of its tusks carried immense force, putting Lin Qingshuang in grave danger. The battlefield on the other side was equally devastating. A girl who had awakened her strength enhancement tried to use her 1.2 strength to block the wild boar's charge head-on, but was instantly knocked away by the small wild boar with a strength of 2. She rolled several times on the ground, felt a sharp pain in her ribs, and lost more than 20 points of health in an instant. Another girl was slashed across the thigh by a wild boar's tusks, bleeding profusely. Terrified, she collapsed to the ground, almost losing her ability to fight. These hothouse flowers, facing such a bloody and cruel battle for the first time, were clumsy in their coordination and weak in their attacks. Their so-called combat talents seemed so laughable in the face of a real life-or-death struggle. Its eyes! Attack its eyes! Chu Yang's voice boomed like thunder across the chaotic battlefield. He worked in tandem with Tang Rou, who used her speed to distract the wild boar, while he, like a calm hunter, waited for the opportunity to deliver the fatal blow. Now! Enraged by Tang Ro's movement, the little wild boar suddenly swung its head, trying to knock her away with its tusks. Its huge head stiffened for a moment due to inertia. Chu Yang made a move. He pushed off with his feet, his body shooting out like a cannonball. The blue logging axe in his hand drew a deadly arc in the air, and with perfect precision, it slammed into the little wild boar's left eye socket. Pfft! The sound of a sharp weapon piercing flesh was dull and terrifying. -96. A huge critical hit damage number suddenly popped up above the boar's head. Oh whoa! The little wild boar let out a shrill, distorted scream, its massive body writhing wildly in agony. Having landed a successful blow, Chu Yang didn't linger. Using the recoil, he pulled back his axe and quickly retreated, dodging the wild boar's frantic final attack. First kill. Chu Yang's clean, swift, and bloody strike was like a shot of adrenaline, deeply impacting everyone's hearts. It turns out that these seemingly invincible monsters can actually be killed. Left side! Li Shui, the one on your left turned around! Lu Jixiao's voice was sharp and timely. Although her combat ability was almost zero, her mind was exceptionally clear. Standing in a relatively safe position, she had a clear view of the entire battlefield and constantly issued warnings to her teammates who were struggling. Under Chu Yang's demonstration and Lu Jixiao's guidance, the remaining girls gradually overcame their fear. Instead of trying to confront the wild boar head-on, they followed Chu Yang's example, pairing up to use the terrain and their numbers to constantly restrain and harass the boar, searching for its weaknesses. The battle became extremely difficult, but the situation was eventually stabilized. After a fierce battle that lasted for several minutes, and at the cost of 3 people being seriously injured and almost everyone being wounded, the remaining 5 wild boars were finally worn down and killed one by one. On the entire battlefield, only Lin Qingshuang and the adult wild boar were still engaged in a final, desperate battle. At this moment, Lin Qingshuang's situation is not optimistic either. She was exhausted, breathing rapidly, her forehead covered in fine beads of sweat, and her once plain white dress was now stained with mud and blood. The adult wild boar was like a man, its body covered with wounds from the sword. Although none of them were fatal, the flowing blood completely turned it into a blood beast, its ferocity fully unleashed. Now! A resolute glint flashed in Lin Qingshuang's eyes. She caught a brief moment when the wild boar had exhausted its old strength and had not yet generated new strength after a violent charge. She abandoned all defense and poured all her strength and speed into this final blow. Instead of retreating, she advanced, her petite body shooting forward like an arrow, meeting the wild boar's raised tusks. Pfft! The sharp fangs instantly sliced through her left arm, drawing a string of blood beads. -12. A bright red damage number appeared above her head. But Lin Qingshuang didn't care about that. She paid the price of injury to gain this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for a point-blank attack. The longsword in her hand was imbued with all the remaining icy power within her body. Its blade emitted a chilling light, and like the fangs of a venomous snake, it was precisely thrust into the wild boar's armpit and ribs. The blade went all the way down to the hilt. Roar! The adult wild boar let out a deafening cry, its massive body crashing to the ground. After twitching a few times, it was completely lifeless. The battle is over. Lin Qingshuang swayed, then knelt on one knee, using her sword to support herself and prevent herself from falling. Blood loss and exhaustion turned her pretty face pale and bloodless. Chu Yang glanced at her status panel, health, 70. The surviving combatants, as if all their strength had been drained, slumped down among pools of blood and corpses, panting heavily. Although they were victorious, the bloody battle and the burning wounds left everyone with lingering fear and apprehension. Chapter 17 The Joy of Upgrading. Chapter 17 The Joy of Upgrading. The battle is over. The air was thick with the stench of blood and the stench of wild animals, mixed with the fragrance of earth, creating a strange and nauseating smell. The surviving girls collapsed to the ground, their relief at surviving the ordeal barely registering before they were overwhelmed by the burning wounds on their bodies and the bloody scene before them, which made them feel nauseous. Several girls with weaker mental fortitude had already vomited up the little bit of acid they had left, while leaning against the tree trunk. Lin Qingxuang knelt on one knee, using the still chilling iron sword to support her body and prevent herself from falling. Blood loss and exhaustion made her pretty face as pale as paper. The wound on her left arm, torn open by fangs, was so deep that the bone was visible, and blood was still seeping out, staining her plain white sleeves red. Chu Yang's condition was slightly better, but he was still greatly exhausted, and the muscles in his arm holding the logging axe were trembling involuntarily. Amidst this chaos and deathly silence, a grand and solemn system notification resounded in everyone's mind like a divine decree. Congratulations to Class A10086 for successfully repelling a Level 2 Savage Beast attack in their first team collaboration. All members survived. Rating excellent. The class's overall level has been raised to Level 2. The moment the words fell, 50 warm and dazzling golden beams of light descended from the sky like a miracle, precisely enveloping every member of Class A10086, including the non-combatants trembling behind the wooden house. An indescribable feeling of warmth instantly flowed throughout my body. Lin Qingxuang clearly felt a surge of energy flowing into the wound on her left arm, bringing a tingling, itchy sensation. She looked down and saw that the gruesome wound had stopped bleeding quickly, and the excruciating pain had lessened considerably. The wound was still there, a bloody mess, but the blood at the edges had begun to congeal, and the scab seemed to be forming faster than usual. Other injured girls also let out similar low moans. Although the scratches and bruises on their bodies had not disappeared, they had stopped bleeding, the pain had been greatly relieved, and their depleted strength was rapidly restored like a rising tide. But everyone's feelings go far beyond that. The warm current brought more than just stopping the bleeding and restoring strength. It was more like a comprehensive improvement in physical fitness. Whether it was Chu Yang or the other students, they could clearly feel that their strength, reaction speed and other qualities were quietly increasing, their bones seemed to be becoming denser, and their muscle fibers were becoming more resilient. An unprecedented sense of power filled my limbs and bones, as if we had broken through an invisible shackle together. He immediately opened his personal panel. Name, Chu Yang. Talent, SSS level. Expanding and spreading branches. Level 200. Health, 150 to 150. Strength, 2.5 points plus 1. Agility, 1.6 points plus 0.5. Defense, 1.5 points plus 0.5. Damage, 48 points from Lumberjack Axe, Blue. All basic attributes have been significantly improved. Especially in terms of strength, it increased by a full 1 point. This means that his current basic strength has surpassed that of those level 1 juvenile wild boars. Oh my God! My wound has stopped bleeding, and the pain has decreased a lot. My strength has returned. I feel even more energetic than before. We survived. We leveled up. After a brief moment of stunned silence, a thunderous cheer erupted in the camp. The overwhelming joy of surviving the ordeal overwhelmed all fear, and the girls embraced each other and wept, freely releasing the emotions that had been suppressed in their hearts. The shadow of death was temporarily dispelled, and the sense of power brought by the upgrade allowed them to see a glimmer of hope for the first time in this cruel world. However, this jubilant atmosphere did not last long. That cold, grand voice of rules rang out once again, punctuating everyone's celebration. The class level has been upgraded to level 2, and new features have been unlocked. The wilderness map has been activated. Access permissions, class monitor and authorized personnel. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge, semi-transparent virtual map made of pale blue light slowly unfolded in front of Chu Yang. The map, centered on the magic house, clearly marks all the terrain features within a 10-kilometer radius. Mountains, rivers, jungles, swamps, and even some special resource points are presented to the public in an extremely detailed three-dimensional model. A map! We have a map! Great! Now we won't get lost! The girls gathered around curiously, marveling at this incredible creation. Having a map means their exploration range will be greatly increased, and resource acquisition will become safer and more efficient. Chu Yang's gaze did not linger on the mountains and rivers. His eyes were fixed on the ominous, flickering dots on the map. There were countless red dots, large and small, densely covering the entire area, like deadly germs attached to a healthy body. Each red dot represents a single beast or a group of beasts. He stretched out his finger and lightly drew a line on the map, quickly zooming in on the area surrounding the camp. When Chu Yang saw the label above, his heart sank. Less than 3 kilometers east of the camp, deep in the jungle, 5 striking red level 2 dots were clearly marked, while around them were more than 30 red level 1 dots. A massive race consisting of 5 adult savage beasts and more than 30 juvenile savage beasts. Lu Jixia also saw this scene, and her face instantly turned as pale as Lin Qingxuang's before. She quickly did some mental calculations, and her delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly. If these are also wild boars, then their total strength is more than 5 times that of the enemy we just faced. 5 times. This number was like a bucket of ice water poured over the heads of every girl who had just been immersed in joy, freezing the smiles on their faces instantly. In that bloody battle just now, they fought with almost all their might, at the cost of several people being seriously injured, in order to barely kill an adult wild boar and 6 wild boars. 5 times the number of enemies? What does that mean? That means that when the next beast attack comes, they will face a complete massacre. Just as this chill rose from the depths of everyone's hearts and was about to spread into a desperate panic, a blood-red panel that everyone was extremely familiar with forcibly popped up in the center of everyone's field of vision without any permission. Savage World Death List. It listed the class numbers one by one, followed by the shocking death toll. Notice, Class F99087, current death toll, 35 to 50. Notice, Class C30012, current death toll, 38 to 50. Notice, Class B20543, current death toll, 40 to 50. The numbers on the list are jumping at a heart-stopping pace. In just one night, billions of people worldwide have been affected, and the total number of deaths has exceeded an unimaginable level. Some unlucky classes even lost more than 10 members in the first wave of beast attacks. Meanwhile, the public chat area of the class trading channel, which only Chu Yang could see, had completely turned into a sea of wailing. Li Hao, Class A11029. Help! Someone, please save us! We're surrounded by a pack of wolves, and 15 of them are already dead. We won't make it until dawn. I'll trade all the girls in my class for food. For weapons. Zhang Wei, Class F55471. We're useless too, trapped in the cave. There are monsters everywhere outside. Our class monitor has been eaten. I'm next. I don't want to die. Qingyu, Class G90322. Damn it. This isn't survival, it's a one-sided massacre. I just finished building my cabin with the blueprints, and before I could even warm it up, a level 2 bear slapped it to pieces. Now there are less than 40 people left in the whole class. Looking at these despairing messages, Chu Yang's expression became extremely solemn. He closed the chat channel and turned his gaze back to the despairing map. The 47 school beauties outside the door followed his gaze and also saw the dense cluster of red lights. The worry on their faces grew stronger. The joy of the upgrade was crushed to dust. The relief of surviving turned into a brief respite before the next round of death. The glimmer of hope that had just begun to rise was completely swallowed up by an even greater and deeper despair. Chu Yang slowly turned around and scanned the girls in front of him, some of whom were slumped on the ground, while others had expressions of fear on their faces. He knew very well that with just himself, Lin Qingxuang, and Su Meyer, they might be able to protect themselves in the next crisis. But this group, named Class A10086, will suffer a severe blow. His SSS level talent has spread far and wide, and its core lies in the concept of class. Once the class structure is broken up, or the number of members is reduced to a certain extent, his talent and potential will be greatly limited. Therefore, he cannot let this class fall apart. Lu Jixia, who was standing to the side, noticed Chu Yang's expression and guessed what he was thinking. Thinking about this, Lu Jixia knew that the time had come for her to further demonstrate her value to Chu Yang. Chapter 18 The number of wives surges. Chapter 18 The number of wives skyrockets, leaving the world in utter silence. A suffocating, oppressive silence enveloped the entire camp. The stench of blood had not yet dissipated in the air when a new wave of death loomed overhead like dark clouds. The dense cluster of red dots on the map, like the eyes of death, coldly watched over the trembling lambs. Despair spread like a plague among the girls. Just as this oppressive atmosphere was about to completely explode and collapse, Lu Jixia made a move. She took a deep breath and slowly stood up from the limp crowd. "What's the use of crying? What's the use of shouting?" Her voice wasn't loud, but it instantly broke the deathly silence, reaching everyone's ears clearly. "Look at the map! Look at the death list! Look at the horrific scenes in the other classes! Do you really think you can survive by just running for your lives?" Lu Jixiao's gaze swept over every face filled with fear, dissecting the bloody reality for them. "We just fought with all our might and managed to kill a level 2 wild boar and 6 baby wild boars. And next time, we will face an enemy 5 times that number. Fighting alone will only lead to one outcome, death. Being caught by those monsters one by one and torn to shreds." Her words struck the most vulnerable nerves of each girl, making their bodies tremble even more violently. "We only have one way to survive." Lu Jixia extended her slender finger and pointed at Chu Yang. "That is, to bind all of us together with squad leader Chu Yang. To form an unbreakable community of shared interests. I propose that we all enter into a contract with squad leader Chu Yang and become his wives." This proposal, like a thunderclap, exploded in the crowd. Everyone's becoming a wife? The girls, who had just been immersed in fear, fell into deep thought. "This won't do. So many of us are going to marry him? This is absolutely shameless." After a brief shock, shame, modesty, and the education they had received since childhood caused many girls to instinctively resist, and whispers and gossip arose one after another. "Shameless?" Lu Jixia sneered, her gaze turning sharp as a knife. "What is shame compared to survival? Would you rather cling to that ridiculous pride and have your stomachs pierced by a wild boar's tusks, or would you rather give up everything to gain the right to survive and the opportunity to become stronger?" Her words were like a sharp knife, precisely piercing everyone's soft spot. Without pausing, she continued speaking in a highly inflammatory tone. "You all saw it. Lin Qingshuang has been promoted from rank E to rank C. Su Meyer has been promoted from rank F to rank D. It's an opportunity that squad leader Chu Yang has given to every wife. As long as you become his wife, every one of us can have this opportunity. We are no longer a burden who can only scream and run away. We too can take up arms, fight, and defend our lives with our own hands. We too can become as strong as Lin Qingshuang. This is a trade in which we exchange our so-called freedom and dignity for survival and power. In this damned barbaric world, this is the only bargaining chip we have." Every word Lu Jixia uttered perfectly combined cruel reality with alluring hope, constantly shattering the girls' already fragile psychological defenses. The extreme fear of death and the infinite desire for power clashed and intertwined violently in their hearts. Finally, after a long silence and struggle, a girl who had awakened her agility talent in the previous battle was the first to step forward. I don't want to just watch helplessly as the monster charges at me and I die like before. I want to become stronger." Her statement was like a signal. Soon, a second, a third, and more girls stood behind Lu Jixia. Their eyes still held shyness and struggle, but more than anything, they showed a determination to survive when they were driven to the brink. In the end, a total of 22 girls gathered around Lu Jixia. Including herself, there were a total of 23 people. Looking at the team behind her that she had personally assembled, Lu Jixia felt an unprecedented surge of pride. She knew of a significant force capable of influencing the current power dynamics among wives. She straightened her slightly disheveled clothes and led the 22 girls to Chu Yang. Under the gaze of the remaining 25 girls who were still hesitating and observing, Lu Zhixia smiled faintly. Squad leader Chu Yang, we, the 23 of us, voluntarily enter into a contract with you and become your wives. From now on, everything we do will be based on your best interests. We only ask that you lead us to survive in this cruel world. Chu Yang was overwhelmed with emotion as he looked at the scene before him. He expected Lu Zhixia to help him, but he didn't expect this woman's courage and skill to be so astonishing. Soon, Chu Yang accepted Lu Zhixia and her group and began to enter into marriage contracts with them. A beam of light descended from the sky and struck Lu Zhixia. Her F-level talent, skillful hands, advanced 2 levels and evolved directly into the D-level 1000 Threads Mastery. As the beam of light dissipated, Lu Zhixia opened her palm, and an unprecedented feeling welled up in her heart. She felt her hands become incredibly dexterous. Even with her eyes closed, she could clearly see the trails of dust particles in the air and feel the finest grain of wood. These hands would no longer be merely fermenting, but divine hands capable of creating miracles. The talents of the remaining 22 girls also improved by a significant level. Among them, 2 girls who were originally E-level combat talents were fortunate enough to break through the bottleneck and both advanced to D-level talents. Member Tang Rou's talent has been successfully upgraded from E-level, extra distance perception to D-level, eagle eye vision. Member Li Shua's talent, originally at the E-level, strength enhancement, stage, has successfully been upgraded to the D-level, berserk power, stage. The team's high-end combat capabilities were instantly and greatly replenished. The moment the last contract was signed, Chu Yang's total number of wives officially reached 25. Lin Qingshuang plus Su Meyer plus Lu Zhixia, etc., 23 people. At that very moment, a majestic and ancient voice, which only Chu Yang could hear, resounded deep within his soul. With 20 wives, the third effect of the SSS level talent, spreading branches and leaves, is officially unlocked. Effect 3, Talent Replication. Talent Replication. The host can choose any 3 wives from all their active talents and perfectly replicate them for their own use. This selection can be changed at any time, with a 24-hour cooldown. It's here! Chu Yang's eyes lit up immediately. This is his true trump card, his SSS level talent. Without hesitation, he opened the talent panel, his gaze quickly sweeping over the portraits of his 25 wives. The selection is made in an instant. I choose to replicate Lin Qingshuang's innate frost sword stance, Li Shua's innate berserk power, and Tang Rou's innate eagle vision. Confirm your selection, and the talent replication process will begin. 3 mysterious streams of light, each representing the colors of ice blue, crimson, and sharp gold, instantly flew out from the portraits of the 3 women and merged into Chu Yang's body. Boom! Chu Yang's brain felt as if a nuclear bomb had been dropped on it. A vast amount of understanding about swordsmanship, combat techniques, and the secrets to generating power flooded into the depths of his memory like a burst dam, perfectly blending with his own fighting experience. In an instant, he seemed to have experienced Lin Qingshuang's arduous training day after day for the past 10 years, and his understanding of the sword reached a whole new level. At the same time, a pure and violent power erupted from within his body, every muscle cell cheering and filled with the urge to tear everything apart. His eyes felt a refreshing coolness, and the whole world became clearer than ever before in his vision. He could even see the veins on a leaf 100 meters away, and could detect every high-speed vibration of the wings of flying insects in the air. Combat talent, strength talent, perception talent. 3 powerful abilities are perfectly integrated into one person. On Chu Yang's personal panel, the data refreshed rapidly, and finally, a brand new attribute appeared. Overall combat strength rating, 12 points, 1 point for a standard adult male. Looking at the number, Chu Yang slowly clenched his fist. An unprecedented, powerful feeling, capable of controlling everything, spread throughout my body. He looked up, his gaze returning to the dense cluster of red dots on the map. This time, most of the seriousness in his eyes had dissipated. just then. Another mechanical sound exploded in Chu Yang and his wife's minds. Congratulations to Chu Yang, the talent for having many children, for signing 24 marriage contracts. The first effect talent advancement grants evolution, allowing for a second talent advancement. Chapter 19, The Wives' Loyalty Ranking. Chapter 19, The Loyalty Ranking of Wives. Congratulations to Chu Yang, the owner of the SSS level talent. Branching offspring. For having formed contracts with over 20 wives. The first effect of the talent has been evolved into a talent sublimation. The grand and authoritative announcement resonated in the minds of everyone in Class A10086. My God! Squad leader Chu Yang's talent has evolved again? This is the second time already, right? Just how terrifying is the potential of an SSS level talent? This is too powerful. It's outrageous. I've only just gotten used to the benefits of my first talent advancement, and now this is happening again. Hee, luckily I managed to cling to my husband's leg in time and became his wife. Envy, jealousy, and unspeakable resentment erupted simultaneously in every corner. Talent effect evolution, ultimate sublimation. All wives who have entered into a contract will be given a second chance for sublimation. Secondary sublimation. This allows for a second potential exploration and quality leap in already sublimated talents, resulting in a qualitative change in the sublimation effect. A qualitative change. The school beauties' eyes lit up when they heard that it could be elevated to a higher level. A second sublimation. Our talent can evolve once more. My God! If an E-rank talent level is uprated again, what will it become? D rank or C rank? What about senior sister Lin Qingxuang's C-level talent? Doesn't that mean it'll become B-level or even higher? For a time, a burning anticipation ignited in the hearts of many school beauties. Through the class chat channel, they already knew how rare talents of D grade and above were. In many ordinary classes, a person with a D-level talent is enough to become the pillar of the entire class and someone that everyone looks up to. Now, having followed Chu Yang, they have not only completed a transformation, but are about to undergo a second qualitative change. This means that many of them will easily cross that insurmountable barrier and become figures they could only look up to in the past. This means that their own value will undergo a dramatic change. Thinking of this, many people blush slightly, their beautiful eyes sparkling with barely suppressed excitement and passion. Even the usually aloof Lin Qingxuang couldn't help but breathe more rapidly upon hearing the news. A C-level talent already puts her far ahead of many others. If it were a B-level talent, or even a higher-level talent, Lin Qingxuang's beautiful eyes were filled with anticipation. However, the pinnacle of joy is often accompanied by the coldest reality. The voice of the rules didn't give them much time to fantasize, announcing the sole condition behind this incredible opportunity in a completely emotionless tone. Secondary ascension activation conditions. The talent owner, Chu Yang, must have a deep conversation with his contracted wife to resonate with the source of his talent in order to complete the ascension ritual. In-depth communication? This phrase struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving everyone stunned and speechless. The camp fell into a deathly silence. Even the wind seemed to have stopped. The girls, who had just been cheering and jumping for joy, froze on their faces. They looked at each other, their cheeks turning bright red at a visible speed. Many of them vaguely guessed what the so-called deep conversation meant, and many of them turned bright red in an instant, like boiled shrimp. The atmosphere became incredibly awkward and delicate at that moment. In-depth communication? A girl repeated it unconsciously, her voice so soft it was like a mosquito's hum. But in the extreme silence, it reached everyone's ears clearly. Uncontrollably, indescribable images surfaced in everyone's minds. How can in-depth communication be conducted? Is it like in some romance novels, where a great harmony of life is achieved through some kind of primal and intimate physical contact, thereby triggering a resonance with one's innate nature? Thinking about this, many girls felt their bodies heat up, as if their heads were about to catch fire. Especially the 23 new wives, including Lu Zhixia, who had just joined, were not very loyal to begin with, and their loyalty was more out of consideration for survival. Now I'm suddenly being told that if I want to become stronger, I have to do that kind of thing with this man I've only known for a little over a day. This instantly stirred up a storm in their hearts, a mixture of shame, resistance, and an indescribable panic. Chu Yang stood in the center of the crowd, outwardly calm but inwardly overjoyed. "Wow!" I exclaimed. "Wow! This SSS-level talent is so impressive. In-depth communication? It's one thing for the government to force us into marriage, but to arrange our wedding night? These rules are simply brilliant. They save me so much trouble." His lips involuntarily curled upwards. If it weren't for the presence of all the school beauties, the curve of his lips would definitely be more pronounced than the Nike logo. He knew very well that now was not the time to be complacent. This condition for deep communication is a double-edged sword. When used well, it can be a powerful tool for consolidating rule and enhancing team strength. When used poorly, it can immediately shake the foundation of his newly established rule if it arouses large-scale resistance. Force? No, what you get by force is only temporary submission and resentment. What he wanted was heartfelt submission, absolute loyalty, and perfect order. He wanted to use this opportunity to re-elevate his charm so that all the school beauties would voluntarily and sincerely move closer to him and contribute their value to him. With this in mind, Chu Yang's plan had taken shape. He cleared his throat, breaking the suffocating silence. His expression was serious, and his voice was steady and powerful. "The opportunity for a second leap forward is our class's strongest trump card in dealing with future crises. However," Chu Yang changed the subject, "this opportunity for a second transformation is not equal for everyone. It must, and can only, be awarded to those who have made outstanding contributions to the class and who are absolutely loyal to me personally. Next, I will show you the loyalty ranking." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Yang activated the secondary function of his talent. He ranked his wife's affection for him, and then told everyone that it was a loyalty ranking. Buzz. A huge, 3-meter-high, semi-transparent light screen appeared out of thin air in the center of the camp. On the light screen, a line of large characters composed of golden runes slowly appeared. Chu Yang's wife's loyalty ranking. The moment all the girls saw those words, their delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly. Loyalty rankings? This thing can be quantified and publicly punished? Before they could react, the data on the list began to refresh rapidly. The first name, accompanied by a dazzling red light, appeared at the very top of the list. First place, Lin Qingxuang. Loyalty, 86. When Lin Qingxuang saw her name and that number, her tense heartstrings quietly relaxed. But the next second, her gaze sharpened like a sword, locking onto the second name that appeared. A flash of light appeared, and a second name emerged. Second place, Lu Zhixia. Loyalty, 78. Lu Zhixia was completely stunned. Looking at that number, which was second only to Lin Qingxuang, a surge of joy welled up in her heart. You made the right bet. She really made the right bet. With a gamble, she not only secured the right to live for herself and the 22 sisters behind her, but also rose to become the second most powerful figure in this newly formed power structure, second only to the original wife, Lin Qingxuang. This immense sense of accomplishment and satisfaction from being recognized fundamentally changed her perception of Chu Yang. He is no longer just a strong man you can rely on, but a monarch, who recognizes your value and gives you a stage. A feeling of heartfelt admiration and joy welled up uncontrollably in my heart. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the number following Lu Zhixia's name on the light screen flickered slightly. Loyalty, 79. +1. This tiny change, however, was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirring up huge waves. It moved! The numbers moved! Oh my God! This ranking is real-time. It can directly reflect our inner thoughts. There's no way to fake that. Everyone was so shocked by this scene that they were speechless. If they had previously harbored a sliver of hope regarding the word loyalty, now all their illusions have been shattered. In the face of this list, Any pretense is meaningless. Your loyalty and your value are quantified nakedly and presented to everyone for the most brutal scrutiny. The list continues to be updated. Third place, Sue Meyer. Loyalty, 65. Sue Meyer, who was huddled at the back of the crowd, breathed a long sigh of relief when she saw her ranking. She was somewhat relieved that, despite her timidity last night, she hadn't done anything disobedient, and had managed to retain a relatively good position. When the fourth name appeared, everyone's hearts sank. Fourth place, Tang Ro. Loyalty, 28. Fifth place, Li Shui. Loyalty, 25. The list scrolled rapidly, revealing the loyalty scores of all 23 newly added wives. Without exception, all of them had a loyalty score below 30, with most having a pitiful score of only a dozen or so. This is a huge gap compared to the top three. The huge numerical gap made these girls, who had just been complacent about their improved talent, feel an unprecedented sense of crisis and panic. They looked at the three people at the top of the list, their eyes revealing an anxiety of being left far behind. It turns out that, despite being wives, their statuses were worlds apart. Chapter 20, Lin Qingshuang's Jealousy. Chapter 20. Lin Qingshuang's Jealousy shocked the school beauties with the impact of the loyalty ranking. It laid bare the most sensitive things about Chu Yang's wife, such as her rank, status, and how close or distant they were to him. This is almost a self-evident rule. Everyone's status and the resources they can obtain will be closely related to this list in the future. Loyalty to Chu Yang will determine the value of each person. Having figured this out, the women were filled with a storm of emotions. They were both terrified by these clear rules and deeply impressed by Chu Yang's abilities. This SSS-level talent is terrifying, someone murmured. It can actually turn something as intangible as human nature into numerical values and present them directly to everyone. What makes them feel even more powerless is that they simply cannot refute it. Because those cold numbers truly reflected their innermost thoughts, many of them became Chu Yang's wives simply out of desperation under the pressure of survival in the apocalypse. Now, the appearance of the list is like an invisible whip, lashing hard at the hearts of every school beauty. It forces everyone to confront their own hearts, and do everything they can to increase their loyalty to Chu Yang, as this is the only proof that determines their future quality of life. Chu Yang was quite satisfied with the scene before him, a mixture of commotion and silence. A team without competition is just a stagnant pool. This list serves as a whip to motivate every campus beauty to do everything possible to increase their popularity. Looking at his somewhat uneasy wives, Chu Yang slowly spoke. The list represents the past. And your future is in your own hands. Today's top priority is to gather resources, fortify the camp, and prepare for the next crisis. Everyone must be involved. Remember, everything you do and say during the mission, your contributions and efforts will be recorded by my talent and directly reflected in your loyalty. These words rekindled a glimmer of hope in the eyes of the girls who were ranked lower. So loyalty can actually be brushed. Chu Yang didn't give them much time to think. He walked to the huge map of the wilderness and began to issue today's combat orders. Now, everyone will be divided into two teams. The first team, the collection team, will be led by me personally. He pointed to a circle on the map, marking an area on the west side of the camp with a green plant symbol. Our mission is to explore this area and collect various plant fibers and herbs needed to make clothing, ropes, and medicines. This is a delicate task that requires a high degree of identification and processing skills. After he finished speaking, his gaze fell on Lu Jixia in the crowd. Lu Jixia, your D-level talent, 1,000 threads of ingenuity, is crucial for identifying and processing materials. You will join my gathering team. When Lu Jixia was called out in public, her heart skipped a beat, and a surge of joy welled up inside her. She quickly stepped out of the crowd and stood behind Chu Yang, straightening her back as she accepted the envious and jealous glances from all directions. Chu Yang then selected a few more girls whose talents leaned towards support and perception, forming a 10-person gathering team. Then, his gaze turned to Lin Qingshuang. Second team, collection team 2. Lin Qingshuang, you will be the team leader. He pointed to the eastern side of the map, to a mountainous area marked with gray mineral symbols. The location there is less than 2 kilometers away as the crow flies from the red dot area where the large wild boar herd was previously discovered. Your mission is to go to the eastern mining area and collect the iron and copper ore we urgently need. It is more dangerous there, and you may encounter savage beasts at any time. It must be handled by our strongest combat personnel. These words caused an uproar among the crowd. Mining ores is not only arduous but also dangerous. It's a completely different level of difficulty compared to following Chu Yang to collect plants. Chu Yang ignored everyone's reactions and continued calling out names. Tang Rou, Li Shui, and all members with combat-type talents will be assigned to the second gathering team. The commands are concise and clear. Soon, the team was divided. One team was led by Chu Yang personally, with Lu Jixia as the core of the technical team, and was responsible for the collection of logistical supplies. The other team, led by Lin Qingshuang, comprised all of the team's top-tier combat capabilities and was responsible for tackling challenging and high-risk missions. The functions, personnel composition, and even the risk levels of the tasks of the two teams are clearly distinct. During the preparation time before setting off, Chu Yang called Lu Jixia to the map. The two huddled close together and discussed in hushed tones the gathering route and the types of plants they might encounter. In the sunlight, Chu Yang would occasionally point to a spot on the map and patiently explain it to Lu Jixia, who would listen attentively, nodding from time to time. The curve of her profile looked particularly intellectual and charming in the morning light. This scene, however, seemed particularly jarring to Lin Qingshuang, who was not far away. She stood at the front of her group, the blood-soaked iron sword in her hand pointing diagonally at the ground, emanating a faint chill. Looking at Chu Yang and Lu Jixia, who were almost touching, and at the undisguised joy and focus on Lu Jixia's face, she felt a strange and inexplicable irritation rising in her heart. The feeling was like having your most cherished possession held in someone else's hands, being handled and played with care. Just then, on that huge loyalty ranking list, the number next to Lu Jixia's name, which had just changed to 79, flashed again. Loyalty, 80. See here. Lin Qingshuang had delicate, arched eyebrows. Lu Jixia, how long has she been Chu Yang's wife? An unprecedented sense of threat swept over Lin Qingshuang. She felt that her, number one, position was being challenged like never before. At this moment, Chu Yang's attention became an extremely scarce resource. Every time Lu Jixia had close contact with Chu Yang and gained his approval, she was constantly seizing this resource and invisibly weakening Lin Qingshuang's special status as the original wife. No! This absolutely cannot continue. A strong competitive desire suddenly rose from the bottom of Lin Qingshuang's heart. She no longer dwelled on that inexplicable irritability. Instead, she felt a cold and unwavering determination. She wants to prove herself. She wanted to use her impeccable record and the mountain of rare minerals to prove to Chu Yang and everyone else that her value as Lin Qingshuang was incomparable to anyone or any sweet talk. She is the sharpest sword in this team, and the most indispensable guardian by Chu Yang's side. This mix of a sense of responsibility, a competitive spirit, and an unwavering determination to be absolutely loyal to Chu Yang was immediately captured by Chu Yang's all-knowing talent. On the loyalty rankings, the name that had been hanging at the top of the list flashed once again. First place, Lin Qingshuang. Loyalty, 87. Chu Yang caught a glimpse of the changes in the numbers on the list out of the corner of his eye, and understood immediately. His catfish effect worked. Lu Jixia alone successfully ignited Lin Qingshuang's fighting spirit. He could already foresee the astonishing vitality that would erupt within this harem, within this class, when more Lu Zixias appeared. Just then, another voice exploded in Chu Yang and his wife's minds. Congratulations to Chu Yang on successfully entering into a marriage contract. The second effect of spreading branches and leaves is activated. Betrothal gifts are now being distributed. Chapter 21 The generous dowry brought by Chu Yang's wives. Chapter 21 The generous dowry brought by Chu Yang's wives. Just as Chu Yang finished announcing the division of labor among the teams and the two squads were about to set off, the grand and majestic announcement resounded in everyone's minds again without warning. Congratulations to Chu Yang, the owner of the SSS level talent, branching offspring, for successfully establishing a wife contract. The second talent effect, couple's gift, has been activated. Betrothal gifts are now being distributed. Above the camp, the clouds were torn apart by an invisible force, and dozens of soft yet dazzling golden beams of light pierced through the clouds, descending slowly like a miracle. The light was not dazzling. Instead, it carried a warm and sacred aura, enveloping the entire camp in a glorious glow. The beam of light landed precisely on the open ground in the center of the camp, remaining concentrated and not dissipating, as if it were constructing something. Everyone was stunned by the magnificent sight, unconsciously holding their breath, their beautiful eyes filled with anticipation. The light lasted for more than 10 seconds before slowly fading away. As the last ray of golden light dissipated, a small mountain made of various materials appeared out of thin air on the spot. "Oh my God! Wow, so many supplies! We've received them!" Upon seeing the large pile of supplies, the school beauties exclaimed in surprise one after another. Chu Yang's gaze was sharp. He immediately bypassed the sacks and wooden crates and locked his eyes on the most conspicuous spot in the pile of supplies, where a finely crafted machine with a silver-gray metallic sheen sat quietly. That was a sewing machine. But it was unlike any sewing machine Chu Yang knew. Its body has smooth lines and is full of industrial beauty. The base is engraved with complex and precise gold patterns, and the needles that gleam with a cold light are neatly arranged, like soldiers ready to go. Precision textile machines. Quality blue. Effect 1. Skill enhancement. When the owner of the talent, 1000-thread skill, uses this machine, the efficiency of making clothing, ropes, and protective gear increases by 200%, and there is a 20% chance to improve the quality of the product by 1 level. I see. The bride price is based on the wife's talents and characteristics. Chu Yang understood immediately. This precision weaving machine was practically a divine tool tailor-made for Lu Jixia's D-level talent, 1000 threads mastery. Besides the sewing machine, there was also a whole set of brand new craft tools in the pile of supplies. The mine features a pickaxe made entirely of high-quality steel, a logging axe with a gleaming surface, a heavy and sturdy iron hammer, and more than 10 sharp shovels and pickaxes. The quality of these tools is significantly better than those initially given away by the system. Their appearance indicates that the camp's infrastructure development is about to enter a completely new phase. Next to the tools were a dozen or so bulging burlap sacks. Lu Jixia quickly stepped forward, untied one of the bags, and a fragrant aroma of earth instantly filled the air. The bag was full of plump seeds that had already sprouted tender buds. "It's potatoes! And seeds of crops like corn and peppers!" a girl who had studied agronomy exclaimed in surprise. Next to the seeds there were 5 or 6 bags of packages with skull and crossbones logos. High-efficiency fertilizer. Quality, white. Effects. It can significantly shorten the crop growth cycle and increase yield. Warning: this product is highly toxic to humans. Do not contact or ingest it directly. With crop seeds and fertilizer, they would have the opportunity to escape the hunter-gatherer lifestyle of not knowing where their next meal would come from and to establish a truly stable rear base. For these girls who had endured more than a day of hunger and fear, the sense of security provided by these bags of seeds was even greater than that of sharp weapons. Several girls looked at the seeds and their eyes instantly welled up with tears. The girls excitedly discussed the supplies that had fallen from the sky, their chatter sounding as if they were about to lift the roof off the camp. Their gazes toward Chu Yang gradually held a mixture of dependence and awe. SSS-level talent, that's just too powerful. Powerful enough to overturn the rules of this world. With a man like this, the future is full of endless possibilities. At this moment, the loyalty, favorability, of many people began to rise, and soon 3 or 5 people had their favorability score exceed 30 points. Just as everyone was immersed in joy, Chu Yang's attention was drawn to 4 inconspicuous crystal bottles in the corner of the supplies pile. They were only the size of a palm, lying quietly on a velvet cushion. The bottles were crystal clear, containing half a bottle of viscous red liquid like lava and a clear green liquid like jade, which shimmered faintly in the sunlight. He stepped forward, took the 4 crystal bottles in his hands, and felt a warm, smooth touch on the bottles. Chu Yang focused his mind. Basic strength potion. Quality green. Effect: permanently increases strength attribute by 1 point after consumption. Restriction: each person may only take the same type of medicine once. Repeated use will be ineffective. Basic agility potion. Quality green. Effect: permanently increases agility by 1 point after consumption. Restriction: each person may only take the same type of medicine once. Repeated use will be ineffective. Permanently increase attribute by 1 point. Chu Yang nodded slightly. He understood better than anyone what a difference of 1 point in basic attributes meant in this data-driven, primitive world. Before level 2, 1 point of strength is the difference between an ordinary person and an elite. When facing savage beasts, 1 more point of agility can be the difference between life and death. These 4 bottles of potions were extremely valuable in the early days of the primitive world. All eyes were fixed on the 4 bottles of medicine in Chu Yang's hand. In their eyes, the viscous red liquid and the clear green liquid seemed to have transformed into the Holy Grail, the path to becoming a powerful being. Envy, jealousy, and longing intertwined and collided in the air, instantly making the atmosphere subtle and tense. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Chu Yang did not hesitate at all. He unscrewed the cap of a bottle of basic strength potion, tilted his head back, and drank it all in 1 gulp. A spicy, warm current instantly slid from his throat into his stomach, then exploded with a roar, transforming into countless tiny electric currents that surged through his limbs and bones. He could clearly feel every muscle fiber greedily absorbing this energy, becoming stronger and more explosive. Immediately afterwards, he drank the bottle of basic agility potion. This time, the feeling was completely different. A cool current rushed into my body, instantly spreading throughout my entire body via my nervous system. His mind became clearer than ever before, and his body seemed to break free from some kind of restraint, becoming light and coordinated. He opened his personal panel. Strength, 3.5 points. Agility, 2.6 points. A real and tangible improvement. After doing all this, Chu Yang's gaze swept across the entire room, finally landing on the 2 remaining bottles of potion in his hand. 1 bottle of strength, 1 bottle of agility. To whom will they belong? This question weighed on the hearts of every girl like a boulder. They breathed cautiously, afraid of missing any detail. In the crowd, Lu Jixia's heart started pounding uncontrollably. She has just accomplished a great feat, uniting 23 sisters and ranking 2nd in loyalty. Logically speaking, she is one of the most deserving people to receive this award. However, Chu Yang, holding the last 2 bottles of potion, ignored everyone's expectant gazes and walked straight towards Lin Qingxuang, who was standing at the forefront of the 2nd collection team. As Lin Qingxuang watched Chu Yang approach her step by step, and the potion in his hand that represented strength, glory, and recognition, her heart began to pound uncontrollably, a stark contrast to her usual aloof and icy demeanor. An indescribable warmth welled up from the deepest part of her heart, instantly dispelling all the restlessness and unease she had felt because of Lu Jixia. It turns out that he still values me the most. It turns out that no matter how many people join, my position as number 1 remains unshakable. Chu Yang walked up to her and handed her the 2 bottles of medicine. He said nothing, but his deep eyes were filled with trust and reliance. This unspoken affirmation spoke louder than 1,000 words. Lin Qingxuang reached out her slightly trembling hand and took the medicine. She looked up at Chu Yang's eyes, her clear eyes shimmering with tears. Without the slightest hesitation, she drank both bottles of medicine in 1 gulp in front of everyone. At that very moment, everyone saw Lin Qingxuang's name, which was at the top of the loyalty list, flash briefly. The number following Lin Qingxuang's name jumped up and down clearly. Loyalty, 87 Loyalty, 88. This subtle change made all the school beauties seem thoughtful. It seems that receiving rewards from squad leader Chu Yang will increase loyalty. After figuring this out, many people began to get restless, each thinking about how to demonstrate their value to Chu Yang and gain rewards. Chapter 22 Lujixia, the virtuous helper and school beauty. Chapter 22 The huge impact of the distribution of the potion by Lujixia, the school beauty and virtuous wife, was like a boulder thrown into a lake, stirring up a tidal wave in the hearts of all the girls. Most people are still stuck in their places, digesting this cruel and realistic rule, and thinking about how to show loyalty, so that they can win Chu Yang's favor like Lin Xingxuang. Lujixia, on the other hand, had quickly calmed down from her initial surprise and slight disappointment. She knew that in terms of combat skills and seniority, she could never compare to Lin Xingxuang. It's foolish to insist on fighting for it. She had to find another way, to demonstrate her irreplaceable value in another field. The opportunity is right in front of us. Sisters, don't just stand there! Lujixia stepped forward and clapped her hands, the clear sound attracting everyone's attention. With a convincing smile on her intelligent and pretty face, she spoke clearly and logically, instantly calming the somewhat chaotic situation. The bride price is a gift from our husbands to all of us. We can't just leave it piled up haphazardly. I suggest that we immediately classify, inventory, and register all the supplies so that we can use them most efficiently. Under Lujixia's guidance, the somewhat bewildered girls immediately found their anchor. Sisters who have studied accounting and statistics, come and help me count the tools and seeds. The stronger ones, you'll be responsible for moving these sacks and boxes to the side of the cabin and stacking them neatly. Everyone else, help clean up the debris on the ground and keep the camp tidy. The camp, which was originally somewhat chaotic, immediately became orderly after Lujixia's few words of arrangement. The girls were divided into several groups, with some responsible for counting, some for carrying, and some for recording. The scene was bustling and full of vitality. Chu Yang stood aside, silently observing everything, a hint of approval in his eyes. He deliberately refrained from interfering, wanting to see just how far this woman, whose competitive spirit he had just stirred, was capable of. The result far exceeded Chu Yang's expectations. Lujixia demonstrated not only simple organizational skills, but also a natural leadership quality that could convince people to trust her and follow her instructions. A dozen minutes later, all the supplies were accounted for. Lujixia, holding a list written on tree bark with charcoal, strode up to Chu Yang. Under the sunlight, a fine bead of sweat clung to her forehead, but her intelligent and beautiful eyes shone with an unprecedented brilliance. She didn't stop at just reporting. After handing the list to Chu Yang, she took a deep breath and, in a tone that was both respectful and confident, presented her plan. Chu Yang, the supplies have been inventoried. Based on each sister's individual talents, I have prepared a work arrangement suggestion for the camp. Please take a look. Before Chu Yang could respond, she pointed to a girl in the crowd who looked somewhat introverted and had fair skin. Wang Ye, her talent is E-level plant growth accelerator. Although the level isn't high, it's crucial for us right now. I suggest that she immediately lead a few sisters, carrying seeds and fertilizer, to that sunny flat area south of the camp to reclaim wasteland and establish our first food base. We must achieve food self-sufficiency as soon as possible. Then, her finger moved to another short-haired girl who was fiddling with some herbs. Zhang Qi, her talent is E-level pharmacology. Now that we have new tools, as well as animal hides and grease from wild boars, I suggest she try to make some basic hemostatic ointment or antidote powder, just in case. Finally, her gaze fell on a tall, capable-looking female student majoring in physical education. Li Qian, after her talent was enhanced yesterday, it became a D-level structural reinforcement. This is the core of our camp's defense. I suggest that she be formally appointed as the person in charge of the camp's defense construction. After Senior Qin Shuang's team brings back the ore, she can plan how to use the ore and wood to reinforce the Miao Miao house and begin constructing the first line of defenses around the camp. This series of arrangements was logically clear and had a well-defined division of labor, placing almost every girl with a special talent in the camp in the most suitable position. She was no longer just considering immediate survival, but the long-term development of the entire camp. This plan demonstrates her exceptional talent as a wise and capable wife. Chu Yang took the piece of bark covered with writing, a flash of amazement crossing his eyes. He knew Lu Jixia was ambitious and capable, but he didn't expect her talents to be so comprehensive. She was like a top-notch HR and project manager, building the most basic and important production department framework for his fledgling company in just over 10 minutes. Very good. Chu Yang put away the plan, turned around, and announced it in front of everyone. Lu Jixia's plan is excellent, much more comprehensive than mine. From now on, all production, construction, and logistical affairs within the camp shall be carried out in accordance with Lu Jixia's plan. These words were tantamount to a formal letter of appointment. Upon receiving such high public praise and appointment from Chu Yang, Lu Jixia's cheeks instantly flushed with excitement. A tremendous sense of accomplishment, and the joy of being recognized, like the finest wine, made her feel slightly tipsy. She knew she had done the right thing. At that very moment, Lu Jixia's name shone brightly once again on the loyalty list. The number following her name jumped twice in a row, under everyone's gaze. Loyalty, 80 loyalty, 82. The women seemed lost in thought once again. They gradually understood. There are many ways to increase Chu Yang's loyalty within this team. You can be like Lin Qingshuang, becoming the sharpest sword in Chu Yang's hand, earning his trust and rewards with your outstanding military achievements. She could also be like Lu Jixia, becoming his most reliable shield, using her irreplaceable management skills to take care of everything behind the scenes for him, becoming his indispensable and virtuous assistant. The competitive arena was clearly defined at this moment. Lin Qingshuang stood in front of her team, looking at Lu Jixia, who was full of vigor and had been entrusted with an important task by Chu Yang, and her eyes became extremely complicated. She felt unprecedented pressure. Lu Jixia proved her worth. Therefore, I must also make greater achievements in my own field, fighting, exploring, and acquiring the most valuable strategic resources. Lin Qingshuang wanted Chu Yang, and everyone else, to know who was the most indispensable person in his life. A healthy internal competition mechanism has been established under Chu Yang's deliberate guidance. One is in charge of external affairs, and the other is in charge of internal affairs. One was responsible for external conquest and expansion, while the other was responsible for internal management and production. His class finally had a solid basic framework. Chu Yang smiled with satisfaction as he looked at the scene before him, where everyone was doing their job and their eyes were burning with passion. What he wanted was a dynamic team where everyone was giving their all to climb the ladder. He turned around, facing the two collection teams that were already fully prepared, his gaze sweeping over the two stunningly beautiful faces of Lu Jixia and Lin Qingshuang, before finally giving the order in a deep voice. Internal affairs have been arranged. Collection teams 1 and 2, objective unchanged. Let's split into 2 groups and set off. At a command, 2 teams, 50 people in total, marched in a grand procession towards the east and west of the camp in the morning light. Chapter 23 Lu Jixia and Chu Yang's Forbidden Past. Chapter 23 Lu Jixia and Chu Yang's Forbidden Past gathering team, led by Chu Yang, headed west into the depths of the dense forest. Unlike the tense and menacing atmosphere of Lin Qingshuang's team, the atmosphere here was much more relaxed. The 10 team members followed closely behind Chu Yang. Whenever a red dot representing a savage beast appeared on the map of the wilderness, Chu Yang would change the route in advance and lead them to detour through it via a safe path. This sense of absolute security allowed the girls to relax their tense nerves, which had been taut all morning. As they looked at Chu Yang's back, their eyes held not only awe but also a greater sense of dependence. Half an hour later, the team arrived at their destination without any major incidents. This is a gentle slope in the shady part of the valley, where large swathes of waist-high plants grow wildly. Their stems are tough, their leaves are narrow and long, and their tips are adorned with small, pale blue flowers that sway gently in the breeze. It's flax. Lu Jixia walked up to a plant, rubbed its stem with her hand, and a hint of joy flashed in her eyes. These are excellent materials for making clothes and ropes. Start collecting data. At Chu Yang's command, the girls immediately dispersed and began working with the newly distributed sickles and machetes. Lu Jixia held a small pair of scissors and carefully selected the flax plants that were the oldest and had the longest fibers. Her D-level talent, thousand threads mastery, gave her an intuition far beyond that of ordinary people when handling these materials. Chu Yang didn't make a move. His main responsibility was the safety of everyone, and he needed to observe the movements of the savage beasts through the mini-map. He leaned against a tree, his gaze falling on the figure who was working diligently. Lu Jixia. This woman brought him so many surprises. From her initial forbearance by the campfire, to her decisiveness in stepping forward during a crisis, to her skill in uniting 23 sisters to her side, and the outstanding management talent she has just demonstrated. Her loyalty rating soared from a few dozen points to 82 points in just half a day, second only to Lin Qingxuang. Chu Yang was curious about this. Lin Qingxuang's high loyalty is understandable. They were childhood sweethearts, formed a contract at the first opportunity, and went through life and death together. But what about Lu Jixia? How could someone be so loyal to themselves? This doesn't make sense. A thought flashed through Chu Yang's mind. With a thought, he quietly activated his SSS-level talent, allowing it to branch out. Besides talent replication and talent sublimation, this talent also has a deeply hidden auxiliary function that requires mental energy to activate. Emotional Journey Retrospective. Chu Yang silently recited in his heart. In an instant, everything went black before his eyes, and the surrounding noise and light quickly faded away. Countless bizarre fragments swirled in the darkness, eventually coalescing into clear images that slowly unfolded in his mind like a movie. The main character in the picture is Lu Jixia. Act 1, University Opening Ceremony. The stadium was bustling with noise, and the stuffy air was filled with the hormonal scent of youth. Lu Jixia, dressed in a well-fitting white shirt and black pencil skirt, was giving a somewhat dry speech on the podium as the newly appointed assistant counselor. Her gaze swept across the dark mass of people below the stage, and suddenly stopped in a corner. There was a boy sitting there. Unlike the others, he didn't look down at his phone or whisper to the people next to him. He just sat quietly with a faint smile on his lips. Sunlight streamed through the tall windows of the stadium, illuminating his already handsome profile and making it look like a sculpture. For a moment, Lu Jixia's heart skipped a beat. After the ceremony, she used the excuse of needing to work to find the boy. Chu Yang, right? I'm your tutor assistant, Lu Jixia. You seem quite composed, so you'll be the class's English representative. She used the most formulaic tone to create her first, and only reason to have normal contact with him. The scene changes. The second scene is a late night with torrential rain. Only the two of them remained in the office, having worked through 2 consecutive nights working on a design for an innovative project. Outside the window, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and raindrops pounded wildly against the glass, as if trying to swallow the whole world. Lu Jixia's lips were a little white from the cold, and she kept rubbing her arms. Chu Yang noticed, but he didn't say anything. He got up, boiled water with the water dispenser, and silently made a cup of brown sugar ginger tea, placing it beside her. That warm feeling traveled from my palm all the way to my heart. When I finished work, it was already 2 a.m. The rain outside showed no signs of letting up. Chu Yang looked at her thin clothes, then at his only dry coat, took it off, and handed it to her. Let's go, Teacher Lu, I'll take you back to your dormitory. Downstairs at the dormitory, Chu Yang handed her the umbrella and then rushed into the rain. Lu Jixia stood under the eaves, tightly wrapped in the coat that still retained his body heat and faint soap scent, watching the figure disappear into the darkness, remaining motionless for a long time. The third act is more private. It was the same office, but this time Lu Jixia was alone. She lay on the table, her shoulders trembling slightly, and suppressed sobs escaped intermittently. A harshly worded criticism document lay on the table, implicating her as a teaching assistant because one of her students had made a mistake. The door was gently pushed open. Chu Yang walked in carrying a stack of documents, and when he saw this scene, he was stunned. He didn't press for answers, nor did he say any of that nonsense like, "Don't cry," or, "It will get better." He simply put the documents aside silently, then moved a chair over and sat down next to her. After a long silence, he suddenly spoke, telling a completely unfunny joke in an extremely clumsy tone. Lu Zhixia didn't laugh, but her crying gradually stopped. She could sense that the boy beside her didn't see her as the teacher Lu, who needed to be perfect at all times. He was simply, in his own clumsy yet incredibly sincere way, accompanying someone who was heartbroken. This understanding and respect that transcended the boundaries between teachers and students was like a key that completely unlocked the softest gate in Lu Zhixia's heart. However, the words, "teacher and student," acted like an invisible shackle, binding her tightly. She could only suppress this increasingly surging emotion, which was almost consuming her, deep within her heart. The more suppressed, the more profound. The more restrained one is, the more insane one becomes. Until this barbaric world descended, all rules and all identities were shattered. When Lu Zhixia saw Chu Yang again, and saw him holding power and becoming her only support, the emotions that had been suppressed for years erupted like a volcano. "See here." Chu Yang stood there, unable to come to his senses for a long time. He looked at the intellectual figure still working diligently not far away, his mind a jumble of thoughts. After a long while, he slowly sighed. "What kind of forbidden plot is this?" Chu Yang finally understood the source of that initially extremely high level of loyalty. It wasn't built in a day, but rather it was the result of countless tiny details and suppressed emotions fermenting and brewing over the past few years. The process of retracing emotional journeys continues. The scene shifts to the fourth act. As their contact became more frequent, Lu Zhixia found it increasingly difficult to hide her inner desires. She began to try, or rather, to lure Chu Yang into falling into the forbidden abyss with her. So Lu Zhixia remained the same intellectual and capable assistant counselor, but her clothing style became much bolder without her even realizing it. Every time she was about to see Chu Yang, Lu Zhixia would unbutton one more button at the collar of her usually impeccably tailored shirt to reveal her delicate collarbone, and she would also change her knee-length pencil skirt to a more fitted style that accentuated her curves. One day, Lu Zhixia made up her mind in secret, and she called Chu Yang to her office again to help organize the data. For this reason, Lu Zhixia specially bought the Desire perfume. The scent was like a ripe peach with a faint hint of musk, which could instantly arouse the most primal desires in people's hearts. "See here." Chu Yang suddenly recalled the scene from that time. That day, Chu Yang arrived at the office. Lu Zhixia was standing in front of the filing cabinet with her back to him. Chu Yang noticed that Lu Zhixia was wearing a beige silk shirt with a black high-waisted pencil skirt today. As she bent slightly to look for the documents, the contrast between her rounded, pert hips and slender waist was striking. Beneath her skirt, her long, straight legs were encased in sheer black stockings that extended into her exquisite high heels, exuding a fatal allure unique to mature women. She turned around, a formulaic smile on her face. "Chu Yang, you're here. Could you please get the file from the top shelf for me?" However, those eyes, which were usually clear and calm, seemed to be covered with a layer of mist at this moment, and with each glance, they exuded a charming and alluring beauty. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat for a moment. There were only the two of them in the office, and the air was filled with that alluring perfume scent. He approached her, close enough to smell the fragrance in her hair and feel the warm breath emanating from her body. As he reached for the documents, his arm almost brushed past her cheek. At that moment, Chu Yang's mind went blank, and almost instinctively he wanted to pull her into his arms. But just as he was about to take action, reason poured over him like a bucket of cold water. Chu Yang suddenly snapped out of his daze, quickly took the document, stepped back to create a safe distance, and asked in a calm tone, "Teacher Lu, is this the one?" The light in Lu Zhixia's eyes dimmed at a visible speed, and the fleeting disappointment and bitterness pierced Chu Yang's heart like a needle. She forced a smile and nodded. Yes, thank you. After finishing everything, Chu Yang quickly left Lu Jixia's office under some pretext. At this time, Chu Yang saw the following scenes when he looked back on his emotional journey. As soon as Chu Yang left, Lu Jixia leaned against the filing cabinet as if all her strength had been drained, and then slowly sat down on the floor. The hint of tension and anticipation hidden deep in her eyes vanished instantly, replaced by a profound sense of loneliness and disappointment. This is what happened. This led Lu Jixia to believe that Chu Yang would never, and dared not, take that forbidden step. So she buried that forbidden feeling deep in her heart. In an instant, all the images receded like the tide, and Chu Yang's consciousness abruptly returned to reality. He leaned against the tree trunk, his breathing slightly rapid. The sounds of girls gathering flax and the gentle breeze blowing through the woods still filled the air, but his heart was in turmoil. So all those feelings weren't just my imagination. Lu Jixia was really serious. Chu Yang couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He had always thought it was just his teenage hormones making him overthink things, but he never expected. He turned his gaze once again to the busy figure not far away. Lu Jixia was kneeling in front of a flax plant, carefully processing the stems with scissors. Perhaps because of her work, fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, and a few strands of hair clung to her smooth cheeks. Her teacher's uniform did nothing to conceal her breathtakingly beautiful figure. Beneath the slightly tight clothing, the full contours of her breasts were faintly visible, and her kneeling posture accentuated the curves of her pert buttocks. Every move she made exuded an innate elegance, and even when doing the most basic data collection work, she revealed a mature and intellectual charm. Looking at her focused profile and recalling everything he had just seen in the flashback, Chu Yang felt a surge of emotion, a mix of regret for his past slowness and deep gratitude for her affection. Thank goodness I came to the wild world, and thank goodness I have the talent of having offspring. He sighed inwardly. Now that I know Lu Jixia's feelings, rest assured this time, I will never let her down again. As the wise saying goes, don't let down a good girl, and don't waste a bad girl. This thought came to mind. Chu Yang looked at Lu Jixia again, his eyes subtly changing. It was no longer just a simple appreciation for a capable subordinate, but rather a hint of understanding, a touch of amusement, and a gentleness that even he himself was unaware of. A strong, possessive desire, stemming from male instinct, reached its peak at this moment. The feeling lingered for a long time before slowly fading away. Immediately, Chu Yang looked around at his wives and suddenly felt a little curious. He suddenly wanted to know what his former school beauties, wives, were like before they met him. Without hesitation, Chu Yang activated his talent once again. This time, instead of conducting a deep retrospective analysis, he opted for a faster query function, emotional state scan. Target, Lin Qingxuang. Relationship history, none. Evaluation, a piece of exquisite Xian paper that has not yet been touched by any brushstrokes, effectively shutting out 99.9% of suitors due to its aloof nature and powerful family background. Target, Sue Meyer. Relationship history, none. Evaluation, a canvas that yearns to be depicted yet fears being defiled. Due to her outstanding appearance, all suitors appear to have impure motives in her eyes, thus creating a strong defensive mentality. Target, Tang Ro. Relationship history, none. Evaluation, a sketch paper full of dynamic lines showing someone who devotes all their time to training and has no interest in romance. Chu Yang quickly scanned all the remaining wives. The result was extremely satisfying for him. These women, who are admired by countless people in the outside world, all have emotional worlds that are like untouched, pure white paintings. Very good. Chu Yang closed the panel, and a smile unconsciously crept onto his lips. He cannot tolerate even the slightest flaw in something that already belongs to him. From the perspective of his emotional experiences, all his wives passed the test perfectly. In high spirits, Chu Yang also joined the collection work. He walked over to Lu Jixia and spoke as if it were unintentional. Teacher Lu, besides making clothes, what else can flax be used for? Lu Jixia froze at the long unheard address of Teacher Lu, her cheeks instantly flushing red as she answered somewhat flusteredly. It can also be twisted into rope, or made into fishing nets. A fishing net? Chu Yang smiled. That's a good idea. I'll let you try it later. The conversation was simple and sounded like normal work communication to others. But Lu Jixia's heart was pounding. She could sense that Chu Yang's attitude today seemed somewhat different from before. The eyes that were looking at her held less scrutiny and more of an indescribable meaning. Her name flashed briefly on the loyalty list. Loyalty, 82 loyalty, 83. Chapter 24 The surprise brought by my new wife, Sumuyu. Chapter 24 The surprise brought by the new wife Sumuyu. As evening fell, the setting sun dyed the sky a magnificent orange red. The two teams, laden with supplies, returned to the camp almost simultaneously from the east and west. The second collection team, led by Lin Qingxuang, was full of injuries and exhaustion, but their eyes were unusually bright. Behind them, several trailers hastily pieced together from planks were piled high with gleaming iron ore and heavy bluish-gray stones. Along the way, they encountered two small-scale attacks by savage beasts, but with Lin Qingxuang's formidable strength and the assistance of Tang Rou, Li Shui, and others, they managed to resolve both attacks without serious incident. On the other hand, Chu Yang's gathering team seemed much more relaxed. They brought back a large amount of flax, vines, and more than a dozen kinds of medicinal herbs, with equally abundant supplies. In the camp, the remaining 25 school beauties' eyes changed instantly when they saw the mountain of supplies brought back by the two teams. They spent the entire day in fear at the camp. There was no food, no hot water, and nothing to do except reinforce the temporary fence. Hunger, cold, fear of the unknown, and loneliness of being excluded from the inner circle gnawed at their hearts like venomous snakes. Now, looking at the ore that can build sturdy houses, at the linen that can be woven into warm clothes, and at the sisters, who are tired but full of energy as they return to the ranks, the string of pride and restraint in their hearts snapped completely. Thump! A previously arrogant art school beauty could no longer bear it. She walked quickly to Chu Yang. Squad leader Chu Yang! I was wrong! I'm willing to be your wife. Please don't abandon me. Her actions were like toppling the first domino. I'd do it too. Squad leader, I'll do anything as long as I can have a hot meal. We don't want to just wait to die like this anymore. Please give us a chance. 25 once arrogant school beauties have now set aside all their pride and come before Chu Yang, offering their final loyalty. This scene was extremely impactful. Lu Jixiao, Lin Qingxuang, and the others felt a mix of emotions as they looked at these classmates who had treated them coldly and even secretly criticized them yesterday, now humbly begging for an identity. Chu Yang looked at them calmly, neither agreeing nor refusing immediately. His silence sank the hearts of the 25 girls to the bottom, and their bodies trembled violently with fear. Chu Yang only spoke slowly when their psychological defenses were about to completely collapse. All right, I'll give you a chance. A simple sentence, like heavenly music. Without wasting any words, he stepped forward and began to conclude contracts with each of them one by one. Golden beams of light descended from the sky time and again, the radiance of their sublimated talents shining brightly throughout the camp. At this point, all 50 members of Class A10086 had become Chu Yang's wives. When the final contract was completed, the massive loyalty rankings were refreshed once again. The 25 newly added wives appeared at the bottom of the list. Their loyalty scores were abysmal. 26th place, Zhou Qian, loyalty, 26. 27th place, Wang Ye, loyalty, 23. 50th place, Lu Feifei, loyalty, 19. Just then, the sound of betrothal gifts being distributed rang out. Congratulations to Chu Yang on successfully entering into a marriage contract. The second effect of spreading branches and leaves is activated. Betrothal gifts are now being distributed. More than 20 beams of light fell. There were no mountain of resource boxes, nor any equipment gleaming with rare light. Accompanied by a faint light, 25 small, meager supply packages appeared out of thin air in front of each of them. Common wood X10, common stone X10, black bread X1, purified water X500 ml. That's all there is to bride price. This amount of stuff is even less than what a single member of the second gathering team brought back. That's all? The art school beauty who was the first to kneel down opened the package with a trembling voice, her eyes filled with disbelief. This was completely different from what they had imagined. They witnessed firsthand that Lu Zhixia, Lin Qingshuang, and the others not only possessed powerful talents but also had physical abilities and superior equipment far exceeding those of ordinary people, which was clearly thanks to the bride price from last time. But when it came to them, why did they only have this little bit of supplies that wasn't even enough to fill a tooth gap? Some quick-thinking girls subconsciously glanced at the huge loyalty ranking list again. At the end of the list, the pitifully low numbers after their names, 26, 23, 19, seemed incredibly glaring at that moment. The answer is self-evident. Their loyalty, offered in the face of dire circumstances to survive, is so cheap in the face of these cold rules. At that moment, a sense of humiliation stronger than hunger and cold welled up inside me. They thought they had relinquished their dignity, but little did they know that the real test and class division were just beginning. In contrast, Lu Zhixia and Lin Qingshuang were not surprised at all. They exchanged a glance, gaining a deeper understanding of the core of the system Chu Yang had established. Loyalty was the sole criterion for measuring all value. Their unwavering trust and following had earned them rich rewards and court positions, while those who were opportunistic and fence-sitting had only received scraps. The newlywed campus belle, now Chu Yang's wife, looked embarrassed as she examined her loyalty and dowry. Chu Yang ignored their complicated thoughts and his gaze fell on one of the girls among his new wives. Her favorability rating reached 63 points, ranking second only to Su Meyer and fourth on the loyalty list among Chu Yang's wives. This piqued Chu Yang's curiosity. Su Meyu exist? A petite girl with an adorable baby face immediately stepped forward nervously. Chu Yang's gaze fell on her, and he couldn't help but freeze slightly. This is a girl who perfectly blends innocence and allure. She has an impeccable baby face, with fair and translucent skin and naturally chubby cheeks that make her look still very young. Her large, round almond-shaped eyes, with pupils as black as two pure obsidian stones, were slightly shifting in her gaze due to nervousness, revealing an innocent and timid air, like a frightened fawn. However, in stark contrast to her extremely innocent face was her voluptuous figure, which was still clearly visible beneath her clothes. She was actually quite petite with a slender frame, but her curves were breathtakingly full. Above that slender waist, which could be grasped in one hand, lies a fullness and firmness that no fabric can completely conceal, outlining a captivating and alluring curve. Her angelic, innocent face and devilish, mature, seductive figure created a stark yet deadly contradiction. She simply stood there nervously, biting her lower lip slightly, and that was enough to lock any man's gaze firmly in place, making it impossible for him to look away. After a few seconds of stunned silence, Chu Yang slowly spoke. Not bad, their loyalty is quite high. Your talent is D-level culinary skill, so dinner tonight is in your hands. Yes, my husband. Su Muyu was flattered and immediately ran to the side of the huge wild boar carcass. After forming a contract, her D-level talent, the culinary master, received a gift from the system, an ordinary-looking earthenware jar. She took a deep breath, hugged the jar to her chest, and muttered something under her breath. She tilted the can and gently sprinkled the contents onto the cut pieces of pork. A miracle happened. The white fine salt, black pepper powder, red chili powder, and cumin seeds with their exotic aroma, hundreds of seasonings seemed to come alive, precisely and evenly covering every corner of the meat. The aroma of roasted meat, mixed with complex spice fragrances, exploded in an instant, sweeping across the entire camp. Gurgle. The sound of swallowing saliva could be heard everywhere. Chu Yang was also somewhat surprised. He walked over, picked up the jar, and looked at it. Mixed flavor seasoning jar. Quality blue. Effect: can generate any known seasoning according to the holders, the 100 flavors chefs will. Restriction: this talent is a bound item. The seasonings it generates cannot be traded through trading platforms. What a pity! Chu Yang thought to himself. If this thing could be mass-produced and put on a trading platform, it would absolutely drive countless people crazy. Chapter 25: Sumuyu's longing for fatherly love. Chapter 25: Sumuyu, who longs for her father's love. Sumaya's talent is D-level craftsmanship. Although it is useless in combat, it can play a wonderful role in camp construction. She only gestured for a moment in a corner of the magic house before using the limited space and the stone, and which she brought back to plan a fully functional simple kitchen. The kitchen is fully equipped with a stove, storage compartments, and a work table, resembling the beginnings of a large rear area. At this moment, the owner of this new kitchen is none other than Sumuyu, who shone brightly at dinner. She was humming a tuneless little tune as she carefully processed a piece of wild boar leg meat. Her D-level talent, the culinary master, not only allows her to conjure seasonings out of thin air, but also endows her with an extraordinary understanding of ingredients. In her hands, the tough tendons of the animal were skillfully removed, and the texture of the meat was clearly distinguished, making the perfect preparation for the cooking process. Chu Yang stood at the door of Miao Miao House, watching the petite figure busy at the stove, but a question arose in his mind. Sumuyu has a loyalty score of 63, second only to Lin Qingxuang, Lu Zhixia, and Su Meyer. He already knew the situation of Lin Qingxuang and Lu Zhixia. Su Meyer was the first to take the initiative to join him, so her high loyalty was understandable. But this Sumuyu, logically speaking, they had no interaction before entering the wild world, so they shouldn't have such a high initial favorability. Something unusual must be going on. With the thought, Chu Yang once again activated the SSS level talent, branching out. Emotional Journey Retrospective. Target: Sumuyu. In an instant, fragments of Sumuyu's memories unfolded in Chu Yang's mind. The scene wasn't pleasant, it was even somewhat gloomy. Sumuyu came from a single-parent family and lost her father at a young age. It was a dilapidated neighborhood. Young Sumuyu, carrying her school bag, was cornered against a wall by several older boys. They stole her pocket money and mocked her for being a wild child without a father. She could only crouch on the ground, covering her head, silently enduring the pain, not daring to resist or cry out. The scene shifts to a middle school parent-teacher conference. The classroom was filled with couples of parents, but next to Sumuyu's seat was her mother, who forced a smile and dealt with the gazes of the teacher and other parents. Sumuyu hid outside the classroom door, clutching the hem of her clothes tightly, her nails digging into her flesh. Because she came from a single-parent family, her mother had to work incredibly hard to support her. From childhood to adulthood, she lived in the shadow of being ostracized and bullied by her peers. Deep down, she longed more than anyone for a strong support, a safe haven to shelter her from the storm, and a figure similar to a father. When the world collapsed and she, like everyone else, fell into despair, Chu Yang appeared. He was powerful, ruthless, and unquestionable, single-handedly supporting everyone. When Chu Yang announced his acceptance of everyone and entered into a wife contract with her, Sumuyu felt that her wandering and helpless heart had finally found a harbor to rest in. That deep-seated longing for reliance and security instantly transformed into an extremely high initial loyalty to Chu Yang. After the emotional retrospection ended, Chu Yang suddenly realized something. He looked at the petite figure who was still diligently preparing the ingredients, and his gaze became complicated. Beneath that seemingly voluptuous figure lies a fragile heart that is extremely insecure. There was no one else in Miao Miao's house at the moment. The girls were all outside handling supplies or resting. As if possessed, Chu Yang slowed his pace and quietly approached Sumuyu from behind. She was focused on applying the secret sauce to the pork leg, completely unaware that someone had appeared behind her. "What delicious food are you making?" Chu Yang's voice suddenly rang in my ears. "Ah!" Sumuyu was startled and almost dropped the brush in her hand. She turned around abruptly, and saw that it was Chu Yang. Her innocent, baby-faced expression instantly turned bright red as she nervously explained. "Squad leader! I'm trying to make a new honey-glazed roasted pork leg, and I'd like you to try it. Yeah? Upon hearing this, Chu Yang glanced at the neatly arranged ingredients and slowly nodded. I'm really looking forward to it. The next second, to Sumuyu's astonishment, Chu Yang stretched out his arms and gently wrapped them around her petite body from behind. Exclamation point. Sumuyu's body froze instantly, her mind going blank. She could clearly feel the man's broad chest pressed against her back, and his steady, powerful heartbeat seemed to strike her heart with each beat through the physical contact. A unique aura belonging to Chu Yang, one that made her feel incredibly at ease, completely enveloped her. It's so good to have you here. Chu Yang gently rested his chin on the top of her head, his voice low and gentle. From now on, everyone will be able to enjoy delicious food. This simple compliment made Sumuyu tremble slightly, and a huge warm current flowed through her body. From her cheeks to her fair neck, a captivating blush quickly spread across her skin, like a ripe peach exuding an alluring sweet fragrance. Immediately afterwards, she felt Chu Yang's lips close to her ear, his warm breath tickling her ear. From now on, I'll be here for you. He spoke each word clearly and deliberately. No one will be able to bully you anymore. Upon hearing these words, the softest and most vulnerable line of defense in Sumuyu's heart collapsed. These were the words she had dreamed of hearing since she was a child. Tears of emotion instantly blurred her vision, and an unprecedented sense of security and belonging overwhelmed her completely. Her name quietly appeared on the loyalty list. Loyalty, 63. Loyalty, 65. Chu Yang keenly noticed the subtle fluctuations in the numbers on the loyalty panel. Loyalty, 63. Loyalty, 65. A mere promise and a hug were enough to cause her such a strong emotional reaction. At this moment, Chu Yang's possessiveness and desire for control, stemming from his masculine instincts, were completely ignited. He gazed at the delicate body trembling slightly in his arms due to nervousness and shyness, and a bolder, more probing idea instantly surfaced in his mind. He could see the girl with her head down, her long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings, and that captivating blush still lingering. Chu Yang slowly leaned down, bringing his voice close to her ear again, and spoke in a low, almost whispered tone, carrying an undeniable authority. Call me husband. Upon hearing those two words, Sumuyu's body stiffened again, as if struck by lightning, and she froze on the spot. If the hug just now was a warm harbor, then these two words were like a boulder thrown into the center of a lake, instantly stirring up a storm in her heart. A burning sensation 10 times more intense than before suddenly exploded from her neck, spreading wildly upwards. Her fair and delicate skin was visibly tinged with a vibrant deep pink, spreading from her delicate collarbone all the way to her small earlobes, eventually completely engulfing her innocent, doll-like face. She seemed to be immersed in scalding peach juice, ripe inside and out, exuding a dazzling and alluring aura that blended innocence and shame. Her almond-shaped eyes, shimmering with light, widened in disbelief, and she bit her lower lip so hard it almost bled. Those few seconds felt like centuries to Sumuyu. A battle raged within her mind. On one hand, societal ethics and a girl's reserve screamed in resistance. On the other hand, the endless longing and affection for the role of father, that had been buried deep in her heart since childhood, sprouted from the absolute sense of security Chu Yang provided. Does he want to be someone's true support? Once the thought arises, it can no longer be suppressed. Finally, under Chu Yang's extremely oppressive gaze, her tense body relaxed slightly, and her tightly clenched lips finally parted with a tremor. Husband. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, both delicate and sweet, carrying a sob and extreme shame, yet it entered Chu Yang's ears with unparalleled clarity. As soon as she finished speaking, her name shone brightly on the loyalty list. Loyalty, 65. Loyalty, 70. Upon hearing this, Chu Yang's lips curled into a satisfied smile. He didn't say anything more, but simply reached out and gently stroked her soft hair like he was comforting a small animal. Then he released her and turned to walk out of Miao Miao's house. Only when Chu Yang's figure completely disappeared through the doorway, and that powerful and reassuring aura also vanished, did Sumuyu's extremely tense nerves finally snap. Her body went limp, her legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground, leaning against the cold stove, panting heavily. Her back felt empty, the feeling of being surrounded by strong arms, as if she could withstand the storms of the world, had vanished, leaving her with a strong sense of unease and panic. But soon, Sumuyu adjusted her mindset. She wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and her gaze gradually became firm. She secretly resolved to strive to demonstrate her value, cook the most delicious food, and become an indispensable helper to him. Only in this way can we continue to rely on Chu Yang. With the help of his exceptional culinary skills, the dinner cooking process was surprisingly fast. In less than half an hour, a whole wild boar weighing several hundred pounds was roasted until its skin was golden and crispy, and its meat inside was juicy. Large chunks of roasted meat were cut up and piled on a huge, makeshift wooden platter, steaming hot and with an aroma that could make one's soul tremble. Everyone crowded around, 50 pairs of eyes fixed on the mountain of roasted meat, their throats bobbing. Chu Yang picked up a kitchen knife, preparing to distribute the food according to today's contributions. Just then, Lu Zhixia seemed to have thought of something and was preparing to give Chu Yang some more help, so Lu Zhixia stepped out from beside him. She first bowed slightly to Chu Yang, then turned to face everyone. Her expression was calm, but her tone carried an undeniable composure. My lord, in order to better motivate everyone and to establish the most stable and effective order in our group, I have a suggestion. All eyes were on her. Lu Zhixia paused, then said clearly, word by word. I suggest that, starting today, all our public food resources should be allocated in fixed quantities strictly according to the loyalty ranking. She extended a slender finger. The rules are simple. 1 point of loyalty can be exchanged for 1 gram of food. Then, if the loyalty level exceeds 30 points, the amount of food you receive will be tripled. If loyalty exceeds 50 points, the amount of food received will be increased by 5 times. Upon hearing this, the entire room fell silent. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. The expressions of the 25 newly joined school beauties immediately changed. They looked at Lu Zhixia in disbelief, then at their own pitiful loyalty scores of 12 or 20 points on the leaderboard. 20-odd grams of meat? That was a tiny bite, no bigger than a thumb. Lin Qingshuang, who tops the list with 88 loyalty points, would receive over 400 grams of meat, the size of a solid, thick-cut steak, 5 times the amount she would have received. Lu Zhixia herself, with 83 loyalty points, would also receive a large piece. The gap is like an insurmountable chasm. This is hardly food distribution. This is clearly the cruelest trial ever. The intense sense of survival crisis and the immense injustice of being treated differently exploded like a bomb in the hearts of the 25 new members. The atmosphere inside the camp was tense and on the verge of conflict. The 50 girls were clearly divided into 2 camps. On one side were the old members, who used to enjoy a sumptuous dinner, led by Lin Qingshuang and Lu Zhixia. Most of them remained silent, tacitly accepting this rule. On the other side were the 25 new members, their faces pale, their eyes burning with resentment and anger. All eyes finally focused on the man holding the knife, the one who held everyone's fate in his hands, awaiting Chu Yang's final judgment. Chapter 26 The Cunning Lu Zhixia. Chapter 26 The Cunning Lu Zhixia. The air in the camp seemed to have been sucked dry by Lu Zhixia's few words. Dead silence. A deathly stillness, a mixture of the smell of blood and the aroma of roasted meat. The 25 new members who had just pledged their loyalty saw their faces drain of color at a visible speed. Their gazes slowly moved from Lu Zhixia's calm and intellectual face to the mountain of sizzling, oily roasted meat. Then, they fell back into their empty hands. A little loyalty, a gram of meat. What does this mean? Lu Feifei, who is at the bottom of the list, has a loyalty score of 19. 19 grams of meat. That's just a tiny bit, about the size of a pinky fingernail, not even enough to fill a tooth gap. Lin Qingshuang, who ranks first, has 88 points of loyalty, and her base amount is 88 grams. What's even more frightening is the subsequent multiplier. If it exceeds 50 points, it will multiply fivefold. 88 multiplied by 5 equals 440 grams. Nearly a pound of meat. A thick, juicy steak that would drive any hungry person mad with envy. Lu Jixia herself, 83 points of loyalty, multiplied by 5, 415 grams. Su Meyer, 65 points, 5 times, 325 grams. This is hardly food distribution. This is a chasm that uses food to blatantly and ruthlessly demonstrate their status. Why should I? Zhou Qian, a hot-tempered sports major, could no longer hold back. She stood up abruptly, her full breast heaving violently with anger. Her loyalty is 26 points, not even enough to double. We also gathered supplies today and contributed to the camp. Why should we only get such a small amount to eat? You're going too far. Her question was like a spark that instantly ignited the anger in the hearts of all the new members. Exactly. This is unfair. We're all classmates, and we're all wives of the same husband, so why are we being treated differently? Lu Jixia, I know you're loyal, but you can't treat people like this. Resentment, anger, and despair stemming from the immense injustice caused them to stand up, forming a stark contrast with the old members, group led by Lu Jixia. Tensions were high. An internal conflict triggered by unequal food distribution seems imminent. However, despite being the focus of the criticism, Lu Jixia's expression remained unchanged. She simply stood there quietly, looking calmly at the excited girls, as if she were looking at a group of ignorant children. Her silence, on the contrary, made the 25 new members feel a chill. All eyes eventually turned to the man who hadn't uttered a word the entire time, simply wiping the knife in his hand. Chu Yang. The only king of this camp. His ruling will determine the fate of everyone. Under everyone's gaze, Chu Yang slowly stood up. His movements were slow, but each one carried an invisible pressure that gradually calmed the noise in the room. He first glanced at Lu Jixia beside him. Her intelligent and pretty face, which always wore a gentle smile, looked somewhat cold in the firelight. Chu Yang nodded calmly at her. Jixia's proposal is fundamental to the future development of the camp. I agree. Boom! These 6 simple words struck the hearts of the 25 new members like a merciless hammer. The last trace of color drained from their faces. It's over. Even squad leader Chu Yang agreed to this rule. Their resistance, their anger, were nothing but a laughable joke in the face of absolute power. A despair more piercing than hunger and cold instantly engulfed them. Several emotionally fragile girls collapsed to the ground, their legs giving way. Just then, Chu Yang's voice rang out again. But! These 2 words, like a bolt of lightning in the night, made everyone's heart skip a beat. The girls who were slumped on the ground also subconsciously raised their heads, and a faint flame rekindled in their empty eyes. Chu Yang raised the sharp kitchen knife in his hand, its blade reflecting a chilling glint in the firelight. His gaze swept across the entire room, from Lin Qingxuang's aloof face to Lu Jixia's smiling eyes, finally settling on the 25 faces filled with despair and anticipation. His voice was loud and clear, reaching everyone's ears. The rules for dinner tonight are temporarily off. Because today is the first day that all 50 members of our A10086 class have officially joined us. It's a day worth celebrating. So, Chu Yang slammed the knife into the wooden table in front of him with a thud. Everyone, regardless of whether they are new or old, regardless of their level of loyalty, everyone can get a pound of roasted meat. 1 second. 2 seconds. The next second. Wah! The deafening cheers, like a volcanic eruption, instantly pierced the sky above the camp. Very good! Thank you, class monitor! Thank you, husband! Long live the class monitor! Long live my husband! I knew my husband was the best! Those 25 new members, who were suffering in hell 1 second, were forcibly dragged back to heaven the next. The way they looked at Chu Yang completely changed. This man, though he established cold rules, was not a ruthless tyrant. Chu Yang pulled out his knife and stood in front of the mountain of roasted meat, cutting generous chunks of meat for each girl in line. "Thank you, my husband! My husband, you are so good to me!" The girls took the steaming, fragrant roasted meat with both hands, their voices trembling with tears. Chu Yang simply smiled and nodded, using his actions to further solidify his image as a benevolent monarch. The warm meat dish dispelled the deep-seated cold and hunger, and also healed their tormented hearts. This was the most delicious and reassuring meal they had eaten since coming to this damned world. At that moment, the last 25 names on that huge loyalty list began to flash and jump wildly, as if they had gone mad. Zhou Qian, loyalty, 26 to 3135. Wang Ye, loyalty, 23 to 2832. Lu Feifei, loyalty, 19 to 2530. Almost all new members' loyalty increased by more than 10 points within just a few minutes. Most people successfully broke through the 30-point mark. Chu Yang watched the numbers change on the list, a subtle smile playing on his lips. He turned around and deliberately cut off the tenderest, fattest, and best roasted piece of tenderloin from the roasted wild boar. Then, carrying the plate, amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, he walked straight to the woman who was smiling and watching all of this. Lu Jixia. Chu Yang handed her the piece of tenderloin that was noticeably larger than the others, leaned forward slightly, and whispered in her ear. He spoke in a low voice, only the two of them could hear. "Well done." The warm breath brushed against my earlobe, bringing a tingling, itchy sensation. Two beautiful blushes instantly appeared on Lu Jixia's cheeks. She felt the affirmation from Chu Yang, and a huge sense of satisfaction and a secret joy of becoming his accomplice welled up in her heart. She not only firmly established the authority of the rules for Chu Yang, but also enabled him to win the loyalty of everyone. "Thank you for the compliment, my husband." Lu Jixia smiled faintly, her beautiful eyes sparkling, and said softly, "It's all I should do." This intimate interaction was witnessed by Lin Qingxuang, who was not far away. She chewed the roasted meat in her mouth in small bites, but her cool eyes were fixed on the couple who seemed to be whispering to each other. She looked at Lu Jixia's face, which showed no sign of undisguised joy and shyness. Then I thought about everything that had just happened. From Lu Jixia's cruel suggestion to the new members' collective uprising, and then to Chu Yang stepping forward to quell everything and show kindness. The quick-witted girl immediately understood. This is an open conspiracy. A perfect double act, in which Lu Jixia plays the villain, drawing all the conflicts and hatred onto herself, while Chu Yang plays the hero, appearing benevolent, to bestow favors. This combination of force and gentle persuasion established the rule of loyalty above all else, in the most forceful way, while simultaneously reaping everyone's gratitude and loyalty in the gentlest manner. What a brilliant, open scheme! What a clever Lu Jixia! A tremendous storm raged in Lin Qingxuang's heart. For the first time, she discovered that besides fighting, there were such terrifying weapons in this world. That is the human heart. Lu Jixia is clearly a master at manipulating people's hearts. Lin Qingxuang sighed inwardly. She knew that she only knew how to fight with a sword and kill enemies, but she did not have Lu Jixia's deep and unfathomable cunning. As she gazed at that exquisitely beautiful face, which appeared even more intelligent and captivating in the firelight, an unprecedented and immense sense of threat swept over her entire body. No! If this continues, Chu Yang's heart, no, Chu Yang's soul, will be stolen by this woman. I have to do something. Chapter 27 Chu Yang. Time to eat meat. Chapter 27 Chu Yang. Time to eat meat. Dinner ended, and night completely fell. The night was desolate and bitterly cold. The flickering light of the campfire could barely illuminate a small area in the center of the camp. In the darkness further away, it seemed as if countless pairs of eyes were lurking, and the occasional chilling chirping of insects and roars of beasts could be heard. Accommodation became everyone's biggest concern. After eating and drinking their fill, The girls rubbed their arms and subconsciously turned their gaze to the wooden house that radiated a warm glow in the night. The wonderful house. That place is the only paradise in this cold world. Chu Yang stood up, clapped his hands, and drew everyone's attention. He pointed to the heavy wooden door and announced the accommodation rules for the night to everyone. The interior space of the Wonder House is limited. Therefore, only those with a loyalty level of 50 or higher can check in tonight. The moment this threshold was raised, the entire audience erupted in uproar. Loyalty, 50 points. This number, like a merciless threshold, clearly divides the 50 girls into two worlds. Chu Yang ignored the eyes that dimmed instantly. He pointed to the newly built wooden fence around the camp, which had been reinforced by Li Qian's D-level talent structure. The rest of you, please rest outside for now. This guardrail will ensure your basic safety. These words formally divided the members of the camp into a very clear hierarchy. Inside, there is a warm, comfortable, and absolutely safe inner palace. Outside, there is a cold, damp, and fearful outer perimeter. And what determines all of this is only that cold, hard loyalty score. In the end, only 4 people were qualified to step through that door. Lin Qingshuang, loyalty level 88. Lu Jixia, loyalty level 83. Su Meyer, loyalty level 65. And Su Muyu, whose loyalty soared after being encouraged by Chu Yang during dinner, now has a loyalty level of 70. Under the complex gazes of the other 46 school beauties outside, a mixture of envy, jealousy, and longing. The 4 of them followed Chu Yang and entered the magical house, which represented warmth, safety, and supreme status. Bang! The sound of the wooden door closing completely separated the two worlds. The girls outside wrapped their thin clothes tighter, feeling the biting cold wind. Looking at the warm light shining through the crack in the door, and the hazy shadows on the window, their hearts were completely filled with an emotion called longing. Tomorrow I must do my best to perform. I want to move in too. I don't want to sleep outside anymore. We must increase loyalty. At all costs. They made up their minds secretly, their eyes burning with an unprecedented fighting spirit. Chu Yang's simple rules once again successfully ignited everyone's competitive spirit. Inside Miao Miao's house, it was warm and cozy, like springtime. The fire in the fireplace was burning brightly, bathing the entire room in an orange glow. Su Meyer has already optimized the layout of the house using the newly brought back materials. Not only did they partition off a separate kitchen, but they also built 2 small and exquisite single beds for themselves and Su Muyu in the corner. Although it's nowhere near as luxurious as Chu Yang's yellow-colored bed, it's still enough to keep one asleep. Chu Yang sat at the table, not in a hurry to rest. He was intently browsing the class trading platform, which only he could see, making plans for the future development of the entire team. Level 2 classes have unlocked the secondary trading market, which allows them to purchase some more advanced blueprints. The blueprints for the sturdy stone wall require 500 units of iron ore and 1,000 units of stone. We must obtain them. Basic arrow tower blueprints are also needed. They can greatly enhance the camp's defensive capabilities. As he browsed through the information, he mentally assessed the available resources, demonstrating the sense of responsibility and vision expected of a leader. The room was very quiet. Lu Jixia sat in her seat, holding a needle and thread, and by the light of the fire, she was sewing a soft piece of animal hide into a close-fitting inner armor. Su Meyer and Su Muyu were discussing tomorrow's menu in hushed tones in the kitchen. Only Lin Qingshuang sat on the edge of the bed, silent, simply wiping her blood-stained iron sword. But her peripheral vision never left the man sitting at the table, working tirelessly for the entire team. She looked at his furrowed brows and his focused expression. Then she looked at the other side, at Lu Jixia, who was also quietly contributing to the team. A strong sense of crisis welled up in my heart again. With her wisdom, Lu Jixia has become an indispensable, wise and capable wife to Chu Yang. And what about myself? Besides fighting, what else can I do for him? After careful consideration, Lin Qingshuang's gaze gradually hardened. She quietly got up and put the cleaned iron sword back in its place. Then she went to the fireplace, poured out some of the hot water from a large wooden tub that had already been heated, added some cold water, and tested the water temperature. After doing all this, she slowly walked behind Chu Yang. "My husband." Her voice remained cool and aloof, but upon closer listening, one could detect a subtle, almost imperceptible tenderness. "The hot water is ready, you can go take a shower now." This was her first proactive step. Instead of passively accepting, we actively care and look after people. Chu Yang was engrossed in planning for the future. Upon hearing this, he simply nodded, got up, and walked towards the makeshift bathroom partitioned off by wooden planks in the corner. As soon as Chu Yang's figure disappeared behind the bathroom door, the atmosphere inside the room instantly became subtle. Lu Jixia paused her sewing, looked up, and glanced thoughtfully at Lin Qingxuang. Su Meyer and Su Muyu also stopped talking. The three pairs of beautiful eyes, each with their own thoughts, noticed Lin Qingxuang's unusual behavior tonight. Under the gaze of the three women, even the aloof Lin Qingxuang couldn't help but blush slightly. She forced herself to remain calm and picked up a clean, soft linen towel from the side. "I'll go deliver a towel to Chu Yang." Even she herself found this lame excuse somewhat weak. After saying that, she took a deep breath and pushed open the wooden door leading to the bathroom, amidst the knowing glances of everyone present. Squeak dash! The bathroom was filled with steam, enveloping everything in a hazy mist. Lin Qingxuang spotted the man leaning against the huge wooden tub, resting with his eyes closed. Hearing the door open, Chu Yang opened his eyes. He looked at Lin Qingxuang as she walked in, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. At this moment, Lin Qingxuang was completely different from the aloof and icy swordswoman she usually was. The misty steam slightly dampened her plain white dress, the fabric clinging tightly to her proud and perfect curves, outlining breathtaking arcs. The usual aloofness was completely melted away by the rising heat, turning into a breathtakingly beautiful crimson. Her already stunningly beautiful face now held 7 parts shyness and 3 parts resoluteness, her clear eyes shimmering with moisture, as if they could drip water. A few crystal-clear water droplets clung to her straight, slender legs, slowly sliding down her fair skin, exuding a fatal allure that made one want to hold her tightly in their arms and cherish her. Lin Qingxuang's heart was pounding wildly, almost as if it would jump out of her throat. She gripped the towel tightly in her hand. Her voice trembled as she repeated that lame excuse. "I've come to bring you a towel." Chu Yang stared at her. He looked at the shyness in her eyes, the determination in her gaze, and her body trembling slightly with nervousness. He didn't speak. He simply and slowly extended a hand, wet with water, towards her. This action, though silent, speaks volumes. This is an invitation. Looking at that hand, Lin Qingxuang was having a final internal struggle. She thought of Lu Jixia's wise and smiling face. She thought of the unspoken understanding between her and Chu Yang that no one else could penetrate. He thought of his precarious, #1 status. In the end, all the hesitation in her eyes transformed into a burning determination. She abruptly threw the towel in her hand aside. Then, under Chu Yang's slightly amused gaze, she stepped out of the bathtub, her long, slender legs adorned with water droplets. Splash dash! A violent splash of water erupted instantly. The warm bathwater overflowed as she entered, splashing all over the floor. The sound was so clear and so jarring in the quiet magic house. It was like a thunderclap, announcing to everyone outside what was happening inside the bathroom. Lu Jixia, who was sewing the inner armor, suddenly froze. The needle pierced her fingertip, and a drop of bright red blood seeped out. However, she seemed not to feel any pain and just sighed helplessly in her heart. One wrong move. Lu Jixia thought to herself. She never expected that the Ice Queen Lin Qingxuang would also have such a decisive and proactive side. In the kitchen, Su Meyer was first startled, then her eyes became alluring, and a meaningful, playful smile appeared on her lips, as if she were enjoying a wonderful show. Su Muyu, with her innocent baby face, blushed instantly from her cheeks to the roots of her neck the moment she heard the sound of water. She looked as if she were about to burst into flames, both innocent and alluring, making her incredibly adorable. Chapter 28 Lin Qingshuang's Second Sublimation of Talent. Chapter 28 Lin Qingshuang's Second Sublimation of Talent. Chapter 24 The First Place and the Second Sublimation of Talent. The sound of water in the bathroom finally subsided after nearly 2 hours of continuous turbulence. The commotion that seemed about to overturn the entire wooden tub disappeared, replaced by the occasional, soft, and languid sound of water flowing. The cramped space was filled with steam. The air, which had been somewhat hot from boiling water, was now permeated with an indescribable, ambiguous scent, a mixture of hormones and the fragrance of shower gel. Lin Qingshuang leaned limply against the tub wall, her once smooth black hair now wet and clinging to her cheeks and neck, with a few strands falling into the hollows of her collarbone, rising and falling slightly with her breath. Her eyes, which were usually clear and cold like stars, were now like melting spring water, hazy and unfocused. The corners of her eyes and brows were still flushed with a lingering redness, and her whole person was like white porcelain just pulled out of the water, exuding a breathtakingly rosy glow. She had absolutely no strength left in her body. The feeling was like having just experienced a life-or-death battle 10 times more intense than fighting a level 2 wild boar one-on-one. Every bone in the body ached, but the spirit was filled with an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and peace. Chu Yang leaned against her, his broad hands casually combing her wet hair. Feeling the scalding heat emanating from the body behind her, Lin Qingshuang instinctively shrank back, embedding herself even deeper into that embrace. She used to be a high and mighty school beauty, a warrior wielding a sharp sword, used to wrap herself up in layers of coldness. But now, that shell has shattered. Within this small space, before this man, she was merely a little woman who had just given herself completely to him. Lin Qingshuang slowly raised her hand, her fingertips still trembling slightly. She turned around and cupped Chu Yang's face in her hands. The fingertip traced a sharp jawline, finally stopping at the slightly red corner of his lips. Chu Yang. She spoke slowly, her voice revealing an indescribable mix of coquettishness and reproach, even tinged with a hint of grievance. You big bad guy. You must treat me well from now on. She said those words softly, yet they carried a heavy weight. She abandoned all her reserve and, inside this simple wooden tub, yielded to his every demand. Chu Yang looked down at the girl in his arms who had let down all her guard. Those eyes, which always held a stubborn look, now held only unconditional reliance. The softest spot in his heart felt as if it had been gently brushed by a feather. He knew what Lin Qingshuang was worried about, and he also knew how much courage it took for her to take this step. Yes, it will. Chu Yang lowered his head and kissed her smooth, full forehead. His voice was deep and low, without any fancy sweet words, just 2 words, but they carried immense weight. This is a man's promise to his first woman. The moment she heard those 2 words, the mist that had been welling up in Lin Qingshuang's eyes finally condensed into a single, crystal-clear tear, which slid down her cheek and dripped into the water, creating a barely perceptible ripple. Emotions surged violently in my chest, gratitude, grievance, love, and an impulse to leave something behind on him, instantly overwhelming my reason. She suddenly leaned forward, opened her cherry-like mouth, and bit down hard on Chu Yang's muscular shoulder. Hiss! Chu Yang frowned slightly, a distinct stinging pain coming from his shoulder. The girl didn't hold back. Her teeth embedded themselves in her flesh, and she even tasted a faint hint of rust. But he didn't dodge, nor did he use his strength to shake her off. He didn't even tense his muscles, letting her vent the complex and incomprehensible emotions in his heart. He knew that she was asserting her sovereignty and seeking a sense of security. It took more than 10 seconds before Lin Qingshuang slowly released her mouth. On his once smooth shoulder, there was now a neat and deep ring of teeth marks, the surrounding skin reddish, which stood out starkly against his bronze complexion. Seeing the teeth mark, the fierceness in Lin Qingshuang's eyes vanished instantly, replaced by deep heartache. Does it hurt? It's all right, a bit lighter than the one the wild boar hit. Chu Yang joked. Lin Qingshuang didn't laugh. She raised her head, her eyes staring straight at Chu Yang, a deep fear hidden in the depths of her eyes. I know you're the class monitor, and you have that talent. Her voice trembled with a sob as she spoke haltingly. Lu Jixia is smarter than me and can help you manage the household. Su Meyer is better at flattering people than me and is also more skillful. And that newcomer, Su Muyu, cooks so well. I know you'll have many more women in the future, and I can't stop you. As she said this, tears fell again, large drops landing on Chu Yang's chest, burning his heart with their intensity. But I'm your first woman. I'm the first. All I know how to do is fight. What if there are no more monsters in the future, or they all get stronger? I'm afraid you'll forget me someday, afraid I'll become useless in your heart. This is her deepest nightmare. She was a favored daughter of heaven, but also the one who lacked the most sense of security. Lu Jixia's rise to power, Su Meyer's obedience, and even Su Muyu's call of Dad are all constantly squeezing her living space. Her formidable martial prowess, which she was so proud of, seemed not irreplaceable in the face of this SSS-level talent. She feared that one day she would become just another indistinct passerby in this vast harem. Chu Yang listened to her monologue and understood. So that's why she was so proactive, even a little crazy, tonight. Fool! Chu Yang whispered in her ear, his tone gentle and solemn like never before. How could that be? In this world, no matter how many wives I have in the future, no matter how outstanding they are, the first place is always different. You are the first woman to give yourself to me, and the first woman to face life and death with me. This position is not something Lu Jixia can take away, and no one can take away. You will always have special privileges with me. These words were like a shot of adrenaline, instantly soothing all of Lin Qingxuang's unease and fear. In this cold, wild world, she finally found her own anchor. In the instant when two hearts were completely intertwined, and there was no longer any barrier between them. A grand, cold, yet supremely authoritative mechanical announcement suddenly and unexpectedly resounded in the minds of all 50 school beauties in Class A10086. The sound penetrated the walls of the wonderful house, pierced through the wind and rain, and directly affected the depths of the soul. Announcement: It has been detected that Chu Yang, the SSS-level talent holder, has taken his relationship with his contracted wife Lin Qingxuang to a new level, reaching the level of intimacy. The special effect of the spreading branches and leaves talent has been triggered. Su Meyer, who was busy in the kitchen, dropped the spoon in her hand with a clatter to the ground. Lu Jixia, who was sewing the inner armor, suddenly looked up and stared intently at the direction of the bathroom. Outside, the 46 school beauties, huddled in the cold wind and shivering, all stared wide-eyed, listening incredulously to the voice in their minds. Congratulations to Lin Qingxuang for being the first wife in the class to achieve a deep connection with the class monitor, and receiving a reward. The second stage of talent enhancement has officially begun. Lin Qingxuang is reshaping her innate talent. In the bathroom, the warm steam instantly condensed. An extreme chill erupted from Lin Qingxuang's center. The bath water in the wooden tub froze into a huge block of ice in the blink of an eye, and the bathroom walls and floor were instantly covered with crystal-clear frost. Lin Qingxuang's body floated up, and although she was completely naked, she was enveloped in a dazzling ice-blue radiance, like an ice goddess descending to earth. Her wet, black hair instantly turned as white as snow, moving without wind, each strand radiating a chilling aura. Chu Yang stood aside, unaffected by the cold air, and instead felt a pure energy nourishing him. He looked at Lin Qingxuang in the air, his eyes filled with amazement. Is this the second sublimation of talent? Sublimation complete. The original C-rank talent, Frost Sword Stance, has evolved into an A-rank talent Frost Sword Dancer. Grade A. Even Chu Yang, who was mentally prepared, couldn't help but catch his breath at this moment. They jumped directly from Class C to Class B and then to Class A. Immediately afterwards, a detailed talent attribute panel was forcibly displayed in everyone's minds. Ice Sword Dancer Rank A. Passive effect: Sword affinity is increased to the maximum, and the damage of all sword weapons is increased by 100%. When attacking, it has the extreme cold attribute, which can ignore 30% of the target's defense, and cause severe slow and freeze effects to enemies. Active effect. Frozen Sword Dance. Consumes mental energy to condense water elements in the air into countless ice swords, launching a wide-range attack centered on the user, freezing everything in its path. Hiss! Everyone gasped in shock. Outside, the cold wind howled, but the hearts of all the women were burning hotter than the wind. They stared blankly at the words on the screen, at the breathtakingly powerful attributes. 100% damage increase? Ignores defense? Can even unleash an AoE ultimate skill? This isn't a survivor anymore, it's practically a human-shaped walking nuclear bomb. Prior to this, their understanding of deep communication and secondary sublimation was still limited to a vague perception that they might become a little stronger. But now, the bloody truth is before us. Lin Qingshuang, simply because she became Chu Yang's first woman, and simply because she spent 2 hours in the bathroom, transformed from a slightly stronger swordsman into a monster capable of crushing everything. The allure of instant success is enough to break any rational mind. Inside Miao Miao's house, Lu Zhixia stared at the frost-covered bathroom door, the needle and thread in her hand snapping unconsciously. For the first time, her usually composed face revealed undisguised envy, even a hint of jealousy. Grade A. She murmured to herself. In the kitchen, Su Meyer and Su Muyu exchanged a glance, both able to see the burning flame in each other's eyes. That's ambition. The open space outside the house. The 46 school beauties recovered from their shock. The way they looked at the magic house completely changed. If before that door simply meant a warm bed and a safe haven to them, so now, that door is the staircase to the altar, the only passage to change one's destiny. As long as I can get into Chu Yang's bed. A certain school beauty stared at the door of the magic house, muttering to herself as if she were under a spell. As long as I can satisfy Chu Yang, I can also become an A-level. Maybe I can become like Lin Qingshuang. This idea churned in everyone's mind. Chapter 29 Harmonious School Beauties. Chapter 29 Harmonious School Beauties. The wooden door of the bathroom, covered in frost, creaked open from the inside. A wave of heat, mixed with thick moisture, rushed into the slightly chilly living room, colliding with the already dry air and creating a white mist. Chu Yang was the first to step out. He was casually draped in a simple bathrobe made from linen, the collar slightly open, revealing his well-defined collarbone and pectoral muscles, and his hair was still dripping wet. After 2 hours of deep communication and energy replenishment, he showed no signs of fatigue. On the contrary, he was full of energy, and his deep eyes shone brightly in the firelight. Following closely behind was Lin Qingshuang. If Lin Qingshuang before was a sheathed, cold sword, sharp yet restrained, then at this moment she is a divine weapon unsheathed, sharp yet radiant. Her once jet-black hair had now turned completely silver-white, flowing smoothly over her shoulders and shimmering with a mercury-like luster in the firelight of the fireplace. The slightly oversized bathrobe she wore couldn't conceal her skin, which had become even more radiant after being moisturized, and her exposed calves were dazzlingly white. The 2 lingering blushes on her cheeks, like red plum blossoms blooming in the snow, softened her aloofness, and replaced it with a strange charm that was both alluring and sacred. The 3 women, who had been busy inside, stopped in unison. Lu Zhixia put down her needlework, Su Meyer stopped sanding the furniture, and Su Muyu peeked out from the kitchen. 3 pairs of eyes locked onto Lin Qingshuang, whose demeanor had drastically changed. Shock, envy, curiosity, and a deeply hidden longing. This is the aura of an A-level talent. Just by standing there, the air temperature around Lin Qingshuang was several degrees lower than elsewhere, and tiny ice crystals were even faintly condensing in the cracks of the floor. Lu Zhixia was the first to react. She put down her work, stood up, straightened her clothes, put on her signature polite and gentle smile, and quickly went to greet him. Qingshuang, congratulations! Her voice was sincere, without a trace of jealousy, but rather radiated a heartfelt sense of satisfaction, as if she were proud of her own sister. A-level talent, Frost Sword Dancer. This is a top-tier combat power that has never been heard of in the entire world channel. With you here, the safety of our class is completely guaranteed. Lu Jixia's words were very insightful. She didn't ask what happened in the bathroom, nor did she show any resentment at being second to anyone. Instead, she immediately elevated Lin Qingxuang to the position of class guardian. This not only established Lin Qingxuang's unshakable military position, but also subtly expressed her own mindset as the head steward, prioritizing the collective interest above all else. Lin Qingxuang looked at Lu Jixia, who was coming to greet her, nodded slightly, and her silver hair swayed as she said, "Thank you." "Wow, my dear Qingxuang, you're amazing!" Su Meyer also came over. "I've been watching the chat channel these past few days, and several B-level talents have appeared. As for A-level talents, it seems you're the only one I have so far." Su Muyu hid behind Su Meyer, peeking out half her head. Her voice was soft, but her eyes sparkled with admiration. She didn't understand anything about the world situation. All she knew was that Lin Qingxuang now seemed so powerful that it made people feel at ease. "Sister Qingxuang, you are so beautiful, just like the Snow Queen." Surrounded by admirers, Lin Qingxuang did not lose her way. She knew very well who was the source of all this. She turned around and naturally took Chu Yang's arm. Her hand, which had just held a sword and slain monsters, now felt as smooth and warm as jade. She held Chu Yang's arm tightly, and she almost leaned against him. "There's nothing to envy." Lin Qingxuang's voice was cool yet gentle, and her gaze never left Chu Yang's profile. "Whether it's my A-level talent or my current strength, it's all thanks to my husband. Without his talent, I would just be an ordinary woman who knows a little bit about swordsmanship." She looked at Lu Jixia and Su Meyer, her tone serious. "As long as you follow your husband and devote yourselves to him wholeheartedly, I believe you will reach this day sooner or later. Grade A may just be the beginning." These words were a form of humility, a warning, and also a disguised form of missionary work. She's telling everyone, want to become stronger? Then please this man, just like me, and give him everything without reservation. Chu Yang looked down at the silver-haired beauty beside him, his heart stirred, and he casually brought up her attribute panel. Name, Lin Qingxuang. Identity, first wife. Talent, A rank. Frost Sword Dancer. Loyalty, 95, unwavering until death. 95 points. This is an extremely terrifying number. In the system's assessment, a score above 90 means that the other party is basically obedient to you. This, in-death exchange, was really effective. Not only did they gain a top-tier combatant, but they also gained an absolutely loyal soulmate. Chu Yang smiled slightly. "All right, everyone stop crowding around." He yawned and glanced around the room. The night was deep, and the firewood in the fireplace crackled and burned, the flames gradually dimming. The wind outside was still howling, occasionally punctuated by the distant howls of wild beasts, which only served to highlight the peace and warmth inside. Today's harvest was good, everyone worked hard. Get some rest, there's a tough battle to fight tomorrow. After saying that, he did not let go of Lin Qingxuang, but instead put his arm around her and walked straight to the large wooden bed at the back of the room. The bed was covered with thick animal hides and linen sheets sewn by Lu Jixia herself. It was soft, spacious, and large enough to accommodate 3 or 4 people lying side by side. Lin Qingxuang did not hesitate at all, and did not even show the slightest bit of shyness. She obediently nestled against Chu Yang and followed him with light steps. As the first one, as a woman who has just undergone a physical and mental cleansing, sleeping in this bed tonight is her rightful privilege. The two walked to the bedside. Chu Yang kicked off his slippers, climbed onto the bed, and leaned against the soft pillows. Lin Qingxuang, like a docile cat, snuggled into the quilt. This scene unfolded as naturally as that of an old married couple who had been together for many years. However, for the other 3 women who were still standing there, this scene was extremely impactful. Lu Jixia stood by the table, maintaining that polite smile, but her hands at her sides unconsciously clenched the hem of her clothes. She looked at the large bed and at Lin Qingxuan lying in Chu Yang's arms, a clear struggle flashing in her eyes. Based on her style of doing things in her previous world, now that the goal is clear, she should take the initiative. Currently, she ranks second in loyalty and is also the camp's head steward, so theoretically she is qualified to compete for that position. Even if it's not first, even if it's just sleeping next to someone. She shifted her foot slightly, leaning forward as if she wanted to take that step. Sister Jixia. A soft yet strong little hand suddenly grabbed her sleeve. Lu Jixia paused and turned around to look. Su Maya was standing behind her, her slender jade finger pointing to another wooden bed. Sister Jixia, let's sleep in this bed. There's plenty of time in the future. Lu Jixia was stunned for a moment. A few seconds later, Lu Jixia took a deep breath, and the impulse that had just surged into her heart instantly cooled down. Okay. She whispered to Su Maya, then loosened her grip on her clothes and turned to walk towards her small bed in the corner. Good night, Mayor. Good night, Miyu. Lu Jixia's voice returned to calm as she blew out the oil lamp on the table, leaving only a faint glow from the fireplace. In the darkness, she lay on the slightly narrow, hard bed, listening to the faint sounds coming from the large bed not far away. She turned her back to that side, and forced herself to close her eyes. Su Maya watched Lu Jixia's retreating figure, a playful smile playing on her lips. She pulled the somewhat bewildered Su Miyu and slipped into their bed. Inside Miao Miao's house, silence returned. Only the embers in the fireplace occasionally burst into a small spark, illuminating the figures sleeping in each other's arms on the large bed, and also illuminating a few restless hearts, each with their own worries, in the corner. But outside the house, which is only separated by a wall, a cold wind howled, and 46 shivering souls stared intently at the window that let in a sliver of light, their eyes burning with a flame hotter than the fireplace. Chapter 30. Lu Jixia's talent needs a second leap forward. It needs to be put on the agenda. Chapter 30. Lu Jixia's talent has undergone a second sublimation, which needs to be put on the agenda. The next morning, the first ray of sunlight shone through the crack in the window of the Miao Miao house, turning into a thin golden band of light that fell precisely on Chu Yang's face. His eyelids twitched, and he slowly woke up amidst a rich and enticing aroma of meat. Before I even fully opened my eyes, a scent that was a mixture of faint milky aroma and the sweet fragrance of grains wafted into my nostrils. Chu Yang turned his head and met a pair of smiling eyes. Lin Qingxuan was already dressed, her dazzling silver hair simply tied back, and she wore a linen dress sewn by Lu Jixia, which outlined her exquisite curves. She held a warm earthenware bowl in her hands, filled with perfectly cooked mincemeat porridge, and sprinkled with a few bright green scallions. The morning light bathed her in a soft glow, and her usually cool face, after being nourished by the rain and dew overnight, lost all its frost, leaving only the tenderness and tranquility of a newlywed. Woke up! She handed the bowl over in a soft voice. Chu Yang subconsciously reached out to take it, but Lin Qingxuan gently shook her head. With her other hand, she naturally picked up the spoon, scooped up a spoonful, blew on it, and brought it to his lips. You must have been tired yesterday, let me feed you. Those hands, which always gripped the sword, were now holding the bowl steadily, their movements incredibly gentle. Chu Yang's heart fluttered. Looking at the beautiful woman feeding him, he opened his mouth without any hesitation. The warm meat porridge slid into my stomach, instantly dispelling the last trace of sleepiness. He calmly enjoyed the top-notch service from this A-level talent expert, his gaze sweeping over her without restraint. On her fair neck, there were still a few ambiguous red marks left from last night's fierce battle. Far from ruining her beauty, they added a touch of breathtaking charm to her. This, in-death exchange, was absolutely worth it. After finishing a bowl of porridge, Chu Yang felt completely relaxed. He got out of bed, washed up quickly, and then pushed open the door to the Miao Miao house. The scene outside the door startled him slightly. Overnight the camp, which had previously appeared somewhat chaotic, underwent a dramatic transformation. Dozens of school beauties, each with their own unique looks, had all changed into short-sleeved shirts and shorts for easy movement. The hesitation and fear of yesterday were gone from their faces, replaced by a kind of enthusiastic energy. Under Lu Jixia's excellent command, the entire camp was divided into several highly efficient groups. On the east side of the camp, Li Qian's infrastructure team was using the ore and wood they had brought back yesterday to hammer and bang, covering the outer wall of the Miao Miao house with a layer of sturdy stone. The prototype of a defensive fortification surrounding the camp had already appeared. On the open ground to the west, Wan Ye's agricultural reclamation team had already cleared a neat field and was carefully planting potato and corn seeds, their faces beaming with hope for the future. Further away, Tang Rou and Li Shui led several girls with combat talents to form a guard group, which was stationed at several high points in the camp, vigilantly monitoring the surrounding area. The entire camp was like a sophisticated machine that had been activated, with everyone shining brightly in their respective roles, and everything seemed orderly and thriving. Chu Yang's gaze pierced through the busy crowd and finally settled on the chief designer of that precision machine, Lu Jixia. She was standing in the center of the camp on a newly cleared open space, wearing a black tight-fitting sportswear outfit that perfectly outlined her mature and voluptuous figure. Full breasts, slender waist, perky peach-shaped buttocks, and long, straight legs, every curve exudes explosive power and allure. Holding a sharpened twig in her hand, she squatted on the ground, gesturing to the leaders of several groups, clearly assigning the day's specific tasks. Her focused and confident expression exuded an intellectual charm of strategic planning. A few glistening beads of sweat slid down her smooth forehead, across her beautiful cheeks, and finally dripped into the dust. This unique blend of intellect, maturity, and sexiness creates a fatal attraction that can drive any man crazy. Chu Yang felt something stirring within him again, and a surge of heat uncontrollably welled up in his heart. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Lu Jixia's figure screams seductive enchantress. Lin Qingshuang needs to eat, and it's time to make preparations for breaking the taboo with teacher Lu. Lu Jixia's value is immense. Her presence has significantly improved the team's operational efficiency. Therefore, Chu Yang must help her complete her second sublimation as soon as possible. He couldn't wait to see what kind of heaven-defying existence this natural housekeeper would become after her D-level talent, Thousand Threads of Wonder, evolved. Just as Chu Yang was filled with excitement, and his mind was already planning tonight's sublimation ceremony, a cold, emotionless system notification suddenly rang in his mind, like a bucket of cold water poured over his head. Warning: high-energy reaction detected in the area. Map has been updated. Please check it. Chu Yang felt a chill and immediately shifted his attention away from Lu Jixia's alluring curves. With a thought, the huge, semi-transparent virtual map instantly unfolded before his eyes. On the map, the blue dots representing the camps remained unharmed, while the red dots representing Level 1 and Level 2 beasts continued to linger in their usual spots. But when his gaze swept to the southeast corner of the map, his eyes lit up. Deep in the dense forest, about 5 kilometers from the camp, a brand new marker, constantly shimmering with brilliant golden light, appeared out of nowhere. The light was so dazzling that it even overshadowed all the surrounding red dots. Rare treasure chest. 4 large golden characters floated above the light spot. However, Chu Yang's gaze did not linger on the treasure chest for long. His eyes were drawn to the 2 bright red, huge numbers next to the golden light, which looked as if they were written in blood. 3. 2 Level 3. This means that 2 terrifying creatures, far stronger than the adult boar from yesterday, are guarding this treasure chest. Chu Yang's smile vanished instantly, and he calmed down. He knew very well what a Level 3 savage beast meant. Their basic attributes, such as strength, agility, and defense, will be several times that of a Level 2 savage beast, and they may even have awakened some special skills. Although Lin Qingshuang gained A-level talent after her second sublimation, her combat power soared. However, the chances of winning against 2 unknown Level 3 savage beasts are still slim. More importantly, she lacks a powerful weapon to fully unleash the power of her A-level talent. The iron sword she has is just a gift from the system at the beginning. Although sharp, it will likely be insufficient against the thick defense of a level 3 savage beast. We must get her a better sword. Chu Yang's eyes sharpened, and a bold plan quickly took shape in his mind. Chapter 31 Lu Jixia's Gentle Touch. Chapter 31 Lu Jixia's Gentle Touch. Chu Yang sat at the wooden table and opened the class system panel. It's been 3 days since the last time the blueprints for the magic house were refreshed, and today is the perfect day to refresh them again. With a thought, a flash of white light appeared. A drawing appeared on the table. Level 1 Wooden House Construction Blueprints. Quality, white. Description: consuming 10,000 wood points, a sturdy wooden house that can accommodate 5 to 8 people can be built. It has basic wind and rain protection and is somewhat intimidating to wild beasts below level 1. This thing might be used as toilet paper later on, but in the early stages of survival, it's your life. The world channel is now filled with cries of despair. Most classes are still sleeping in caves, in the woods, or even camping out in the wilderness. The low temperatures at night and the lurking poisonous insects and wild animals are the biggest killers. Without saying a word, Chu Yang opened the World Trading Channel. At this moment, the channel was flooded with messages at a dizzying speed. I'm dying of thirst. I trade my school beauties used stockings for 500 milliliters of water. Does anyone have anti-inflammatory medicine? I was bitten on the leg by a wolf and I have a fever. Help! Selling large quantities of timber in exchange for food, specifically meat. Meat only. Chu Yang ignored the junk information and directly posted the level 1 wooden house construction blueprints. Seller, Chu Yang, Class A10086. Traded item, level 1 wooden house construction blueprint, white. Requirements: long swords of blue quality or higher with good stats. Low quality weapons are not acceptable. The moment this transaction information was released, the previously noisy channel went silent for a brief moment, then erupted into chaos. What? Wooden house blueprints? Someone actually leaked this at this stage? Wow! Our class monitor is still leading people to dig tunnels, and these guys are already selling real estate. Could I trade you a girl? She's from the art department in my class, and she's delicate and graceful. The private chat window instantly showed 99+. Chu Yang set up keyword blocking to filter out all nonsense. Soon, an avatar with the ID, Zhou Zhan, popped up. Zhou Zhan, Class C88772 Bro, I want the blueprints. I also have a sword here, see if it's okay. Immediately afterwards, a picture of the equipment's attributes was sent over. Shattered Star Longsword. Quality blue. Attack power, 45 to 60. Special effect 1, sharpness plus 50, making it extremely easy to cause lacerations. Special effect 2, armor penetration, passive, when attacking, there is a 20% chance to ignore 30% of the target's defense. Note: the sword blade contains a small amount of star iron, making it incredibly sharp and capable of cutting through iron like mud. It is a rare and powerful weapon in the early stages of the game. Chu Yang's eyes lit up. Highly sharp, with armor-piercing properties. This was practically tailor-made for Lin Qingxuang's Frost Sword Dancer. The A-level talent comes with the ability to ignore defense, and with the armor-piercing effect of this sword, even the thick hide of a level 3 savage beast would be torn apart like tofu with one strike. Chu Yang, the item is good, let's exchange it. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end, as if they were hesitating. Zhou Zhan, bro, that's not fair, is it? This is a blue weapon, and you're trading it for a white blueprint. The quality is 2 tiers lower. You'll have to add something else, at least 50 gene of meat. Raising prices on the spot. Chu Yang sneered. This Zhou Zhan was clearly a reckless fool who only looked at the panel data and had no idea what strategic resources were. Chu Yang, add meat? You're overthinking it. If you don't change it, I'll leave it hanging. This blueprint is currently unique across the entire server, and your sword might not be unique either. Zhou Zhan, who are you trying to fool? Killing monsters is the only way to go. With a weapon, I can kill more monsters and get more blueprints. Your blueprints are just a place to sleep. How can they compare to my deadly weapon? Chu Yang changed his posture and gave this god of war a lesson. Chu Yang, brother, your combat strength is not bad, but what about the others in your class? Where do your 50 people sleep at night? Zhou Zhan, cave. Chu Yang, the cave is damp, which easily breeds poisonous insects, and there are many blind spots in the defense. If you are attacked by a pack of beasts at night, how many people can you protect with just one sword? Can you kill 10, or even 100? If just a few escape, your logistics, your healers, and your gathering team will all be finished. The other side fell silent again. Chu Yang pressed his advantage, each word piercing the heart. Chu Yang, weapons can only enhance one person, leaving you as a lone commander. But this blueprint can give your entire team an absolutely safe haven. With a cabin, your team members can get a good night's sleep, recover their stamina quickly, have a low rate of illness, and double their gathering efficiency the next day. This is called sustainable development. Chu Yang, only those who survive have the right to talk about dealing damage. If all your teammates are dead, are you going to take on a mountain full of wild beasts with a broken blue sword? These words struck Zhou Zhan like a heavy hammer blow. The cruelty of the wild world lies not only in the strength of the monsters, but also in the harshness of the environment. Last night, the morale of Class C88772 was low because someone was bitten to death by a venomous snake in their sleep. Zhou Zhan looked at the gleaming longsword in his hand, then at the group of trembling, pale-faced team members behind him. Chu Yang is right. He is very strong, but he can't be in two places at once. Zhou Zhan, damn, you convinced me. You're a real talent. Switch. Transaction successful. With a flash of light, the parchment scroll disappeared, replaced by a heavy longsword. The sword is 3 feet and 3 inches long, with a deep, dark blue color throughout. Fine silver particles shimmer on the blade, like scattered stars in the night sky. Holding it in my hand, a chilling sensation spreads through my palm. What a fine sword! Chu Yang didn't look at it for long, turned around, pushed open the door, and walked out of Miao Miao House. At this moment, Lin Qingxuang was leading the guard team on a patrol around the camp. The novice iron sword in her hand was full of nicks and stained with dried black blood. Qingxuang, here you go. Chu Yang tossed it casually. The deep blue longsword traced a perfect parabola in the air. Lin Qingxuang reacted swiftly, reaching back to firmly grasp the hilt. Buzz dash. The moment the longsword was in hand, it emitted a clear and melodious sword cry, as if it were cheering that it had found its true master. Lin Qingxuang's beautiful eyes narrowed suddenly, and with a slight flick of her wrist, she twirled her sword. Laugh! Without any obstruction, the sword's edge sliced through the air, producing a crisp sound like tearing cloth. The wooden stake next to it was struck by the sword energy, and a corner of it was broken off silently, leaving a smooth, mirror-like cut. Blue quality armor-piercing attribute. Lin Qingxuang was a discerning person. She stroked the sword, feeling its sharp aura subtly resonating with the icy power within her, her eyes filled with delight. With this sword, her combat strength would at least double. She raised her head, her gaze passing over the crowd and landing on the man standing with his hands behind his back. No extra words were needed. He knew what she lacked and, in the shortest amount of time, delivered the best to her. This feeling of being cherished and valued was more intoxicating to her than the sword itself. Thank you, my husband. Lin Qingxuang's lips moved slightly, and a look of joy appeared on her face. Tip: Lin Qingxuang's affection for you has increased. Current loyalty, 96, willing to follow you to the death. The school beauties working nearby were all stunned. The blue aura emanating from the sword was particularly dazzling in the sunlight. That's a blue weapon, right? I heard on the world chat that a green weapon can now be exchanged for a school beauty's virginity. The class monitor is so good to Qingxuang. Well, I want a gift too. I want to warm the class monitor's bed too. Stop dreaming. Sister Qingxuang risked her life for this. Let's get to work and try to raise her loyalty level as soon as possible. Envy, jealousy, and longing, all sorts of emotions fermented in the girls' hearts. This is exactly the effect Chu Yang wanted. Only when they see that following me will bring them wealth and powerful equipment will they flock to me like crazy. All combat personnel, listen to my command. Chu Yang clapped his hands, his expression serious. Combat team, assemble! Target, 5 kilometers southeast. Slay a level 3 savage beast and seize the treasure chest. At a single command, the camp sprang into action. 15 girls with combat talents, including Tang Rou and Li Shui, quickly assembled. Although they were poorly equipped, mostly carrying sharpened wooden spears or stone axes, after 2 days of training, their eyes had lost some of their timidity and gained more of their fierceness. Holding the shattered star sword, Lin Qingxuang stood at the very front of the group, like a guardian Valkyrie. Just as the team was fully prepared and Chu Yang was about to give the order to depart. Wait! Husband, wait a minute! A slightly hurried voice came from the direction of the magic house. Lu Jixia carried stacks of neatly arranged clothes as she jogged over. She was running quite fast, and fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Her tight-fitting sportswear rose and fell with her breath, outlining a breathtaking arc. She ran up to Chu Yang, slightly out of breath, and handed him the clothes as if presenting a treasure. This is... Chu Yang reached out and took it. It feels slightly cool to the touch, yet is exceptionally supple. This is a vest-like lining, made of neither linen nor ordinary cotton. It has a leather-like texture, yet is as light and thin as gauze. Tough lining. Quality green. Defense, plus 15. Durability, 50 to 50. Special effect, buffer, passive, can reduce 10% of blunt weapon damage. Description, stitched by the D-level talent, masterful hands, using the softest yet toughest skin membrane from the abdomen of a level 2 mutated wild boar, with fine stitches for a comfortable fit. Green armor. Chu Yang looked at Lu Jixia in surprise. At present, apart from opening treasure chests, there is no other way to obtain armor. Lu Jixia actually managed to create equipment with attributes by hand using that support talent? When I was dealing with the wild boar carcass last night, I found that the skin on its belly was particularly tough, and I couldn't even cut it with a knife. Lu Jixia tidied the stray hairs by her ears, smiled shyly, but her eyes held a hint of anticipation for praise. I tried to use my talent to work on it, and I stayed up all night to make this one. My husband, you are a melee fighter. Although you have the protection of frost, it's always good to have an extra layer of protection. She didn't mention how many times she pricked her fingers with needles last night, nor how much effort she had spent softening the animal hide. She simply offered the best guarantee she could provide at this crucial moment before her departure. The girls around them gasped again. I originally thought Lu Jixia was just in charge of logistics, but I didn't expect that her skill of manufacturing equipment by hand is of strategic value no less than Lin Qingxuang's. In front of everyone, Chu Yang took off his coat and put on the undershirt. The size is just right, and the fit is perfect, like a second skin, with no feeling of restriction at all. Jixia. Chu Yang straightened his clothes, looked at the woman in front of him whose eyes were full of him, reached out and gently wiped the sweat from her forehead. You are truly my wonderful wife. Those 3 simple words made Lu Jixia's pretty face turn red to the roots of her ears instantly, and the sweetness in her heart was almost overflowing. The fatigue from staying up all night vanished in that moment, and she felt it was all worth it. Go ahead, I'll take care of things at home. Lu Jixia said softly, her eyes firm. I will guard the camp and wait for your triumphant return. Chu Yang nodded and turned to look at the team that was already fully prepared to depart. At this moment, he held his trump card, wore precious armor, stood beside an A-level expert wielding a divine weapon, and behind him were 15 spirited female warriors. Set off! With a wave of his hand, the group marched into the depths of the dense forest. Chapter 32 Lin Qingxuang's Terrifying Strength. Chapter 32 Lin Qingxuang's Terrifying Strength. The dense jungle was like a giant dark green net, cutting the sunlight into fine spots. Chu Yang lowered his body and crouched behind a clump of ferns that were half his height, followed by 15 girls who held their breath. The air was filled with the pungent smell of decaying leaves and wild animal droppings, and the further you went in, the stronger the smell became. Stop! Chu Yang raised his right hand and made a fist to signal him to stop. The group froze instantly, even their breathing was deliberately suppressed to a minimum. 50 meters ahead was a clearing carved out by brute force, and in the center, a golden treasure chest floated silently, emitting a halo that made one's heart race. But around the treasure chest are desperate guardians. Tang Ro, report the position. Chu Yang ordered in a low voice without turning his head. Tang Ro immediately closed her eyes, activating her D-level talent, eagle-eye vision, at full power. Her eyeballs darted rapidly beneath her eyelids, constructing a sophisticated infrared thermal image of everything around her in her mind. A few seconds later, she opened her eyes, her face pale, and her voice trembled slightly. Mr. Ban, things are not good. The two largest ones directly in front are level 3 steel-bristled tusk wild boars. Their skin is very thick, and their bristles are like steel needles. 5 level 2 shadow swift wolves were lying in the bushes on the left, asleep, but their ears were twitching. And Tang Ro swallowed hard, her finger trembling as she pointed to the withered tree branch above her head. Up there are 10 level 1 corrupted beak vultures, ready to swoop down at any moment. Chu Yang glanced at her in the direction of her gaze. The 2 wild boars were about the size of small trucks, with tusks that gleamed with a yellowish-brown sheen, clearly indicating they were tough nut to crack. The wolf packs are positioned strategically, specializing in attacking the lower 3 lanes. The vultures in the sky are the most annoying harassing unit. He quickly drew up a combat strength comparison table in his mind. Those 2 level 3 wild boars were tough and thick-skinned, with an overall combat strength of at least 30 points. If this had happened yesterday, it would have been a certain death trap. But today is different. Chu Yang glanced at Lin Qingxuang beside him. This newly promoted A-rank wife was quietly wiping the shattered star longsword in her hand, her silver hair falling over her shoulders, and she exuded a chilling aura that kept strangers at bay. With the enhancement of this blue weapon, coupled with the terrifying boost from her A-level talent, her overall combat strength is conservatively estimated to have exceeded 50. This is not just a numerical surpassing, but a dimensional crushing. As for myself, I drank the potion, wore green gear, and wielded a blue axe. My combat power was 22 points, which wasn't much, but it was more than enough to act as a meat shield and hold off the enemy. The remaining team members, although their combat strength is only 12 to 15 points, can easily clear out the mobs as long as they form a defensive formation. This is a battle that will benefit the rich. Chu Yang's lips curled up slightly, and he felt confident. He turned around, his gaze sweeping over the group of girls behind him, their palms sweating with nervousness, and said in a calm and firm tone, "Listen carefully, the tactics are very simple. Li Shui, you take 2 strength-type characters and come with me to hold off that wild boar on the left. Remember, only engage in hit-and-run tactics, don't try to tank the damage. You can only deal damage if you're alive. The rest of you, form a circle back-to-back. Those with ranged attacks, shoot down those vultures in the sky, don't let them poop on our heads. Those in melee, keep an eye on those wolves, chop off the claws of anyone who dares to show their head." Finally, his gaze fell on Lin Qingxuang. No need for unnecessary words. Lin Qingxuang nodded slightly, her clear, cold eyes fixed only on the largest wild boar king in front of her. "That's your prey." Chu Yang pointed to the right. "Quickly finish the job, then clear the area." "Understood." Lin Qingxuang's voice was soft, yet it carried a chilling killing intent. "Action!" With a low shout, Chu Yang launched himself out of the bushes like a cannonball. "You beast! Look here!" Chu Yang's blue logging axe flashed through the air, leaving a trail of afterimages, and with a loud bang, it slammed into the head of the wild boar on his left. Although it didn't break through her defenses, it was extremely insulting. "Roar or dash!" The wild boar, which had been dozing, was awakened by the excruciating pain. It let out a furious roar, its eyes bloodshot, and pawed at the ground with its 4 hooves, charging towards Chu Yang like an out-of-control tank. Spread! Chu Yang roared and used the surrounding trees to maneuver nimbly, keeping the enormous creature firmly in place. At the same time, the battle broke out in full force. The howls of wolves, the shrieks of vultures, and the cries of girls mingled together. But everyone's peripheral vision unconsciously drifted to the other side of the battlefield. That's where the key to victory lies. Facing another level 3 wild boar king that was charging at her in a frenzy, Lin Qingxuan did not dodge. She didn't even adopt a defensive stance, but instead raised her dark blue long sword and faced him head-on. Silver hair flying, blue skirt fluttering. Just as the wild boar's thick tusk was about to pierce her body, Lin Qingxuan moved. Frosty sword stance. The temperature in the air dropped sharply. She transformed into an icy blue afterimage. It wasn't fast, but rather an eerie fluidity. Sidestep, slide, and draw your sword. The shattered star longsword's built-in armor-piercing effect combined with the A-level talent. Ignored defense. Made that steel-bristled pigskin, which even bullets might not be able to penetrate, as brittle as a sheet of paper. Sizzle dash. A sickening tearing sound rang out. The boar king's massive body stiffened abruptly, revealing a terrifying half-meter-long wound on its side. Before the blood could even gush out, it was instantly frozen by the extreme cold air attached to the wound. This is not an injury, this is punishment. The wild boar king roared in pain, its movements visibly slowing down. Its once swift charge now looked like a slow-motion replay. It's over. Lin Qingxuan let out a soft cry and leaped high into the air. The longsword in her hand twirled in the air, creating a dazzling sword flower. The surrounding water vapor instantly condensed into countless tiny ice crystals, which swirled and danced around her. Rank A talent active skill frozen sword dance. Fall! As she pressed down with her wrist, countless ice crystals transformed into numerous icy swords, pouring down like a torrential rain, completely engulfing the level 3 wild boar king. Puff 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 dash. The dense sounds of flesh being pierced sent chills down my spine. A few seconds later, the arrogant level 3 beast remained motionless, its head held high and roaring. It was frozen into a huge, crystal-clear, and lifelike ice sculpture. Sunlight filters through the leaves and falls on the ice sculpture, refracting a rainbow of colors, creating an eerie beauty that is also chillingly cold. Sold out instantly? A true instant kill. Lin Qingxuan landed without even catching her breath. Without glancing at her spoils, she turned, drew her sword, and charged into the wolf pack. What followed could no longer be called a battle. That was a one-sided massacre. Those level 2 wolves that terrified ordinary girls couldn't even last a single move against Lin Qingxuan's sword. A single sword strike to the throat, freezing the wound in the process, so that not even a drop of blood would splatter onto her clean dress. 10 minutes later, the forest returned to its deathly stillness. Apart from the wolf carcasses and bird feathers scattered all over the ground, and the 2 enormous ice sculptures of wild boars, there was not a single living creature. 0 casualties. There wasn't even a minor injury. That's it. They won? Li Shue's hand holding the stone axe was still trembling. She looked at the incredible scene before her, feeling as if she were dreaming. Yesterday, they almost lost everything trying to kill a level 2 wild boar. Today, facing 2 level 3 monsters and a bunch of minions, it was as easy as a picnic? All eyes were fixed on the silver-haired figure standing next to the ice sculpture. Lin Qingxuan sheathed her sword, lightly flicked away non-existent blood stains, her expression as calm as if she had simply swatted a mosquito. Powerful. That's incredible. This kind of power is not the kind that relies on sheer numbers, but rather the kind of despair-inducing, insurmountable class gap. Is this what A-level talent is? Tang Ro murmured to herself, her eyes glazed over. Just one night, just because. Someone started it, and the girls' gazes began to shift. The focus slowly shifted from Lin Qingxuan to the man who was jumping off the wild boar carcass with an axe in his hand. Chu Yang. The creators of all this. If they desire for secondary sublimation, was previously limited to wanting to become stronger and survive. Then now, that desire has changed. That was a greed for power, a fanaticism for upward mobility. As long as I can get into that man's bed. As long as it satisfies him. Could I also be like Lin Xingxuang, whose sword flashes coldly, freezing everything in its path? Could one also become the god, who controls the life and death of others in this cannibalistic world? A tense atmosphere spread through the ranks. Those school beauties who usually prided themselves on being reserved were now looking at Chu Yang with eyes that could practically burn through his clothes. Some girls unconsciously puffed out their chests, trying to show that they were no less attractive than Lin Xingxuang, while others bit their lips and stared with longing in their eyes, as if they wanted to rush up and offer themselves to her right now. Shame? What is shame worth in the face of absolute power? Chu Yang had his back to everyone. Although he didn't turn around, he felt as if his back was being scorched by dozens of high-powered bathroom heaters. A playful smile curved his lips. This is exactly the effect I wanted. Only when they see tangible benefits and the stark difference between them will these once high and mighty women completely humble themselves and become the most obedient cats and the fiercest dogs. Clean up the battlefield. Chu Yang's voice shattered everyone's fantasies. He brushed the sawdust off his clothes, speaking in a flat tone, as if the crushing victory he had just won was nothing to brag about. Fur, fangs, magic cores, don't forget a single one. We'll make it a special meal for everyone when we get back tonight. Yes, my husband. This time, the answers were uniform and loud, exuding an unprecedented fervor and obedience. Chu Yang ignored the busy figures. He strode forward, stepping over the fallen leaves and branches, and walked step by step toward the center of the battlefield. There, the rare golden treasure chest floats silently, awaiting its owner. This is the main event of today. What good stuff is hidden inside the chest guarded by 2 level 3 monsters? Chu Yang rubbed his hands together, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes, and placed his hand on the cool lid of the treasure chest. Click. Chapter 33 S-Rank Treasure Chest. Chapter 33 S-Rank Treasure Chest. Chu Yang stood in front of the floating golden chest, the only sound being the rustling of leaves in the wind. 15 pairs of eyes were fixed on his hand, and they even held their breath. This is something that 2 level 3 monsters risked their lives to protect. Without hesitation, Chu Yang placed his palm on the cool metal surface of the treasure chest, feeling a delicate frosted texture on his fingertips. Click. The crisp sound of the latch popping open was particularly loud in the quiet afternoon. The next second, there was no cliched sparkle of jewelry, nor gold coins scattered everywhere. Boom dash! A golden beam of light, over 2 meters in diameter, burst forth from inside the box without warning, instantly piercing through the dense canopy and soaring into the sky. The once dim jungle was illuminated as bright as day. The beam of light stirred the clouds above, forming a huge golden vortex that was clearly visible for dozens of miles around. This commotion was ridiculously loud. Chu Yang subconsciously squinted, and before he could see what was in the box, a cold, grand, and emotionless mechanical voice forcefully entered his mind. No, it wasn't just him. The sound disregarded space and distance, and at the same time, it exploded in the minds of tens of thousands of classes and all survivors in this wild world. World announcement. Congratulations to Chu Yang, the class monitor of Class A10086, for successfully opening the world's first rare treasure chest. Trigger the first kill in the server. Critical hit reward mechanism. The original Grade A rare treasure chest has been automatically upgraded to Grade S prestige treasure chest. As soon as the voice fell, the towering golden pillar of light instantly contracted, turning into specks of starlight that converged back into the box in front of Chu Yang. The once golden treasure chest now has a layer of flowing dark gold patterns on its outer shell, making it appear more ancient and heavy, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. S-Rank. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. Before he could process this huge surprise, the cold system voice sounded again, this time announcing new rules that were enough to drive everyone crazy. Treasure chest opening rules updated. From this moment on, the maximum quality of the treasure chests opened by the 2nd to 101st players will be locked at grade B. From position 102 to 1001, the maximum quality of the treasure chests is locked at grade C. And so on. In this world, the winner takes all. If you're ahead in one step, you're ahead in every step. The final phrase, winner takes all, was like a resounding slap across the face of all the survivors worldwide. The world channel fell into an eerie silence at that moment. About a second later, the chat interface, which originally contained only a few scattered SOS messages, was instantly flooded with a dense barrage of comments, scrolling so fast that they were impossible to see with the naked eye. What? S-Class? I'm still fighting with stray dogs for food over a white wooden crate, and they're already driving an S-Class car? Class A10086? Who is Chu Yang? I've never heard of that name before. Cheating. It's only the 3rd day. Who could possibly kill the monster guarding the treasure chest? It has to be at least level 2, right? Upstairs, the system already said it's a rare treasure chest, and the guardian monster is at least level 3. Is Chu Yang some kind of god? It's over. All the good stuff will be taken by the people in front of us, and we'll be left without even getting a hot bowl of soup. Brother Chu Yang, I'm the school beauty of Class C9981, I'm 36D, please take me under your wing. Please message me privately. I can transfer to your class to be your maid. Wailing, cursing, shock, jealousy. Countless negative emotions were fermenting in the channel. In a dark and damp cave, Zhou Zhan leaned against the rock wall, the blue long sword he had just acquired looking somewhat dull and lifeless. He looked at the 3 boys lying on the ground groaning in front of him. They were some of the toughest guys in his class. They paid a heavy price to deal with a lone level 3 beast, finally managing to whittle it down, only to find that all they got were a few pieces of meat and a tattered hide. Treasure chest? There wasn't even a trace of a wooden box in sight. S-Class Ultimate Treasure Chest. Zhou Zhan stared at the glittering name on the world channel, his knuckles turning white as he gripped his sword before finally letting go helplessly. Chu Yang, what kind of monster are you? A deep sense of powerlessness welled up inside me. He thought that having a blue weapon would allow him to lead the entire server, but now it seems that the finish line he fought so hard to reach was just the starting point that others casually passed by. Deep in the jungle, Lin Qingxuang, Tang Rou, Li Shui, and the other 15 girls stood there dumbfounded, the echo of the world announcement still reverberating in their minds. They glanced at the treasure chest radiating a dark golden light, then at the tall, upright man standing in front of it. The sense of reality is somewhat stripped away at this moment. We're number 1 in the world in S-Class? Li Shui murmured to herself, her voice trembling slightly. The next second. Dash! A scream loud enough to pierce eardrums erupted. These girls, who usually can't even open a bottle cap, were jumping around like crazy, disregarding their image. We won! We're number 1! My husband is amazing! An S-rank treasure chest! One of a kind in the whole world! Wah, that scared me to death! When those 2 pigs charged at me, I thought I was going to die. But not only did we win, we even made it onto the world stage. A tremendous sense of honor and pride surged through their bodies like an electric current. In this damn apocalyptic world, what could be more reassuring than following the number 1 player in the entire server? No! The girls, who hadn't been this excited even when they were killing monsters, now had flushed faces and looked at Chu Yang with eyes full of admiration. Alright, stop howling. If you attract the monsters, we'll have to fight again. Chu Yang turned around, his face not showing much elation, but rather an excessive calmness. His nonchalant attitude made him seem even more unfathomable to the girls. Is this the demeanor of a strong person? Even an S-rank treasure chest couldn't move him? Chu Yang ignored their wild imaginations. His attention was entirely focused on the box. S-grade Supreme Treasure Chest. The information contained here will determine the future development path of Class A10086. He reached into the light. What you receive are 2 rolls of thick, heavy parchment. The first volume glows with a faint blue light. Precision Tool Manufacturing Room Construction Drawings. Quality blue. Note, the cornerstone of industrialization. Once completed, it will provide a complete set of precision machining tables, furnaces, and molds. Special effect: when crafting items in the workshop, efficiency is increased by 300%, and there is a 30% chance to improve the quality of the finished product by 1 level. Requirements: 5,000 iron ore, 10,000 stone, 8,000 wood. Nice one! Chu Yang made up his mind. This is practically a magic weapon tailor-made for Lu Jixia and Su Meyer. With this, Lu Jixia's speed in crafting equipment by hand can triple, and Su Meyer can also try to make more complex tools, or even simple machines. This is the key to pulling the camp directly from a primitive tribe into the era of handicrafts. Chu Yang put it away and his gaze fell on the second volume of drawings. In this volume, the light is no longer blue. Instead, it's a fiery, dazzling, and destructive orange. In a time when even blue is scarce, what does orange signify? This means a dimensional reduction attack. Chu Yang took a deep breath and slowly unfolded the blueprints. A complex mechanical diagram came into view, with the dimensions of every part, including the barrel, hammer, flintlock clip, and trigger, clearly marked. Even from just a blueprint, Chu Yang could almost smell the gunpowder. Manufacturing blueprints for an improved flintlock musket. Quality: orange. Type: firearms mass production blueprint. Attack power: 180 to 220, depending on gunpowder quality. Range: 150 meters, effective kill. Loading speed: 15 seconds per shot, skilled worker. Description: this is a modified firearm technology, simple in structure but immensely powerful. No combat talent is required. Simply pulling the trigger is enough to teach level 3 or lower beasts the true meaning of the art of truth. Requirements: 100 refined iron, 100 wood, 50 gunpowder, with recipe. Call. Chu Yang let out a long breath, and finally couldn't suppress the smile on his lips. Western medicine treats the symptoms, while traditional Chinese medicine treats the root cause. Gunpowder, it addresses both the symptoms and the root cause. This is the real trump card. No matter how strong Lin Qingxuang is, she is still just one person. But this thing can be mass-produced. As long as the resources are sufficient, he can easily assemble a squad of musketeers. No, a squad of musketeers. Imagine 50 school beauties, each armed with a musket, firing a volley at a charging horde of beasts. The thought of that scene is enough to send chills down your spine. Husband, what wonderful thing is it? Sumuyu mustered her courage and came closer, her eyes sparkling. Other girls also gathered around, looking on with curiosity. Chu Yang held up the orange drawing in his hand and waved it in the sunlight. This is called truth. The girls were stunned. Truth? This is a weapon. Chu Yang pointed to the gun barrel on the blueprint, his voice booming and echoing throughout the room. It doesn't require you to have A-level talent, nor does it require you to have the strength of 1,000 pounds. Even if you are a logistics staff member who can't even kill a chicken, or even if you are a cook who can only cook. As long as you take it, after a little training. Pull the trigger. Chu Yang made a shooting gesture and said softly, bang. It can shatter the head of a level 2 wild boar with a single shot, and even severely injure a level 3 savage beast. The entire room fell silent. The girls stared wide-eyed at the thin sheet of paper in disbelief. No talent required? Can ordinary people kill monsters? In a world where talent determines destiny, this statement had a greater impact on them than the world announcement just now. Especially those girls whose talent level was F or E but who could only do odd jobs. Their eyes instantly reddened. They are afraid of dying, but even more afraid of being useless. They feared that one day Chu Yang would find them a burden and abandon them. But now, Chu Yang tells them that they too can have fangs. Really? A petite girl asked in a trembling voice. I never lie to my own people. Chu Yang put away the blueprints and stared intently at them. I will build this thing when I get back. As long as you are loyal and obedient enough. I will make sure that each of you has the ability to protect yourself. Nobody is useless in this camp. The words had barely left his mouth. Long live my husband! This cheer, filled with catharsis, was more genuine than ever before. Sense of security. This is a luxury more precious than food and water. Chu Yang had just given them the ultimate sense of security. Tip: high team morale has been detected, and the loyalty of all members has slightly increased. Hint: Lin Qingxuang's loyalty +1, currently 97. Hint: Tang Rou's loyalty +3, currently 49. Looking at the rows of fluctuating green numbers, Chu Yang nodded in satisfaction. This is the effect he wanted. One hand holds a big stick, the other a sweet date. A divine sword in one hand, a musket in the other. He is turning this class into an impenetrable wall. All right. Chu Yang waved his hand, pointing to the spoils on the ground. Lin Qingxuang, take some men and butcher the wild boar. We want the best meat and skin. Tang Rou, go and knock out all the wolf's teeth. They're good material for bullets. The rest of you, gather the hay and wood around here, and carry the treasure chest up too. It's an excellent storage box. Hurry up! Let's go home. Yes, my husband. The girls wiped away their tears and charged onto the battlefield like they were on steroids. Even the most delicate girl, dragging the blood-soaked wolf carcass, no longer seemed bothered by the dirt. Instead, she looked excited. Because they know. Every single piece of material will be transformed into bullets to protect them. As the sun sets, it dyes the jungle a blood red. Chu Yang walked at the front of the group, followed by the women's army returning with their spoils. He glanced back at the sky that had been blasted open by the beam of light. The S-rank treasure chest is just the beginning. With firearms and industrial bases. In the days to come, it will be his turn, Class A10086, to roam freely in this wild and untamed world. Chapter 34: The Silent Contest Between Lu Zhixia and Lin Qingxuang. Chapter 34: The Silent Contest Between Lu Zhixia and Lin Qingxuang. The afterglow of the setting sun, like molten gold, spilled onto the wooden fence of Camp A10086. When Chu Yang's expedition team appeared at the edge of the jungle, the entire camp instantly erupted in excitement. They're back! My husband and the others are back! Look! They're carrying a huge box! And lots of meat! The 35 girls who stayed behind erupted in cheers far more enthusiastic than those welcoming the dawn. They put down their work and flocked to the camp entrance like swallows returning to their nests. Their pretty faces, whether innocent, charming, or cute, were filled with excitement and admiration. Hunger and fear had vanished, replaced by boundless admiration for the miracle this man had created. My husband, you've worked so hard. Husband, have some water, I just dried it. Several bolder girls squeezed forward, vying to hand over the water pouches, their flirtatious glances almost stretching out like silk threads. Their gazes were burning, lingering unabashedly on Chu Yang's clothes, which were soaked with sweat and clung to his muscular physique, as if they wanted to devour him alive. Chu Yang's expression remained unchanged. He calmly walked through the fragrant crowd, a mass of youthful hormones, ignoring the eager smiles and the soft touches that almost pressed against him. His steps were steady, and his goal was clear. Finally, he stopped in the center of the camp, next to the spinning machine. Lu Zhixia was squatting there, holding a sharpened stone in her hand, carefully planning something on a huge, freshly skinned wild boar hide, seemingly designing a brand new protective gear. She was so focused that she didn't even notice Chu Yang's return immediately. Until that tall figure completely blocked out the sunlight above her head. Lu Zhixia looked up and saw that it was Chu Yang. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. She quickly stood up and patted the dandruff off her hands. My husband, you're back. What was your haul? Chu Yang did not answer. Under the complex gazes of all 49 school beauties, a mixture of envy, jealousy, and incomprehension, he made a move that surprised everyone. He personally handed the 2 core blueprints, which had been coveted and speculated upon by countless people on his way back and were enough to cause a global upheaval, to Lu Jixia. A scroll, shimmering with a deep blue light. The other volume is engulfed in blazing orange flames. These are the blueprints for the precision tool manufacturing workshop and the improved flintlock musket. Chu Yang's voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. From now on, you will be responsible for all resource gathering, production planning, and personnel allocation for the camp. I need you to make these 2 things for me in the shortest possible time. These words are tantamount to a power transfer. Previously, Lu Jixia was merely a project manager, who had been verbally appointed. Now, holding these 2 core blueprints that will determine the future of the camp, she has become the de facto Grand Secretary, a figure second only to the leader and above the 48 others in this fledgling kingdom. Lu Jixia's breath caught in her throat at that moment. With trembling hands, she reached out and took the 2 heavy rolls of blueprints. When her fingertips touched the intricate and precise patterns on the blueprint and saw the terrifying attributes marked on it, her beautiful eyes, which always shone with wisdom, instantly burst forth with an unprecedented brilliance. The cornerstone of industrialization. Mass-producible firearms. She understood the strategic significance of these 2 things almost instantly. This is no longer a simple matter of survival, it is a leap forward in civilization. Lu Jixia forcibly suppressed the surging waves in her heart, raised her head, her eyes filled with unyielding love and admiration as she gazed at the man before her. Her voice trembled almost imperceptibly with excitement, yet it was incredibly gentle. My husband, you always bring us the greatest surprises and a sense of security. Please rest assured, Jixia will not fail your trust. After receiving the order, she did not delay at all, nor did she utter a single unnecessary word. Lu Jixia immediately turned around, her clear voice echoing throughout the room. Wang Ye, Zhang Qi, Su Meyer. All sisters with support and production talents, assemble here immediately. We need to replan all our actions for the next 3 days. She was decisive and efficient, instantly getting into work mode. Several girls whose names were called rushed over and surrounded Lu Jixia, beginning a tense study and discussion of the 2 blueprints. Chu Yang watched this scene with satisfaction, then turned and walked towards the door of the mystic house, which was only open to a select few. He needs rest. As soon as I stepped into the warm house, a tall, pretty girl who had been waiting for a long time immediately came to greet me. Her name is Qin Yu, and she has awakened the E-level talent of tendon manipulation. My husband, you're back. Qin Yu's voice was soft and sweet. She obediently laid out a soft animal skin cushion behind Chu Yang, gesturing for him to sit down. Then, she knelt behind Chu Yang, her seemingly soft and boneless little hands resting on his shoulders, which were slightly stiff from the battle. The next second, a perfectly timed force came. Her fingers seemed to have eyes, accurately finding every taut fascia and sore occiput, sometimes pressing, sometimes kneading, sometimes massaging. A tingling, numbing sensation spread instantly from my shoulders throughout my body. Chu Yang closed his eyes comfortably. This is the privilege of leaders. He enjoyed the top-notch service while his mind raced, reviewing the day's battle results and the future direction of development. Mass production of muskets was the top priority, but there was a huge shortage of materials. Iron ore, timber, and sulfur and saltpeter needed to make gunpowder. These all require a large collection team and precise route planning. And these are precisely Lu Jixia's strengths. Less than an hour. There was a gentle knock on the door of the magic house. Lu Jixia walked in, carrying a brand new animal hide map. The map's level of detail even secretly surprised Chu Yang. It was made from a single, massive piece of mutated wild boar hide, and the detailed terrain within a radius of several kilometers around the camp was drawn on it using different colored animal blood and fine charcoal powder. Mountains, rivers, dense forests, and mineral veins are all clearly marked. More importantly, the locations of several resource points are clearly drawn on it using bright red animal blood. Shishan Iron Mine, rich mine, huge reserves, estimated to yield more than 10,000 units of iron ore. Danger level high. Note: inhabited by a level 3 rock giant lizard population. Black forest, rich in high-quality hardwoods, vines, and a variety of herbs. Danger level medium. Note: numerous level 2 ghost spiders and level 1 carrion wolves are present. Sulfur caves. Each data collection route has its optimal path marked with dashed lines, and potential risks and estimated collection time are indicated along the way. This map is not a simple plan, but an outrageously detailed battle plan. When Chu Yang walked out of the wonderful house with the map in his hand, the scene before him made him pause slightly. Inside the camp, all the girls had already assembled according to the groups marked on the map. Lin Qingshuang led a 15-person combat team, each member armed and with a grim expression, standing at the very front of the group. Su Meyer led the logistics team, carrying empty baskets and ropes, ready to set off. Even Qin Yu, who had just given him a massage, had returned to the team, holding a small mining shovel in her hand. Everyone was alert, their eyes fixed on him, waiting for his command. This once loose machine has been completely activated under the tuning of Lu Jixia, a top engineer, and has become a precise, efficient war machine that can be put into operation at any time. Chu Yang's gaze fell on the elegant woman standing at the front of the line, with a tall and straight posture. Jixia, you did a great job, very efficient. He was generous with his praise. Lu Jixia met his gaze and smiled modestly. In the sunset, that smile was breathtakingly beautiful. This is all thanks to my husband. She spoke softly, her voice not loud, but loud enough for all the girls to hear clearly. You gave everyone hope and goals. Everyone wants to make contributions as soon as possible, prove their worth to you, and gain your approval. His words subtly elevated Chu Yang's leadership position, while cleverly inspiring everyone present. Chu Yang's satisfaction with this woman instantly soared to a whole new level. This enchanting woman not only possesses extraordinary management skills, but her top-tier emotional intelligence, her ability to understand people's hearts and control the narrative, is also unmatched. She is the perfect wife. This scene, witnessed by Lin Qingshuang not far away, stirred a sense of indescribable loss within her for the first time. She looked at the unspoken understanding between Chu Yang and Lu Jixia. Looking at the undisguised admiration in Chu Yang's eyes. Watching Lu Jixia use her wisdom to manage the entire camp in an orderly manner, she became Chu Yang's most indispensable right-hand woman. Lin Qingshuang gripped the dark blue shattered star longsword at her waist. She suddenly realized that her martial prowess, which she was so proud of, didn't seem to be the only measure of value in this team. But this disappointment lasted only a second. Her gaze returned to its cold and resolute intensity. I was his first woman. I am the sharpest sword in the camp. My value lies in clearing away any enemy that dares to stand in his way on the battlefield. Thinking of this, Lin Qingshuang took a step forward and said to Chu Yang in a deep voice. My lord, give me the rock giant lizard from the West Mountain iron mine. Please allow me to lead a combat team to the most dangerous place to bring back the first batch of ore for making firearms for you. She wanted to prove her irreplaceable position through her actions and military achievements. Chu Yang looked into her eyes, which were burning with fighting spirit, and nodded. Approved. He turned around, his gaze sweeping across the entire room, and gave his final instructions for the day. Lin Qingshuang, lead combat team, target Xishan Iron Mine. I will personally oversee operations from the rear, leading Lu Jixia and the rest of the team to the Black Forest to gather basic supplies. Split up and set off. At a command, the two massive teams, bathed in the last rays of the setting sun, marched off in different directions. Chapter 35 Lu Jixia's Swimming Pool Plan. Chapter 35 Lu Jixia's Pool Plan. On the edge of the Black Forest, the air was filled with the damp scent of earth. The light here is significantly dimmer than outside, with tall trees blocking out the sun, and only dappled sunlight filtering through the gaps in the branches and leaves. Chu Yang did not take action himself. He sat leisurely on an exquisite folding stool he had brought from the magic house. Behind him, Qin Yu, the school beauty who had awakened an E-level tendon massaging talent, was kneeling and continuing to provide him with professional massage services. He closed his eyes slightly, looking relaxed, as if he were not in a dangerous, wild world, but on vacation in a high-end club. However, beneath his seemingly relaxed body, his innate eagle-eye vision had already been pushed to its limit. In his field of vision, everything within a kilometer radius was transformed into an invisible three-dimensional radar map. No matter the slightest movement or energy fluctuation, nothing can escape its detection. A level 1 porcupine lurking in the grass 50 meters away just moved slightly, and its location, size, and even heart rate were clearly reflected in Chu Yang's mind. This feeling of absolute control over everything intoxicated him. Under his protection, dozens of girls were busily working. Under Lu Jixia's precise, second-by-second command, everyone was divided into several efficient groups. The girls in the logging team, working in pairs, rhythmically chopped down the hard timber with newly forged iron axes. The bark-peeling team uses small knives to carefully peel off the tough bark and vines completely, which are excellent materials for making ropes and protective gear. The girls in the herbal medicine group wandered through the woods, using their natural ability to identify various useful plants. Although there were dozens of people at the collection site, there was no chaos at all. The only sounds were the clanging of tools and the occasional whispers of the girls, creating a vibrant atmosphere. During a break, several girls, drenched in sweat, huddled together, wiping the sweat from their faces with their sleeves and muttering complaints under their breath. "Oh my God, I feel sticky all over, it's so uncomfortable. Yes, I really want to take a good bath, but going to the river is too dangerous. What if we encounter wild animals? Sigh, I wish I could take a shower at the camp someday." These unintentional complaints were keenly noticed by Lu Jixia, who was not far away. A barely perceptible glint flashed in her intelligent, beautiful eyes. The opportunity has arrived. Lu Jixia took out a sketch that she had prepared beforehand, which was covered with strange lines, from her leather pouch. She tidied her sweat-dampened hair, took light steps, and swayed gracefully as she approached Chu Yang. The black, tight-fitting sportswear perfectly accentuated her mature and voluptuous S-shaped curves, and every step she took was accompanied by a breathtaking rhythm. "My husband." She approached Chu Yang, her voice soft and charming, carrying just the right amount of respect. Chu Yang opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping over her pretty face, which was flushed with a healthy rosy glow from exercise. "What's up?" Lu Jixia slowly unfolded the sketch in her hand in front of Chu Yang. "My lord, I had a preliminary idea while studying the blueprints for the precision tool manufacturing workshop. The blueprints included a small water intake and purification filtration system, originally intended for industrial cooling and cleaning. I was thinking, could we use this device, with a few modifications, to build a large water purification pool inside the camp?" The reasons she gave were grand and impeccable. "In this way, we can solve all the women's personal hygiene problems once and for all, and avoid the huge risks they may encounter when bathing in the wild. A clean and comfortable living environment is a key step in enhancing the overall happiness and cohesion of our camp. This is a major issue concerning people's livelihood, which is related to our long-term stable development." Looking at the pool, on the sketch, which was specially marked and was about the size of a small swimming pool, Chu Yang instantly understood the demonist's true intentions. How to improve personal hygiene? A single enclosed bathroom will suffice. Why build such a huge, swimming pool, and design it to be open air? This was clearly intended to create a perfect setting for him, the only male among them, where he could meet honestly, and play in the water, with dozens of stunningly beautiful school beauties. What a clever Lu Jixia! She not only wanted to be a virtuous wife, but also a compassionate confidant, who could serve him comfortably. Chu Yang chuckled inwardly, feeling an unprecedented sense of satisfaction with Lu Jixia's sensible and considerate behavior. This plan was exactly what he wanted. He immediately made the decision and stood up from the folding stool. He took the sketch and announced it in front of all the girls who were resting. "Lu Jixia's suggestion is excellent. This is no small matter, it's a matter of paramount importance, concerning the long-term stability of our Class A10086. I hereby declare the water purification pool project a top priority for the camp. All resources must be fully allocated to support its construction. As he spoke, Chu Yang's gaze returned to Lu Jixia. He took the opportunity to grasp her delicate, boneless hand that was handing him the blueprints. The girl's hands were soft, with a thin layer of sweat from nervousness. Chu Yang gazed into her eyes, which were sparkling with pride at his praise, and spoke slowly in a deep, magnetic voice that could captivate any woman. Jixia, with a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? Boom! This sudden intimate gesture, along with this weighty and affectionate praise, struck Lu Jixia like a thunderbolt. Her pretty face flushed red at a visible speed, from her cheeks to the roots of her ears, and finally even her snow-white neck was tinged with a captivating pink blush. My heart pounded wildly, like a deer with a boulder thrown into it, filled with both shame and joy. At that very moment, a cold system notification sounded. Tip: Lu Jixia's affection for you has increased. Current loyalty, 88, secretly in love. Upon seeing this number, Chu Yang's lips curled into a subtle, almost unnoticed, aggressive smile. In his heart, the time was almost ripe. 88 points of loyalty. The fruit is ripe enough to be picked. Tonight I'll let this shrewd and resourceful camp steward have a good taste of what it's like to be personally managed by me. Lu Jixia felt the scalding heat from Chu Yang's palm and his burning gaze that seemed to suck her soul in. She lowered her head shyly, her long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings, but she did not pull her hand away. She tacitly accepted this intimacy. She also tacitly accepted the fate that was about to befall her. The data collection task was completed exceptionally smoothly, thanks to the ambitious goal of the large swimming pool. On the way back to camp, the girls, their fatigue gone, chattered excitedly about their wonderful future, as if they could already see themselves playing and frolicking in the warm, clean pool. Everyone's face was filled with longing for the future. They looked at the man walking at the front, their eyes filled not only with awe, but also with a deep sense of reliance and affection. It was this man who made them live more and more like human beings in this hellish world, and even begin to yearn for happiness. Chapter 36: The Hearts of the School Beauties. Chapter 36: The Hearts of the School Beauties. The last rays of the setting sun were swallowed by the silhouette of the western mountains, leaving only a dark red afterglow on the horizon, like an unhealed wound. The sound of heavy footsteps broke the evening's tranquility at the camp entrance. Lin Qingxuang walked at the very front. Her once spotless white undershirt was now covered in grayish-brown dust, and her long, silvery white hair was stuck to her cheeks with sweat, but this did not diminish her beauty at all. On the contrary, it added a touch of fierceness, like a battlefield rose. Behind her, the 15 girls in the combat team walked with a slight limp, some with blood-soaked bandages wrapped around their arms, but each of them had an undisguised excitement on their faces. The wicker baskets behind them creaked under the weight. "My lord, I have not failed you." Lin Qingxuang walked up to Chu Yang and took off the heaviest rattan basket from her shoulder. Boom! The wicker basket landed with a muffled thud, and the ground seemed to tremble. Chu Yang stepped forward and reached out to brush aside the broad leaves covering the wicker basket. It was filled with fist-sized pieces of ore. These stones are a deep blackish-brown color with a rough surface, but in the afterglow of the setting sun, the fractured surfaces shimmer with a cold, hard luster unique to metal. They feel heavy and have a strong sense of weight when held in the hand. Hematite. A rich ore deposit with extremely high iron content. Besides the iron ore, there were also several small bags containing yellow, powdery crystals, which were sulfur knocked off from the associated minerals. This is not a stone. This is the future of rows of dark gun barrels, the source of the confidence that truth lies within their range. Well done! Chu Yang looked at these strategic resources, his admiration undisguised. He reached out and naturally tidied Lin Qingxuang's messy hair behind her ear. The injured sisters should go to Zhangqi immediately to treat their wounds. You will be credited with the best service tonight. A simple physical contact softened the eyes of this A-level expert who was as cold as ice in front of outsiders. She nodded, stepped aside, and began to wipe the dark blue, star-splittered longsword. In the center of the camp, a large earthenware pot with a diameter of nearly 1 meter was placed on the campfire. This was made by Zhou Lily, a school beauty, using her E-level talent in bricklaying, and spending an entire afternoon firing it from red clay. The broth in the pot had turned a rich, milky white. As the temperature rises, bubbling bubbles burst through the surface of the soup, creating puffs of white steam. That wasn't ordinary water vapor. It was a top-tier biochemical weapon, a blend of the rich, oily aroma of wild boar bone marrow, the umami flavor of wild mushrooms, and the spiciness of wild onions and ginger slices. Sumuyu was standing on a stool, holding a long wooden spoon, and was stirring the pot of essence with great effort. Her face was flushed red by the firelight, and her forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. With each stir, the large chunks of fatty and lean wild boar meat cut into pieces at the bottom of the pot would roll up, their trembling skin displaying an enticing amber color, while the lean meat would be stewed until the fibers were loose and soaked in the broth. Gurgle. I don't know who swallowed first. Immediately afterwards, the sound of swallowing echoed throughout the camp. 49 girls sat around the campfire, their eyes gleaming with a green light, staring intently at the earthenware pot. After a day's work, whether it's cutting down trees, mining, or farming, one's physical strength is already exhausted. The aroma of the meat captivated their stomachs and drew out their very souls. Lu Jixia glanced at the temperature of the fire, then at Chu Yang sitting in the main seat. She put down her notebook, straightened her collar, and walked to the center of the crowd. The previously noisy whispers vanished instantly. Everyone knew that this head steward was about to set some rules. Lu Jixia's gaze swept over the crowd, her voice clear and crisp, carrying an undeniable air of authority. Today's harvest was very fruitful. It is the result of everyone's joint efforts. However, the rules cannot be broken. According to the camp contribution rules we established before, the distribution of food will still be determined based on each person's contribution points and loyalty score for the day. Those who work harder will be rewarded more, and those who are loyal will enjoy preferential treatment. This is for fairness, and also so that we can survive longer in this cannibalistic world. As soon as she finished speaking, a slight commotion arose in the crowd. Those girls who worked incredibly hard today and demonstrated high loyalty stood tall, their faces beaming with pride. Those newcomers who had slacked off or whose loyalty was barely passing lowered their heads in shame, a hint of unease flashing in their eyes. Lu Jixia finished singing Black Face. All eyes naturally turned to the man who held the final say. Chu Yang sat on a grand chair covered with thick animal hides. He toyed with an exquisite bone knife in his hand, his gaze calmly fixed on the youthful and beautiful faces before him, each with its own hidden thoughts. This feeling of being in control is even more addictive than the leaves themselves. He could clearly see the longing in everyone's eyes. It was a desire for food, a desire for power, and even more so, a desire for him as king. A few seconds of silence made the atmosphere somewhat heavy. Just when several timid girls were about to cry from the pressure, Chu Yang suddenly laughed. He stood up, twirled the bone knife in the air, and then slammed it into the barbecue cutting board in front of him. But Lu is right, rules are rules. His voice was loud and clear, echoing in the night sky. But today is a good day. We've secured the S-rank treasure chest and the iron ore. Our homeland is becoming impregnable. Therefore, tonight, the rules are null and void. Chu Yang waved his hand, his heroic spirit soaring to the heavens. Unlimited broth. Unlimited grilled meat. Everyone, eat until you're stuffed. Boom. This statement is like a spark falling into an oil drum. The camp erupted in chaos. Wow! Long live my husband! Thank you, my husband! Wow, I thought I was going to go hungry today! The girls' cheers were so loud they almost lifted the roof off. The tense atmosphere instantly dissipated, replaced by a joyous celebration. Everyone, holding their own wooden bowls, swarmed toward the large earthenware pot. Sumuyu was so busy that she ladled out a large spoonful of the broth and meat essence for everyone. Hint, member Wanya's loyalty +1, currently 33. Hint, member Lu Feifei's loyalty +2, currently 32. Hint, member Zhang Qi's loyalty +1, currently 45. On Chu Yang's retina, green system notifications flooded the screen like a waterfall. But at that moment, the smile on his face faded slightly. His brow furrowed imperceptibly. The increase is too low. Chapter 37 Visiting Wenjixia. Chapter 37 Condolences to Wenjixia states that the increase in income is too low. The day before yesterday, a piece of moldy bread could make their loyalty increase by 5 points. Yesterday, a piece of roast meat made them cry their eyes out, and their loyalty skyrocketed by 10 points. Today, even with an unlimited supply of broth, most people's loyalty only increases symbolically by 1 or 2 points. Even some long-time members remained completely loyal. Marginal effect. This economic term coldly surfaced in Chu Yang's mind. When hunger is no longer a sword of Damocles hanging over our heads, the stimulation from food drops precipitously. These women are full. Chu Yang picked up his bowl of meat soup, gently blew away the oil on the surface, and took a sip. Delicious and piping hot. But the temperature in his eyes was dropping. He sipped his soup while glancing around at his surroundings. The girls gathered in 2s and 3s. But their topic of conversation is no longer, "This meat smells so good. Hey, look at Lin Qingxuang, her sword is so beautiful. I heard her husband specially bought her a blue weapon. TCH, that's because she's good at fighting. Look at Sue Meyer, she just does crafts at home and can still sleep in Meow Meow House, where the bed is so soft. I want to move in too. The tents outside are full of mosquitoes. I woke up freezing in the middle of the night last night. I heard that if your loyalty level reaches 80, you'll have a chance to apply for a private room. I also saw Lu Jixia staying by my husband's side all day, and he even touched her hand." Jealousy, comparison, and scheming. These emotions, which only arise when one is on the edge of survival, are quietly spreading to every corner of the camp. Some girls had shifty eyes, always glancing vaguely in the direction of the magic house. Their eyes held not only envy, but also a burning flame of ambition. They began to feel dissatisfied with merely living. They want to live better, they want to be superior to others. Chu Yang put down the wooden bowl, and seeing the envious look in the eyes of the school beauties towards Lin Qingxuang, Wen Jixia and others, a playful smile appeared on his lips. Very good. That's human nature. Since food can no longer stimulate your senses, let's switch to a more potent poison. Status. Privilege. In this closed little society, he needed to establish a more rigorous and complex pyramid system. It's not just a simple, inner room, and outer room. He needs to establish a hierarchy. For example, the core layer, the elite layer, the ordinary layer, and the slave layer. The core level can have its own room, exclusive weapons, and even order food. The elite don't have to do the dirty work, they can manage others. In addition to workability, the most important factors for promotion are loyalty and closeness. To put it bluntly, whoever serves him more comfortably can step on others' heads. Chu Yang's gaze pierced through the firelight and landed on two women not far away. Lin Qingxuang was sitting quietly in the corner, sipping her soup. No one dared to approach within 2 meters of her. It was the absolute aura of a powerful person. She is the pinnacle of martial arts, and the undisputed empress in this system. And Lu Jixia. She was holding a small notebook, eating while recording tomorrow's food consumption, occasionally glancing up at a girl who was wasting food and giving her a stern look. She is the core of Wen literature/culture, the prime minister, who helps him manage this harem. These two are at the very top of the pyramid. She is the benchmark in the eyes of all women. Once these two benchmarks are established, the remaining women will compete and flatter each other like concubines in ancient times in order to climb the social ladder. Chu Yang already had a complete plan in mind. The establishment of this system requires an opportunity, as well as a more powerful implementer. Lin Qingxuang only knows how to kill, not how to manage people. The only one who could truly implement this complex harem hierarchy system was that woman, Lu Jixia. Dinner ended in an atmosphere that seemed harmonious but was actually rife with undercurrents. As night deepened, the chill of winter enveloped the earth once more. Most of the girls crawled into the makeshift tents and wooden huts on the outskirts, and the whispers gradually subsided. Chu Yang returned to the wonderful house alone. The room was warm and cozy, and the firelight from the fireplace cast an orange glow on the walls. Instead of resting, he first looked at the blueprints for the precision tool manufacturing workshop that had just been hung on the wall, and then stroked the blueprints for the improved flintlock musket. Finally, his gaze settled on the small bed in the corner that belonged to Lu Jixia. The bedding was neatly folded and exuded a faint scent of soapberry. But the bed was empty. Lu Jixia was still in the outer workshop, sorting out today's or categories. This woman is too diligent, too smart, and too tense. Her loyalty level is stuck at 88 points and hasn't changed for 2 days. That's the threshold between respect and admiration. To break through this point, to make her completely devoted and turn her into the most convenient weapon in my hand. Simply offering empty promises and praise is no longer enough. A deeper level of communication is needed. Just like what was done to Lin Qingxuang. Completely shatter her composure and reshape her mind and body. Chu Yang glanced out the window at the workshop that was still dimly lit. He took off his coat, revealing his muscular upper body, then picked up a dry towel and casually wiped his face. A hunter's smile, like the one that appears when a prey is caught, curled up at the corners of his mouth. "Butler Lu, it's time to report on tonight's work elsewhere." He pushed open the door, his figure disappearing into the night. The target was that lone lamp. The workshop is actually a small wooden shed that was added to the side of the Miao Miao house. It was drafty on all sides, with only a few pieces of animal hide barely keeping out the night wind. On a rough wooden table were piled up mineral samples of various colors, as well as the sheepskin map that Lu Jixia treasured. A grease lamp swayed in the wind, its wick making a soft crackling sound. Lu Jixia was lying on the table, holding a charcoal pencil, her brows furrowed. She was calculating. "The sulfur isn't pure enough, so we need to find saltpeter in the Bat Cave. But charcoal is readily available. At the current rate of resource gathering, it would take at least 3 days to make the first musket. Too slow." She bit the pen, looking anxious. She desperately wanted to prove herself. Lin Qingxuang's A-level combat power weighed heavily on her mind. Although she said that the roles were different, her pride made it impossible for her to accept that she was just a logistics nanny. She wants to make guns. Only by creating a weapon that allows ordinary people to kill gods can her value truly rival that of Lin Qingxuang. "Still busy?" A deep, mellow voice suddenly rang out in the small space. Lu Jixia was startled, and the charcoal pencil in her hand fell to the table with a thud. She turned around abruptly, and saw Chu Yang standing at the door, his tall figure almost blocking out all the moonlight. He was shirtless, his bare upper body showing smooth, firm muscle lines that gleamed with a bronze sheen under the dim light, exuding a strong, masculine aura of aggression. Lu Jixia's heart skipped a beat. She stood up instinctively and hurriedly straightened her clothes. "Husband, what brings you here?" Chapter 38 Chu Yang, Jixia, your D-level talent needs to be upgraded. Chapter 38 Chu Yang, Jixia, your D-level talent needs to be upgraded. "Husband, what brings you here?" When Jixia's voice was a little tight, and she dared not look directly at Chu Yang's bare chest, her gaze drifting to the ore on the table. Chu Yang smiled slightly upon hearing this, his eyes becoming even more aggressive. "It's so late, aren't you resting yet? Come and see our great hero." Chu Yang stepped in. The wooden shed was already small, and as soon as he entered, the distance between the two of them instantly decreased to less than half a meter. Lu Jixia could even smell the unique scent on him, a mixture of the freshness of a shower and a faint tobacco aroma. She instinctively wanted to back away, but found herself surrounded by a wooden shelf piled with miscellaneous items, with nowhere to retreat. Chu Yang did not do anything out of line. He simply walked to the table, picked up a piece of sulfur ore, looked at it, and then put it down. His gaze fell on Lu Jixia's notebook, which was filled with calculations. The first gun was made in 3 days? Chu Yang read out the conclusion above. Yes. When the topic turned to work, Lu Jixia regained a little composure. She took a deep breath and tried to mask her inner turmoil with a professional attitude. The main problem is the large shortage of saltpeter, and the molds for making gun barrels require precision tooling to be made first, which takes time. I've already optimized the process. It should be ready by tomorrow. Jixia. Chu Yang suddenly interrupted her. He turned around, his deep eyes staring straight at her. His gaze lacked the seriousness he usually displayed when discussing business. Instead, it held a deeper, unfathomable meaning. You're too tired. He reached out and gently touched Lu Jixia's cheek with his fingertips. The area was slightly warm from prolonged contemplation and the warmth of the lamplight. Lu Jixia's body stiffened abruptly. The fingers slowly slid down her cheek, across her jawline, and finally stopped at her collarbone. His movements were flippant, yet carried an undeniable domineering air. Husband and wife. Lu Jixia's voice was trembling. She was a smart woman. She certainly knew what this meant. From the day she decided to depend on this man, she was mentally prepared. She even longed for this day to come, hoping to solidify her position. But when that moment actually arrived, in that narrow, simple wooden shed, facing this man exuding powerful hormones, she found herself not as composed as she had imagined. That shell called intellect and reason is crumbling little by little. You are anxious. Chu Yang's fingers did not make any further movements, but instead gently circled around his collarbone. He saw right through her thoughts. You're comparing yourself to Qin Shuang, aren't you? Lu Jixia bit her lower lip and remained silent, which was taken as tacit agreement. Foolish woman. Chu Yang chuckled, stepped forward, and placed his other hand on the wooden frame behind Lu Jixia, pulling her into his arms. It's a standard wall-slamming pose. She is the sword, you are the brain. You can have many swords, and if one breaks, you can replace it. But you only have one brain. Chu Yang lowered his head and leaned close to her ear, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe. In my heart, your importance is no less than hers. These words were like a shot of adrenaline, instantly piercing through Lu Jixia's last line of defense. Her eyes were slightly red. All the grievances, anxieties, and resentments transformed into a feeling of being moved/touched at this moment. She raised her head, and her eyes, which were always full of calculation and wisdom, were now filled with a misty tenderness. Husband. Sure. Chu Yang pressed his index finger against her lips. There is never enough work to be done. The current efficiency is too low. Your talent is D-level 1,000 threads technique, right? Chu Yang suddenly changed the subject and started talking about talent again. Lu Jixia paused for a moment, then nodded. Rank D, too weak. Chu Yang shook his head, a hint of fanaticism flashing in his eyes. How can D-level talent be enough to create something based on S-level blueprints? You need to upgrade. Like a frost. Upon hearing the word upgrade, Lu Jixia's pupils contracted sharply. Of course she knew how Lin Qingshuang leveled up. That was the opportunity every girl dreamed of. Can I? Her voice trembled, tinged with a hint of disbelief and anticipation. Certainly. Chu Yang grabbed her slender waist and pulled her close to him. Their bodies were pressed tightly together. Lu Jixia could clearly feel the changes in the man's body. It was the most primal impulse of life. As long as you are loyal enough, as long as you satisfy me. Chu Yang's hand began to wander aimlessly. Lu Jixia let out a suppressed moan, her legs went weak, and she collapsed into Chu Yang's arms. The notebook slipped from my hand. Clatter. It fell to the ground, and the page that was turned up landed right on top of the sketch of the musket drawing. Is it right here? Lu Jixia's face flushed red. She glanced at the drafty wooden shed, and the shame almost made her faint. The campsite was right outside, and although everyone was asleep, even the slightest noise could be heard. "Isn't this place nice?" Chu Yang grinned mischievously and lifted her onto the wooden table piled with ore. Splash! Several pieces of ore rolled to the ground. He placed his hands on either side of Lu Jixia's body, looking down at this usually dignified and intellectual housekeeper, who now resembled a lamb to the slaughter. "It's right here on these blueprints and ores that represent the future. Let's have a profound discussion about the future. Isn't this romantic?" Chu Yang lowered his head, preparing to press his lips to Wen Jixia's red lips. Squeak! With a soft thud, the drafty wooden shed door was suddenly pushed open. A pretty figure stood at the doorway. It was Lin Qingxuang. Her pretty face was frosty, her gaze icy. Without even glancing at Wen Jixia, whose clothes were disheveled on the wooden table, she stared intently at Chu Yang. Without a word, she stepped forward, grabbed his wrist, and turned to leave. Chu Yang was also taken aback. This sudden turn of events caused his kiss, which he was about to place, to stop in midair. He glanced back at Wen Jixia, whose face was filled with astonishment and shame, but before he could say anything, Lin Qingxuang forcibly dragged him out without explanation. Bang! The door was closed again, and the room instantly returned to deathly silence. As if all her strength had been drained, Wen Jixia's legs went weak, and she slid off the wooden table piled with ore. She leaned against the edge of the table, her chest heaving as she gasped for breath, feeling both ashamed of being caught and relieved to have survived. The thin layer of sweat from the tension and excitement she had just felt had already soaked through her clothes. A cool night breeze blew in through the cracks in the wooden shed, but instead of calming her feverish body, it caused the thin, soaked fabric to cling tightly to her warm skin, perfectly outlining her mature, full, and shapely figure. On that usually dignified and intellectual face, the lingering flush remained vibrant, and paired with her dreamy, unfocused, watery eyes, she exuded a breathtakingly alluring charm. However, with Chu Yang's sudden departure, a huge, indescribable sense of emptiness instantly swept over her heart. She stared blankly at the closed door, her mind filled with the image of Chu Yang being pulled away by Lin Qingxuang. Wen Jixia was torn. If she were to truly give everything to Chu Yang now, it seemed she couldn't quite take that crucial step. But when Chu Yang was actually pulled away, and the raging fire that was about to spread was forcibly extinguished, she couldn't help but curse herself inwardly. Wen Jixia, you're such a coward! Happiness is right in front of you, why can't you be a little braver? Frustration and resentment surged within me, eventually transforming into an unprecedented resolve. Thinking of this, Wen Jixia secretly made up her mind, next time she must never back down again. The moment the thought became crystal clear in her mind, a barely perceptible warmth quietly flowed through her heart. Wen Jixia's favorability has increased. Current favorability, 92 points. Chapter 39 Lin Qingxuang's Late Night Compensation. Chapter 39 Lin Qingxuang's Late Night Compensation camp was quiet. The moonlight cast long shadows on the ground. Lin Qingxuang walked very fast, even somewhat hurriedly. She gripped Chu Yang's wrist tightly, as if the man would vanish into thin air if she let go. Chu Yang followed behind her, watching her tense back. He could feel the warmth emanating from her palm. It was icy and slightly damp. That was cold sweat. The two walked through the quiet campsite, past the tents that were still asleep, and finally stopped in front of the heavy wooden door of the magic house. Lin Qingxuang pushed open the door, pulled Chu Yang inside, and then slammed the door shut behind her. Clang! The bolt fell. This loud noise completely shut out all outside observation and declared the sovereignty of this space. The firelight from the fireplace inside the room was still flickering, casting the two people's shadows onto the wall, where they overlapped. Almost the instant the door closed, Lin Qingxuang's powerful aura, which seemed capable of piercing the heavens, collapsed instantly. She released Chu Yang's wrist. As if her spine had been removed, she suddenly turned around and crashed headfirst into Chu Yang's arms. Woo! A suppressed sob escaped from deep within her throat. Her hands were wrapped tightly around Chu Yang's waist, her fingers gripping his shirt so tightly they looked like they wanted to tear the fabric apart. His body was trembling violently. It wasn't because of the cold, but because of fear. Chu Yang felt his chest being quickly soaked by a warm liquid. The hot, damp sensation spread across his skin, making him feel uneasy. "I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry." Lin Qingshuang buried her face in his chest, her voice broken and intermittent, with a heavy nasal tone and a sobbing voice. "I know I shouldn't have done this. I know you're the class monitor, and you have the right to have many women. But I can't help it. I saw you two together, and I saw you about to kiss her right here." She grabbed Chu Yang's hand and pressed it against her heart. There, the heart was pounding violently, striking the ribs with a dull thud. "It hurts so much here, like I was hit by a wild boar. I'm afraid that once you have her, you won't want me anymore. She's so smart, she can do so many things for you, she can build guns, she can manage people. All I know is how to kill, all I know is how to wield a sword. If even you think I'm useless, then I really have nothing left." Her voice grew softer and softer until it turned into helpless sobs. This A-rank expert, who could slay a level 3 beast with a single sword strike on the battlefield and remain unfazed when surrounded by a horde of beasts, was now as vulnerable as a little girl who couldn't find her way home. All her pride and indifference shattered at that moment. All that remains is the most primal, naked possessiveness and insecurity. Chu Yang looked down at the person in his arms. He didn't speak, but listened quietly to her sobs. "This feeling is wonderful. A strong woman, for you, removes all her armor, revealing her softest belly, letting you take whatever you want. This is more fulfilling than conquering 10 ordinary women. So this is the jealousy of an A-level expert." It was fierce and direct, yet humble to the point of being insignificant. Chu Yang reached out and placed his broad palm on her trembling back, gently stroking along her spine, again and again, with a soothing rhythm. "Fool," he said softly. Lin Qingshuang paused in her sobbing and looked up. His face was streaked with tears. Tears soaked her long eyelashes, making them stick together in clumps. Her eyes were red and swollen, and the tip of her nose was also red. Her lips were engorged with blood from the forceful biting she had just clenched, giving them a vibrant color. Under the lamplight, her tearful appearance lacked her usual aloofness, instead exuding a fragile charm that made one want to bully her. Coldness and fragility, holiness and dishevelment. Two completely different qualities blended perfectly in her, creating a fatal allure. Chu Yang felt his throat was dry. The evil fire in his body that had been forcibly interrupted in the wooden shed had not been extinguished, but was burning even more fiercely. He reached out his finger and gently wiped away the tears from the corner of her eye. "Didn't you hear what I said to her in the shed just now?" Lin Qingshuang shook her head blankly, then sobbed. "I didn't hear anything, I only saw you." Chu Yang smiled. His smile had a mischievous, roguish quality. He pinched Lin Qingshuang's soft cheeks, applying slight pressure, forcing her to pout, making her look even cuter. "I told her, you can have many swords, but you only have one brain." Upon hearing this, Lin Qingshuang's face turned deathly pale, and tears welled up in her eyes again. "Are you saying I'm just a sword that can be replaced at any time? Let me finish." Chu Yang interrupted her, his gaze becoming deep and serious. "But as I've said before, the first place is always different. You are my first sword, and the only sword that can sleep with me. This kind of privilege is something that Lu Zhixia doesn't have, Su Meyer doesn't have, and no one will have it in the future. I was very angry when you rushed in and pulled me away just now." Chu Yang deliberately put on a stern face and lowered his voice. Lin Qingshuang trembled, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes. I didn't mean to. I shouldn't have bothered you. But..." Chu Yang changed the subject, his fingers sliding down her cheek and stopping at her delicate collarbone, gently caressing it. "I'm very happy. Because it proves that you care about me, you care to the point of madness. I love seeing you go crazy for me." Lin Qingshuang was stunned. She stared blankly at Chu Yang, seemingly trying to process the meaning of his words. Several seconds later, her cheeks suddenly burned. The blush spread visibly from her cheeks to her ears and then to her long neck, making her look like a boiled shrimp. Shame finally returned, replacing the previous sadness. She lowered her head, not daring to look into Chu Yang's aggressive gaze, her hands nervously twisting the hem of her clothes, her voice barely audible. You bad person. Am I a bad person? Chu Yang raised an eyebrow, leaned forward, and forced her back into the corner. Since I'm the bad guy, and you just ruined my plans, shouldn't you pay the price? The rising intonation at the end of the note carried a clear implication. Lin Qingxuang's heart skipped a beat. She certainly knew what the so-called cost was. The memory of last night was still vivid in her mind. The feeling of her soul trembling made her both afraid and addicted. She raised her eyelids and stole a glance at Chu Yang. The fire in the man's eyes almost consumed her. Should I refuse? No. She didn't want to refuse. She wanted to use this method to completely confirm her ownership, to leave her mark on him, and to completely cover up the scent left by Lu Zhixia. There was a moment of silence. Under Chu Yang's extremely oppressive gaze, Lin Qingxuang nodded slowly. The voice was soft yet firm. The moment he received tacit approval, Chu Yang could no longer hold back. He bent down, put one hand under her knees and the other around her back, and lifted her up in his arms. Ah! Lin Qingxuang exclaimed in surprise and instinctively hooked her arms around his neck. Chu Yang strode towards the large wooden bed. That place was their battlefield, and also their sacred ground. Bang! The two fell heavily onto the soft animal hide. Her silver hair spread out like moonlight pouring down. Soon, the room was filled with the rhythmic sound of wood rubbing together. Squeak dash! Squeak dash! The sound echoed in the quiet magic house, accompanied by occasional soft murmurs, composing a unique melody for the night. That was a victory declaration exclusively for the Empress Lin Qingxuang. Chapter 40 Su Meyer and Lin Muyu's Fleeting Thoughts. Chapter 40 Su Meyer and Lin Muyu's Rippling Thoughts. Although the wonderful house had been skillfully renovated by Su Meyer, with reinforced walls and flooring, it still maintained the original building's transparency, in terms of sound insulation. The large bed was made entirely of solid wood, and it was sturdy, but the friction sound produced by the mortise and tenon joints under vigorous movement was extremely penetrating. Squeak squeak dash! This highly rhythmic sound traveled clearly through the wooden floor and walls to the next room. That was Su Meyer and Su Muyu's bedroom. Su Muyu lay on her side on the small bed, holding a simple doll made of dry grass in her arms. Her big eyes blinked in the darkness, showing no signs of sleepiness. Sister Meyer. She reached out her finger and gently poked Su Meyer, who had her back to her. Are you asleep? Su Meyer didn't move. Her breathing was steady, and she seemed to be fast asleep. But if you listen closely, you can tell that her breathing is erratic. Sister Meyer, stop pretending. I could see your eyelashes moving. Su Muyu muttered something, turned over and sat up, pressing her ear against the wall, her little face flushed. That sound was so loud. Is the bed you made not sturdy enough? What if it collapses? Should we go and remind our husband? Su Meyer finally couldn't keep up the act anymore. She suddenly turned over, and in the moonlight streaming in from the window, her charming face was flushed, her eyes filled with both shyness and an undisguised heat. You brat, shut up! Su Meyer reached out and lightly flicked Su Muyu's forehead, spitting out her words. That's the sound of the bed legs scraping against the floor. My craftsmanship is excellent. Even a 300-pound wild boar rolling around on it wouldn't cause it to collapse. Oh. Su Muyu covered her forehead, nodded as if she understood, and then asked curiously. Why is Sister Qingxuang crying? Is it in a lot of pain? A few suppressed sobs could be faintly heard from next door, an outpouring of extreme pleasure, but to the inexperienced girl, they sounded like she had suffered a great injustice. When Su Meyer heard that voice, she felt as if a million ants were crawling all over her body, and a certain part of her body felt extremely empty. She is a normal woman, and a mature one at that. This kind of live broadcast, so close to your face, is practically torture. Pain? Sue Meyer bit her lip, her eyes became somewhat unfocused, and her voice was slightly hoarse. Maybe so, but it's a bittersweet experience. Happiness? Sumiyu tilted her head, looking puzzled. Looking at her innocent younger sister, Sue Meyer suddenly had a wicked thought. She reached out and scratched Sumiyu's armpit. Want to know? Then go and try it yourself. Go knock on the door, tell them you want to join, and see if your husband will teach you what happiness is. No! Sister Meyer, you're so mean! Sumiyu screamed and dodged, and the two rolled around on the narrow bed, their playful noises slightly drowning out the romantic atmosphere coming from next door. But the seeds of curiosity and desire quietly took root and sprouted in the hearts of the two girls. In another corner outside Miao Miao's house, in that drafty workshed, Lu Jixia remained in that position, slumped over the table. The night breeze dried the sweat on her body, bringing a cool breeze, but her heart was colder than the wind. The intermittent sounds coming from the direction of the master bedroom of Miao Miao House were like countless fine needles pricking her eardrums one after another. Every creak was a reminder of her previous failure. Every low murmur mocked her timidity. She lost. They lost completely. Just as she was about to take that final step and complete her transformation from housekeeper to woman, Lin Qingshuang abruptly intercepted her. Chu Yang did not refuse. He even enjoys the feeling of being fought over. Lu Jixia lowered her head and looked at the musket blueprint on the ground that she had stepped on. The dust on it mirrored her current mood. Lu Jixia, what are you doing? She questioned herself in her heart. Are you feeling wronged? Are you jealous? No, you shouldn't have this feeling. That's the feeling of a weak person. She took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. She was a smart woman. She knew that under these cruel rules, tears were the most useless thing. Lin Qingshuang was able to win because she not only had the strength, but also the courage to go all out. In that instant, she dared to rush in and assert her dominance. And what about myself? As Chu Yang's fingers traced her collarbone, she trembled, hesitated, and worried about this and that. That's the difference. Lu Jixia bent down, picked up the blueprint, and gently patted away the dust. Her gaze gradually hardened, even revealing an unprecedented ruthlessness. It doesn't matter. This is only the first encounter. Next time. Lu Jixia looked at the window that was glowing with firelight, a cold smile of certainty curling at the corner of her lips. Next time, I will be more proactive than you. I'll make sure he can't even get out of bed. This night was destined to be a sleepless one. The makeshift tent area outside the magic house. Dozens of girls huddled in their not-so-warm blankets, tossing and turning as they listened to the faint sounds. Some people covered their heads with blankets, trying to block out the sound. Some people reached under the covers, fantasizing about the man's face. That's wonderful! I want to live in the magic house too! As long as loyalty is high enough and meritorious service can be achieved. Desire breathes in the darkness, and ambition swells in jealousy. Chu Yang's open scheme reached its climax on this hormone-fueled night. 2 hours later. The commotion inside Miao Miao's house finally subsided. The wind stopped, and the rain ceased. Lin Qingshuang nestled lazily in Chu Yang's arms, like a cat whose strength had been drained. Her silver hair spread across Chu Yang's chest, rising and falling slightly with her breath. The flush on her face had not yet faded, and her eyes were filled with a dazed look after satiation. Chu Yang leaned against the headboard, playing with a strand of her hair in one hand. Feeling relaxed and happy. Lin Qingshuang's physical strength far surpassed that of ordinary people. The physical enhancement brought by her A-level talent made this battle exceptionally exhilarating. Moreover, she was exceptionally proactive tonight, even somewhat frantic, with an attitude of wanting to drain him dry, giving him an unprecedented sense of conquest. Chu Yang. Lin Qingshuang suddenly moved and raised her head. She reached out and cupped Chu Yang's cheeks, forcing him to look at her. The vulnerability of those eyes was gone, replaced by an almost obsessive seriousness. What's wrong? Still not enough? Chu Yang teased, reaching out to grab her waist. Lin Qingshuang neither dodged nor laughed. She stared intently into Chu Yang's eyes and spoke slowly and deliberately. Promise me one thing. You say. This week. She held up one finger and waved it in front of him. You can only be with me every night for the rest of this week. You are not allowed to go to Lu Jixia, you are not allowed to go to Su Meyer, and you are not allowed to go to that little girl who cooks. You can only belong to me. His tone was domineering and left no room for argument. This was the last line of defense she fought for herself in a state of extreme insecurity. She needs time. It takes a week to completely solidify his position and confirm his irreplaceable place in her heart. Chu Yang was slightly taken aback. He never expected that Lin Qingshuang, who was usually aloof, would be so possessive. Exclusive for a week? This is a major taboo in the management of the imperial harem. This would disrupt the balance and cause resentment among the other women, especially Lu Jixia. She'd just been interrupted. If she were ignored for another week, things might get out of hand. Chu Yang frowned slightly, a hint of hesitation flashing in his eyes. He was weighing his options. Seeing Chu Yang hesitate, Lin Qingshuang's newly built confidence instantly crumbled. The fear of being abandoned surged back into my heart. Her eyes instantly reddened, her previous domineering demeanor vanished without a trace, replaced by a deep pleading. Please! Her voice was choked with sobs, and her body trembled slightly, like a puppy about to be abandoned by its owner. How about just 1 week? I need you. I will be very obedient. I will do whatever you want me to do. She pressed her face against Chu Yang's palm, gently rubbing it, tears streaming down her face through his fingers. Seeing her like this, Chu Yang's heart instantly swayed. Seeing such a cool and aloof woman crying like a child in front of him, no man could resist. Chu Yang sighed helplessly and shook his head. I just can't do anything with you. He reached out his finger and gently stroked the bridge of her pert nose, his tone full of doting affection. Good. I promise you. This week's evenings belong to you. No one can take it away from me. This statement is like a pardon. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingshuang was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter through her tears. That smile was like ice and snow melting, 100 flowers blooming, so radiant that it was impossible to look away. Thank you, my husband! She cheered and leaned forward, offering a deep and passionate kiss. This time, there were no techniques, only emotions. Bite. Tip. First wife Lin Qingshuang feels your extreme pampering, and her sense of security has greatly increased. Loyalty broken. Current loyalty, 98, unwavering until death. Looking at the number flashing with golden light on his retina, Chu Yang's smile deepened. 98 points. This goes beyond loyalty. This means that even if he asked her to die now, or to turn her sword against him, she probably wouldn't hesitate at all. A week's worth of public funds, in exchange for an absolutely loyal A-level henchman. This deal was incredibly profitable. Chu Yang took the initiative and deepened the kiss. The night is still long. Since we agreed to a week, let's start counting from every minute and second from now. The lights inside Miao Miao's house flickered again. This time, however, no one dared to disturb them. Chapter 41 All members upgraded and Beast Tide warning. Chapter 41 All staff upgrade and Beast Tide warning. The first rays of morning sunlight pierced through the cracks in the wooden window and fell on Chu Yang's face. He slowly opened his eyes. I felt no fatigue from the hangover. Instead, I felt like every cell in my body was bursting with explosive power. Muscles, bones, and meridians, as if tempered and reshaped overnight, have become more resilient and stronger. He could even clearly hear each powerful beat of his heart, like the booming of war drums. Lin Qingshuang was still fast asleep in his arms. She curled up on her side like a docile cat, her long, silvery white hair cascading down Chu Yang's chest like a waterfall. Her exquisitely beautiful face held a serene contentment, and her long eyelashes still bore traces of tears from the previous night. Chu Yang lowered his head and gently kissed her smooth forehead. At that very moment, a series of cold system notification sounds flooded his retina like a waterfall. Notification: your intimacy level with first wife Lin Qingshuan has increased dramatically overnight. Note: all students in your class, 50 in total, have reached level 3. Note: because all members of the class have reached LV.3, your SSS level talent, branching out, effect has received a slight boost, and all wives' talent enhancement effects have increased by 3%. Chu Yang's breath hitched slightly. Everyone is LV.3? He was somewhat surprised to open the class combat log, which was visible only to him. The latest records clearly explain all of this. At 3:14 a.m., 7 level 1 rot wolves and 2 level 2 shadow swift wolves were detected approaching the camp. At 3:15 a.m., member Lin Qingshuang took the initiative to meet the enemy. At 3:16 a.m., Lin Qingshuang killed 7 level 1 rotten wolves. At 3:17 a.m., Lin Qingshuang activated her A-level talent, Icebound Sword Dance, and killed 2 level 2 shadow swift wolves. The battle ended in 3 minutes with 0 casualties on our side. Chu Yang's gaze fell on Lin Qingshuang's peaceful sleeping face, and his expression became somewhat complicated. This woman. I was exhausted last night, but I still had the energy to get up in the middle of the night to kill monsters. Moreover, he single-handedly and without taking any damage, quickly cleared a wolf pack. Is this the strength of an A-level expert? Chu Yang was satisfied and casually opened his personal attribute panel. Name: Chu Yang. Identity: Class Monitor of Class A10086. Level: LV.3. Talent: SSS level. Expanding and spreading branches. Overall combat strength 30. Equipment: Shattering Star Logging Axe, blue tough liner green. My combat power jumped from 22 points to 30 points. A full 8-point improvement. This was not just a simple increase in numbers. Chu Yang could feel that his strength, speed, and reaction ability had all undergone a qualitative leap. If he were to face that level 3 steel mane tusked boar again now, he was confident that he could easily kill it on his own. A night of passion resulted in a surge in everyone's level and a dramatic increase in personal combat power. This deal was incredibly profitable. Chu Yang was in a great mood and was about to get up to enjoy the tranquility of the morning. However, the next second, a grand, cold, and emotionless declaration of rules suddenly and unexpectedly resounded in the minds of tens of thousands of classes and all survivors throughout the entire wilderness. The sound penetrated all physical barriers and acted directly on the depths of the soul. World announcement: 10 million survivor classes have been detected, and their level has reached LV.2. World announcement: the selection of millions of classes has been completed. The first stage of the survival trial, the bedside trial, will officially begin in 5 hours. Trial rules: once the trial begins, a continuous stream of savage beasts will attack all class camps. The strength and number of waves of beasts will be dynamically adjusted based on the average level of each class. Trial rules: the class monitor can choose to terminate the trial at any time via the class panel. Once termination is selected, the beast tide will immediately recede. Trial rules: the longer the class persists, the greater the ranking reward will be. This trial will only recognize the top 100 classes. The words had barely left his mouth. A huge, semi-transparent leaderboard, radiating dazzling golden light, was projected like a mirage directly in front of all the survivors' field of vision. At the very top of that list, in burning gold lettering, were clearly displayed rewards that would drive anyone mad. Beast-Tide Trial. World Ranking. First Place Prize. Level 2 Solid Stone House Construction Blueprint, Green Quality, X1. Secondary Water Purification Well Construction Blueprint, Blue Quality, X1. Rare Strategic Resource, 100 units of black iron ore. Second Place Prize. Standard Level 1 Log Cabin Construction Blueprint, White Quality, X1. 50 units of high-quality heavy iron ore. Third place reward. Standard Level 1 Thatched Hut Construction Blueprint, White Quality, X1. 30 units of common iron ore. 10th place reward. 100 gene of ordinary dried meat jerky. 100th place reward. 20 caddies of premium rice, regular quality. The rewards on the leaderboard show a precipitous drop from top to bottom. The prize for first place is so luxurious it's outrageous. A level 2 stone house. That means an absolute defense strong enough to withstand the attack of a level 5 savage beast. A secondary purified water well. Blue quality. That means a continuous and absolutely safe source of drinking water. And there are 100 units of black iron ore. That's a rarer material, even more precious than refined iron, and the foundation for crafting stronger weapons and armor. The reward for second place was a level lower, consisting only of a level 1 wooden house and some high-quality materials. By the time they reached the 100th place, they were left with only a pitiful 20 kilograms of rice. The difference is so great, it's like heaven and hell. Winner takes all. At this moment, all the survivors in the world stared intently at the first place reward, their eyes burning with greed. What? A level 2 stone house. We're still living in a cave. Blue quality well blueprints. Damn it, 3 people in our class died yesterday fighting over a stream. Mysterious iron ore. What is that? Just the name sounds much more impressive than iron ore. We have to fight. We must hold on to this beast tide. Even if we only make it into the top 100, we can still have a decent meal. Don't even think about getting first place. That's definitely reserved for a godlike figure like Boss Chu Yang. The world channel exploded instantly. Meanwhile, at Camp A10086, inside the Meow Meow house. Looking at the list of rewards, Chu Yang's lips slowly curled into a determined smile. Other classes are still struggling to get a level 1 cabin. He already possessed 2 trump card blueprints, the precision tool manufacturing room and the improved flintlock gun. Other classes are still fighting tooth and nail for a white weapon. His primary combatant, Lin Qingshuang, is already an A-level expert wielding a blue divine weapon. Other classes are still struggling at an average level of LV.2. And everyone in his class is at level 3. The starting line is completely different now. A beast tide? Chu Yang's gaze swept over the first place prize, his eyes flashing with a cold, calculating light. No. This is not a beast tide. These are called delivery men who bring warmth to people's homes. Chapter 42 The Temptation of Black Iron. Chapter 42 The Allure of the Mysterious Iron. Squeak dash. The wooden door of the magic house was suddenly pushed open by a tremendous force. A figure, carrying a fragrant breeze and an urgent presence, practically rushed in. Lu Zhixia. Before she could even catch her breath, her usually composed and calm face was now filled with an unprecedented seriousness and determination. Her gaze was fixed on Chu Yang, who had just sat up, completely ignoring the snow-white expanse of white hair covering the bed and the cold, displeased look from Lin Qingshuang. In Lu Zhixia's eyes, there was no private matter between men and women, no harem intrigue, only cold calculations concerning the life and death of the entire group. My husband! Her voice was clear and rapid, devoid of any of her usual gentleness, only displaying a decisiveness like that of a warrior charging into battle. We must win first place in this trial. Awakened from her bed, Lin Qingshuang slowly sat up, wrapping her shapely body in the blanket. In her eyes, which had just regained their clarity, a hint of annoyance flashed across her face at Lu Zhixia's rude behavior. But she didn't say anything. Because she had also seen the list of rewards, she knew better than anyone that a tough battle was about to begin. Chu Yang showed no surprise. He looked at Lu Zhixia calmly, gaining a new understanding of this woman's keen insight and foresight. He gestured with his chin, indicating for her to continue. With permission granted, Lu Zhixia immediately unfolded the work notes she had been holding in her arms in front of Chu Yang. The analysis had already been clearly outlined in charcoal. My lord, please look. The rewards for second and third place are just a level 1 wooden house and some ordinary iron ore. With our current capabilities, we can build these things ourselves in 3 days at most, so they are not very meaningful to us. But the reward for first place is completely different. Her finger pressed heavily on the line of words for level 2 solid stone house. A stone house. And it's level 2. This means its defense will be several times that of the magic house, enough to withstand the continuous attacks of a level 3 beast. With it, our core area can truly be called a fortress, instead of a wooden frame that can be pushed over at any moment. This is the cornerstone of our future safety. After saying that, she changed the subject, her slender fingers pointing to another reward, her eyes becoming extremely serious. Secondary water purification well. My husband, this is the most important thing. Lu Zhixiao lowered her voice, revealing a deep worry. Yesterday afternoon, Zhang Li and Wang Qian from the herb collection team, and Lu Feifei, who was in charge of processing animal hides, all 3 of them experienced varying degrees of diarrhea and low-grade fever. I just checked them, and they drank river water that we distributed to them and that had been thoroughly boiled. This means that the only water source outside the camp has been completely contaminated by the carcasses and excrement of wild beasts, and even some viruses that we do not know. Simply boiling it is no longer enough to completely kill the harmful substances inside. We are drinking poison to quench our thirst. If this continues, even before the beast tide arrives, a large-scale plague will be enough to destroy us. This well is our lifeline. Upon hearing that someone had fallen ill, Chu Yang's face instantly darkened. He thought about how to become stronger, and how to expand every day, but he overlooked this most basic and fatal detail. Water is the source of life. If the water source is compromised, the foundation of the entire team is essentially rotten. Yesterday he thought Lu Zhixia's swimming pool plant was a bit of an overreaction, but now it seems that this woman's prediction of danger is far more profound and far-sighted than his own. A chill ran down Chu Yang's spine. He immediately realized the seriousness of the problem, which far exceeded his expectations. Just as Chu Yang's expression turned solemn, Lu Zhixia turned to another page of her notebook. On that page, there were no words, only a startling sketch. The drawing depicts a section of metal pipe that has broken in the middle. My lord, this is the first experimental gun barrel we produced yesterday using iron ingots refined from ordinary iron ore, working through the night. Lu Zhixia's voice carried a hint of helplessness. I had Tang Rou, who has the best shooting talent, undergo an extreme stress test. The result. She pointed to a series of data recorded next to the sketch, her voice hoarse. After firing only 87 rounds of standard yield ammunition, visible micro cracks appeared inside the barrel. On the 99th round, the entire barrel exploded completely from the chamber, and the flying metal fragments almost scratched Tang Rou's face. What's made from this inferior iron ore isn't a weapon at all, it's just a fire poker that could explode at any moment. Chu Yang's pupils contracted slightly. He looked at the end of the notebook, where Lu Zhixia had circled those 2 words heavily with bright red beast blood. Mysterious iron. Her eyes shone brightly at that moment, filled with longing and yearning for something of a higher class. My lord, I have only seen this material in scattered records in some ancient books. It was regarded as a divine object by alchemists and emperors in ancient times. Legend has it that weapons forged from it will last for 1,000 years and be incomparably sharp. If we could use black iron to make gun barrels. Lu Zhixia's breathing became rapid, and the astonishing curves of her chest heaved violently. Don't even mention 100 rounds! With the physical properties of Xian Tai, even if you fire 100,000 or 1,000,000 rounds continuously, the performance of the barrel will not degrade in the slightest. That would be a true divine artifact. A fire poker that explodes in the barrel. And a magical weapon with 1,000,000-round firing lifespan. Contaminated toxic water. And a continuous source of purification. A wooden hut that could be breached at any moment. And an impregnable level 2 stone fortress. The difference between the 3 is no longer a simple matter of strength or weakness. That's the difference between civilization and barbarism. It's the distance between life and death. Lu Zhixia slammed her notebook shut, looked up, and her beautiful eyes, which always sparkled with intelligence, now held only a resolute determination. She looked directly at Chu Yang and made her final conclusion. My lord, safety, water, and a technological leap in weaponry. The reward for first place in this beast-tide trial almost perfectly covers all our current development bottlenecks. Once we get it, we can soar to new heights and leave all other classes in the world far behind. And once we miss it, our proud advantage will vanish, and we will soon be overtaken by others, or even eliminated. Upon hearing this, a chilling, piercing glint flashed in Chu Yang's eyes. He understood completely. This is not a reward at all. This is a qualifying match that will determine our future survival. This damn world is a brutal selection process for all leaders. The winners gain a ticket to the next era. The losers will be reduced to their original state, struggling in the quagmire alongside ordinary people until they perish. I see. Chu Yang's voice was deep and powerful, each word seemingly squeezed out from between his teeth. We must take this first place. Seeing the unwavering determination in Chu Yang's eyes, Lu Zhixia felt reassured. She immediately handed Chu Yang another animal hide drawing that she had drafted overnight. My lord, this is a preliminary defense plan I have made based on the types of savage beasts that have appeared around the camp in the past few days. Please take a look. Chu Yang took the blueprints. The text uses different colored markers to provide a detailed analysis of the steel-bristle-tusked boar's straight-line charge characteristics, the shadow swift wolf's flanking harassment capabilities, and even a level 1 acid-spitting beetle, which has not yet appeared but shows signs of activity in the nearby forest, posing a ranged threat. In response to these different enemies, Lu Zhixia designed a three-dimensional defense system from the outside in. The outermost perimeter is a huge trench, 3 meters deep and 4 meters wide, designed to slow down the wild boar's charge. Beyond the trench were tripwires and spiked traps made of sharpened wooden stakes and vines, specifically designed to target fast-moving wolf packs. The core defensive perimeter consists of a half-person high stone wall, and several firing platforms of varying heights, allowing ranged units to provide comprehensive fire coverage. The entire plan is logically sound and interconnected, making the best use of all the existing resources and manpower in the camp. Chu Yang glanced at it only once and was immediately impressed by Lu Zhixia's foresight and organizational skills. This woman was born for war and governance. He immediately slapped the blueprints onto the bed and stood up from the soft, large bed that had witnessed a night of passion. The morning sunlight streamed through the window, outlining his well-defined, powerful physique like that of a god. Pass on my orders! Chu Yang's voice, filled with supreme majesty and imposing presence, resounded throughout the entire Miao Miao house, even penetrating the walls and reaching the ears of every girl outside who had pricked up her ears to listen. All members, cancel all rest periods. Everyone mobilize. According to Steward Lu's plan, begin constructing the fortifications immediately. Prepare for the beast tide. The moment the words fell, a scarlet, blood-smelling countdown was forcibly displayed on the retinas of the 51 members of the camp. 4 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. 4 hours 59 minutes and 58 seconds. 4 hours 59 minutes and 57 seconds. The 5-hour countdown to life and death has officially begun. Chapter 43 Husband, please let Sue Meyer's talent be elevated once again. Chapter 43 Husband, please let Sue Meyer's talent be elevated once again. Chu Yang's order was like a thunderclap, instantly igniting the entire camp. The slight panic and confusion that had just arisen were completely shattered by this unquestionable order. Instead, there is a desperate, all-or-nothing madness born of being driven to the brink. At this moment, the entire Camp A10086 was completely transformed into a high-speed, incredibly precise war machine. Infrastructure team! Everyone, follow me! Target, trench! 5 meters wide, 4 meters deep. If we don't finish digging it before dark, we'll fill it with corpses. Li Qian, who had awakened her strength-type talent, was the first to respond. Carrying a huge stone pickaxe, she raised her arm and led dozens of girls with similar strength and stamina talents, rushing like madmen towards the outer perimeter of the camp. Logging team! Quarrying team! All materials must be in place within 2 hours. If not, you won't get dinner tonight. The logistics team led by Wang Yi also demonstrated unprecedented efficiency. Logistics support. All sisters boil water. Make soup. Stew all the leftover meat from yesterday. We must ensure every soldier is well fed before the battle begins. Su Muyu stood in front of the large pot, her small body bursting with tremendous energy, directing several girls to throw pieces of beast meat into the boiling soup. Under Lu Jixia's precise, second-by-second command, the 50 school beauties, regardless of their previous roles, were now transformed into cogs in this war machine. The sounds of felling, digging, shouting, and commands. The various sounds intertwined, composing a stirring pre-war symphony. Time is flying by. The girls' faces were streaked with sweat and dust, and their arms were blistered from the rough wood and stones, but not one of them complained or stopped. Because they know that every drop of sweat they shed now is so that they can bleed less in a few hours. Only 3 hours left in the countdown. Outside the camp, a massive, terrifying trench, large enough to swallow a truck, was beginning to take shape. Inside the camp, piles of felled hardwood and quarried stone were stacked high. Everything seemed to be proceeding in an orderly manner. However, a problem arose at the most crucial step. The central work area of the camp. Here, the most crucial weapon in the entire defense system, the armor-piercing spiral-barbed wooden stakes, is being constructed. These wooden stakes were designed by Lu Jixia specifically to restrain the tough, charging beasts like the steel-bristled, tusked wild boar. It must use the hardest ironwood as the stake, and then use special tools to carve deep, spirally distributed barbs at the front end of the stake. When a wild boar rams into you at high speed, its spiral barbs will act like a drill, instantly tearing through your thick skin and embedding themselves deep into your flesh, pinning you firmly in place and creating an excellent shooting opportunity for the musketeers behind you. It can be said that this wooden stake defense line is the key to whether they can withstand the first wave of beast tide. At this moment, Su Meyer, who is in charge of this work, is facing an unprecedented predicament. She held a carving knife made of fine iron in her hand, her forehead covered with fine beads of sweat, and her pretty face, which always carried a hint of charm, was now filled with anxiety and paleness. At her feet lay a dozen or so discarded ironwood logs. Snap! There was another crisp snapping sound. As soon as Su Meyer's carving knife made a spiral mark on the ironwood, the newly grown barb broke off from the root due to uneven force, leaving only an unsightly gap. It failed again. Woo! Su Meyer could no longer hold back. Her nose tingled, her eyes instantly reddened, and glistening tears welled up in her eyes. She was so aggrieved that she almost cried. Her D-level talent makes her adept at sewing clothes, polishing furniture, and making delicate little gadgets. But this talent leans more towards refinement and aesthetics. Faced with the hardcore training that requires a perfect combination of strength and skill, her talent level is clearly insufficient. She could understand the principles on the blueprints, but her hands, her strength, and her spirit could not perfectly replicate the concept in her mind. The barbs that were made were either too shallow to hold the wild boar's fur, or too brittle to break easily, making them completely useless. Mayor, don't rush, try again. Lu Jixia walked over quickly, squatted down, and picked up a broken wooden stake. She felt the fragile barbs with her fingers, and her expression instantly became extremely serious. She glanced at the sun, which was already beginning to set in the west, and then at the blood-red countdown that kept flashing on her retina. 2 hours 47 minutes and 13 seconds. Time is running out. Lu Jixia was calculating rapidly in her mind. Based on Su Meyer's current success rate, even if she works day and night, she can only make a maximum of less than 10 qualified wooden stakes before the beast tide arrives. According to her defense model, at least 100 walls are needed to build an effective defense line. Without this defensive line, The trenches they dug with their own flesh and blood could only delay those tusked boars weighing tons for a few seconds at most. Once they break through the first line of defense, the girls in the melee group will be instantly crushed. The entire defense system will collapse under the first wave of attack. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive at that moment. All eyes turned to them, and seeing the mountain of scrap at their feet and the alluring figure on the verge of tears, everyone's heart sank. Just when everyone was at a loss and despair began to spread, Lu Jixia made a surprising decision that surprised everyone. She suddenly stood up. In that instant, she was no longer the shrewd and intelligent housekeeper, but a gambler who dared to overturn the chessboard in a desperate situation. She walked through the crowd and went straight to Chu Yang, who was on a high platform overseeing the entire operation. In front of Lin Qingxuang, Sumuyu, and all the corps members, she raised her head and, in an extremely solemn, even somewhat tragic tone, said in a deep voice, "My husband, there's no time." Everyone's movements froze at that moment. All eyes were focused on the woman who had suddenly interrupted the Supreme Commander. Lu Jixia ignored the stares around her. She took a deep breath, her gaze passing over Chu Yang's shoulder to look at Su Meyer, who was almost overwhelmed by a sense of defeat, not far away. Then, she spoke clearly, word by word. "Now the only way. It's about elevating Su Meyer's talent to a whole new level." Boom! The words, talent sublimation, were like a thunderclap from the heavens, exploding in the ears of everyone in the camp. Everyone was stunned. They certainly know what talent sublimation means. That was Lin Qingxuang's miracle. That was the ultimate desire that each of them dreamed of, yet dared not utter aloud. That was Chu Yang's most core, most private, and most powerful ability as an SSS-level talent holder. Now Lu Jixia has actually laid this matter bare in front of everyone. Among the crowd, Su Meyer trembled violently. She suddenly raised her head, and her pretty face, which was streaked with tears, flushed red from her cheeks to the roots of her neck the moment she heard those words, as if blood could drip from it. She instinctively hugged her arms, feeling as if this earth-shattering suggestion had instantly stripped her of all her clothes, exposing her naked to the scrutiny of everyone's eyes. Shame, fear, and a wildly growing desire that she herself dared not admit instantly seized her heart. That sudden blush made her already alluring peach blossom eyes instantly glisten with tears, making them sparkle and captivating. Her long eyelashes trembled nervously like startled butterflies, and her full, alluring red lips were bitten tightly by her pearly white teeth, leaving a shallow tooth mark. Her voluptuous and curvaceous figure, honed by years of woodworking and handicrafts, now undulated violently with her rapid breathing, outlined breathtaking curves beneath her tight-fitting clothes. Her mature charm combined with her girlish shyness created an ultimate allure that was both pure and seductive. The entire camp fell into an eerie silence. The sound of wind, fire, breathing, and heartbeat. All eyes instinctively turned to the two of them. One of them is Chu Yang, the sole decision-maker at the center of this storm. And another. It was Lin Qingxuang, who had just stepped out of the wonderful house and was coldly wiping the shattered star-long sword in her hand. Her face was expressionless. Chapter 44 Su Meyer's Sacrifice. Chapter 44 Su Meyer's Sacrifice. Dead silence. A suffocating silence enveloped the entire camp. The wind stopped. The knocking stopped. Even the bubbling sound of soup boiling over the campfire in the distance seemed to be choked by the frozen air. 50 gazes, like 50 lit torches, were burning with greed, jealousy, and scrutiny, fixed intently on Chu Yang. Lu Jixiao's suggestion was like a thunderclap thrown into a deep pool, completely exposing the deepest desires in everyone's hearts. Talent sublimation. That was a miracle that belonged only to Lin Qingxuang, the ultimate wish that no girl would even dare to dream of when she was in the middle of the night. And now, it seems that this opportunity is about to fall into Su Meyer's lap. Chu Yang's brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. He felt a little embarrassed. His gaze unconsciously drifted to his side. Lin Qingxuang stood there. She didn't look at anyone, but kept her head down, wiping the dark blue, star-splittered longsword again and again with a clean linen cloth. The sword was very bright, reflecting off her bloodless face. Chu Yang's heart sank slightly. He had just promised her that every night for the next week would belong to her alone. That was his way of appeasing her for her jealousy the night before, and also the highest recognition of her status as the official wife. But now, less than half a day has passed since that promise was made. He was about to have that deepest communication with another woman in front of her and in front of everyone. This is tantamount to a public betrayal. The atmosphere grew increasingly subtle and dangerous in the silence. Sue Meyer became the center of the storm. She could clearly feel the invisible, cold sword intent emanating from Lin Qingxuang, which was subtly locking onto her. It wasn't murderous intent, but it felt even colder than murderous intent, chilling her to the bone. She panicked. She only wanted to share her husband's burdens and prove her own worth, not become a victim of the clash between these two giants. My husband doesn't need it. Sue Meyer waved her hands repeatedly. Her pretty face, which was already flushed red, now turned even paler. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Chu Yang or Lin Qingxuang, her voice barely audible. I'll try harder. If I focus, I should be able to do it. I don't want to put you in a difficult position. Her considerate, understanding, and submissive demeanor did not ease the atmosphere. Instead, it pierced Chu Yang's heart even deeper like a needle. He owes this woman a debt. From the very beginning, Sue Meyer was the one who was most proactive and considerate to him, besides Lin Qingxuang. She never asked for anything in return. She simply used her skillful hands to gradually transform this humble camp into a home. Now, simply because their talent level is insufficient, they are being kept out of the core circle, without even the chance to prove themselves. That's not fair. Just as Chu Yang was weighing the options in his mind and preparing to make a decision, a figure that no one expected moved. Lin Qingxuang. She stopped wiping the long sword and slowly sheathed the divine weapon that exuded a chilling aura. Clang! A clear, light sound broke the stillness. She took a step and walked to Chu Yang's side. Not standing behind him, but standing shoulder to shoulder with him. She raised her head, and there was no longer any jealousy or grievance in her icy blue eyes. Instead, there is an absolute rationality and decisiveness that transcends personal emotions. She bowed slightly to Chu Yang. This action is not a wife's submission, but a subject's remonstrance to the monarch. Her clear, cool voice resounded throughout the venue, reaching the ears of everyone present. My husband. The beast tide is coming. It concerns the life and death of all of us. At times like these, personal honor and disgrace are trivial matters. The entire audience erupted in uproar. Everyone stared at Lin Qingxuang in disbelief. Especially Lu Zhixia, whose eyes, which always sparkled with wisdom, revealed a look of sincere admiration for the first time. She thought that Lin Qingxuang would be furious and take the opportunity to suppress her and Sue Meyer. She had even prepared a set of answers to deal with Lin Qingxuang's questions. But she never expected that Lin Qingxuang's vision was far broader than she had imagined. Lin Qingxuang ignored everyone's astonishment. Her gaze shifted to Sue Meyer, who was still trembling not far away. The gaze was no longer cold. Instead, it carried a hint of the gentleness of an older sister. She continued, her voice firm and unwavering. Please, for everyone's sake, allow Sue Meyer's talent to be elevated. Clear frost. She paused, took a deep breath, and as if using all her strength, uttered those last few words. I support your decision. These words, like a ray of warm sunshine, instantly dispelled the gloom over the camp. What is meant by the demeanor of an empress? That's it. Faced with the choice between personal possessiveness and the survival of the collective, she resolutely chose the latter. Through her actions, she declared to everyone that her status as queen was not based on vying for favor, but on sharing the future of the kingdom with the king. Chu Yang looked intently at the woman beside him. Her eyes were slightly red, and her knuckles were white from clenching her fists. Clearly, making this decision was also a huge ordeal for her. An indescribable warm current surged through Chu Yang's entire body. He knew. This woman is becoming stronger and stronger in her own way. It's no longer just about physical strength, but also about mental maturity. She is transforming from a sharp sword into a true queen, who can stand shoulder to shoulder with him and rule the world together. Since Lin Qingshuang has already paved all the steps for him. Chu Yang then had no more worries. His gaze fell on Su Meyer, and with an air of undeniable authority, he slowly nodded. Good. I'm sorry you had to go through all this for everyone's sake. This simple sentence was like a pardon, making the huge weight that had been hanging in Su Meyer's heart fall to the ground. She suddenly raised her head, her shimmering peach blossom eyes filled with unbelievable ecstasy. Immediately afterwards, this ecstasy transformed into unparalleled emotion and adoration. She never imagined that she would actually receive such an incredible opportunity. She never expected that it was Lin Qingshuang, whom she had always been somewhat afraid of, who personally pushed this opportunity in front of her. And her husband, at this moment, was understanding of her grievances. At that moment, Su Meyer's heart completely melted. Tip: Member Su Meyer feels your understanding and attention, and her loyalty has greatly increased. Hint: Member Su Meyer's loyalty plus 10. Current loyalty, 88, secretly in love. Chu Yang looked at the fluctuating numbers and nodded in satisfaction. He spoke to Su Meyer in an unquestionable, commanding tone. Go to the master bedroom and wait for me. Then, he turned around and, in front of everyone, gently took Lin Qingshuang's hand. The hand that was just trembling slightly was now enveloped in his warm palm. He didn't say much, but spoke softly in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Thank you, Qingshuang. Lin Qingshuang's body trembled slightly, and her eyes instantly reddened, but she forced herself not to let the tears fall. She simply squeezed Chu Yang's hand tightly in return. Su Meyer glanced shyly at Chu Yang, then gratefully at Lin Qingshuang, and finally, almost simultaneously, took small, quick steps and ran into the Miao Miao house. Her figure instantly ignited a fire in the hearts of all the girls. Sister Meyer, congratulations! Su Muyu suddenly came over and grabbed Su Meyer's arm, her face full of envy and curiosity, and whispered teasingly in her ear. Make sure you feel it carefully later, remember every detail. When you get back, be sure to tell me exactly what it feels like. I really want to know too. This question, brimming with girlish curiosity, caused Su Meyer, who was already blushing so much she was about to faint, to stumble and almost fall at the entrance of Miao Miao house. She turned around and glared fiercely at her outspoken younger sister, then without looking back, rushed into the room that would determine her future fate. Chapter 45 Su Meyer, with her innate allure. Chapter 45 The naturally alluring Su Meyer. The door to the master bedroom of Miao Miao house was gently pushed open by a slightly trembling hand. Squeak. A soft sound, like a drop of water falling into the still, silent heart of a pool. Su Meyer stood at the doorway, her heart pounding in her chest, almost bursting her ribs. She didn't dare to look up, only glancing quickly at the scene inside the room out of the corner of her eye. It wasn't as luxurious as I'd imagined. In fact, it was rather simple. A large wooden bed took up most of the space, and in the fireplace beside it, a few charred pieces of firewood still emitted their last embers. The only light came from a small grease lamp on the bedside table. Its tiny flame flickered in the breeze, casting a long, distorted shadow of a man onto the rough wooden wall, like a silent demon. Chu Yang sat on the edge of the bed. He didn't look at her. His gaze was fixed on the flickering flames. The outline of his profile flickered in and out of view in the light and shadow, obscuring his expression. But the imposing aura emanating from him was like an invisible net, instantly enveloping the entire space and making it difficult for Su Meyer to breathe. This is the center of power in this camp. And here she is about to perform a sacrifice that will determine her fate. Su Meyer clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deep into her palms, using a sharp pain to forcefully suppress the panic and shyness in her heart. She recalled Lin Qingshuang's aloof demeanor, Lu Jixia's composed confidence, and the overwhelming sense of powerlessness she felt when she dragged everyone down because of her talent limitations. No. I don't want to be just a pretty face that can only be patched up anymore. I want to become stronger. I want him to see that I, Sue Meyer, am more than just a pretty face. This thought, like a bolt of lightning, cleaved through all the hesitation in her heart. Sue Meyer took a deep breath and stopped running away. She raised her head, met his silent gaze, and slowly raised her hand in front of Chu Yang. Her movements were slow, with an almost reverent sense of ritual. She unbuckled the belt around her waist, which had become stiff from being soaked in sweat and dust, and the patched and greasy coarse clothwork clothes slid down her shapely figure. Splash! The rough fabric fell to the ground with a soft thud. Beneath the work clothes, there wasn't the close-fitting lining one might imagine. Instead, it was a light pink silk slip dress. This dress was made by her using the only piece of top-quality silk she had risked her life to snatch from the school's supermarket, and she spent countless nights sewing it for herself, stitch by stitch. She thought she might never have the chance to wear it. The silk, as light and thin as a cicada's wing and as smooth as moonlight, shimmered with a hazy and alluring glow in the dim candlelight. The fabric clung tightly to every inch of her mature and voluptuous skin, outlining her pert peach-shaped buttocks, honed by years of woodworking and handicrafts, her slender waist, and her full breasts that seemed about to burst through the fabric, creating a breathtaking S-curve. Especially her long, beautiful legs, which looked exceptionally strong and had smooth lines from years of wielding axes and chisels, were faintly visible under her skirt, exuding a healthy and wild beauty. In the candlelight she resembled a delicate rose quietly blooming in the dark night, exuding a deadly fragrance that could drive any man mad. Sue Meyer's face was so red it looked like it could bleed. She dared not look into Chu Yang's eyes. Those naturally alluring peach blossom eyes were now veiled with a layer of shimmering water, and her long eyelashes trembled uneasily like the wings of a startled butterfly. She simply bit her full lower lip tightly, swallowing all her shame and determination. She moved. Barefoot, stepping on the cold wooden floor, I slowly walked, step by step, towards the silent king by the bedside. Her steps were small, carrying the shyness and unease of a young girl experiencing life for the first time. But her waist swayed uncontrollably as she walked, each step exuding a captivating rhythm reminiscent of a mature woman. Innocence and allure, these two completely different qualities combined to create a tearing, extreme seduction in her. Chu Yang's breath hitched slightly. He finally turned his head and his gaze fell on the woman who was walking towards him step by step. A primal, scorching flame erupted from deep within his abdomen, instantly engulfing his limbs and bones. He had seen many beautiful women, cool, intellectual, and lovely, but none of them were like Sue Meyer. Her allure wasn't superficial coquetry, but rather emanated from her very bones and the depths of her soul. Every smile, every gesture, carried a natural charm that could easily ignite a man's deepest possessive desires. This woman is a born tempting enchantress. Chu Yang remained silent. Just as Sue Meyer walked to the bedside, she was so nervous that she didn't know what to do next. He extended his hand. A broad, warm, and powerful hand gently grasped her cold wrist, then applied slight pressure. Ah! Sue Meyer let out a soft cry, lost her balance, and fell into a hot and firm embrace. Outside the mystic house, an eerie silence fell over the entire camp. At that moment, all the girls, whether in the tents or the cabins, stopped what they were doing. They pricked up their ears, held their breath, as if awaiting a sacred pronouncement. Time passed by, second by second. I don't know how much time passed. From behind that tightly closed wooden door, finally, a faint, almost imperceptible sound came out. Squeak. The voice was soft, yet like a feather, precisely plucked at the heartstrings of every girl. Then came the second tone, and then the third tone. Squeak, squeak. The sound gradually became rhythmic, like an ancient and mysterious melody played in the dead of night. In a corner of the tent area, Sumuyu covered her head with the blanket, leaving only her bright, sparkling eyes showing. She nudged her sister next to her, who was also having trouble sleeping, and whispered something in a low voice. It's starting! It's starting! Sister Mare is so lucky! Inside the master bedroom, the bed swayed, and the candlelight flickered. Chu Yang's consciousness, however, was clearer than ever before. He could see that golden torrent was washing away, cleansing, and reshaping Sue Meyer's innate talent. The gray orb of light, which was originally only a D rank and represented skillful hands, began to tremble and shrink violently under the impact of this domineering force. Fine cracks began to appear on the surface of the light cluster. Finally, click dash! A sound like shattering from the depths of the soul rang out. The gray ball of light shattered completely. Instead, a brand new, more solid and powerful talent core, radiating a brilliant blue light. At that very moment, a cold system notification exploded in Chu Yang's mind. Notification: your intimacy level with classmate Sue Meyer has reached the upgrade threshold. Notification: your SSS level talent, branching branches and leaves, has been activated. Talent enhancement is currently underway for Sue Meyer. Sublimation successful. Member Sue Meyer's D-level talent, skillful hands, has been successfully upgraded to a B-level talent craftsmanship. Skilled craftsman, rank B. Your hands have been granted the power to turn the ordinary into the extraordinary. When crafting any item, your efficiency is increased by 500%, and there is a 50% chance that the quality of the finished product will be forcibly upgraded by 1 rank. It's done! Chu Yang was overjoyed. In the darkness, the rhythmic rocking of the cradle became the only background noise in the camp. It's like a war drum, announcing the beginning of a transformation. It also serves as a wake-up call, striking the hearts of every girl who tosses and turns, unable to sleep. The layout of this camp will change starting tonight. Chapter 46: The Empress's Provocation and Undercurrents. Chapter 46: The Empress's Provocation and Undercurrents. The night wind, carrying a biting chill, blew across the empty training ground of the camp. In the shadows outside Miao Miao's house, a slender figure stood quietly, as if blending into the deep night. Lin Qingxuang's face was colder than the snow that never melts on the top of West Mountain. She didn't look at the wooden door that emitted an ambiguous firelight and kept emitting seductive sounds. Her gaze remained fixed on the sword in her hand. A clean linen cloth danced between her long, slender, and fair fingers, mechanically wiping the dark blue blade of the shattered star sword again and again. The sword's blade was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the cold light of the waning moon in the sky, and also revealing her expressionless face. But her heart was not as calm as her expression suggested. The creaking sounds coming through the walls, along with the suppressed moans of another woman mixed in, were like red-hot iron needles piercing her eardrums, making her restless and agitated. She could clearly feel the faint gazes cast from the dark corners around her. There was sympathy, pity, schadenfreude, but more than anything, there was undisguised jealousy and longing. These gazes made her feel like she was being pricked by needles. Once upon a time, she was the envy of all the women in this camp, the only queen who could walk through that door. Now, she can only stand in the cold night wind like a resentful woman neglected by her husband, listening to her man making love with another woman. An indescribable sense of humiliation, mixed with the bitterness of betrayal, churned in her chest. Lin Qingxuang's peripheral vision eventually fell on someone not far away. There, Lu Jixia stood by the campfire, methodically assigning tasks to several girls on night watch. She held her ever-present notebook, sketching with charcoal as she spoke, her expression focused and composed. As if sensing Lin Qingxuang's gaze, Lu Jixia stopped writing and slowly raised her head. A dozen meters apart, separated by the flickering firelight, their eyes met in midair. The moment their eyes met, Lu Jixiao's lips curled into an extremely subtle, almost imperceptible smile. That wasn't a kind smile. Rather, it is a victor's most blatant provocation against the loser. Lin Qingxuang's pupils suddenly contracted. She understood instantly. Everything that happened today, from Sue Meyer's failed attempt to consider the bigger picture, to being forced to put the greater good first, was all part of this woman's scheme. This is an open conspiracy. A conspiracy that forced her to push her own man into the arms of another woman. Lin Qingxuang vividly recalled Lu Jixia's smiling face and her all-seeing eyes. You, Lin Qingxuang, managed to take over your husband for one night by relying on your first-mover advantage and momentary personal feelings. I, Lu Jixia, can use the collective interests of the entire camp, and this above-board, open strategy, to force you to make concessions and hand over this exclusive right. This is not just about vying for favor. This is a debate over policy directions. This is to prove to that man, and to everyone else, who is the woman more useful to his future ambitions. It's obvious who is more important, a brute who only knows how to kill with a sword, or a wise and capable wife who can strategize and expand his territory. Buzz dash. The shattered star sword in Lin Qingshuang's hand emitted a soft, mournful sound. Her hand gripping the sword hilt tightened suddenly, her knuckles turning white from the excessive force, almost crushing the hard hilt. A chilling, killing intent uncontrollably emanated from her body. She even had a crazy thought, to rush over and, with one sword stroke, sever that woman's head. But just as the murderous intent was about to reach its peak, Chu Yang's face, with its doting smile, and the words, "You are the only sword that can sleep with me," clearly appeared in her mind. And then there was her own resounding declaration of, putting the bigger picture, in front of all the girls. I am his queen. She's not a crazy woman who's only good at being jealous. Lin Qingshuang forcibly suppressed the anger and grievances that threatened to consume her. Slowly, very slowly, she closed her eyes. His chest heaved violently a few times. When she opened her eyes again, all emotions had faded away, leaving only a stagnant clarity in those icy blue eyes. She lost. At least in today's exchange, she suffered a crushing defeat. Not far away, Lu Jixia saw Lin Qingshuang's expression instantly return to calm, and the smile on her lips deepened. She knew that this seemingly powerful A-level expert had been cornered by her. She won the first round. Lu Jixia withdrew her gaze, no longer looking at Lin Qingshuang. She turned around and continued to give instructions to the girls on night watch, as if the silent exchange of glances had never happened. But the slight upturn of her lips and the fleeting smugness in her eyes proclaimed that this war belonging to women had only just begun. Under the cover of night at the camp, two women standing atop the pyramid completed their first silent confrontation. Undercurrents are surging in every corner. This foreshadows that in this newly established kingdom, the harem will no longer be dominated by Lin Qingshuang alone. Chapter 47 Talent Sublimation. B-rank craftsman. Chapter 47 Talent Sublimation. B-rank craftsman. The annoying creaking sound in the wonderful house had stopped at some point. The night wind, carrying the chill of the grass and trees, swirled around the campsite, causing the campfire to flicker and casting crooked shadows of the people. All was silent. This deathly silence was even more unsettling than the previous soft music. Everyone instinctively held their breath, strained their ears, waiting, or rather, fearing, what would happen next. Lin Qingshuang remained standing in the deepest shadow, like a lifeless ice sculpture. The sword in her hand had been wiped clean countless times, and the moonlight reflecting off its blade was as cold as her eyes at that moment. Not far away, Lu Jixia also put down her notebook. She stopped looking at Lin Qingshuang and instead turned her gaze to the closed wooden door. Deep in her eyes, which always shone with intelligence, lay a hint of tension that even she herself was unaware of. She orchestrated all of this, but she couldn't predict where the storm she had stirred up would ultimately lead. In the midst of this suffocating weight, a sudden change occurs. Without warning, a thick, solid, jade-like milky white beam of light tore through the dark night and fell vertically from the heavens. This beam of light was silent, yet it carried a sacred, vast, and inviolable majesty. It precisely enveloped the entire wonderful house, and the soft white light penetrated the wooden walls and roof, rendering the small building like a fairyland from a myth. In the camp, all the girls, whether sitting or lying down, were startled by this sudden celestial phenomenon, and jumped up from the ground. What the hell is that? A miracle? Look at the magic house! Exclamations rose and fell. Dozens of girls, without prior arrangement, looked up, mouths agape, staring blankly at the sacred pillar of light connecting heaven and earth, their minds completely blank. At that very moment, that cold, grand, otherworldly mechanical voice once again forcefully entered the minds of the 51 members. Note, member Sue Meyer has completed an in-depth exchange with SSS level talent Chu Yang, and her talent is currently undergoing a baptism of primal power. Notification: talent advancement successful. Member Sue Meyer, with her D-level talent, skilled hand, has been promoted to a B-level talent, master craftsman. Boom! Grade B. Sue Meyer's talent, which was almost at the bottom of the D level, jumped 2 levels overnight and soared to the B level. This level, in the entire camp, is enough to make one stand out from the crowd, except for Lin Shuang's unfathomable A level. What does that mean? This means that Chu Yang's blessing is not a one-time miracle, but something that can be replicated. As long as we can achieve that so-called deep communication. In an instant, the way all the girls in the camp looked at Chu Yang changed completely. Before, his eyes held only awe, reliance, and a hint of admiration for the strong. Now, what burns in those gazes is the most primal, naked greed and desire. He was no longer just a leader or a protector. He is a walking shrine that can elevate mortals to heaven in one step. Just as everyone was lost in their own thoughts and the atmosphere in the camp became incredibly subtle, the towering pillar of light began to slowly shrink, eventually transforming into starlight and disappearing into the wonderful house. Heaven and earth returned to darkness. Squeak dash! The much-anticipated wooden door was pushed open from the inside. A graceful figure, bathed in the warm firelight shining from inside the door, slowly walked out. It's Sue Meyer. Or rather, a completely new Sue Meyer. She was still wearing the same light pink silk slip dress she had worn when she entered. But now this dress, which had previously seemed a bit too alluring, no longer appeared frivolous on her. Under the baptism of the beam of light, her skin became like the finest mud-and-fat jade, delicate and smooth, shimmering with an ivory-like luster in the firelight. Those peach blossom eyes, which used to carry a hint of timidity and a hint of allure, have now transformed into a confident and composed demeanor that seems to understand and create all things. She stood there quietly, still possessing that voluptuous and fiery figure that would make any man's blood boil, but her entire demeanor had undergone a complete transformation. If she was a delicate rose to be picked by anyone before, then she is now a goddess of craftsmanship who holds divine authority and is about to usher in a new era. She seemed to be glowing. Sister Meyer! You did it! Sungwoo was the first to recover from her shock. Like a happy little bird, she squealed and pounced on Sue Meyer, grabbing her arm and shaking it vigorously. Wow! Sister Meyer, you smell so good! Your skin has gotten better too! Let me touch it! She said, reaching out her little hand to touch Sue Meyer's smooth arm, her face full of envy. How did it feel? What exactly was that deep soul communication like? Did it hurt? Did you cry like Sister Qin Shuang? This little brat was so outspoken. Her barrage of questions instantly shattered the goddess aura that Sue Meyer had just built up. Sue Meyer's pretty face flushed red to her ears in an instant. She was both ashamed and angry, and she reached out and smacked Sungwoo hard on the forehead. You brat, what nonsense are you spouting? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart when we get back. Her coquettish pout had no deterrent effect whatsoever. Instead, it drew laughter from the surrounding girls, who gathered around her. Sister Meyer, congratulations! B-level talent! From now on, our camp's artifacts will all depend on you. That's right. You'll have to take good care of us sisters from now on. Sister Meyer, you look so different now, you're glowing, you're so beautiful. A cacophony of compliments, mixed with undisguised, burning envy, enveloped Sue Meyer like a warm tide. Sue Meyer stood in the center of the crowd, feeling the new power within her that seemed to have the power to turn stone into gold, and decay into magic. She listened to the sincere or insincere praises around her and looked at the girls who had once been her equals or even looked down on her pretty face, status. Now, they all showed her fawning and admiring expressions. An unprecedented and immense sense of satisfaction and pride instantly overwhelmed all her reason. She knew that from this moment on, her life had been completely changed. And who brought all of this to her? Sue Meyer's gaze pierced through the throng of heads, past the flickering campfire, and finally landed precisely on the man who had remained silent yet was in control of everything. Chu Yang stood there, his expression calm, as if the earth-shattering miracle he had just witnessed was merely a trivial matter he had done casually. Their eyes met. Sue Meyer's heart skipped a beat. She slowly and deeply bent over towards Chu Yang, her voluptuous body curving into a breathtaking arc of submission and allure, encased in a silk nightgown. Those peach blossom eyes, which had just been sparkling with confidence, now held only the purest and most fervent adoration and love. No words are needed. This one action speaks louder than 1,000 words. On Chu Yang's retina, a golden system notification quietly appeared. Note: Member Sue Meyer's admiration and gratitude towards you have reached their peak, loyalty +4. Current loyalty, 96, completely devoted. Chu Yang's lips finally curved into a smile that went unnoticed by anyone. He ignored the burning gazes around him that seemed to devour him, and strode up to Sue Meyer. He reached out and gently lifted Sue Meyer's chin. Very good. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable authority that clearly reached everyone's ears. Now, let's start creating miracles. Sue Meyer nodded heavily, a fierce flame burning in her shimmering peach blossom eyes. She couldn't wait to show her new life to her king and to the world. Chapter 48: The Might of the Divine Craftsman. An iron defense line rises from the ground. Chapter 48: The Might of the Master Craftsman. An iron defense line rises from the ground. Sue Meyer did not start working immediately. She stood quietly before the mountain of ironwood, her bare, snow-white, delicate feet exposed, as if admiring a work of art. The pale pink silk slip dress seemed out of place in the rough and messy workshop, yet it possessed a breathtaking harmony. The night breeze blew, causing the skirt to flutter lightly, outlining her stunningly mature and voluptuous figure. The curve from her slender waist to her pert hips was enough to drive any man mad. She moved. He didn't pick up the carving knives scattered on the ground, nor did he look at the complicated blueprints. Amidst the curious, surprised, and expectant gazes of everyone, Sue Meyer slowly extended her hand. Those were flawless hands, with slender fingers and neatly trimmed nails that gleamed with a healthy pinkish sheen. These hands didn't seem like those of a craftsman who spent his days with axes and chisels. They seemed more like those of an artist, destined only to play the guillotine and paint. Her fingertips gently landed on the thickest and hardest ironwood in front of her. The surface of that ironwood was rough and covered with hard splinters and textures. However, when Sue Meyer's fingers touched, a miracle happened. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A tooth-grinding, subtle, distorting sound rang out. To everyone's utter astonishment, the iron-hard wooden stake seemed to transform into a living lump of clay. Where Sue Meyer's fingertips touched, the wood fibers began to twist, recombine, and deform automatically and violently. Deep, perfectly spiraling grooves are visibly formed and recessed from the surface of the wooden stake. At the edge of the groove, the harder wood fibers bulge upwards, stretch, and become sharp, eventually forming menacing, sharp barbs that gleam with a cold, hard luster. Growth. This is not carving, nor is it polishing. This is creation out of thin air. This is turning lead into gold. The entire process was devoid of any artificiality, flowing smoothly and effortlessly, filled with an indescribable sense of rhythm and creative beauty. Sue Meyer's expression was focused and serene. Her usually alluring peach blossom eyes were now clear as a pool, reflecting every detail of the wooden stake's transformation, as if she were a deity giving the final touches to her most perfect work. Less than a minute. It only took less than a minute. A wooden stake with spiraling barbs that had previously taken her half an hour to complete, and repeatedly failed to pierce, was now perfectly presented before everyone's eyes. Every detail of the wooden stake was exactly as required by Lu Jixiao's drawings, even more so. The spiral arc was full of aerodynamic beauty, and the angles of the barbs were tricky and deadly, as if they were born to tear flesh apart. Holy crap! Is this what a B-grade talent is? A girl who was carrying timber dropped the wood in her hands with a clatter to the ground, but she didn't notice. She just opened her mouth wide and gasped in surprise. This exclamation, like a thunderclap, instantly ignited the entire arena. My goodness! Sister Mayor, is this some kind of divine intervention? She didn't use any tools at all. That's incredibly fast. This is faster than all 10 of us combined. Exclamations and gasps of surprise rose and fell. If Lin Qingshuang's power is the kind of violent aesthetics that slashes everything with a single, cold sword strike, inspiring awe, the ability that Su Meyer is displaying at this moment is a kind of subtle and magical creative beauty that is even more shocking and incredible. Su Meyer ignored the noise around her. She simply nodded in satisfaction at her masterpiece, and then moved on to the next piece of ironwood. What followed could no longer be described as work. That was a personal performance show for the master craftsman. Su Meyer seemed to have transformed into a tireless, highly precise humanoid machine tool. Her hands flew up and down in the pile of wood, and with each touch and stroke, a perfect spiral wooden stake was born. The goal of setting up 100 wooden stakes, which had seemed almost impossible to achieve and weighed heavily on everyone's shoulders, was being accomplished by her at an almost terrifying speed. 20 minutes. In just 20 minutes, 100 armor-piercing, spiraling wooden stakes, gleaming with a deadly cold light, were neatly stacked in the center of the camp, resembling a steel forest made of sharp teeth. After doing all this, Su Meyer didn't even catch her breath. Only a thin layer of sweat appeared on her forehead, making her already charming face even more breathtakingly alluring. She still has energy to spare. After finishing the wooden stakes, Su Meyer's gaze fell on the crude weapons that the girls next to her had hastily made. Those stone spears were made of ordinary stones and sticks tied together, and there were wooden shields made of several planks pieced together. She shook her head and walked over. Shuya, your spearhead is too round, it can't penetrate the armor. Give it to me. She took a rough stone spear from a girl named Wanya, and gently stroked the stone spearhead with her jade-like hand. Buzz dash. The stone, which had originally been casually shaped, underwent a dramatic transformation in an instant. The front of the stone became narrow and sharp, and 2 shallow blood grooves grew on both sides, giving the spearhead a perfect teardrop-shaped streamline and exuding an aura of slaughter. Wanya stared in disbelief as she took the transformed stone spear. She felt that the feel of it in her hand was completely different, and when she swung it, she could even hear a slight whooshing sound as it cut through the air. And your shield, the joints are too weak. It will break apart with a single impact. Su Meyer walked up to another girl and patted the simple wooden shield a few times. The wooden planks, which were originally just simply bound together with vines, miraculously developed mortise and tenon joints at the joints, fitting together perfectly. The entire shield instantly became a single, seamless unit, and its sturdiness was increased by more than 1 level. For the next hour, Su Meyer acted like a goddess inspecting her factory. She explored every corner of the camp. Through her efforts, all the weapons were enhanced, and all the tools were optimized. In just 1 hour, she single-handedly raised the quality of the equipment in the entire A10086 camp by a whole level. Lu Zhixia stood on high ground, quietly watching all of this. She watched the alluring figure moving effortlessly through the crowd, seemingly omnipotent. She watched the girls around her casting adoring and fanatical glances at Su Meyer, and she watched the weapons and equipment in the camp becoming increasingly sophisticated and deadly at a visible pace. In her heart, there was both shock at the power of the B-level talent and satisfaction with her winning gamble. She knew she had made the right bet. Su Meyer's transformation was like a shot in the arm, completely revitalizing the entire defense system. In the Crimson Countdown, at the very last moment before reaching 0. As the last spiral wooden stake was driven heavily into the predesignated position. A terrifying trench 3 meters deep and 5 meters wide, a death zone composed of countless spike traps and tripwires, a wall of despair made up of 100 menacing spiral wooden stakes, and a fire fortress consisting of reinforced stone walls and several firing platforms. A truly solid steel defense line finally rose from the ground under the last rays of the setting sun. Like a silent, steel behemoth, it lies between the jungle and the camp, quietly awaiting the impending baptism of blood and fire. Looking at the impregnable, death-filled defensive line before them, an unprecedented and intense confidence rose on the tired faces of all the girls. Bring it on. Let those beasts see what human wisdom and barriers are. Chapter 49: The Yellow Fortress and the World's Lament. Chapter 49: The Yellow Fortress and the World's Lament. 1 second. When the constantly fluctuating blood-red numbers on the retina finally froze. Midnight. Time resets to 0. The earth-shaking roars and thunderous thunder of galloping hooves that I had expected did not come immediately. The whole world fell into an eerie, deathly silence, like the calm before the storm. In the jungle, not even a bird's call or an insect's chirp could be heard. The air seemed to have solidified into a sheet of iron, making it hard to breathe. Chu Yang stood on the highest observation platform in the camp, his hands behind his back, calmly examining the defensive line beneath his feet, a line that had been poured with everyone's sweat and hope. The trenches were deep, the traps were hidden, the wooden stakes were menacing, and the fortifications were impregnable. 50 girls, each armed with weapons enhanced by Su Meyer, stood at their positions, solemnly marking their respective battlefields. Though their faces still showed tension, their eyes held a resolute acceptance of their fate. Just then, a semi-transparent light screen, visible only to Chu Yang, quietly unfolded before his eyes. A 10086 Camp Defense System Assessment. Under evaluation. Evaluation complete. Quality, excellent yellow. Overall Defense Index, 350. Evaluation, a textbook example of early-stage defensive fortifications, top-level designed by a genius planner, and handcrafted by master craftsmen. Its structural rationality, the lethality of its traps, and the advanced nature of its core defensive weapons far surpass the average level for this stage. It is more than capable of allowing you to calmly handle an unimaginable crisis, or even enjoy a hunt. Yellow quality. 350 points of defense index. Upon seeing this assessment result, Chu Yang's last remaining doubts vanished completely. He knew things were settled. However, just as the students of Class A10086 had breathed a slight sigh of relief because of this impregnable defense, the World Chat channel, which had been silent for 5 hours, suddenly burst open like a flooded with countless messages mixed with blood and tears. The scrolling speed was so fast and the content so gruesome that it sent chills down the spines of everyone who saw it. Wan Tao, Class C9908, help! A beast tide is coming. A dark mass, all level 2 black-haired wild boars. We haven't even built a decent wooden wall yet. The defense line has collapsed instantly. Class F8732, Li Jun, 5 hours. Is this even a human being capable of? All the wood we painstakingly collected has been corroded by some kind of acid-spitting beetle. Now we can only hide in the cave and wait to die. All we can hear outside is the sound of monsters crashing down. Zhao Qianshan, Class B3345, it's all over. Our class monitor rushed out to lure monsters to buy everyone time, and he got slapped away by a level 3 giant bear. His fate is unknown. What should we do? Chen Hao, Class A10001, can anyone tell us what to do? We can't gather enough materials. The monsters are much smarter than usual. They'll avoid the simple traps we dug. There's no way we can fight them. Anonymous user from Class D5421, don't even mention it, another class has already been wiped out. I just saw the system notification with my own eyes. Our neighboring Class D5422 was disqualified because their class leader was killed, and the entire team abandoned the trial. Their camp coordinates have simply disappeared from the map. Wailing, pleading for help, cursing, despair. Countless negative emotions, like a plague, are spreading wildly in tens of thousands of classrooms around the world. Those once high-achieving students, school beauties and heartthrobs, are now as fragile as ants in the face of the cruel beast tide. For them, 5 hours of preparation time was not an opportunity, but an insurmountable barrier. At Camp A10086, the girls on guard duty also saw the horrific scene on the World Channel. Their eyes widened, their faces filled with belated shock and fear. They dug the same trenches we did, but they were useless. They also prepared the wooden stakes we did, but they were corroded. My God, we've really accomplished something incredible. A girl on lookout duty looked at the menacing defensive line beneath her feet, then at the tragic state of the classes on the World Channel, her voice trembling. It wasn't until this moment that they truly realized how lucky and how right they had been to work so hard for those 5 hours. They instinctively turned their gaze to the two women in the camp. One was Lu Jixia, standing high up with a notebook in hand, continuously conducting the final sand table simulation. It was her genius planning that ensured everyone's efforts were not in vain and that every resource was used effectively. The other was Su Meyer, standing at the forefront of the defensive line, inspecting the stability of the spiral wooden stakes. It was her divine craftsman's hand that turned those impossible tasks into reality. A deep sense of awe arose spontaneously in the hearts of all the girls. As for the man who gave them all, their feelings were so complex that they could not be described in words. Chu Yang's expression remained calm. He looked at the scenes of corpses strewn across the World Channel, rivers of blood flowing, without a trace of sympathy in his eyes. He had long anticipated that this so-called trial of the beast tide was not meant to be a test, but rather a means of elimination. This is a brutal and efficient selection process. Cleanly and decisively remove those weak, foolish, and unlucky classes from this stage. This creates a wider living space and more abundant resources for the truly strong. Winner takes all. These cold, hard laws were on full display at this moment. Just then. Thump dash. Thump dash. Thump dash. Heavy, rhythmic footsteps echoed from the depths of the distant jungle. The earth began to tremble slightly. The wooden structure on the observation deck creaked and groaned. It's here! Every girl's heart leaped into her throat. They gripped their weapons tightly, their palms sweating, staring intently in the direction the sound came from. Chu Yang finally shifted his gaze from the World Channel, narrowed his eyes, and pushed his D-level talent, eagle-eye vision, to its limit. His gaze pierced through the layers of trees and saw the source of the tremor. That was one animal. No, it was a whole herd. A group of giant wild boars, the size of a small truck, covered in black steel bristles, with tusks like scimitars. Their eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty red light, and scorching white breath spewed from their nostrils. With an unstoppable ferocity, they were crushing all the trees and rocks in their path as they launched a mass charge toward the camp. Behind them, countless more dark figures were converging from all directions of the jungle. Wolves, spiders, beetles, lizards. All sorts of unheard-of savage beasts converged into a black tide capable of devouring everything. On the distant horizon, dust billowed, obscuring the sky, like a yellow tsunami sweeping towards them. Chapter 50: The First Wave of Beasts. A Desperate Gap in Combat Strength. Chapter 50: The First Wave of Beasts. A Desperate Gap in Combat Strength. Thump dash. Thump thump dash. The dull thuds were no longer distant, like giant hammers striking directly at everyone's hearts. The earth began to shake violently, the wooden watchtower groaned under the strain, and the ground beneath the girls' feet trembled like a leaf, making it difficult for them to stand. A gust of wind, carrying the stench of blood, decay, and the distinctive odor of wild beasts, swept in from the depths of the jungle, making one feel nauseous. That once lush jungle now looks as if it has been devoured by an invisible behemoth, with swathes of trees collapsed, stirring up clouds of dust. It's here! Chinyu gripped the low stone wall beside her tightly, her fingernails breaking and bleeding from the force, but she felt nothing. Her face, which always wore a gentle smile, was now deathly pale, her lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. Not only her, but all the girls looked terrible. Their formation remained impeccable, and they gripped their weapons even tighter, but their trembling bodies and uncontrollable heavy breathing betrayed their inner fear. Just then, a blood-red light screen suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes without warning. Warning! The first wave of beasts has arrived. On the screen were 2 rows of shocking data comparisons, like a death sentence that had already been written. Enemy unit composition. Steel-bristled tusk boar, level 4, x3. Shadow swift wolf, level 3, x6. acid-spitting beetles, level 2, x10. 50 of each level 1 savage beast, rotten wolf, spiked porcupine, etc. Enemies overall combat strength assessment, 390, extremely dangerous. On the other side of the screen were their assessments. Our unit, Class A10086, consists of Class Monitor, Chu Yang, LV.3. Members, Lin Qingxuang, LV.4, Lu Jixia, LV.3, total, 50. Our overall combat strength assessment, 260, insufficient advantage. 390 versus 260. One rating is extremely dangerous, while the other is a cold, hard, insufficient advantages. The 130-point difference in combat power was like an insurmountable mountain, pressing down on the hearts of the 51 girls. The sliver of confidence that had just been built up by that steel defense line was shattered in an instant by these cruel numbers. How could there be such a big difference? A girl responsible for throwing stone spears, her voice trembling with tears, dropped her weapon to the ground with a clatter. Her breakdown was a signal, and panic spread like wildfire. 3 level 4 wild boars. Those are level 4. They're even stronger than the one we encountered before. We're doomed after we finish off the 6 level 3 wolves. Wah, I don't want to die. Desperate whispers rose from the front lines, and several girls with weaker mental fortitude began to sob quietly. The morale of the entire defensive line plummeted to rock bottom just a second before the battle began. Chu Yang's brows furrowed slightly. This difference in combat strength truly exceeded his expectations. The system had clearly applied a very high weighting to the overall threat level of the beast tide. 3 level 4 savage beasts would be a devastating blow to any level 3 class. But he showed no sign of panic. His overly calm expression was itself a highly effective tranquilizer. Chu Yang withdrew his gaze from the darkness where countless scarlet beast eyes could be seen, and turned to Lu Jixia beside him. The woman was standing on a makeshift command platform, her black, tight-fitting sportswear fluttering in the wind, perfectly outlining her breathtaking S-shaped curves. Her pretty face was also filled with an unprecedented seriousness. Her intelligent eyes were fixed on the data on the screen, and her charcoal pencil moved quickly across the notebook, as if she were making final calculations. There was no fear on her face. Her eyes, which always shone with wisdom, now burned with the excitement and fighting spirit of a chess player who had been driven to the brink of defeat and finally waited for their opponent to make a move. She also saw Chu Yang's gaze. Their eyes met. Chu Yang didn't say much, but gave the order in a deep and powerful voice. Butler Lu, proceed according to the original plan. Command is now in your hands. These words were tantamount to placing the fate of 51 lives and the future of the entire camp on Lu Jixia's shoulders alone. Trust. This is a more powerful authorization than any words. Lu Jixia's body trembled slightly, and the astonishing curves of her chest heaved violently. She nodded heavily, without saying a word, but the resolute look in her eyes said it all. She turned around, no longer looking at Chu Yang, and picked up a simple megaphone made of animal hide and bamboo tubes. The next second, her clear, calm, and penetrating voice resounded throughout the camp, precisely drowning out all the crying and panic. Attention, everyone! This is not a drill. Stop with your cheap tears. If you want to live, pick up your weapons. Behind us is the wonderful house. It's our home. There's nowhere to retreat. Now, everyone, to your combat stations. Her voice carried an undeniable authority that instantly intimidated the panicked girls. Everyone's body tensed up instinctively. Lu Jixiao's gaze swept across the entire area, finally landing on the dozens of acid-spitting beetles that had emerged from the forest and were gathering 100 meters away. She raised her arm and swung it down sharply. Ranged units! Archers, spearmen! Heed my command! Target, enemy back row, acid beetle. 3-round launch. Ready. Put. At a single command. Buzz dash. Whoosh 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 dash. The more than 20 girls in the remote team, who had been waiting in ambush, instinctively carried out the order. The taut bowstrings vibrated, and more than 20 arrows, enhanced by Su Meyer and bearing deadly sharp arrowheads, drew graceful arcs in the air, like invitations from the Grim Reaper, passing over the charging wild boars and wolves in the front ranks, and accurately covering the beetle positions behind them. Immediately following was a dozen or so stone spears that whistled out. Under Lu Zhixiao's command, the battle broke out in an unexpected and fierce manner. Pft! Pft! The sound of flesh being torn apart could be clearly heard from 100 meters away. Although those level 2 acid-spitting beetles have hard shells, they are ultimately ranged units and their bodies are relatively fragile. Under the first round of precise saturation attacks, 7 or 8 beetles were shot through their compound eyes, mouthparts and other vulnerable parts by arrows, and green sap gushed out. 2 unlucky ones were even pinned to the ground by the whistling stone spears, twitching a few times before falling still. One salvo resulted in the loss of nearly 10 units. This result stunned all the girls. So these monsters aren't invincible after all. Remote team! Don't stop! Second round! Release! Lu Zhixiao's voice rang out again, cold and efficient. The girls mechanically knocked arrows, drew their bows, and once again unleashed a deadly rain of arrows. Roar dash! Just then, a deafening roar came from ahead. The 3 level 4 steel bristle-tusked boars, each the size of a small truck, were finally enraged by the commotion behind them. They ceased their probing, their crimson eyes fixed on the camp, and their powerful hoofs pounded the ground. Boom! The earth trembled violently as 3 living, breathing heavy tanks launched their charge with a ferocious, all-crushing force. The first wave of beasts, the most terrifying frontal assault, has finally arrived. Chapter 51 Textbook-style defense and counterattack. Chapter 51 A textbook example of defense and counterattack. The 3 level 4 steel bristle-tusked boars were far more terrifying than imagined when they charged. They were like 3 out-of-control steam locomotives burning with red-hot coals, crushing the bushes and rocks along their path as fragile as paper. Their unstoppable, ferocious momentum turned the faces of the girls standing at the forefront of the defense line pale, their legs went weak, and they almost collapsed to the ground. Hold on! Lu Zhixia's loud shout was like a blow to the head, waking them up. Trust our defenses! Trust Su Meyer's skills! Before he could finish speaking. Boom! The wild boar charging on the far left crashed headfirst into the massive trench, which was 4 meters deep and 5 meters wide. The immense force of the impact hurled dirt and rubble several meters high, and its massive body tumbled in the trench, letting out an angry and painful roar. Its terrifying charge, powerful enough to smash through city walls, was instantly thwarted by this simple trench. Immediately afterwards, 2 more wild boars also fell in one after another. The trench is effective. Seeing this, all the girls felt instantly calmed down. Following closely behind the wild boar were 6 agile, ghostly level 3 shadow swift wolves, who displayed intelligence far surpassing that of the boar. Instead of foolishly jumping into the pit, they attempted to circle around the trench from both sides. However, they had just stepped onto that seemingly flat meadow. Pft! 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 Several hidden vines and tripwires beneath the grass were instantly triggered, throwing the charging wolf pack into disarray. One unfortunate wolf even tumbled into a trap filled with sharpened wooden spikes, its abdomen pierced by over a dozen spikes, letting out a piercing howl. The trap worked. Further back, the dozen or so acid-spitting beetles also began their counterattack. They swelled their abdomens, and jets of bright green acid, emitting a pungent odor, sprayed out like high-pressure water guns. Sizzle dash! The acid fell onto the waist-high stone wall at the outermost edge of the camp, emitting puffs of white smoke and a sickening corrosive sound. Shallow pits were corroded into the surface of the stone wall, but its sturdy structure perfectly kept the deadly liquid out, leaving the girls in the core area unharmed. A low wall works. In just over 10 seconds of exchange, Lu Zhixia's 3-dimensional defense system, like a precise machine, operated perfectly, dissolving the first wave of the fiercest attack layer by layer. The entire battlefield was completely under her control. Lu Zhixia stood on the high platform, her notebook already closed. Her gaze calmly swept across the entire battlefield, her brain like a super-fast processor, rapidly analyzing every detail. Tang Ro! Musketeer Squad 1. Target, the wild boar on the left that's climbing uphill. Focus fire on its eyes and snout. Archery Team 2. Suppress that pack of wolves on the right flank that's been caught in the trap. Don't let them regroup. Spear throwers. Free fire on the targets in the trenches. Give it your all. Clear and precise instructions were transmitted to each combat team through loudspeakers. Yes. Tang Ro, who was already waiting on the shooting platform, moved upon hearing the sound. Behind her stood 10 rigorously trained musketeers. The barrels of their modified flintlock muskets gleamed with a cold, metallic sheen. Team 1. Target, wild boar on the left. 3 volleys. Ready. Tang Ro's voice was equally calm and deadly. The level 4 wild boar was struggling to climb out of the trench. Its thick hide meant the roll hadn't been fatal. It roared angrily, its 2 front hooves gripping the edge of the trench, its massive head protruding, its scarlet eyes fixed on the girls on the front lines, filled with savagery. Just as it was about to completely climb out of the trench. Bang! The first round of shots rang out. 3 bullets, crafted from wolf fangs, whistled out of the barrel and struck the wild boar precisely in the head. Although it failed to penetrate its thick skull, the enormous impact caused its head to tilt to the side, letting out a painful roar. Bang! Bang! Then came the second and third rounds of shooting. This is the power of a 3-stage firing sequence. By firing in rotation, continuous suppressive fire is ensured. Under the barrage of bullets, the once invincible level 4 wild boar was pinned down at the edge of the trench, unable to raise its head. Just then, another wild boar crawled out from the center of the trench and finally broke through the blockade of long-range fire. It roared and strode forward, launching a final charge towards the death line composed of 100 spiral wooden stakes. Everyone's heart was in their throat. It's here! The final test. The wild boar was incredibly fast. Its massive body created a gust of wind, and to everyone's horror, it crashed headfirst into a piercing, spiraling barbed wooden stake in the very center of the defensive line. There was no earth-shattering noise. There was a loud plop. The sound was like a red-hot iron being plunged into grease, dull, yet so clear it sent chills down your spine. The spiraling wooden stake, crafted by the B-level talent, masterful craftsmanship, and shimmering with an eerie light, showed no sign of breaking under the terrifying impact. Its ferocious spiral barbs, like a high-speed rotating drill, instantly tore through the wild boar's proud steel bristles and thick hide, deeply and mercilessly drilling into its flesh. A woo! A piercing scream, so shrill it seemed inhuman, echoed across the entire battlefield. That terrifying level 4 beast was pinned to the spot by a seemingly insignificant wooden stake. It struggled frantically, trying to back away, but the barbs that went deep into its flesh hooked firmly into its muscles and bones. With each twist, it tore off large pieces of flesh, making the wound even bigger. It became a sitting duck. Now! All ranged units! Focus fire on that sitting duck! Give it your fire! Lu Jixia's voice carried a hint of barely suppressed excitement. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Bang bang bang! Instantly, all the long-range firepower was unleashed on the nailed wild boar. Arrows, spears, and slingshots rained down on it, turning it into a hedgehog in the blink of an eye. Finally, with a mournful cry of despair, this massive level 4 creature collapsed to the ground and fell silent forever. A moment of silence fell over the battlefield. All the girls stared in disbelief at the scene, their minds blank. Did we win? They won just like that? Roar! A wolf's howl interrupted their shock. A few swift shadow wolves that had escaped the trap finally broke free and pounced from the flank. However, a blue lightning bolt was faster than them. Lin Qingshuang moved. She didn't even wait for Lu Jixia to give the order. Her figure flashed past the front line, the shattered star sword in her hand leaving a series of eerie blue afterimages in the air. Frozen sword dance! The icy chills spread instantly, causing the wolves that had pounced to slow down abruptly, a thin layer of frost forming on their bodies. It is this delay of a fraction of a second that determines their fate. A flash of sword light. 3 enormous wolf heads soared into the sky. The scalding hot wolf blood, spilled onto the cold earth, was instantly frozen. Lin Qingxuang stood with her sword in hand, her silver hair fluttering in the wind. A few drops of warm beast blood stained her exquisitely beautiful face, making her look like a killing goddess who had returned from hell, beautiful yet deadly. She proved with her actions that while strategy is important, absolute force is always the most effective way to end a battle. Less than 10 minutes. In less than 10 minutes. Under Lu Jixia's textbook perfect command, against Su Meier's high-tech defenses, and against Lin Qingxuang's unparalleled personal combat prowess. The first wave of beasts, which seemed terrifying and had a combat power rating of 390, was cleanly and decisively wiped out. In front of the camp, corpses lay strewn everywhere, and blood flowed like a river. As for Class A10086, with 51 members, there were 0 casualties. When the last rotten wolf was pinned to the ground by a spear, the entire battlefield fell silent once more. The girls looked at the carcasses of wild beasts scattered on the ground, then at themselves and their unharmed sisters. The blank expressions on their faces were gradually replaced by a kind of ecstatic joy. We won! I don't know who shouted it first. The next second. We won! We won! Oh! Long live my husband! Long live Steward Lu! Long live Sister Mayor! Long live Sister Qingxuang! The fear and tension that had been suppressed for 5 hours turned into a deafening cheer that resounded through the sky. They did it! They really survived this hellish trial. Chu Yang stood on the highest observation platform, his hands behind his back, quietly watching the group of girls below who had survived the ordeal and were embracing each other and weeping. A satisfied smile curved the corners of his mouth. Lu Jixia's leadership skills, Su Meier's master craftsmanship, and Lin Qingxuang's unparalleled combat prowess. The team he built is showing potential far beyond his imagination. However, just as everyone was immersed in the joy of victory, a cold system notification popped up before everyone's eyes again, without warning. Note: the first wave of beast tides has ended. Note: Class A10086 has passed the level with a perfect rating. Trial points plus 1000. Warning! The second wave of beasts will arrive in 10 minutes. Please prepare. Second wave of beast tide intensity assessment. Extremely dangerous. Red. The cheers abruptly ceased. Chapter 52: The Demise of the 9.5 million strong team. Chapter 52: The Demise of the 9.5 million strong team. After the cheers subsided like a wave, what remained was a silence mixed with the smell of blood and earth, and 50 bodies limp from overexertion. The girls sat or lay on the battlefield, panting heavily. The immense joy of surviving the ordeal made their chests heave violently, and their sweat-soaked clothes clung tightly to their bodies, outlining their youthful and beautiful figures. We really did it! Tang Rou tossed aside the flintlock pistol, which was burning hot from excessive firing, and plopped down on the ground. Looking at the mess, she muttered to herself. Her arm was still slightly numb from the recoil, but her heroic face was adorned with a radiant smile she had never seen before. We did more than that! Sumuyu poked her little head out from behind the cauldron. Her face was covered in soot, making her look like a cat, but her eyes shone brightly. We had 0 casualties! We wiped them out with 0 casualties! This sentence was like a spark, reigniting the atmosphere. That's right! None of us died! Ha! Those monsters look scary, but they're not so bad after all. After a short rest, their strength quickly recovered. The instinct for survival and the desire for resources soon brought the girls back to their senses from the euphoria of victory. Stop grinning! Get moving! Lu Jixia's voice came from the platform. She had picked up her notebook again and began issuing new instructions. The loot won't magically grow legs and run into the warehouse. Everyone, gathering teams, get to work! The wild boar's tusks and hide are grade A materials. The wolf's skin and claws are grade B. Although the beetle's shells are corroded, their soft abdominal armor can be used as lining. And meat. So much meat. Sumuyu, take some men to butcher it. Prioritize processing those 3 level 4 wild boars. Their flesh contains the highest energy. Lu Jixiao's command was clear and organized, and in an instant she reorganized a group of disorganized victors into a highly efficient logistics force. Okay. Sumuyu responded excitedly, picked up a short knife specifically for deepening, and led a few girls, rushing excitedly towards the wild boar carcass that had been nailed to death by spiral wooden stakes. Wow, that skin is so thick. Sister Mayer's wooden stakes are amazing. They can actually go in so deep. The girls chattered amongst themselves as they dealt with the body. The wild boar's carcass was as large as a small mountain, and even in death, its ferocious aura remained terrifying. Its hide was as tough as steel wire, making it extremely difficult to cut with ordinary knives. The girls worked in pairs, one stepping on it while the other painstakingly sliced it open with a knife. The stench of blood and entrails assaulted their nostrils, causing several girls, who were doing this for the first time, to bend over and gag on the spot. But no one backed down. They cut off pieces of still warm, marbled meat, wrapped them in broad leaves, and piled them in the center of the camp. The pile grew higher and higher, emitting a primal and enticing aroma that made everyone's eyes gleam. This was more than just food, it was their means of survival in this world. Besides the meat, all the useful materials, fangs, claws, hides, tendons, were collected and categorized. This was a huge fortune, enough to upgrade their equipment to the next level. The entire camp was immersed in a joyful atmosphere of harvest, busyness, and fulfillment. However, at that moment, that grand, cold, emotionless pronouncement of the rules, once again, descended upon everyone's mind like a judgment from God. World announcement: the first wave of beast-tide trials has ended. World announcement: a total of 10 million class teams participated globally. After this round of trials, the number of surviving teams is 500,000. World announcement: a total of 9.5 million teams have been eliminated due to the complete loss of all members or their voluntary withdrawal. The noisy commotion at the camp, fueled by the harvest, abruptly ceased. Everyone's movements froze at this moment. A girl who was dragging a wolf carcass slipped, and the body fell back into the pool of blood without her noticing. Sumuyu had just cut off a piece of fine pork tenderloin and held it high, ready to show it off to her companions, when her hand holding the meat froze in midair. The charcoal pencil in Lu Jixiao's hand fell onto the notebook with a thud. 9.5 million. This number, like an invisible hammer, struck the soul of everyone. They were all students from peacetime, and they didn't have a direct concept of this number. But they could calculate it. If there are 50 people in a class, and 9.5 million teams, that's 475 million people. An incredibly large number was wiped cleanly and efficiently from the world in just a few hours. Those aren't data from a game, they're data from real, once vibrant classmates, friends, and even family members just like them. A chill that penetrated to the bone ran from the soles of each girl's feet straight up to the top of her head. The joy of victory and the happiness of the harvest just now seemed so pale and ridiculous at this moment. How could this be? A girl's lips turned pale, and her voice trembled. A 95% elimination rate? No one answered her. The entire camp fell into a deathly silence. Chu Yang stood on the observation platform, his pupils also slightly contracting. He anticipated the trial would be brutal, but he hadn't expected it to be this brutal. This wasn't just selection, it was a complete massacre. 95% of the impurities were eliminated at once, leaving only the very top 5%. The rules of this world are colder and more efficient than he imagined. He subconsciously opened the world chat channel. The channel that was flooded with countless cries of agony and SOS messages before the beast tide began is now as quiet as a graveyard. On the scrolling screen, a message would appear only once every few minutes, and each message carried a suffocating fear of surviving a catastrophe. Anonymous, from class H6666. There were only 3 of us left in our class. The class monitor and 46 other classmates all died. We survived by hiding in a cesspool. Wang Lei, class A9876, we won, but we only have 5 people left. We blocked the entrance to the cave with stones and listened to the massacre outside all night. I could hear the screams of the girls from the class next to ours. Class S0007, Anonymous, don't even mention it, living is a sin. Each brief message, like a knife, was etched into the hearts of all the girls in class A10086. They looked at the tragic scene in the chat channel, then at their exhausted but still present companions, at the mountain of meat and supplies in the center of the camp, and at the somewhat dilapidated but still standing defensive line. A complex mix of indescribable emotions, fear, relief, and gratitude, welled up within them. They finally understood. The reason they are able to stand here and enjoy the fruits of victory is not because they are braver or stronger than others. Rather, it's because they stood on the shoulders of giants. All eyes turned to the 3 people in the camp. The alluring figure holding a carving knife, inspecting the wear and tear on the spiral wooden stake, that was Sue Meyer. Without her miraculous craftsmanship, their fragile defense would have crumbled instantly, and their fate wouldn't have been much better than those in the world chat. The intelligent figure standing on the high platform, her expression equally solemn, was rapidly taking notes, preparing for the next battle, Lu Jixia. Without her near-perfect tactical planning and her extremely calm on-the-spot command, even with the best equipment, they would be nothing more than a disorganized mess, easily torn apart and devoured by the monsters. Finally, everyone's gaze turned to the man standing at the highest point, who had calmly watched everything from beginning to end, Chu Yang. It was he who single-handedly promoted Lu Jixia, making her the brain of the camp. It was he who spared no expense to elevate Sue Meyer's talent, turning her into the camp's divine craftsman. It was he who withstood all the pressure and made that incredibly wise decision in the final hours before the war began. He is the one who created all of this. If their feelings for Chu Yang before were all dependence and admiration, then now, this emotion has been sublimated into a near-fanatical, blind worship. He is not a leader. He is God. They were the only light for them in this apocalyptic hell. Lin Qingshuang stood in the shadows, taking in everything. She watched the girls' fervent gazes toward Chu Yang, and the awe-inspiring looks around Lu Jixia and Sue Meyer. Her grip on the sword hilt tightened even more. She knew that the power structure of the camp had quietly changed. Her position as the official wife is facing an unprecedented challenge. And it was in this complex and subtle atmosphere that cold system notification once again interrupted everyone's thoughts. Warning! The second wave of beasts will arrive in 10 minutes. Please prepare. Intensity assessment. Extremely dangerous. Red. Red warning. Compared to the first waves. Extremely dangerous. There's now an even more alarming color-coded warning. My heart, which had just settled down, instantly jumped into my throat again. This time, no one dared to underestimate them in the slightest. Everyone knows that the real hell has only just begun. Chapter 53: The Second Wave. The Collapsing Defenses. Chapter 53: The Second Wave. The Collapsing Defenses. 10 minutes. A countdown so brief it was almost despairing. The girls who were cutting up flesh and counting spoils just a second ago immediately dropped what they were doing and rushed back to their posts like madmen. Replace the damaged weapons, replenish the consumed ammunition, quickly swallow a few mouthfuls of still bloody roasted meat, and fill the water bladder. Under Lu Jixia's command, the entire camp once again transformed into a high-speed war machine. But this time, the air was no longer filled with the fearlessness of youth, but with a deep-seated fear of unknown dangers born from the baptism of blood. Thump. Knock knock. The earth tremors were more violent and more severe than the first one. This time, it wasn't just the sound of footsteps, but a tooth-grinding dragging sound of a huge object scraping the ground. Chu Yang stood on the observation platform, pushing his eagle-eye vision to its limit. For the first time, his expression turned somewhat grim. On the horizon, the empty area that had been cleared by the first wave of beasts was now submerged by a deeper and more expansive black tide. The number is at least 3 times that of the first wave. Leading the charge of that black tide were 5 steel-bristled tusk boars, even larger than before. Their tusks were no longer curved blades, but rather like 2 gigantic armor-piercing battle axes, gleaming with a cold metallic gleam. On their backs, one could even see deep, bone-revealing scars, proof of their survival in countless battles. These 5 are the true kings of wild boars. Behind the wild boar king, Chu Yang saw the source of the tremor. A dozen or so giant apes, each over 3 meters tall, covered in long black fur, with arms like battering rams. They didn't run, but trudged along, each step leaving deep footprints in the ground. Most terrifyingly, each of them carried a boulder the size of a millstone in its hands. Stone-throwing ape, level 3. A brand new unit with ranged siege capabilities. The light screen was forcibly popped up under everyone's horrified gaze. Warning! The second wave of beasts has arrived. The difficulty has increased significantly. Enemy unit composition. Rampaging Boar King, level 4 Elite, x5. Rock-throwing ape, level 3, x12. Shadow Hunter, level 3 Elite, x10. 200 plus level 1 to 2 savage beasts. Enemy's overall combat strength rating, 590, destruction level. Our overall combat strength assessment, 275, fight to the death. A power difference of over 300 points. Devastating. This time, even Lu Jixia's face turned completely pale. She stared intently at the data on the screen, and for the first time, a hint of helplessness appeared in her beautiful eyes, which were always full of wisdom and confidence. Her defensive line was perfect. But this perfection was built upon the strength required to withstand the first wave of beast tides. Faced with an enemy possessing long-range heavy firepower and overwhelming in both quantity and quality, her sophisticated system was like a sandbox made of building blocks, utterly vulnerable in the face of a real hammer. Roar dash! There was no probing, no roundabout approach. The 12 stone-throwing apes stopped 200 meters away from the camp. They bent down, their muscular arms bursting with terrifying power, and roared as they hurled the massive boulders weighing hundreds of pounds into the sky. Whoosh 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 dash. A dozen or so boulders, accompanied by a piercing shriek that seemed to tear through the air, traced deadly parabolas in the sky, like catapults on an ancient battlefield, as they rained down on the A10086 camp. Hidden! Lu Jixia let out a hoarse scream. The girls instinctively crouched down, pressing their bodies tightly against the low stone wall. The next second. Boom! Boom! The earth shook violently. A huge rock crashed precisely into the low stone wall in the center of the camp. The sturdy low wall, reinforced by Su-Meyer and capable of withstanding acid corrosion, snapped in the middle like a biscuit struck by a hammer in the face of this pure, absolute physical impact, sending countless fragments flying in all directions. A girl hiding behind a wall was cut on the cheek by flying pebbles, and blood flowed down instantly. Ah! She cried out in pain. She was the first member to be injured since the start of the war. That cry of pain was like a switch, completely igniting the battlefield. More boulders fell. Boom! Another section of the low wall collapsed, creating a huge gap. Boom! A huge rock even flew over the low wall and crashed directly into a wooden house behind it. The relatively sturdy wooden house was instantly smashed into a pile of broken wood. Long-range firepower suppression. The cold word flashed through Lu Jixia's mind. Their proud musketeers and archers were pinned down behind cover by the enemy's superior range, unable to even lift their heads. Roar dash! Just as the defensive line was being smashed to pieces by the boulders, the 5 ferocious boar kings launched a charge. They are smarter and more fearless than the wild boars of the past. Instead of jumping directly into the trench, they roared and rammed into the corpses of their companions left behind by the first wave of beasts. Bang! Bang! With their terrifying brute force, they pushed the corpses, each weighing over 1,000 pounds, into the trench. 1, 2, 3. Soon, the huge trench, which was 4 meters deep, was filled with the corpses of its kind, creating a bridge, made of flesh and blood. The following savage beasts, roaring as they trampled over the corpses of their companions, charged forward. No! The trench has been filled in! A girl on lookout duty exclaimed, her voice filled with despair. Block them! Lu Jixia's voice trembled as she grabbed the megaphone and roared at the top of her lungs. Musketeers! Suppress them! Suppress those wild boar kings! We absolutely cannot let them charge! Tang Rou gritted her teeth and peeked out from behind the collapsed low wall. Bang! She pulled the trigger, and a bullet whistled out, hitting a wild boar king on the forehead and exploding into a cloud of sparks. The wild boar king merely shook its head, its charging speed not slowing down in the slightest. Its defense is more than 1 level higher than the previous level 4 wild boar. Boom! The wild boar king charging at the very front finally crashed into the last line of defense, the spiral wooden stake array. Pfft! The stake remained sharp and pierced its body in an instant. But this time, the wild boar king only let out an even more ferocious roar. It did not stop, but continued forward with the wooden stake that was embedded deep in its flesh. Crunch, crunch. The hard ironwood, under its terrifying power, groaned in unbearable strain and began to bend violently. Bang! Another wild boar king has charged in. 2 forces combined. Snap! A crisp cracking sound rang out, making everyone's heart skip a beat. The spiral wooden stake, crafted by a B-level talent with unparalleled skill and on which everyone placed high hopes, reached its limit under continuous impact and snapped in 2 with a crash. The defense line has been breached. Then came the second, and the third. Boom! Puff! One by one, the spiral wooden stakes were either broken or shattered by the impact. That seemingly impregnable line of defense against death began to crumble before the overwhelming power. Like dominoes being toppled, its collapse was only a matter of time. Aya! They're charging at us! The monsters are charging in! Panic screams echoed throughout the camp. Dozens of swift shadow hunters surged into the core area of the camp like a black tide through the gap created by the Boar King. The formation was completely disrupted. The color drained from Lu Jixia's face. Her meticulously constructed defenses collapsed in less than 5 minutes after the start of the battle. She looked at the girls who were already engaged in close combat with the monsters and caught in the melee, at the ferocious apes that were still throwing boulders in the distance, and at the 5 wild boar kings that were frantically destroying the defense line. Her mind was blank. Lost. Are we going to lose? Just as she was about to be swallowed by despair, a warm and strong hand gently pressed on her shoulder. It is Chu Yang. He had somehow walked from the highest observation deck to her side. His face showed no fear, no panic, not even solemnity. There is only one kind of chess player who maintains a fascinated calm when watching a game about to collapse. Well done. Chu Yang's voice was soft, yet it was like a warm current, instantly calming the panic in Lu Jixia's heart. The scene that followed was a bit bloody. It's not right for you anymore. After saying that, he stepped past Lu Jixia and took a step forward. He stood on the high platform, his gaze calmly sweeping over the chaotic battlefield below, which had been turned into a bloody grinder. Then, he slowly raised his hand. Clear Frost. He only called out one name. Exist! A cold voice, filled with endless killing intent, rang out from the other side of the battlefield. Lin Qingshuang's figure appeared like a ghost behind a shadow hunter that was about to pounce on the girls in the healing group. A flash of blue light. A huge wolf head rises into the sky. She flicked the blood off her sword, raised her head, and her icy blue eyes pierced through the chaotic battlefield, landing precisely on Chu Yang. There was no longer any jealousy or resentment in his eyes. Only a drawn sword, absolutely obedient to its master. Chu Yang looked at her, and a sinister smile finally appeared on his lips. The game is over. Unleash your power, Muzu! Chapter 54 Bloody Battle and Pyrrhic Victory. Chapter 54 Bloodbath and Pyrrhic Victory. Let's unleash our power! Chu Yang's voice was soft, but it was like a spark thrown into boiling oil, instantly igniting the long-suppressed, chilling killing intent within Lin Qingxuang. Yes. One word, cold and resolute. Lin Qingxuang held nothing back anymore. Her figure, which had previously been merely roaming the edge of the battlefield, precisely targeting and eliminating high-threat enemies, transformed into a true blue lightning bolt, directly confronting the largest breach in the defensive line torn open by the Boar King. A-level talent, Frozen Sword Dance, fully activated. A visible cold current, mixed with ice crystals, suddenly spread out from her center. The temperature of the air dropped sharply, and the first few level 2 corrupted wolves didn't even have time to let out a howl before their bodies were instantly frozen into ice sculptures. Then, under the impact of the following savage beasts, they shattered into ice shards on the ground. The blade of the shattered star sword glowed with an unprecedented, deep blue light. Lin Qingxuang's sword no longer pursues the elegance of killing with a single blow. Quick! Faster! Her figure left afterimages amidst the dense horde of beasts. Each flash of her sword was accompanied by the flying head, or the severed limb. Scalding beast blood splattered on her body, but upon contact with the icy aura surrounding her, it condensed into crimson ice beads that crackled and fell to the ground. Alone, with only her sword, she single-handedly blocked the massive gap that could easily accommodate a platoon. Wherever her sword touched, death reigned. She became an insurmountable meat grinder. Any savage beast that tried to rush past her only ended up adding another layer of color to the carpet of severed limbs and frozen blood beneath her feet. However, the collapse of the battlefield was a chain reaction. Lin Qingxuang could plug the biggest gap, but she couldn't stop the fish that slipped through the net from other collapses. Ah! A piercing scream came from the logistics area. A cunning level 3 shadow hunter bypassed the frontal melee, its agile body, like a black panther, flashing through the shadows, its target the healing team that was bandaging the wounded. Sumuyu was squatting on the ground, her small hand pressed against the girl whose arm had been deeply cut by gravel, and a green healing aura was constantly surging forth. She heard a scream, turned around sharply, and was met with a pair of beastly eyes flashing with cruel green light, and a gaping maw covered in foul-smelling saliva. The wolf was so fast that she didn't even have time to feel fear. Her mind went completely blank. It's over. At this critical moment, a dark shadow, faster than the wolf. Puff dash! A dull thud, like a sharp blade piercing flesh, rang out. Sumuyu only felt a blur before her eyes as a black shadow carrying a strong wind swept past her head. The next second, the shadow hunter, which was about to pounce on her face, suddenly froze in midair. A long, jet-black spear, gleaming with a cold metallic light, pierced through its nape and emerged from its jaw, pinning its entire body firmly to the ground with immense force. The gun continued to buzz on its own. The level 3 elite beast didn't even have time to let out a mournful cry. Its limbs twitched a few times before it fell completely silent. One fatal blow. Sumuyu stared blankly at the sharp spear tip, stained with red and white substances, that had pierced through the wolf's jaw, and then looked up along the straight shaft of the spear. Chu Yang had already appeared in front of her without her noticing. He held a gun in one hand, his posture as straight as a pine tree. His ordinary black tracksuit billowed in the night wind, outlining his broad shoulders and narrow waist, exuding explosive power. A few drops of splattered animal blood stained his face, and his usually calm and deep eyes now burned with a cold, chilling fighting spirit. The spear in his hand was extremely ferocious in appearance. The shaft, forged from the spine of some colossal beast, possessed a deep, bone-black hue, covered with natural blood-red veins. At the tip was a razor-sharp tusk of a level 4 wild boar king, gleaming a ghastly white in the firelight. The entire spear exuded a primal and brutal beauty. This is the first exclusive weapon that Su Meyer made for him overnight after her talent was upgraded to B-level masterful craftsmanship, the Spine Fong gun. Everyone, don't panic! Hold your positions! Chu Yang's voice, resonating through his chest, transformed into a thunderclap, rolling across the chaotic battlefield and striking precisely into the hearts of every panicked girl. Healers retreat. Melee fighters move up. Ranged fighters fire freely, prioritize eliminating small units rushing towards the gap in the defensive line. His voice seemed to possess a magical power, instantly dispelling the girl's fear. Under his command, the chaotic formation miraculously stabilized once more. Chu Yang said no more. He drew his spear, spraying a cloud of hot wolf blood, turned around, and like a true dragon, plunged headlong into the most chaotic and densest herd of beasts. He left the field. This king, who had only ever stood on high ground issuing orders, finally stepped into this meat grinder himself. The spear seemed to come alive in his hands. A simple, straight thrust, swift as lightning, precisely pierced the eye socket of a level 2 quilled porcupine, the spear tip emerging from its brain. With a flick of his wrist, the gun swept horizontally, the immense force sending 3 or 4 rotting wolves that were trying to surround him flying, the sound of bones shattering clearly audible. He slammed his spear into the ground, using the force to leap high into the air. In midair, he twisted his body and, with immense momentum, delivered a downward slash. Boom! A level 3 bull that had just crashed into a low wall had its massive head split in two by this single shot. No one can stop him. Chu Yang's fighting style is completely different from Lin Qingxuang's agile and unpredictable style. Every move he made was filled with pure, overwhelming, violent aesthetics. Wide and powerful, unparalleled in its ferocity. Wherever his spear touched, death or maiming was inevitable. If Lin Qingxuang is the deadliest assassin on the battlefield, then Chu Yang is an unstoppable god of war. With Chu Yang and Lin Qingxuang, 2 top combatants, as the anchors of the battlefield, the girl's morale, which had almost collapsed, was forcibly pulled back. Roar dash! Li Qian, who had awakened her sea-level strength talent, watched as a level 2 charging bull was about to crash into Tang Rou, who was loading ammunition into a musket. Her eyes turned bloodshot, and she let out a furious roar. She threw away the stone axe in her hand and, with her not-so-robust body, charged headlong into the bull. Bang! With a muffled thud, Li Qian was knocked back 7 or 8 steps, spitting out a mouthful of blood. But she clung tightly to the bull's horns, her feet carving 2 deep furrows in the ground, actually managing to stop the bull's charge. Quick! Shoot! She shouted with all her might. Tang Rou's face was deathly pale, but her hands did not falter in the slightest. Loading, raising the gun, aiming, all in one fluid motion. Bang! The bullet struck the bull precisely in the eye. The battle had reached a fever pitch. At this moment, every girl pushed her potential to its limit. A girl responsible for throwing spears had a deep, bone-revealing wound slashed open on her arm by wolf claws, and blood instantly stained half of her body. She didn't even glance at it, but simply tore a strip of cloth from her clothes, hastily wrapped it around the wound, and then continued to throw stone spears with all her might with her other hand. Sumuyu's D-level healing talent, life aura, was already at its maximum. Her face was as pale as paper, her lips were bleeding from being bitten, and her body was swaying precariously due to excessive mental exhaustion. But she still gritted her teeth and ran back and forth on the battlefield, releasing faint healing halos to those sisters who needed help the most. Shame, fear, despair, all emotions were completely suppressed at this moment by the instinct for survival. They had only one thought. Live on! Follow that man and live on! Time lost its meaning in the fierce battle. Half an hour. For a full half hour, the sounds of shouting, roaring, clashing weapons, and tearing flesh never ceased within the camp. When the last rotting wolf that tried to escape was shot through the back by Chu Yang and pinned to the wooden door of the Miao Miao house, the whole world finally quieted down. Chu Yang leaned on the long spear, now completely stained crimson with blood, his chest heaving violently, hot white steam billowing from his mouth and nose. He looked around. The camp can no longer be called a camp. Everywhere were ruins and rubble, everywhere were the bloodstains of beasts and humans, broken entrails and fractured bones mixed in the soil, and the air was filled with a heavy, nauseating stench of blood. 50 girls lay sprawled in pools of blood, their bodies swaying precariously. Not a single person is standing. They all had injuries, more or less. 7 or 8 girls were seriously injured, with broken arms and legs, and were lying on the ground groaning in pain, but they were no longer in danger of dying. Everyone is still alive. They looked at the hellish scene and then at their companions beside them, who, though disheveled, were still breathing. Someone chuckled softly. Then, the laughter seemed contagious, and one girl after another started laughing. Laughter turned into tears. Suppressed, joyful, and lingering fearful cries mingled together on the ruins. They won. Although the victory was extremely hard won and fiercely fought. But in the end they won. Chapter 55 The Last 48 Classes. Chapter 55 The cries of the last 48 classes who had survived the ordeal had not yet completely subsided when that cold, grand, and emotionless declaration of rules, like a divine oracle from the heavens, once again descended upon the minds of every survivor. World announcement. The second wave of the Beast Tide trial has ended. World announcement. A total of 500,000 surviving teams participated globally. After this round of trials, the number of surviving teams is 96. 96. This number was like a bucket of ice water, extinguishing the newly ignited flame of victory in the hearts of all the girls in Class A10086. Lu Jixiao sat up abruptly from the ground. She didn't bother to wipe the blood and dust off her face. Her beautiful eyes, which always sparkled with intelligence, were now filled with incomprehensible horror. Impossible, she murmured to herself. Only 96 out of 500,000? The elimination rate exceeded 99.98%. If the first wave was a purge of the weak, then the second wave is a near indiscriminate massacre targeting the elite. The 500,000 teams that survived the first wave of Beast Tides were undoubtedly the best in their respective regions. They had intelligence, combat power, and luck. But even so, they were almost completely wiped out by the second wave of attacks, which could be described as devastating. The World Chat channel was completely silent. Those IDs that were previously sharing their survival experiences have now turned gray forever. The few messages that occasionally pop up are filled with a numbness and despair born from surviving such an ordeal. Class S0007, Anonymous. Our class is gone. I'm the only one left. I survived by pretending to be dead while hiding among the corpses. Why was I the one who survived? Class A0003, Chinbeixian 96. Hehe, 96. This world has gone mad. Zhao Ritian, Class B1234, is there a third wave? Come on, we're all doomed anyway, let's just destroy them, hurry up. The survivors seem to have lost even the strength to feel fear and sorrow, leaving only a complete numbness to the impending apocalypse. Just then, that cold voice rang out once more, interrupting everyone's thoughts. This time, its target was only the final 96 teams. The final trial is about to begin. Please make your final choice within 10 minutes. Immediately afterwards, an option box radiating golden light appeared before Chu Yang and all the surviving class monitors. Option A, terminate the trial. Description, you have proven your excellence. By choosing to terminate, you will leave safely with all the points and loot earned in this trial. Your class will receive the final evaluation of World Class Excellent Class and a generous, outstanding reward package. Option B, challenge the throne of gods. Description, cowards stop at excellence, while kings embark on the path to godhood. If you choose to continue, you will face the final and most brutal challenge, the endless Beast Tide. The Beast Tide will never cease, its intensity constantly escalating until only one team remains in the entire world. The ultimate victor will receive the unique God-tier reward pack and be crowned king. The losers are all wiped out, leaving no trace. One is a secure and predictable bright future. The other is a bloody gamble with a slim chance of survival, a path to the throne of gods. Chu Yang looked at the two options before him and fell silent. His gaze swept over the girls around him. Li Qian's arm was twisted at an odd angle, clearly broken, but she just leaned against the wall and used her other hand to stuff grilled meat into her mouth. Su Muyu's mental energy was completely exhausted. She was being supported by her two sisters. Her face was as white as a sheet of paper, but she was still directing others to distribute herbs to the wounded. Lu Jixia discarded the useless notebook, and together with several other girls who were still able to move, was clearing away the rubble, trying to salvage some useful supplies from the collapsed wooden house. Sue Meyer leaned against a broken spiral wooden stake, her eyes closed, seemingly recovering her mental strength, but her brows remained tightly furrowed. Lin Qingshuang stood beside him, silently wiping the shattered star-long sword, which already had several small nicks. The blue light on the blade had dimmed considerably. Everyone has reached their limit. The entire camp was in ruins. The once proud defensive line was now nothing but rubble. What will we use to meet that so-called endless beast tide? For the first time, Chu Yang felt a slight wavering in his decision. My husband. Lu Jixia walked over at some point. Her black tracksuit was torn in several places, revealing a large expanse of fair and delicate skin and a deep cleavage, but she didn't care at all. The previous panic was gone from her face, replaced by an absolute, cold rationality. We have no way out. She pointed to the reward list that only Chu Yang could see, where the first place reward was still radiating a crazy golden light. Level 2 solid stone house, Level 2 purified water well, 100 black iron ore. Safety, water supply, and weaponry. Lu Jixia's voice was soft, but unusually firm. These three things determine whether we can truly gain a foothold in this world. If we miss this opportunity, even if we survive, we will soon be left far behind by other top classes that have these resources. Next time, when they come to us in chariots made of black iron, armed with muskets capable of rapid fire, and living in impregnable fortresses, what will we use to defend ourselves? Excellent? A self-deprecating smile appeared on Lu Jixia's lips. In the face of absolute strength, excellence is worthless. Either become the king who makes the rules. Either you die like an ant under someone else's rules. She raised her head, and her eyes, which were always full of calculation and wisdom, now held only a resolute determination to burn her bridges. I choose B. Lin Qingshuang also came over and sheathed the damaged longsword. I can still fight. She only said 4 words. Chu Yang looked around. The girls, some sitting and some lying down, were all looking at him. In their eyes there was weariness, pain, and fear. But more than anything, it was an indomitable, burning fighting spirit. They had given their lives completely to this man. Whatever decision he made, they would follow him to the death without hesitation. Meanwhile, on the World Channel, the few remaining class leaders were having a final, heated debate. Chen Beixian, Class A0003, I choose A. There are only 20 people left in our class, half of them injured. I can't gamble their last lives for a vague, unattainable divine reward. Living is more important than anything else. S0001 Class, Yukiko Sakurai, A. Our Bushido is not about foolishly throwing your life away. Class F0001, Jack Smith, B. Only cowards choose to quit. God is with us. For ultimate glory. Class H6666, Anonymous, B. Anyway, I'm the only one left. With only one worthless life, how can I face my fallen brothers if I don't give it my all? Arguments, curses, choices? 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. When the countdown reaches 0. World announcement, the final decision has been made. A total of 96 teams survived globally. Of these, 48 teams chose to terminate the trial, and 48 teams chose to challenge the throne. Half and half. Those who choose to withdraw will return to their respective worlds with glory and resources, becoming regional overlords. Those who choose to stay will be crowned the sole king in this final, bloody arena. Mayor! Chu Yang's voice broke the silence of the camp. Sue Meyer, who had been resting with her eyes closed, suddenly opened them with a tremor. My husband! Can you still move? Yes. Sue Meyer gritted her teeth and leaped up from the ground. Her voluptuous and fiery figure rose and fell with her heavy breathing, outlining a breathtaking curve. Very good. Chu Yang's gaze fell on the piles of unprocessed beast corpses, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. I'll give you 5 minutes. Use these materials to equip all of us with the best gear. In 5 minutes, we'll show the world who the real protagonist is. A fierce flame instantly ignited in Sumayer's eyes. The B-grade talent, divine craftsmanship, was unleashed at this moment, without reservation and with all its might. The final battle is about to begin. Chapter 56: The Final Trial, The Endless Beast Tide. Chapter 56: The Final Trial, The Endless Beast Tide. Sumayer didn't waste a single second of her breath. The instant Chu Yang gave the order, her peach blossom eyes, which had just been slightly hazy with fatigue, suddenly lit up, as if 2 divine flames had ignited within them. She unleashed her B-grade talent, divine craftsmanship, without reservation, and an invisible domain, brimming with the power of creation and reshaping, expanded outwards from her center. Materials! She uttered only 2 words, her voice crisp and urgent. Several quick-thinking girls immediately understood, scrambling and dragging the still steaming carcasses of savage beasts to her. The corpses were of various shapes and sizes, a thick-skinned wild boar king, a powerfully built stone-throwing ape, and a hard-shelled acid beetle. To onlookers, it was a pile of bloody spoils, requiring a great deal of time to process. But in Sumayer's eyes, it was the divine craftsman's material repository. Her hand gently rested on the corpse of a level 4 elite berserk boar king. There was no knife, no axe. To everyone's astonishment, the boar king's iron-hard back bristles miraculously detached, twisted, and wove themselves as if alive, making crackling sounds, and rapidly fused in midair into palm-sized, shimmering black plates. Next, the boar king's thick hide was peeled away, tanned, and softened by an invisible force, automatically tailored into a lining that conformed to the curves of a human body. Finally, its leg bones, harder than steel, were extracted and, with a teeth-grinding sound, forcibly shaped into shoulder and knee pads. The entire process was fluid and graceful, full of violent yet primal beauty. Less than 30 seconds. A brand new set of heavy plate armor, exuding a wild aura, hovered in front of Sumayer. The edges of the armor plates gleamed with a cold, fawn-like light, and blood-red patterns remained on the bone-like shoulder guards. Every joint was perfectly stitched together with the toughest animal's sinew, radiating power. Li Qian! Come here! Sumayer called out. The strength-type girl who had just been doing simple fixation on her severed arm froze for a moment, then scrambled over. With a wave of her hand, Sumayer caused the heavy armor to disassemble as if it had a life of its own, then snapped onto Li Qian's body. The fit was perfect, as if tailor-made for her. Li Qian moved her body slightly and felt a steady, powerful force emanating from the armor. Even the pain in her broken arm was significantly reduced thanks to the armor's support. This is for me? Li Qian's voice trembled. Stop talking nonsense! Next! Sumayer's gaze had already fallen on the enormous corpse of the stone-throwing ape. Her slender fingers lightly traced its surface, and the ape's finger bones, harder than steel, were extracted one by one and shaped into sharp arrowheads in the air. Its thick, long fur was compressed and woven into lightweight yet tough leather armor. Tang Ro! Musketeers! Archers! Change gear! She created brand new pieces of equipment out of thin air in an almost miraculous way. Heavy armor, leather armor, bone arrows, fang daggers. 5 minutes. Just 5 minutes. When the countdown on Chu Yang's retina reached 0, the girls of Class A10086 had undergone a complete transformation. Although everyone was still injured and their exhaustion was undeniable, their brand new, blood-soaked, and menacing gear completely changed the demeanor of their entire team. They are no longer a group of survivors. Rather, it is an iron-blooded legion, ready to face the final battle. It was at this very moment. World announcement. The final trial, the Endless Beast Tide, has officially begun. Surviving classes, 48. A scarlet number replaced the previous countdown, imprinted on everyone's retinas. There were no roars of beasts, no earth-shaking tremors. Dead silence. A deathly silence more suffocating than ever before. Then, darkness surged in from all directions. It wasn't a description, it truly surged forth. From the depths of the jungle in every direction, east, south, west, and north, countless, densely packed red lights appeared. These lights converged into rivers, then into seas, forming an endless black wave that completely enveloped the entire camp. This time, there were no formations, no troop combinations, and no tactics. Only the purest form of overwhelming quantity. Roar dash! It was unclear which savage beast uttered the first roar, but in an instant, it was as if the entire world's powder keg had exploded. Thousands upon thousands of roars converged, transforming into a tangible sonic wave that shook eardrums and made people dizzy. Hold on! Lu Jixia's voice was hoarse. She had given up giving orders and instead picked up a flintlock pistol that Su Meyer had just upgraded, and stood at one corner of the defensive line. In such a desperate situation where enemies are on all sides, any ingenious tactics become meaningless. The only thing we can do is to hold on. Like a reef, it is firmly anchored here, enduring the endless pounding from all directions. The battle instantly escalated into its most brutal phase. Bang, bang, bang! The musketeers didn't even have time to aim, they simply fired mechanically at the dark mass of beasts ahead. Each bullet took the life of one or several low-level beasts, but the gaps they left behind would be filled by even more beasts in a fraction of a second. The arrows rained down, but they were like pebbles falling into the sea, unable to even create a decent wave. Pfft! A girl had just pierced the throat of a rotting wolf with a spear, and before she could even pull out her weapon, a swift cheetah-like beast pounced from her side. Its sharp claws slashed at her newly donned leather armor, leaving a piercing sound and a trail of sparks. The leather armor blocked the fatal attack, but the immense impact still sent her flying, crashing heavily into the wooden wall behind her. She coughed up blood and struggled to get up, but more savage beasts surged up. Get out of my way! Li Qian roared, like a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex, wielding a giant battle axe made from the spine and tusks of a wild boar king. She forcefully cleaved a bloody path through the beast's horde and dragged the girl back from under their claws. The defense line was already in grave danger the moment contact was made. Everyone was in a bloodthirsty frenzy. Slash, parry, get injured, retreat, bandage, then charge back. Each person is like a sophisticated killing machine, repeating the simplest actions. The brain has given up thinking, leaving only the instinct to fight. Just then, the scarlet number flickered. Surviving class, 47. A class was completely wiped out in less than 5 minutes after the battle began. The jump in that number was like a silent, heavy hammer blow, striking everyone's hearts. They could imagine that somewhere in the world, an elite team just like theirs had been torn apart and submerged by an endless horde of beasts in those few short minutes, leaving not even a single bone behind. Could I be next? This thought made everyone's hearts clench. Chu Yang's expression was more solemn than ever before. Alone with his spear, he guarded the northern breach, where the pressure was greatest. The spine-edifying spear in his hand had transformed into a black whirlwind of death. He abandoned all superfluous movements, focusing solely on the simplest, most efficient thrusts, parries, and sweeps. A single thrust of the spear would surely pierce the skull of a savage beast. With a sweep of the spear, 3 to 5 monsters flew out, their bones broken and tendons snapped. The corpses at his feet had piled up to more than half a person's height, forming a small barrier. But the monsters before him still stretched as far as the eye could see. This can't go on. Ammunition was being consumed rapidly, and physical strength was slipping away like water. Even the strongest person would eventually be worn down and die. Surviving classes, 35. Another number has jumped. Surviving class, 21. The scarlet numbers, like death knells, caused the girl's already taut nerves to snap a little more with each tick. It can no longer be kept. A resolute glint flashed in Chu Yang's eyes. He took a deep breath, and the power within him erupted without reservation. Qing Shuang! Exist! Lin Qingxuang's voice came from not far away. Her sword was faster and colder. Her white dress was already stained with mottled blood, making her look like an ice lotus blooming in a pool of blood. Switch positions! Chu Yang roared. He slammed the spear into the ground, gripped the middle of the shaft with both hands, and spun it around himself. Call dash! The spine-fang spear, over 3 meters long, with a terrifying whooshing sound as it tore through the air, transformed into a black arc that swept across the battlefield. Bang, 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 bang! A series of dull thuds rang out. Within the fan-shaped area in front of him, all the savage beasts that tried to approach, regardless of their level or size, were all forcefully blasted away by this irresistible force. He managed to clear out a vacuum zone with a radius of more than 5 meters. Taking advantage of this opening, Lin Qingshuang's figure flashed in like a ghost, taking his place. Her sword light transformed into an impenetrable blue barrier, firmly blocking the surging beast tide that followed. Chu Yang, wielding his spear like a red-hot iron, charged headlong into the densest herd of beasts on the west side. Instead of holding the line, he chose to take the initiative and attack. He wanted to use the most efficient killing to buy the girls some breathing time. Yeah! Looking at Chu Yang's godlike figure, Li Qian felt her blood boiling. She raised her giant axe and charged head-on at a level 3 heavily armored rhinoceros. Butler Lu! Ammunition! We're running out of ammunition in the south. Tell them to conserve their resources. Let the monsters get closer before you attack. Lu Jixu's voice was completely hoarse. She used the butt of a rifle to smash the head of a monkey-like beast that had pounced on the wall, splattering hot brain matter all over her face. Everyone has gone mad. Under the scythe of death, they unleashed a potential far beyond their own imagination. Surviving class, 11. Surviving classes, 5. Surviving classes, 3. The numbers are decreasing rapidly. Every fluctuation in the numbers means that an elite class that once stood at the top of the world, along with their glory and ambition, has been completely crushed and turned into the dust of history. When the number on the retina finally settled at 2, the entire battlefield was engulfed in a strange frenzy. Everyone was blinded by rage, forgetting their exhaustion and pain. They knew that final victory was just around the corner. All that's needed is to kill one last enemy. Not the monsters in front of me. Instead, they are on the other side of the world, the last enemy, struggling in blood and fire just like them. Chapter 57 Reaching the Top. The Sole Winner. Chapter 57 Reaching the Top. The Sole Winner. Surviving Classes 2. This number, like a red-hot branding iron, is deeply imprinted on the soul of every survivor. It represents supreme glory, but also signifies the cruelest end. Of the 10 million teams worldwide, only 2 remain, engaged in their final, silent battle in their own independent arenas. Whoever falls first will lose everything. The defenses of Camp A10086 were already defunct. The trenches were filled with corpses, and the traps were completely destroyed after being repeatedly triggered. The spiral wooden stakes that once held everyone's hopes were now reduced to a few bare, broken roots stuck in the bloody mud, silently telling the story of the tragedy that had occurred. All the girls who could still move retreated to the vicinity of the magic house. This small wooden house, built by Chu Yang himself and symbolizing power and tenderness, has now become their last fortress and final stronghold. Dash! A girl responsible for throwing spears was so exhausted that she was a beat too slow. A savage beast, like a hyena, emerged from a pile of corpses and bit her calf, dragging her backward. Zhang Qian! The sister next to her cried out in alarm, watching as she was about to be dragged into the pack of beasts and torn to pieces. Give me a break! A furious roar rang out. It was Li Qian. Her heavy armor, crafted by Su Meyer, was now riddled with dents, claw marks, and cracks. The armor on her left arm was missing, revealing a mangled, bloody wound beneath. Without even glancing at the 2 other rotting wolves lunging at her, she used her intact right arm to swing the massive bone axe, completely abandoning any semblance of defense, and slammed it down hard on the hyena's back. Snap! The crisp sound of bones breaking was clearly audible. The hyena let out a mournful cry and released its grip, but its fangs tore a large chunk of flesh from Zhang Qian's calf. Li Qian didn't have time to give chase. She grabbed Zhang Qian by the collar, lifted her off the ground, and threw her back into the corner of Miao Miao House like a sack of potatoes. Li Qian herself staggered from the attack from behind and half knelt on the ground. Pfft! A spear whistled past her ear, pinning a rotting wolf that was about to bite the back of her neck to its death. Thanks! Li Qian shouted without turning her head, leaning on her battle axe, and shakily stood up again, like an indomitable gatekeeper, once again blocking the front of the defensive line. Such scenes played out in every corner of the battlefield. Sumuyu's mental energy was already exhausted. Her D-level talent, in such a high-intensity battlefield, was like a small puddle, quickly drying up. At this moment, she was kneeling among the wounded, her trembling hands haphazardly pressing crushed herbs onto her comrades' wounds. Tears and snot mingled, her face a complete mess of sobs, and she kept muttering, "Don't die! Please don't die!" Everyone was injured, no body was unharmed. The brand new armor turned into broken scrap metal, and the sharp weapons developed fine nicks. Exhaustion, hunger, and pain, like maggots clinging to their bones, gnawed at their last vestiges of will. But not a single person fell. Their bodies may have reached their limits, but their eyes, like wolves in the night, gleamed with an astonishing light. For at the forefront of them stood two figures, like two pillars of strength, supporting the sky that was about to collapse. Chu Yang's physical strength was also nearing exhaustion. With each swing of his spear, he felt a tearing, aching pain in his arm muscles. Yet, like a tireless war god, he stood at the forefront of the battle. His fighting style had lost all technique, reduced to primal instinct. A level 3 armored rhinoceros charged at him. He didn't even bother to dodge, but instead planted his feet firmly on the ground, roared, and used the shaft of his spear to forcefully block the impact that was powerful enough to smash through a wall. Bang dash! The immense force caused the muscles in his arms to bulge instantly, and the ground beneath his feet to crack inch by inch, but in the end, he did not retreat even a single step. He used his own body to shield the girls behind him from one deadly impact after another. On the other side, a trickle of blood had already seeped from the corner of Lin Qingshuang's mouth. This was a sign of internal organ damage and severe exhaustion. Her flowing silver hair was now matted together with sweat and blood, clinging to her pale cheeks, making her look somewhat disheveled. But her swordsmanship remained fast and steady. Each strike of the sword precisely slits the throat of a savage beast. She was like a programmed killing machine. As long as she could stand and hold a sword, her killing would not stop. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. Every second felt like an eternity. The girls could no longer feel the pain of their wounds, nor hear the roars around them. Their consciousness began to blur, leaving only the mechanical thought of swinging their weapons. Is it over yet? How much longer can we hold on? Just as a girl was in a daze, about to have her chest torn open by the claws of a savage beast. Just as Lu Zhixia raised an empty musket, preparing to use it as a stick for a final act of resistance. Just as Chu Yang felt his arms were about to lose feeling. The blood-red number etched on everyone's retinas finally started beating again. It starts from 2. It became 1. The next second. A grand, majestic declaration, filled with supreme will, resounded throughout the world, like the first ray of light at the beginning of creation, echoing deep within the souls of every survivor. Congratulations to Class A10086 for being the sole survivor in this global beast-tide trial after a bloody battle. Trial over. Final ranking, first. The moment the words fell, the endless black beast-tide, seemingly threatening to engulf the entire world, the roaring, howling, and ferocious army of savage beasts, was like a computer program that had its delete key pressed. In an instant, it transformed into countless ethereal golden specks of light, and then vanished. The wind stopped. The roaring stopped. The smell of blood is fading away at an incredible speed. The world returned to silence. Clang! It was unclear whose weapon it was, but it slipped from their hand and fell to the ground with a crisp sound. The sound was like a signal. Clang! 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 Spears, battle axes, bows and arrows, muskets, all the weapons were thrown on the ground. The girls could no longer hold on. One by one, their bodies swayed, some collapsing, some sitting down, and some lying directly on the ground mixed with blood and mud. There wasn't a single person standing in the entire camp anymore. All that remained were the heavy, agonizing breaths that rose and fell, almost to the point of tearing the heart apart. A girl looked at her companion beside her, who was covered in blood but still breathing, and then at her own hands, which were covered in blood and almost unrecognizable. She opened her mouth as if to laugh, but the next second, tears welled up in her eyes. Wah! A suppressed cry, filled with lingering fear and ecstatic joy, escaped from her throat. The crying sounded contagious. Soon, the entire ruins were filled with the sound of weeping. They cried, laughed, and hugged each other, releasing all the fear, despair, and pain they had felt during this time in the most primal way. Chu Yang also threw down his spear and plopped down on the mountain of corpses. He leaned against the already riddled walls of the Meow Meow house, looking at the group of girls hugging each other, crying and laughing, and at this kingdom that belonged to him, soaked in blood. His lips finally twitched, revealing a smile that was even uglier than a grimace. We won. They won. Chapter 58 Loyalty Frenzy. Chapter 58 Loyalty Frenzy. The world is as quiet as a tomb. The endless tide of beasts, the deafening roars, and the overwhelming stench of blood were all wiped away in an instant by the grand voice proclaiming victory, as if they had never existed. Clang! The giant axe slipped from Li Qian's hand and fell to the ground. The weapon, forged from the spine and tusks of the wild boar king and still drinking blood, now made a weak sound as it hit the ground. She felt as if her bones had been removed, sliding down the wall to sit down, the heavy armor, its original color now unrecognizable, emitting a harsh scraping sound. She gasped for breath, sweat and blood mingling and dripping from her filthy face into the dust. This action is like a signal. Clang, clang. The sounds of weapons hitting the ground rose and fell in succession. The girls could no longer hold on. One by one, their bodies swayed, some collapsing, some sitting down, and some lying directly on the ground mixed with blood and mud. There wasn't a single person standing in the entire camp anymore. All that remained were the heavy, agonizing breaths that rose and fell, almost to the point of tearing the heart apart. A girl named Wanya, who was in charge of throwing spears, looked at her companions who were covered in blood but still breathing, and then at her own hands, which were covered in blood, with broken nails and were almost unrecognizable. She opened her mouth as if to laugh, but the next second, tears welled up in her eyes. Wah! A suppressed cry, filled with lingering fear and ecstatic joy, escaped from her throat. The crying sounded contagious. Soon, the entire ruins were filled with the sound of weeping. They cried, laughed, and hugged each other, releasing all the fear, despair, and pain they had felt during this time in the most primal way. Chu Yang also threw down his spear and plopped down on the mountain of corpses. He leaned against the riddled walls of the Meow Meow house, looking at the group of girls hugging each other, crying and laughing, looking at this blood-soaked kingdom that belonged to him. His lips finally twitched, revealing a smile that was even uglier than a grimace. We won. They won. Amidst this cathartic release of relief after the ordeal, an unexpected change occurred. A dazzling golden beam of light, beyond description, fell vertically from the heavens, silently enveloping the entire camp. The light was not dazzling, instead, it carried a warm and sacred aura. Wherever the light reached, the hideous wounds and congealed bloodstains on the ground disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if gently wiped away by an invisible hand. All the girls stopped crying, and they stared blankly up at the golden rain of light. An indescribable warm current flowed through their limbs and bones. Under the golden light, Li Qian's fractured arm, twisted at an eerie angle, emitted soft, crackling sounds as the bones automatically reset and healed. The torn muscle fibers reconnected, and the gruesome wound quickly scabbed over and fell off, revealing smooth, new skin underneath. In just a few seconds, the serious injury that would have taken her months to recover from was completely healed. My hand is healed! Li Qian raised her arm in disbelief, clenched her fist tightly, and that familiar feeling of strength returned. My leg doesn't hurt anymore! Zhang Qian, the girl whose flesh had been bitten off by the hyena, looked down at her calf. The deep wound that exposed the bone was now just a faint pink mark. Not only the injuries, but also the exhaustion that seemed to drain their very soul was swept away in the golden rain of light. Every cell seemed to have been revitalized. All the girls felt better than ever before, as if the bloody battle that had lasted for hours was just a vivid and terrifying nightmare. Immediately afterwards, an even more magnificent golden light curtain, like a waterfall, slowly unfolded in the center of the camp, in front of Chu Yang. On the light screen, lines of text composed of golden runes, exuding an aura that drove people mad, appeared clearly. Congratulations to Class A10086 for topping the final leaderboard of the Beast Tide trial. The only God tier reward pack is being distributed. Reward 1. All injuries are instantly healed, and physical strength and energy are fully restored. Reward 2. A slight increase in the talent potential of all members. The increase varies depending on the contribution level in the trial. Reward 3. Level 2 Sturdy Stone House Construction Blueprint X1. Reward 4. Blueprint for a Secondary Water Purification Well, X1. Reward 5. 100 kilograms of Xian iron. Reward 6. 3 random skill chests, blue quality. Reward 7. The classroom storage space will be expanded to 100 cubic meters. A series of rewards were listed, each one enough to drive any surviving class crazy. And now, they all belong to A10086. As the golden light faded, 100 kilograms of dark iron, radiating a dim glow, appeared out of thin air in the open space in the center of the camp, like a small mountain. It was a metal unlike any seen before, entirely black, yet its surface shimmered with a strange, dark luster that seemed to absorb light. Li Qian walked forward curiously, reached out her hand, and tried to pick up a piece of black iron that was only the size of a fist. However, her immense strength, enough to overturn a bull, only managed to move the piece of black iron slightly on the ground. So heavy! She used the strength of both arms to barely lift the piece of black iron. Its astonishing weight caused her feet to sink halfway into the mud. The girls all gathered around, curiously touching the legendary metal and feeling its incredibly cold, hard, and heavy texture. They knew that Butler Lu had said this was a strategic resource that could change the technological gap in weaponry. With it, they could forge truly divine weapons that could cut through iron like mud. Besides the black iron, there were 2 ancient blueprints floating in midair, composed of light, and 3 mysterious treasure chests emitting a blue glow. Looking at the dazzling rewards in front of them, all the girls were so excited they could hardly contain themselves. They knew that all the sacrifices, all the bloodshed and pain they had endured were worth it at this moment. "It's great, we really did it," a girl murmured, her eyes welling up with tears again. "Yes, if it weren't for my husband." Another girl, Wanya, looked at the mountain of black iron, then at the man standing atop the mountain of corpses, her voice trembling with lingering fear. "If it weren't for my husband, we might have been wiped out in the very first wave." These words, like a spark thrown into a hot oil pan, instantly ignited everyone's emotions. They recalled those harrowing hours. Recalling the first wave of beast tides, the world chat was filled with wails and the elimination rate of over 90%. Recalling the second wave of beast tides, the devastating slingshot apes and boar kings, and the survivor list that was once again reduced to less than 100. Finally, there was the endless final trial that drove all the world's elites to despair. And they not only survived, but also emerged victorious with a perfect record of 0 casualties. Why? Because when they were about to be dragged down by their talent bottleneck, it was that man who spared no expense to create a B-level divine craftsman. Because when their defenses were about to be torn apart by the boulder and the boar king, it was that man, alone with a gun, who descended like a war god and forcefully stabilized the collapsing battle. Because in that final, desperate siege, it was that man, together with Lin Qingshuang, who stood like 2 unyielding guardians, bearing the greatest and most fatal pressure for them. It was he who gave them the perfect defensive fortifications. It was he who gave them the strongest support. It was he who gave them the hope and courage to live. At that moment, an indescribable, complex emotion, A mixture of gratitude, admiration, love, and even faith erupted in the hearts of the 50 girls. Tip: Member 1 Ye's admiration and gratitude towards you have reached their peak, loyalty +7, current loyalty, 72, extremely admiring. Tip: Member Li Qian senses your strength and reliability, loyalty +5, current loyalty, 75, feeling affection. Tip: Under the witness of blood and fire, Member Tang Ro's feelings for you have undergone a qualitative change, loyalty +6, current loyalty, 78, feeling affection. Note: Member Zhang Qian regards you as a god because you saved her. Loyalty +10. Current loyalty, 80, Fang Xian Kuku. A barrage of system notifications flooded Chu Yang's screen. Within just a dozen seconds, the loyalty of more than 10 core members broke through the 70 mark, reaching the level of admiration, or even love. Meanwhile, the loyalty of ordinary members has also generally soared to over 60. After a brutal life-or-death battle and a grand distribution of the spoils of victory, the cohesion of the entire class reached an unprecedented, almost terrifying level. The way the girls looked at Chu Yang completely changed. It was no longer just students' awe of the class monitor, no longer the weak's dependence on the strong, and even no longer simply romantic love between men and women. It is the purest and most fervent light that only appears when believers look up to the gods. Chu Yang stood there, calmly watching the loyalty score soar before him, feeling quite satisfied. He knew that through this brutal trial, he had completely transformed this class of 50 school beauties into an absolutely loyal iron army that belonged only to him. Lu Jixia stood on the periphery of the crowd. Unlike the other girls, she wasn't excited. Her beautiful eyes, which always sparkled with intelligence, were unusually bright at this moment. Her gaze swept rapidly over the black iron and blueprints, and her brain had already begun planning the best use for these strategic resources at an alarming speed. Su Meyer leaned against Chu Yang's feet, her head tilted back, her shimmering peach blossom eyes filled with the image of that man, as if her entire world consisted of only him. Lin Qingshuang stood beside Chu Yang, both closest and furthest from him. She glanced at the fervent gazes the girls around her directed at Chu Yang, then at the chipped star-shattering sword in her hand. A complex emotion, imperceptible to anyone, flickered in her icy blue eyes. She knew that this victory was not just a victory for survival. It was also a reshuffling of power. Although her position as the official empress remained stable during this test of blood and fire, too many people in the kingdom's harem now possessed the qualifications and resources to challenge her position. The war is over. But another war belonging to women has only just begun. Chapter 59 Fusion. A 300-square-meter mobile fortress. Chapter 59 Fusion. A 300-square-meter mobile fortress. The joy of the harvest and the anticipation for the future made the atmosphere on the camp ruins lively. But Chu Yang did not let this emotion fester. In the apocalypse, wasting even a moment is irresponsible towards life. He ignored the girls' burning gazes, which could melt steel, and strode to the two luminous blueprints floating in midair. One image depicts a sturdy stone house with crenellations and a watchtower. The other picture shows a deep well with a complex structure, and the wellhead even has a small device for manually pumping water. Blueprints for a level 2 sturdy stone house. Construction drawings for a secondary water purification well. Safety and water supply. These are the two core elements that Lu Jixia has repeatedly emphasized, determining whether a camp can develop in the long term. Without the slightest hesitation, Chu Yang reached out and grasped the blueprint for building a level 2 sturdy stone house. His gaze fell on the Meow Meow house in the center of the camp, which, despite being riddled with holes and even having a wolf's tooth stuck in its wall, still stood stubbornly. This was the first building he constructed with his own hands after he came into this world. It is a symbol of power in this camp, and also the warmest harbor in the hearts of all the girls. In Chu Yang's mind, a special permission granted to him by the system appeared fusion. This is one of the derivative abilities of the SSS level talent, branching out, which allows for higher level fusion of similar buildings or items, with a chance to produce unexpected mutations. He immediately issued the order. Merge! The moment he finished speaking, The blueprint in his hand suddenly transformed into a dazzling golden streak of light, like an arrow shot from a powerful bow, and accurately pierced the main entrance of the wonderful house. The next second. Buzz dash. A deep, muffled hum, as if coming from the depths of the earth, resounded. The entire magic house began to shake violently. What happened? Was there an earthquake? The girls gasped and instinctively backed away, staring in disbelief at the small wooden house that was undergoing this strange transformation. To their utter astonishment, the wooden structure of the magic house, which was originally only 2 stories high and occupied no more than 100 square meters, began to expand and grow wildly in a way that defied the laws of physics. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The sound of wood growing was incessant. The walls were stretching, the floor was extending, and the roof was arching upwards. An even more incredible sight occurred. The newly captured stones, ironwood, and even some relatively complete beast bones piled up in the center of the camp seemed to be drawn by some invisible force, floating up and surging towards the growing, wonderful house like swallows returning to their nests. The wooden walls were rapidly covered and enveloped by slabs of bluish-gray, shimmering metallic rocks. The hard ironwood automatically sculpted itself, transforming into massive beams and pillars supporting the main structure. Furthermore, the enormous skulls of level 4 wild boar kings were embedded in the 4 corners of the building, their dark eye sockets and menacing tusks forming a totem decoration brimming with primal and intimidating power. Raise it higher, raise it higher, raise it even higher. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. Finally, when all the tremors and brilliance subsided, a brand new, magnificent, and breathtaking behemoth appeared before everyone. It covers an area of over 300 square meters and is 3 stories high, resembling a steel behemoth lurking in the center of the camp. The main structure of the building is a stone and wood hybrid structure. The exterior walls are made of thick, sturdy bluish-gray stone, with narrow firing holes and observation ports even pre-drilled in them. The internal supporting structure and floors, on the other hand, retain the original warm feel of the wooden structure of the original magic house. The top floor is a spacious open-air platform surrounded by waist-high walls, offering excellent views overlooking the entire camp and its surroundings. This is no longer a simple house. This is a real, mobile, and integrated offensive and defensive war fortress. Note: the magic house has successfully merged with the level 2 solid stone house, absorbing excess building materials from the surrounding area and resulting in a positive mutation. Tip: building quality upgraded. Current building, Tier 3 Wonder House, yellow quality. Building durability, 50-100 to 50-100. Defense, 200. New feature 1, automatic cleaning. The room will always be kept clean, automatically removing dust and stains. New feature 2, accelerated stamina recovery. When within the building's range, all friendly units gain 50% faster stamina and energy recovery. New feature 3, basic auto repair, automatically repairs minor damage up to 5% of total durability per day. New feature 4, space expansion. The interior space can be freely planned and divided according to the owner's wishes. Looking at the brand new, reassuring mobile fortress before them, and its incredible array of attributes, all the girls cheered. Oh my God! We have a new home! 3 stories! That's huge! We don't have to squeeze into tents anymore. Automatic cleaning. Faster recovery. It can even repair itself. This must be a house for gods. Sumuyu was like a happy little bird, running around the brand new magic house, her little face full of excitement and curiosity. She reached out and touched the cold, hard stone exterior wall, then stood on tiptoe, trying to reach the huge wild boar skull embedded in the corner of the wall. Wow! Sister! Look! We're going to live here from now on? She turned around and excitedly shouted at Sue Meyer. Sue Meyer's face was also adorned with an irrepressible smile. Looking at the miracle created by her man, she felt a surge of pride and honor. Chu Yang nodded in satisfaction. He pushed open the heavy door, made from a single piece of ironwood, and went inside. The brand new wonder house is surprisingly spacious and bright. The first floor has a ceiling height of over 5 meters, resembling a giant living room. Sunlight streams in through several newly installed windows inlaid with frosted crystals, illuminating the entire space. In Chu Yang's mind, a plan of the camp living area that Lu Jixia had drafted overnight came to mind. A thought suddenly occurred to him. On the ground, streaks of golden light appeared out of thin air and began to rapidly outline and divide. Buzz dash. On the flat ground, thick walls rise up one after another, quickly dividing the huge space into independent areas. Less than 10 minutes. The entire internal structure of the building was completed under Chu Yang's mental control. The first floor was planned as a huge public activity area, a restaurant that could accommodate everyone to eat at the same time, a large warehouse for storing ingredients and supplies, and a laboratory equipped with various tool tables, which was jointly managed by Lu Jixia and Su Meyer. The second and third floors were divided into 52 separate bedrooms. Apart from Chu Yang's master bedroom, which is the largest and has the best view on the third floor, the remaining 51 rooms are all about 10 square meters in size. Although they are not large, they are all equipped with a comfortable wooden bed, a simple wardrobe and a desk. Though small, the sparrow has all the vital organs. All right, go pick a room yourself. Chu Yang's voice rang out in the lobby. Ooh! The girls erupted in a deafening cheer, rushing in like a flock of swallows returning to their nests, chattering excitedly. I want the room on the second floor by the window. No way! I've got my eye on that one. Xia, how about we live next door? Muyu! Don't run so fast. Wait for me. They excitedly ran up and down the stairs, choosing their own little nests. Their chatter instantly filled this cold fortress, which had just experienced the baptism of blood and fire, with the breath of life and the warmth of home. Chu Yang ignored them. He went up to the open-air platform on the third floor alone. A gentle breeze caressed my face, and the view was expansive. He looked down at the land beneath his feet, a land that, though scarred, was teeming with life. He watched the girls arguing heatedly over a room, and at the mountains of black iron and the unprocessed carcasses of wild beasts. An unprecedented and immense sense of accomplishment surged within him. This is what a home should truly be. Chapter 60: The Spring of Purification and the Hope of the Black Iron Firearm. Chapter 60: The Spring of Purification and the Hope of the Black Iron Firearm. Above the ruins, the golden light dissipated, leaving behind a camp that was devastated yet full of life. Amidst the elation and exhaustion of surviving the ordeal, the girls each sought their own new space. Chu Yang didn't join their commotion. He knew that settling into their new home was just the first step towards a new life. He turned his gaze to the ancient blueprint in his hand, which radiated a soft light, the blueprint for the construction of a secondary water purification well. Water is essential for survival. After the ravages of the beast tide, the camp's original water source was polluted, making the drinking water problem an urgent matter. Lu Jixia had repeatedly emphasized its importance before the first wave of beast tide arrived, and now, the appearance of this map was undoubtedly a timely help. Chu Yang surveyed the camp, finally fixing his gaze on a relatively open area to the side of the Miao Miao house. The terrain there was flat, not far from the living quarters, and convenient for fetching water. With a thought, the blueprint seemed to come alive, silently flying from his hand, tracing an elegant arc in the air, and precisely landing on the chosen ground. Buzz dash. A deep hum came from the depths of the earth, carrying an ancient and mysterious rhythm. The ground began to tremble slightly, as if some enormous creature was about to burst forth. The girls' cheers stopped abruptly, and they looked curiously at the center of the anomaly. They saw the soil churning and the grass tearing apart, and a circular area about 3 meters in diameter was slowly rising at a visible speed. Blue stones, carrying the fragrance of earth, slowly emerged from the raised ground. They had no sharp edges, their corners smooth and rounded by an invisible force. These stones seemed to possess a life of their own, stacking and building upon each other, extending upwards layer by layer, ultimately forming a deep well with an ancient shape and flowing lines. At the wellhead, a huge blue stone was carved into the shape of a lotus flower, covered with a thin, faintly glowing jade well cover. Beside the well stood a water-drawing pole, also crafted from blue stone, its tip carved with a lifelike xuanwu, black tortoise, majestic yet serene. The entire construction process was carried out without a trace of human intervention or artificial intervention. It was a masterpiece of nature, a miracle. Note: the green quality purification spring has been completed. A cold system notification sounded in Chu Yang's mind, followed by a detailed description of the spring's attributes. Purifying spring, green quality. Effects: the spring water is drinkable, with a sweet and refreshing taste, and contains trace amounts of life energy. Long-term consumption can slowly improve physical condition, remove impurities from the body, enhance resistance to disease, and has a slight catalytic effect on the awakening of one's talents. Daily water production, 500 liters, can increase as camp level increases. Special feature: the spring is located deep underground, which can resist most environmental pollution and biological invasion. Wow! What a beautiful well! Sumuyu was the first to rush over. Her face flushed red with curiosity as she stretched out her fair fingers and carefully touched the warm, smooth bluestone on the well wall. Is this the spring water in our camp? A girl asked excitedly, her eyes filled with longing. Yes, Chu Yang replied. He walked to the well and gently pushed open the lotus-shaped well cover. A waft of water vapor, carrying the fragrance of earth and plants, rushed out, refreshing and invigorating. He picked up the water-drawing rod and gently pressed it down, and clear spring water flowed gently from Xuanwu's mouth, pouring into the stone trough beside the well. How clear it is! The girls exclaimed, gathering around the spring. Looking at the crystal-clear water, their worries about the water source vanished completely. Wanya couldn't wait to scoop a handful of water from the stone trough. She took a gentle sniff, and an indescribable sweetness filled her nostrils. Ignoring everything else, she tilted her head back and put the water in her mouth. So sweet! Wanya's eyes lit up instantly, and she exclaimed in surprise. I feel so much lighter! The fatigue from before has disappeared a lot. Her voice was filled with disbelief, prompting the other girls to follow suit. Soon, the camp was filled with the girls' exclamations of surprise and laughter after drinking the water. The water crisis that had hung over everyone like the sword of Damocles was finally resolved. Chu Yang watched the scene with a calm heart. He knew that in the post-apocalyptic world, a stable water source was more reassuring than any weapon. It not only solved their physical needs but also provided spiritual comfort, filling the girls with confidence for the future. Having done all this, Chu Yang turned his gaze to the final and most important reward, the 100 kilograms of black iron piled up like a small mountain. This metal, entirely black and radiating a dark luster, appeared exceptionally restrained and profound under the firelight, yet it contained immeasurable power. He walked to the pile of black iron, picked up a piece at random, and felt its weight, far exceeding that of ordinary steel. The surface of the black iron was cold and smooth. When his fingertips ran over it, he could even feel a subtle, electric-like tremor. This was a material beyond the ordinary, enough to change the performance of any weapon. But Lu! Chu Yang's voice was exceptionally clear in the noisy camp. Lu Jixia arrived at the sound. Although her black tracksuit was torn, it still accentuated her toned figure. Her eyes, which always shone with intelligence, were now fixed on the pile of black iron, bursting with an unprecedented fervor. Husband! She walked up to Chu Yang, her expression solemn. Chu Yang didn't say much. He handed the incredibly heavy piece of black iron in his hand to Lu Jixia. The moment Lu Jixia's fingertips touched the black iron, her body trembled slightly. It was a sensation of coldness and weight, as if she were grasping some ancient and powerful will. Her breathing became rapid, and the fervent light in her eyes almost materialized. It was the kind of fascination a scholar feels upon witnessing a miracle, or a craftsman upon encountering a divine material. She had studied countless metals, but none had ever made her feel such a pure and boundless power as black iron. I need real weapons, Chu Yang said in a deep voice, his gaze sharp as he looked directly into Lu Jixia's eyes. Weapons that will give us absolute power. The sooner the better. Lu Jixia nodded emphatically, her voice trembling with excitement. Rest assured, my husband. Within 3 days you will witness the birth of the first Xian Tai firearm. Clutching the Xian Tai as if it were the most precious treasure in the world, she turned and rushed into the newly built laboratory. Located on the first floor of the Miao Miao house, the laboratory was equipped with various workbenches and materials, serving as Su Meyer and Lu Jixia's shared battlefield. The appearance of the Xian Tai undoubtedly provided their creations with endless possibilities. Chu Yang watched her departing figure, a barely perceptible smile playing on his lips. He knew that another leap forward in the class's fighting strength was about to occur. The Xian Tai firearm. This would be Class A10086's first step in flexing its muscles against all potential enemies in this cruel world. As night deepened, the noise in the camp gradually subsided. In their new rooms, the girls felt an unprecedented sense of security and comfort. The magic house stands in the night, emitting a soft glow, like a lighthouse guiding the way. Chu Yang stood on the open-air platform on the third floor, overlooking the kingdom he had created. He knew that this survival game had only just begun, but now he held the key to change the situation. Chapter 61 Chu Yang's Favor. Chapter 61 Chu Yang's Favor. After the bloody battle, Chu Yang also felt more exhausted than ever before. That exhaustion wasn't just physical, but also a heavy mental burden. He returned alone to the master bedroom on the third floor. The room was spacious and bright, with a wide view overlooking the entire camp through the window. He casually leaned the spine spear-shaped gun against the headboard, removed his blood-stained black tracksuit, revealing his well-defined, muscular upper body. Several shallow scratches on his brown skin were the medals of the brutal battle he had just endured. He walked to the window, looking at the gradually quieting camp and the shadowy jungle in the distance, his mind filled with many thoughts. This trial was far more brutal and real than he had imagined. Squeak dash. The door was gently pushed open, carrying a faint, almost imperceptible fragrance. Chu Yang turned his head and saw Lin Qingxuang and Su Meyer gracefully walk in. Lin Qingxuang was still dressed in white today, but her white dress was already stained with blood and dirt, and there were even several marks where it had been torn by sharp claws, revealing her snow-white, smooth skin. Her silver hair was somewhat disheveled, with a few strands clinging to her pale cheeks, adding to her post-war weariness and disheveled beauty. In her hands she held a wooden basin filled with steaming water, which carried a faint herbal fragrance. Her gaze fell on Chu Yang, and in her icy blue eyes, besides the usual coldness, there was now an indescribable heartache and love. Su Meyer changed into a light silk nightgown. The pink slit dress had been destroyed in the previous battle, and the light purple one she was wearing now made her look even more alluring. Her long hair was casually draped over her shoulders, with a few playful strands falling in front of her full breasts, trembling gently with her breath. In her hands she held a bamboo tray with several pieces of golden brown roasted meat and a pot of sweet spring water. Although her face showed signs of fatigue, her naturally alluring peach blossom eyes were now filled with admiration and tenderness for Chu Yang, as if he were her whole world. Two stunningly beautiful women stood quietly before him. Lin Qingxuang placed the wooden basin on the bedside table. She didn't say much, but silently picked up a soft cloth and wet it with hot water. Then, gently and carefully, she wiped away the bloodstains from Chu Yang. Her movements were gentle and focused. Her fingertips traced his hard muscles, carrying a slight coolness that warmed his heart. Her eyelids were lowered, and her long eyelashes cast a faint shadow in the candlelight, obscuring the tenderness that almost overflowed from her eyes. Su Meyer sat on the edge of the bed, placing the tray beside her. Then pick up a piece of roasted meat and gently tear off a small piece. The meat was roasted to perfection, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with a rich meaty aroma. Chu Yang opened his mouth and took it in. The deliciousness of the meat juice instantly dispelled the bloody taste in his mouth. Su Meyer's eyes were filled with charm and adoration. She would occasionally pick up the kettle, pour a glass of sweet spring water, and bring it to his lips. Her voice was soft and gentle, with a touch of alluring charm. "Husband, eat more, you've worked hard." Chu Yang was enjoying the care of the two stunning beauties, and the fatigue from the battle was rapidly fading away. With the blessing of his SSS-level talent, his body recovered much faster than ordinary people. After a short rest and nourishment, his energy returned to its peak. He looked at the two beauties before him, one as aloof as the moon and the other as alluring as fire, and his heart stirred. They all gave so much for him and endured so much. Now was the time for him to reward them. "Tonight, come and treat your husbands to a meal." Chu Yang's voice carried an undeniable domineering air, yet also a magnetic allure. He looked at them, his eyes filled with a burning possessiveness. They knew that this was their man, their king, and that this was the favor he bestowed upon them. They all nodded and did not resist. Soon the large bed, which could accommodate several people, began to shake rhythmically again. The sound, which started softly, gradually became rapid and rhythmic, penetrating the thick walls and reaching the rooms downstairs. On the second floor of the magic house, the girls had just settled into their rooms and were preparing to rest. The rhythmic sound made them stop in their tracks. Tang Ro was wiping her musket when she heard the sound. A blush rose on her cheeks, and she slowed down her movements. She couldn't help but recall Chu Yang's godlike figure on the battlefield during the day, and a strange, inexplicable heat welled up in her heart. Li Qian leaned against the headboard. Although her arm had healed, the after-effects of the battle were still there. As she listened to the sounds coming from upstairs, images of Chu Yang's domineering and powerful figure on the battlefield, and the scene of him rescuing her from the horde of beasts, flashed through her mind. Her heart began to race, and a faint blush rose to her cheeks. Sumuyu covered her head, leaving only her bright eyes showing. She secretly glanced at her sisters beside her, and whispered to them. "They are so good, being able to stay by their husband's side." Her voice was filled with envy and longing, and her imagination for the future spread with it. Hearing this voice, their faces flushed, and their hearts were filled with daydreams about the future. They knew that what was happening upstairs was their king enjoying the fruits of victory, and it represented the future they, as subjects of this kingdom, longed for. Whoever gained the king's favor would have the chance to change their destiny. Only Lu Jixia, in her room on the first floor, clenched her fists tightly as she listened to the increasingly intense noise. Her room was on the first floor of the wonderful house. Although the soundproofing was not as good as on the second or third floor, the sound was still clearly audible. Her face showed no blush, only extreme coldness. She knew that Chu Yang's favor was proof of his strength. Lin Qingxuang is a powerhouse with A-level talent, a killing machine on the battlefield. Su Meyer is a master craftswoman with B-level talent, the source of miracles. And what about her? She was merely a strategist offering advice, an ordinary person who relied on her wisdom to survive. Faced with absolute power, wisdom sometimes seems so pale and powerless. Lu Jixia closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She made a silent vow. "Tomorrow, no matter what, I will make my husband see my worth and receive the elevation I deserve." She wants to prove that her wisdom and her strategies are the cornerstone that allows this kingdom to stand for a long time. She wanted to become the woman who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Chu Yang and create an era together. Chapter 62 Chu Yang's swimming pool plan is underway. Chapter 62 Chu Yang's pool plan in progress. The enchanting night and the pungent smell of blood were quietly washed away in the glimmer of dawn. As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the crystal window on the third floor of the miracle house and fell onto the large wooden bed, Chu Yang slowly opened his eyes. Lin Qingxuang nestled in his arms like a docile cat, her signature silver hair scattered on the pillow, a few strands playfully clinging to her smooth forehead. In her sleep, she shed all her coldness and sharpness. Her exquisitely beautiful face was filled with a sense of satisfaction and peace. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and her rosy lips were slightly pouting, exuding a girlish charm. On the other side, Su Meyer clung to Chu Yang like an octopus. Her voluptuous and fiery body was only covered by a corner of a thin blanket, exposing large areas of her delicate and smooth ivory skin. From her full breast to her flat stomach and her pert peach-shaped buttocks, it outlined a breathtakingly perfect curve. Her cheeks were buried deep in Chu Yang's chest, a sweet, lingering smile on her lips, as if she were still immersed in the king's favor even in her dreams. After a night's rest, both women's spirits and physical strength were greatly restored, and their innate talents became even more solidified. Chu Yang gently withdrew his arm and carefully covered them with the blankets. He walked shirtless to the window and looked down at the building below. The ruins have been cleared away, and the brand new camp is bursting with life in the morning light. The girls emerged from the wonderful house in twos and threes. Some fetched water from the purifying spring to wash up, while others, led by Li Qian, underwent post-war recovery training. Everything was in perfect order. Just then, a series of regular knocks sounded on the door. "My husband, it's me, Lu Jixia." The voice was clear and calm, as always. "Come in." The door was pushed open, and Lu Jixia appeared in the doorway. She had clearly just washed up and changed into a clean black bodysuit that perfectly accentuated her curvaceous figure. Her long, wet hair was simply tied back, revealing her smooth, full forehead and her stunningly beautiful face that always exuded intelligence and composure. Her face was free of makeup, yet more captivating than any heavy adornment. Her beautiful eyes, always sparkling with intelligence, shone like two brilliant obsidian stones in the morning light. In her hand she held a blueprint pieced together from several large tanned animal hides. "My lord, Jixia has a new campsite plan that she would like you to review." She walked up to Chu Yang and slowly unfolded the blueprints in her hand on the large desk. Chu Yang's gaze fell on the blueprints. It was painted with charcoal and several different colors of mineral pigments, creating a design drawing that was so exquisite it was comparable to a work of art. In the center of the drawing is a sizable outdoor swimming pool. The swimming pool is not a rigid rectangle, but a smooth, irregular kidney shape, with its edges paved with polished bluestone, and several lounge chairs and parasols painted on the side for people to rest. What surprised Chu Yang even more was that next to the main design drawings, there were several detailed sectional drawings. One of the paintings depicts in detail the water circulation system at the bottom of the pool. Utilizing the height difference between the purification spring and the pool, a clever, non-powerful water circulation pipe system was designed. The other drawing shows a design for a multi-layered filtration system. The drawing clearly indicates that the bottom layer consists of large pebbles, the middle layer of fine sand, and the top layer of crushed charcoal particles. After passing through these layers of filtration, the spring water can effectively remove impurities, ensuring the long-term clarity of the pool water. This is no longer just a simple entertainment facility plan. This is a true engineering blueprint that combines fluid mechanics, materials science, and environmental engineering. Seeing that Chu Yang was looking at the cross-sectional diagrams, Lu Jixia took the initiative to explain, her voice carrying the confidence and composure unique to scholars. "My lord, although the water problem in the camp has been solved, the daily water production of the purification spring is limited and is mainly used for drinking and cooking. After the battle, the girls inevitably have blood and sweat on their bodies, and the issue of hygiene urgently needs to be addressed. Bathing directly by the spring is not only unsightly, but also easily pollutes the water source. Building a swimming pool not only solves the problem of communal bathing, but also reflects a high quality of life. In the apocalypse, having a body of water where one can play freely has an immeasurable effect on boosting morale and strengthening team cohesion. This water circulation and filtration system can minimize the consumption of spring water. We only need to replace the charcoal in the filter layer regularly to keep the pool water at a level close to drinking water standards." After listening, Chu Yang raised his head and gave Lu Jixia a deep look. This woman always manages to surprise him. If Su Meier's magic lies in creation, then Lin Qingshuang's power lies in destruction. What makes Lu Jixia so terrifying is her ability to plan, by incorporating everything into her calculations and maximizing the use of all resources. She is not only capable of strategizing and winning battles. It can also gain insight into people's hearts through subtle details, thereby enhancing the happiness and sense of belonging of the entire team. This is a true strategist, a true advisor to a king. Very good. A smile of approval appeared on Chu Yang's lips. I approve your plan. Any materials you need can be obtained directly from the warehouse. You are also in full charge of personnel allocation. Thank you, my husband. A genuine, victorious smile finally appeared on Lu Jixia's usually calm and composed face. With Chu Yang's approval, Lu Jixia's execution ability was on full display. She immediately gathered all the girls and announced the pool project. This news instantly set the entire camp ablaze. Oh my God! Are they going to build a swimming pool? Great! I haven't had a nice hot bath in ages. Butler Lou is amazing! I love you so much! The girls' enthusiasm was instantly ignited, and they were all eager and ready to get started. Under Lu Jixia's unified command, a massive infrastructure project was launched. Li Qian and several other girls with strength abilities were responsible for digging and moving the heavy bluestone. Tang Rou's remote team, on the other hand, was skilled and adept, responsible for polishing the edges of the stones and weaving parasols. Su Meyer, on the other hand, once again demonstrated her terrifying strength as a B-level master craftsman. She walked barefoot, her delicate white feet touching the chosen open space. She stretched out her slender hand and pressed it lightly against the ground. Buzz dash. The earth, like living clay, begins to sink and take shape automatically under the influence of an invisible force. The swimming pool's prototype was visibly forced out. The smoothness of the pool walls and the flatness of the pool bottom were more perfect than any modern construction machinery. The entire construction process was filled with a miraculous beauty. The girls' enthusiasm, combined with Su Meyer's cutting-edge technology. The project, which was originally expected to take 1 or 2 days, was completed in less than half a day. When the sweet and refreshing spring water of the purification spring slowly flows into the brand-new swimming pool that gleams with the luster of bluestone through the newly laid pipes. The entire camp was in an uproar. The clear spring water, illuminated by the sunlight, refracts shimmering light, resembling a giant sapphire embedded in the earth. The girls cheered and jumped for joy, looking at the dreamlike body of water that belonged to them, their eyes filled with deep admiration and gratitude as they looked at Lu Jixia. As evening fell, the afterglow of the setting sun bathed the entire campsite in a warm golden light. Chu Yang stood by the pool, looking at this masterpiece created by his woman's own hands, and felt quite satisfied. A fragrant breeze wafted over. Lu Jixia had appeared behind him without him noticing. My husband. Her voice was softer and more charming than usual. Chu Yang turned around and saw that Lu Jixia had a stack of clothes in her hands. Those were small garments sewn together from the extremely soft leather of an unknown first-class beast and from some elastic, colorful silk threads peeled from special beetles. They come in various styles and are colorful. Some are conservative one-piece designs, while others are bold two-piece designs, with only a few thin threads connecting the key parts. Each piece is exquisitely crafted, brimming with a unique aesthetic that blends wildness and fashion. These are... A hint of surprise flashed in Chu Yang's eyes. These are swimsuits. A faint blush appeared on Lu Jixia's pretty face as she handed the stack of swimsuits to Chu Yang. I made them to fit each person's body shape. She distributed swimsuits to the girls who had come after hearing the news, which immediately caused a series of suppressed gasps and screams. Wow! So beautiful! Is this for me? This design is so daring! Butler Lu, you're amazing! You can even do this! The girls, holding their own swimsuits, chattered excitedly, filling the poolside with a vibrant, youthful atmosphere. Just as Chu Yang was gazing at this beautiful scene of birdsong and swallows, Lu Jixia quietly leaned close to his ear. A delicate fragrance, like that of orchids, accompanied by warm breath, gently brushed against his ear, bringing a tingling, itchy sensation. Her voice was extremely low, like a lover's murmur, full of deadly hints and temptations. Husband. I also designed a swimsuit just for you, exclusively for me. Tonight I want to wear this just for you. Chapter 63 Clearing the Area. Lin Qingshuang's Concession. Chapter 63 Clearing the Area. Lin Qingshuang's concession and Lu Jixia's voice, like the most delicate feather, gently scratched Chu Yang's heartstrings. The warm breath and the trembling whispers spoke volumes about the woman's longing and urgency at that moment. Chu Yang paused slightly, turned his head, and looked at Lu Jixia's stunningly beautiful face, which was so close to his. The afterglow of the setting sun cast a soft, golden halo on her cheeks, and her intelligent and beautiful eyes, which were always full of calculation and rationality, were now shimmering with tears, and deep within them burned a flame of wisdom and desire. Her brain was the camp's sharpest weapon. Her body is also a poison that can drive any man crazy. Chu Yang instantly understood her intention. This female strategist, who always insisted on having everything under control, finally couldn't hold back any longer after witnessing Su Meyer's transformation. She has given so much to the camp. From the initial defense system planning to the ingenious command during wartime, and now to the pool project that focuses on the quality of life for everyone. Her contributions are beyond doubt. According to Chu Yang's principle of distribution according to work, her contributions were enough to earn her an opportunity for rebirth. Looking at the undisguised ambition and expectation in her eyes, Chu Yang couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. He likes intelligent women, and even more so, he likes intelligent women who know how to fight for their own interests, and use open strategies to achieve their goals. He reached out and gently pinched Lu Jixia's small and smooth chin, his fingertips feeling the delicacy and warmth of her skin. "I'm really looking forward to it." He didn't agree directly, but that gesture and those magnetic words spoke louder than any promise. Lu Jixia's body trembled almost imperceptibly. A surge of immense joy instantly welled up in her heart. She knew she had made the right bet. Her eyes, which always sparkled with wisdom, shone with an unprecedented brilliance, and a triumphant smile finally appeared on her lips. With Chu Yang's tacit approval, the rest of the matter proceeded smoothly. Chu Yang turned around and faced the group of women by the pool who were still excited about their new swimsuits. He clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. The noise stopped immediately, and 50 pairs of eyes focused on him, filled with awe and admiration. Chu Yang's gaze swept across the entire room, his voice steady and powerful, carrying an unquestionable authority. "The pool is great, everyone worked hard. However, a comfortable life needs to be protected by greater strength. According to our latest intelligence, there is a black swamp 30 kilometers east of the camp. The environment there is harsh, but according to pre-battle reconnaissance, it is rich in a rare material called blackscale grass, which is the core ingredient for making high-grade antidotes and enhancement potions. Therefore, I have decided that tomorrow morning, everyone will go out for a long-distance resource-gathering operation, with the target being the Black Swamp." This decision stunned all the girls. Having just survived a bloody battle where they were on the verge of death, and having barely had a day of peace, they were about to embark on such a long-distance collective operation. But no one raised any objections. The king's command is everything. Chu Yang paused for a moment, then continued, and his next words instantly made the atmosphere in the room subtle. "Lin Qingxuang will lead the team in this operation. Butler Lu and I will stay at the camp. We need to do a final sorting and archiving of the captured savage beast materials, and conduct final adjustments and verifications of the forging scheme for the Xian Tai weapons." The words fell. An eerie silence fell over the entire poolside. The girls looked at each other, and then almost all of them showed a knowing expression. Their gazes darted back and forth between Chu Yang, Lu Jixia, and Lin Qingxuang. In those eyes there was envy, there was jealousy, but more than anything, there was a sudden realization of, "I see. It's always like this." It was exactly the same as that time with Su Meyer. The so-called staying behind and debugging are nothing more than a respectable excuse. The real purpose is clear to everyone. Steward Lu, the strategist who has made great contributions to the camp, is finally about to receive the favor she deserves. Amidst all the subtle gazes, Lin Qingxuang's body stiffened for a moment. On her usually aloof and icy beautiful face, the color faded visibly, turning her somewhat pale. She had only enjoyed 2 days of tenderness and sweetness exclusively with the queen, and the feeling of being held in the palm of the king's hand made her intoxicated. But now, so quickly, is it going to fall out of favor again? An indescribable sense of grievance and bitterness welled up in her heart instantly. She subconsciously raised her head and looked at Chu Yang. In those blue eyes that were always as cold as frost, a trace of struggle, a trace of unwillingness, and a trace of grievance that was almost overflowing flashed. Chu Yang met her gaze. He neither dodged nor offered an explanation. His eyes were gentle, yet incredibly firm. Lin Qingxuang understood many things from the depths of those gentle eyes. There was reassurance. There is trust. But more than anything, it represents an unquestionable will belonging to the king. He seemed to be telling her with his eyes, Qingxuang, you are my queen, the sharpest sword in this kingdom. What you must do is not to worry about temporary favors, but to trust my every decision and uphold my absolute authority. Lin Qingxuang's heart trembled violently. She understood. Chu Yang is testing her, and also tempering her. A true queen must not only share the glory with the king, but also know how to share his burdens and consider the overall situation. Maintaining a balance within the harem is also part of the kingdom's stability. Lu Jixiao's achievements overshadowed those of the emperor, and giving her the reward she deserved was a necessary step to stabilize morale within the army. If she, as the queen, were to show any jealousy or dissatisfaction at this moment, it would only disappoint Chu Yang and make her position awkward. Having figured all this out, Lin Qingxuang took a deep breath. She forcefully suppressed all the turbulent emotions churning within her. She slowly and deeply bent over towards Chu Yang, her graceful figure forming an arc full of obedience and determination in the setting sun. Yes, my husband. Qingxuang, I obey. Her voice returned to its usual cool and calm tone, revealing no emotional fluctuations. But only she knows how much effort it took for her to say those words. Lu Jixia stood aside, quietly watching this scene. When she saw Lin Qingxuang finally choose to back down and submit, a victorious smile, which only she herself could perceive, once again appeared on her lips. She knew that the path to A-level talent had been completely paved for her. This seemingly calm but actually turbulent power struggle within the imperial harem. Once again, she triumphed through impeccable strategy. All she paid was a meticulously designed swimsuit, and a perfectly timed whisper in her ear. Night gradually fell. A grand feast for the strategist is about to begin in the king's palace. Chapter 64 The Ultimate Temptation of Intellect and Wildness. Chapter 64 The Ultimate Temptation of Intellect and Wildness. The morning horn did not sound. Instead, a more primal rhythm belonging to the team was heard. Lin Qingxuang stood before the gates of the Miracle Wonderland, dressed in a tight-fitting outfit, her silver hair tied up high, her beautiful face as cold as frost in the morning light. Behind her were 49 girls, fully equipped and ready to go. They wore lightweight leather armor hastily made by Su Meyer overnight, their weapons gleaming coldly, their morale high. Husband! Lin Qingxuang turned around and looked at Chu Yang standing on the steps. Her eyes were complex, containing reluctance before parting, a sense of responsibility for wielding power, and a deeply hidden woman's resentment. But in the end, all of this transformed into absolute obedience. Chu Yang walked down the steps and, in front of everyone, reached out to tidy her slightly messy hair. This intimate gesture made Lin Qingxuang's body tense instantly, and a barely perceptible blush rose on her cheeks. Go and come back soon. Chu Yang's voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Remember, safety first, resources second. I need a complete team to come back, not a pile of herbs. Yes. Lin Qingxuang nodded heavily, said no more, turned around, drew the shattered star sword, and pointed the tip forward. Set off! The vast procession, like a long, green dragon, left the camp and disappeared into the morning mist of the jungle. With their departure, the entire camp fell into an unprecedented silence. Gone were the girls' chatter and the shouts of training. Only the rustling of the wind through the leaves and the murmuring of the purifying spring remained. This tranquility is a rare luxury for Chu Yang. He took off his shirt, revealing the perfect muscle lines honed through countless battles, resembling those of an ancient Greek sculpture, and plunged into the azure pool. The cool spring water instantly enveloped his body, washing away the last trace of hangover fatigue. Sunlight filtered through the water, casting shimmering spots of light on his bronze skin. He lay on his back in the water, closed his eyes, and savored this rare sense of comfort and peace in this apocalyptic world. This swimming pool is a symbol of power and a manifestation of civilization. It silently proclaims that on this cruel land, he, Chu Yang, is no longer merely struggling to survive, but truly enjoying life. After an unknown amount of time, a light and rhythmic footstep sound came from the direction of the miracle house. The sound was unhurried, each step measured with a ruler, precisely landing on the bluestone slabs, carrying a unique rhythm belonging to a particular person. Chu Yang opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the sound. With just one glance, a boulder capable of stirring up a raging storm was thrown into his calm, still heart. His breath caught in his throat. Lu Jixia gracefully stepped out of the shadows of the magic house and into the sunlight. She was wearing the very swimsuit she had whispered in his ear last night, the one she had designed especially for him. That can't even be called clothing. It was an artwork made of several palm-sized pieces of black animal hide that shimmered with a deep luster, and a few thin silver spider silks that looked as if they might break at any moment. Her upper body was covered by 2 pieces of black leather with delicate lace trim, barely concealing her most vital areas. The breathtaking fullness and snow-whiteness of her breasts were accentuated by the black fabric, appearing even more striking, as if they might break free of their fragile confinement at any moment. A silver spider silk thread ran through the middle, around her long, fair neck, and tied in an intricate knot at her back. A flat, toned abdomen, without an ounce of excess fat, and clearly visible abs exuding a healthy and wild beauty. And her lower body, clad in a pitifully small triangular piece of fabric, exposed her astonishingly exaggerated waist-to-hip ratio without reservation. Her pert, peach-shaped buttocks, outlined by the fabric, formed a smooth and fatal curve. Her 2 long, straight, jade-like thighs shimmered with an ivory-like luster in the sunlight, every inch of their lines from the thighs to the ankles practically perfect. This body, hidden beneath the tight-fitting sportswear, is incredibly hot and alluring. It is full of the most primal and wild impact, enough to make any man's blood boil and his reason evaporate instantly. However, in stark contrast to her wildly alluring body was her face. Her pretty face still carried that air of strategic wisdom and composure. Only her snow-white cheeks were now flushed with a captivating blush, like the glow of the setting sun. A pair of elegant frameless glasses perched on her nose. The cold lenses reflected the sunlight, and also reflected the clear, determined wisdom in her eyes. These glasses, far from ruining the overall aesthetic, acted as a catalyst, pushing her unique and contradictory temperament to its extreme. On one hand, she is a calm, rational, and meticulous female strategist. On the other hand, she is a wild, fiery, and incredibly sexy woman who can drain you dry. Intellectual and wild. Refinement and debauchery. This extreme, tearing contrast creates a kind of ascetic temptation that drives people crazy and almost burns away their reason. She stood by the pool, her long, straight legs slightly together, her body forming a perfect S-shaped curve. She raised her hand and gently pushed up her frameless glasses on the bridge of her nose with her slender index finger. This gesture was refined, elegant, and full of the scholarly air of a female teacher. However, combined with her current attire, it made her appear extremely seductive. She looked at Chu Yang in the water. His beautiful eyes, which always sparkled with wisdom, were now shimmering with moisture, as if they contained the mist of an entire spring. She parted her lips slightly, her voice remaining calm, as if reporting on a crucial military operation. "My husband, my performance is about to begin." She didn't hesitate at all after she finished speaking. She lifted one leg, her fair and delicate toes gently touching the water, creating ripples. Then, with the graceful movements of a ballerina, she slowly, step by step, stepped into the water. The clear pool water, like the most greedy lover, kissed her smooth calves, overflowed her pert buttocks, submerged her flat stomach, and finally, completely enveloped her perfect, otherworldly, alluring body. The water rippled in front of her, and then closed behind her. She walked steadily through the water, her eyes fixed straight ahead, towards Chu Yang in the center of the pool. Her eyes were both dreamy and clear. What's alluring is that primal desire belonging to a woman, suppressed beneath reason. What remains clear is the absolute will of the strategist, a will to never give up until the goal is achieved. The water flowed over her skin, making every pore of her body tremble. Chu Yang's gaze was like two burning flames, making her feel as if she were standing naked under the scorching sun, with nowhere to hide. She knew this was her only chance. She wanted to demonstrate to the king her greatest asset, besides her wisdom. She wants to use this body to obtain a ticket to A-level talent. She wants to become someone who stands shoulder to shoulder with Lin Qingxuang and Su Meyer in this kingdom. Finally, she stopped just a step away from Chu Yang. The water rippled gently, lapping against the two of them. Chu Yang looked at the woman in front of him, who perfectly blended wisdom and desire, and saw the undisguised ambition and longing in her eyes. He slowly reached out his hand to her. Chapter 65: Turbulent Waters and the Masterful Craftsmanship of an A-rank Artist. Chapter 65: Turbulent Waters and A-rank Masterful Weaving. Chu Yang's hand was as hot as a branding iron. The moment Lu Jixia grasped it, an irresistible force surged through her wrist. Before she could even utter a cry of surprise, she lost her balance, her body violently pulled forward by that domineering force, splashing water everywhere, and crashing solidly into a hot and hard embrace. The icy pool water and the scorching chest, two completely opposite temperatures, stirred a tremor deep within her soul the moment they touched. The water instantly submerged her head. The feeling of suffocation intertwined with the pleasure of being conquered, causing her brain, which was always running at high speed and full of calculation and planning, to completely shut down at this moment. Chu Yang held her, and with a somersault in the water, the two broke through the surface. Splash dash! Water droplets splashed everywhere, refracting a rainbow of colors in the sunlight. Lu Jixia took deep breaths of fresh air, her long, wet hair clinging tightly to her cheeks and neck. Her frameless glasses were nowhere to be seen, leaving her usually intelligent and composed face with an unprecedented look of confusion and vulnerability. She instinctively tried to struggle, wanting to regain control of her body. But Chu Yang's arms were like iron hoops, tightly binding her in his embrace. His strong, powerful arm muscles pressed tightly against the smooth skin on her back, allowing her to clearly feel the terrifying power within his body, a power capable of crushing everything. Open! Before she could finish speaking, a domineering and passionate kiss silenced her completely. At this moment, Lu Jixia completely gave up resisting. All pretense, all scheming, all pride, was shattered in the face of this kiss. She is no longer the strategist who plans and wins battles from afar. She was just a woman. A woman who longs to be conquered by a strong man and to gain the king's favor. In the pool, the sound of the water began to become restless. At first, there were only tiny ripples, spreading out in concentric circles. Gradually, the ripples turned into waves. The waves grew larger and faster, constantly crashing against the edge of the pool, making a splashing sound. Sunlight, pool water, intertwined figures. It forms a picture full of primal vitality, a picture that makes people's blood boil. Chu Yang could clearly feel that the soul of the woman in his arms was resonating with him in an unprecedented way. It was a wonderful feeling. It was as if his consciousness had ventured into a vast and boundless starry sky composed of countless precise data and logical chains. That was Lu Jixia's mental world. Here, everything is broken down into the most basic data models. The trajectory of every gust of wind, the direction of every drop of water, and the emotional fluctuations of every person are precisely calculated, analyzed, and deduced to ultimately arrive at an optimal solution. This is her sea-level talent, actuary. Powerful yet cold. It allows her to see through the surface of things, but it cannot give things new possibilities. However, under the guidance of Chu Yang's domineering SSS-level talent, which is full of creativity and the essence of life, this cold data starry sky began to undergo earth-shattering changes. One by one, data runes representing the fundamental rules were forcibly ignited. Those logical chains that were originally just used for calculations began to twist, recombine, and weave. Chu Yang sensed that Lu Jixia's talent was undergoing a qualitative transformation. That is an evolution from pure calculation and analysis to a higher level of creating and weaving rules. If we say that actuaries in the past were like supercomputers, only able to passively process information. Now, it is evolving into a paintbrush, a divine paintbrush that can directly depict entirely new rules on the canvas of the world. Lu Jixia's body trembled violently in Chu Yang's arms. She let out a suppressed groan that sounded like a mixture of pain and pleasure. An unimaginably massive torrent of information rushed into her mind. That's about the flow of energy, the composition of matter, and the weaving of rules, the most fundamental and core mystery of this world. Boom dash! Just as she felt her brain was about to explode from this flood of information. A golden pillar of light, even more dazzling, magnificent, and sacred than when Su Meyer ascended, plummeted vertically from the heavens. The beam of light was silent, yet carried an unparalleled majesty, precisely enveloping the entire swimming pool. Wherever the golden light reached, the pool water boiled and turned into a sky full of golden mist. Meanwhile, in the black swamp, 30 kilometers away. Pfft! Lin Qingxuang's shattered star longsword drew an icy blue afterimage in the air, precisely cleaving a level 3 swamp lurker lurking in the mud, attempting to ambush her, in two. The foul-smelling green blood splattered all over her. She frowned slightly, shook off the blood and grime from the sword, and was about to issue a new command. Suddenly, a cold, emotionless system notification rang out simultaneously in the minds of all the girls who were fighting hard. World announcement. Member Lu Jixia has completed a deep soul exchange with SSS-level talent Chu Yang, and her talent has been elevated to an epic level. A C-level talent actuary has been promoted to an A-level talent master weaver. Masterful weaving, rank A, can analyze the rules of all things, weave energy patterns, and endow items with special attributes. Note: this is the only path to rule creation. Lin Qingxuang's movements suddenly stopped. Her grip on the sword tightened slightly. A complex emotion flickered in those usually cold, icy blue eyes. It's always like this. It was exactly the same as that time with Su Meyer. That man, once again, personally created an A-level powerhouse. This time, the one who received the favor was the female strategist who always followed behind her, paving the way for her with her wisdom. An indescribable mix of bitterness and urgency welled up in her heart. She knew that the power structure of this kingdom had been rewritten once again. Su Meyer's superb craftsmanship and Lu Jixia's wisdom in adhering to rules. If this queen, who only knows how to fight, doesn't come up with something soon, her position will become precarious. The next second, all the emotions in her eyes transformed into an even more chilling and pure killing intent. Roar dash! A much larger level 4 swamp crocodile suddenly leaped out of the mud, opened its blood-red maw, and bit at a girl on the flank of the group. Ice Dragon Break! Lin Qingxuang let out a delicate shout, advancing instead of retreating. Her figure transformed into a blue streak of light, and for the first time, the long sword in her hand unleashed a lifelike dragon-shaped phantom composed of pure ice energy. Her offensive was more fierce and decisive than before. The other girls in the group, after a brief moment of shock, were completely thrown into an uproar. My God! Butler Lu has reached rank A2. I knew it! I knew it would be like this. Staying at the camp really does come with special rewards. That's amazing! Miraculous weaving? That sounds even more incredible than Sister Mayer's superb craftsmanship. Analyzing rules and weaving patterns, what kind of divine ability is this? Envy, jealousy, taking it for granted, and feeling proud. A variety of complex emotions intertwined and collided in the girls' hearts. Tang Rose subconsciously touched the musket in her hand, a glint of longing flashing in her eyes. If Butler Lu could weave armor-piercing, or rapid-fire energy patterns into her musket, how terrifying would their musket team's combat power be elevated to? Li Qian then chopped down a wolf that pounced on her with an axe. She wiped the mud off her face, grinned, and smiled with a mix of naivety and envy. Our class is really great, getting better and better. They all understood that from this moment on, this class, named A10086, had a second A-level powerhouse capable of changing the course of the battle. The camp's second towering pillar was born. Chapter 66: Mass Production of Divine Artifacts. The beginning of the road to domination. Chapter 66 Mass production of divine artifacts. The beginning of the road to domination. The golden pillar of light slowly dissipated, and the steam in the pool returned to calm. Lu Jixia stood up from the water droplets sliding down her flawlessly beautiful and alluring body, refracting into shimmering light in the sunlight. Barefoot, she walked step by step ashore, her small black swimsuit clinging tightly to her skin, perfectly outlining her curvaceous S-shaped figure. She has changed. If Lu Jixia's beauty before lay in her intellect and her strength in her shrewdness, then now she possessed an indescribable, almost divine aura. Her eyes remained calm and profound, but deep within her pupils, countless golden streams of data seemed to flash rapidly. Her perspective on the world had completely changed. In her vision, the pool walls made of bluestone were no longer just simple stones, but a stable structural sequence composed of elements such as silicon, oxygen, and calcium. The flowing pool water was an aggregate of hydrogen and oxygen, and the transfer and conversion of energy within it was clearly presented in her mind. She could even see the trajectory, speed, and energy particles contained within the gentle breeze that swept through the air. In her eyes, everything is broken down into the most basic rules and code. This is the terrifying aspect of the A-level talent, Masterful Weaver, which analyzes the rules of all things. Chu Yang leaned against the pool, looking at the woman before him whose demeanor had drastically changed, and felt extremely satisfied. He knew that he had once again personally created a monster capable of overturning the course of the battle. Lu Jixia didn't bother to pick up the clothes scattered on the shore. She remained naked, letting the sunlight and breeze kiss every inch of her damp skin, and walked straight to the laboratory on the first floor of the miracle house. There, the mountain of indestructible black iron still lay quietly. When she stood in front of that pile of black metal again, her mindset was completely different. Last time, when she held a piece of black iron, she felt its hardness, its weight, and the immense, uncontrollable power it contained. She needed Su Meyer's superb craftsmanship to barely shape it. Now, what she once saw as an insurmountable barrier, strategic resources, has become a pile of raw code waiting for her to give it a new definition. She used no tools, no furnace, no hammer. She simply extended her slender, fair hands, like works of art, and gently placed them on the largest piece of black iron. Buzz dash! A strange sight occurred. A dazzling golden light shone from Lu Jixia's fingertips. Countless energy patterns, finer than a strand of hair and flowing like code, surged from her palm, rapidly covering the entire piece of black iron like living vines. Analyzing the energy conduction path from the initial structural sequence. A series of messages flashed through her mind. The next second, she slightly clenched her fingers. What appeared to be hard enough to withstand cannonballs in the eyes of others was transformed into soft clay in her seemingly delicate hands, producing a teeth-grinding, crunch, sound as it slowly began to deform. Decompose, recombine, reshape. Lu Jixia's gaze was intensely focused. In her beautiful eyes, the golden light of data had transformed into a cascading waterfall. She was no longer simply imitating the structure of a flintlock pistol. That was too rudimentary. What she wanted to do was redefine the concept of a gun at its most fundamental level. A jet-black gun barrel quickly took shape in her hand. But its interior was no longer a smooth, hollow tube. Countless finer golden energy patterns, like a sophisticated circuit board, were forcibly woven into the inner wall of the barrel. She inscribed 3 core rule patterns on it. The first layer is an energy-gathering pattern resembling a spiral lightning bolt. It can compress and focus the kinetic energy generated by the gunpowder explosion a second time at the moment the projectile leaves the barrel, thus increasing its power exponentially. The second layer consists of arrow-shaped acceleration patterns. As the bullet passes through the barrel, it creates a brief energy field, giving the bullet an additional, terrifying initial acceleration. The third layer is a stabilizing pattern, like a sturdy chain. It can absorb and transmit recoil to the maximum extent and reinforce the structure of the barrel itself, allowing the weapon to withstand the terrifying energy bursts brought by the first 2 layers. The stock, trigger, and sight appeared out of thin air in her hands and were then perfectly assembled. The entire process was devoid of sparks and noise, only a tranquility that was almost Taoist, filled with the beauty of creation. Less than 10 minutes. As the last ray of golden light disappeared into the gun, a brand new weapon, full of science fiction and magic, lay quietly in Lu Zhixia's palm. Its shaft remained the deep, dark black of Xian Tai, seemingly capable of absorbing light. However, countless mysterious and magnificent golden patterns covered its surface. These patterns were not mere decorations, but rather traces of energy flow, extending from the stock to the muzzle, forming a perfect yet deadly energy diagram. The entire gun resembled a work of art from a divine realm, brimming with power and beauty. Black iron rune firearm, blue, excellent. Attack power, 85 to 120. Additional attribute 1, armor penetration, can easily penetrate the physical defense of level 3 and below beasts. Additional attribute 2, accuracy, ballistics are stabilized by the energy field, and the effective range is increased by 200%. Additional attribute 3, robust, the barrel can withstand at least 500 full power shots without damage. Note, this is a masterpiece created by the rulemakers themselves, which redefines the concept of firearms. Lu Zhixia looked at the work in her hand and nodded in satisfaction. This was a true weapon. That afternoon, Lin Qingxuang's team returned laden with spoils. They not only brought back a large quantity of black scale grass, but also hunted down all the savage beasts they encountered along the way. Each of them wore a look of exhaustion and excitement from the battle. When they returned to camp and saw the brand new swimming pool, they cheered with delight. But that delight was quickly replaced by an unparalleled awe brought about by something else. On the firing range, Tang Rose solemnly raised a black iron flank with runes that Lu Zhixia had personally handed to her. The feel of this gun is completely different from the previous improved flintlock guns. It is heavier and more sluggish, and the gun body is cold, but when you hold it in your hand, you can feel a faint energy flowing through it, as if it has a life of its own. Target, 50 meters away, level 3 armored rhinoceros hide target. Lu Zhixia's voice was calm. The target is made from a single piece of the toughest back leather stripped from a level 3 elite beast, strong enough to withstand continuous fire from ordinary arrows and projectiles. Tang Rou took a deep breath, raised her gun, and aimed. Without a complicated loading process, Lu Zhixia equipped the gun with specially made fixed ammunition made of a mixture of wolf teeth and iron filings. Bang dash! A deafening, thunderous roar, unlike anything before, exploded. Tang Rou felt a slight tremor in her shoulder. The terrifying recoil that she had anticipated, enough to make her arm go numb, was actually absorbed by more than 90% of the golden patterns flowing on the butt of the gun. 50 meters away, the incredibly tough rhinoceros hide target exploded with a poof sound, leaving a hole the size of a bowl in the center. The charred edges still flickered with lingering arcs of energy. One strike, and it pierces through. The entire firing range was completely silent. All the girls stared in disbelief at the target that had been easily torn apart, then at the musket in Tang Rou's hand, still emitting blue smoke, which resembled a work of art, their minds blank. This power! Tang Rou's voice trembled as she looked at the gun in her hand, her eyes filled with fanaticism. It's at least 3 times stronger than before. More than 3 times. Previously, it took 3 volleys of concentrated fire from the musket to barely suppress a level 4 wild boar. But with this new gun, Tang Rou was absolutely confident that one shot would shatter the boar's skull. This is no longer a weapon. This is a divine artifact. A divine artifact powerful enough to change the rules of the battlefield. All eyes turned to Lu Zhixia. Their gazes were filled with awe, worship, and an undisguised fervor. Lu Zhixia simply pushed up the frameless glasses she had put back on her nose. This is just the first version, and there is still a lot of room for optimization. After saying that, she turned around and went back into the laboratory. What happened next completely overturned everyone's understanding. Lu Zhixia seemed to have transformed into a godlike, tireless production line. With an ample supply of black iron and savage beast materials, she began frantically printing weapons at an unbelievable speed. The second, the third, the 10th. She continuously created firearms imbued with different attributes and runes from black iron. Yes, she wove it into the crackling patterns. When a bullet hits its target, it creates a small-scale energy explosion, possessing devastating power against clusters of low-level savage beasts. Yes, she imbued it with frost properties. This was a request made by Lin Qingxuang after observing the process. She infused a trace of her primal power into the material, which Lu Zhixiao then analyzed and wove into patterns. When this type of bullet hits its target, it unleashes a powerful burst of cold air, effectively slowing down the enemy's movements and creating an excellent environment for melee fighters to deal damage. There is also a Xian Tai rune battle axe specially crafted for strength-based warriors like Li Qian. It is engraved with two patterns, heavy pressure and armor piercing. Every swing carries a heavy energy field, enough to crush the enemy's bones along with their armor. Less than 3 days. Inside the camp, all core combat members had completed their gear changes. Tang Rou's musket squad, each armed with a black iron rune musket, possessed enough firepower to instantly tear a charging force composed of level 3 savage beasts to shreds from 100 meters away. Li Qian and other melee team members donned brand new Xian Tai armor and rune weapons, elevating their defense and destructive power to a whole new level. Even a healing support staff member like Sumuyu received a black iron dagger engraved with protective patterns, which could generate a small energy shield that could withstand a fatal blow in a critical moment. The combat effectiveness of the entire A10086 class has experienced an unprecedented and explosive leap. Chu Yang stood on the top platform of the Miracle House, watching the energy explosions and cheers that erupted as the girls test-fired their new weapons at the shooting range below. A satisfied smile finally appeared on his lips. The foundation for domination has been laid. Next, the true worth of this divinely equipped legion will be tested with the blood of the enemy. Chapter 67 30 Kilometers of Death Zone. Chapter 67 30 Kilometers of Death Zone. 3 days later, dawn broke. The atmosphere at Camp A10086 was completely different from its usual tranquility. A strange aura of tension and excitement permeated the air. 50 girls, fully armed, stood silently in the open space in front of the House of Miracles. Their equipment had undergone a complete transformation. Lightweight yet sturdy black leather armor was now covered by an exoskeleton-like armor composed of black iron plates and savage beast bones, with faint energy patterns shimmering in key areas. Each person carried a uniform black iron dagger and a bulging ammunition pouch at their waist. Tang Rou led a 10-person musket team, standing at the very front of the column. The black iron muskets in their hands, gleaming with golden runes, reflected a cold metallic luster in the morning light, exuding a deadly sense of oppression. Li Qian and other members of the melee team carried huge black iron battle axes or long swords on their backs, and their youthful and beautiful faces were filled with eager fighting spirit. This is a steel legion armed to the teeth. Chu Yang slowly descended the steps of the Miao Miao house, his gaze calmly sweeping over the elite army he had single-handedly created. In 3 days you have adapted to the new weapons and the new power. His voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. But true strength can only be proven in the midst of battle. A comfortable shooting range cannot produce true warriors. He paused, then extended a finger, pointing to the distant, boundless primeval forest shrouded in morning mist. Therefore, I have decided that, starting today, we will expand outwards from the camp for 30 kilometers. This area will become our absolute territory. Your task is not to hunt, nor to gather. Chu Yang's gaze suddenly sharpened. It's a clearing operation. Eliminate all potentially threatening creatures in this area. I don't want to see any breathing creature that doesn't belong to us on our doorstep. Did you understand? Clear! 50 girls roared in unison, their voices echoing across the fields and startling countless birds in the forest. Very good. Chu Yang nodded. The team will split into 3 groups. Lin Qingxuang, you will lead one group and be responsible for the eastern sector. Li Qian, you will lead one group and be responsible for the western sector. I will personally lead the team to clear the northern sector, which will be the most challenging. Remember, maintain communication and report your position and situation at any time. Move out. Yes. The three teams, like three unsheathed swords, quickly split into a huge fan shape and charged into the jungle full of unknowns and dangers. Once, this forest was a place of constant danger and death in the eyes of the girls. Every exploration required utmost caution and extreme vigilance. Now, this place has become their backyard, or rather, their slaughterhouse. West route, Li Qian's team. Stop! Li Qian, who was walking at the front, suddenly raised her hand. Her body, which had awakened its power talent, was exceptionally sensitive to the tremors of the earth. About 100 meters ahead, to the left front, there are some big guys coming, quite a few of them. All team members immediately stopped, quickly found cover, and raised their muskets. Their movements were fluid and perfectly coordinated. A few seconds later, the trees shook, and a dozen or so massive, horny, level 3 horny ramming beasts, covered in keratin and resembling bison, roared as they charged out of the forest. They had spotted the uninvited guests. Their scarlet eyes blazed with savagery, and they pawed at the ground, launching a group charge. 3 days ago, faced with such a large-scale assault, their only option would have been to immediately construct defensive positions and rely on traps and terrain to block the attack layer by layer. But now, fire 1 round, explosive rounds 3 rapid-fire rounds, a barrage of fire! At the rear of the group, a girl in charge of command calmly issued instructions. The 3 musketeers moved at the sound, without even taking precise aim, simply pointing their guns at the charging herd of beasts. Bang! 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 3 muffled rumbles sounded. 3 specially made bullets, shimmering with a red glow, whistled into the horde of beasts. The next second, boom! A violent explosion occurred. 3 blazing fireballs exploded amidst the beast horde, and the violent shockwaves, mixed with countless shrapnel torn apart by energy, swept outwards in all directions. The 5 or 6 horned ramming beasts at the forefront were blown to pieces before they could even let out a mournful cry. Their severed limbs and flesh were thrown into the air by the shockwave. The subsequent beasts were also affected by the explosion, their bodies torn to shreds, their hard keratin layer covered with cracks, and their charging formation collapsed instantly. Fire Team 2, frost bullets, free fire, clear out the remaining enemy! Bang bang bang! Several more gunshots rang out, this time firing blue bullets that carried a chilling aura. The bullets struck the struggling charging beasts precisely, bursting forth with bursts of icy cold air. Their movements abruptly halted, a thick layer of frost forming on their bodies, rendering them completely immobile. Then, it's time for the melee group to finish off the enemies. The entire battle, from engagement to its conclusion, lasted no more than 30 seconds. A group of more than a dozen level 3 savage beasts, enough to wipe out an ordinary team, were cleanly and swiftly annihilated before they could even get within 50 meters of them. Clean up the battlefield, gather materials, and keep moving! Li Qian picked up the giant axe, not even glancing at the corpse on the ground, her face full of utter indifference. Similar scenes were playing out simultaneously on the other 2 routes. East route, Lin Qingshuang's squad. Their advance speed was the fastest of the 3 routes. Lin Qingshuang's figure moved through the forest like a white phantom. Her perception was far beyond that of ordinary people, and she could always detect lurking enemies in advance. Puff! A level 2 Oni-faced flying monkey, hiding in the treetops and attempting a sneak attack, had just poked its head out when a bullet hurtling down from below blew it in the head. The one who fired the shot was Tang Rou, who was following behind Lin Qingshuang. She has now practically become Lin Qingshuang's personal sniper. Lin Qingshuang was responsible for scouting enemies and close-range elimination of high-threat targets, while Tang Rou was responsible for using her specially modified musket, which had been specially modified by Lu Zhixia and engraved with eagle eye and penetrating runes, to clear out the small fry. The 2 worked together seamlessly, achieving an astonishingly high killing efficiency. They quickly ventured 10 kilometers into the eastern sector, and arrived at a damp riverbank. Gurgle gurgle. A series of huge bubbles rose from the calm river surface. The next second, with a loud splash, a huge head covered with a dark green, rock-hard carapace suddenly emerged from underwater. That was a level 5 Xuanjia giant tortoise, over 8 meters long, with barbs growing on its shell. It was clearly disturbed by the presence of these intruders, and opened its massive beak, which was strong enough to bite through steel, letting out a deep roar. "Level 5! It's a level 5 savage beast!" a girl in the group exclaimed in surprise. "Don't panic." Lin Xingxuang's voice remained cold. "Tang Rou, switch to armor-piercing spiral rounds." "Yes." Tang Rou quickly took out a bullet with a very unique shape from her ammunition pouch. Its bullet head was not round, but rather had a menacing, drill-like spiral shape, with sharp golden runes flashing on it. She calmly loaded the gun, raised it, and aimed at the giant turtle's enormous head that was protruding from the water. Bang dash! With a deafening roar, the spiraling projectile, accompanied by a piercing shriek, left a visible white shockwave in the air and slammed into the head of the Xuanjia giant turtle. There was no explosion, and no fire. There was a loud plop. The sound was like drilling into a piece of rotten wood with an electric drill. The specially designed projectile, enhanced with both armor-piercing and spiral runes, unleashed a terrifying spinning cutting force the moment it touched the tortoise shell, instantly tearing through the hard defense that was strong enough to withstand artillery shells. The bullet pierced deep into the giant tortoise's skull, then emerged from the back of its head, carrying a large clump of red and white matter. The once invincible level 5 behemoth's roar abruptly ceased. Its massive body convulsed a few times in the river before slowly sinking, leaving behind only a large pool of rapidly spreading blood. Sold out instantly. Another clean and efficient 24-second kill. The girls, watching this scene, had gone from initial shock to becoming somewhat numb. They finally realized just how terrifying these new weapons created by Butler Lu truly were. The clearing operation is ongoing. The enemy that once required them to fight with all their might to defeat can now be defeated with just a pull of the trigger. Any savage beast that enters within a 30-kilometer radius, regardless of its level or race, will ultimately meet the same fate, being swiftly and efficiently eliminated. This vast jungle is being completely eradicated by them in an unstoppable manner, turning it into a true death zone. A massive amount of beast materials were continuously transported back to the camp. High-level animal hides, claws, tendons, and bones were so plentiful that the newly built warehouses couldn't hold them all, and they could only be piled up into small mountains on the open ground. The girls grew rapidly through repeated combat, their fighting spirit was honed to the point of steel, and they became increasingly adept at using new weapons. The class's overall strength is like a rapidly rolling snowball, growing at a terrifying pace. At dusk, Chu Yang stood on a hill to the north that he had just cleared. Beneath his feet lay the carcass of a level 6 mountain bear, a behemoth comparable in size to a small truck, half of its head now smashed open, beyond any doubt. He raised his head, his gaze passing over the endless forest and looking toward the camp. Through the communicator, he could clearly grasp the progress of the other two routes. 28 kilometers to the east. 26 kilometers to the west. The clearing operation went even more smoothly than he had anticipated. He could sense that an invisible, iron and blooded net centered on Camp A10086 was slowly unfolding, firmly taking control of this land. Something called hegemony is quietly being established. He knew that they had left all other classes in the world far, far behind. However, just as he was enjoying the sense of accomplishment of ruling the world, a cold, grand, and emotionless system notification suddenly rang out in the minds of all the surviving squad leaders around the world. World announcement: Class A10086 has been detected. Its regional dominance has exceeded the critical threshold, seriously affecting the world balance. Warning! The world-class large-scale mandatory quest, the battle for the throne, will begin in 24 hours. All surviving classes will be randomly teleported to the same continent. Kill members of other classes, plunder their resources, destroy their cores, and become the sole king. This mission has no rules, no allies, and no way out. Either ascend the throne, or they will become nothing but bones. Chapter 68 C-Rank Treasure Chest. Chapter 68 C-Rank Treasure Chest. The Battle for the Throne. Chu Yang stood atop the hill, the warm corpse of a level 6 mountain bear beneath his feet. He pondered these 5 words, his eyes deep and unfathomable. The impact of the global announcement was far more severe than any beast tide. Like an invisible hand, it dragged all the survivors from their comfortable corners and threw them into a bloody arena devoid of rules. Forced teleportation, random continents, and mutual slaughter. This is no longer about survival. This is war. My lord, the eastern route has been cleared and we have reached the 30-kilometer boundary. Team Lin is currently clearing out the last swamp crocodile's nest, which is expected to be completed in 10 minutes. Lu Jixia's calm voice came through the communicator. She had obviously also received the announcement, but her tone was completely calm, as if she were just reporting a trivial matter. The western route has also reached the border. Li Qian's voice followed, tinged with barely suppressed excitement. Damn, these bastards are so weak! Not enough! Chu Yang did not respond. He knew that the announcement had disrupted his original, gradual plan. 24 hours was too short. He had to maximize the class's advantages within this limited time. All units, after the cleanup is completed, there is no need to rush back. Chu Yang ordered into the communicator. Rest in place and maximize the collection of all high-value materials along the way. Lu Jixia, you immediately plan the most efficient resource transportation route based on the positions of the 3 teams. Clear. Furthermore, Chu Yang's gaze turned towards the camp laboratory. Notify Su Meyer to put down all her work. I need her to build something for me as quickly as possible. In the east, deep within the black swamp. Gurgle gurgle. In the center of a stinking, rotten swamp, a series of unsettlingly large bubbles rose. The air was thick with the nauseating stench of blood and decaying aquatic plants. Lin Qingshuang stood by the mud pit, dressed in white, her silver hair flowing like a waterfall, a stark contrast to the filthy environment. Her icy blue eyes were fixed on the water's surface, and the shattered star sword in her hand emanated a chilling aura. Behind her, Tang Rou knelt on the ground, her specially made sniper rifle steadily resting on a rock protruding from the mud, the eagle-eye runes engraved on the muzzle gleaming faintly. This is it. Lin Qingshuang's voice was cold. The last level 6 creature in this swamp, the swamp giant crocodile king. The words had barely left his mouth. Splash dash! The entire mud pit seemed to explode as a terrifying figure, 15 meters long and covered with thick, dark green horny scales, suddenly shot into the sky from underwater. That's not a crocodile, that's a heavy tank covered in scales. It opened its gaping maw, filled with interlocking fangs, and let out a deafening roar. A foul-smelling gust of wind swept over them, making the girls' clothes flutter wildly. Fire! Lin Qingshuang showed no emotional fluctuation whatsoever. Bang 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 bang! The musketeers, already prepared, pulled their triggers simultaneously. Several bullets imbued with frost and armor-piercing properties formed a dense barrage, slamming into the giant crocodile king's massive head and the area around its eyes. Jingle bells! A series of crisp, metallic clanging sounds rang out. Most of the bullets merely exploded against its incredibly thick, horny helmet, producing bursts of sparks and ice shards, leaving not even a trace. Only one bullet managed to graze its eyelid, drawing a bloody line. This minor injury thoroughly enraged the swamp's overlord. It suddenly swung its head, and its huge tail, like a steel whip, swept across the area with a terrifying whooshing sound as it tore through the air. Spread! Lin Qingshuang let out a delicate shout, her toes barely touching the muddy ground, and she floated backwards for more than 10 meters like a weightless feather. The other girls reacted quickly, falling to either side. Boom! As the giant tail swept across, it plowed a huge trench half a meter deep into the ground, with mud and gravel flying everywhere. Tang Rou! Lin Qingshuang's voice rang out again. Clear! Tang Rou's eyes were frighteningly calm. She didn't aim at the indestructible head, but instead locked her gaze firmly on the giant crocodile king's open maw. Between its roars, inside its mouth, there was a piece of soft, deep red flesh without any carapace protection. Opportunity is fleeting. She held her breath, and the whole world seemed to fall silent, leaving only the ever-enlarging fatal weak point in the crosshair. Now! Bang dash! A distinct, more muffled gunshot rang out. An armor-piercing spiral bullet, trailing a shrill whistle through the air, pierced the gaping maw of the giant crocodile king with unparalleled precision and utter ruthlessness at an incredibly tricky angle. Puff dash! There was no earth-shattering explosion. There was only the dull thud of a sharp blade cutting into rotten wood. The crocodile king's roar abruptly ceased. Its massive body froze abruptly in midair. The next second, a stream of dark green blood mixed with brain matter gushed out from the back of its head. The enormous body crashed heavily back into the mud, splashing up a cloud of filth. It convulsed, struggled, and then fell completely silent. Who? Tang Rou let out a long breath, her forehead already covered with fine beads of sweat. Well done. Lin Qingshuang nodded approvingly. Clean up the battlefield and search its lair as well. Don't miss anything of value. Several girls immediately stepped forward and began skillfully dissecting the giant crocodile king's carcass using specialized tools. Its shell, fangs, and tendons were all top-quality materials for crafting advanced equipment. Lin Qingshuang, leading Tang Rou, carefully entered the back of the mud pit, into a huge cave built of boulders and rotten wood, emitting a strong, fishy stench. The cave was dark and damp, and littered with the remains of wild beasts that had been gnawed on. Just as Tang Rou was illuminating the deepest part of the cave with a torch, her movements suddenly stopped. Captain Lin, look what's that! Deep within the cave, on a small hill made of various glittering ores and the bones of unknown creatures, 2 boxes sat quietly. The box was made entirely of bronze, its surface covered with ancient and intricate patterns, and it radiated a mysterious and profound luster in the firelight. Lin Qingshuang's pupils contracted slightly. She strode forward, swung her sword to cut through the bones blocking her path, and arrived at the 2 boxes. A cold system notification rang in the minds of all the girls simultaneously. 2 sea-level resource chests have been discovered. Chapter 69 upgraded to Level 4 class. Chapter 69 upgraded to Level 4 class. The entire team was silent for a moment, then burst into a thunderous cheer. Rank C! It's a Rank C treasure chest! My God! We're rich! This is the first time we've ever seen a C-grade box. A rare smile appeared on Lin Qingshuang's face. Instead of activating it herself, she immediately reported this astonishing discovery to Chu Yang via the communicator. 10 minutes later, in the center of the camp. Amidst the expectant gazes of all the girls, the 2 ancient bronze treasure chests were teleported back and quietly placed in front of Chu Yang. Everyone crowded around, even Su Meyer and Lu Zhixia, who were working frantically in the lab, temporarily stopped what they were doing and came out with curious expressions. Without wasting words, Chu Yang reached out and pressed his hand directly on the lock of the first treasure chest. Activate. Click. With a crisp click of a mechanism, the treasure chest slowly opened. There was no dazzling light, only a soft, moonlit glow flowing from the box. As the light faded, the contents of the box were revealed to everyone. It was a complex blueprint made of some kind of unknown metal foil, shimmering with a blue halo, and a pile of rare ores emitting strange energy fluctuations, a magnetic levitation core stone the size of a human head, and lightweight alloy ingots as clear as crystal. Obtain the blueprint, all-terrain off-road wagon, blue quality. Obtained, magnetic levitation core stone X2, lightweight alloy ingot X20, high-strength rubber resin X50. Wagon delivery? Li Qian scratched her head, somewhat puzzled. But the moment Lu Zhixia, who was standing next to her, saw the blueprint, her usually calm and intelligent eyes suddenly lit up, bursting with an unprecedented, almost fanatical light. She snatched the blueprints from Chu Yang's hands, her slender, white fingers trembling slightly with excitement. Husband! It's it! It's the one! Her voice trembled slightly. Transportation! Our biggest weakness is solved! She spread out the blueprints, pointed to the complex structure, and explained in a very fast voice. Look, this vehicle has an extremely high chassis, and the tires are made of specially made puncture-resistant high-strength rubber. Most importantly, its power core is a magnetic levitation engine. This means that it can ignore almost 90% of complex terrain. The 30-kilometer territory we cleared earlier may seem vast, but in reality, our control over it is limited to the area covered by foot patrols. If an emergency occurs in any area, we simply cannot deploy large numbers of troops and supplies in a short period of time. But with it, Lu Jixia's eyes gleamed with a light called wisdom, we can establish rapid transportation corridors, connecting the entire 30-kilometer territory into a single entity. Our mobility, our resource-gathering efficiency, and our strategic depth will increase by an order of magnitude. In the upcoming battle for the throne, mobility is the lifeline. After hearing her words, all the girls suddenly realized what she meant, and their gazes toward the blueprint instantly became incredibly fervent. Chu Yang nodded in satisfaction. He liked this about Lu Jixia. She could always see through the essence of things at a glance. He turned his gaze to the second treasure chest. With the surprise of the first treasure chest, everyone's anticipation for the second one reached its peak. Chu Yang reached out his hand again. Activate. This time, what burst forth from the box was a golden light 100 times more dazzling than before. The light was so intense that everyone instinctively squinted. When the golden light faded, only two things remained in the box. An ancient scroll made of the hide of some strange beast, with the character, written in gold runes on its cover, and a pile of crystals that are as dazzling as diamonds and radiate pure energy. Obtained, Class Upgrade Scroll X1. Obtained, Energy Crystals X500. Class Upgrade Scroll, a magical scroll containing the power of the world's origin, which can unconditionally upgrade a level 3 class to level 4. The entire camp fell into a deathly silence. All the girls held their breath, staring blankly at the thin scroll, their hearts pounding. Class Promotion. This is the real, all-changing strategic reward. Just what I wanted has come true. A smile finally appeared on Chu Yang's lips. Without any hesitation, he picked up the scroll. Use! The moment he gave the order, the scroll burst into flames, transforming into a pure golden torrent that shot into the sky, forming a massive, slowly rotating golden vortex above the camp. The next second, endless golden light rained down from the vortex, enveloping the entire camp and every member. A warm and powerful force surged into all the girls' bodies. They felt their limbs and bones being tempered and strengthened by this force. World announcement. Congratulations to Class A10086 for successfully advancing to Level 4. The class territory has been confirmed, with the core building being the Level 3 Miracle Wonder House. Unlock new permission, Class Territory Marking. Unlock new privilege, Basic Energy Shield, Current Energy Reserve, 5005000. Requires energy crystals to charge and maintain. Unlock new permission, Member Teleportation. Within the territory, you can use energy crystals to teleport to a fixed point, with a total of 10 times per day. A series of system notifications, like thunderclaps, exploded in everyone's minds. Chu Yang slowly raised his head and looked at the enhanced miracle house. He could sense that an invisible membrane, filled with energy fluctuations, had completely enveloped the entire 30-kilometer territory. This is the basic energy shield. On a whim, he tried using the member teleportation permission. The next second, Sue Meyer, who was standing next to him, let out a cry of surprise, and her whole body turned into a white light and disappeared from the spot in an instant. Immediately afterwards, a flash of white light appeared by the purification spring 100 meters away, and Sue Meyer's figure reappeared. Wow! I flew over here! Sue Meyer was completely bewildered, then burst into immense joy. Seeing this almost miraculous scene, all the girls were thrilled. Chu Yang then slowly closed his eyes. An unprecedented, grand, and clear blueprint slowly unfolded in his mind. The absolute core is the indestructible Wonder House. With all-terrain tractors that can ignore terrain as their lifeblood, they connect every corner of the territory. It uses an energy shield that covers the entire territory as a sturdy shell to resist all external enemies. With their elusive member teleportation as sharp fangs, They can launch rapid, devastating attacks on any point within their territory at any time. A three-dimensional, efficient, and integrated offensive and defensive war fortress is beginning to take shape. Battle for the throne. Chu Yang opened his eyes again, and in those deep eyes burned a flame called ambition. It seems this game will be more interesting than I imagine. A brand new era is about to be ushered in by his own hands. Chapter 70 General Mobilization for War. Chapter 70 General Mobilization for War. World Announcement. The battle for the throne begins. Countdown 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. The scarlet numbers, like a Damocles sword hanging overhead, tug at everyone's nerves with every fluctuation. The camp was deathly silent. The girls, who had just been immersed in the joy of the harvest, turned deathly pale in an instant. 1 second they were wealthy landowners with 30 kilometers of territory and endless resources, and the next they were about to be thrown into a strange meat grinder to fight against the tens of thousands of lunatics left in the world. Such a huge gap is enough to shatter a fragile psychological defense. What's the panic? A steady voice, not loud, but like a stabilizing force, pierced everyone's heart. Chu Yang stood atop the high stone steps of the miracle house, his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze sweeping over the panicked faces below. His expression remained completely calm, as if he had long anticipated this day. This is not a disaster. Chu Yang slowly walked down the steps, his military boots making a dull, rhythmic sound on the stone slabs. This is a coronation ceremony. What's the point of ruling in the deep mountains and forests? Only by stepping on the corpses of the world's strongest can one become a true king. He stopped at the very front of the group, his gaze sharp as lightning. Tell me, are those black iron firecrackers you're carrying just sticks? Are your rune armors made of paper? No! Li Qian was the first to shout, her neck veins bulging. Then go prepare. Chu Yang's voice suddenly turned cold. Since the rule is killing, then we will be the only butcher. The panic that had been hanging in the air was shattered by those words, replaced by an almost fanatical fighting spirit. The girls gripped their weapons tightly, the confusion in their eyes vanished, leaving only a wolf-like ferocity. Smack! A crisp snap of the fingers. Lu Jixia had already stood in the center of the square at some point. She pushed up her frameless glasses, and her aura of absolute rationality instantly enveloped the entire area. As she moved her finger, the crystal projection device on the roof of Miao Miao's house activated. A huge holographic stand table appeared in midair, next to a countdown timer accurate to the minute, and a densely packed list of tasks. Time is of the essence, so let's cut to the chase. Lu Jixia's voice was as cold as a sophisticated computer. According to my husband's strategic intentions, we need to arm the camp into a mobile war fortress within the next 24 hours. She pointed her pointer in the air to the first line of the task list. Sumeyer, engineering team. Exist. Your task is the most demanding. I don't just need 5 vehicles. I need you to build at least 10 all-terrain off-road tractor trucks within 24 hours, using all the black iron and alloys in the warehouse. I need to ensure that our team can maintain high-speed mobility in any terrain. Can you do that? Sumeyer was stunned for a moment, then her peach blossom eyes flashed with amazing light. She licked her lips. As long as there are enough materials, I can build you not just 10, but 20. The materials are supplied in unlimited quantities, Chu Yang added from the side. Tang Ro. Lu Jixia turned to the other side. Arrive! Take your musketeer squad and switch them to the defense deployment group. I'll grant you the highest level of member teleportation privileges. Lu Jixia pointed to several flashing red dots on the sand table. Use teleportation to nail our stockpiled rune arrow towers to every strategic high point in the territory, like nails. I want to turn this 30-kilometer stretch into a hedgehog. Sumeyu. The petite figure immediately stepped forward, her small face full of seriousness. Logistics is your responsibility. Don't skimp on the purification spring, use it all to accelerate the growth of fast-growing crops. Fill the warehouses and everyone's backpacks. When we get to that godforsaken place, I don't want to hear anyone complaining of hunger. Lin Qingshuang, Li Qian. Both generals stepped forward simultaneously. You guys lead the team to clear out those level 5 nests that we haven't had a chance to touch yet. Dig out every usable material inside, don't miss a single bone or tooth. Each instruction was clearly organized and interconnected. The entire camp was like a rusty machine that had been relubricated and started running like crazy. My husband, there is one last thing. Lu Zhixia turned around and looked at Chu Yang. Chu Yang nodded, and 500 energy crystals radiating brilliant light appeared out of thin air in his hand. This was all their savings from this period of time, a huge sum of money that would make any class envious. But he didn't hesitate at all, and flipped his hand over. Buzz dash. 500 crystals transformed into a stream of light and disappeared into the core control center of the wonderful house. The next second, the earth trembled slightly. A pale golden light curtain rapidly expanded outwards from the magic house. It passed through the forest, crossed the river, and finally converged at the 30-kilometer boundary, forming a huge, semi-transparent hemispherical shield that completely enveloped the entire territory. Basic energy shield, fully activated. Looking at the light screen above their heads, which was filled with flowing golden runes, everyone felt an unprecedented sense of security. This thing is a money-devouring beast. Lu Zhixia watched as the energy bar visibly decreased and calmly poured cold water on the situation. At the current rate of consumption, our reserves will only last for 3 days. She turned around and looked at everyone. So, once we arrive in the new world, our only way out is to plunder. Steal their crystals, steal their resources, to sustain our survival. Do you understand? Clear! 50 girls roared in unison, their voices shattering the clouds. The camp was in complete jubilation. Su Meyer led her people into the laboratory, and soon the clanging of metalworking echoed from within. Tang Rou's figure flickered continuously in the white light, each disappearance illuminating a defensive tower on the map. Su Muyu led her people sprinting through the fields, showering the earth with green life energy as if it were free. Chu Yang stood in the command room, where countless dots of light moved across the map in front of him. Butler Lu. Exist. Design a standardized resource loot container. Chu Yang looked at the map and tapped his fingers lightly on the table. We need to be able to kill, pack up, and leave in no more than 5 minutes. Those scattered loots are too time-consuming. I need a container that can wipe out the enemy's entire warehouse in one go. Lu Zhixia's eyes lit up. Great idea. I can try a basic application of space folding technology. Night falls. The once pitch-black jungle was now illuminated as brightly as day by the lights of Camp A10086. The laboratory doors swung open, and the first deep, powerful roar of an engine, like the howl of a wild beast, shattered the stillness of the night. Chu Yang stood by the window, watching the steel monster slowly drive out, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. War? No, this is a hunt. And they are the only hunters. Chapter 71 Su Meyer, the Infrastructure Maniac. Chapter 71 Su Meyer, the Infrastructure Maniac. The laboratory was sweltering, filled with the acrid smell of burnt metal and the fragrance of machine oil. Su Meyer clutched the blueprints for the all-terrain off-road truck in her hand, her entire being in a state of extreme, frenzied excitement. Her once meticulously styled long, wavy hair was now casually tied back with a beast's sinew, a few strands sticking to her slender neck with sweat, swinging back and forth with her movements. Hurry, hurry, hurry! Bring that black iron plate over here! Don't dawdle! She stood barefoot on a huge workbench, holding a carving knife, and was making the final micro-carvings on a core component. Before her, a massive amount of supplies were being delivered like a flowing river. Chu Yang granted her the highest level of access to the warehouse. The black iron, high-strength alloys, and rare animal bones that were usually considered treasures were now piled on the ground like cabbages, allowing her to squander them at will. This is simply heaven! Su Meyer muttered to herself, but her hands moved so fast that only afterimages could be seen. She pushed her B-grade talent, divine craftsmanship, to its limit. The hard black iron in her hands seemed to turn into soft dough, automatically stretching, bending, and hardening as golden light flowed from her fingertips. Precision parts that would normally require several hours of machining on a CNC machine tool can be formed in just a few minutes in her hands. Group 1, responsible for pouring the chassis. Group 2, assembling the power core. Group 3, weld the armor plates shut. Sumair commanded the dozen or so girls in the engineering team like a tyrant. This is no longer handcrafted, it's mass-produced. 6 hours later. Buzz dash. A deep hum sound rang out. It was the sound of the magnetic levitation engine starting up, sounding like a giant beast breathing softly. The first all-terrain off-road cargo trucks slowly floated up, about 30 centimeters off the ground, under everyone's watchful eyes. It was entirely black, its body covered in thick black iron armor, and its front was fitted with menacing rams, forged from the fangs of a level 5 deep swamp crocodile. The 8 wide, specially designed tires, though not touching the ground, were a backup plan in case the magnetic levitation failed. The entire vehicle looks like a crouching steel behemoth, full of violent aesthetics. Li Qian! Where have you been? Get over here and test drive the car! Sumair wiped the oil off her face and yelled at the door. They're here! They're here! Li Qian rushed in like a gust of wind, and her eyes nearly popped out of their sockets the moment she saw the car. What? That's so cool! Without a word, she jumped into the cockpit. There was no steering wheel. Instead, there were 2 lever-like devices. Hold on tight! Li Qian pushed the control lever, and the truck shot off with a whoosh, its speed astonishing. The test track outside the camp was a rocky wasteland, where one would normally have to be careful not to twist an ankle. But at this moment, this steel monster moved as if it were flat ground. When it encountered a boulder, it simply hovered over it. When it encountered a mud pit, it used full power to forcefully crush it. Bang! Overly excited, Li Qian drove her car straight into a tree that was so thick it would take 2 people to hug it. With a loud crack, the tree was snapped in half, while the alligator fawn-shaped horn on the front of the car didn't even lose a single piece of paint. Awesome! This is so awesome! Li Qian yelled into the communicator. This thing is even more exciting than chopping people up. Sumair stood at the laboratory entrance, watching the dust rising in the distance. She nodded in satisfaction, then frowned. The suspension is a bit stiff, and the steering isn't sensitive enough. It needs to be modified. She turned and rushed into the lab. Don't just stand there. Did you all write down the questions from earlier? The second batch is starting right away. I need 10. 10! The girls in the engineering team were infected by her enthusiasm, and they were all as energetic as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Production efficiency is constantly increasing. Lu Jixia wasn't idle either. Holding a tablet, she quickly adjusted the transportation routes within her territory based on the actual measurement data from the trucks. A speed of 80 kilometers per hour and a load capacity of 5 tons means that our supply lines can be extended 3 times. Lu Jixia pushed up his glasses and drew several new red lines on the map. We can change the original single-point defense into mobile outposts. These vehicles are mobile arsenals. It's late at night. Chu Yang carried a food box into the laboratory. The temperature inside was frighteningly high. Sumair was hunched over a power core, adjusting the wiring. Her light purple silk nightgown was soaked with sweat, clinging tightly to her body and outlining her breathtaking curves. Her face and arms were covered in black oil stains, making her look like a dirty little kitten. Take a break. Chu Yang walked over and pressed a glass of chilled purified spring water against her burning cheeks. Sumair was startled by the cold, turned her head and saw that it was Chu Yang. Her tyrannical look vanished instantly, her mouth pursed, and she limply clung to Chu Yang. My husband is working himself to death. She didn't care whether the oil stains on her body would get Chu Yang's clothes dirty, and she rubbed against him like a puppy, saying, My hands are so sore, my back is so sore, and I have to use my brain. I feel like my brain is about to boil. Chu Yang watched her act coquettishly, amused. He reached out and wiped the grease off the tip of her nose, then stuffed a fragrant piece of roasted meat into her mouth. Eat something. While chewing on meat, Sue Meyer mumbled her conditions. After this battle, you have to give me a break. I want to sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. Also, I want to eat cake. A really, really big cake that's all cream. Okay, whatever you say. Chu Yang rubbed her head, a hint of heartache flashing in his eyes. This woman, who usually loves beauty and is very delicate, has transformed herself into this state for his ambition. Having received the promise, Sue Meyer instantly revived. She swallowed the last bite of meat, jumped out of Chu Yang's arms, and gave his handsome face a hard kiss, leaving a dark lip print. Watch closely, my husband, I'm going to perform a magic trick for you. There are only 10 hours left in the countdown. When the first rays of sunlight shone on the camp square in the early morning, everyone was so stunned by the sight before them that they were speechless. 10 vehicles. 10 all-terrain off-road cargo trucks were lined up in a row, quietly parked in the morning light. They were no longer the jet-black vehicles they came from, but had been painted with dark red camouflage by Sue Meyer, who had a wicked sense of humor, making them look like a group of steel beasts that had just crawled out of a pool of blood. Each vehicle was equipped with firing ports for heavy crossbows and runic muskets, and the cargo compartments were piled high with ammunition and supplies. This is a torrent of steel capable of crushing any obstacle. Sue Meyer stood with her hands on her hips in front of the convoy, her pretty face, though tired, radiant with pride. She looked at Chu Yang, her chin slightly raised, like a little girl waiting for praise, or a master who had just completed a masterpiece. How about it, my husband? She smiled, her eyes crinkling. This is the iron hoof we're going to crush that new world. Chapter 72 The Fountain of Life and the Shinong Maiden. Chapter 72 The Fountain of Life and the Shinong Maiden. Countdown 20 hours. The lobby on the first floor of the Miracle House has been transformed into a temporary combat command center. A huge holographic sand table floats in the center, not only marking the terrain, but also densely displaying the reserve red lines for various resources. Lu Jixia held a pointer in her hand and tapped a red number on the edge of the sand table. The crisp sound was particularly jarring in the quiet hall. My lord, there is still a fatal problem. She pushed up her frameless glasses, the glare from the lenses obscuring her eyes but not the sternness in her voice. That is, eating. Our current food reserves consist entirely of the meat of the wild beasts we've hunted in the past few days. Although the quantity is large, this stuff is difficult to preserve and has a limited energy structure. Once we enter that damned battle for the throne, we may face a protracted war that could last for weeks or even months. If you only eat meat, you'll become useless. We need carbohydrates, we need vegetables, and we need a sustainable and stable agricultural cycle system. Chu Yang frowned slightly as he looked at the shocking deficit. Indeed, we've been on a killing spree these past few days, focused solely on acquiring equipment and materials, neglecting the most basic survival needs. Come with me. Chu Yang turned and walked out of the wonderful house, heading straight for the purification spring on the side of the camp. That place was originally a patch of black earth scorched by war. But strange things started happening after the purification spring was built. Just a day and a night later, a ring of unidentified wild grass, about half a person's height, sprouted around the ancient bluestone well. It was so green and glossy, with leaves so thick they looked like they were about to drip water, standing out starkly in this wasteland world filled with radiation and pollution. The plants here are growing too fast. Chu Yang squatted down, picked up a bit of damp soil, and smelled it. It doesn't have the sulphurous smell typical of wastelands, but rather a rich, almost overwhelming fragrance of life. Sumuyu! Yes, my husband! The little girl, who was changing the dressings of the wounded not far away, heard the call and ran over, lifting her skirt. She was wearing a slightly oversized white nurse's uniform and a crooked first aid cap, and she ran like a frightened little rabbit. Besides healing people, can your current healing energy heal anything else? Chu Yang pointed to the wild grass on the ground. Sumuyu blinked her big eyes, looking somewhat bewildered. I've never tried it before. Give it a try. Chu Yang took out a handful of hybrid wheat seeds from a previous treasure chest that he hadn't had time to use, and stuffed them into her hand. Plant them right here, water them with well water, and then use your energy to heal them, Although Sumuyu didn't understand why she had to do this, her husband's words were like a royal decree. She knelt obediently on the muddy ground by the well, ignoring the dirt staining her white stockings. She dug a few small holes with her fingers, planted the seeds in them, then picked up the water-drawing pole, scooped up a ladle of clear, sweet spring water, and carefully poured it over them. Then, she closed her eyes and gently pressed her hands on the damp soil. Buzz dash! A soft, vibrant pale green halo emanated from her palm and slowly seeped into the ground. The next second, a miracle happened. Click, click! The subtle sound of the soil turning over was particularly clear on this quiet morning. A tender green bud, as if pressed on fast forward, broke through the soil. It sprouts, grows leaves, and grows taller at a speed visible to the naked eye. 1 centimeter, 5 centimeters, 10 centimeters. In the blink of an eye, a lush green wheat seedling had grown to Sumuyu's knee height. Ah! Sumuyu was startled and sat down on the ground with her mouth agape in an O shape. But that's not all. After absorbing Sumuyu's energy, the wheat seedling seemed to undergo some kind of mutation. Its stem became as translucent as jade, and its leaves shimmered with a faint golden light. Keep going. Chu Yang's eyes lit up, his voice filled with barely suppressed excitement. Don't stop, fill it up with energy. Sumuyu bit her lip and got up again. This time, she was no longer afraid, but instead mobilized all her primal power and poured it into the wheat seedling without reservation. A brilliant burst of green light. That wheat seedling seemed to have taken a stimulant, growing wildly. Heading, grain filling, ripening. In just 5 minutes. On the once barren muddy ground stood a strange plant, half a person's height, golden in color, with ears of wheat as large as corn cobs. A rich aroma of wheat instantly filled the entire camp. Lu Jixia, who had rushed over, picked a grain of wheat, put it in her mouth, and chewed it. It's extremely high in sugar, and its starch content is 10 times that of ordinary wheat. Moreover, she swallowed, feeling a warm current rising in her stomach, her eyes gleaming with ecstatic joy. It contains trace amounts of life-restoring energy. This 1 grain of wheat is equivalent to a bowl of rice. A miracle! This is a miracle! The girls watching from the surrounding area were stunned. In this apocalyptic world, for a seed to grow into food, it needs to endure numerous trials such as acid rain, radiation, and pests, a process that can take several months. And now 5 minutes? Chu Yang looked at the golden wheat stalk, then at Sumuyu, who was covered in sweat but looked excited, and a smile appeared on his lips. He struck gold. This little girl, who usually just cries and hides in the back healing, is the true strategic nuclear weapon of this camp. From today onwards, Sumuyu, you are the Chief Agriculture Officer of Camp A10086. Chu Yang's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. I don't just want this one plant. I want this entire land, turned into granaries. Can you do that? Sumuyu's face flushed red with excitement. Watching Sister Qinxuan fight enemies, Sister Mare build cars, and Sister Jixia give orders, she always felt like a burden. But now, she is needed. Moreover, he was entrusted with an important task. Yes. Muyu can definitely do it, she shouted, clenching her little fist. Su Meyer! Chu Yang turned around and called out. Here it comes! Covered in oil stains, Su Meyer poked her head out of the laboratory, holding a wrench in her hand. Stop building cars, get me an automatic irrigation system first. Drain the water from the purifying spring to all the open spaces around here. I want the warehouse full before we set off. All right. Just you wait and see. Over the next few hours, an extremely bizarre and spectacular scene unfolded in the camp. Su Meyer, leading her engineering team, laid pipes made of black iron all over the open space beside the camp, like laying blood vessels. The sprinklers rotated, and the spring water, containing life energy, turned into a misty rain, sprinkling the earth. Sumuyu, on the other hand, was like a happy little elf, darting between the ridges of the fields. Wherever she went, a green light shimmered. The seeds that had just been sown seemed to have heard the queen's call, and they rushed out of the soil and grew wildly. She even started trying to improve the breed. This tomato is growing too slowly, let's give it some energy. This potato is too small, let's make it a bit tougher. Under her innate talent, the plants completely defied the laws of nature. Tomatoes grew as big as watermelons, and potatoes were the size of wash basins, with translucent flesh and an enticing aroma when cut open. She named the golden wheat, golden wheat. One crop ripens every day, resulting in explosive production. As the sun sets, the once barren land has transformed into a golden sea. A gentle breeze blows, and the heavy ears of wheat collide with each other, making a rustling sound, the most beautiful music in the world. Harvest! At a command, dozens of girls rushed into the wheat field. The sickle is swung, and the wheat waves roll. Watching the mountains of grain being transported into the warehouse, and seeing the once empty storage compartments being filled, everyone's face was filled with a silly smile called happiness. In these end times, having food in hand means you won't panic. This sense of security is more real than 100 guns. Late at night. Beside the wheat field. Sungmuyu was exhausted. She lay sprawled on a newly piled haystack, her white nurse's uniform now covered in mud, and her face a mess of grime. But a sweet smile still lingered on her lips, and she clutched a handful of golden wheat tightly in her hand before falling into a deep sleep. Chu Yang walked over gently, looking at the little girl who had given her all for everyone. The moonlight shone on her dirty little face, giving her a holy glow. At this moment, she was no longer the timid assistant, but the goddess who controlled the harvest. Chu Yang took off his black trench coat and gently draped it over her. Seemingly sensing the familiar warmth and presence, Sungmuyu murmured in her sleep, snuggled into her clothes like a kitten, rubbed her cheek against Chu Yang's collar, and revealed a satisfied smile. Husband, everyone has food to eat. Chu Yang's heart was deeply touched at that moment. He reached out and gently pinched her little nose. Sleep well, Shannon girl. With this full granary of grain, I'm confident I can fight anyone to the bitter end. Chapter 73: A Forest of Arrow Towers. A Three-Dimensional Defense Network. Chapter 73: Arrow Towers Everywhere. Countdown to the Three-Dimensional Defense Network, 10 hours. With the food crisis resolved, warehouses were filled with high-energy compressed military rations and fresh fruits and vegetables. But that's not enough. Chu Yang stood on the rooftop terrace of the Miracle House, his gaze sweeping over the bustling campsite and landing at the edge of the dark, deep jungle. 30 kilometers. This is a huge strategic depth, but also a huge defensive black hole. If this loophole isn't sealed off, once the throne battle begins and other classes are teleported over, this place will become a public toilet that anyone can freely enter and exit. Lu Jixia, how's your hedgehog plan coming along? Chu Yang asked coldly into the communicator. Reporting to my husband, all the core components have been prefabricated. Lu Jixia's voice came through the earphone, accompanied by the noisy clanging of metal in the background. That woman Su Meyer is simply insane. She compressed the rune core that originally took 3 days to make into 3 hours. Now we have 100 sets of ready-made rune arrow tower components. Very good. Chu Yang turned around and strode down the stairs. On the square, 10 all-terrain off-road cargo trucks, freshly painted in dark red camouflage, were ready to go. They are no longer simple means of transportation. The carriages are filled with heavy metal components and energy cores that shimmer with blue light. Tang Ro wore a tight-fitting leather combat suit that accentuated her tall and aloof figure. She stood in front of the convoy, carrying a massive sniper rifle on her back, like a drawn sword. Behind her were 20 carefully selected musketeer team members, each of whom had undergone rigorous engineering and construction training. Are you clear on the mission? Chu Yang walked up to Tang Ro, his eyes blazing. Clear! Tang Ro snapped to attention and saluted, her voice crisp and clear. Using the leapfrog tactic of teleportation construction relocation, drive 100 nails along the 30-kilometer border and at strategic high points within. Turn this land into a no-man's land. Action! At Chu Yang's command, Tang Ro turned and jumped into the passenger seat of the first car. Start the engines. Destination, Hill A1. Buzz dash. The magnetic levitation engine emitted a deep roar, and 10 steel monsters rose into the air. Immediately afterwards, Chu Yang waved his hand and activated the core privilege of a Level 4 class member teleportation. Swish! 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 10 blinding white lights shot into the sky. The next second, the convoy that was originally parked in the square vanished into thin air. 30 kilometers away, at the edge of a precipitous cliff. Space distorted, and a flash of white light appeared. 10 off-road vehicles, fully loaded with goods, landed steadily on the rocks as if by divine intervention. Hurry! Unload! Group 1, take care of the foundation. Group 2, take care of the tower body. Group 3, adjust the runes. Tang Rou jumped out of the car and gave loud instructions. This isn't building a house, it's assembling building blocks. With Su Meyer's masterful craftsmanship, all the aero tower components adopted a modular design, with snap-fit fasteners and bolts tightening to ensure a perfect fit. Snap! Snap! The sound of metal meshing was exceptionally clear in the quiet night. Less than 15 minutes. A black aero tower, 15 meters high, made entirely of black iron and engraved with intricate runes, stands atop the cliff. At its top is a huge crossbow that can rotate 360 degrees, loaded with specially made armor-piercing bolts as thick as an arm. In the middle of the tower, there is a crystal that emits a faint blue light that is the simple intelligent target acquisition core designed by Lu Jixia. Calibrate! Tang Rou picked up her sniper rifle and looked through the scope at a dead tree a kilometer away. She pressed the remote control in her hand. Buzz dash. The crossbow at the top of the aero tower spun instantly, locking onto the dead tree. Whoosh dash! A sharp, piercing sound rang out. The crossbow bolt, as thick as an arm, trailed a blue energy flame and instantly traversed a kilometer. Boom! That dead tree, which was as thick as 2 people could hug, was blown into pieces, flying everywhere. Its power is comparable to that of a howitzer. Great stuff! A glint of fervor flashed in Tang Rou's eyes. With this, anyone who dares to show their face will be instantly killed. Transition! Next location! Without any pause, the convoy started again. A flash of white light, and they vanished from the spot, leaving only the cold, steel behemoth, like a silent demon, gazing down at the jungle below. This night is destined to be sleepless. On the large screen in the command center, the originally black map began to light up with green dots. Each point of light represents a newly completed rune arrow tower. Their distribution is very deliberate. Some guard the entrance to the canyon, some occupy high ground with a wide view, and some are hidden in the dense canopy. Their firing ranges overlap, leaving no blind spots. This is a net. A net woven from steel, runes, and killing intent. Countdown 1 hour. The 100th point of light illuminates the last piece of the map puzzle. Reporting to my husband. Project Hedgehog is complete. Through the communicator, Tang Rou's slightly hoarse but excited voice came through. 100 arrow towers, all online. 30 kilometers of territory, no blind spots. Chu Yang looked at the dense green dots on the screen, as if he were looking at his own chessboard. He slowly raised his hand and pressed the red master switch on the control panel. Activate the entire system. Boom dash! In an instant, within a 30-kilometer radius, 100 blue beams of light shot into the sky simultaneously. The powerful energy fluctuations intertwined and connected in the air, forming a faint blue light curtain that complemented the previous golden shield. That was a declaration of absolute power. That is inviolable sovereignty. If any other survivors were to pass by at this moment, they would surely be so terrified they would wet their pants. This is hardly a survival camp anymore. This is clearly a military fortress armed to the teeth. As Chu Yang stepped out of the Miao Miao house, looking at the arrow towers gleaming coldly in the morning light in the distance, an unprecedented surge of heroic spirit welled up in his heart. Su Muyu solved the problem of food, Su Meyer solved the problem of carts, Tang Rou solved the problem of defense, Lu Jixia solved the problem of strategy, and Lin Qingshuang solved the problem of offense. And he will lead this invincible legion to conquer that so-called throne. Bite! The final countdown ended. That grand, cold, and emotionless world announcement once again resounded in everyone's minds. The battle for the throne has officially begun. Teleportation begins. Target area, Purgatory Islands. Purgatory? A cruel smile curled at the corner of Chu Yang's lips. He reached for the long sword at his waist, glanced back at the 50 girls behind him, who were fully armed and had fanatical eyes. Girls, go tell that world. We are Purgatory. Chapter 74 for Stronger Runes. Hunting Level 7 Savage Beasts. Chapter 74 for Stronger Runes. Hunting Level 7 Savage Beasts. Countdown 12 hours. Inside the camp command room, the air was so stuffy it felt like you could wring water out of it. Lu Jixia stood before the holographic sand table, her pointer pointing to a mountain range marked in red. Her usually calm and composed face was now filled with seriousness. Her eyes, behind her glasses, quickly swept over everyone present, finally settling on Chu Yang. My lord, our current firepower coverage is indeed terrifying. Nothing grows within 30 kilometers. But, she paused, her tone becoming more serious. We are lacking one thing in the face of the upcoming battle for the throne, a decisive single-target burst. Although the Xian Tai firearm has been enchanted, it is only effective against low to mid-level beast packs. If we encounter a lord-level creature with abnormally high defense, or a survivor with similarly advanced defensive capabilities, our attacks will likely be ineffective. She pulled up a set of data and pointed to the winding energy curve on the screen. We need a higher-level rune core. The current level 3 and 4 crystal cores are simply not capable of supporting rule patterns of the level of thunder and destruction. To gain a foothold in that purgatory, we need a level 7 or higher thunder attribute crystal core as the core energy source for the Thor's hammer cannon. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes as he looked at the red dot on the map. That place is a sheer mountain range in the northern part of the territory, shrouded in mist and clouds all year round, with thunder rumbling around it. According to previous reconnaissance, a level 7 Thunderwing Wyvern, the true overlord of this area, is entrenched there. Then go get it. Chu Yang stood up from his chair, straightened his black combat trench coat, and said in a calm voice as if he were talking about going to the market to buy groceries. Since we're short of them, let's borrow one from that big guy. Lin Qingshuang, Li Qian, Tang Rou stepped forward. Here. The 3 beautiful figures stepped forward in unison. Lin Qingshuang, dressed in a snow-white outfit and carrying the shattered star longsword, was as aloof as the moon. Li Qian wore heavy Xian iron armor and carried a giant axe, looking like a female war goddess. Tang Rou, on the other hand, wore a tight leather outfit that accentuated her voluptuous figure, and carried a specially made sniper rifle in her hand. Take the first elite squad and depart in 10 minutes, Chu Yang ordered. This time, I will lead the team myself. Lu Jixia pushed up her glasses and, as if prepared, opened the weapon case next to her. This is equipment I specially made for this operation. She took out a bundle of crossbow bolts, each as thick as an arm, completely black, with bizarrely hooked arrowheads and high-strength alloy chains attached to the ends. Anti-air restraint crossbow bolts, the arrowheads coated with paralyzing toxins, and the chains can withstand a pulling force of 10 tons. As long as it hits its wing, it can be pulled down from the sky. Then, she pointed to several sets of armor with a grayish-white surface coating. Insulating armor. I mixed a lot of insulating rubber and lightning-resistant materials into the black iron. Although it cannot completely protect you, it can at least ensure that you will not be instantly turned into charcoal under its lightning strike. Thanks, strategist. Li Qian grinned, grabbing the heavy armor as easily as if it were an ordinary vest. 10 minutes later. The roar shattered the tranquility of the jungle. 3 all-terrain off-road cargo trucks, modified by Sue Meyer, sped off towards the northern mountains like a black lightning bolt. The wheels rolled over the gravel, the suspension system worked frantically, yet the car remained as stable as a rock. The closer you get to the northern mountains, the stronger the static electricity in the air becomes. Your hair stands on end involuntarily, and you can feel a slight tingling sensation on your skin. In the sky, dark clouds loom overhead, and purple lightning bolts streak through the clouds, emitting a chilling roar. Arrive. Chu Yang signaled for the car to stop. Ahead lay a sheer cliff, 1,000 meters high. At the top of the cliff was a massive nest, the surrounding rocks charred black by lightning, giving them an eerie, glassy appearance. Proceed according to plan. Chu Yang's voice came through the communication channel. Li Qian, go knock on the door. Okay. Li Qian jumped out of the car, stretched her neck, and made a series of cracking sounds. Carrying the massive axe that would drive an ordinary person to despair, she strode down the cliff. She took a deep breath, her muscles tensing, and her specially made insulating armor bulged out of place. Hey! You long snake up there! Get down here for your grandma! With a roar, she swung her giant axe and smashed it hard against a boulder the size of a truck next to her. Boom! The boulder was smashed to pieces by this terrifying force, and countless fragments of rock flew into the nest in the air like cannonballs. Roar dash! A dragon's roar, filled with savagery and majesty, instantly resounded throughout the heavens and earth. The clouds churned, and a massive black shadow, accompanied by a sky full of lightning, shot into the sky from the lair. What a monster it was! With a wingspan exceeding 30 meters, its entire body was covered in purplish gold scales, each crackling with electric arcs. With each flap of its massive wings, a howling wind swept through, whipping up sand and stones. Its pair of scarlet, vertical pupils stared intently at the ants below, filled with a furious rage at being offended. Level 7 Savage Beast, Thunderwing Wyvern. Sizzle dash. It opened its massive maw, filled with fangs, and a thick pillar of purple lightning, carrying an aura of world-destroying destruction, struck down towards Li Qian. Good timing! Instead of retreating, Li Qian advanced, slamming her giant axe into the ground. She raised her specially made tower shield with her left hand, crouching behind it, and forcefully pushed forward. Boom! The lightning bolt struck the shield, unleashing a blinding burst of light. The earth cracked and the soil turned black. Li Qian felt as if she had been hit head-on by a high-speed train. Her internal organs were churning. The violent current was transmitted through the shield, and even with the insulating armor, half of her body still felt numb. Cough cough, that's really powerful! As the smoke cleared, Li Qian remained standing in the same spot. Although a trace of blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, her eyes shone with an alarming light. Everyone, haven't you eaten? The dragon was completely enraged. It flapped its wings, preparing to swoop down and tear this ignorant insect to shreds. In that very instant, Tang Ro, who had been lying in ambush in a crevice in the rocks 500 meters away, held her breath. In her world, all that remained was the rapidly moving joint in the scope. Wind speed, humidity, lightning interference, all the data instantly formed in her mind. She pulled the trigger. Bang! A muffled gunshot rang out. A specially made bullet, engraved with complex black runes, pierced the sky. Gravity rune bullet. The bullet struck the dragon's left wing joint with pinpoint accuracy. There was no explosion, no blood. But at the moment of impact, a terrifying gravitational field suddenly erupted. Filong felt as if a huge mountain had suddenly been hoisted onto his left wing. His originally smooth flight suddenly came to a halt, and his body involuntarily tilted to the left, revealing a huge opening. Now! Lin Qingxuang! A white figure, using the protrusions of the mountain wall, leaped high like a nimble cat. Lin Qingxuang's shattered star longsword was already poised to strike. Blue frost power had condensed to its maximum on the sword, freezing the surrounding air into frost. Ice Dragon Skybreaker! She let out a delicate shout and swung her longsword. A 10-meter-long, icy blue sword aura slashed fiercely into the dragon's unbalanced abdomen. Snap! The hard purple-gold scales were cracked by the extreme cold, then torn apart by the sword energy, bringing out a spray of scalding hot dragon blood. Roar! The dragon let out a painful roar. It flapped its wings wildly, unleashing indiscriminate lightning strikes around its body. Boom, 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 boom! Within a radius of 100 meters, it instantly transformed into a thunderous inferno. Despite the elite squad members' desperate attempts to raise their shields to defend themselves, they still appeared to be in grave danger in the face of this level of area of effect attack. Damn it! This guy's going to fight to the death! Li Qian wiped the blood from her face, gritting her teeth. The dragon circled in the air, seemingly realizing that these ants were not to be trifled with, and prepared to increase its altitude and use long-range lightning breath to kite the enemy. Once it creates distance, the ground team will be helpless. Trying to run? Chu Yang, who had been standing on the edge of the battlefield without ever making a move, slowly raised his head. His gaze had already locked onto the slightly darker, reverse-growing scale on the dragon's neck. That's the legendary, reverse scale. It is also the most fatal weakness of dragon-like creatures, and at the same time, the location of their energy core. Teleport. Chu Yang silently recited in his heart. Level 4 class permission member teleportation activated. Whoosh! His figure vanished into thin air. The next second. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, on the broad, plaza-like back of the thunder-winged dragon, a white light suddenly shone. Chu Yang's figure appeared steadily there. The wind was like a knife, and the lightning like a prison. But he was like a nail, firmly nailed to the dragon's back. The dragon sensed something amiss on its back and rolled over in terror, trying to shake off the dreadful intruder. It's too late. Golden light shone brightly in Chu Yang's hand. He mobilized the original power of his SSS-level talent, which allowed it to branch out and flourish, without reservation. A spear formed from pure golden energy appeared in his palm. The spear emanated a power of rules even more dazzling than lightning. He gripped the gun with both hands, raised it high, aimed at that inviolable target, and with all his might, stabbed it down fiercely. Die! Dash! The golden spear, without any resistance, pierced straight through the incredibly hard reverse scale, deeply embedded itself in the dragon's spine, and reached the pulsating lightning core. A woo! A heart-wrenching, extremely mournful cry echoed through the sky. The dragon's body convulsed violently, and the raging lightning energy within it went out of control and began to backfire wildly. Its massive body froze in midair for a moment, then, like an out-of-control bomber, plummeted heavily from 1,000 meters in the air, accompanied by billowing smoke and lightning. Boom! The earth trembled violently, and dust flew everywhere. A huge crater appeared on the ground. The smoke and dust cleared. The once invincible thunder-winged dragon now lay limp at the bottom of the pit, barely breathing. And on that enormous dragon head, Chu Yang held the still dissipating golden energy gun in one hand, his posture upright, like a god slaying a dragon. He looked down at the giant beast beneath his feet, his eyes cold. Level 7 Crystal Core acquired. Chapter 75 Sumuyu's Determination. Chapter 75 Sumuyu's Determination. The joy of victory did not last long. When the dragon-slaying team returned to camp with the purple crystal core, which was the size of a basketball and still crackling, the atmosphere wasn't as enthusiastic as they had expected. A suppressed sob could be heard coming from the medical room. Chu Yang walked into the room filled with the smell of disinfectant and blood, his brows furrowing instantly. Lying on the hospital bed is a girl from an elite squad. Her name is Shirya, a cheerful girl who is also Tang Rou's second-in-command in the musketeer team. But at this moment, half of her body was a shockingly charred black. It was in the final moments of the battle when, to cover a comrade who had been hit by falling rocks, she had used her body to block an arc of lightning that a flying dragon unleashed before its death. Despite wearing insulating armor, the dying counterattack of a level 7 savage beast is incredibly powerful. The raging lightning energy, like a persistent, insidious disease, continued to ravage her body, relentlessly destroying her life force. Her breathing was so weak it was almost imperceptible, and her once delicate face was now as pale as paper, contorted in agony. How are you? Chu Yang walked to the bedside, his voice low. Sumuyu was kneeling at the head of the bed, her hands pressed against Shirya's chest, a soft green light enveloping the wound. But when the green light came into contact with the pulsating purple arc of electricity at the wound, it was like water droplets falling into boiling oil, making a sizzling sound, and was instantly evaporated. Sumuyu raised her head, and her usually big, watery eyes were now bloodshot, with tears welling up in them. "No, my husband, no!" Her voice was choked with sobs, filled with helplessness. "That lightning power was too overwhelming. My healing spell couldn't penetrate it at all. I could only barely keep her heart functioning, but her life force is still draining away." The girls around her lowered their heads, some secretly wiping away tears. In this cruel apocalypse, death is the norm. But when death truly befalls a companion you've spent every day with, the weight of it is still suffocating. In particular, they had just won a glorious victory, but now they faced the pain of losing their comrades. This contrast is too cruel. Looking at Xia's almost lifeless face, Chu Yang felt a sense of unease. His talent lies in strengthening and creating, not healing. Faced with this deep-seated energy erosion, he was helpless. "Let's do our best." Chu Yang patted Sumuyu's trembling shoulder and sighed softly. "If it really doesn't work..." "No!" Sumuyu suddenly raised her head, interrupting Chu Yang. Her usually delicate, and even somewhat timid face now displayed an unprecedented, almost obsessive determination. "I promised everyone that I am a doctor and I will protect you." She looked at Xiya struggling in pain on the bed, and the image of Xiya giving her the best equipment and saying with a smile, "Sister Muyu, you just need to hide behind us," echoed in her mind. She has always been the one being protected. When faced with danger, Li Qian rushes to the front. When encountering difficulties, Sister Ji Xia offers advice. When facing a formidable enemy, Sister Qing Shuang and her husband stand firm. She could only hide in the back, tending to the land and replenishing her health. She felt very useless. "I don't want to be that burden who just hides in the back and cries anymore." Sumuyu wiped away her tears, and her eyes became incredibly clear. She took a deep breath and placed her hands on Xia's chest again. But this time, she wasn't using ordinary skill energy. "Muyu! What are you doing?" Chu Yang sensed that something was wrong. Sumuyu's aura changed. It was the aura of origin. She was burning her own life essence, forcibly transforming it into healing energy. "Stop! You'll die!" Chu Yang shouted sharply, reaching out to pull her away. "My husband! Please believe me!" Sumuyu didn't turn around. Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried a moving power. "If I can't even save my comrades, what's the point of my abilities? Please, let me try!" Before she finished speaking, an extremely dazzling emerald green light burst forth from her petite body. The light was no longer gentle, but like a surging river, carrying boundless vitality, and rushed wildly into Xia's body. Buzz dash! The entire medical room seemed to transform into a primeval forest in an instant, with the air filled with an intensely fragrant aroma of herbs and trees. Under the relentless torrent of life, those stubborn purple arcs finally began to crumble and dissipate. Xia's charred skin began to peel off, and tender new flesh grew at a visible rate. However, the cost was severe. Sumuyu's once jet-black and lustrous hair was turning gray from the roots down at a heartbreaking pace. Her once rosy cheeks quickly lost their color, and became as transparent as paper. Sweat soaked through her white nurse's uniform, and her body trembled violently, like a leaf falling in the wind. "Just a little bit more, just a little bit more." Sumuyu gritted her teeth. Even though she was feeling dizzy and every cell in her body was screaming in protest, she still didn't let go. Just as her consciousness was about to plunge into darkness. In this extreme struggle between life and death, she seemed to see a door. A gateway to the profound meaning of life. "So this is life," she murmured, and her nearly exhausted mental energy suddenly erupted once more. Hint: Member Sumuyu comprehends the true meaning of life under extreme conditions, achieving a breakthrough in her talent. Congratulations on unlocking the S-rank exclusive skill Ode to Life. Boom! A warm, sacred green halo instantly spread out from Sumuyu, enveloping the entire camp. It's not just Xia. All the injured girls in the medical room, and even the soldiers on guard outside, felt a warm current flow through their bodies. Fatigue dissipated, hidden wounds healed, and they were full of energy. This is the power of an S-rank skill. The entire group has fully recovered. Xia on the bed let out a soft groan, her breathing becoming steady and strong. Her terrible injuries had completely healed. Very good. As Sumuyu watched this scene, a weak yet incredibly satisfied smile appeared on her lips. The next second, everything went black before her eyes, and her body went limp as she fell backward. It didn't fall onto the cold floor. A warm, generous, and familiar embrace caught her steadily. Looking at the little girl in his arms, whose hair was gray and whose breath was barely perceptible, Chu Yang felt as if his heart had been violently clenched. Silly girl. Without the slightest hesitation, he flipped his hand, and a gem radiating a rich green glow appeared in his palm. The Stone of Life. This is the only S-grade consumable obtained from completing a hidden quest. It is said that as long as there is still a breath left, it can pull a person back from the brink of death. He originally kept it to save his own life. But now, without even a second's thought, he crushed the gemstone. Suck it! Chu Yang slowly transferred that extremely pure life energy into Sumuyu's mouth. Green light enveloped Sumuyu's body. Nourished by this immense energy, her depleted essence began to repair itself rapidly. Those gray hairs were dyed black again, regaining their former luster. A healthy blush gradually appeared on her pale cheeks. A long time. Sumuyu's long eyelashes trembled, and she slowly opened her eyes. What came into view were Chu Yang's eyes, filled with anxiety and concern. Husband, she said, her voice still a little hoarse, soft, and sweet. I'm here. Chu Yang hugged her tighter, his voice a little trembling. Don't do anything like that again, understand? Feeling the warmth of that embrace, Sumuyu buried her face deep into Chu Yang's chest, nuzzling him like a kitten. But everyone is all right now. She looked up at her sisters around her, who were crying tears of joy, and at Xia, who was sitting up looking bewildered. A smile brighter than the sun bloomed on her face. Muyu did it. At that moment, everyone understood. This little girl who always followed everyone around has grown up. She is no longer a burden, but the team's last and strongest line of defense when facing death. Chu Yang took a deep breath and stood up, holding Sumuyu in his arms. He looked out the window. There, the countdown numbers had turned a glaring scarlet. Midnight. Girls. Chu Yang's voice regained its usual domineering and cold tone, but when he looked at the person in his arms, it carried a hint of tenderness that was hard to detect. Treatment complete, preparations complete. Now it's our turn. The battle for the throne has begun. A beam of light reaching the sky instantly engulfed the entire A10086 camp. Chapter 76 Midnight Diner and a Girl's Heart. Chapter 76 Midnight Diner and a Girl's Heart. The night was as dark as ink, pressing heavily over the jungle. The atmosphere in the camp was as tense as a bowstring about to snap. Although the 30-kilometer defensive perimeter was impregnable, and although the blue light of the arrow towers wove into a net in the night, the fear of facing the unknown world still spread like a tide in the hearts of the young girls. Nobody can sleep. Tang Rose sat in the corner, having already wiped the sniper rifle 30th time. Li Qian was sharpening her axe, the whetstone making a harsh, sizzling sound that was irritating. Even the usually most lively girls were now hugging their knees, staring blankly at the ants on the ground. Stop, everyone! Chu Yang's voice broke the silence. He wasn't wearing the black combat coat that symbolized royalty. He was only wearing a simple gray t-shirt, and even carrying a kitchen knife. The girls looked up blankly. No training tonight, no combat readiness inspection. Chu Yang slammed the cleaver down on the cutting board with a loud thud. Everyone, assemble at the canteen. Anyone who dares to be late will not get any braised pork tomorrow. Braised pork belly? These 3 words seemed to have a magical power, instantly brightening those dim eyes. 10 minutes later, the lobby on the first floor of the Miracle House was transformed into a temporary banquet hall. The long tables that were originally used to store ammunition boxes were put together, and covered with a clean white tablecloth which Sue Meyer had cut on the spot from the leftover fabric. The kitchen was steaming hot, and the aroma was so enticing that it filled everyone's nostrils. Chu Yang wore a somewhat comical pink apron. It belonged to Su Muyu, and it looked particularly tight on him. He skillfully tossed the wok, the firelight illuminating his focused profile, which lacked its usual ruthless and decisive air, but instead possessed a reassuring, down-to-earth charm. All the ingredients were top-notch. The golden wheat that Su Muyu had nurtured was ground into flour, and the steamed buns were bigger than a fist, soft and sweet. The tenderest tenderloin of the level 7 thunderwing wyvern that had just been hunted was sliced thinly and stir-fried in boiling oil, sizzling loudly. There were also those mutated giant tomatoes and potatoes, which were stewed into a pot of rich beef brisket soup. "Dinner's ready!" As the last dish was served, the girl's composure completely crumbled. "What? Boss! This meat is amazing!" Li Qian was the first to rush forward. Without even using chopsticks, she reached out and grabbed a piece of dragon meat that was still dripping with oil, stuffing it into her mouth. The scalding hot meat juices exploded in my mouth, and the high-energy ingredients slid down my esophagus like a warm fire, instantly dispelling the chill in my body. "Eat slowly, no one's going to take it from you." Chu Yang walked over with a plate of golden brown, crispy ribs and patted Li Qian on the back of the head. "As long as you have the energy to fight the enemy tomorrow." "Don't worry, boss," Li Qian mumbled, her mouth stuffed full. "If I don't chop off 10 heads for you to kick around with tomorrow after this meal, I'm not Li." In another corner, Tang Rou remained sitting quietly. The deerskin cloth in her hand was frayed from being rubbed, and the barrel of her sniper rifle was polished to a shine, reflecting her anxious face. A steaming bowl of beef brisket soup suddenly appeared in her field of vision, blocking the scope. "A string stretched too tight will break." Chu Yang sat down beside her, not caring about the dirt on the floor. He shoved the soup into Tang Rou's hand. "Drink it. That's an order." Tang Rou paused for a moment, her finger instinctively releasing the trigger. The temperature emanating from the bowl was surprisingly high, yet it seeped into her heart from her fingertips. She lowered her head and took a small sip. The rich, sweet and sour tomato flavor mingled with the savory aroma of beef, exploding instantly on her tongue. "It tastes good," she murmured, her tense shoulders finally relaxing. "That's right." Chu Yang looked at her. "Tomorrow's bullets should be reserved for the enemy, and tonight's stomach should be reserved for delicious food. Don't push yourself too hard, you are already the best sniper." Tang Rou raised her head and looked at the man before her, who was usually like a god or demon, but now seemed as gentle as a kind older brother next door. Her eyes, which were always as cold and sharp as a hawk's, were now misty with tears. Before the warm atmosphere could fully develop, a fragrant breeze wafted over. "Husband! Husband, look at this!" Su Meyer held a half-eaten roasted corn in one hand and clung tightly to Chu Yang's arm with the other, as excited as a child who had just received a new toy. "While we were eating that dragon meat, I suddenly had an idea. Since that thunderwing wyvern can fly, can we use its skeleton to build a flying machine? If we could add an anti-gravity engine and pair it with my rune core." She gestured wildly, not even wiping the corn kernels from the corners of her mouth, her eyes gleaming with fervor. "From now on, we won't just be able to run on land, we'll be able to fly. If we encounter the sea, I'll build a submarine. I'll use the skin of a deep-sea monster as a lining, and nobody will be able to stop us." Chu Yang smiled and wiped the crumbs from the corner of her mouth. "Okay, as long as you want to build, I'll pluck the stars from the sky for you as materials." Su Meyer was stunned for a moment, then her cheeks flushed red. She buried her head in Chu Yang's arms and rubbed against him, like a triumphant little fox. At the edge of the noisy crowd, Lu Zhixia held a glass of freshly squeezed juice, leaning quietly against a pillar. She didn't participate in the crazy drinking contests, she simply observed everything before her. Chu Yang walked over and stood beside her. "What are you calculating? Winning percentage?" "No," Lu Zhixia shook her head, gently swirling the juice in her glass and watching the pulp rise and fall. I'm calculating the value of this moment. She turned her head, her eyes, usually filled with rational data, now reflecting the bright lights and the girls' smiling faces. My husband, I used to think survival was a game of numbers. Resources, combat power, survival rate. But now... She pointed to the girls who were hugging each other and crying their eyes out, or playing drinking games on the table. This feeling can't be measured by data. No matter what the battle for the throne is like tomorrow, I want to protect this family. Then we'll protect it. Chu Yang raised his glass and gently clinked it against her juice. Anyone who dares to touch our home, will scatter their ashes. The atmosphere reached its climax. The alcohol, actually just a little bit of low-alcohol fruit wine fermented by Sungyu using wild fruits, gave courage to the coward. Several girls who usually wouldn't dare to speak loudly in front of Chu Yang walked over, their faces flushed and swaying. Boss! A girl with a ponytail held up a cup, her tongue almost tied in knots. Even though you're usually as fierce as a demon and treat us like dirt during training, I still want to toast you. If it weren't for you, I would have been a pile of poop in the first beast tide. I love you. If I can come back alive, I want to have your babies. I want one too. I want one too. Line up. The leader belongs to everyone. The cafeteria erupted instantly, with good-natured laughter nearly lifting the roof off. Lin Qingxuang stood to the side, watching Chu Yang, who was surrounded by a group of beautiful women, and showed a rare hint of embarrassment, and a faint smile unconsciously curved her lips. This feeling isn't bad. Chu Yang finally managed to escape from the girls' siege. He stood on the table, raised his wine glass, and the originally noisy cafeteria instantly fell silent. All eyes were on him. Someone just said they wanted to have my babies. Chu Yang smiled, but his eyes gradually became serious. We'll discuss this when we get back. For now, I'll just say one thing. He looked around, his gaze sweeping over every young face. This world wants us dead. The beast tide wants to devour our flesh, the rules want to obliterate our bones. But we refuse to. I don't believe in fate, I only believe in the guns in your hands and the comrades around you. Tomorrow, no matter where we're teleported to, no matter what monsters and demons we encounter, remember, we are Class A10086. We are a bunch of evil spirits crawled out of hell. Anyone who dares to block our way, we'll tear that so-called throne down and burn it for firewood. To survive. To stand at the top of the world. To survive. 50 voices converged into a torrent of steel, breaking free from the constraints of the night. At that moment, the last trace of fear vanished. In its place was a fighting spirit burning to its fullest extent. It's late at night. The lights in the cafeteria gradually went out. The girls, filled with the satisfaction of a full stomach and burning with unwavering determination, returned to their respective posts. Chu Yang stood alone on the open-air platform of Miao Miao House. A cool night breeze stirred the hem of his clothes. The countdown above continued to tick silently. 59 seconds. But he no longer looks at that number. Because he knew that the soul of this team had already been forged. Even if tomorrow were the end of the world, they would fight their way through the ruins of Apocalypse. Chapter 77 Thunder Dragon Armor. The Birth of Legendary Equipment. Chapter 77 Thunder Dragon Armor. The Birth of a Legendary Equipment. Countdown 8 hours. The underground laboratory in the camp was brightly lit, as bright as day. The air was thick with the smell of ozone and the acrid smell of metal being baked by the high temperature. Lu Zhixia sat in front of the huge control panel, her eyes bloodshot, golden data streaming wildly across the lenses of her frameless glasses. She hadn't slept for 10 hours, yet her mind was in an extremely strange state of excitement. On the holographic screen in front of her were complex design drawings that made one's scalp crawl. It's done! Lu Zhixia slammed her hand on the table, her voice hoarse but full of power. Husband! Call them in! Project Thor can begin! The gate suddenly opened. Chu Yang strode in with Lin Qingxuang, Li Qian, and Tang Rou. In the center of the laboratory, The enormous corpse of the Thunderwing Wyvern had been completely dismantled. The purplish gold dragon scales, the dragon bones as thick as stone pillars, the tough dragon tendons, and the level 7 thunder core that was still pulsating slightly and radiating terrifying pressure were neatly arranged on 4 huge forging tables. "This is the ultimate weaponry I've tailored for you." Lu Jixia pointed to the 4 equipment models on the screen. "Ordinary Xian iron equipment can no longer keep up with our pace. To survive in that hellish arena, we need to completely devour the power of this level 7 overlord." She looked at the 4 of them, her eyes burning with intensity. "But this is not just equipment. I have incorporated biofusion technology into it. The final step in forging requires you to infuse your own primal power to bind it to you. Once successful, this equipment will become an integral part of your bodies, as easy as using your own limbs. Let's begin." Without any further ado, Chu Yang walked directly to his designated forging table. "Sumayer! Light the fire!" "Here I am!" Sumayer jumped barefoot onto the control panel and pressed her hands down sharply. Boom dash! Simultaneously, 4 furnaces spewed forth intense blue-white flames. Lu Jixia's A-level talent, Divine Weaving, was activated at full power. Countless golden code runes, like living tadpoles, poured from her fingertips and burrowed into the incredibly hard dragon bones and scales. The originally indestructible level 7 materials began to soften and recombine under the analysis of the power of the rules. The first one. Li Qian! Upon hearing the sound, Li Qian stepped forward. On her forging table was a complete 3-meter-long dragon spine. "Smash it!" Lu Jixia shouted. Li Qian bit her tongue, spitting a mouthful of her primordial blood onto the spine. She pressed her hands firmly against both ends of the bone, frantically pouring in the violent primordial power. Roar dash! The spine seemed to come alive, emitting a phantom dragon's roar. Under the forging of Sumayer's mechanical arm, it rapidly deformed, the bone spurs at both ends swelled, and a secondary lightning core was embedded in the middle. The light faded. A gigantic battle axe with a menacing design and purple arcs of electricity crackling around its blade appeared before the crowd. Thunderous battle axe, legendary. The axe handle was the dragon's spine, and the axe blade was the sharpest bone in the dragon's wings. Li Qian grabbed the battle axe and felt a violent current surge up her arm and straight to the top of her head. Awesome! She casually waved her hand, and a muffled thunderclap suddenly exploded in the air. The second item. Lin Qingxuang. Lin Qingxuang walked to the front of the stage. There lay the dragon's sharpest forepaws and her shattered star-long sword. The icy blue chill and purple lightning clashed violently on the forging table, producing a piercing crackling sound. Suppress it! Lu Jixia shouted. Use your ice to seal its lightning! Lin Qingxuang's eyes sharpened, and her icy essence erupted without reservation. The originally restless lightning was frozen solid within the sword, forming beautiful ice lightning patterns. Ice and Lightning Shattering Star Sword, legendary. The sword is long and slender, its entire body crystal clear, but within that extreme transparency lies a raging purple lightning bolt. A single swing of the sword can freeze thousands of miles and unleash world-destroying lightning. The third item. Tang Rou. Tang Rou's forging process was the most meticulous. The enormous dragon eye crystal was polished by Sumayer into the most precise optical sight, and the barrel was made from the bone of a dragon's throat. When Tang Rou infused it with that sharp source of perception, the dragon eye seemed to come alive, its pupils contracting and locking onto everyone present. Dragon Eye Judgment, legendary. This is no longer a gun, but the Eye of Death. It can see through all fog and disguise, and the bullets it fires will have a chain lightning effect, fighting to the death. The last one, my husband! All eyes were focused on the largest forging table at the end. There lay the reverse scale that Chu Yang had personally pierced, and the most crucial level 7 main lightning core. Chu Yang stepped forward and placed his hands on the reverse scale. The golden origin of the SSS level talent, which had branched out and spread out, roared and rushed into it like a golden dragon. Boom! The entire laboratory began to shake violently, and even the rock above cracked open. That was no ordinary forging, it was a conquest between kings. Under the golden light, the reverse scales transformed into countless purplish gold liquids, spreading along Chu Yang's arms and covering his entire body. Chest plate, arm guards, boots, helmet. When the last piece of the faceplate was put together, a terrifying, suffocating pressure instantly swept across the entire area. Chu Yang stood there, clad in a streamlined purple-gold battle armor. The armor's surface shimmered with lightning-like breathing energy, and the lightning core at his chest emitted a dazzling light like the sun. Thunder Emperor battle armor, legendary. He seemed to transform into a king who wielded thunder. This armor not only possessed astonishing defensive capabilities, but also allowed him to transform into lightning for a short period of time, granting him teleportation-like speed. The four people left the laboratory and came to the ground. At this moment, dark clouds gathered above the camp, and lightning flashed and thunder roared. It was as if the heavens and earth were trembling at the birth of these four divine artifacts. Let's test its power. Chu Yang's voice, amplified by his battle armor, became deep and metallic. Li Qian grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. She gripped the thunder axe with both hands and cleaved it fiercely at a barren mountain 5 kilometers away. Open it for me, you bastard! Snap! A bolt of purple lightning, as thick as a bucket, descended from the sky, following the trajectory of the axe blade. There was no explosion, because the sound has been swallowed up by the enormous energy. All the people saw was a flash of bright light. A few seconds later, the barren mountain, hundreds of meters high, slid off its upper half like a piece of butter cut by a hot knife, leaving the cut charred black and emitting wisps of smoke. His dash! The girls watching gasped in unison. If that axe had struck a person, or even a tank, it would have vaporized them instantly. Lin Qingshuang drew her sword and casually twirled it. The surrounding air instantly froze into ice crystals, each containing a tiny wisp of lightning. Tang Rou raised her gun, aimed at the sky, and pulled the trigger. A bullet pierced the clouds, instantly triggering a small thunderstorm. Is this even human? Our class is unbeatable. The girls looked at the four figures, who seemed like gods and demons, and their admiration reached its peak. Chu Yang removed his face shield, revealing a cold and stern face. He stroked the battle armor he wore, which surged with immense power, and looked up at the countdown that had turned crimson. 10 minutes. Only 10 minutes left. A battle for the throne? Chu Yang's lips curled into an extremely confident smile, his eyes flashing with golden light and lightning. Perfect, I'll use you unlucky bunch to consecrate my new toy. All personnel, form ranks. Prepare to descend. Chapter 78 The Final Drill. Chapter 78 The Final Drill Countdown, 3 hours. The once bustling camp was enveloped in a chilling silence. There were no horns, only Chu Yang's calm voice, broadcast through the public address system to every corner of the 30-kilometer territory. Everyone, assemble in the central square. Bring all your gear. In less than 5 minutes, 50 fully armed girls had lined up in front of the miracle house. Their equipment was no longer the haphazard leather armor, but uniform sets of black iron runes. The black and red paint absorbed the sunlight, making them look like a group of silent ghosts. Chu Yang stood on the high platform, his gaze sweeping over the legion he had personally built. Many people think that even if the sky falls, there's someone taller to hold it up. Chu Yang pointed to the pale golden energy shield above his head. But this tortoise shell isn't omnipotent. In that hellish place, anything can happen. The shield might shatter, communications might be cut off, or you could even be cut up and surrounded. He paused, his eyes sharpening. For the next 3 hours, we won't practice killing, we'll practice saving lives. This is a full-scale rapid response drill. I want to see whether you wet your pants or break his side when death holds it to your necks. Lu Zhixia walked to Chu Yang's side carrying a tactical tablet, her frameless glasses reflecting a cold light. She was the chief director of this exercise, and also the most ruthless examiner. The rules of the drill are very simple, Lu Zhixia said in a flat voice. I will randomly issue the highest level of alert. Your task is to resolve the crisis within the specified time. If you are 1 second late, Everyone's dinner will be cancelled. Start. As she lightly tapped the screen, a piercing red alarm instantly shattered the tranquility of the camp. Alert! High-energy biological activity detected in the western swamp area. Coordinates X230, Y450. Quantity, extremely high. Threat level high. Suspected insect swarm outbreak. Almost at the same second the alarm sounded, Li Qian's signature roar exploded out. Heavy melee fighters! Get in the car! Don't dawdle! Boom boom dash! 10 all-terrain off-road trucks parked on the side of the square started up simultaneously. The low-frequency hum of the magnetic levitation engines made the ground tremble. Li Qian took the lead, jumped into the lead truck equipped with a ram, and shoved the power lever with her strong arms. The steel behemoth spewed out a blue-tail flame, its tires kicking up clouds of dust as it hurtled westward. It was a muddy swamp, normally impassable. But now, in the face of these steel monsters, the terrain seemed like a joke. The wheels crushed rotten, dead wood, and the suspended chassis skimmed across the bottomless mud pit. 2 minutes and 45 seconds. Lu Jixia looked at the green dot on the screen and announced the time. Li Qian's convoy sliced through butter like a red-hot knife, precisely blocking the path of the insect swarm. The heavily armored warriors dismounted, their massive shields landing on the ground, forming an impregnable steel defense. Too slow, Lu Jixia commented coldly. If it were a flying poisonous insect, your current formation would be riddled with holes from behind. Before everyone could catch their breath, a second alarm sounded. Warning! Rune Arrow Tower A3 in the northern mountainous area has lost signal contact. Suspected to have been subjected to a high-altitude precision strike. A breach has appeared in the defense network. This time, there was no roar of engines. There was only the humming sound of air being torn apart. Tang Rou stood in the center of the square, not even glancing back. She simply pressed the tactical terminal on her wrist. Swish! 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 10 beams of white light shot into the sky. The next second, 30 kilometers away, next to the A3 Arrow Tower standing atop the cliff, space distorted. Tang Rou appeared out of thin air. She knelt on one knee, and the Dragon Eye Judgment sniper rifle in her hand was already set up the moment she appeared. Through the scope made from a level 7 Longan-eye, her field of vision instantly zoomed in. Target confirmed, 600 meters altitude, 3 simulated enemy aircraft. Tang Rou's voice was frighteningly calm. Musketeer team, spread coverage. I'll take roll call. Bang! Purple arcs of electricity shot from the muzzle. This was a perfect beyond visual range support mission. Utilizing member teleportation privileges, the sniper team maximized their mobility, truly achieving pinpoint accuracy. Warning! The core area's energy shield has been eroded by an unknown energy source. Reserves have decreased by 10%. Overload is expected in 5 minutes. This is the most deadly warning. Once the shield breaks, they will be lambs to the slaughter in this unknown world that is about to unfold. Damn it! These vandals! Su Meyer threw down the wrench in her hand, her small face, smeared with oil, filled with anxiety. She quickly jumped onto a uniquely shaped construction vehicle, her specially made energy nanny truck, the cargo bed of which was filled with high-purity energy crystals and spare generators. Engineering team! Follow me! Run faster if you don't want to be roasted by radiation. The vehicle drifted around the corner, its tires scraping against the ground, emitting a pungent, acrid smell, and hurtled towards the base of the wonder house with sparks and lightning. Su Meyer jumped out of the car before it even came to a complete stop, leaving 2 thick energy transmission tubes trailing behind her. Connection point activated. Inject. Buzz dash. The shield, which had dimmed, burst forth with brilliant golden light the moment energy was injected. The drills are still ongoing. Lu Jixia seemed to have transformed into a tireless demon, with all sorts of tricky and bizarre unexpected situations arising one after another. Fire breaks out in the East District Supply Warehouse. The Southern Patrol team has been divided and surrounded. Identify a high-value strategic target, and seize it within 3 minutes. The entire camp was like a high-speed precision instrument, with gears meshing and sparks flying everywhere. Amidst all this chaos, there was one team that never had a fixed position. That was the elite squad led by Lin Qingshuang. They are like the lubricant, or the scalpel in this machine. Wherever there is a leak, there you will find that white figure. Using her teleportation privileges, Lin Qingshuang's shattered star longsword appeared in every corner of the battlefield. They shielded Li Qian from a flanking attack, cleared away the assassins who got close to Tang Rou, and bought Su Meier time for repairs. Chu Yang didn't say a word the whole time. He simply stood on the high platform, watching the group of girls running below through the mud and sweat. Watching Li Qian roar as she hoisted the overturned vehicle, watching Tang Rou stand motionless in the scorching sun as she sniped, watching Su Meier stumble and run through the trenches carrying a medical kit. His eyes no longer held their usual sternness, but instead held a deep sense of satisfaction. These are no longer a flock of fledglings that need his protection. This is a pack of wolves. A wolf pack that knows how to cooperate, how to sacrifice, and how to tear its prey to pieces. Stop. When the last simulated alarm was deactivated, Chu Yang finally spoke. At this moment, only 1 hour remains before the teleportation begins. The girls collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Sweat soaked their combat uniforms, which clung to their bodies, outlining their undulating curves. Exhaustion was etched on every face, but a wildfire burned in their eyes. Lu Zhixia closed the tablet, walked to Chu Yang's side, and reported in a low voice. Although there were some flaws in the connection, the overall reaction speed was 20% faster than expected. Husband, they are ready. Chu Yang nodded and stepped down from the platform. He came to the middle of the group, without any lengthy emotional speeches, but simply drew the long sword that had accompanied him all the way from his waist, the tip of the sword pointing to the ground. Look at the state you've become. Dirty, tired, and disheveled. But that's exactly what I wanted. Because in that unknown world, clean and respectable people are often the ones who die the fastest. He looked around, his voice gradually rising in pitch, carrying a metallic quality. We spent a whole month, sweating and even bleeding. We turned this forest into a fortress and every piece of scrap metal into a deadly weapon. Whether it's the beast tide or that bullshit battle for the throne. Remember this feeling. Remember your comrades. Remember the guns in your hands. Now everyone. Stand up. Check your equipment. Replenish your ammunition. Get your fitness at maximum. Yes. 50 girls stood up in unison, their movements perfectly synchronized, the sound of their feet striking the ground like thunder. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on them, staining their jet-black iron armor crimson. That's the color of war. Chapter 79 Countdown reaches 0. The Crimson Throne descends. Chapter 79 Countdown reaches 0. The Crimson Throne descends. The final 10 minutes. The silence between heaven and earth was eerily profound. Even the usually noisiest cicada chirping has disappeared, as if all of nature has sensed the impending upheaval and is trembling in fear, hiding in a corner. In the center of the camp, 50 soldiers stood solemnly like statues. Their breathing was deliberately suppressed, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the huge, scarlet countdown in the sky. 9 minutes and 59 seconds. Chu Yang stood on the rooftop terrace of the Miracle House, the hem of his trench coat fluttering in the night wind. Behind him stood Lu Zhixia, Lin Qingshuang, Su Meier, Li Qian, and Tang Rou. This is the core brain and strongest Fang of Class A10086. Lu Zhixia adjusted her glasses and made a final check on the tactical tablet. Supplies loaded, everyone at full strength, energy shield power set to maximum. Husband, we are ready to depart at any time. Chu Yang didn't turn around, but simply gave a soft His gaze pierced through the pale golden shield, looking towards the dark jungle in the distance. That was the territory he had once conquered, and now, all of that was about to become a thing of the past. Something called ambition surged through his veins, pounding against his heart. Are you scared? He suddenly asked. Su Meier, standing behind him, shrank back and muttered softly. A little, but I've built so many cars. If they die before I've had my fill of driving them, that would be such a waste. Lin Shuang's fingers caressed the sword hilt, her voice cold and clear. As long as I have a sword in my hand, everywhere is a battlefield. Li Qian grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. What's there to be afraid of? My big axe has been itching for a long time. Chu Yang smiled. That's his source of confidence. 10. With 10 seconds left in the countdown, Chu Yang began to count down quietly. 9. All the girls gripped their weapons tightly, their knuckles turning slightly white from the force. 876. The air began to thicken, as if an invisible gravity was pressing down on everyone's shoulders. 3. 2. 1. 0. At the moment of zeroing out, the world did not fall into darkness. Instead, an indescribable, crimson pillar of light, stretching across the heavens and earth, crashed down from the sky without warning. Boom dash! There was no sound. Because this energy has transcended the medium through which sound travels. That was pure power of rules. Chu Yang felt a blur before his eyes, and the entire world was dyed a blinding crimson. Immediately afterward, a terrifying tearing sensation came, as if he were being gripped, kneaded, and folded by an invisible hand. Through the energy shield, they witnessed a scene they would never forget. The primeval forest outside, with its tall trees, flowing rivers, and hard rocks, is dissolving and fading at a visible speed. Space was like a shattered mirror, with countless bizarre fragments flashing past my eyes. A wave of dizziness washed over me. Hold on! Don't vomit! Li Qian shouted into the communication channel, her voice slightly off-key. This nauseating feeling of time travel lasted for about half a minute. Sudden. Buzz dash. A soft sound. All the vibrations, tearing, and dizziness stopped abruptly in that instant. The ground beneath their feet became solid again. Chu Yang suddenly opened his eyes. What came into view was a completely unfamiliar world. The sky was no longer azure, but a depressing dark red, like congealed blood. The clouds hung low, forming eerie spirals. What's most unsettling is that 2 moons hang high in the sky. One large and one small, radiating an eerie purple light, like 2 malevolent eyes peering into the human world. The air was thick with the smell of sulfur, mixed with the stench of rust and blood. Every breath felt like swallowing sand. In the distance, an endless black mountain range stretched out, its peaks sharp as thorns, piercing the clouds. Closer at hand, a strangely shaped, twisted forest stretched out, its trees devoid of leaves, their branches writhing like tentacles, their bark a sickly grayish-white. This is the Crimson Continent. Report! Lu Jixia's calm voice broke the silence immediately. Teleportation complete. Territory intact, buildings undamaged, all personnel in position. Energy shield depleted by 3%, currently functioning normally. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As long as their home remains, as long as this absolute territory of 30 kilometers remains, they have the means to establish themselves. Just then, a cold, grand, emotionless mechanical voice exploded simultaneously in the minds of all the surviving squad leaders. Welcome to the Crimson Continent. The battle for the throne has officially begun. Rule 1. There are no rules. Killing, looting, and destruction are the only laws of survival here. Rule 2. Every 24 hours, the safe zone will shrink. Territories outside the safe zone will be cleansed by the Crimson Catastrophe. Rule 3. Destroy the core of another class to plunder all its resources and talents. Current number of surviving classes, 32,400. Before everyone could process this brutal information, a dazzling golden dot suddenly lit up on everyone's tactical map. That point of light was extremely far away, but on the map it shone like a small sun. System notification, the first throne fragment, has been refreshed. Coordinates, center of the Crimson Wasteland. Those who possess the fragments will receive the King's Blessing, and become the target of all enemies, visible throughout the map. Collecting all 10 fragments will unlock the path to the final throne. The fragments of the throne. Chu Yang pondered these 4 words, staring at the shimmering golden dot on the map. Deep in his eyes, the flame of ambition erupted completely. This is hardly a struggle for survival. This is clearly a case of raising poisonous insects. More than 30,000 classes, and in the end only one king can survive. Husband, what should we do? Lin Qingshuang walked to his side, her eyes warily scanning their surroundings. Chu Yang took a deep breath of the murky and violent air of this new world, feeling the excited throbbing from his SSS-level talent. He slowly raised his hand, pointing to the unknown, dangerous, blood-red wasteland ahead. Since you're here, don't be shy. Tang Rou, Li Qian, take the reconnaissance team. Target, sector 300 kilometers ahead. I want to see this map of the new world before nightfall. Anything that dares to block my way, whether human or ghost. A cruel smile curled at the corner of Chu Yang's lips, and the long sword in his hand flashed a cold light under the purple moonlight. Kill without mercy. Yes. The roar of engines resumed. 10 all-terrain vehicles, like beasts unleashed from their cages, broke out of the energy shield's protective range for the first time. Their wheels crushed the black rocks on this unfamiliar land, speeding wildly towards the endless crimson depths. The hunt has begun. Chapter 80 First Exploration of the Crimson Continent. Chapter 80 First Exploration of the Crimson Continent. The roar of the engine shattered the eternal silence of the crimson wasteland. 10 all-terrain vehicles formed a wedge formation, their tracks crushing the dark red weathered rocks on the ground and kicking up clouds of dust. The gravity here was strange, probably 1.5 times that of Earth. With each press of the accelerator, the engine roared dully, as if an invisible hand was gripping the wheels tightly. Li Qian sat in the driver's seat of the lead vehicle, still wearing her newly crafted thunder armor, the purple-gold armor tightly encasing her explosively powerful body. One hand gripped the control lever, the other toying with the gearshift lever ripped from the spine of a thunderwing wyvern, a piece of jerky dangling from her mouth as she mumbled indistinctly. This godforsaken place, the air is as sticky as glue, one breath and your lungs feel like they're going to explode. It's only because our car was modified by that crazy woman Sue Meyer, otherwise a regular SUV would have broken down long ago. In the passenger seat, the girl in charge of radar monitoring stared at the screen, her brow furrowed. Sister Qian, stop complaining. The magnetic field interference here is very strong, and the radar detection range has been reduced to 5 kilometers. Moreover, the underground heat source is reacting very erratically. The more chaotic, the better. Li Qian swallowed the jerky nonchalantly. If it were too quiet, I'd get bored. The convoy drove out of a rocky beach, and ahead appeared a strange black forest. The trees here have no leaves, only countless twisted and gnarled branches, like withered ghost hands reaching out from hell, their bark a sickly grayish-white, casting mottled shadows under the light of 2 eerie purple moons. Beep beep beep. The previously steady radar alarm suddenly turned sharp and piercing, and red dots flashed wildly on the screen, instantly forming a sea of red. Warning! High-energy biological reaction. Underground. Directly below. More than 50 in number. Before he could finish speaking. Boom! The ground directly in front of the convoy suddenly exploded. Amidst the flying mud, dozens of enormous, scorpion-like arthropods emerged. Each one was the size of a small car, its entire body covered in a shiny black carapace that reflected a cold, metallic sheen under the purple moonlight. At the tip of its raised tail, a venomous stinger gleamed with a chilling, eerie green light, dripping venom onto the rocks with a sizzling, corrosive sound. Squeak dash! The strange insect let out a piercing screech, and its 6 barbed limbs dug at the ground like black chariots charging towards the convoy. They're here already? A fierce glint flashed in Li Qian's eyes. She suddenly pulled the handbrake, and the huge inertia caused the SUV to drift beautifully on the spot, turning the vehicle sideways and revealing the firing ports on the side. Everyone, shift to defensive formation. Musketeers, fire freely. Loosen the soil around these ugly bastards. Bang 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 dash. A barrage of gunfire instantly echoed across the wasteland. Dozens of tongues of fire spewed from the firing ports of the convoy. The black iron bullets, improved by Lu Jixia, slammed into the scorpion monster's carapace with tremendous kinetic energy. Jingle bells! A sickening metallic clang rang out. What made all the girls' hearts sink was that the bullets that were powerful enough to pierce the fur of a level 3 savage beast only produced a string of dazzling sparks and left a few shallow white marks when they hit the carapace of these scorpion monsters. Such high physical defense? Tang Rou's calm voice came through the communication channel. The hardness of this shell is comparable to that of high-strength steel. Braving the dense hail of bullets, the scorpion monsters charged forward fearlessly. Puff dash! More than a dozen scorpions simultaneously raised their tails, and jets of dark green venom shot out like high-pressure water guns. Sizzle dash! The venom splashed onto the SUV's iron armor, instantly sending up plumes of acrid white smoke. The incredibly tough iron armor was visibly corroded, leaving pitted marks, and even the bulletproof glass developed a cloudy white film. Holy crap! My new car! Li Qian looked at the patch of paint that had been corroded off the hood, her heart aching, and then a surge of anger rushed to her head. Stop playing games with me! Switch to armor-piercing rounds! Give me a good beating! The instruction has been issued. The musketeers quickly changed magazines. This time, they loaded special bullets with spiral-shaped tips and engraved gold runes. Bang bang bang! The gunshots became more muffled and powerful. Pft! Pft! This time, the effect was immediate. The runes lit up the moment the spiral armor-piercing projectile made contact with the armor shell, and the high-speed spinning warhead sliced through the hard metal shell like a hot knife through butter. Dark green blood splattered everywhere, and the heads of several scorpion monsters charging at the front were blown off, their huge bodies convulsing and collapsing to the ground. But the remaining scorpion monsters did not retreat. Instead, they were enraged by the death of their companions and became even faster. The largest elite scorpion monster suddenly leaped onto the roof of an SUV, its massive pincers slamming down, creating a dent in the thick roof. The girl inside the vehicle gasped in surprise. You're asking for it, aren't you? Li Qian was furious. She pushed open the car door, and her heavy thunder armor slammed into the ground, creating a deep crater. Buzz dash! Purple lightning exploded on her body instantly. She pulled out the exaggerated thunder battle axe from her back and launched herself up like a cannonball, landing directly on the back of the elite scorpion that was destroying the vehicle. Die, you son of a bitch! The giant axe came crashing down with the force of a thunderbolt. Crack boom! There was no suspense whatsoever. The elite scorpion, with its incredible defense, didn't even have time to scream before it was cleaved in two from head to tail by this axe. The violent lightning energy instantly poured into its body, roasting its internal organs into charcoal. Li Qian stood atop the scorpion's corpse, her body bathed in lightning, like a Valkyrie descended to earth. She held a giant axe in one hand, her cold gaze sweeping over the surrounding swarm of insects. Who else? This scene greatly boosted morale. Kill! The remaining girls jumped off the car and, relying on the power of their rune weapons, launched a counterattack in coordination with Li Qian. The battle lasted only 5 minutes. After Tang Rou shot the last scorpion monster in the head, the black forest returned to peace, leaving only scattered limbs and a pungent stench. There's something inside this thing. A girl responsible for cleaning up the battlefield used a dagger to pry open the chest cavity of a scorpion monster, and dug out a thumb-sized crystal that emitted a faint green light. The energy purity is very high. Although it can't compare to the savage beast crystal cores, the quantity, Lu Jixia's voice came through the communicator, is amazing. Collect all these crystals. In this world, every bit of energy is currency. After a brief rest, the convoy continued its advance. The journey that followed was an eye-opener for everyone. Although this blood-red continent is fraught with danger, its resources are outrageously abundant. They discovered a river flowing with liquid energy in a canyon. The river water was silvery white. Su Meyer only filled a bottle to take back for testing, but she excitedly exclaimed that this stuff could be used directly as fuel. In a dark, low-lying area grew enormous purple mushrooms, each the size of a house. These mushrooms emitted pale pink spores. Inhaling just a little would instantly dispel fatigue. Seeing this through a remote screen, Sumuyu was so excited she almost pressed her face against the screen, insisting she must take samples back to cultivate. Even roadside rocks, when broken open, may contain rare associated minerals. This isn't hell, it's an unopened gold mine. Li Qian grinned from ear to ear as she looked at her trunk overflowing with goodies. Just as the convoy advanced to the mouth of a valley 50 kilometers from the camp. Stop! The drone operator, who had been in charge of high-altitude reconnaissance, suddenly spoke, his voice very low. Sister Qian, there's something going on up ahead. She projected the footage captured by the drone onto Li Qian's car screen. The image is somewhat blurry, but it is still clearly discernible that a wisp of smoke is rising from the depths of the valley. The camera zooms in. A simple, somewhat shabby camp appeared before everyone's eyes. It was a wall built of rough logs and rubble, less than 2 meters high, with withered grass stuffed in the gaps between the logs. Inside the camp, dozens of ragged figures were moving about, carrying sharpened wooden spears and axes with stones strapped to them. Only a few men who appeared to be leaders had those old-fashioned matchlock guns tucked into their waistbands. Li Qian stared at the screen, stunned for a long time, before finally managing to squeeze out a sentence through gritted teeth. Is this a caveman? She immediately connected to the headquarters communication channel. My lord, target spotted. Coordinates X450, Y670. The opponent is very weak. So weak that I can't bring myself to attack. At this moment, in the command center 50 kilometers away, Chu Yang sat in a large chair, watching the live feed transmitted back on the big screen. His black trench coat swayed slightly in the air conditioning, and he held a steaming cup of coffee in his hand. Looking at the emaciated, wary survivors in the video, Chu Yang's lips curled into a playful smile. Since the neighbor has come, there's no reason not to greet him. He put down his coffee cup, his voice so calm it was almost imperceptible, yet it seemed to lower the temperature in the entire command room by several degrees. Pass the word down and prepare to welcome our first guests. Remember, we are not here to be friendly. It is rule. Chapter 81 First Blood. A weak opponent. Chapter 81 First Blood. The vulnerable opponent's drone lens, like a cold eye, hovered high in the sky, taking in every detail of the makeshift camp below. In the scene, the group of survivors are huddled around a large pot, sharing something. The food in the pot is dark and unrecognizable, but judging from their scrambling movements, food is clearly an extremely scarce resource in this class. Their eyes were filled with the terror and numbness of someone who had long been on the brink of death. Their clothes were tattered rags, barely covering their private parts. A few stronger men occupied the best spots around the fire, while the thinner women could only huddle in the corner, trembling. How miserable! Lu Zhixia stood behind Chu Yang, adjusted her glasses, and lines of data analysis flashed across the lenses. Weaponry level, Stone Age to early firearms age. Personnel physical condition, long-term malnutrition, combat effectiveness assessment, F-. Threat level 0. She paused, her tone carrying a hint of rational coldness. It seems that teleportation is completely random. Not everyone is like us, possessing a systematic development plan and top-tier initial talent. We're just a bunch of pathetic worms barely surviving in this apocalypse. Chu Yang tapped his fingers lightly on the table, making a rhythmic tap-tap sound. It may be pitiful, but that's the rule. His gaze lingered for a moment on the leaders with matchlock guns at their waists. Li Qian, did you hear that? These are your opponents. Li Qian's somewhat listless voice came through the communicator. Okay, boss. To be honest, fighting this kind of battle feels like bullying kindergarten kids. Can't we just crush them? No. Chu Yang's voice suddenly turned cold. I want them alive. I want to know how they survived, whether there are other forces around here, and the information they have. This is not just a robbery, but an interrogation. Furthermore, Chu Yang added, I want a textbook perfect lightning strike. In the shortest time and at the lowest cost, I want to destroy their psychological defenses. I want them to understand that in this world, Some people are born to be kings, while others are destined to kneel. Understood. Li Qian's voice instantly became excited. Blitzkrieg, right? I'm familiar with that. Outside the valley. Li Qian turned off her communicator and glanced back at the convoy behind her. Car number 1, car number 2, car number 3, follow me. The rest of you stay put and block the intersection. Don't let a single fly escape. Yes. 3 all-terrain vehicles broke away from the main group, their engines beginning to groan softly. Girls, turn on the megaphones. Load the machine guns. Let's go teach these cavemen a lesson in modern warfare. Li Qian floored the accelerator. Boom dash. The magnetic levitation engine, modified by Sue Meyer, roared with a deafening roar. The 3 steel behemoths, like 3 black arrows released from a bow, kicked up clouds of red dust and sped toward the valley camp in a triangular formation. Inside the camp, the thin man on lookout was dozing against the wooden wall. Suddenly, a slight tremor came from the ground, followed by a deep rumble that grew louder and closer until it hurt his eardrums. He groggily opened his eyes and looked towards the valley entrance. The next second, his pupils contracted violently, his mouth opened to its maximum, and he let out a distorted scream. A monster! A monster is charging at us! Before the people in the camp could react, 3 black, menacing-looking steel vehicles had already rushed within 100 meters. Suddenly, an amplified, extremely harsh heavy metal noise blared from the car's loudspeaker, mixed with Li Qian's arrogant shouts. Listen up, you weaklings inside! Surrender and you'll be spared! Lie on the ground with your hands behind your heads. Anyone who dares to move, I'll blast them to smithereens. The enormous sound echoed through the valley, making the simple wooden houses tremble. The camp erupted in chaos. Some people screamed and ran around in all directions, while others were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground, their crotches instantly becoming wet. Counterattack! Counterattack now! A tall, bearded white man burst out of the largest tent. He brandished a rusty iron sword and wore a necklace of unidentified animal teeth. He was clearly the leader of the group. At his roar, a dozen or so men who still had some backbone trembled as they raised their matchlock guns and wooden spears. Bang! Bang! Scattered gunfire rang out. A few lead bullets struck the off-road vehicle's armor with limp softness, leaving not even a white mark before bouncing off. As for the wooden spears and stone axes, they couldn't even touch a wheel. This scene was both incredibly comical and incredibly tragic. It's like a bunch of monkeys with sticks trying to stop a fully armed tank. They won't shed a tear until they see the coffin. Li Qian sneered and jerked the steering wheel. Open it for me! The lead vehicle did not slow down, instead, it began to ram. The thick, black iron ram at the front of the vehicle, carrying several tons of kinetic energy, slammed heavily into the fragile wooden door. Crack boom! Wood chips flew everywhere. The camp gate, which the enemy considered their last line of defense, shattered instantly, like paper. The off-road vehicle, with unparalleled momentum, rolled over the debris on the ground and rushed into the center of the camp. Z-dash. With a beautiful drift, the car came to a stop sideways, kicking up dust that covered the faces of the group of cavemen. The car door opened. Li Qian took a step forward. Her purple-gold thunderous battle armor gleamed breathtakingly in the sunlight, and the giant battle axe in her hand, still crackling, exuded an aura of destruction. She was already tall, and now, wearing battle armor, she looked down at the trembling survivors like a giant. Who fired the shot just now? Li Qian's voice wasn't loud, but it carried a strong smell of blood. The entire room fell silent. The white leader stared at the woman before him, who resembled a demon, his eyes brimming with terror. But he knew that if he backed down now, he would be finished. Ah! He let out a desperate roar to dispel the fear in his heart. He raised the rusty iron sword with both hands, took long strides, and charged towards Li Qian. For glory! Li Qian didn't even lift her eyelids when she saw the man rushing towards her. Just as the iron sword was about to strike her helmet, she moved. She didn't use any fancy moves, or even the axe blade. She simply raised her hand casually and, with the broad axe head, lightly slapped the man's cheek like swatting a fly. Asterisk smack. Asterisk. A loud, crisp sound that sent shivers down your spine. The burly man, who weighed at least 200 pounds, spun 3 times in the air before flying out like a tattered sack, crashing heavily into a pile of firewood more than 10 meters away. Several bloody teeth traced an arc in the air before falling to the ground with a clattering sound. The leader twitched twice, rolled his eyes, and fainted on the spot. Glory my ass! Li Qian slammed the giant axe into the ground, and the ground instantly cracked. Who else wants to try? At that moment, everyone's psychological defenses completely collapsed. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I surrender! I surrender! Wah, mommy! The sounds of weapons hitting the ground echoed one after another. Dozens of men and women knelt on the ground, burying their heads deep in the dust, their bodies trembling like leaves. The battle, if it can even be called a battle, was over in 3 minutes. Li Qian pouted, somewhat bored, and said into the communicator. My lord, it's all settled. We caught a big fish, but it was all show and no substance. It was knocked out in no time. The camp is under control, and we're packing it up. The girls jumped off the bus and began skillfully cleaning up the mess. Looking at the prisoners kneeling on the ground, at their tattered clothes and fearful eyes, they felt no joy of victory, but rather a complex mix of emotions. Once upon a time, they were just as weak and desperate as these people. If they hadn't met Chu Yang, and if they hadn't had those amazing equipment and talents, perhaps they would be kneeling here today, awaiting their fate. This direct comparison allowed them to understand more deeply what Chu Yang had said before. In this world, weakness is the original sin. Inside the command center, Chu Yang looked at the white leader on the screen being dragged into the car like a dead dog, his expression remaining calm. Clean it up and bring back all usable supplies, including all the scrap metal. He picked up his coffee, took a small sip, and his eyes were as deep as the night sky over this blood-red continent. First blood has been won. But this is just the appetizer. The real celebration is about to begin. Chapter 82 Intelligence and Rules. Chapter 82 Intelligence and Rules. The pungent smell of disinfectant. This was John's first sensation upon waking. Immediately following was a soft touch he had never experienced before. The bed beneath him felt like it was made of clouds, without the prickliness of straw or the coldness of hard wooden planks. He suddenly opened his eyes. The first thing you see is a snow-white ceiling, with soft LED lighting that isn't glaring but illuminates every corner of the room with exquisite detail. Next to it is a beeping device with green ripples dancing on its surface. Am I dead? Is this heaven? John muttered to himself, trying to sit up, but found that his hands and feet were not bound. He looked down at himself and saw that the animal skin that had been covered in mud and blood had been replaced with a clean blue and white striped hospital gown. The door opened. There were no demons from hell, nor angels from heaven. A man and a woman entered. The man was tall and wore a black tactical training uniform. His muscles stretched the fabric taut, and his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. Just one glance from him made John feel the hairs on his body stand on end. It was Chu Yang, the demon god wearing the Thunder Emperor's battle armor. The woman beside him, however, made John stare intently. She was a breathtakingly beautiful woman. Lu Zhixiao wore a well-tailored gray business suit, black stockings that encased her long, straight legs, and black high heels that made a crisp sound with every step. She wore gold-rimmed glasses, and behind the lenses, her eyes were calm and rational, revealing a scrutinizing gaze devoid of any emotion. Her demeanor was that of a regal queen from a bygone era, or a mastermind controlling everything. The two walked to the table beside the bed and sat down. There were no instruments of torture, no physical abuse. Chu Yang simply pulled out a chair and placed a tray in front of John. There were only 2 things on the tray: a cup of steaming hot water, and a neatly cut, soft, white piece of bread. Eat. Chu Yang's voice was flat, revealing no emotion. John's Adam's apple bobbed violently. After spending half a month gnawing on tree bark and raw meat in that damned forest, this piece of plain white bread without any filling was the most exquisite delicacy in the world to him. The aroma of fermented wheat, mixed with the steam from hot water, was like a hook, directly luring out his cravings. He no longer cared about dignity and pounced on the bread like a hungry dog, stuffing it into his mouth. They wolfed down their food, and if they choked, they would gulp down a mouthful of hot water. Even if he was scalded and wincing, he couldn't bear to spit it out. Lu Jixia pushed up her glasses, holding a voice recorder in her hand, and quietly watched this scene. She wrote a line in her notebook. Civilizational gap is the most powerful weapon to destroy will. 5 minutes later, the plate was cleaner than if it had been washed. John let out a burp, slumped onto the bed, and wore an expression of contentment. But he quickly realized his predicament, his body stiffened, and he looked timidly at Chu Yang. Are you full? Lu Jixia spoke, her voice clear and cold like jade beads falling onto a plate. If you're full, it's time to talk about business. What do you want to know? John's voice was a little hoarse. All. Lu Jixia tapped her long fingers lightly on the table. Your camp location, your numbers, and all the rules you know about this world. You can choose not to tell, but I think you should understand that this bread could be either the Last Supper or the beginning of a new life. John looked into Lu Jixia's eyes, which seemed to see right through people, and his mental defenses crumbled instantly. Faced with this powerful force that possessed electricity, healthcare, and refined flour and white bread, his little bit of persistence seemed so ridiculous. I'll tell you everything. For the next hour, the only sound in the interrogation room was John's intermittent narration. The more Chu Yang and Lu Jixia listened, the more solemn their expressions became. The world is more cruel and more vast than they imagined. As far as John knew, tens of thousands of classes had descended upon this blood-red continent. But the vast majority of classes were still in an extremely primitive state. Some were still making fire by rubbing sticks together, while others had even fallen apart due to internal strife and become food for wild beasts. John and his men were among the best who were able to establish a basic camp and manufacture stone spears and bows. Class A10086, with its modern weapons, vehicles, and even power systems, is practically a force to be reckoned with. The system will issue a task. John swallowed hard and continued. Yesterday, a voice suddenly appeared in my head saying that a world quest had begun. If you find the throne fragments scattered across the continent, you can obtain unimaginable rewards. If you collect all the fragments you can... What can you do? Chu Yang pressed. Then I can end this game and become the god of the new world. A brief silence fell over the room. To become a god. It sounds like an absurd joke, but in this world full of killing and superpowers, who can guarantee it's not true? There is another, even more important piece of information. John's face turned deathly pale, and his body trembled uncontrollably, as if recalling something extremely terrifying. It's about the core of the class. When each class arrives, it will be accompanied by an initial item. It could be a stone, a book, or a tree. The system calls it the class core. What's the use of this? Lu Jixia keenly grasped the key point. It's our lifeline. John's voice trembled with tears. Once the core is destroyed, or taken by another class and sacrificed to the system, all members of that class, no matter where they are or how strong they are, will be directly wiped out by the system. Not a single one will be spared. Elimination? Chu Yang's pupils suddenly contracted. Yes, they will disappear completely, leaving not even ashes. Then, all the resources and equipment of that class will turn into a huge treasure chest and fall into the original location of the core. This is the real rule of this game. It's not a life or death struggle, but a complete annihilation, cutting off all roots. This is a zero-sum game. To survive and become stronger, you must climb over the corpses of other classes. Lu Jixia's expression also changed. Although she had anticipated that the rules would be cruel, she hadn't expected them to be so ruthless. This means that as long as the core of Class A10086 is exposed, all of them will be under the constant shadow of annihilation. Where is your core? Chu Yang's voice turned cold, carrying an undeniable pressure. John shuddered. He knew that answering this question would mean betraying his classmate completely. But he didn't want to die. He looked at the empty plate, savoring the sweetness of the white bread, and then glanced at Chu Yang's murderous eyes. At the bottom of that dry well in the center of our camp, John said, closing his eyes as if using all his strength, is a glowing stone. We call it the primordial stone. Chu Yang didn't waste any words and immediately pressed the button on his headset. Li Qian, go to that spot, under the dry well, and find a glowing stone. Immediately. A crisp reply came from the other end of the communicator. Received. The wait wasn't long, but it felt like an eternity to John. 10 minutes later, Li Qian's voice rang out again, tinged with surprise. Boss, we found it. This thing is weird. It was buried in the mud and it was still glowing. When I held it, I could feel it beating, like a heart. The intelligence has been verified to be correct. Chu Yang cut off the communication and turned his gaze back to John. Now you have 2 paths before you. Chu Yang held up 2 fingers. First, I now order that stone to be crushed. You, and all your captured classmates outside, must disappear immediately. John fell to his knees with a thud, his head pounding against the ground. No! Don't kill me! I choose option 2. I choose option 2. Article 2. Chu Yang looked down at him. Swear allegiance. Your class will become an affiliated unit of Class A10086. Your corps will be under our control, and your personnel will be at our disposal. You will lose your independence and become our laborers, miners, and cannon fodder. But in exchange... Chu Yang pointed to the empty plate on the table. You will survive. And as long as you do a good job, you'll have plenty of this kind of bread. To be, or not to be. This is a multiple-choice question that requires no thought. In this wasteland where human life is as cheap as grass, dignity is the privilege of the strong, while the weak merely seek to survive. I do! John raised his head, his forehead covered in blood, but his eyes shone with a light called hope. On behalf of the whole class, I pledge my allegiance to you. From today onwards, we are your dogs. Whoever you tell us to bite, we will bite. Chu Yang nodded in satisfaction. He doesn't need dogs, but he needs labor. Sumuyu. Chu Yang called out to the door. Sumuyu walked in, wearing a white coat and carrying a first aid kit. Her gentle smile was like a spring breeze blowing into the oppressive interrogation room. Give them treatment, then arrange a hot meal, Chu Yang instructed. Remember, don't let them eat too much, just half full is enough. A combination of kindness and severity. Only by letting these people experience the difference between heaven and hell will they be completely devoted to them. As I stepped out of the interrogation room, it was already dark outside. The blood-red moon hung in the sky, casting an eerie red glow over the entire camp. Lu Jixia stood on the high platform of the command center, holding a newly drawn map of the surrounding area in her hand, her beautiful eyes flashing with a flame called ambition. With this rule, we have the legal basis for expansion. She pushed up her glasses, a cold smile curving her lips. Conquer, incorporate, snowball. Chu Yang, what we're building isn't a class, it's an empire. Chu Yang looked at the small dot on the map that had just been marked as Auxiliary Camp Number 1. That was their first step. Pass down the order. Chu Yang's voice echoed in the night wind. Transform that camp into an outpost and station a small team there. I want to see the first batch of resources delivered by tomorrow morning. Intelligence is the eye, rules are the knife. Now, the hunter has opened his eyes and sharpened his blade. Chapter 83 Lu Jixia's Land Grabbing Strategy. On the large screen of the command center for Lu Jixia's Land Grabbing Strategy in Chapter 83, an incomplete electronic map was flashing. This was pieced together from drone reconnaissance, John's testimony, and the system's own blurry terrain map. At the center of the map is the steel fortress of Class A10086. Lu Jixia stood in front of the screen, holding a retractable pointer. She had changed her outfit, a black, tight-fitting tactical vest accentuated her amazing waist-to-hip ratio, and she wore a white lab coat over it. This mixed style gave her a unique, aesthetic beauty. The core members, including Chu Yang, Li Qian, Lin Qingxuang, and Su Meyer, were all present in the audience. The atmosphere was both somber and intense. Gentlemen, based on the intelligence from last night, our current situation is like that of a lion in a pack of wolves. Lu Zhixia drew a circle on the map with her pointer. Although we are strong, we are surrounded by wolves. Once these wolves unite, or some of them evolve into tigers, our advantage will be quickly wiped out. So what we need to do is not wait for them to evolve, but... The pointer struck the 3 red dots on the map with force. Strike first, strike hard. I call it the lightning land grab plan. Lu Jixiao's voice was clear and powerful, exuding an undeniable confidence. Black Iron Mine. The pointer pointed to a black mountain range to the northwest. It's 30 kilometers from us. According to geological scans, it's rich in high-purity iron ore and associated rare metals. This is the cornerstone of our future industrialization, and we must secure it. Emerald Basin. The pointer moved to a green area to the southeast. 25 kilometers away. There is an underground river flowing here, and the soil is fertile, making it a natural granary. Sumuyu's agricultural plan needs this land. With it, we will never have to worry about going hungry. Finally, here is Wind Whisper Canyon. Lu Jixiao's pointer stopped on a narrow crack in the due north direction. This is the only passage to the north, a strategically important and easily defensible location. Controlling this place is like installing a gate for our camp, keeping any threat from the north out. These 3 points constitute our initial strategic triangle. Lu Zhixia turned around, her glasses reflecting the light. Our advantage lies in mobility. Other classes are still walking or pushing carts with wooden wheels, while we have all-terrain vehicles, armored vehicles, and teleportation points. We need to create a time difference, and make these places ours before everyone can react. This isn't land grabbing, it's outright robbery. Li Qian whistled, her eyes gleaming with excitement. But I like it. Chu Yang sat in the main seat, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest. This plan is bold, even somewhat radical. Dividing the troops into 3 routes means that the defenses of the main base will be weakened. But he only thought about it for 3 seconds. Done! Chu Yang stood up, and the Thunder Emperor battle armor emitted a deep hum, like a beast awakening. Fortune favors the bold. In this world, to be conservative is to wait for death. He quickly issued the order. Li Qian, you lead a team, target the Black Iron Mine. There might be native creatures or other classes there. Your mission is only one, crush them. I want it to be a mine, even if it's been ravaged by blood. Yes. Mission accomplished. Li Qian saluted, a bloodthirsty smile on her face. Lin Qingxuang, you take Elite Team 2 to the Emerald Basin. The environment there is complex, and there may be guardian beasts. Your task is to clear and occupy it. Be quick and make as little noise as possible. Lin Qingxuang nodded, her cold and beautiful face expressionless, as she silently checked the sniper rifle in her hand. The rest of you, come with me. Chu Yang's gaze fell on the treacherous canyon on the map. I'm going to Wind Whisper Canyon. It's the most dangerous, but also the most important. Su Meyer. I'm here, boss. A charming voice rang out. Su Meyer stepped out from behind the crowd, wearing a modified jumpsuit. The originally loose clothes were now made to fit her body tightly, and the zipper was pulled down low, revealing a deep glimpse of snow-white skin. Her face was smeared with machine oil, but it didn't look dirty at all. Instead, it added a touch of wild sexiness. She was carrying a huge hydraulic shears, and this stark contrast made it impossible to look away. Mobilize your entire engineering team. Taking the land is only the first step, holding it is the key. Chu Yang looked at her. I need you to build fortifications and teleportation points in these areas as quickly as possible. Can you do it? Su Meyer stuck out her tongue and licked her red lips, then winked at her. As long as there are enough materials, I'll build you a harem, let alone a construction project. Set off! With Chu Yang's command, the entire camp instantly sprang into action, like a sophisticated machine. 10 minutes later, the roar resounded through the sky. 3 steel torrents, consisting of all-terrain vehicles, modified pickup trucks, and armored personnel carriers, stirred up clouds of dust and sped off into the vast wilderness. The wheels crushed the dry bones, and the engine noise startled the vultures into flight. This is the devastating impact of industrial civilization on primitive civilization. Li Qian's convoy was the first to arrive at the Black Iron Mine. This place has indeed been occupied by a class. It's a group of students in tattered school uniforms, struggling to hammer into the rock face with simple stone picks and rusty shovels. When they heard the thunderous roar of engines and looked up to see the dozen or so steel monsters armed with heavy machine guns charging towards them, everyone was stunned. The stone pickaxes in their hands fell to the ground with a series of crisp sounds. Those who surrender will not be killed. Li Qian stood on the roof of the lead vehicle, holding an assault rifle in her hand, and fired a burst of shots into the sky. There was no suspense whatsoever. Even before a real battle began, those dozens of pale and emaciated students knelt down in unison. This is the difference in power. In the face of absolute force, courage is sometimes worthless. On the other side, the Emerald Basin. Lin Qingxuang's team made little noise. They slipped into the edge of the basin like ghosts. Several mutated wild boars, the size of rhinoceroses, were entrenched here, with thick skin, tough flesh, and sharp tusks. 3 o'clock direction, wind speed 4, distance 800. Lin Qingxuang lay prone in the grass, locking onto the wild boar king that was drinking water through the scope. Bang! A muffled gunshot rang out. The specially designed armor-piercing bullet pierced the boar king's skull in an instant. Its massive body collapsed with a crash, splashing water everywhere. Just as the remaining wild boars were about to go berserk, they were instantly covered by a dense crossfire net. The battle ended in less than 10 minutes. Sumuyu and her agricultural team followed closely behind, arriving via the newly erected temporary teleportation device. Looking at the fertile black soil and the clear underground river, this usually gentle girl blushed with excitement. That's wonderful! We can grow rice, potatoes, and even raise fish here! At this moment, Chu Yang was standing at the highest point of Wind Whisper Canyon. The wind was strong here, making his cloak flutter loudly. Below them was a bottomless abyss, with only a narrow mountain road winding past, barely wide enough for 2 cars to pass side by side. It's truly a place where one man can hold off 10,000. Chu Yang exclaimed in admiration. Su Meyer was directing a group of engineering robots and strong laborers, who were taken from John's class, to frantically drive piles and pour quick-drying cement on both sides of the canyon. Boss, just give me 3 days, and I can build 2 bunkers and an electric fence here. Su Meyer wiped the sweat from her neck, the beads of sweat sliding down her collarbone and glistening in the sunlight. Then, even a Tyrannosaurus Rex would have to pay its toll. The sun is setting. Lu Jixia stood in the command center, watching as the 3 areas on the big screen, which were originally gray, had now all turned into bright green, representing her own side. The actual area controlled by Class A10086 expanded tenfold in just 1 day. This is not merely an expansion of territory, but a geometric increase in the ability to acquire resources. While other classes were still fighting tooth and nail over a piece of iron ore and worrying about their food rations for tomorrow, Chu Yang already possesses an entire mine, a granary, and a strategically important fortress. That's not competition. This is called crushing. As Chu Yang looked down at the land he had conquered, an unprecedented surge of pride welled up in his heart. This is just the beginning. On this blood-red chessboard, he has already placed the 3 most crucial pieces. The next step is to completely destroy the game. Chapter 84 Jungle Ambush. Chapter 84 Jungle Ambush Warfare. The map of this blood-red wasteland is rapidly expanding on Chu Yang's desktop. Occupying the Black Iron Mine is the first step. The mine was buried beneath a rocky outcrop on the edge of the territory, producing extremely high-purity black iron ore, essential for Lu Jixia to upgrade his defensive arrow towers. To ensure the ore could be transported back to the main camp 24 hours a day, Chu personally led a team to lay simple black iron tracks along this 25-kilometer-long supply line. Every morning, 3 heavy-duty trucks, converted from all-terrain vehicles, set off on time. Chu jokingly referred to these trucks as mountain movers. The vehicle is equipped with double-layered composite armor, and the chassis uses a hydraulic shock absorption system. The 8 specially made large-size solid tires are covered with vicious, anti-slip steel teeth. A rune machine gun, personally enchanted by Lu Jixia, is mounted on the roof, with a rate of fire of 600 rounds per minute, enough to tear apart any low-level savage beast that tries to approach. The convoy was led by Zhao Meng, the deputy leader of the melee combat group. Despite being called the deputy team leader, she was actually a woman with a striking, heroic appearance and a stunning figure. She wore a tight-fitting set of black iron light armor, which featured openwork designs in key areas, ensuring both flexibility and perfectly outlining her shapely curves. Everyone stay alert. This section of the poisonous jungle is the only way through. The magnetic field interference is strong, and the radar range will be reduced to less than 500 meters. Zhao Ming sat in the passenger seat of the lead car, holding a heavy black iron broadsword in his hand. The truck drove into an area known as the poisonous jungle. The trees here are a sickly purplish black, with countless vines as thick as a wrist wrapped around their trunks, and a thin, sweet-smelling pink mist hangs in the air. Sizzle sizzle dash. A piercing interference sound came from the vehicle's communication device. Boss, the radar is malfunctioning, the screen is full of static, the driver said nervously. Zhao Ming frowned, just about to order a slowdown. Bang! A dull thud came from under the car. The entire heavy-duty truck seemed to have crashed into an invisible wall. The front of the truck suddenly bounced upwards, and then countless giant vines, as thick as buckets, pitch black and covered with sharp barbs, burst out of the ground. These vines, like living giant pythons, instantly wrapped tightly around the chassis and wheels of the lead vehicle. Creak dash. The sound of metal distorting his teeth grinding. Ambush! Everyone out of the vehicles! Establish defensive positions using the vehicles as cover. Zhao Meng reacted extremely quickly, kicking open the car door and rolling to the ground with the momentum. He drew his sword and cleaved a thin vine that was sweeping towards her face. Ding! Ding ding dong! A series of impacts resounded on the armored vehicle body. Countless blowguns, each about 20 centimeters long, jet black with eerie blue tips, shot out from the depths of the jungle. Although these blowguns could not penetrate the black iron armor, they were extremely powerful, striking the steel plates and creating a series of sparks. Riflemen, provide suppressive fire at the 10 o'clock and 2 o'clock positions. Heavy infantry, raise your shields. Zhao Meng huddled behind the wheels, giving loud instructions. The figures moved frequently in the jungle. The men were dressed in camouflage uniforms woven from withered grass, their faces heavily smeared with paint, and they moved with extreme agility. They didn't rush to get close, but instead used the trees for cover, constantly changing positions. These guys aren't savages, they're a class of survivors. Zhao Ming stared coldly at a blowgun that had sunk into the soil not far away. The opponent's tactics are very sophisticated. Taking advantage of the poisonous jungle terrain, they first trap the vehicles with snares, then harass them with these poisoned blowguns. The poison in the blowguns was clearly highly corrosive. White smoke had already begun to rise from the paint on the vehicles. Ah! A scream came from the back of the car. One of the guards accidentally stepped on an animal trap disguised under dead leaves. The animal trap was made of some kind of high-strength alloy with extremely sharp serrations. Even though the black iron leg guards blocked most of the force, it still firmly trapped her ankle, and blood flowed out from the gaps in the armor. Hold on! Medic, go treat the wound! Zhao Ming gritted his teeth and used his sword to cleave through a row of blowgun darts. She realized something was wrong. The enemy wasn't numerous, probably around 30 people, but their coordination was extremely good. They weren't launching a direct assault, but rather trying to deplete the convoy's ammunition. If they could hold out until nightfall, the danger level of this poisonous jungle would increase exponentially. They are cutting off our supply lines. Zhao Ming pressed the tactical terminal on his wrist, which was an emergency assistance system specially designed by Lu Jixia. Main camp, this is the mountain moving convoy. We were ambushed at coordinates X12, Y45. The enemy is a squad skilled in jungle warfare, armed with highly corrosive toxin weapons and control traps. Requesting backup. The distress signal penetrated the interference, and was transmitted back to the House of Miracles. Inside the command center, Chu Yang looked at the flashing red dots on the big screen, his gaze sweeping over the complex contour maps. The enemy commander is very clever. Lu Jixia stood to the side, her fingers flying across the screen, bringing up a terrain model of the area. They took advantage of the radar blind spots. Look here, this high ground, 1,500 meters away from the battlefield, is the only blind spot and the best position to command the overall situation. Chu Yang looked at the red dot that Lu Jixia had circled. It would take the regular troops 20 minutes to get there. By the time they arrive, Zhao Ming and her team will probably be exhausted. Moreover, there is definitely a second ambush zone in the jungle, prepared specifically for reinforcements. Chu Yang turned around and looked at the two women sitting in the corner with their eyes closed, resting. Lin Qingxuang's snow-white dress stood out starkly in the dimly lit room. Her shattered star sword lay across her knees, and she was as cold as a block of ice that would never melt. Tang Rou, meanwhile, was adjusting her dragon eye judgment device with her head down. This sniper rifle, with a level 7 Thunderwing Wyvern eyeball as its scope core, shimmered with a dark purple light. Tang Rou's long, slender, white fingers gently brushed across the bolt, her movements as tender as caressing a lover's skin. Today she wore a deep purple backless bodysuit, the design of which perfectly accentuated her curves and showcased her incredibly proportionate figure, especially her long legs encased in black over-the-knee stockings, which exuded power. Tang Rou, Qingxuang. Chu Yang spoke, his voice not loud, but carrying an undeniable sense of command. Arrive. Tang Rou stood up, slung the heavy sniper rifle over her shoulder, and a sharp glint flashed in her cold, beautiful eyes. Teleport coordinates locked. Target, enemy commander. Chu Yang pointed to the map. I need to see the results within 5 minutes. Clear. Lin Qingxuang also stood up, walked to Tang Rou's side, and casually put her arm around her waist. Whoosh! A beam of white light illuminated the office. The next second, on a secluded hillside 5 kilometers from the ambush site, space was slightly distorted. Lin Qingxuang and Tang Rou appeared out of thin air. The air here was much thicker than at the camp, a mixture of sulfurous odors and the sweet, cloying smell of poisonous miasma that made it difficult to breathe. The moment Lin Qingxuang landed, her eyes closed slightly. An invisible wave emanated from her, spreading in a fan shape into the depths of the jungle. This was her enhanced perception ability after breaking through to level 4, the frost domain, perception of all things. In her mind, the source of life within a 3-kilometer radius was as clearly visible as a candle in the dark. Found it. Lin Qingxuang opened her eyes and pointed southeast. At a distance of 1,800 meters, in the canopy of the largest black ironwood tree, there are 4 high-energy reactions. One of them has a very strong mental energy fluctuation, which should be their squad leader. Tang Rou didn't say anything, but silently found a flat rock and lay down. She pulled open the support of the dragon eye judgment. This gun is too heavy. The barrel alone uses 50 kilograms of high-density iron. Tang Rou pressed her eye close to the scope. The moment the Longan crystal came into her line of sight, its pupils contracted sharply, and the previously overlapping branches and leaves became transparent and blurred in her vision. She saw the figure hiding 1,800 meters away. It was a man wearing a dark green cloak, holding a bronze-colored telescope, giving instructions in a low voice into a walkie-talkie. Wind speed 3.5 meters per second, humidity 82%, gravity offset value 1.47. Tang Rou's voice was as calm as a machine. She slowly pulled the bolt, and a bullet about 15 centimeters long, with lightning patterns engraved on its tip, was pushed into the chamber. Qingxuang, help me stabilize the airflow. Good. Lin Qingshuang placed one hand on Tang Rou's shoulder. An extremely cold aura instantly spread, freezing the air around the two people completely, and creating an absolutely still vacuum zone. This environment can minimize the interference of natural factors on the trajectory of the ballistics. 1800 meters. This is a sniping distance that exceeds all conventional understanding. But in Tang Rou's sights, that man's forehead had become a place where death was bound to pass. Chapter 85 Tang Rou's Divine Sniper Shot. Chapter 85 Tang Rou's Divine Shot. On the treetop 1800 meters away. The man in the cloak was named Chen Feng, and he was the class monitor of Class C-102. His luck wasn't great. The poisonous jungle he was teleported to was resource scarce, but his talent, Jungle Master, allowed him to control some low-level plants. With this ability, he managed to survive in this deadly place. Squad leader, the enemy's armor is too thick. The blowgun can only corrode the surface and cannot damage the core. An anxious voice came through the walkie-talkie. Chen Feng snorted coldly, adjusted the magnification of his binoculars, and stared intently at the heavy-duty truck that was entangled in vines. What's the rush? That's iron ore. As long as we get this truckload, our weapons can be fully upgraded. Continue to lock their chassis with vines, and send the second team to the flanks to release poison gas. I don't believe they can hide in the truck forever. Chen Feng was very confident. His location was impeccable. The black ironwood tree was 40 meters tall, surrounded by dense subtropical vegetation, making it completely invisible from the outside. Moreover, he had 3 guards with awakened physical enhancement talents by his side, enough to handle any unexpected situation. But what he didn't know was, on a hillside 5 kilometers away, a stunningly beautiful woman had already locked onto him. Tang Rou lay on the rock, her breathing rate dropping to 3 times per minute. Her heartbeat could be clearly heard on the quiet hillside. Purple arcs of electricity began to crackle across the Dragon Eye Judgment's blade. The gun craved blood. He changed positions. Lin Qingshuang's voice rang in Tang Rou's ear, as light as a breeze. Chen Feng was indeed very cautious. He would move between different branches of the tree canopy every 3 minutes. But in Tang Rou's view, this movement was meaningless. Longan crystal not only allows for X-ray vision, but it can also detect the movement patterns of living beings. In her crosshair, Chen Feng's movement path was marked by a faint red line. He was waiting for a reply on the walkie-talkie. Tang Rou said softly. She took out a uniquely shaped bullet from her ammunition pouch. The bullet's projectile wasn't metal, but rather an extremely sharpened thunder dragon tooth. A miniature crystal core was embedded in the root, its surface engraved with 2 golden runes, penetrate and track. Thunder Fang Soul Chaser. This is the highest grade bullet that Lu Zhixia can currently produce, and its cost is enough to buy an off-road vehicle. Click. The bullet is chambered. Tang Rou's right index finger rested lightly on the trigger. Due to years of holding a gun, there was a thin layer of calluses on the fingertip, making it extremely sensitive to touch. At a distance of 1,800 meters, under conditions of 1.5 times the gravity, the amount of bullet falling is terrifying. But Tang Rou did not adjust the scale. She closed her left eye. In his mind, the tracking rune began to heat up. Qingshuang, he's about to give the order. Chen Feng raised the walkie-talkie again, waving his arm in the air, preparing to issue the order for a general offensive. In that very instant, a sharp glint flashed in Tang Rou's eyes. Bang dash! A muffled, thunderous gunshot rang out on the hillside. The immense recoil caused countless cracks to appear in the rock beneath Tang Rou. A blue bolt of lightning shot out from the muzzle of the gun, drawing a straight and dazzling arc in the air. The bullet travels at speeds exceeding 5 times the speed of sound the instant it leaves the barrel. The sonic boom cloud exploded around the gun muzzle, creating a ring of white mist. A distance of 1,800 meters takes less than a second for this bullet. Midway through its flight, the bullet experienced a slight deviation due to air resistance. Buzz! The tracking runes at the bullet's tail suddenly lit up. The blue lightning bolt twisted at a tiny angle in midair, forcibly correcting its trajectory. At that moment, Chen Feng was yelling into the walkie-talkie. "Second team, fire up smoke! Get out there!" His voice abruptly stopped. A chilling sensation known as Great Terror instantly swept over his entire body. His scalp tingled and the hairs on his body stood on end. That is the most primal instinct a living being has when facing death. He instinctively tried to turn his head to avoid it. But it was too late. Pfft. There were no obstacles. The bullet, made from a thunder dragon's tooth, carried violent kinetic energy and lightning power, instantly piercing through several layers of thick leaves blocking Chen Feng's path. Then, it precisely burrowed into Chen Feng's forehead. The penetrating rune explodes the moment it touches the bone. A fist-sized hole exploded in the back of Chen Feng's head, and red and white matter mixed with shattered bone fragments sprayed onto the tree trunk behind him. The bullet, still carrying momentum, pierced through the entire 1-meter diameter trunk of the black ironwood, leaving a charred, glowing hole. Chen Feng's body fell straight down from the 40-meter high treetop, like a puppet with its strings cut. Even as he lay dying, a glimmer of blue lightning remained in his eyes. He didn't even have time to feel the pain. "Class monitor!" The 3 guards in the tree canopy were dumbfounded. They watched as Chen Feng's headless corpse fell into the poisonous miasma below, their minds going blank. Where did this attack come from? There was no gunfire, no warning. Only that one streak of blue lightning, representing death. The ambush in the jungle came to an eerie halt at that moment. The vines that had been frantically attacking the convoy began to droop helplessly to the ground, like limbs that had lost their brains. The blowgunners hiding in the shadows could only hear the static of electricity and the terrified screams of a few guards on their communication channels. "The squad leader is dead! The squad leader has been murdered! Run! Run! There's a ghost!" Fear spread like a plague among the members of Class C-102. Their prized jungle concealment became the most laughable joke in the face of that one shot. "Counterattack! Everyone counterattack!" Although Zhao Meng didn't know what had happened, she keenly seized the opportunity. She swung her sword and chopped off the loosened vines. The rune machine gun on top of the truck began to roar. Dash! Dense flames swept across the jungle. Those ambushers who originally planned to retreat fell in large numbers instantly under this wave of close-range firepower. On a hillside 5 kilometers away, Tang Rose slowly straightened up, the gun still emitting wisps of smoke. She put her somewhat worn tactical gloves back on and let out a long breath. That shot just now drained nearly half of her mental energy. "Let's go." Lin Qingshuang withdrew her hand from her shoulder and glanced indifferently at the distant jungle. They are no longer needed there. Whoosh! The white light shone again. The 2 figures disappeared on the hillside. A few minutes later, Zhao Meng, covered in blood, stood beside Chen Feng's mangled corpse. She looked at the charred, round hole between the corpse's eyebrows, then looked up at the black ironwood tree that had been pierced, and couldn't help but swallow hard. A precise headshot after penetrating black ironwood at 1,800 meters. Zhao Ming gave a wry smile and put away the horizontal sword in his hand. That woman Tang Rou is getting more and more perverted. She turned around and looked at the team members who were cleaning up the battlefield. Take all the supplies you can carry, and dump the bodies in the swamp. We need to get back to camp as soon as possible. This jungle ambush ended in a way that can only be described as miraculous. And somewhere on the Crimson Continent, several covert informants who had been secretly observing the battle silently turned off their reconnaissance equipment. Their eyes were filled with an unprecedented fear. Class A10086. This name is destined to become a nightmare for everyone on this continent. Inside the main camp at this time, Chu Yang watched as the green dot representing the mountain moving workers convoy on the screen began to move again, and leaned back in his chair with satisfaction. He waved to Tang Rou and Lin Qingshuang as they walked into the hall. Well done. Tang Rou walked up to him, leaned her head wearily on his shoulder, and spoke in a barely audible voice. My husband, I want to eat the noodles you make. Chu Yang smiled and reached out to ruffle her long purple hair. Okay, all you can eat. Outside the window, the crimson moonlight shone on the camp's iron walls, cold and chilling. The battle for the throne has only just begun. Chapter 86: Li Qian vs. the Strength Specialist. Chapter 86: Li Qian vs. Strength Specialist. Tang Rou's shot was like an invisible blade of judgment, instantly severing the command center of Class C-102. The chaos in the jungle suddenly escalated. Without their squad leader's orders, the once perfectly coordinated ambush attackers were like venomous snakes with their teeth pulled, reduced to mere primal instincts. The guards' terrified screams mingled with the static of the electrical circuits on the communication channel, becoming the final straw that broke their psychological defenses. The squad leader is dead! Run! What? We've been discovered! Some dropped their blowpipes and plunged into the deeper forest without looking back, wanting to get as far away from this death trap as possible. But another group of desperate criminals, driven to the brink of desperation, unleashed their ferocity. With bloodshot eyes, they rushed out of their hiding places, brandishing poisoned daggers and crude machetes, and launched a suicidal charge against the mountain movers, convoy. Opportunity! Zhao Meng's roar exploded through the communicator. Machine gunners! Wipe out these bastards! Everyone else, get out of the vehicles and mop up! The battle instantly intensified. The runic machine gun on the roof roared menacingly, its scorching bullets tracing deathly paths through the air. The charging enemies fell in droves, like wheat stalks struck by a combine harvester. Zhao Meng led the girls and the melee team off the vehicle. Their black iron blades gleamed coldly in the poisonous miasma, each strike claiming a life. The battle unfolded as a one-sided massacre. However, just as the convoy was about to wipe out all the remaining enemies, a beast-like roar suddenly came from the depths of the jungle. Roar dash! The sound was filled with rage and fury, making the surrounding trees tremble. Immediately afterwards, an extremely burly figure burst out from behind a thicket of bushes. It was a strong man nearly 2.5 meters tall, his muscles bulging like granite, his brown skin adorned with ferocious totems. He was shirtless, wearing only a tattered animal hide around his waist, and dragging a massive iron hammer thicker than his calves. The hammerhead was made from a single, unpolished piece of black iron ore, its surface pitted and uneven, exuding a raw, violent beauty. Die, all of you! The burly man's eyes were bloodshot. He had clearly lost his mind. He swung the incredibly heavy iron hammer and slammed it hard into the ground. Boom dash! The earth trembled violently, and a visible shockwave spread outwards from the point of impact. A crater half a meter deep was blasted into the ground, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading in all directions. Several girls who were nearby were thrown about by the force of the impact, losing their balance. Watch out! This guy is a strength specialist! Zhao Meng's expression changed. The burly man gave them no time to react. He strode off like a runaway heavy truck towards the back of the convoy, where a medic was treating the wound of a team member who had been caught in an animal trap. Duh! Several musketeers immediately turned their guns around, and a hail of bullets struck the burly man. Jingle bells! Sparks flew everywhere. Those bullets, powerful enough to tear through steel plates, only left white spots on his iron-hard skin, not even scratching it. He seemed to possess some kind of steel skin, defensive ability, completely ignoring these physical attacks. The terrifying iron hammer was about to smash into the unarmed medic. At this critical moment, boom dash! An even more ferocious engine roar came from the side. A jet-black SUV, fitted with menacing rams, drifted and spun wildly, landing directly between the burly man and the medic. The car door was kicked open with tremendous force before it had even come to a complete stop. A figure shot into the air from the speeding car, her thunderous battle armor, crackling with purple lightning, standing out brilliantly in the dim jungle. She traced a sharp parabola through the air, gripping the giant axe also wreathed in lightning, and crashed down like a purple meteor in front of the burly man. Thump! The earth trembled again. Li Qian landed, kneeling on one knee, her thunder axe carving a deep trench in the ground, sending up countless pebbles and sparks. She slowly raised her head, and beneath the visor of her battle armor, her eyes burned with an unprecedented fighting spirit. "Your opponent is me!" The burly man's charge was abruptly halted. He looked at the woman before him, whose figure appeared remarkably petite compared to his own, and then at the clearly extraordinary armor and weapons she wore. A glint of undisguised greed flashed in his crimson eyes. He could sense the terrifying energy contained within that set of equipment. If he killed her, this divine armor would be his. "Get out of my way!" the burly man roared. Without any hesitation, he swung the iron hammer and smashed it down on Li Qian's head with all his might, as if Mount Tai were pressing down on her. The howling wind even blew the strands of hair on Li Qian's forehead backward. Instead of dodging, Li Qian let out an even more excited shriek. She pushed off with her legs, advancing instead of retreating, her giant axe slashing upwards in a violent purple arc to meet the falling iron hammer. When dash! The giant axe and the iron hammer collided with a deafening roar. The metallic roar that erupted at that moment was so piercing that everyone around instinctively covered their ears. A visible circular shockwave exploded outwards from the two people, and more than a dozen large trees around them, as if cut by invisible blades, snapped in half and collapsed with a crash. Smoke and dust filled the air. Both figures were sent flying backwards at the same time. The burly man staggered back 7 or 8 steps, each step leaving a deep imprint on the hard ground, before finally regaining his balance. The hand gripping the hammer had split open, and blood flowed down the handle. For the first time, a look of horror appeared in his eyes. He couldn't believe that this woman, who looked to weigh less than half as much as him, could actually hold her own against him in a pure clash of strength. On the other side, Li Qian performed a beautiful backflip in the air, dissipating most of the impact and landing steadily. Her arm, which was gripping the battle axe, was slightly numb, but a near-manic smile appeared on her face. "That's more like it!" The thunder armor on her body seemed to sense its master's fighting spirit. The runes on its surface suddenly lit up, and fine purple arcs of electricity darted into her muscles like snakes. Sizzle dash! Li Qian felt an explosive force surge from her limbs and bones, instantly boosting her speed and reaction ability to a new level. Again! With a sharp cry, she pushed off with her feet, transforming into a purple afterimage as she charged forward once more. This time, she was noticeably faster than before. The burly man only felt a blur before his eyes, and the giant axe crackling with electricity was already aimed at his face. In a panic, he raised his iron hammer to block. Clang! Another loud bang. But this time, the burly man felt something different. A strong sense of numbness spread throughout his body along the iron hammer, causing the right side of his body to stiffen for a moment. That's the flaw. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Li Qian twisted her wrist, and the axe blade grazed the hammer surface, striking the burly man's shoulder hard. Pfft! His tough skin was torn open, and purple arcs of electricity instantly drilled into the wound, wreaking havoc within his muscle tissue. Aya! The excruciating pain drove the burly man completely insane. He activated his trump card, Berserk. His body expanded again at a visible speed, his height exceeded 3 meters, his muscles bulged as if inflated, the blood vessels under his skin twisted like earthworms, and his eyes turned completely blood red. Die! He abandoned all defense, recklessly swinging the hammer in a chaotic, area of effect attack. The massive hammer danced with incredible force in his hands, each swing creating a sonic boom that tore through the air and slammed the ground into terrifying craters. Faced with a berserk enemy, Li Qian surprisingly remained calm. Instead of engaging in direct combat, she maximized the speed advantage provided by her equipment. Her figure weaved through the chaotic hammer shadows, like a purple butterfly amidst raging waves. Every dodge was fraught with danger, and every attack was precise and ruthless. The battle axe continued to leave new wounds on the burly man's body. Although none of them were fatal, the accompanying lightning damage was constantly numbing his nerves and draining his strength. The battle lasted for a full 3 minutes. The burly man's movements became slower and slower, his breathing sounded like a broken bellows, and each swing of the hammer seemed to be weak and powerless. Finally, after a powerful sweeping motion, his movements froze for a full second. Now! Li Qian's eyes flashed with a sharp light. She had seized this opportunity to decide the outcome. Instead of attacking, she raised her thunder axe high. Thor's wrath! With a roar, the originally gloomy clouds in the sky were instantly stirred up by an invisible force, forming a huge vortex. Snap! A bolt of purple lightning, as thick as a bucket, seemed to be summoned, tearing through the sky and descending precisely into the battle axe that Li Qian held high. At that moment, Li Qian seemed to transform into a Valkyrie wielding lightning, her entire body bathed in destructive lightning. Drive it for me! With all her might, she swung the giant axe, which seemed to gather the power of heaven and earth, down fiercely. The burly man raised his head, and the last seen reflected in his blood-red eyes was that ever-expanding purple lightning, powerful enough to purify all the evil in the world. There was no sound, because all sounds were completely swallowed up in that extreme energy burst. When the light fades. In the center of the battlefield, only a huge scorched crater with a diameter of more than 10 meters and vitrified edges remained. As for the berserk burly man, along with his enormous iron hammer, he had been neatly cleaved in two into charred halves, still emitting wisps of smoke. The battle is over. Li Qian, carrying the giant battle axe that was still crackling with fine electric light, slowly walked out from the edge of the scorched pit. Her petite yet explosive physique, the exaggerated weapon in her hand, and the devastating scene behind her create a striking visual contrast. This scene was deeply imprinted in the minds of everyone on the battlefield. Chapter 87 Destroying the Core, Cruel Annihilation. Chapter 87 Destroying the Core, Cruel Annihilation. As the power-specialized class leader fell, the last will of resistance of Class C-102 vanished into thin air. The remaining enemies, gazing at the petite figure bathed in lightning and resembling a demon goddess, utterly lost their will to fight. They dropped their weapons, fell to their knees, clutched their heads, and trembled violently with fear. The jungle ambush warfare has now come to a complete end. Pack up all the prisoners and usable items and take them to the mining base. Chu Yang's order came through the communicator, his voice as calm as ever, as if the fierce battle just now was nothing more than a trivial farce. Li Qian, you lead a small team to find out the location of their hideout from the prisoners. I need you to carry out the core destruction mission. Destroy the core? Li Qian was stunned. This was the first time she had received such an order. Yes. Chu Yang's tone was devoid of any emotion. War has no mercy. In this world, being lenient with the enemy is being cruel to ourselves. Go, and make them disappear from this continent completely. Yes. Li Qian was silent for a moment before finally replying in a deep voice. Half an hour later. Behind a secluded waterfall, Li Qian led 5 carefully selected team members to the campsite of Class C-102. It was a damp, dark cave, with a few torches made of animal fat burning inside, emitting a foul odor. Only a dozen or so elderly people, women, and children remained in the cave, huddled in a corner, watching the fully armed intruders who seemed like gods descending to earth, their eyes filled with despair and numbness. They knew that their husbands and sons would never come back. Li Qian's gaze swept over the pitiful people, but she felt little emotion. She walked straight to the deepest part of the cave. There stood a simple altar built of stones and animal bones. In the very center of the altar floated a sphere the size of a basketball, woven from countless emerald green vines. The sphere was slowly rotating, emitting a faint, life-giving aura, like breathing. This is the core of Class C-102. The foundation upon which a class depends for its survival. As long as the core remains intact, even if all members die, theoretically, they can be revived using certain special items. However, once the core is destroyed, this class, along with its entire history and members, will be completely erased by the rules of this world. Seeing this strange object, which could determine the life or death of an entire class, for the first time, the young girls following behind Li Qian hesitated. Their gazes shifted between the trembling women and children and the fragile green orb, and their hands, gripping the musket, trembled involuntarily. Killing enemies is one thing, but extinguishing the flame of a civilization with your own hands is quite another. They all looked at Li Qian, waiting for her decision. Li Qian stood in front of the core, remaining silent. Chu Yang's cold words kept echoing in her mind. War has no mercy. Yes, if they were the ones defeated today, would these people show mercy? The answer is self-evident. In this blood-soaked world, survival itself is a zero-sum game. She took a deep breath of the damp air in the cave, and the last trace of hesitation in her eyes was replaced by determination. She turned around and looked at the team members behind her, whose faces were filled with reluctance. Remember this feeling. Her voice was a little hoarse. Engrave it in your heart, and make it the reason why we must become stronger at all costs. We act so that no one else will ever act against us again. Execute the command. The last 4 words were decisive and resolute. One of the team members bit her lip, a resolute look appearing on her pale face. She slowly raised the black iron musket in her hand, aiming the dark muzzle at the core that was still emitting a soft green light. No! Please! Don't! Wah, my child is still so young! The women and children in the corner let out piercing cries and pleas. Some even tried to rush over despite the danger, but were coldly stopped by another team member with the butt of his rifle. Li Qian closed her eyes. Bang! The gunshots echoed in the narrow cave, sounding particularly jarring. The projectile, imbued with armor-piercing runes, struck precisely at the center of the green core. The core trembled violently, and the vines on the surface withered instantly. Then, in a silent ripple, it exploded with a deafening roar, turning into countless green specks of light that danced in the air, like fireflies on a summer night, beautiful yet deadly. At the very moment the core shattered, an unbelievable scene unfolded. Inside the cave, all the members of Class C-102, whether they were crying women and children or sleeping babies in swaddling clothes, began to become transparent and ethereal. Their expressions froze, and their voices stopped abruptly. The entire process was silent, yet it carried a chilling and cruel quality that sent shivers down one's spine. 1 second they were alive and well, the next they were completely erased from this world. Their bodies turned into green specks of light, just like the core, slowly rising and eventually dissipating into the air. There was no blood, no corpse. There was only deathly silence. The girls who witnessed this scene turned deathly pale instantly. One of the team members, who had a weaker constitution, could no longer hold back and leaned against the wall, retching violently. The most real and cruel side of this war was thus laid bare before them. When the last point of light disappeared, where the altar had been, a bronze treasure chest, shimmering with a faint light, appeared out of nowhere. Inside lay all of Class C-102's resources and accumulated wealth. It was everything they had earned through countless life-or-death battles, and now it had become the spoils of the victors. Li Qian silently stepped forward and put away the treasure chest. She didn't glance at the empty cave again, but turned around and led her equally silent teammates out of the place that buried all traces of the class. Back at the mine base, no one spoke. The girls silently handed over their tasks, and then walked into the makeshift training ground without saying a word. Bang! 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 Ha! Gunshots and the sound of blades cutting through the air rang out again, more frantic and desperate than ever before. They used sweat and exhaustion to numb their nerves and cover up the unspeakable palpitations in their hearts. They finally understood. In this bloody arena known as the battle for the throne, there is no right or wrong, no good or evil. Only the predators at the top of the food chain and the prey that are wiped out. To survive and protect everything you cherish, the only way is to become the most apex predator, the most ferocious predator. Chapter 88 Lin Qingshuang's Swordsmanship. Chapter 88 Lin Qingshuang's swordsmanship destroyed the core of Class C-102, like a boulder thrown into the calm lake of the camp, the ripples of which lingered for a long time. The silent annihilation in the cave was transmitted to each girl's terminal via the action recorder. There was no bloodshed, no screams, yet it was more shocking and chilling than any massacre. It was a complete erasure at the level of rules, taking away even the traces of existence. No one discussed it openly, but the atmosphere in the camp changed. The sounds of eating in the canteen quieted down, but the clanging of equipment on the training field continued all night. The girls seemed possessed, squeezing every last drop of potential from their bodies in an almost self-destructive way. Sweat soaked their combat uniforms, and muscle soreness kept them tossing and turning all night, but not one of them stopped. That silent demise, like an invisible whip, lashed fiercely at everyone's heart. For the first time, they realized so clearly that in this arena called the battle for the throne, weakness meant not even having the right to turn into a handful of ashes. Late at night, on the rooftop terrace of the Miracle House, Chu Yang stood alone, the night wind ruffling the hem of his black trench coat. He didn't look at the two eerie purple moons in the sky. His gaze was fixed on the brightly lit training ground below. Li Qian's roar, the crisp sounds of Tang Rou disassembling and assembling firearms, and the occasional explosions emanating from Su Meyer's laboratory intertwined to create a symphony of steel and will. He knew that the annihilation had planted a seed in the girls' hearts, a seed of fear, but also of motivation. A series of very light footsteps came from behind, carrying a hint of chill. Chu Yang didn't turn around. "It's so late, aren't you asleep yet?" "I can't sleep." Lin Qingxuang's voice was as cold as ever, like the snow that never melts on a mountaintop. She walked to Chu Yang's side and stood beside him. Today, she wasn't wearing her usual snow-white outfit, but only a plain long dress. Moonlight shone on her, outlining her proud and perfect profile. Her pretty face, which always kept people at a distance, now carried a hint of barely perceptible confusion. The ice thunder-shattering star sword was held horizontally in front of her, its blade trembling slightly and emitting a barely audible hum, as if resonating with its master's emotions. "Chu Yang." For the first time, she didn't call him husband. I want to fight you." Lin Qingxuang turned her head, her clear, deep eyes looking directly at Chu Yang without flinching. "The kind where I use all my strength." Chu Yang finally turned his head to look at her. In those eyes, he saw suppressed confusion, a yearning for a breakthrough, and an invisible wall trapping her in place. Lin Qingxuang, who had charged forward fearlessly in battle, her sword turning everything in its path to scorched earth, now doubted her own sword. He paused for a moment, then nodded. The training ground. The underground training ground, specially designed for high-intensity combat, is constructed from thick black iron alloy and is capable of withstanding a full-force attack from a lord-level creature. The two stood facing each other, 20 meters apart. Sensing his master's fighting spirit, Chu Yang's Thunder Emperor battle armor automatically covered his entire body, with purple gold light flowing slowly across its surface. The level 7 thunder core on his chest emitted a deep, throbbing heartbeat. However, he did not draw his sword. He simply stood there casually, his hands hanging naturally at his sides. Lin Qingxuang, on the other hand, was gaining momentum. She slowly raised her long sword, the tip pointing diagonally at the ground. A visible icy blue chill spread from beneath her feet, and a thick layer of frost quickly condensed on the ground. On the frost, fine purple arcs of electricity darted about like snakes. "I'm here," she whispered. Before she finished speaking, her figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. The next second, a sword aura mixed with ice crystals and lightning appeared right in front of Chu Yang's face. Fast. Extremely fast. This sword strike, without any probing, was a killing move she unleashed with all her might. Even before the sword energy arrived, the chilling aura that froze the soul and the lightning that tore through the air had already sealed off all of Chu Yang's escape routes. Faced with this earth-shattering attack, Chu Yang's body merely shifted slightly to the side. Clang! The sword tip grazed his shoulder armor, sending sparks flying. The sword energy, powerful enough to cleave a chariot in two, merely left a shallow white mark on the Thunder Emperor's armor. Missing her first strike, Lin Qingxuang flipped her wrist, her sword strikes flowing like mercury, relentless and continuous. Ice Dragon Wild Dance! Countless icy lightning sword energies intertwined in front of her, forming an impenetrable net that enveloped Chu Yang from all directions. The entire training ground instantly transformed into an extremely cold lightning prison, the air itself freezing and groaning under the immense pressure. Chu Yang still did not retaliate. His figure weaved through the sword net, each step landing at the most improbable juncture, each dodge a hair's breadth away. He was like a seasoned dancer, strolling leisurely through a storm of destruction. He even had time to speak. "Your sword is in disarray." His voice, deep and clear, traveled through his battle armor and reached Lin Qingxuang's ears precisely. "Your sword strike was 3 times faster than usual, but 7/10 of its power was lost. What's your rush?" Lin Qingxuang bit her lip, unmoved, and her attacks became even more ferocious. She tried to suppress Chu Yang with faster speed and more frequent attacks to cover up her inner anxiety. "A flaw." Chu Yang's voice rang out again. He spotted an opening, and instead of retreating, he advanced. With his left index and middle fingers joined together, a wisp of golden energy swirling around the fingertips, he precisely struck the spine of Lin Qingxuang's long sword. Buzz dash! An overwhelming, unstoppable force of vibration traveled along the sword. Lin Qingxuang felt a violent tremor in her hand, a tingling sensation spreading throughout her body, and the long sword nearly flew out of her grasp. She had to use the force to retreat, creating distance between herself and Chu Yang once again. Her chest heaved violently, and a fine layer of sweat beaded on her forehead. The sustained high-intensity bursts of energy were taking a huge toll on both her physical and mental strength. But with each setback, her eyes grew brighter and brighter. She knew that Chu Yang was sparring with her, analyzing her swordsmanship in the most direct way, and tearing apart the cage she had built for herself. "Why?" Chu Yang looked at her and finally asked the most crucial question. "Why do you want to become stronger?" Lin Qingxuang was stunned. "Why?" "So that I won't have to helplessly watch my loved ones perish in the beast tide like before. So that I can survive in this damned apocalypse." Countless thoughts flashed through her mind, but each one seemed so pale. "Your sword is too pure." Chu Yang slowly walked towards her, each step feeling like he was stepping on her heartbeat. "It's so pure that it's nothing but killing. You've used killing as a means to become stronger, but you've forgotten the true meaning of power." He stopped in front of Lin Qingxuang, reached out, and gently stroked the cold blade with his fingers covered by battle armor. "The ultimate power is not destruction. It is protection. Guard." These 2 words, like a thunderclap from the heavens, exploded deep within Lin Qingxuang's soul. Her body trembled violently, and her pupils suddenly contracted. "What are we protecting?" She seemed to be hallucinating. She saw Li Qian carrying a giant axe to block a fatal blow for her, her silly grin. She saw Tang Rou clearing away all threats for her in the distance, her calm and focused profile. She saw Sumayu rushing over without hesitation, using her frail body to treat her wounds, her anxious tears streaming down her face. Finally, the image freezes. The image is frozen on the man who always stands in front of everyone, using his broad back to shield them from the storm. So that's how it is. She had always thought that she wielded her sword to sever the powerlessness of the past. But now she understood that what she truly wanted to do was to use the sword in her hand to protect everything behind her. The knot in my heart suddenly cleared up at this moment. An unprecedented realization welled up in my mind. Lin Qingxuang's aura changed. If before she was a block of ancient ice, radiating a chilling aura that kept strangers away, then now she was like a snow lotus quietly blooming on a cliff after the ice and snow had just melted, still cold and aloof, but now imbued with a resolute determination to protect and a warm vitality. The ice thunder shattering star sword in her hand emitted a joyful dragon roar. "I see." She raised her head, looked at Chu Yang, and revealed a faint smile that was enough to melt ice and snow. She held the long sword horizontally in front of her chest, and all her strength, spirit, and insights flowed into the sword at that moment. Man and sword seemed to have become one. She transformed into a streak of light. A dazzling stream of ice and lightning, beyond description, carrying an unwavering determination, a sharp edge capable of severing everything, and a gentle tenderness that protects all, pierced towards Chu Yang's chest. This was the strongest sword strike she had ever mastered, achieved through sheer willpower. That is her way. Faced with this astonishingly brilliant sword strike, Chu Yang's eyes revealed sincere admiration. He finally moved. There was no earth-shattering energy burst, no flashy moves. He simply extended his right hand, and with his index and middle fingers, just before the streak of light reached him, he precisely caught the tip of the sword. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. All the violent frost and lightning, the moment they touched his fingertips, were absorbed and annihilated as if they had encountered a bottomless black hole. As the light faded, Lin Qingxuang's figure reappeared. She maintained her thrusting posture, the tip of her sword firmly held between Chu Yang's two fingers, unable to advance even an inch further. With her last ounce of strength drained, her body went limp, the long sword slipped from her hand and fell to the ground, and she knelt on one knee. Sweat streamed down her pale cheeks, but her face held an unprecedented sense of relief and ease. She lost. They lost convincingly. But they won. He earned his own way of kendo. A warm and strong hand helped her up from the ground. Lin Qingxuang leaned closer and gently buried her head in that firm chest, feeling the familiar and comforting scent. She closed her eyes and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. "What I want to protect. It's you and our family." Chapter 89, Rising to Fame, Becoming the Target of Public Criticism. Chapter 89, Rising to Fame, Becoming the Target of Criticism. Just as a significant transformation was completed within Class A10086, the entire Crimson Continent was thrown into turmoil by a sudden announcement. That cold, emotionless mechanical voice, like a divine oracle, resounded simultaneously in the minds of more than 30,000 surviving squad leaders. World announcement. Congratulations to Class A10086 for successfully eliminating Class F2049, formerly Class C102, becoming the first class to achieve a double kill in this battle for the throne. The announcement was simple, but it contained so much information that it caused everyone who heard it to freeze briefly. Double kill? How long has the war been going on? 3 days? Or 4 days? The vast majority of classes are still struggling to adapt to their new environment and find a stable source of water and food, barely surviving. Many classes haven't even built a proper shelter yet, and are constantly battling the strange and monstrous creatures of this continent. And this A10086 class has quietly wiped out 2 classes? How is that possible? However, before they could recover from the shock, a second announcement followed, like an even heavier hammer blow to everyone's nerves. World announcement. Based on comprehensive system evaluation, Class A10086's current regional dominance is rated as hegemon level. Its key indicators, including territory development, resource control, military strength, and average combat power of its members, have significantly exceeded the current average level. Threat level assessment. World-class threat. System warning. To maintain game balance, world-class threat targets will be displayed across the entire map. The moment the words fell, a previously blurry area on all the class's tactical maps was suddenly covered by a blinding crimson light. The coordinates of that area were enlarged, bolded, and highlighted, as if afraid someone wouldn't see them. A 10086. This unfamiliar number, at this moment, was like a red-hot brand, deeply engraved in the minds of every survivor. Overlord level? World-class threat? What kind of monster is this? In a swamp, a man covered in mud stared at a red dot on a map, oblivious to the roasted lizard he was holding falling to the ground. His camp had been attacked yesterday by a swarm of spider-like creatures, suffering heavy casualties, and now they didn't even know where their food for tomorrow would be. What does this system mean? Publishing coordinates? Is it encouraging us to surround and wipe him out? Inside a steel fortress built from abandoned vehicles, a man with a cigar in his mouth frowned deeply. His class was quite strong, having already unified the area within a 3-kilometer radius, and was preparing to make a big splash, but this announcement had disrupted all their plans. Are you crazy? We're still using wooden spears and stone axes, and they've already started destroying nations? Investigate! Investigate! Who exactly is this Class A10086? How did they manage to do this? In an instant, the entire Crimson Continent was in an uproar. Jealousy, fear, greed, and doubt fermented wildly in the various makeshift communication channels. Classes that had been fighting tooth and nail over a piece of ore or a water source suddenly stopped their struggles. They realized there was a more serious problem. In this brutal elimination round, a player with bug-like abilities has emerged. If this world-class threat is allowed to continue developing, everyone else will just be a piece of the puzzle on the opponent's map, destined to be swallowed up sooner or later. Gentlemen, I think we have a common enemy. Taking on A1T0086 alone is like throwing an egg against a rock, but what if we unite? I propose the formation of the Dragon Slayer Alliance. Our sole objective is to destroy A10086. Under immense pressure to survive, various alliances aimed at opposing Class A10086 sprang up rapidly in the shadows. An invisible net began to slowly converge from all directions towards the coordinate marked by the crimson light. The Eye of the Storm, Camp A10086. Inside the command center, the atmosphere was completely different from the hustle and bustle outside. Looking at the glaring red mark on the holographic map, Lu Jixia's usually calm and icy face showed no worry at all. Instead, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, revealing a playful smile. She pushed up her frameless glasses, the lenses reflecting the cold light of data. Husband, the system has saved us a lot of trouble by giving us a free, globally covered advertisement. Chu Yang was leaning back in his large commander's chair, toying with a decent quality wind elemental crystal core he'd gotten from Class C-102's treasure chest. He didn't even lift an eyelid when he heard Lu Jixia's words. Advertise? Yes. Lu Jixia's finger lightly traced across the map. The system seems to have pushed us into the eye of the storm, making us the target of everyone's criticism. But from another perspective, it has also shown everyone our strength. This is enough to scare away those insignificant opportunists and lone wolves. She paused, her tone carrying a hint of composure, like a chess player. Those alliances that dare to come to us under these circumstances must be confident in their own strength. They will take the initiative to assemble and offer themselves up. This certainly saves us the trouble of going to them one by one. Chu Yang finally stopped what he was doing and casually tossed the crystal core onto the table. He stood up, walked to the huge French windows, and looked out at the blood-red wasteland illuminated by 2 purple moons outside the camp. Then let the guests come. His voice was calm, yet carried a domineering air of self-righteousness. Pass on my orders. All dispatched exploration and resource collection teams are to be withdrawn. Effective immediately, the territory shall cease all external expansion and enter a state of highest combat readiness. Turn the energy shield to maximum power and burn our stockpile of crystals like firewood. I want this tortoise shell to be so hard that even the gods will break their teeth. 100 rune arrow towers active around the clock, with the intelligent target acquisition system set to maximum sensitivity. I need to know whether a mosquito is male or female as soon as it flies in. The number of patrols has doubled, and they are now conducted in combat squads, carrying out 24-hour continuous cross-patrols. We're turning our 30-kilometer territory into a real meat grinder. The instructions, clear and ruthless, were transmitted to every corner of the camp through the broadcast system. The camp, which had been quiet for less than a day, was once again operating at high speed. But this time, it wasn't for expansion, but for defense. The girls had no objections and showed no fear whatsoever. When they heard that their class had been rated as a world-class threat, a hint of pride even appeared on their faces. So what if we become the enemy of the whole world? As long as that man is still standing here, they firmly believe that they are invincible. The entire camp resembled a prehistoric tiger that had retracted its claws, crouched low, and silently awaited its prey to step into its trap. It licked its wounds, sharpened its fangs, and every muscle was brimming with explosive power. A storm that will sweep across the entire continent is brewing wildly because of those 2 announcements. Class A10086 is prepared to tear everything apart in the eye of the storm. Chapter 90 Highest Alert. Steel Meat Grinder. Chapter 90 Highest Alert. The Steel Meat Grinder. All deployed units, repeat, all deployed units, immediately cease current missions, gather equipment, and assemble at the main camp. This is not a drill. Chu Yang's voice, transmitted clearly through the quantum communication network, reached the ears of every team member stationed outside. There were no superfluous explanations, no emotional fluctuations, only an unquestionable command. 25 kilometers away from the Black Iron Mine, Zhao Meng, the captain of the 3rd Exploration Team, had just marked a new rare metal vein. Upon hearing the order, she didn't hesitate for a moment, immediately turning off the detector and shouting to her cheering team members behind her. "Back to base! I want the vehicle running within 5 minutes!" Similar scenes were playing out simultaneously in various corners of the 30-kilometer territory. Whether it was a hunting team chasing high-value beasts or a logistics group collecting special plant samples deep in the swamp, everyone was carrying out orders from the highest command center with astonishing efficiency. Inside the command center, the massive holographic sand table had switched to war mode. Countless streams of golden data cascaded before Lu Jixia's eyes like a waterfall, and her usually calm eyes shone with an astonishing brightness. "Energy team, activate backup energy tower number 3 and deploy all B-grade crystals from our inventory. I require that the structural strength of the energy shield be increased by another 30% from its current level. Engineering department, immediately convert all production lines to military use. Suspend the research and development of the 3rd-generation mountain mine and focus all efforts on producing honeycomb high-explosive rune mines, the more the better. Logistics department, take inventory of all combat supplies and redistribute ammunition, high-energy nutrition, and first aid kits to combat squads. I want to see a list of all warehouses in 1 hour." Lu Jixia's voice was precisely transmitted to every department through a separate command channel. Throughout the camp, this war machine, assembled by Chu Yang himself, began to whir and spin at high speed under her command. Above the camp, the originally pale golden energy shield rapidly deepened in color under the infusion of massive amounts of energy, becoming as viscous and thick as molten gold. A faint, sweet ozone-like odor, a result of excessive energy accumulation, permeated the air. Inside the underground arsenal, Tang Ro was leading her mechanical squad, busily working in front of rows of black rune-inscribed arrow tower control terminals. Today, she was wearing a black, tight-fitting combat vest, the fabric soaked with sweat, clinging tightly to her shapely body and outlining breathtaking curves. Rewrite the target acquisition logic, adjust the attack priority of group targets to S level, and adjust high-energy reaction targets to S+ level. In addition, switch all arrow towers to silent hunting mode, and do not expose any energy fluctuations before the enemy enters the effective range. Her fingers tapped across the virtual keyboard, moving so fast they became a blur. 100 arrow towers, like silent sentinels, silently completed their final preparations at her command. They withdrew all their emitted blue light, merging into the night, transforming into 100 deadly traps. Dust billowed across the training ground. Li Qian, carrying the enormous thunder axe, roared deafeningly at the newly reorganized patrol team. "Listen up, all of you! From now on, the number of patrol teams will double. 5 people per team, patrol in alternating directions. Your patrol route maps have been sent to the terminals. Anyone who dares to deviate from the route by even a meter, or arrive a second late, is going to run naked down the back mountain. Your mission isn't to kill the enemy. It's to provide early warning. It's to mark any scum who dares to stick their claws into our territory immediately. Then, let the arrow towers and cannons tell them why the flowers are so red." The girls' faces were covered in sweat, but their eyes burned with fire. They roared in unison, their voices almost shaking the entire training ground. Deep within the camp, in Sue Meyer's laboratory, the atmosphere is rather eerie. "Hee, it's done!" Sue Meyer, with dark circles under her eyes, held a syringe bubbling with green bubbles and emanating an ominous aura high in her hand, and let out a villainous laugh. "The latest Berserk gene serum modified. After injection, it can boost the pig's combat power to the level of a level 3 savage beast within 3 minutes. Although the side effect is that it may turn into an indescribable pile of rotten flesh afterward. Who cares?" The assistants behind her all shuddered and instinctively moved away from their team leader, who had gone mad. The medical center was a scene of tranquility and solemnity. Sumuyu, dressed in her pristine white nurse's uniform, was leading the girls and her medical team as they sorted rows of medical supplies, bandages, and surgical instruments, each labeled with a different item, into their equipment boxes. Her small face was full of seriousness, and her usually bright, watery eyes were now filled with focus. She knew that in the battle to come, she would be the last line of defense for all her sisters. Chu Yang walked along the main road of the camp without saying a word, simply watching everything quietly. He watched as the nodes of the energy shield operated steadily, as the patrols marched in orderly steps toward the defensive line, and as crates of deadly weapons were transported to the designated positions. On the faces of each girl, there was no fear, only a fierce fighting spirit roused to its extreme. His presence was their greatest source of confidence. Night was falling. Lin Qingshuang stood alone on the highest watchtower, the highest point of the entire camp, overlooking everything within a 30-kilometer radius. The night breeze stirred her snow-white dress and jet-black hair, making her look like a moonlit fairy who might ride the wind at any moment. Instead of admiring the scenery, she used a piece of pristine white silk to gently wipe the ice thunder-star-shattering sword in her hand, again and again. The sword reflected a chilling light under the eerie purple moon. Her movements were slow and focused, as if it weren't just a sword, but the most precious treasure in her life. Her aura, the sword, and the night blended perfectly into one. Anyone who wants to storm the camp from the air must first ask the sword in her hand. "My lord, all the defensive fortifications have been completed." Inside the command center, Lu Jixia looked at the lit-up green defense nodes on the sand table, a satisfied expression on her face. With the miracle house at its core, an energy shield as its outer shell, 100 rune arrow towers as its skeleton, 32 heavy artillery positions as its fangs, and a death trap composed of 13,000 honeycomb mines, this 30-kilometer territory is now a true steel meat grinder. Any enemy that wants to break through from the front will have to pay with lives. She confidently drew her conclusion. Chu Yang's gaze slowly swept across the huge sand table, without saying a word. His fingers tapped lightly on the edge of the sand table, as if he were thinking about something. Suddenly, his finger stopped at the northwest corner of the sand table, at a seemingly inconspicuous mountain stream area. "Here." Lu Jixia looked in the direction he pointed and was slightly taken aback. "This is the crossfire zone of arrow towers A7 and A8, and there are also anti-gravity induction mines buried underground. It's one of the areas with the highest defense density." "Impossible. What you're seeing is just the firepower coverage. Look at the energy flow." Chu Yang's voice was calm. "The A7 arrow tower's energy comes from tower number 3, and the A8 towers comes from tower number 4. Their energy frequencies differ by a tiny 0.03 Hz. When both arrow towers are operating at full power simultaneously, the energy flow will create a resonance cancellation zone at this point, lasting for 0.5 seconds. Although it's fleeting, for a true master, 0.5 seconds is enough to do a lot." A fine layer of cold sweat instantly seeped out from Lu Jixia's forehead. This loophole was too subtle, exceeding the scope of conventional tactical planning and touching upon the field of energy science, a blind spot in her knowledge. If Chu Yang hadn't pointed it out, the consequences would have been unimaginable if the enemy had seized upon this weakness. "I'll adjust it right away." She was about to give the order. "No need." Chu Yang waved his hand. "Sometimes, loopholes can become traps." He connected to Tang Rou's communication channel. "Tang Rou, go to the coordinates I marked. I left you a gift, bury it. Then move that Godslayer number 3 turret, disguised as a rock, to that location." "Yes." Half an hour later, in that secluded corner of the mountain stream, everything was in place. 50 kilometers outside the camp. 3 figures, clad in black bodysuits and moving with ghostly agility, cautiously made their way towards the camp, using rocks and bushes as cover. They were elite scouts sent by the Dragon Slayer Alliance, each possessing stealth-type talents. Just as the lead scout stepped into the 30-kilometer warning zone. Whoosh! A black crossbow bolt, without a sound of it cutting through the air, seemed to emerge from nowhere and pierced his throat with pinpoint accuracy. He didn't even have time to utter a sound before his body went limp and he collapsed. The other two were shocked and immediately tried to use their talents to conceal themselves. But suddenly, two faint red halos appeared on the ground beneath their feet. Boom! Boom! Two violent bursts of light flashed and disappeared in the silent night. Throughout the entire ordeal, the camp's alarm never sounded. The night was completely deep. The entire A10086 camp was brightly lit, yet eerily quiet. The only sounds were the crisp clicking of weapon parts being maintained and the low hum of the energy towers operating. An intense, almost overwhelming killing intent slowly rose and spread in the darkness. In the command room, Chu Yang stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the dense red dots on the tactical map, which were slowly converging on the blood-red mark in the center from all directions. His eyes were devoid of any emotion, only a cold, lifeless stillness. The war has begun. Chapter 91: The Bottleneck of Healing. Chapter 91: The Bottleneck of Healing. The shadow of war loomed over the camp, and with it came an unimaginable intensity of training. Every girl is pushing herself to her limits because they have all witnessed firsthand the fate of the weak, who are left without even a trace. High-intensity training inevitably leads to injuries. The medical center became the most lively place in the camp besides the training grounds. Hiss, Muyu, little sister, be gentle, my arm is about to break. On the hospital bed, Li Qian grimaced and cried out. Her arm, which was strong enough to wield a giant axe, was now an abnormal dark red, with muscle fibers severely torn from excessive exertion, and even slight bleeding could be seen from the subcutaneous tissue. This happened when she pushed her limits and tried to overturn a heavy truck with her bare hands. Su Muyu knelt by the bed, her small face covered in sweat. She placed her hands on Li Qian's arm, a soft emerald green light enveloping the wound. The light of the rejuvenation technique continued to pour in, repairing the broken muscle fibers. But this time, the results were surprisingly poor. The green light was like water dripping into sand. Most of it was neutralized by the violent force remaining deep within the muscles, with only a very small portion struggling to repair itself. Injuries that used to heal in just 10 minutes are now showing no significant improvement even after more than half an hour. How could this happen? Su Muyu looked at her slightly trembling hands, her big, watery eyes filled with confusion and anxiety. She discovered that her healing abilities seemed to have hit an invisible wall. For ordinary cuts and abrasions, her healing techniques are still remarkably effective. However, when faced with deep strain caused by exceeding one's own limits, or long-standing hidden injuries, her treatments become inadequate. She tried to walk into the hall and cast a small-scale life-saving spell on the lightly injured soldiers who had suffered bruises and swelling from combat training. A warm, green rain of light fell, but its effect was minimal. The girls only felt a little better. The bruises and swelling on their bodies didn't subside much. Once the power of the holy light is dispersed, it's like a potion diluted countless times, rendering it ineffective. Looking at the women in the ward, their brows furrowed in pain, yet forcing smiles so as not to worry her, and listening to their suppressed groans of agony. Su Muyu's heart felt as if it were being gripped tightly by an invisible hand, the pain making it hard for her to breathe. I am a doctor, I am the guardian of this family. But now, I can't even share everyone's pain. A deep sense of self-blame and helplessness overwhelmed her like a tidal wave. Late at night, Su Muyu locked herself in the archives room. Before her lay piles of ancient texts about healing magic and life energy, collected from various ruins. She turned the pages one by one, trying to find a way to break through the obscure text and illustrations. However, what is recorded in the book are only the most basic theories. The more profound methods are either vaguely described or require special bloodlines or tokens to be used. Time passed second by second, and the purple moon outside the window began to set in the west, but she still hadn't found anything. Exhaustion and disappointment clouded her usually bright eyes, making them appear dull and lifeless. Squeak dash. The office door was gently pushed open. Chu Yang walked in carrying a steaming cup of milk. He looked at the girl huddled among the books, her figure appearing exceptionally thin and frail. He noticed the faint dark circles under her eyes and her red, swollen eyes filled with helplessness, and sighed softly in his heart. Still busy? The familiar and warm voice instantly snapped Su Muyu's tense nerves. She looked up at the man in front of her, and tears welled up in her eyes and streamed down her face like pearls from a broken string. Husband. Her voice, trembling with tears, was filled with grievance and confusion. Am I really useless? I can't heal Sister Li Qian's injury, and I can't treat everyone's training injuries. I can only watch and wait until the fight really starts. Am I going to become a burden to everyone? Chu Yang put down the milk, walked to her side, and gently wiped away the tear stains on her cheeks with his warm palm. Silly girl, how could this be your fault? His voice was gentle, carrying a reassuring power. Your talent has reached its peak at this stage. It's like a cup that's already full of water. No matter how much you pour, it won't hold any more. What you need isn't more water, but a bigger cup. You need a higher level of transformation and sublimation. Sublimation. Upon hearing those two words, Sumuyu couldn't help but recall the scene from that night when Lin Qingxuang's demeanor changed drastically after her duel with Chu Yang. A surge of heat rushed from her heart to her cheeks. Her originally pale face instantly flushed with two beautiful blushes, even her ears turned pink. In her heart, there was both girlish shyness and an indescribable, intense anticipation. Looking at her shy expression, Chu Yang naturally understood what she was thinking. He explained earnestly. What you currently possess is merely a pure healing technique, a skill, a method. But if you want to break through, you need to comprehend the Tao of life itself. It's that essence originating from the depths of the soul, about creation, protection, and cycle. The Tao? Sumuyu blinked, seemingly understanding but not quite. Yes, the way. Chu Yang took her cold little hand and helped her up from the chair. Come on, I'll take you somewhere. Maybe you can find the answer there. He led Sumuyu through the silent camp to a quiet room built specifically for him in the back mountains. This is the place with the purest energy in the entire camp. Pushing open the door made of moonstone, a life force so rich it was almost tangible rushed out. The quiet room was sparsely furnished. It was surrounded by various rare plants, long extinct in the outside world, which Chu Yang had nurtured using his talent for branching and leafing. Some emitted a soft white light, while others had iridescent colors swirling on their leaves. The dome of the meditation room was polished from a single, huge piece of transparent crystal. The light from the two purple moons filtered through the dome, removing all the violent energy and leaving only the purest and gentlest moonlight, which poured down like mercury, illuminating the entire meditation room in a dreamlike way. Sumuyu stared blankly at everything before her, as if she were in a legendary elven holy land. She turned her head and looked at the man beside her who had prepared all of this for her. His deep eyes reflected the starry sky and her small figure. That look in his eyes was so gentle it could melt anything. At that moment, all of Sumuyu's unease, hesitation, and self-blame vanished. She knew that as long as she was by this man's side, she had nothing to fear. She nodded gently, giving him everything she had without reservation. Chu Yang grasped her soft, boneless hand and guided her to sit cross-legged. Close your eyes and clear your mind. His voice seemed to possess a magical quality, instantly transporting Sumuyu into a serene state. Now feel it with your heart. Chu Yang channeled his vast and refined spiritual power, like a gentle stream, slowly into Sumuyu's sea of consciousness, guiding her to feel the pulse of this world. Feel the breath of this star grass, feel the joy of it breathing in and out the moonlight with each breath. Feel the pulse of this stone of the earth, feel its steady and profound power. Feel the cycle of life, from sprouting to blooming, then to withering, and finally returning to dust, only to give birth to new hope. Under Chu Yang's guidance and their seamless, deep communication, Sumuyu's consciousness gradually broke free from the constraints of her body and sank into an unprecedented, mysterious, and vast realm. In the deepest part of her soul, a seed that had been dormant for a long time quietly broke through its shell. The phantom of an ancient tree, its branches and leaves shimmering with starlight, slowly began to stretch its branches and quietly emerged in her spiritual world. Chapter 92 The Whispers of the Fountain of Life. Chapter 92 Whispers of the Fountain of Life. In that mysterious realm, there is no up or down, no four directions, and no passage of time. Sumuyu's consciousness floated like a feather, before her a phantom of an ancient tree of life, indescribable in words. Rooted in nothingness, its branches stretched towards the endless sea of stars, each leaf seemingly carrying the vitality of a world. A boundless life force enveloped her like a vast ocean. She could clearly feel the grandeur of that power, yet it remained untouchable and incomprehensible, separated by an invisible membrane. It's like a beggar standing at the entrance of a treasure vault, able to see the mountains of gold and silver inside, but unable to find the key. Just when she felt lost and helpless, a gentle yet powerful voice resounded directly in the depths of her soul. "Do not look with your eyes, for appearances of things will only deceive you." It was Chu Yang's voice. "Listen carefully. Listen to the joy of this leaf unfolding in the wind, listen to the persistence of this root sinking deep into the earth. They all have their own stories, and that is life." Through the closest soul connection between the two, Chu Yang transformed his rudimentary understanding of the laws of life into the purest spiritual imprint, continuously injecting it into Su Muyu's nearly dried-up sea of soul. In reality, in a quiet room, Su Muyu's delicate body, sitting cross-legged, began to emit a soft, holy white light, like moonlight. The exotic flowers and plants that Chu Yang had nurtured in the quiet room seemed to have received some kind of divine call, and began to grow wildly at a visible speed. A vibrant green vine carefully emerged from the ground and gently wrapped around her slender ankle. Then came a second, a third, and more vines that entwined around her, without any sense of restraint. Instead, they seemed to be expressing the most intimate affection. A 7-colored lotus flower, still in bud, slowly bloomed before her, its stamens releasing a refreshing fragrance. Su Muyu sensed it. She felt the joy conveyed by the vines, the steady and powerful pulse of the earth beneath her feet, and the deep, unwavering will of the man beside her to protect everything. This will resonated powerfully with her deepest desires. Healing is not about fixing broken parts. It's about guiding a life that has strayed off course back to its rightful place. Chu Yang's words struck her soul like a resounding bell, instantly shattering her narrow understanding of the word treatment. Yes, all along, she has only been passively repairing things. But life itself is the greatest miracle. What she should be doing is not just being a repairman. She should be a source, a hope, a spring breeze that sows life, and a sweet rain that purifies all things. This realization, like a spark igniting a wildfire, instantly set her soul ablaze. Deep within the soul, the phantom of the ancient tree of life suddenly solidified at that moment. The once illusory branches became vigorous and powerful, and every leaf shimmered with dazzling starlight. Amidst the lush foliage, golden fruits, radiating a sacred glow, and resembling miniature suns, began to quietly gather and take shape. Alarm! Alarm! Inside the central command room of the Miracle House, the monitor responsible for monitoring the camp's energy fluctuations suddenly stood up from his chair, his face filled with horror. Sister Lu Jixia! The life energy index in the quiet room area behind the mountain has exploded. It's skyrocketing exponentially, already exceeding the detection limit of existing instruments. Lu Jixia strode to the monitoring station and looked at the green energy column that had already pierced the sky on the screen. Behind her usually calm frameless glasses, a deep sense of shock flashed across her face. It's always like this. Every time her husband and sisters have a deep encounter, a monster is born. Immediately seal off the back mountain area and raise the alert level to the highest level. No one is to approach without my order. Yes. After giving the instructions, Lu Jixia looked towards the back mountain with a complicated expression. She knew that another pillar of strength was about to emerge in this family. Quiet room. Su Muyu slowly opened her eyes. Those eyes, always so bright and endearing, were now clearer and gentler than ever before. Their gentle flow seemed to contain a wellspring of life capable of washing away all the pain and filth of the world. The aura emanating from her underwent a dramatic change. She was no longer the timid little nurse who followed behind everyone. She sat there quietly, like a goddess of life walking among humans, full of holiness and compassion, making people unconsciously want to get closer and trust her. She raised her fair and delicate right hand, and gently tapped her slender index finger in the air. A drop of pure golden liquid, exuding a rich life force, condensed and dripped from her fingertip. The drop of liquid landed on a commensal plant that had withered somewhat due to an energy conflict. A miracle happened. The withered plant seemed to have been put on fast forward, visibly rejuvenating from its roots and stems. The yellow leaves quickly turned green, the curled branches straightened up again, and even at the top, a small flower that had never been seen before bloomed, emitting a faint fluorescent glow. Chu Yang watched all of this with a smile. He knew that this little girl, who always felt useless, had finally found her own path. He could clearly feel the new life force within her, surging and vast, yet incredibly gentle and inclusive. Sumuyu looked at her fingers, then at the man beside her who had always guided and protected her. Two beautiful blushes instantly rose on her delicate face. Unable to contain her excitement and love any longer, she nestled into Chu Yang's warm and generous embrace like a fledgling swallow returning to its nest. Husband. She buried her face deep in his chest, feeling his strong heartbeat and reassuring breath, and expressed her endless gratitude in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. At that very moment, the cold, robotic system notification finally rang in her mind. Hint: Member Sumuyu comprehends the true meaning of life under extreme conditions, and her talent is sublimated. Congratulations! Your exclusive talent has been officially promoted from A-rank Rejuvenator to SSS rank Holy Light Singer. Chapter 93 Talent Ascension. Holy Light Chanter. Chapter 93 Talent Ascension. Holy Light Singer SSS Level Talent, Holy Light Singer. Sumuyu leaned against Chu Yang's chest, somewhat dazed as she processed the massive amount of information flooding her mind. She discovered that her enhanced talent brought 3 new and incredibly powerful abilities. The first is a passive skill Life Affinity. This ability allows her to communicate with all plants in a basic way, sensing their emotions. Furthermore, all her healing spells are amplified tenfold when used on plant units. This means that if she wanted to, she could turn a desert into an oasis in a single day. The second is an active skill, a powerful group healing aura Blessing of Life. Once activated, it creates a massive life force field with a diameter of 300 meters centered on her. Within the field's range, all friendly units receive continuous healing and have negative status effects slowly removed. This is simply a mobile fountain of life, the ultimate dream of all army groups in combat. The third skill, which is also the most powerful single-target skill, can be described as an overpowered divine skill Holy Word, Soul Summoning. This skill can be used on units that have been dead for no more than 10 minutes. If successful, there is a 50% chance that their soul will be forcibly pulled back from the brink of death, and their physical body will be rebuilt. Resurrection. This is no longer within the scope of healing, it belongs to the authority of the gods. Although the skill has a cooldown of up to a month and consumes a large amount of her life essence each time it is used, the existence of this skill itself means that every core member of Class A10086 has an extra life. Husband, Sumuyu was so excited that she was almost incoherent. She raised her head, and her clear, spring-like eyes shone with disbelief. Give it a try. Chu Yang ruffled her long, soft hair. Let everyone see how amazing our little doctor is now. The two walked out of the quiet room. Sumuyu couldn't wait any longer. She grabbed Chu Yang and practically ran to the medical center where the wounded were most concentrated. The ward was still filled with a depressing atmosphere. Although the girl's physical injuries were slowly healing, the muscle strain and mental exhaustion caused by the high-intensity training left them all pale and with furrowed brows. Li Qian lay on the bed, groaning and moaning like a salted fish. Seeing this, Sumuyu took a deep breath and walked to the center of the hall. She slowly closed her eyes, clasped her hands together in front of her chest, and parted her lips slightly, from which flowed an ethereal and sacred chant. A celebration of life! Buzz! A soft, pure golden halo silently spread out from her center, instantly enveloping the entire medical center. Warm, golden light, like the softest veil, fell from the sky, sprinkling on each wounded soldier. A miracle unfolded before everyone's eyes. A girl had a deep, bone-revealing knife wound on her arm. The flesh visibly moved and healed, leaving not a single scar in the end. The other girl's face, which had been pale from exhaustion, quickly regained its rosy color, and the fatigue in her eyes vanished, replaced by a radiant glow. The most outrageous one is Li Qian. Bathed in golden light, her swollen and purple arm, severely torn from muscle fibers, seemed to have its torn tissues rewoven and repaired by an invisible divine hand. All the pain vanished in an instant, replaced by an unprecedented, warm and comfortable feeling. Holy crap! Li Qian suddenly jumped up from the hospital bed. She moved her arm, which was now completely healed, and felt the explosive energy within her body, even more abundant than before the injury. She was completely stunned. She rushed to Sumuyu in a few strides and excitedly gave her a big bear hug, almost suffocating Sumuyu's petite body. Sister Muyu! You've become an immortal! The entire medical center was in an uproar. The girls looked at each other's injuries that had healed instantly, and then at Sumuyu, who stood in the center of the halo like a saint descending to earth. The shock in their eyes gradually turned into fanatical worship. Sumuyu's transformation was like a powerful stimulant, instantly spreading throughout the entire camp. Everyone was thrilled. They knew that from this day forward, they had gained an unbreakable safeguard for their lives. They could fight more boldly and challenge their limits, because behind them stood a goddess capable of reversing life and death. Afterwards, accompanied by Chu Yang, Sumuyu arrived at the outer edge of the camp, on a scorched earth that had become barren due to the previous battle. She wanted to try out another of her abilities. She stretched out her hands and pressed them against the cracked earth, slowly infusing them with the gentle life energy within her body. A miracle happened again. The once barren, scorched earth seemed to awaken from its slumber. Patches of vibrant green sprouted tenaciously from the soil. Several dead trees that had been blown in half during the battle have miraculously sprouted tender green buds again. In just a few minutes this land, shrouded in the aura of death, was revitalized with vibrant life. Strategic level capability! Inside the command center, Lu Jixia, who witnessed this scene through the drone, had an unprecedented glint in her eyes behind her glasses. She and Chu Yang instantly realized the true value of Sumuyu's new ability. She was more than just a battlefield medic. She is also a goddess who can change the environment, create vitality, and turn decay into magic. As long as she's there, Class A10086 will never have to worry about running out of resources. She alone is a mobile, inexhaustible treasure trove. Muyu! Chu Yang looked at the girl beside him who had given him such a huge surprise and gave her a new appointment. From today onwards, you will be fully responsible for the ecological environment transformation inside the camp. I hope that the interior of our steel fortress can become a true Garden of Eden. Sumuyu nodded emphatically, a smile brighter than the sun blooming on her face. She led a group of equally excited logistics girls and began sowing the seeds of life in every corner of the camp. They purified the water source that had been polluted by metal scrap, making the stream clear again. Inside the black iron wall, they nurtured orchards laden with ripe fruit. They planted moonflowers, which are believed to soothe the mind and promote sleep, under the windowsill of each dormitory room. The entire camp was transformed in just one day. The cold steel and the lush greenery blend together in a wonderful way, giving this war fortress the warmth of home for the first time. Looking at the genuine smiles on her sisters' faces and hearing the laughter that filled the camp again, Sumuyu stood on the high ground and felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. She finally found the true meaning of her power. It was not killing, it was not plundering. It is about protection, it is about creation. It's about protecting this home and everyone she loves. Just as everything inside the camp was thriving. Nobody noticed. On the distant horizon, a huge shadow is slowly emerging. The advance force of the Dragon Slayer Alliance, consisting of over 100 elite soldiers, had already silently entered the 30-kilometer warning zone of Camp A10086, carrying a chilling killing intent. The noose of war is tightening silently. Chapter 94 The Revitalized Camp. Chapter 94 The Revitalized Camp. The first rays of morning sunlight pierced through the blood-red clouds and shone on the alloy walls of Camp A10086, Sumuyu stood by the newly excavated artificial lake in the center of the camp, her hands gently pressing on the surface of the water. The lake water was murky, mixed with metal fragments and industrial waste from the battle, and emitted a pungent chemical smell. A celebration of life. She sang softly, and a pure golden halo spread from beneath her feet, instantly enveloping the entire lake. A miracle unfolded before the eyes of all the girls watching. The turbid lake water seemed to be stirred by an invisible hand, and the pollutants settled, decomposed, and disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just 10 minutes, the once lifeless sewage pit was transformed into a crystal-clear pool. The pebbles at the bottom of the lake are clearly visible, and there are even a few small silver fish that seem to have appeared out of nowhere, swimming happily in the water. Is this magic? A girl in charge of logistics stared wide-eyed at the scene before her in disbelief. More powerful than magic. Lu Jixia stood not far away, adjusted her glasses, the lenses reflecting the shimmering light of the lake. This is the power of life. From today onwards, we no longer need to worry about water. Sumuyu stood up from the lakeside, her face somewhat pale, but her eyes sparkled with excitement. She turned around and looked at the group of assistants that Chu Yang had specially assigned to her, 20 young girls, each holding a cloth bag full of seeds. Sisters, let's begin. Her voice was soft, yet it carried a gentle power that was impossible to refuse. The girls immediately sprang into action. Following the route planned by Sumuyu, they sowed seeds in every corner of the camp. The inside of the alloy fence, under the windows of the dormitory buildings, at the edge of the training ground, and even on the cold exterior walls of those armories. The moment each seed lands, Sumuyu reaches out and precisely injects a ray of golden holy light into it. The entire process of a seed breaking through the soil, sprouting, branching out, and flowering is completed in just a few seconds. One after another, lush green vines climbed up the wall, their leaves broad and soft, emitting a faint fragrance. These vines not only beautify the environment, but more amazingly, their leaves emit a soft fluorescent light at night, providing natural illumination for the campsite. These are moonlight vines. They can absorb impurities in the air and release a special scent that can soothe the mind and promote sleep. Sumuyu patiently explained to her assistants. From now on, when you are tired from training, you can rest under the vines for a while and your fatigue will be quickly relieved. As soon as he finished speaking, a girl who had just finished intense training and was covered in sweat walked curiously under the vines. She took a deep breath. My tense nerves relaxed instantly, and the deep-seated fatigue was reduced by more than half. Holy crap, this is so awesome! The girls shouted excitedly, immediately attracting a group of equally exhausted soldiers. They jostled and crowded under the vines, enjoying this gift from nature. Seeing this, Sumuyu's face showed a satisfied smile. Over the next few days, the entire camp was changing at an incredible pace. The top floor of the control tower was originally an empty observation platform. Now, it has been transformed into a magnificent sky garden. All sorts of exotic flowers and plants are vying for attention here. Some flowers are as big as washbasins and emit a refreshing fragrance. Others have iridescent halos on their leaves, making them as beautiful as a scene from a fairy tale. In the center of the garden, a starlight tree, specially cultivated by Sumuyu, rose from the ground. The tree is only 3 meters tall, but its canopy is exceptionally dense, with fist-sized fruits that emit a pale golden glow hanging among its branches and leaves. This is the holy light fruit, which contains trace amounts of life energy. Eating one can quickly restore physical and mental strength. Sumuyu picked a fruit and handed it to Li Qian beside her. Li Qian didn't stand on ceremony and took a bite. The flesh is sweet and juicy, melts in your mouth, and a warm current instantly spreads from your stomach to your limbs. She recovered 30% of the energy she had just expended within just a few seconds. Nice one! Li Qian's eyes lit up, and she reached out to pick 2 more and stuff them into her pocket. When I'm tired from training, I can come here to pick fruit to eat. It's much better than those awful energy bars. The rooftop garden quickly became the most popular spot in the camp. The girls liked to come here to sit, chat, and enjoy the scenery during their breaks from training. The The tranquility and beauty here allowed them to temporarily forget the cruelty of the outside world and rediscover a bit of happiness as ordinary girls. The camp's canteen has also been transformed thanks to these new ingredients. Chef Zhang is a middle-aged man in his 50s who used to be the head chef of a 5-star hotel. After the apocalypse broke out, he was rescued by Chu Yang and joined Class A10086. When Sumuyu presented him with a basket of fresh spices and vegetables, the experienced old chef was stunned. This is star moon grass. This is a legendary top-grade spice. Old Zhang's hands trembled as he held up a plant that emitted a faint starlight, his eyes filled with fervor. And this morning dew mushroom, this rainbow pepper. My God, with these, I can make truly divine cuisine. In the following days, the quality of the food in the cafeteria improved dramatically. Using these ingredients that contain life energy, Lao Zhang developed more than a dozen delicious dishes with beneficial effects. Star and moon stewed meat can enhance strength. Rainbow fried rice can enhance perception, and morning dew soup can accelerate wound healing. Every dish was so delicious that the girls ate until their mouths were greasy and praised it highly. The happiness index and cohesion of the camp have quietly climbed to a new level through these seemingly insignificant details. Sumuyu's status in the camp also became extraordinary. When the girls see her, they all affectionately call her Sister Miyu, or Heart of Life. Those who once looked down on her because of her gentle nature now look at her with only heartfelt respect and gratitude. Inside the command center, Lu Jixia looked at the green markers representing ecological facilities on the holographic sand table, and a rare smile appeared on her face. My husband, according to the latest statistics, the camp's food self-sufficiency rate has reached 70%, and clean water has been completely self-sufficient. She turned to look at Chu Yang, who was sitting in the commander's chair. This means that even if we are besieged for a year, we will not have any shortage of supplies. Sumuyu's capabilities, from a strategic perspective, have surpassed the value of any legendary equipment. Chu Yang nodded, his gaze passing through the floor-to-ceiling window as he looked down at the vibrant camp below. Allahs intertwine with greenery, technology merges with nature. This is the home he wanted to build. It is not just a Cold War fortress, but a place where everyone can live in peace and is worth protecting with one's life. Let Miyu continue her work. Chu Yang's voice was calm. In addition, build her own glass greenhouse, equipped with the best facilities. I want her to cultivate more advanced magical plants to prepare for future development. Clear. Lu Jixia immediately issued the order. 3 days later, a giant glass greenhouse covering 500 square meters rose up behind the camp. The greenhouse is divided into different zones, including a constant temperature zone, a high humidity zone, and a strong light zone. Each zone is equipped with a state-of-the-art environmental control system. Sumuyu stood in the center of the greenhouse, looking at all this, her eyes a little moist. She knew that this was Chu Yang's trust in her, and his recognition of her abilities. She secretly vowed to cultivate more and stronger plants to repay this trust. Through her continuous creation and cultivation, her understanding of the way of life is constantly deepening. She could feel the whispers of the breeze, hear the breath of the earth, and even have simple conscious communication with the plants she had nurtured. Some harmless small animals attracted by this purified environment have also begun to settle in the camp. Glowing butterflies flutter among the flowers, and singing birds chirp merrily in the treetops. The entire camp has been transformed from a cold steel fortress into a paradise. This internal and external contrast instilled a strong sense of protectiveness in all members. They knew that this was not just a refuge, but their home. However, beneath this tranquility, undercurrents are surging. On the war sand table in the command center, the red dots representing the enemy have converged into a huge shadow, slowly pressing in from all directions. Chu Yang stood in the sky garden, savoring the freshly picked holy light fruit while gazing at the distant horizon. Lin Qingshuang stood quietly beside him, her hand on the hilt of her sword. My lord, a storm is coming. Her voice was very soft. Chu Yang nodded, a faint smile playing on his lips. The calm before the storm is always the most beautiful. He turned his head and looked at the vibrant camp behind him, a cold, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Let them come. I'd like to see if these self-righteous dragon slayers are even qualified to step into my Garden of Eden. Chapter 95: The Gathering of the Dragon Slayer Alliance. Chapter 95: The Gathering of the Dragon Slayer Alliance takes place deep in a canyon 150 kilometers away from Camp A10086. A dozen or so imposing figures sat around a magic circle made of rare crystals. In the center of the magic circle, a crystal ball the size of a basketball floats, its surface covered with complex runes and emitting a faint blue light. This is an epic item of unparalleled value, the Wide Area Communication Crystal. It can make real-time calls between people hundreds of kilometers apart, regardless of terrain and distance limitations. To purchase this item, the Alliance nearly emptied the savings of 3 medium-sized classes. Gentlemen, time is of the essence, so I won't waste any more time on pleasantries. A burly man, over 2 meters tall and with muscles bulging like an iron tower, was the first to speak. His name is Leo, the class monitor of the Mad Lion class. He possesses the A-level talent Berserker's Fury, which allows him to infinitely stack power in battle. He is recognized as the #1 warrior in the Alliance. Class A10086 has been rated as a world-class threat by the system, which means they must have something good in their hands. Leo's voice was rough and aggressive. My proposal is simple: send a large army to crush their turtle shell head-on, seize all their resources, and kill all their people. Simple and direct, very much in line with your style. A gaunt man sitting in the shadows let out a sinister laugh. His name is Ghost Fox. His real name is unknown. He is the class monitor of the Shadow class and is skilled in assassination and intelligence gathering. His methods are unpredictable and mysterious. But I disagree. Ghost Fox's voice was soft, but it made everyone present frown. Since the system has given it a world-class threat rating, it means that Class A10086 is no ordinary class. A rash attack will only result in heavy losses for us. So what you mean is? Leo glared at him unhappily. First, scout the area, ascertain its strengths and weaknesses, find its vulnerabilities, and then strike a fatal blow. Ghost Fox tapped his fingers lightly on the table. I will send my most elite shadow squad to infiltrate their camp and obtain first-hand intelligence. After a heated debate, the Alliance finally reached a consensus. A large army was deployed to the border, creating a deterrent effect, while elite reconnaissance teams were dispatched to conduct advance reconnaissance. The scene changes. On an open area outside the canyon, countless tents stretched out, their banners fluttering in the wind. Thousands of survivors and their tamed monster servants gathered here, forming a massive coalition. These people came from different classes and had varying levels of equipment, but each of them had a burning flame of greed in their eyes. Their motivations were different. Some were driven by fear of A10086 and wanted to strike first. Others were driven by greed for the system rewards and resources. Still others simply wanted to make a name for themselves by stepping on the corpse of this world-class threat. But at this moment, they have a common enemy. A 10086. Inside the Allied Forces command tent, 3 figures dressed in black bodysuits, their auras restrained like ghosts, knelt on one knee before Leo and Geihu. Shadow Squad, obey orders. The leader was a middle-aged man codenamed Traceless. He wore a silver mask, revealing only a pair of cold eyes. He was Ghost Fox's top assassin, who had infiltrated the lair of a Lord-level monster and stolen epic treasures without ever failing. Your task is simple. Ghost Fox's voice was devoid of any emotion. Infiltrate Camp A10086, find out their defensive setup, personnel configuration, and the exact location of the squad leader Chu Yang, who was marked by the system. Remember, do not expose yourself, do not engage in combat, you only need intelligence. Clear. Woolen nodded and disappeared into the night with the other 2 team members. 3 elite assassin squads, known as Shadows, set off from different directions, all aiming at A10086. Wuhan was extremely confident in the strength of his team. They were equipped with top-of-the-line stealth gear, mastered various counter-surveillance skills, and even possessed a rare piece of equipment that could briefly distort light and create blind spots. In his view, this was just a routine reconnaissance mission. 3 days later, Wuhan led his team and finally arrived at the outskirts of Camp A10086. The moment they stepped into the 30-kilometer warning zone, everyone felt a strange sense of unease. The air is so clean. It was so clean it didn't look like something from the apocalypse. There was no smell of sulfur, no smell of blood, and not even a trace of decay. Instead, it has a light, fresh scent, similar to floral fragrance. Captain, my perception skill has failed. One of the team members, who was skilled in perception, looked rather grim. It's like a fog ahead. I can't detect anything. Wuhan's brows furrowed. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. But he did not back down. Instead, he led his team forward with even greater caution. They crept along a dry riverbed, using the terrain for cover, and slowly made their way towards the camp. Along the way, they found no patrols or signs of traps. This unusual calm intensified the sense of unease. Something's not right. Wuhan stopped, a hint of wariness flashing in his eyes. Logically speaking, a camp marked as a world-class threat by the system should be impenetrable in defense. But we've infiltrated 10 kilometers and haven't seen a single ghost. Could it be that they're too arrogant? Another team member whispered. Impossible. Wuhan shook his head. The more powerful a force is, the less likely it is to make such a basic mistake. Unless... He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood what he meant. Unless, of course, the other side doesn't care about their infiltration at all. Or perhaps the other party had already discovered them, and was just waiting for the best opportunity. The moment this thought crossed their minds, the backs of the three of them were instantly soaked with cold sweat. But since things had come to this, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and move forward. 5 kilometers later, they finally caught a glimpse of the towering alloy walls of Camp A10086 in the distance. The wall is 20 meters high and is made entirely of jet black iron alloy, with a pale golden energy shield flowing across its surface. The shield's strength was so great that even the experienced assassin Wuhan gasped in surprise. But what shocked them even more was, through the gaps in the shield, they could see what was inside the walls. The area is shaded by green trees, blooming with flowers, and even filled with birdsong and the fragrance of flowers. Is this some kind of post-apocalyptic camp? This is clearly a paradise on Earth. Captain, should we move a little closer? One of the team members swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly. Wuhan hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. He pulled a palm-sized crystal from his pocket. It was a rare tool that could record images. Once they have photographed the camp's defense layout, their mission is considered complete. He carefully raised the crystal and aimed it at the distant camp. In that very instant, he suddenly felt a chilling coldness on the back of his neck. It was a terrifying feeling of being targeted by an ancient ferocious beast. He turned around abruptly. There was no one behind him. But that killing intent was real, pressing down on his soul like a physical entity. Withdraw! Wuhan practically roared out the word. The three instantly activated all their escape skills, transforming into 3 black shadows as they raced back the way they came. However, they had only run less than 100 meters. Whoosh! 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 3 black crossbow bolts, without a sound of anything cutting through the air, seemed to emerge from the void and precisely pierce the throats of the 3 men. The camp alarm never sounded from beginning to end. Not even a trace of energy fluctuation was leaked. The 3 corpses lay limply on the ground, their eyes still filled with disbelief and terror. On the watchtower in the distance, Tang Rose slowly put down the dragon-eye judgment in her hand, her cold and beautiful eyes remaining completely calm. 3 rats, cleaned up. She pressed the communicator. Husband, There are 2 more reconnaissance teams. Should I take care of them as well? Need not. Chu Yang's voice came through the communicator, tinged with amusement. Leave one alive and let them take the intelligence back. Clear. Tang Rou's lips curled into a cold smile. She adjusted the scope and aimed the crosshair in another direction. There, the second, Shadow, squad was cautiously approaching the camp. What they didn't know was, their every move had already been locked onto by the intelligent target acquisition system of the 100 rune arrow towers. They thought they were hunters. Little did they know they were the prey. Chapter 96 First Blood. In Chapter 96, the First Blood Command Center, a huge holographic sand table floated silently, clearly showing every blade of grass and tree within a 30-kilometer radius of the camp. In the northwest corner of the sand table, 12 dazzling red dots are slowly infiltrating the core area in an extremely stealthy formation. Tang Rou sat in front of her personal control panel, her cold and beautiful face expressionless, her long, slender, white fingers dancing lightly across the virtual keyboard. Today she wore a dark gray, high-slit tactical cheongsam that perfectly accentuated her stunningly proportioned figure. Beneath the cheongsam, her long, straight legs, encased in black silk, were faintly visible, exuding a deadly allure. Drop. With a soft click, a detailed data window popped up on the console screen. Next to each of the 12 red dots, a series of real-time updated vital signs data are marked. Target 01, heart rate 68, body temperature 36.2 degrees, energy fluctuation 1.2 standard units, judged to be a command unit. Target 02, heart rate 55, body temperature 34.8 degrees, energy fluctuation 0.8 standard units, judged as perception units. All targets have entered the optimal sniping zone, and vital signs have been locked. Tang Rou's voice came through the tactical channel, as calm as an AI, devoid of any human emotion. She did not immediately order an attack. Countless tiny biomimetic reconnaissance robots, invisible to the naked eye, have already spread throughout the entire defense zone like dandelion seeds. At this moment, they are transmitting the Shadow team's every move in real time from different angles and ultra-high definition. The equipment, operational patterns, and tactical hand signals of this squad members were recorded, analyzed, and archived in the footage. Lu Jixia stood behind Tang Rou, pushing up her frameless glasses, on which a waterfall of data was rapidly flashing across the lenses. Their formation was a standard diamond assault formation, with Commander Wuhan positioned in the center, double protected. Their advance route avoided all conventional trap locations, demonstrating a high level of tactical sophistication. Based on gate analysis and energy response, the 2 men on the left wing are assault troops, and the one on the right wing is a trap specialist. In just a few seconds, Lu Jixia had analyzed the configuration of this elite team clearly, and synchronized the marking information to Tang Rou's attack sequence. Chu Yang held a cup of starlight flower tea that Sumuyu had just brewed, watching the prey on the screen with great interest. He gave the only instruction. The purge operation begins. Priority will be given to eliminating command units. Clear. Tang Rou responded. She didn't even touch the dragon eye judgment sword beside her, which was poised to strike. With a light tap of her fingertip on the console, she remotely activated the defensive tower closest to the Traceless squad. It was a runic arrow tower disguised as a dead tree, its appearance indistinguishable from the surrounding trees. Even the texture of the bark was imitated perfectly. The Traceless team was carefully passing by the dead tree. As one of the Alliance's top assassins, Wuhan had absolute confidence in his team's stealth capabilities. The epic-grade shadow cloak he wore could block 99% of energy detection. However, he did not know that a 10086 target acquisition system was not locking onto energy at all. It is the heartbeat, the body temperature, the subtle anomalies in airflow, and the inescapable gravitational response when stepping on the ground. Just as they entered optimal firing range, the tower top, disguised as a withered tree, silently slid open a narrow slit, like an open eye. A specially made arrow, entirely black with 2 intricate golden runes engraved on its tip, was quietly thrust out. Rune. True sight ignores all optical, energetic, and conceptual invisibility. Rune. Tracking, once locked on, it's a fight to the death. There was no sound of air being cut, and no energy fluctuations. The moment the arrow left the launch port, it seemed to merge into the void. The next second, it appeared out of thin air behind Wuhin. A deadly sense of crisis, enough to freeze one's soul, shot straight up from the tailbone of Wuhin to the top of the head. The hairs on his body stood on end instantly, and his pupils contracted sharply. Have. He only managed to utter a short syllable. Pft. The arrow pierced through his prized shadow cloak without any resistance, tore through his multiple defensive shields, and entered precisely from his back, exiting through his chest. The immense kinetic energy pinned him to the ground. Wuhan lowered his head, staring incredulously at the bowl-sized hole in his chest, his eyes filled with horror and bewilderment. We've been discovered? When? How is that possible? Before he could even sound the alarm, a second attack followed. On the watchtower several kilometers away, Tang Ro finally raised her noble head and brought her eyes close to the scope of the Dragon Eye Judgment. Buzz dash. On both sides of the heavy gun body, the electromagnetic coils were instantly fully charged, emitting a low buzzing sound, and purple arcs of electricity leaped wildly across the gun body. Her goal is not a flawless body. It was the tracking arrow still embedded in his chest, its runes still gleaming. Boom! A dull thud. A specially made alloy bullet, no bigger than a fingernail but imbued with terrifying kinetic energy, drew a visible blue arc of electricity through the air. It hit the faint energy marker at the tip of the arrow precisely. The next moment, Traceless's entire upper body, along with the horrified expression on his face, was instantly detonated by the violent electromagnetic energy. Flesh, bones, and internal organs. Everything was decomposed and vaporized in that extreme energy. Amidst the blood mist, this ace assassin of the Dragon Slayer Alliance was left with not even a complete corpse. This bloody and shocking scene plunged the remaining 11 team members into immense panic and chaos. The captain was instantly killed? The captain is gone without even knowing who the enemy is or where the attack came from? Enemy attack! Run! Split up and run! Extreme fear overwhelmed their reason, and they frantically activated all their survival skills, turning into blurry black shadows as they tried to escape in 11 different directions. However, this deadly jungle is not a place where you can come and go as you please. All of their escape routes were anticipated by the intelligent enemy detection system. An Earth elemental talent who was trying to burrow underground has just entered the surface. Snap! The ground beneath his feet suddenly cracked open, and a large energy net woven from high-strength alloy and crackling with electricity shot out from the ground, instantly binding him like a dumpling. The violent electric current caused his body to convulse and foam to the mouth. An agile assassin, attempting to use his speed advantage to escape, moved with ghostly speed through the shadows of the trees. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, dozens of fine, green glowing poison needles shot out from the shadows of the trees in front of him. He tried his best to dodge, but was still hit by 3 of them. His body stiffened instantly, and he fell heavily to the ground, his skin turning purplish black at a visible speed. A team member attempting to fly into the air has just leaped up. Buzz dash. Without warning, dozens of miniature cluster bombs, each the size of a fist, rained down from the sky above him, like hail from the Grim Reaper, completely engulfing him in the flames of the explosions. This was a one-sided massacre. A textbook-level, 3-dimensional defense war assisted by AI. Traps, poisons, energy nets, gravity fields, high-explosive mines. 100 rune arrow towers and 32 heavy artillery positions intertwined to form a vast, inescapable network covering the entire area. In just 3 minutes, 11 elite assassins, who were powerful enough to dominate any region, were all wiped out without exception. One of the team members, in the last moment before the energy beam pierced his chest, used all his strength to crush the miniature distress signal device hidden in his teeth. A 3-second video clip filled with the roar of explosions, screams of agony, and endless terror traveled hundreds of kilometers back to the Alliance's command center. Within the canyon, Lao, Guihu, and the others were gathered around the wide area communication crystal, waiting for news from the Shadow team. Suddenly, the surface of the crystal ball began to flash violently. A blurry image flashed by. The scene showed only towering flames, distorted, terrified faces, and a scream that abruptly stopped. Subsequently, the life signals representing the 12 members of the Shadow squad all went out at the same time. The entire command tent was deathly silent. Boom! Lao slammed his fist into the crystal table in front of him, and the hard table was instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks. You bastard! His rugged face was bulging with veins, and his eyes were bloodshot, like an enraged lion. This is a provocation. This is a 10086 blatant provocation against our entire alliance. He saw this as the most direct slap in the face. However, the face of the ghost fox beside him, hidden in the shadows, became more solemn than ever before. He repeatedly replayed that 3-second video. He saw something deeper in that chaotic scene. That wasn't an encounter, nor was it an accident. It was a premeditated, overwhelming, and seamless operation, from reconnaissance to targeting to elimination, leaving no survivors. This is an absolute technological crushing victory. Ghost Fox's heart sank. His threat level to a 10086 surged dramatically at this moment. Camp A10086, on the watchtower. Tang Ro calmly removed her communication headset. A wisp of smoke rose from the muzzle of the gun and dissipated in the morning breeze. She looked at the green text on the screen indicating that all targets had been cleared, and then connected to Chu Yang's channel. Her voice was cool and clear, yet it carried a hint of tenderness that she only revealed when facing Chu Yang. My lord, the appetizers have been prepared. Chapter 97 Lu Jixia's War Sand Table. Chapter 97 Lu Jixia's War Sand Table. Tang Ro's thunderous methods, although annihilating the enemy's ace reconnaissance team within 3 minutes, inevitably exposed a fact. Camp A10086 possesses beyond visual range strike capabilities far exceeding conventional understanding, and an anti-submarine reconnaissance system that is virtually unbeatable. This intelligence will inevitably raise high alert among the Dragon Slayer Alliance, making them more cautious in their subsequent actions and possibly even altering their original attack plans. Inside the command center, however, there was no tension whatsoever. As Lu Jixia watched the 3-second video captured by the enemy, a confident smile, as if she had planned everything, appeared on her usually calm and icy face. Exposure was part of the plan. She turned around and looked at Chu Yang, her beautiful eyes, hidden behind frameless glasses, sparkling with intelligence. We need to put enough pressure on them through this muscle display, while also deliberately guiding them to realize that we are not invincible. Let them direct their main focus to the stage we have carefully prepared for them. As they were talking, a girl in charge of the interrogation walked in. Her name is Qin Yu, and she has awakened a B-level mental talent called mind stealing, which allows her to read the shallow memories of those with weak wills. Report: the survivor we deliberately left alive has been dealt with. During Tang Ro's hunting show, one unlucky guy was knocked unconscious and became the sole survivor. At this moment, all the information in his mind became Lu Jixia's possession. Qin Yu handed over a data panel. The document details the internal structure of the Dragon Slayer Alliance, the personality traits of its 2 leaders, the approximate size of its forces, and even the key parameters of the large siege weapons they carried. For example, there's Lao's massive city-breaking cannon that requires 50 people to charge simultaneously, and the void sphere that Gui Hu obtained from the ruins, which can temporarily paralyze energy shields. Well done. Lu Jixia took the data panel and quickly walked to the war sand table. She input all the intelligence she had gathered into the central processing unit. Buzz. On the enormous holographic sand table, countless golden data streams began to refresh and deduce like a waterfall. The dozens of attack plans that the Allied forces are most likely to take next, as well as the success rate of each plan, have been clearly simulated and represented on the sand table as attack arrows of varying shades. Based on intelligence analysis and personality modeling, their leader, Lao, is reckless and impulsive, and believes in absolute power. Given the humiliation of the complete annihilation of the elite reconnaissance team, there is an 83% probability that he will launch a frontal assault at all costs, attempting to blast open our tortoise shell with the city-breaking cannons. Lu Zhixia stretched out her slender finger and pointed to the thickest, darkest red arrow directly in front of the sand table. The other leader, Ghost Fox, is relatively cautious and cunning. He would think that the frontal defense is impregnable, and thus suggest a surprise attack from the flank in the poisonous valley. The terrain there is the most complex, the magnetic field interference is the strongest, and it is also the area where our rune arrow towers have relatively low firepower coverage. Her finger traced the northwest side of the sand table, where a winding canyon lay. Chu Yang looked at the clear deduction on the sand table, his gaze calm, and raised the most crucial question. What if they adopt a two-pronged approach, or even achieve success in multiple areas? This is exactly the question Lu Zhixia has been waiting for. This is exactly the pocket I prepared for them. Lu Zhixia smiled confidently, a smile that carried the composure and sense of control befitting a top-tier chess player. She tapped lightly on the sand table's interface. The entire sand table display mode switched instantly, revealing her well-prepared and seemingly perfect battle plan, an iron-walled encirclement. The core of the tactic is simple yet deadly. Step 1. Show the enemy weakness. They deliberately expose the defensive weakness of the poisonous valley on the flank, and even deliberately reduce the number of patrols in that area to create the illusion of a weak defense, luring the Ghost Fox troops deep into the area. Step 2. Lure the enemy deep into our territory. The trap will be triggered when Lao's main force is drawn to the front wall and becomes embroiled in a stalemate with the camp's defenses, and when Gaihu's flanking assault force penetrates deep into the heart of the valley. The trigger for the trap was precisely the defensive weak point that Chu Yang had previously pointed out, created by the energy resonance of the two arrow towers, lasting for 0.5 seconds. When Ghost Fox's elite squad attempts to exploit this fleeting vulnerability to break through, that will be the signal for us to close in. Lu Zhixia's voice turned cold. Once the signal is sent, hundreds of terrain modification devices buried in the mountains on both sides of the valley will be activated simultaneously. The core of these devices is Sue Meyer's latest rock-generating bomb, which can generate tens of thousands of tons of high-strength rock within 3 seconds, completely sealing off the valley entrance and valley end. As she explained, on the sand table, the two ends of the poisonous mist valley were instantly sealed off by towering rock walls, turning it into a veritable wasteland. At that time, the enemies trapped in the valley will be wiped out by Lin Qingxuang and Li Qian. On the main battlefield, Tang Rou's long-range sniper force and 100 rune arrow towers will show Lao's cannon fodder legion what absolute firepower coverage means. On the sand table, blue dots representing one's own combat strength were precisely assigned to each battlefield node. Tang Rou's sniping position, Li Qian's charge route, and Lin Qingxuang's entry timing. The entire operation plan was meticulously crafted, combining strategic maneuvering, geographical advantage, and firepower deployment in a perfectly integrated manner. This is no longer a war, but an art of death that she herself has composed. Even Chu Yang, who is usually very picky, couldn't help but nod slightly after reading the entire deduction, a hint of approval in his eyes. The plan is perfect. But he quickly added, his voice steady. But remember, war is always full of variables. Any perfect plan can encounter unexpected problems during its execution. I order all units to retain 30% of their mobile forces while executing the plan. I will personally control this force to deal with any unforeseen circumstances. Chu Yang's addition was like a stabilizing force, making this already perfect plan even more foolproof. Yes, my husband. Lu Zhixia readily accepted and immediately set aside a strategic reserve team composed of the most elite members on the sand table, with Chu Yang directly given command. She looked again at the huge war sand table, watching the red dots representing thousands of enemy troops stepping into the inescapable trap she had laid. A cold smile curved her lips. It's as if I can already see the future of the Allied forces being completely annihilated and rivers of blood flowing. At the same moment when all tactical arrangements were completed at Camp A10086. On the distant horizon, a huge shadow is slowly emerging. Smoke and dust billowed, obscuring the sky and the sun. The roar of the motors and the howls of the monsters merged into a destructive torrent, approaching from afar and shaking the earth. The army of the Dragon Slayer Alliance finally came into view. War is imminent. Chapter 98 The enemy is at the gates. Chapter 98 The enemy is at the gates. At the horizon, a black tide is surging in. That wasn't a real tide. It was a destructive torrent formed by thousands of outlaws and the hideous monsters of various shapes that they commanded. The roar of heavy tanks crushing the blood-red earth, the tremors of the earth dragon's heavy footsteps, the heavy breathing of thousands of people mixed together with the rustling of armor, all combined to compose a war song of the apocalypse. The immense killing intent, a mixture of greed, fear, and tyranny, surged into the sky, even tinging the two eerie purple moons with an ominous dark red. The entire 30-kilometer territory of Camp A10086 trembled slightly under the oppressive force of this aura. However, the shrill alarm that was expected did not resound throughout the camp. Instead, a steady and melodious chime rang out. Clang dash. The sound of the bell seemed to possess some strange magic, piercing through the noisy sounds of battle outside and echoing clearly in every corner of the camp. The voice was calm and unhurried, carrying a calming power that dispelled the last trace of tension in the air. This was a pre-battle signal designed by Lu Jixia herself. It conveys not danger, but composure. It was telling everyone in the camp, no need to panic, the prey has entered the hunting grounds. The towering iron walls were already filled with dashing figures. The girls were clad in their own standard battle armor, gripping rune weapons modified by Su Meyer. The cold metal reflected a chilling light in the sunlight. They gazed down at the dark mass of enemy troops swarming in like ants, their youthful and beautiful faces showing no fear or panic. There was only a burning fighting spirit, and a hint of cold indifference, as if looking at prey. The army of the Dragon Slayer Alliance slowly came to a stop 5 kilometers from the camp. It was as if there was an invisible boundary that made them dare not easily step across it again. The army of several thousand people began to set up camp, and heavy crossbows and catapults with menacing appearances were taken out of the space equipment and quickly assembled by skilled engineers. The massive city-breaking cannon was lifted down by hundreds of strong men, its dark muzzle aimed at the camp's energy shield, radiating a chilling energy fluctuation. Flags representing different classes were raised, fluttering in the blood-red wind, as if showing off their immense power. Roar! A deafening dragon roar resounded. The leader of the alliance, Lao, rode his enormous earth dragon, which was over 15 meters long, slowly emerging from the army formation. He wore a heavy set of black iron plate armor and carried a giant axe the size of a door on his back, exuding a violent and savage aura. Listen up, you people inside! Amplified by amplification magic, Lao's voice boomed like thunder, resounding throughout the entire battlefield. I am Lao, the leader of the Dragon Slayer Alliance. You, Class A10086, have disregarded the rules, wantonly slaughtered, and monopolized resources. Your crimes are heinous. The system has listed you as a world-class threat, and everyone has the right to eliminate you. Now, on behalf of the Alliance, I'm giving you one last chance. His voice was filled with unquestionable domineering and majesty. Immediately disarm all forces, activate your energy shields, and hand over all your resources. Bound your squad leader, Chu Yang, and take him out of the city to kneel and await his death. Otherwise, in an hour, I will personally lead my army to raze this place to the ground, turning your camp into scorched earth, leaving not a single chicken or dog alive. Lao's ultimatum echoed across the silent wasteland. The thousands of allied troops behind him roared and echoed, their voices so powerful they seemed to overturn the steel fortress in front of them. However, faced with this deafening roar. Inside Camp A10086, all was deathly silent. The girls on the city wall stood silently, their eyes unwavering, as if watching a farcical drama that had nothing to do with them. This extreme disregard is more insulting than any retort. Leo felt as if his punch, delivered with all his might, had landed squarely on cotton. His pent-up rage caused his handsome face to turn a deep purplish red, and the veins on his forehead bulged like earthworms. Very good, very good. He squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth, the killing intent in his eyes almost tangible. Beside him, the ghost fox, shrouded in a black cloak, calmly observed the pale golden energy shield of the camp. His talent makes him exceptionally sensitive to the flow of energy. In his perception, the energy flow of that shield was terrifyingly smooth, like a still lake, without the slightest ripple caused by external threats. This stability indicates that it is backed by an unimaginable, vast, and highly refined energy source. This is a depth of experience that no ordinary camp could possess. The unease in Ghost Fox's heart reached its peak at this moment. He always felt that they, like other warriors, were not like dragon-slaying heroes, but rather like moths that willingly jumped into a spider's web. The 1-hour ultimatum period passed quickly amidst a tense and anxious standoff. Leo's patience was finally worn out. Time's up! He suddenly drew the massive battle axe from behind his back, its blade gleaming with a bloodthirsty light in the sunlight. With all his might, he pointed his giant axe forward and gave the order for a general attack. All troops attack! Crush them! Whoosh dash! A desolate and ancient war horn sounded in the Allied ranks. Kill! Thousands of Allied soldiers and their ferocious monstrous minions charged towards the silent steel fortress with deafening battle cries, like a flood bursting its banks. The earth trembled violently beneath their footsteps. Dust was swirled into the sky, blocking out the sunlight. The mage corps behind the Allied forces launched the first attack. Hundreds of monks simultaneously raised their staffs and chanted obscure incantations. The next second, hundreds of colorful magic projectiles, trailing long flames, streaked across the sky like an inverted meteor shower, crashing down on the camp's energy shield. At the same time, hundreds of flying monsters, including griffins and wyverns, took off from the flanks of the Allied forces, shrieking as they swooped down towards the camp, attempting to cross the city walls and harass the interior. A massive, multidimensional siege has officially begun. The top floor of the command tower, inside the Sky Garden. Chu Yang was sitting leisurely in a rattan chair, enjoying the starlight flower tea that Su Muyu had personally brewed for him. Beside him, Lu Jixia, Tang Rou, Li Qian, Lin Qingshuang, and other corps members stood quietly. Through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, they coldly watched the apocalyptic frenzy below, their expressions as calm as if they were watching a drama that had nothing to do with them. This extreme calmness, in contrast to the clamor and frenzy of the outside world, creates two completely different worlds. My lord, all the fish have been caught in the net. Lu Jixia looked at the red dots representing the enemy on the tactical sand table, which were acting exactly according to her script. A knowing smile appeared on her lips. Just as she expected. Leo, that simple-minded man, is personally leading the main force of the alliance to launch the fiercest attack from the front, attempting to crush everything with absolute power. Meanwhile, the self-righteous Ghost Fox led an elite force composed of assassins and special troops, taking advantage of the cover of the main battlefield, to silently infiltrate the seemingly weakly defended poisonous valley on the flank. Everything is under control. Chu Yang put down his teacup and nodded. He looked at Tang Rou beside him. She was still wearing that dark gray, high-slit tactical cheongsam, which perfectly showcased her hot and sexy figure, exuding a restrained yet deadly charm. Chu Yang's voice was soft, yet it carried an undeniable command. Activate welcome mode. Let them experience the hardness of our tortoise shell first. Chapter 99 The Power of the Tortoise Shell. Chapter 99 The Power of the Tortoise Shell. The first act of the war begins with magic. Hundreds of magical projectiles, each containing negative energies such as explosion, freezing, and corrosion, struck precisely the pale golden energy shield of the camp simultaneously. Boom! Boom! Rumble dash! The deafening explosions continued, and brilliant yet deadly light burst forth on the shield's surface, creating a magnificent display of deathly fireworks. A violent energy shockwave swept outwards, lifting a layer of blood-red sand from the ground. A burst of enthusiastic cheers erupted from the Allied positions. In their view, such a concentrated attack would be enough to instantly destroy any defensive barrier below Grade A. However, when the light from the explosion faded, the cheers of everyone seemed to be abruptly stopped, as if an invisible hand had grabbed their necks. The anticipated scene of the shield shaking violently and even cracking did not occur. The seemingly thin, pale gold energy shield was like a lake's surface tossed with a pebble, rippling with tiny waves. Then, it absorbed and annihilated all the enormous energy that was enough to destroy a small mountain. The shield's surface remained as smooth as ever, without even a trace of charring. How is this possible? The leader of the Alliance Mage Corps, an elderly man in magnificent robes, had an expression of disbelief on his face. He stared intently at the unmoving shield, his body trembling slightly with shock. He couldn't understand or believe that the combined fire of nearly 300 mages couldn't even produce a decent reaction to the opponent's turtle shell. What on earth is this wall made of? Seeing that the first wave of ranged attacks was like a tickle, Leo's already flushed face turned completely black. Waste! He roared, and the huge sound wave made the eardrums of the surrounding soldiers ache. Siege machines! Charge! Throw all those stones out of here! At his command, dozens of giant catapults, each 20 meters tall, roared and creaked in the rear positions. One after another, huge stones, each the size of a house and covered with dense, deep red anti-magic runes, were loaded into the launch slots. Put dash! Huff dash! Huff dash! Huff dash! Dozens of demon-slaying boulders, accompanied by sharp whistling sounds that tore through the air, traced heavy parabolas in the air before crashing down on the golden shield. Thump! 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 This time, the impact was as dull as a drumbeat, each impact causing the earth to tremble. The shaking of the energy shield finally became much more noticeable, and the enormous impact smashed visible dents and ripples into the shield's surface. But that's all. The core of the camp, inside Energy Tower number 3. Ampere, the girl in charge of energy dispatch, looked at the energy consumption data transmitted from the control panel, and a disdainful sneer appeared on her lips. She connected with Lu Jixia's communication. Sister Jixia, the enemy is starting to unleash their main attack. The shield energy consumption rate has risen to 3%. Should we increase the output power to the second level? Approved. Lu Jixia's calm voice came through. Receive! Ampere's fingers flew across the control panel. The next second, at the bottom of the energy tower, thousands of grade B energy crystals were instantly activated, transforming into torrents of pure energy that flowed continuously into the shield core through complex pipes. Buzz! The energy shield, which had been swaying slightly, suddenly became several times brighter, its color changing from pale gold to a deep dark gold, and its structural strength increased dramatically in an instant. The massive, demon-slaying boulders that were still raining down on them were once again reduced to harmless pebbles. On the command tower, Chu Yang looked at the rate at which the stockpiled crystals were being consumed on the virtual screen without even frowning. After the system announcement was released and he learned that he would become the target of public criticism, his first order was to have all the mining teams mine frantically, 24 hours a day, regardless of the cost. Currently, the crystal reserves at Camp A10086 are sufficient to sustain this intensity of attrition warfare for 7 days and 7 nights. Overwhelming you with money is also a tactic. All of the Allied forces' long-range attack methods were rendered ineffective. This enraged Leo completely. He has lost his mind. Charge! Charge, you bastards! He brandished his giant axe, roaring like a madman. Use human lives to fill the gap. I refuse to believe their energy is limitless. The first person to break through the shield will be rewarded with an A-grade equipment, And promoted 3 ranks. A generous reward will surely attract brave men. Countless Alliance soldiers and low-level monsters, their eyes bloodshot, charged toward the golden wall of light like madmen, disregarding casualties. They hacked with knives, chopped with axes, bit with their teeth, tore with their claws, and futilely crashed against that insurmountable chasm with their fragile flesh and blood. Even worse, some brainwashed fanatics launched suicide bombing attacks. Boom! Blood and flesh flew everywhere. But aside from leaving dirty pools of blood on the shield and adding a burnt smell to the air, it did nothing else. This seemingly impenetrable and hopeless defense began to cause a dramatic drop in the morale of the Allied rank-and-file soldiers. The initial fervor they witnessed is rapidly being replaced by fear. They had never seen or imagined that such a terrifying turtle shell existed in this world. How can we fight this war? On the city wall, Li Qian's hands were itching to join in. She was carrying the thunder axe, which was constantly crackling with purple electric arcs, and her mouth was practically watering. She looked longingly toward the command tower, her eyes seeming to say to Chu Yang, "Husband, let me go down and chop these bastards down." But Chu Yang only transmitted 2 words through the communicator. "Take it easy, don't be impatient." His goal from the beginning was not simply to defend. He wanted to use this absolute, overwhelming defensive power, leaving the enemy with no hope whatsoever, to first and foremost crush their morale and fighting spirit on a psychological level. The moment the butcher's knife falls will come when they have transformed from bloodthirsty wolves into trembling sheep. At the same time, in that silent, poisonous valley on the flank of the camp, Ghost Fox and his elite 500, Shadow, troops were cautiously navigating through the pervasive pink poisonous fog. Hearing the earth-shattering shouts and explosions coming from the front lines, a cold, mocking smile curled at the corner of his mouth, hidden beneath his cloak. Lao, that idiot, used his massive army of cannon fodder to attract all of A10086's attention. This created an excellent opportunity for his fatal blow. He had no idea that every step he and his proud elite troops took was precisely on the path to death that Lu Jixia had laid out for them. Deep within the mountain walls on both sides of the valley, hundreds of terrain modification devices, disguised as rocks, have silently completed their final charging. An invisible net is slowly closing in. The main battlefield. After a full half-hour of relentless bombardment, the Dragon Slayer Alliance army gained nothing except leaving behind thousands of mutilated corpses in front of the shield and consuming a huge amount of magic and ammunition. High morale has plummeted to rock bottom. The soldiers' faces were filled with exhaustion and confusion. On the command tower, Chu Yang saw that the time was ripe and nodded gently to Tang Rou beside him. Tang Rou understood. She walked to her personal control panel, and her delicate hands, which had touched countless cold firearms, gently pressed a blood-red virtual button. "The first phase of warm-up is over." Chu Yang's voice was clearly transmitted to the ears of every combatant through the tactical channel. "Now let them hear a symphony of death." Chapter 100: The Death Symphony of the Arrow Tower. Chapter 100: The Death Symphony of the Arrow Tower. Tang Rou's fingertips gently landed on the blood-red virtual button on the control panel. The button was inscribed with 2 words in ancient runes: purification. A glint of bloodthirsty excitement flashed in her usually icy eyes, like that of a conductor about to lead an orchestra in a magnificent performance. Then, the show begins. Her red lips parted slightly, her voice soft yet carrying a chilling coldness that could freeze the soul. "Press down with your fingertip." Buzz dash! A deep yet powerful resonance of energy resounded from beneath every inch of the ground surrounding the camp. The entire battlefield fell silent in that instant. The next moment, divine punishment descended. Beneath the feet of the Allied forces, the once flat, blood-red wasteland suddenly cracked open with huge fissures. One after another, menacing towers, each 15 meters tall and made entirely of obsidian and black iron alloy, rose up from the ground like dead bamboo shoots bursting forth. Some defensive fortifications disguised as giant rocks had their surface layers crumble away, revealing cold metal turrets with blue energy patterns shimmering inside. Several enormous dead trees, seemingly withered for hundreds of years, had their trunks split in the middle, revealing dozens of dark, gaping tubes protruding from them. At this moment, all 100 rune arrow towers simultaneously shed their disguises, revealing their most deadly fangs. A chilling, menacing killing intent, brimming with destructive power, instantly enveloped the entire battlefield within a 5-kilometer radius, like a tangible tide. The thousands of Alliance soldiers who were still frantically attacking the energy shield froze in their tracks. They stared blankly at the terrifying buildings that had suddenly appeared around them, like sentinels of hell, their minds going completely blank. What's this? Trap? But there was no time left for them to think. At the same time, the tops of all 100 arrow towers lit up with dazzling energy. Tens of thousands of points of light converge and take shape at the same time. Put! Tang Ro issued a cold command. Call out dash! At that moment, a rain of arrows, obscuring the sky, descended. That was no ordinary arrow. Those were tens of thousands of arrows of light composed of the purest armor-piercing energy. They drew out a shrill shriek in the air and converged into a dazzling and deadly barrage of death that could not be described in words. They rained down on the densest charging formation of the Allied forces in an indiscriminate and all-encompassing manner. Under a rain of arrows, all beings are equal. A troll, over 3 meters tall and covered in rock armor, had just raised his spiked club, before he could even let out a roar. The next second, its body was instantly pierced by hundreds of energy arrows. Its hard rock armor shattered like paper, and its massive body was turned into a blurry mess of flesh and blood. A knight who had activated his battle aura shield still had a sinister grin on his face. The energy arrows easily tore through his prized shield, pinning him and his warhorse, armor and all, to the ground. The frontmost square formations, with hundreds of soldiers and monsters, were wiped out in an instant before they could even utter a scream in this first volley of fire. The earth was stained a deeper crimson, covered in a thick layer of severed limbs and broken armor. This scene, which could be described as divine punishment, sent shivers down the spines of the subsequent charging troops. But this is merely the prologue to the symphony. The second salvo followed immediately. This time, the arrows changed from a dazzling gold to a chilling ice blue. Frost arrow. The arrows rained down, but there were no explosions, no roars. Only a biting chill, spreading wildly like a plague. Vast areas were frozen in an instant. The running soldier was frozen into a lifelike ice sculpture, his face still bearing the traces of his dying terror. The ground was covered with a thick layer of ice, which made the movement of the following troops extremely slow. They slipped and fell, and men and horses tumbled over. The entire battlefield seemed to have transformed into a giant, frozen hell. Then, the third movement began. This time, the arrow tower fired explosive arrows that flashed with a dangerous red light. Their target is precisely those areas that are frozen over. Boom! Beep! A violent explosion erupted amidst the frozen crowd. Countless sharp, knife-like ice shards, mixed with shattered flesh and bones, formed a death storm that swept across an area of several kilometers. The extreme fear of watching helplessly as one is frozen, unable to move, and then torn to pieces by an explosion completely shattered the last shred of fighting will of the Allied forces. Devils! They are devils! Run! I don't want to die! Help! Help me! The formation has completely collapsed. The soldiers dropped their weapons, crying and screaming as they fled desperately, wanting nothing more than to get as far away from this terrifying death fortress as possible. No retreating! Hold the line! Leo's eyes were bloodshot as he roared madly, trying to organize the remaining mages to cast a defensive shield. However, the Arrow Tower's intelligent target acquisition system had already locked onto these high-value targets wearing robes with a red crosshair. Dozens of armor-piercing arrows, entirely black with spiral-shaped arrowheads, were fired silently. They precisely bypassed the crowd and struck the sorcerers who were chanting incantations at supersonic speed. The shield was as fragile as glass, and was pierced instantly. The mages' bodies were torn to shreds by the violent kinetic energy. Despair, like an endless abyss, swallowed everyone. They discovered that no matter where they fled or how they hid, the deadly rain of arrows followed them relentlessly, accurately reaping their lives. This was a one-sided massacre with no suspense and no resistance. Camp A10086 did not even send out a single soldier. These cold, hard fortifications alone caused heavy casualties and routed the Alliance army of several thousand men. On the city wall, Li Qian, Zhao Meng, and a group of other combat girls looked down in shock at the hellish scene below. Their bodies trembled slightly with excitement. They knew the camp had heavy firepower, but witnessing this scene, which resembled the wrath of the gods, still instilled in them an almost fanatical worship and faith in the man who had created all of this. Meanwhile, in the poisonous valley on the flank of the camp, Ghost Fox and his 500 elite troops also suffered annihilation. He had just led his troops stealthily to what he considered a weak point in the defenses. Suddenly, a patch of blood-red runes lit up the ground beneath their feet. "Oh no! It's a trap!" Ghost Fox's expression changed drastically, but it was too late. Dozens of disguised cannon muzzles suddenly appeared on the originally smooth cliffs on both sides of the valley. The devastating crossfire instantly overwhelmed them. What made them even more desperate was... Boom dash! A deafening roar came from behind. The entrance to the valley was completely blocked by a massive boulder weighing tens of thousands of tons that fell from the sky. Immediately afterwards, a huge barrier made of pure energy rose up at the exit ahead. They were trapped like turtles in a jar. Lu Jixia's pocket tactic was executed perfectly. On the front lines, Lao, covered in blood and in a sorry state, fled back to a safe distance of 5 kilometers away, protected by more than a dozen of his personal guards. He looked back at his once mighty army, now reduced to less than a third of its former size and still being slaughtered. His eyes, like copper bells, were filled with bloodshot veins and incredulous terror. He finally understood. What they were facing was not a dragon that needed to be slaughtered. Instead, it was an ancient god whom they didn't even have the right to look up to. Their so-called Dragon Slayer Alliance was, from the very beginning, the most ridiculous joke in the world. On the command tower, Chu Yang looked at the red dots on the tactical sand table that had completely fallen into chaos and collapse, knowing that the enemy's psychological defenses had completely crumbled. He slowly stood up, turning his gaze to the beautiful, holy girl beside him who had been waiting quietly. Evening rain. Chu Yang's voice was calm and gentle. "Now, it's time for our soldiers to taste the sweetness of victory." Chapter 101 Holy Light Shines Everywhere. Chapter 101 The holy light shines brightly. The defeat of the Alliance army is a foregone conclusion. But extreme despair also gives rise to the most insane malice. Among the surviving troops, dozens of spellcasters dressed in black robes and withered faces emerged from the shadows. They are curse sorcerers and dark wizards kept by various classes in the Alliance, calamities walking among humans. "Since we can't survive, then you won't have an easy time either." The leading wizard let out a venomous roar. They simultaneously raised their staffs, crafted from human bones and vengeful spirits, and chanted evil and filthy incantations. The cloud of plague. A desperate wail. A quagmire of corruption. In an instant, black mist shot into the sky, gathering into a huge, foul-smelling cloud above the camp. Within the clouds, countless twisted vengeful spirits emitted shrill screams, sounds that seemed to pierce eardrums and tear apart one's soul. Black, viscous liquid rained down from the sky like a storm, instantly corroding the hard earth into a black swamp emitting poisonous fumes. These malevolent negative spells bypassed the physical firepower of the arrow towers and directly enveloped the walled area of Camp A10086. Although the energy shield remained strong, its defensive effectiveness was slightly reduced against curse attacks that could penetrate energy and strike directly at the spirit and the source of life. On the city wall, some girls with weaker mental strength immediately felt intense discomfort. Dizziness, nausea, and palpitations, a chill and despair emanating from the depths of their souls began to erode their will. A petty trick. Inside the command tower, Chu Yang watched this scene without even a ripple on his face. He simply patted Sumiyu's shoulder gently. Sumiyu understood. She strode to the very front of the city wall, standing silently at the heart of the densest dark curse. She was still wearing that pristine white nurse's uniform, spotless, like a pure snow lotus quietly blooming amidst this filthy hellish scene. She slowly closed her clear, spring-like eyes, and gently clasped her fair and delicate hands together in front of her chest. Buzz! A soft and sacred pure golden light emanated from her petite body. The light was initially faint, but it carried an inviolable majesty and holiness, instantly dispelling the darkness around her. Her cherry lips parted slightly, and her ethereal and sacred chant, like heavenly music, resonated deep within everyone's soul. A celebration of life! In an instant, it shone with dazzling light. A massive golden halo, over 300 meters in diameter, emanated from her, spreading out like a rising sun and instantly covering the entire front line of the camp. A warm, golden rain of light, brimming with the vitality of life, descended from the sky. The gentle rain of light fell softly on each girl. A miracle occurred. The girls who felt unwell because of the curse felt a warm current flow through their bodies the moment they were bathed in the rain of light. All negative feelings, dizziness, nausea, despair, and fear, were swept away in that instant. The mental fatigue and physical discomfort completely disappeared. Instead, there is an unprecedented sense of comfort and vitality. Moreover, they could clearly feel that their physical strength, mental strength, and reaction speed were all climbing to their peak at an incredible speed in this sacred rain of light. Every cell was cheering and jumping for joy. Their condition is even better than before the war started. And those filthy, cursed clouds, under the illumination of the holy light, were as if they had encountered the most terrifying natural enemy in the world. The hideous vengeful spirits within the clouds let out shrieks 1,000 times more piercing than before, their bodies rapidly melting and purifying in the holy light like ice and snow. In just a few seconds, the darkness that had enveloped the camp, representing despair and death, was completely swept away. The sky cleared up again. This miraculous scene, like the heaviest hammer blow, slammed into the hearts of all the Allied survivors. Their last and most vicious struggle was so easily wiped away by that goddess-like girl. Is that a god? An Alliance soldier stared at the inviolable, golden figure, his voice trembling with extreme fear. The long sword in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. He completely lost all courage to fight back, his knees buckled, and he collapsed to his knees in the pool of blood. The dominoes have fallen. 1, 2, 10, 100. More and more Alliance soldiers laid down their weapons and knelt down to surrender. Their spirit has been completely destroyed. On the command tower, Chu Yang nodded in satisfaction. Sumiyu's abilities have immeasurable strategic value in large-scale wars. She is not only the backbone of the team, but also the faith and morale guarantee of the entire legion. The time has come. City gates open. Chu Yang issued the final order, which signified the start of the general offensive. Boom rumble rumble dash. The heavy city gate of the camp, cast from tens of thousands of tons of black iron alloy, emitted a dull rumble and slowly opened to both sides. Behind the city gates were the camp's most elite combat troops, who had already assembled. And standing at the very front are two figures that resemble goddesses of war. Ha! It's finally my turn! Li Qian was the first to rush out. Her petite yet explosively powerful body was now bathed in Sumiyu's golden holy light, her fighting spirit boiling to its peak. The thunder axe in her hand seemed to sense its master's excitement. Purple lightning and golden holy light intertwined on the huge axe blade, emitting a humming sound that craved blood. Lin Qingshuang followed closely behind. Dressed in a white dress, she remained aloof and cold amidst the blood-soaked battlefield. But at this moment, a layer of warm holy light appeared on her icy blue sword aura. Ice and fire, destruction and protection, these two completely different forces are perfectly fused together in her sword intent. Behind them were hundreds of the most elite combat girls from Class A10086. They were clad in shimmering runic armor, and wielded sharp weapons capable of tearing everything apart. Blessed by Sumuyu's praise of life, they were like tireless and fearless war angels, their eyes burning with the flame of certain victory, as they launched a final charge against the defeated enemy army that had completely lost its will to fight. A relentless and devastating pursuit, spearheaded by a 10086, has begun. What awaits the Dragon Slayer Alliance is an even more despairing close-quarters nightmare than the devastating rain of arrows they just witnessed. Chapter 102 Siege Beasts. Chapter 102 The Siege Behemoth's gates opened, and the prelude to the carnage reached its climax. Li Qian took the lead, her petite body like a purple cannonball, the first to crash into the already collapsed Allied forces' lines. "Ha ha! You bastards, your Grandma Li is here to pamper you!" Amidst the maniacal laughter, the giant axe, crackling with lightning and holy light, drew a devastating arc. The dozen or so Alliance soldiers at the front, along with their monster mounts, were instantly cut in half at the waist, their severed ends charred by the violent lightning. Golden holy light bathed her body, making her feel no fatigue whatsoever, and with each swing of her battle axe, her power seemed inexhaustible. Lin Qingxuang's figure appeared silently on the other side, like a ghost. She didn't have Li Qian's flamboyant roar, but the ice thunder-shattering star sword in her hand was even more deadly. The sword flashed, and with each flash, the head of an enemy commander flew into the air. The icy blue sword energy was coated with a layer of soft holy light. Enemies frozen by the sword energy did not bleed from their wounds. Instead, the holy light purified them, even erasing their souls. Behind them were hundreds of combat girls, fully prepared and brimming with fighting spirit. They formed sharp arrows, mercilessly piercing and dividing the remaining enemy forces. This was a chase and massacre with no suspense whatsoever. The morale of the Allied soldiers was completely shattered. They abandoned their armor and weapons, wishing they had been born with 2 more legs, and were utterly unable to mount any effective resistance. The corpses fell in swathes like felled wheat. Blood stained this wasteland a deep, unfathomable dark red. No dash! Seeing his army about to be completely annihilated, Lao, who had fled back to the rear, let out a wild and unwilling roar. His bloodshot eyes were filled with madness and resentment. A 10086! Chu Yang! You forced me to do this! He suddenly pulled out a fist-sized, blood-red, eerie crystal from his pocket, which looked as if it were formed from countless vengeful spirits. Inside the crystal, it seemed as if the heart of a living being was beating. With the blood of my raging lion, with the souls of half my race as a sacrifice. Awaken! My most loyal servant, the destroyer of hell! Without hesitation, Lao crushed the blood-red crystal. Snap! The moment the crystal shattered, there was no burst of energy, only a deathly silence. Immediately afterwards, the earth began to tremble violently and wildly. Boom! Beat! The solid ground behind the Allied forces cracked open like a fragile biscuit, creating a massive fissure that stretched for a kilometer. The crevice was bottomless, from which scorching red steam, carrying a strong sulphurous odor, billowed out, casting an ominous crimson hue over the sky. An enormous, unimaginably large black head slowly emerged from the hellish rift. That was a terrifying behemoth that was hundreds of meters tall. Its shape resembles a giant tortoise magnified billions of times, but its limbs are as thick as stone pillars supporting the sky, and every movement causes the earth to groan under its unbearable burden. Its entire body was covered by an incredibly thick black carapace, the surface of which was covered with abyss-like grooves and naturally formed magical patterns, exuding an ancient and desolate aura. Instead of a smooth shell, the turtle's back was covered with hundreds of enormous, menacing bone spikes, each tip of which gleamed with a faint red light. What's most terrifying about it is its eyes. Those were not the eyes of a living being, but 2 enormous boulders of lava, each over 10 meters in diameter and burning fiercely. Just looking into its eyes felt like my soul was being ignited and burned to ashes by the fires of hell. A terrifying pressure at the Lord level, like a tangible tsunami, instantly swept across the entire battlefield. It's the Hell Tortoise! The legendary mobile war fortress! On the city wall, a girl in charge of intelligence looked at the monster crawling out of the ground. Her voice trembled violently with extreme fear, and the data tablet in her hand fell to the ground. The Hell Turtle, a legendary creature that exists only in the oldest monster encyclopedia, is famous for its indestructible siege capabilities and almost unbeatable absolute defense. Roar dash! The Hell Tortoise crawled out of the ground completely, letting out a deafening roar. The sound waves were no longer invisible, but transformed into rings of dark red shockwaves that were visible to the naked eye, spreading wildly in all directions. Li Qian and her team, who were charging forward, were the first to be hit by this terrifying sound wave. Puff! Several girls who were close by were so shocked that they coughed up blood and were sent flying backward. Even someone as strong as Li Qian was shaken so badly that her blood and qi surged, and she felt as if her internal organs had shifted. She had to stop and use her battle axe to brace herself and barely regain her balance. With just one roar, the charge of Class A10086 was thwarted. Leo watched this earth-shattering scene and burst into maniacal laughter. He leaped and landed steadily on top of the Hell Tortoise's massive, mountain-like head. Ha ha! A 10086! Did you see that? This is the ultimate servant I summoned from the depths of hell by sacrificing half the lives of my class. Today, I will use it to crush your prize tortoise shells, along with your camp, into dust. Under Leo's frenzied control, the Hell Tortoise turned its enormous head, its two lava-like eyes locking onto the dark golden energy shield of the camp. It took a heavy step. Thump! 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 With each step, the earth trembled violently, as if the end of the world had arrived. It ignored all the remaining soldiers on the battlefield and charged straight toward the camp. Fire! Focus fire on its eyes! On the city wall, Zhao Meng, who was in charge of command, immediately issued instructions. 100 rune arrow towers instantly changed direction, and tens of thousands of energy arrows converged into torrents, slamming heavily into the Hell Tortoise. Jingle bells! Sparks flew everywhere. The energy arrows, powerful enough to tear apart a chariot, landed on its incredibly thick black armor, only scattering tiny sparks and leaving shallow white marks, not even enough to tickle it. Lin Qingxuang's eyes narrowed, and she gathered all her power into the tip of her sword. Ice Lightning Star Shattering Slash! A terrifying sword aura, hundreds of meters long and infused with ice crystals and lightning, with a sharpness capable of cutting through everything, slammed into the shell of the Hell Tortoise. Clang dash! A piercing clang of metal against metal resounded through the sky. This time, a huge scratch, half a meter deep, was finally left on its indestructible shell. However, before the crowd could cheer, deep within the engraving, a flash of red hellfire appeared, and the cleaved carapace writhed and healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, returning to its original state in an instant. Everyone's hearts sank to the bottom. Physical immunity, energy resistance, and super-fast regeneration, how can we fight them? Just as everyone was in shock, the Hell Turtle had already rushed to the energy shield. It lowered its mountain-like head and rammed it hard. Boom dash! A deafening roar, as if it were the end of the world, rang out. The entire A10086 camp, along with its foundation hundreds of meters underground, shook violently. The seemingly indestructible dark gold energy shield in the center of the camp dimmed instantly upon impact. Its surface rippled violently like water, and its energy level plummeted at an unprecedented rate. Warning! Shield structural strength reduced by 20%. Inside the energy tower, Ampere stared at the plummeting energy bar on the control panel, his face turning deathly pale. She frantically poured in all the spare crystals, but the rate at which energy was replenished was far from keeping up with the terrifying energy drain caused by the giant beast's impact. In the command center, for the first time, a solemn expression appeared on Lu Jixia's usually calm and icy face. The sand table in front of her was calculating rapidly, and a blood-red conclusion popped up. Given the destructive power of the Hell Tortoise, it can withstand at most 5 more impacts before the energy shield shatters completely. This conclusion sent everyone in the command center into a panic. The girls at the camp experienced such immense pressure for the first time. Conventional firepower is completely ineffective against this behemoth, and once the shield is broken, they will have to face this monster from hell with their own flesh and blood. The consequences would be unimaginable. On the watchtower, Tang Ro bit her full red lips tightly, while the huge dragon-eye judgment in her hand roared continuously. Each of her meticulously modified armor-piercing rounds hit the hell tortoise's eye socket with pinpoint accuracy. However, the bullet was completely vaporized by the high temperature the moment it touched the burning lava pupil, and could not cause any effective damage at all. She looked at the colossal creature rampaging in front of the shield, then at the weapon she had once been so proud of. For the first time, her usually cold and confident phoenix eyes were filled with deep resentment, and a desire for greater power. Top floor of the command tower. Chu Yang looked at the rampaging beast, then at the beautiful figure on the watchtower, whose delicate body trembled slightly with powerlessness. He knew the key to breaking the deadlock. And give his firepower queen the chance to complete her final transformation. They arrived at the same time. Chapter 103 The Firepower Queen's Desire. Chapter 103 The Queen of Firepower's Desire. Boom dash! The Hell Turtle's second impact arrived as expected. This impact was heavier and more violent than the last one. The entire energy shield emitted a wailing hum under the strain, its dark golden light flickered, and even fine cracks visible to the naked eye appeared on its surface. It's only a matter of time before the shield breaks. The atmosphere inside the camp was extremely tense. On the watchtower, Tang Ro had already tried out all the weapons she could use. From high-frequency vibration bombs capable of instantly melting steel plates to miniature nuclear fusion grenades containing terrifying explosive energy, she even used her most treasured, still experimental, infrasound resonator. However, all the attacks were like throwing a stone into the sea. She looked at the 100 rune arrow towers she had designed and built herself, which she had once been so proud of, and they seemed so powerless and pale in the face of that behemoth. An unprecedented sense of frustration and powerlessness, like an icy tide, overwhelmed her heart. This was an experience she had never had since she started following Chu Yang. Not enough. The firepower is far from enough. Tang Ro's heart was screaming wildly, and her cold phoenix eyes were now burning with two blazing flames because of extreme desire. She needs strength. She needs a power that can pierce through the heavens and earth and destroy the stars. She needed the ultimate firepower to blast this monster, along with its indestructible carapace, into cosmic dust. This intense, extreme desire caused her A-level talent in firearms proficiency to operate at an unprecedented speed and to its limit. She even felt that her soul was burning fiercely because of her extreme pursuit of the word firepower. Just as her mind was about to be consumed by this fervor, a warm and strong hand gently rested on her shoulder. A vast and steady power flowed slowly into her body through that palm, instantly calming her soul, which was on the verge of boiling over from anxiety. I heard what you were thinking. A voice, tinged with amusement and laughter, gently rang in her ear. Tang Ro turned around abruptly, and what came into view was Chu Yang's handsome face, which was so beautiful it seemed otherworldly, and his deep eyes that seemed to contain the entire starry sky. Really, you can't be in such a hurry. Chu Yang's voice was gentle, yet it possessed a kind of magic that went straight to the source. Firearms and turrets are merely tools, extensions of techniques. True power comes from your understanding of destruction and creation. That is the origin of the Tao. Tang Ro's delicate body trembled violently. Looking into Chu Yang's eyes, which reflected her own image, she instantly understood what he meant. A surge of heat rushed from her heart to her cheeks, causing two beautiful blushes to appear on her usually icy and aloof face. But the look in her eyes became more resolute than ever before. My husband. On this battlefield where cannons roared and the earth shook, she did not hesitate to make a request to the man before her in a clear, cold voice with a slight tremor. I need greater power. To protect everyone. Looking at her shy yet determined expression, Chu Yang smiled and nodded with satisfaction. He didn't say anything more, but gently took Tang Rou's soft hand, which had calluses from long-term maintenance of firearms. The two figures vanished from the bustling watchtower in an instant. The next second, they appeared in Tang Rou's huge, futuristic, and violently aesthetically pleasing weapon modification workshop, located 500 meters underground in the camp. This place is completely isolated from the hustle and bustle of the outside world, so quiet that the only sound is the faint humming of precision instruments in operation. The cold metal walls were covered with various design drawings and grotesque weapon components. Chu Yang wasted no time. He turned around and pulled the stunningly beautiful woman, who was wearing a high-slit tactical cheongsam and had a hot and sexy figure, directly into his broad arms. "All right, let's begin." He lowered his head and kissed those slightly cool red lips, beginning the most direct and profound, deep exchange. This time, he was not simply conveying energy. It is knowledge. It is law. It is truth. He shared with the system his rudimentary understanding of the nature of energy, the structure of matter, the pinnacle of rune technology, and even the laws of space. Everything transformed into the purest and most immense torrent of spiritual information, which, through the closest soul connection between the two, was poured without reservation into Tang Rou's sea of souls that yearned for power. Tang Rou's body trembled violently. She felt as if her brain was about to explode from the endless torrent of knowledge. Countless grand blueprints for weapon design, surpassing the imagination of this era and even conceived by gods, frantically surfaced, evolved, and took shape in her mind. The ultimate form of the electromagnetic railgun is the space annihilation gun, which warps space and delivers dimensional reduction attacks. The pinnacle of the energy shield is not passive defense, but a causal barrier capable of absorbing everything and reversing cause and effect. She understood. The ultimate firearm is not firing bullets, but directly manipulating energy to create weapons that can destroy everything out of thin air. The pinnacle of mechanics is not ingenious combination, but rather, like a god, the creation and shaping of matter at its most fundamental level. Her talent barrier shattered under the impact of this torrent of knowledge from a higher dimension. With her A-level talent in firearms mastery, she began to evolve wildly towards a completely new and unimaginable realm, a supreme realm that reigns supreme over all machinery and firepower. And at that very moment, the cold, impersonal system notification sound, like a thunderclap from the heavens, exploded in her mind. Hint: Member Tang Rou comprehends the true essence of mechanics and firepower under extreme conditions, and her talent is sublimated. Congratulations! Your exclusive talent has been officially promoted from A-level firearms mastery to SSS-level King of Weapons. Chapter 104 Talent Sublimation. King of Mechanical Hearts. Chapter 104 Talent Sublimation. Inside the weapon modification workshop of the King of Mechanical Hearts, time and space seemed to lose their meaning. Tang Rou felt that she was no longer a human being with flesh and blood. Her consciousness was extracted and transformed into a pure spiritual body, floating in a dazzling sea of stars composed of endless knowledge and laws. This is Chu Yang's sea of soul, and it is also the manifestation of the most fundamental truths about this world that he has mastered. Countless profound and mysterious rune structures, like living stars, swirl and evolve around her. She saw how energy, from the smallest particles, is built into raging thunder. She saw how matter, under different laws, takes on completely different forms such as hardness, softness, and vaporization. She even saw a faint spatial law, like a silver thread, gently swaying at the edge of the starry sea, each tremor causing ripples in the dimensions. This knowledge, which transcends the comprehension of ordinary people, is no longer cold data, but a kind of life that can be touched and perceived. Tang Rou's soul greedily absorbed and reshaped itself in this vast sea of stars. She felt a strange resonance, a connection to all the metal around her. The gun components hanging on the wall were no longer cold parts, but rather arms that she could stretch out at will. The surging energy in the underground energy pipelines is no longer a dangerous energy source, but rather the blood she can draw upon at will. Her A-level talent, firearms proficiency, was completely overwhelmed by this knowledge from the divine realm. The once impenetrable barrier melted away like ice and snow under the scorching sun. A completely new authority, reigning supreme over all things, quietly awakened in the deepest part of her soul. And at that very moment, the cold, impersonal system notification sounded like a divine decree from the heavens, exploding in her mind. Hint: Member Tang Rou comprehends the true essence of mechanics and firepower under extreme conditions, and her talent is sublimated. Congratulations! Your exclusive talent has been officially promoted from A-level firearms mastery to SSS-level King of Weapons. King of the Machine Heart, you are the sole sovereign of all machinery and energy, and your will is their supreme law. Ability 1. Mindful Creation. You can directly manipulate matter and energy through your will to construct any mechanical creation that exists in your mind. The strength and complexity of the creation depend on your mental power and the upper limit of your mobilizable energy. Ability 2. Long-range control. Within your will's domain, you can instantly seize supreme control over all ownerless mechanical creations and endow them with performance exceeding their design limits. Ability 3. Soul imbuement. You can imbue your creations with a simple soul, making them mechanical life forms with autonomous combat logic. Tang Rou suddenly opened her eyes. Those phoenix eyes, always as cold as frost, were now as deep as a starry sky containing the birth and death of countless universes. Countless intricate design blueprints, shimmering with golden light, rapidly flowed and vanished deep within her pupils. She slowly raised her fair and slender right hand. With a thought, a pile of discarded scrap metal parts in the corner of the workshop instantly emitted a loud buzzing sound. They defied the law of gravity and automatically floated into the air. Clang! Crack! The sounds of metal rubbing and meshing blended together, as those oddly shaped parts were frantically disassembled, reassembled, and reshaped in the air at a speed that exceeded the limits of human dynamic vision. In just 3 seconds, a menacing pistol with a futuristic, sci-fi design and blue energy patterns flowing across its body materialized out of thin air and floated silently in her palm. This is no longer a modification or assembly. This is creation. The essence of the king of mechanical minds is the creation of things by the mind. Chu Yang's voice rang out from the side. He looked at the stunningly beautiful woman in front of him, whose temperament had undergone a complete transformation, and his eyes were full of admiration. But this ability consumes a massive amount of mental and physical energy. Every time it is used, it touches the realm of the gods, so caution is necessary. Boom dash! Just then, the entire underground workshop shook violently, the overhead lights flickered wildly, and a piercing alarm pierced through the thick soundproofing layer. Warning! Energy shield structural integrity is below 10%. Imminent collapse! Repeat! Imminent collapse! The external crisis has reached a critical point. Tang Rou's cold and beautiful face showed no sign of panic. Instead, she smiled with an unprecedented confidence that could make the world pale in comparison. She turned around, her phoenix eyes, burning with flames, gazing intently at Chu Yang. She was still wearing that dark gray, high-slit tactical cheongsam, which perfectly accentuated her curvaceous figure, which was described as having a golden ratio. At this moment, her cold and aloof temperament blended perfectly with her newly born, all-powerful queenly aura, creating a deadly allure that could drive any man mad. My husband! Her voice, though still clear and cool, carried an undeniable firmness. Leave it to me. Let me offer a salute to our home. Before the words were even finished, the two figures vanished from the workshop in an instant. The next second, they reappeared on the still shaking city walls. All the girls who were struggling to hold on were stunned the moment they saw Tang Rou. They sensed that Tang Rou had changed. She is no longer the icy sniper wielding a sniper rifle. She stood there quietly, as if she were the core of the entire camp, the master of all steel and energy. That queenly aura, seemingly capable of controlling everything, was powerful, confident, and sacred, inspiring in everyone an urge to worship her. She is the goddess of machinery and war. Tang Rou did not pick up any weapons. She simply faced the violent shockwave, slowly opened her arms, and closed her eyes. Her will, like an invisible network, spread out in an instant. She connected to the camp's central energy tower and felt the surging energy, like a vast ocean. She connected with each section of the black iron alloy wall beneath her feet, feeling their indestructible structure. She connected to 100 rune arrow towers, sensing the complex energy circuits within them. The entire A10086 camp, this massive war fortress, was no longer a cold, impersonal building in her perception. It came back to life. It has become a giant toy that can be manipulated at will and is full of infinite power. In my name! Listen to my command! Tang Ro parted her red lips slightly, issuing a declaration of her dominance over the world. Buzz dash! At that moment, the 3 energy towers deepest in the camp simultaneously emitted a deafening roar. She extracted a massive amount of pure energy directly in the most brutal way, transforming it into visible golden torrents of pure energy that shot into the sky and converged above her head. On the city wall, everyone was stunned by the world-shaking scene before them. The countless metal particles that make up the city wall began to peel off and decompose on their own, like fireflies that had been summoned, flying upwards and converging. In midair, they began to reconstruct and reshape themselves around that enormous torrent of energy. A massive, unimaginably large turret base, brimming with sci-fi and violent aesthetics, is slowly taking shape at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom dash! Just then, the Hell Tortoise's 6th and most violent ramming attack slammed heavily onto the crumbling energy shield. Crack! Bang! With a crisp sound, like shattering glass, the once indestructible dark golden energy shield shattered. The countless golden specks of light, like sorrowful fireflies, dissipated into the air. A huge, all-encompassing shadow completely enveloped the entire city wall. That terrifying behemoth from hell was less than 100 meters away from them. An atmosphere of despair began to spread like a plague. Ha ha! Above the Hell Tortoise's head, Leo let out a victorious, maniacal laugh. Your turtle shells are shattered. A 10086! Prepare for your destruction! He opened his arms, ready to embrace the moment when he would rule this city of miracles. However, his laughter stopped abruptly the next second. His pupils contracted violently as he saw something incomprehensible and terrifying beyond his imagination. In his line of sight, a colossal cannon, constructed of dazzling light and flowing metal, seemingly existing only in myths and legends, slowly pointed its apocalyptic muzzle at itself above the crumbling city wall. Tang Ro's face turned somewhat pale due to the enormous consumption of mental and physical strength, but her phoenix eyes, burning with flames, became brighter than ever before. She poured all her love and protectiveness for this family and that man into this ultimate weapon that was about to be born. The muzzle of the giant cannon began to gather a chilling, pure blue-white electric light. The surrounding space began to distort and collapse due to the excessive concentration of energy, emitting a piercing buzzing sound, like the wailing of ghosts and gods. Chu Yang had somehow appeared behind Tang Ro. He reached out his hands and gently placed them on her slender, soft waist. A vast and pure power flowed continuously into her body, becoming her strongest and most reliable support. He wants the whole world to see. His woman possessed such great power. Chapter 105 Debuts. The Electromagnetic Railgun. Chapter 105 Debuts. Electromagnetic Railgun. Half a minute. In just half a minute. With the supreme authority of the King of Mechanical Hearts, Tang Ro used several tons of orichalcum, super alloy stored in the camp warehouse, along with the massive energy from the 3 energy towers, to construct a giant electromagnetic railgun that was 50 meters long in the air above the city wall. This cannon has transcended the scope of conventional weapons. It is not a complete entity, but a temporary structure formed by a powerful energy field that constrains countless high-speed rotating matter particles. The cannon body has a dreamlike, fluid metallic texture, and its surface is covered with countless complex and dazzling golden energy runes. These runes are imprints of laws belonging to the divine realm, which Tang Ro comprehended from Chu Yang's torrent of knowledge at the moment of her talent sublimation. They flowed slowly across the cannon, each flash creating a faint ripple in the surrounding space. Buzz dash. The moment the turret was completely completed, all the lights inside Camp A10086 went out. The Central Energy Tower's reserve energy bar was instantly drained by an astonishing 30%. It is evident that this impending strike possesses terrifying, world-destroying power. Roar dash! The Hell Tortoise, having shattered the energy shield, did not stop for a moment. It raised its massive, mountain-like head, its two burning lava eyes filled with a savage fury capable of destroying everything. It opened its abyss-like maw, preparing to unleash a breath attack powerful enough to completely destroy the fragile city wall. Victory seemed to be just around the corner. However, its supercomputer-like fighting instincts issued the strongest, most deadly alarm in history at this moment, an alarm so powerful it could freeze one's soul. Tang Ro hovered behind the giant cannon, her phoenix eyes, reflecting the stars, locked firmly on the Hell Demon Turtle. Countless complex ballistic calculations flashed through her mind like a waterfall. Wind speed, humidity, energy interference, spatial curvature. Finally, a red crosshair precisely locked onto the slowly pulsating energy core, 100 meters deep beneath the giant beast's thick carapace. She did not use any conventional shells. She stretched out her slender finger and gently tapped it towards the cannon barrel. The space inside the cannon barrel began to compress violently, and countless metal particles were forcibly gathered and forged. A super-alloy projectile, 3 meters long, shimmering with a dark golden luster, and with a density surpassing any known material in the world, materialized out of thin air in just 1 second. For our homeland. Tang Ro parted her red lips slightly and murmured softly. Then, with a thought, she issued the cold command to fire. The whole world seemed to have been muted at that moment. There was no earth-shattering explosion. There was no earth-shattering roar. Only one sharp whistle ripped through my eardrums and pierced my soul. A devastating, pure blue-white beam of light burst forth from the massive cannon muzzle. Wherever the beam of light passes, the air along its path is instantly ionized and evaporated, forming an absolute vacuum channel that is thousands of meters long. That specially made extraordinary alloy projectile was accelerated by terrifying electromagnetic force to an unbelievable speed that was almost the speed of light, a speed that could not be measured by numbers. Trailing along, comet-like plasma tail, it pierced the blood-red sky like a divine judgment, shooting towards the enormous hellish tortoise. At the top of Hellfire, Leo's face, contorted with ecstasy, froze completely. His thoughts couldn't even keep up with the speed of that light. He only had time to see an extreme, indescribable white before he, along with all his consciousness, all his ambition, and all his existence, was completely devoured and erased by that irresistible, absolute power capable of annihilating everything. Not even a trace of ash remained. Time, in everyone's perception, is stretched infinitely. Tens of thousands of eyes on the battlefield, whether friend or foe, clearly saw that unforgettable scene. That beam of judgment easily pierced through the Hell Tortoise's proud, incredibly thick black shell, a shell that was said to be able to withstand even a full-force attack from a Lord-level being, as easily as a red-hot knife cutting through butter. The beam of light pierced through the behemoth's mountain-like head. It runs through the complex energy circuits within its body. It pierced through its incredibly hard core. It pierced through its massive, mountain-like body. Finally, it shot out from its tail. The beam of destruction did not stop for a moment, continuing to fly dozens of kilometers into the distance, leaving behind a bottomless, mirror-smooth, charred tunnel on a majestic mountain range on the distant horizon. Thump! The Hell Tortoise's enormous, sky-covering body froze in place. The two raging flames of lava in its eyes quickly dimmed and went out, like candle flames blown out by a gale. Then, centered on the terrifying passage, more than 10 meters in diameter, pierced by the beam of light, countless spiderweb-like cracks began to spread wildly across its entire body. Click-clack! Under the horrified gazes of tens of thousands of allied soldiers who had been defeated. This colossal, godlike siege beast, seemingly crawling out of the abyss of hell, is like a fine piece of porcelain that has been violently shattered by a child. Boom dash! It disintegrated with a bang, It turned into black ashes that filled the sky and sparkled with tiny sparks. A legendary monster, a mobile war fortress, has fallen. After delivering this earth-shattering blow, the electromagnetic railgun, which had been hovering in the air, also dissipated as it ran out of energy, turning into countless metallic particles. Tang Rou could no longer hold on. The immense exhaustion caused her vision to go black, her petite body went limp, and she fell backward. A broad and warm embrace was already waiting behind her, catching her securely in its arms. Chu Yang looked down at the stunningly beautiful woman in his arms who had fallen into a deep sleep due to exhaustion of her mental energy. Her usually cold and aloof face now wore a faint, relieved, and satisfied smile. Chu Yang tenderly stroked her soft, flowing hair with his fingers. "Sleep well, my queen of firepower." His voice was soft, yet it reached the ears of every girl on the city wall with clarity, carrying a reassuring power. "Leave the rest to us." Chapter 106: The Power of a Single Shot. Chapter 106: The Power of a Single Shot. Boom dash! The hell tortoise's enormous, sky-covering body disintegrated with a deafening roar. Its body, constructed from tens of thousands of tons of shell and flesh, turned into countless black ashes under the extreme impact, dissipating along with Lao's remains across the blood-red wasteland. The entire battlefield was deathly silent. All the Allied soldiers, whether fleeing or kneeling, stared blankly at the sky. They watched as the colossal cannon, constructed of light and metal, transformed into countless metallic particles and slowly dissipated after fulfilling its mission. Their faith, their courage, their fighting spirit were all shattered by that earth-shattering cannon shot. Fear spread like a plague among the Allied forces. They finally realized that they were not facing a fat sheep to be slaughtered, but a prehistoric dragon that they could not comprehend at all. "Monsters! They're monsters!" An Alliance soldier threw down his weapon, screamed in a fit of madness, and turned to run away. That scream became the last straw that broke the camel's back. A chain reaction erupted instantly. "Run! I don't want to die! That's a god! How could we possibly defeat a god?" Thousands of Allied soldiers scattered and fled like headless flies. They abandoned their armor and weapons, wishing they had more legs, and just wanted to get as far away from the city that brought them endless fear as possible. The entire Allied forces' lines collapsed completely at that moment. On the city wall, the girls from A10086 recovered from their shock. Looking down at the routed enemy army, and then at Tang Rou, who was asleep in Chu Yang's arms from exhaustion, they erupted in a deafening cheer. Their eyes were filled with fervent worship. Chu Yang lowered his head and tenderly kissed Tang Rou's forehead. Then, he carefully handed Tang Rou over to the arriving medical team. "Take good care of her." His voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable authority. The girls on the medical team nodded emphatically and quickly took Tang Rou away. Chu Yang then stood at the edge of the city wall, overlooking the chaotic battlefield below. His cold and authoritative voice resounded throughout the entire battlefield through the loudspeaker. "Those who surrender will not be killed, those who resist will die." The sound, like thunder from the heavens, instantly pierced the eardrums of all the Alliance soldiers. Most of the deserters stopped in their tracks. They turned back, trembling, to look at the towering steel fortress and the godlike figure, their hearts filled with a mixture of fear and the will to survive. After hesitating, they all threw down their weapons and knelt down to surrender. However, a few high-ranking members and die-hard supporters of the Alliance were unwilling to accept defeat. They took advantage of the chaos to try to escape from the edge of the battlefield. They firmly believed that as long as they escaped this area, they would have a chance to make a comeback. In their view, although A10086 is powerful, it is impossible for it to cover the entire continent. Chu Yang's gaze calmly swept over the figures trying to escape. His eyes were like the starry sky that sees through all things in the world. "Qing Shuang," he said softly, his voice carrying a hint of coldness that was barely perceptible. Lin Qingxuang stood quietly beside him, her white dress appearing particularly aloof against the backdrop of the blood-red wasteland. She still held her ice thunder-shattering star sword in her hand, its blade reflecting a chilling light in the sunlight. "It's your turn to shine," A faint smile curved Chu Yang's lips. Let them see just how sharp a sword that has comprehended the Tao can be. Lin Qingshuang nodded gently. The best way to interpret the way of protection that she had come to understand was to eliminate all enemies who dared to threaten her home. This was part of her swordsmanship. She did not choose to pursue. Her figure did not even leave the city wall. She simply raised the ice thunder-shattering star sword in her hand slowly. A cold and resolute sword intent erupted like an iceberg, soaring into the sky. The temperature on the entire battlefield seemed to drop by more than 10 degrees at that moment. A bone-chilling cold filled the air, and even the soldiers who knelt down to surrender couldn't help but shiver. Sword domain. Ice lotus in bloom. Lin Qingshuang's voice was soft, yet it carried an undeniable authority. Centered on her, countless lotus flowers of sword energy, composed of ice crystals and lightning, appeared out of thin air in the sky above the battlefield. They are pure white, crystal clear, each petal shimmering with a soft light, breathtakingly beautiful. However, beneath this ultimate beauty lies a chilling murderous intent. Each lotus flower is composed of hundreds of intricate sword energies. Each petal is a sharp blade capable of tearing flesh apart. They spun slowly in the air, as if waiting for their owner's command. These ice lotuses precisely locked onto every enemy still resisting or fleeing. Those frantically running figures, those stealthy stalkers trying to hide, had nowhere to hide in the ice lotus's field of vision. Lin Qingshuang gently tapped her jade-like finger in the air. Thousands of ice lotuses bloom at the same time. Whoosh! 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 Countless icy sword energies descended from the sky like a torrential rain, tearing through the air with a shrill sound. They precisely harvested each target. An earth elemental ability user who was trying to burrow underground was pinned to the ground by a sword aura that fell from the sky, and his body was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. A nimble captain, skilled in speed, darted through the forest at high speed. Several ice lotuses bloomed before him, and countless sword energies intertwined to form an impenetrable net of death, instantly slicing his body into countless pieces. Those sword energies seemed to possess a life of their own. They avoided all the soldiers who knelt and surrendered, targeting only those enemies who were still resisting and fleeing. Not a single unnecessary scream was heard. There was not a single unnecessary waste. After that one move, not a single enemy remained standing on the battlefield. All that remained were ice sculptures scattered on the ground and kneeling prisoners who trembled with extreme fear but had miraculously survived. Lin Qingshuang announced the end of the war in an elegant yet cruel way. Her figure remained aloof and cold, and the ice thunder-shattering star sword in her hand returned to calm. It was as if she had simply waved her hand casually, bringing a brutal war to a complete end. The entire battlefield fell into a deathly silence. Apart from the occasional sound of wind and the suppressed breathing of the prisoners, there was nothing else. Chu Yang looked down at the devastated battlefield, his gaze deep and thoughtful. He knew this was just the beginning. This continent will be completely changed because of the rise of Class A10086. And what kind of despair must those rats trapped in the poisonous valley be experiencing right now? Chapter 107 The battle axe dances wildly, the giant god descends. Chapter 107 The battle axe dances wildly, the colossus descends. Lin Qingshuang's sword domain, like a silent dance of death, ended the Allied forces' final struggle. On the battlefield, those enemies who tried to escape or resisted were now frozen in place like cold statues, their lives ending in terror. The blood-red wasteland was a scene of utter devastation. The prisoners, kneeling in surrender, trembled, their heads bowed, unable to look directly at the woman in the snow-white dress on the city wall. They knew that she was the Grim Reaper, capable of reaping souls. However, the chaos on the battlefield had not completely subsided. Among the Allied forces were several heavy war beasts tamed using special arcane arts. These beasts, whose masters had fallen, had lost control, and their bloodthirsty instincts began to dominate their actions. Their hides were thick and tough. Although the scene they had just witnessed instilled fear in them, their frenzied bestiality quickly overwhelmed it. Several massive armored rhinoceroses let out low growls, their crimson eyes locking on to the nearest surrenderers. They charged, their sharp horns easily tearing human soldiers apart, their hard iron hooves crushing prisoners on the ground into a bloody pulp. Terrified screams rang out again. Those prisoners who had miraculously survived, still reeling from the shadow of death, were now caught in a desperate chase by monstrous beasts. They scattered and fled, but the beasts were faster and stronger. Chaos spread once more. The shadow of death had not completely dissipated. On the city wall, Li Qian's piercing eyes were already fixed on the rampaging demonic beasts below. She gripped the thunder axe, crackling with purple arcs of electricity, her fighting spirit surging. "Ha! It's finally my turn!" she shouted, letting out a wild, unrestrained laugh that sent dust flying off the city wall. Sumuyu stood beside her, her fair cheeks somewhat pale, a result of the exhaustion from casting the life praise. She reached out her slender hand and gently placed it on Li Qian's shoulder. A soft, golden light condensed at her fingertips, then transformed into an ancient rune that entered Li Qian's body. "Great strength, holy seal, empower!" Sumuyu said softly. Li Qian felt a warm current surge through her body, and the power in her muscles instantly surged, as if it could tear the heavens and earth apart. She grinned, giving Sumuyu a hearty smile, then, carrying her giant axe, she leaped without hesitation from the city wall, which was dozens of meters high. "Call!" Her petite figure traced an arc through the air before plummeting downwards. She landed precisely in front of a bloodthirsty war boar that was about to charge at its captive. Boom! With a deafening roar, the ground cracked, dust billowed, and Li Qian's feet sank into the earth, cracks spreading outwards from her. The powerful impact caused the surrounding magical beasts to pause, instinctively sensing an immense pressure descending from the sky, their movements stiffening. She was like a Valkyrie descending from the heavens, surrounded by holy light, wielding a giant axe, exuding a wild and powerful aura. That domineering aura, threatening to keep strangers at bay, chilled even the most frenzied magical beasts to the bone. "Beast! Get out of my way!" Li Qian roared, her eyes, now bloodshot with excitement, locked onto the armored rhinoceros beast directly in front of her. The armored rhinoceros was initially stunned by the impact of her landing, but its ferocity quickly regained its edge. Over 5 meters long, its body was covered in thick armor, and a 2-meter-long spiral horn gleamed with metallic luster. With a deafening roar, it charged towards Li Qian like a torrent of steel. Li Qian neither dodged nor evaded. Her petite frame appeared insignificant before the charging behemoth. Yet, her eyes held no fear, only pure fighting spirit. With a battle roar, she swung her arms in a wide arc, the purple arcs of electricity on the blade of her thunder axe, amplified by holy light, crackling even more violently. She met the armored rhinoceros head-on with a pure, almost brutal aesthetic. Bang dash! A dull thud, not the crisp clash of metal, but the absolute collision of flesh and steel, power against power. The armored rhinoceros's proud charge and defense were utterly crushed before Li Qian. Its horn, strong enough to pierce a chariot, snapped at the base under the thunderous battle axe's impact. The immense force sent the rhinoceros's head snapping backward. Li Qian's body remained motionless as the giant axe in her hand, carrying immense force, slammed down. Click! The massive body of the rhinoceros monster was cleaved in two from head to tail by her axe. Scalding blood gushed from the severed carcass like a fountain, splattering all over Li Qian. Her once pristine white nurse's uniform was now stained crimson with blood, a stark contrast to the golden holy light surrounding her. Standing in the pool of blood, wielding her blood-dripping giant axe, she resembled a blood-soaked war goddess, exuding a primal and awe-inspiring power. This scene utterly terrified the other magical beasts and surrendered prisoners. They had never seen such a petite body contain such terrifying strength, surpassing even that of dragons. The magical beasts let out fearful growls and instinctively retreated. The prisoners stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape, as they looked at Li Qian, their bodies trembling like leaves, their fear reaching its peak. Li Qian didn't stop. Her blood-stained eyes scanned the surrounding monsters. She enjoyed this primal, violent release, savoring the thrill of power. Carrying her blood-dripping giant axe, she charged into the horde of monsters, her figure as swift as lightning. Every swing of the axe carried the power to split mountains and shatter rocks. A huge earth dragon was cleaved through its thick scales by her axe, its flesh mangled and bloody, and it collapsed to the ground howling in agony. A ferocious three-headed dog demon tried to tear her apart from different directions, but was swept away by her giant axe. All three heads flew up at the same time, and the body crashed to the ground. She made no fancy moves. Every strike was direct, pure, and deadly. Her mastery of power had reached a level of simplicity and unadorned power. Her fighting style contrasted sharply with Lin Qingshuang's. Lin Qingshuang's sword was that of an elegant dancer of death, each strike possessing an artistic beauty, precise and lethal. Li Qian's axe, on the other hand, was a raging embodiment of destruction, each swing carrying the force of a cataclysmic event, direct and brutal. They represented two extremes, yet both were equally awe-inspiring. Under Li Qian's ferocious attack, the remaining dozen or so war beasts were completely wiped out in just a few minutes. Their massive bodies lay scattered in pools of blood, which pooled and stained the wasteland red. The entire battlefield finally returned to complete tranquility. Li Qian slammed her giant axe into the ground, the axe embedding itself half a meter deep. Hands on her hips, she threw her head back and laughed, the sound echoing across the silent wasteland, a triumphant release of her fighting spirit. She demonstrated the power of A10086 to everyone in the most direct and brutal way. The girls on the city wall couldn't help but laugh as they watched her heroic figure. The tense and deadly atmosphere from before instantly transformed into a relaxed and proud feeling with the elimination of the monsters. They cheered for Li Qian's strength, and were proud to have such a sister. On the top floor of the command tower, in the Sky Garden, Chu Yang looked down at the ravaged battlefield and Li Qian's blood-soaked figure, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He admired these girls, each with their own distinct personality yet equally strong. It was these unique flowers that formed his powerful and warm home. Some were as aloof as frost, others as wild as fire, some as gentle as water, others as wise as the sea, together building the solid foundation of this home. Lu Jixia adjusted her frameless glasses, the lenses reflecting the blood-red wasteland. She looked at Chu Yang, and after receiving his approval, gave him new instructions. Order the logistics troops and combat squads to leave the city to clean up the battlefield, collect spoils of war, and escort prisoners of war. Note that no one is allowed to mistreat prisoners of war. Violators will be punished according to military law. In addition, Su Meyer, activate the flesh and blood recycling device to recycle all the monster corpses and the bodies of fallen soldiers. Ensure that there is no pollution residue on the battlefield. Yes. The order was swiftly relayed. The city gates reopened, and teams comprised of logistics and combat squads emerged from the camp in an orderly fashion. They began inventorying the spoils, collecting the weapons, equipment, and spatial rings scattered on the ground. Simultaneously, they gathered the terrified prisoners, handcuffed them with energy handcuffs, and prepared to escort them back to the camp for interrogation. Su Meyer and her research team activated a series of uniquely designed flesh and blood recycling vehicles. The vehicles' robotic arms extended, scooping up the corpses and severed limbs of monsters into the cargo compartment for efficient decomposition and recycling. In the apocalypse, this was an extremely valuable resource. This thrilling siege ended in an overwhelming victory for A10086. From the Allied forces' arrival at the city gates to the fall of the Hell Tortoise, and the cleanup of the battlefield, the entire process took less than 2 hours. However, the end of the war also signifies the beginning of a new and more complex phase. Deep in the poisonous valley, Ghost Fox and his 500 elite, Shadow, soldiers are trapped in a quagmire of despair. The rock walls at both ends of the valley have been completely sealed off by boulders that have fallen from the sky. A massive barrier of pure energy blocks all their escape routes. They are like fish in a barrel, trapped in this desolate place filled with corrosive poisonous fog. They heard the Allied forces' defeat. They heard the roar of the Hell Tortoise. But then, the earth-shattering, sky-ripping roar, followed by deathly silence, filled them with the worst possible premonition. They tried everything, blasting, penetrating, corroding, but neither the rock walls nor the energy barriers were indestructible. The runic turrets within the poisonous valley, like the Grim Reaper, spewed deadly energy beams from time to time, reaping their lives. Each attack was precise and merciless, leaving them no chance to retaliate. The face hidden beneath the cloak of Ghost Fox was now as pale as paper. His prized shadow unit had already suffered more than half its losses. He finally understood that from the very beginning, he had stepped into a meticulously designed trap. He raised his head and looked into the depths of the valley, where a cold, aloof figure was slowly walking towards him. Lin Qingxuang. Her white dress was spotless, and the ice thunder-star-shattering sword in her hand gleamed with a chilling light. Her eyes were like the millennia-old ice atop an iceberg, utterly devoid of emotion. How did you know we would launch a surprise attack from here? Ghost Fox's voice trembled. This was his last question. Lin Qingxuang did not answer. She simply raised the sword in her hand. The sword intent, like a tidal wave, instantly swept across the entire poisonous valley. No! Ghost Fox let out a desperate roar. What awaits him is a one-sided massacre, far more brutal than anything on the front lines. Chapter 108 The war ends, the loot is recovered. Chapter 108 The war ends, the spoils of war are collected. The stench of blood on the battlefield is extremely strong, hitting the nostrils. Lu Zhixiao stands on a high earthen slope, methodically directing the logistics troops to clean up the battlefield. The girls wore specially made silver-gray protective suits. These suits, made of high molecular polymers, were not only waterproof and puncture-resistant, but also effectively protected against airborne toxins. They moved among piles of corpses and ruins, sorting and packing scattered weapons, armor, and spatial rings, loading them onto small track transport vehicles. The quantity of spoils was astonishing. A small mountain of various weapons had been piled up on the open ground. 2 support girls carried over a 2-handed magic sword that was 1.5 meters long. The hilt was made from the leg bone of some kind of giant magical beast, with anti-slip patterns engraved on its surface, and a fist-sized fire tribute magic core was embedded at the end. The blade was broad, engraved with 3 runes that amplified fire damage, and radiated a scorching heat. The metal crate beside them was filled with spatial rings looted from enemy corpses. A rough count revealed over 1,000 of them. These rings contained the entire wealth of thousands of Alliance soldiers. The monster corpse disposal area was bustling with activity. Su Meyer personally led a team to the scene. She wore 2 fluffy fox ears on her head, and a large tail swayed behind her. She wore a white lab coat over a tight-fitting black low-cut tank top that clung to her ample bosom, revealing her deep cleavage. The lab coat was short, exposing her long, slender, white legs, and she wore white knee-high boots. Hurry up! This armored rhinoceros is almost drained of blood! Su Meyer urged loudly. Several girls, wielding high-frequency cutting tools, sliced through the thick hide armor of the rhinoceros's belly along its natural grain. They retrieved a magic core emitting an earthy yellow glow, and carefully placed it into an insulated box. The entire rhinoceros hide was peeled off. This material was extremely tough, an excellent material for crafting high-level bulletproof vests. The rhinoceros bones were cut into sections, placed in special containers, and prepared to be transported back to the laboratory for the extraction of bone marrow fluid. In the deep pit not far away are the remains of the hell tortoise after it disintegrated. Several girls from Tangru Workshop were operating a heavy-duty crane, lifting a huge fragment of carapace. The fragment was half a meter thick, completely black, and its surface was covered with naturally formed defensive magical runes. Tang Ro stood at the edge of the pit, holding an energy detector in her hand. She was wearing a dark gray tactical cheongsam with a high slit that went all the way up to her thighs. As she walked, her 2 straight, slender, and dazzlingly white legs were faintly visible. Dig out that energy core. Tang Ro pointed to a spot in the center of the shell pile. The robotic arm shoveled away the rubble, revealing the remains of an energy core over 2 meters in diameter. The core was dark red, its internal energy still churning, the intense heat emanating from it causing severe distortion and deformation of the surrounding air. This was a Lord-level extraordinary material, priceless. The energy purity is extremely high, and it can be used as a backup power source for the main gun. Tang Ro looked at the data on the detector and turned to give instructions to her assistant. The gaze shifted to the open area outside the camp. more than 3,000 allied prisoners of war were gathered here. They knelt on the ground, hands behind their heads, huddled together in a dense mass. Around them were more than 100 fully armed combat girls, holding rune rifles, their dark muzzles pointed at the crowd. Li Qian stood on a protruding boulder. In her hand she held the thunder axe, crackling with purple lightning, blood still dripping from its blade. "All of you better behave yourselves! Anyone who dares to move, I'll chop them in half!" Li Qian roared, and slammed her battle axe into the ground. With a loud bang, a large crater was smashed into the ground, and debris flew everywhere. The prisoners shrank back in fear, not daring to even breathe. Chu Yang and Lu Zhixiao walked out of the camp gate. Chu Yang, dressed in black combat uniform, stood tall and expressionless as he walked to the front of the prisoner formation. The powerful aura emanating from him caused the prisoners in the front row to lower their heads even further, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Lu Zhixiao followed beside Chu Yang. Today, she wore a tight-fitting black uniform, the buttons of her top stretched taut, outlining her stunning bust. Beneath the pencil skirt were a pair of beautiful legs encased in black stockings, and on her feet were a pair of black high heels. The high heels clicked crisply on the blood-stained ground. Lu Zhixiao held a holographic data tablet in her hand, pushed up her frameless glasses, and began to read out names. Zhao Taizhu, Deputy Squad Leader of the Mad Lion Squad. Li Ergu, Squad Leader of the Shadow Squad. Wang Dana. Lu Zhixiao read out the names of 15 people in one breath. These 15 people were all high-ranking members of the Alliance who strongly advocated the massacre of Camp A10086. Those whose names were called were roughly dragged out of the crowd by the fighting girls and thrown in front of Chu Yang. "Spare me! Boss Chu, spare me! Lao forced us to do it. We didn't want to fight." Zhao Taizhu lay on the ground, kowtowing desperately, his forehead hitting the stone, blood streaming down his face. Li Ergu screamed, "I have money! I have lots of supplies! I'm willing to give up all my possessions from my life. Don't kill me!" Chu Yang looked at them, his face devoid of any emotion. He then turned to look at Li Qian on the boulder. "Cut them all down," Chu Yang said calmly. Li Qian grinned, dragged her battle axe, jumped off the boulder, and strode over. She walked up to Zhao Taizhu, gripped the axe handle with both hands, and raised it high. Purple electricity crackled on the axe blade. With a swift movement, the axe fell. Zhao Taizhu's head flew off, and blood from his chest spurted more than 2 meters high, splashing all over Li Ergu's face. Then came the second, and the third. Li Qian's movements were swift and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. In less than half a minute, all 15 heads had rolled to the ground. A suppressed gasp of terror erupted from the group of prisoners. Some were so frightened they wet themselves, and a foul stench filled the air. Chu Yang looked at the remaining 3,000-plus prisoners and raised his voice. "I'll give you 2 options. First, hand over all your equipment, tools, and supplies and get out of this territory naked. Your life or death is none of our business. Second, swear allegiance and become an outer member of Camp A10086. Obey orders and work to earn food. Those who chose option 1, stand on the left. Those who chose option 2, stay where you are." The prisoners exchanged bewildered glances. Leaving this place, without equipment and supplies on the perilous Crimson Continent, meant they wouldn't survive more than 3 days. Moreover, they had just witnessed A10086's devastating power. Staying under the control of such a powerful force was their only hope of survival. Not a single person stood up and moved to the left. Everyone remained kneeling in place. "I choose to. I choose to. I'll do anything." A prisoner scrambled forward 2 steps, kowtowing desperately. "We are willing to pledge our loyalty. We swear to serve Boss Chu to the death. Yes. We're willing to work. We just need some food." Shouts rose and fell as more than 3,000 people rushed to express their support, fearing that if they were too slow, they would be dragged out and beheaded. At this moment, a group of people came from the direction of the valley on the side. Leading the group was Lin Qingxuang. Her white dress fluttered in the wind, and she carried the ice thunder-shattering star sword, the tip of which left a shallow mark on the ground. Following her were hundreds of prisoners, their lips turning purple from the cold. Leading the way was a man in a gray cloak. He was none other than Ghost Fox, Chu Yang. Chu Yang wasn't tied up, he was just sandwiched between two fighting girls. He walked up to Chu Yang and looked him up and down. Chu Yang was also looking at him. "Are you Ghost Fox?" Chu Yang asked. Chu Yang nodded. "My name is Chu Yang. Ghost Fox is just a code name." Chu Yang spoke, his voice hoarse. "I opposed Lao's offensive plan from the very beginning. A 10086 was rated as a world-class threat by the system, and it was definitely not something that a hastily assembled alliance like ours could handle. As it turns out, I was right." Chu Yang chuckled. "If you're against it, why did you come?" "If I hadn't come, Lao would have killed me first." Chu Yang shrugged. "Besides, I also wanted to see with my own eyes what kind of force could build such an orbital cannon. Now that I've seen it, I'm completely convinced of my defeat." Chu Yang took out a crystal from his pocket and handed it to Lu Zhixiao with both hands. "This is my pledge of allegiance. It contains detailed intelligence on 3 other large alliances within a 500-kilometer radius of this continent. It includes their personnel configuration, location of their bases, resource reserves, and the personal weaknesses of their leaders." Lu Zhixiao took the crystal and connected it to the data panel. A large amount of detailed data and map markers popped up on the screen. She quickly browsed through them and turned to look at Chu Yang. "The intelligence is extremely detailed and of very high value. This person is an expert in intelligence work," Lu Zhixiao commented. Chu Yang looked at Chu Yang. "What do you want?" "A chance to survive, and a platform to realize my value." Chu Yang knelt on one knee. "A fool like Lao isn't worth my service. But you are. I'm willing to follow you." Chu Yang stroked his chin. "The camp doesn't lack combat personnel or logistical staff, but it does lack a strategist who can gather intelligence and plot outside." "Take him in," Chu Yang ordered, then turned and walked towards the camp gate. Chapter 109: The Wise Fox's Submission. Chapter 109: The Wise Fox's Submission. Chu Yang led Chu Yang through the camp gate. The heavy iron alloy gate closed slowly behind them, making a dull metallic clanging sound. Chu Yang followed beside Chu Yang. He had originally thought that a camp with such powerful firepower would be a pure military fortress, filled with raw steel and roaring machines. But he was wrong. What appeared before him was a city full of life and vitality. The wide streets were paved with smooth bluestone slabs, and various exotic flowers and plants were planted on both sides. The leaves of these plants emitted a faint fluorescence, and a fresh fragrance filled the air, completely masking the pungent smell of blood and gunpowder outside. Directly in front of us was a command tower 100 meters high, with a huge sky garden at the top. Countless emerald green vines hung down from the top of the tower, and the vines were full of golden fruits. On the streets, residents dressed neatly were busy at work. Their faces lacked the numbness and despair often seen on survivors of the apocalypse. Everyone was energetic and full of vitality. A girl by the roadside was watering the flowers and plants, humming a cheerful tune. This is the end of the world?" Chu Yang couldn't help but exclaim. His mouth was agape, his face filled with disbelief. Chu Yang ignored his surprise and continued walking forward. They arrived outside Su Meyer's laboratory. The laboratory occupies a huge area, and Chu Yang could see the scene inside through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. Countless sophisticated instruments were operating, and robotic arms were assembling various complex devices. Huge glass containers were filled with green nutrient solutions, in which the organs of various magical beasts were soaking. Su Meyer stood before an operating table, holding a test tube that emitted purple smoke. Several assistants were recording dense data on a light screen. Next, they arrived at Tang Ro's weapons workshop. On the 100-meter-long automated production line, tracks continuously transport various metal parts. Robotic arms precisely assemble the parts, sparks flying. Brand new rune rifles drop into boxes from the end of the production line. Girls in protective suits skillfully load energy magazines into the rifles for factory testing. This industrialized mass production capacity sent chills down Hu Yan's spine. While outside forces were still fighting to the death over an ordinary iron sword, here they had already begun mass-producing enchanted weapons. This is not even a power on the same level. This is a complete crushing defeat on a level of civilization. Hu Yan completely abandoned all his arrogance. He understood that being able to join this place was absolutely a stroke of incredible luck. A strong desire welled up within him. He wanted to establish himself here and climb to a high position. The command center is located inside the tower. Chu Yang sat on the large leather sofa. Lu Jixia stood beside him, holding a steaming cup of coffee. "Sit down." Chu Yang pointed to the chair opposite him. Hu Yan did not sit. He walked up to Chu Yang, knelt on one knee, placed his right hand on his chest, lowered his head, and performed the oldest knightly salute on the Crimson Continent. "Hu Yan swears by his soul to be loyal to Lord Chu Yang. If I betray him, I am willing to be punished by being pierced by 10,000 arrows," Hu Yan declared loudly. Chu Yang nodded. "Get up. Lu Jixia, you take care of him." Lu Jixia put down her coffee cup and walked up to Hu Yan. She looked down at Hu Yan and adjusted her glasses. "Hu Yan, since you're a smart person, I won't beat around the bush," Lu Jixia said. "Those 3,000-plus prisoners outside are a big problem. They come from different factions, their backgrounds are complex, and their loyalty cannot be guaranteed. Letting them into the camp directly would create a huge security risk. What solutions do you have?" Hu Yan stood up, thought for a few seconds, and gave his answer directly. "Differentiation, assessment, and point system." Lu Jixia raised an eyebrow. "Tell me more about it." "First, divide them up," Hu Yan said confidently. "Disorganize their original class structures. Separate those who know each other or belong to the same faction. Reorganize them according to their strengths. Those who know construction should go to the construction team, those who know planting should go to the agricultural area, and those who only have physical strength should go to mining. Cut off their original networks of relationships so that they can no longer stick together. Second, the assessment. Establish an isolation zone outside the camp. All prisoners must stay in the isolation zone for 3 months. During these 3 months, they will undergo high-intensity physical labor and loyalty tests. Those who fail will be expelled or executed. Third, a point system. The camp doesn't support idlers. They can earn points for their work, which can be used to exchange for food, clean water, or even the right to live in the inner city. By linking survival resources to their labor, they are given hope of climbing the social ladder. With hope, they will work hard and will no longer have the energy to cause trouble. After listening, Lu Jixia showed a satisfied expression. "Your plan is basically the same as mine. But you've considered things more comprehensively in the design of the points system." Lu Jixia turned to look at Chu Yang. "Husband, this person is useful. I suggest setting up a special staff department and appointing him as the deputy minister to assist me in handling these complicated political affairs and intelligence analysis." Chu Yang agreed. "Hu Yan, from today onwards you are the deputy chief of the general staff. You and Lu Jixia will be fully responsible for the resettlement of prisoners." Hu Yan was overjoyed. He had thought that even if he was kept on, he would have to start from the bottom as cannon fodder, but he didn't expect to directly enter the core management team. "Thank you for your trust, sir. I will certainly handle things perfectly." Hu Yan bowed repeatedly. Next, the two began to discuss the elite troops under Hu Yan's command. Hu Yan still has more than 200 assassins left in the Shadow Squad. "These people were all trained by me. They are proficient in stealth, tracking, assassination, and surveying," Hu Yan introduced. "I suggest we break them up and establish a new intelligence department, specifically responsible for gathering intelligence from outside and monitoring the movements of surrounding forces. For example, that guy named Shadow Fawn has awakened the talent of invisibility and is an excellent scout." Lu Jixia agreed with the proposal, and the two quickly created a staffing table for the new department on the holographic sand table. After dealing with these matters, Hu Yan's expression turned serious. "Sir, there's one more thing, very important." Hu Yan lowered his voice. "It's about the world-class threat announcement released by the system." Chu Yang looked at him. Speak. When I was gathering intelligence outside, I studied the system's underlying logic. Hu Yan analyzed. The system never does anything meaningless. It marked you as a world-class threat and notified the entire continent. On the surface, it's trying to provoke hatred towards you, but in reality, it's very likely laying the groundwork for subsequent world events. A world event? Lu Jixia frowned. Yes. According to the data I unearthed from several ancient ruins, this Crimson Continent experiences a catastrophe or war that sweeps across the entire continent every so often. Hu Yan explained. The system is now putting you in the spotlight, which likely means that you are not the only world-class threat on this continent. When these powerful forces develop to a certain extent, the system will issue mandatory combat missions, dragging everyone into a massive war vortex. At that time, you will no longer be facing a rabble like Lao, but rather top-tier legions with truly destructive power. Chu Yang and Lu Jixia exchanged a glance. This intelligence is crucial. Defeating the Dragon Slayer Alliance was merely cleaning up the mess on our doorstep. The real storm is yet to come. Just then, the red alarm lights in the command center suddenly started flashing wildly. The piercing alarm blared throughout the room. Ampere's voice came through the communicator, filled with extreme anxiety. Boss Chu! Sister Jixia! An extremely terrifying energy reaction has occurred 300 kilometers to the northwest. The energy reading has exceeded the limit. The system is issuing a server-wide mandatory announcement. Chu Yang suddenly stood up, strode to the control panel, and pressed the power button on the main screen. Chapter 110 New Residents of the Camp. Chapter 110 The new residents of the camp were surrounded by dust in the open space. Lu Jixia stood on a temporary platform, holding a holographic data panel in her hand. Today she was wearing a tight-fitting black suit, the buttons on the top stretched taut as if they might burst open at any moment. Her perfect S-curve was incredibly alluring, and beneath the pencil skirt were a pair of long, beautiful legs encased in black stockings. She wore high heels, her posture was upright, and her beautiful face was adorned with frameless glasses, exuding a restrained allure that made people want to conquer her. Sweating profusely, Hu Yan squeezed through the crowd and quickly ran to the foot of the platform. Manager Lu, all 3,000 new members have been reorganized and reassigned, Hu Yan reported loudly, waving a thick stack of registration books in his hand. Everyone's personal information, talents, abilities, and special skills have been meticulously documented in these files. Lu Jixia flipped through the electronic files on the data panel and nodded in satisfaction. They're moving quickly. Have they tiered the classes according to plan? It's sorted out. Hu Yan wiped the sweat from his forehead. Based on their previous performance in the league and their individual abilities, they've been divided into 3 levels, A, B, and C. Hu Yan pointed to several formations in the distance that were moving huge stones. Class C is responsible for heavy physical labor, such as mining or building outer defensive walls, and cleaning up garbage in the living area. Class B is responsible for logistical tasks and simple equipment maintenance. Class A consists of those with special skills, such as knowledge of medicine, vehicle repair, or practical talents, who are directly assigned to the technical logistics group. Lu Jixia pushed up her glasses. How is the contribution point system being implemented? Hu Yan's face was full of excitement when this was mentioned. This system is absolutely brilliant. The whole quarantine zone is buzzing about it now. We've printed thousands of redemption manuals and set the rules down very strictly. Hu Yan took out a thin booklet with the words, A 10086 Camp Survival Guide, printed in bold on the cover. Moving 1 ton of stone earns 2 contribution points. 2 contribution points can be exchanged for a 500 milliliters bottle of purified water and a compressed biscuit. Hu Yan opened the booklet. If you accumulate 50 contribution points, you can apply to exchange them for a hot meal with meat. If you accumulate 500 contribution points, you can move into a double dormitory with a private bathroom. Lu Jixia flipped through the terms and conditions in the booklet. It's not just about daily necessities. Tell them that as long as they have enough contribution points, they can even exchange them for low-level rune weapons that the camp has discarded, or apply to enter the training camp to learn basic skills. Hu Yan nodded repeatedly. This system tightly bound everyone's survival needs to their labor, so no one had the mind to do anything else. Everyone was desperately trying to earn points. Just then, a cacophony of shouts and curses erupted from the distant area where ore was being mined. Several burly men who originally belonged to the Mad Lion gang slammed their pickaxes into the ground. Why should I do this kind of hard labor? I used to be a squad leader, managing dozens of people. A bald, burly man roared, his face contorted with menacing bulge. Several of his associates joined in the commotion, trying to incite others to strike. Just as Hu Yan was about to lead his men to handle the situation, a fully armed team arrived ahead of him. This is the camp's newly established Discipline Patrol Team. The captain is veteran member Zhao Meng, and behind him are a dozen or so tough characters handpicked from the new members. Zhao Meng, carrying a brand new rune rifle, strode up to the bald, burly man. Don't want to do it? Zhao Meng asked coldly. The bald, burly man puffed out his chest, trying to intimidate the other party with his large size. I'm not doing it! Go ahead and try! Bang! A deafening gunshot interrupted the bald man's words. Without uttering a single word, Zhao Meng pulled the trigger. A bullet crackling with blue electricity instantly pierced the bald man's right knee. The bald, burly man let out a pig-like scream, his massive body crashing to the ground as he rolled wildly on the floor, clutching his bleeding, severed leg. The people who had been cheering around turned pale with fright and retreated hastily. Zhao Meng turned his gun around and aimed it at the remaining men. NA-10086, if you don't work, you don't eat. Those who cause trouble will be used as fertilizer. Anyone else who doesn't want to work, step forward. The entire area fell silent. Everyone immediately picked up their pickaxes and began smashing the rocks with all their might, fearing that a second's delay would result in being shot. Lu Jixia, who was on the high platform, watched this scene and put away the data tablet. The Discipline Patrol team did a good job. Making an example of them is the only way to establish rules. After several days of reorganization, the camp expanded at an unprecedented rate. The surge in population has brought tremendous vitality. The wide streets are bustling with activity, and new buildings are springing up everywhere. A culture began to form rapidly within the camp. As the supreme leader, Chu Yang's absolute authority was deeply ingrained in everyone's bones. It was a prestige built on the corpse of the Hell Tortoise, and no one dared to harbor the slightest thought of resistance. The core girls in the camp, with their unique charm and powerful abilities, have amassed a large number of followers. On an open space inside the city wall, Lin Qingxuang was teaching basic swordsmanship. She wore a snow-white dress, her exquisite face radiating a cool and aloof beauty. The long sword in her hand flashed through the air with sharp, swift strokes. As she swung her sword, her full breasts rose and fell, her figure light and graceful, eliciting wild applause and cheers from the hundreds of new members who had signed up for the kendo dojo below. The heavy weapons training ground on the other side presents a completely different scene. Li Qian carried the enormous thunder axe, her petite frame unleashing terrifying power. With a single swing, she cleaved a several-ton steel plate in two, sparks flying everywhere. Watch closely, all of you! Use all your strength. If you can't smash the enemy's head, don't say you were trained by me! Li Qian roared. The group of muscular men below, who revered violence, all had their eyes shining, regarding Li Qian as a living goddess of war. The entire camp presented a vibrant and prosperous scene. However, beneath this facade of prosperity, a deadly crisis is quietly approaching. Top floor of the command center. Chu Yang sat in a large leather chair, flipping through a document in his hand. Lu Jixia stood in front of the desk, her face very serious. She slammed a report with a red cardboard cover onto the table, on which was written in bold black font. Emergency Situation Assessment. Husband, we're in big trouble. Lu Jixia's voice was filled with anxiety. Chu Yang opened the red report, and was greeted by densely packed bar charts and consumption curves. Food problem? Chu Yang raised an eyebrow. Yes. An extremely serious food crisis. Lu Jixia extended her slender finger and tapped the last line of red data in the report. We have taken in more than 3,000 prisoners, and together with the original members, the camp now has nearly 3,500 mouths to feed. Lu Jixia sighed and continued her report. The supplies we seized from the Alliance forces were indeed enormous, but the vast majority consisted of weapons, armor, spatial rings, and crystals. The actual rations were pitifully small. Those desperados didn't bring much food with them when they came out to fight. They were relying entirely on looting. At the current rate of consumption, even if we reduce the daily rations to the minimum, the food reserves will only last for 3 months at most. Chu Yang closed the report and leaned back in his chair. Can't we grow something on the land around the camp? Lu Jixia shook her head. The soil of the Crimson Wasteland is full of violent magical energy and toxins. Conventional crops planted there cannot even germinate. They will completely rot within 2 days. Chu Yang tapped his fingers on the table. Where is Su Muyu's holy light? Isn't she able to stimulate plant growth? Muyu's abilities are indeed amazing, but her holy light is mainly used to cultivate magical plants with special effects, such as the holy light fruit that restores physical strength and the star moon grass that heals injuries. Lu Jixia explained it in great detail. Those plants have extremely low yields and consume a great deal of Muyu's mental energy. If you ask her to grow ordinary wheat or potatoes to meet the staple food needs of more than 3,000 people, she couldn't do it even if she worked herself to death. This is indeed a dead end. If the problem of food is not solved and there is no need for external invasion, these more than 3,000 new members will riot due to hunger, and the hard-won order will collapse instantly. The pressure to survive has severely hampered the development of A10086. Chu Yang stood up, walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, and looked down at the busy camp below. Since conventional methods don't work, we can only find professionals to do professional things. Chu Yang turned around and looked at Lu Jixia. Go and inform Huyen to go through all 3,000 files. Chu Yang issued the order. I need to find someone with a nature-based talent. No matter how low their level, as long as they're related to plants, earth, or life, pick them all. Chapter 111 The Problems of Agriculture. Chapter 111 The Dilemma of Agriculture, the Food Crisis. This dark cloud quickly enveloped the entire camp. In order to prolong the time it takes for the stock to be used up, Lu Jixia had no choice but to order a reduction in the daily food rations. The atmosphere in the living quarters of the quarantine zone became unusually oppressive. At lunchtime, the line to get food stretched for hundreds of meters. A dirty man, holding a chipped iron bowl, looked at what the woman serving food threw into it, and his face instantly turned bright red. That's all? Half a piece of hardened black bread, and this bowl of murky, mushy soup with not even a few leafy greens in sight? The man slammed the iron bowl heavily on the table, splashing soup everywhere. I moved 2 whole tons of stones today. And this is what I get to eat. Is this pig feed? His outburst caused a stir among the people queuing behind him. Hunger and exhaustion combined to easily ignite a powder keg of emotions. That's right. Why are you cutting our rations? Doing such heavy work, eating this little bit of food will kill you. Just as the crowd was about to get out of control, dozens of dark figures suddenly jumped down from the surrounding buildings and surrounded the troublemakers. Huyen arrived with his shadow squad. He toyed with a poisoned dagger in his hand as he walked up to the man who had smashed the bowl. The man swallowed hard, forcing himself to shout. What? Can't we even speak? We want to eat. Huyen didn't even blink. The dagger in his hand became a blur. Pfft. The dagger pierced the man's palm, pinning him firmly to the wooden table where food was served. Screams echoed throughout the cafeteria. Hang him on the wire mesh outside and leave him to bake in the sun for 3 days. Huyen pulled out a dagger, wiped the blood off the man's clothes, and spoke in a chilling tone. 2 shadow members immediately stepped forward and dragged the man out like a dead dog. The cafeteria fell silent instantly, and everyone was so frightened that they backed away and covered their mouths tightly. At this moment, Lu Jixia walked in, wearing high heels. She held a megaphone in her hand, her gaze sweeping across the entire room. I know you're hungry and tired. Lu Jixiao's clear and loud voice echoed in every corner. But the camp's food reserves are indeed in trouble right now. We didn't hoard any food, but everyone's rations have been reduced, including mine and Boss Chu's. Lu Jixia used both kindness and severity, directly laying out the current predicament on the table. We've sent extra search teams out to find food. If we can just get through this period, everything will be alright. Anyone who tries to cause trouble at this critical juncture will end up like that person just now. The crowd dispersed quietly, each person holding their meager rations, squatting in a corner and silently munching on them. However, the news brought back by the search team only added to the despair. Sue Meyer's laboratory was filled with a large number of strangely shaped plants. Today, Sue Meyer had 2 fluffy white fox ears on her head, and her big tail was swaying irritably behind her. She wore a white lab coat over a tight-fitting black low-cut tank top. Her ample breasts seemed about to burst out of the fabric, the deep cleavage dazzlingly white. The lab coat was very short, revealing her 2 long, slender, white legs crossed, a truly alluring pose. What kind of junk did they bring back? Sue Meyer threw a purple weed covered in barbs into the trash can. The toxins in this herb can cause diarrhea for 3 days straight, even causing your intestines to come out. And that red fruit, one bite of it will paralyze your nerves. Chu Yang stood beside the experimental table, looking at the plants that had been determined to be inedible. What about genetic modification? Can we remove the toxins and cultivate an edible variety? Chu Yang asked. Sue Meyer sighed, and the astonishing curves of her chest trembled violently. Boss, gene modification takes time, and it requires a large number of experimental samples. My progress is too slow, it's not a quick fix. Chu Yang nodded and turned to leave the laboratory. Back in the office, Huyen was already waiting there, holding a stack of selected files. Boss Chu, out of thousands of people, all the gifted individuals who are related to plants and the earth are here. There are 36 of them in total. Chu Yang sat down and began to personally interview the selected people. Half an hour later, Chu Yang rubbed his throbbing temples, feeling a splitting headache. These people's talents are simply bizarre to the extreme. The first one was a skinny man who had the talent of accelerating potato growth. Chu Yang was initially quite happy, but after asking, he learned that the potatoes he had accelerated were only the size of a fingernail at most, and as hard as rocks, impossible to bite. The second one was a plump old woman whose talent was communicating with mushrooms. She could indeed make mushrooms grow, but those mushrooms were all mutated species with mouths, constantly cursing in the soil, driving people to the brink of madness, and they were also highly poisonous. After interviewing 35 people, not one of them was capable of taking on the responsibility of agricultural planting. Chu Yang opened the last file. Name, Mu Ling. Talent, plant affinity. Grade F. Note, timid in nature and with very little talent, currently only able to barely keep the potted plants alive, assigned to the edge of the camp to be responsible for greening and cleaning. F class? Chu Yang stared at the rating for a few seconds and decided to go and see for himself. Next to a waste disposal station on the edge of the camp, there were piles of discarded metal parts and construction debris. In an inconspicuous corner, Chu Yang found the girl from the file. Mu Ling squatted on the ground, holding a worn-out plastic water bottle in her hand. She wore a large, worn-out gray coat with several patches. But even in such tattered clothes, it couldn't hide her incredibly voluptuous figure. A large expanse of snow-white, delicate skin was exposed at the neckline. Her slender waist and rounded hips created an exaggeratedly perfect proportion. When she squatted on the ground, her faded jeans clung tightly to her body, outlining a breathtaking curve. She was staring blankly at a small yellow flower that was about to wither in a crack in the corner of the wall. The flower was wilted beyond recognition, its leaves withered and yellow, but under her gaze, it miraculously straightened its back and gradually regained its vitality. The girl's fingers gently touched the petals, and she murmured something to herself. "Don't die! Drink some water and you'll come back to life. You must hold on." Her voice was soft and gentle, carrying a hint of pitiful timidity. Chu Yang walked behind her, his shadow covering the corner. What are you doing? The sudden sound startled Mu Ling. Ah! She screamed, and the plastic water bottle in her hand fell to the ground with a clatter, spilling water everywhere. Mu Ling suddenly stood up, but because she moved too quickly, she slipped and fell backward. Chu Yang reacted quickly and reached out to put his arm around her waist. The surface was soft and warm to the touch, and her slender waist seemed as if it could break with the slightest force. Mu Ling panicked and pushed Chu Yang away, retreating to the corner of the wall and curling up into a ball. Her pure, innocent face was filled with fear, and tears welled up in her eyes. I'm so sorry, Boss Chu. I wasn't slacking off. I cleaned up all the trash over there, really. Please don't send me away. She was terrified. In her original class, because her talent was useless, she was always treated as a burden and suffered endless scorn and bullying. Finally arriving here, even though she only gets to do the dirtiest and hardest work, at least she can get a full meal. She was terrified of losing everything. Chu Yang didn't speak, but just stared at the small yellow flower that had bloomed again. Beneath that extremely faint life fluctuation, he sensed a vast, ocean-like potential. That's not F-level plant affinity at all. It was a divine power, powerful enough to shake the earth, hidden by thick dust. Chu Yang stepped forward and grabbed Mu Ling's wrist. Don't move! Chu Yang's voice was unquestionable. Mu Ling trembled, thinking she was about to be beaten. She closed her eyes in fright, her long eyelashes trembling like a startled little rabbit. Chu Yang mobilized the energy within his body, following her meridians, and forcefully rushed into her innate core. Boom! Chu Yang seemed to hear a sigh from ancient times in his mind. Beneath that seemingly fragile F-grade exterior lies a vast, suffocatingly powerful green energy. That energy is pure and profound, carrying both compassion and majesty that nurtures all things. Like a sealed earth goddess. Once that shell is broken, this power can turn a desert into an oasis and make withered bones bloom with flowers. Chu Yang suddenly opened his eyes, a fanatical smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I've struck gold. This is no waste. This is clearly the hope for survival of Camp A10086, the future queen of agriculture. Chu Yang released his grip and looked at the trembling girl in front of him with an intense gaze. Wipe away your tears. Chu Yang took a handkerchief out of his pocket and handed it to her. Starting today, you don't need to sweep the garbage anymore. Mu Ling froze, clutching the handkerchief still warm from Chu Yang's touch, her mind blank. No more sweeping up trash? Are they trying to kick me out? Overwhelmed by panic, tears streamed down her face. Please don't send me away. I can eat less. I'm really capable of working. Chu Yang shook his head helplessly as he looked at her like this. He reached out and gently patted Mu Ling's head. Who said we were kicking you out? Chu Yang pointed to the vast wilderness outside the camp. I want you to be the master of this land. I want you to use your hands to feed the 3,500 mouths in this camp. Mu Ling stared blankly at Chu Yang, completely unable to understand what he was saying. Chu Yang didn't explain, but simply took her hand and strode towards the command tower. Come with me. Tonight I'm going to help you unlock something new. Awaken the sleeping goddess within you. Chapter 112 The Girl with a Plant Heart. Chapter 112 The Girl with the Heart of a Plant. Chu Yang pulled Mu Ling along the wide bluestone path of the camp. Many new members who were carrying building materials by the roadside stopped what they were doing and curiously looked at the girl following behind the leader. Mu Ling lowered her head, her worn-out gray coat wrapped tightly around her body, trying to conceal her overly eye-catching full curves. Even so, the trembling arc of her walk and the astonishing hip-to-waist ratio outlined by her jeans still made many men secretly swallow their saliva. Why is Boss Chu taking a garbage collector to the command tower? Who knows? He probably just likes this girl's figure. I must say, this little gardener looks really innocent, and her figure is absolutely stunning. The prisoners whispered among themselves, then were glared at by a passing disciplined patrol, and quickly lowered their heads to continue their work. Chu Yang ignored the discussions and led Mu Ling directly into the central garden on the top floor of the command tower. This is a semi-open-air area covering about 2 acres. Above us is a huge tempered glass dome, through which sunlight shines down and onto the lush vegetation. This is Sumuyu's exclusive territory. The air was filled with a rich sense of life. Taking a deep breath, I felt a refreshing coolness in my lungs. In the center of the garden, Sumuyu was bending down to prune a magical plant called moonflower grass. She was wearing a pure white nurse's dress, the hem of which barely covered the top of her thighs, revealing a pair of shapely and straight beautiful legs. Hearing footsteps, Sumuyu turned around, a gentle smile appearing on her pure and beautiful face. "Husband, why did you bring a new sister with you?" Chu Yang pointed to the wooden spirit behind him. "Her name is Wood Spirit. Her talent is plant affinity. I brought her here to see if she can solve the camp's food problem." Sumuyu was somewhat surprised and her gaze fell on Mu Ling. As a life-type awakener, she could sense a peculiar rhythm on the wood spirit, which, though faint, was extremely pure. Mu Ling stood there, nervously clutching the hem of her clothes. She stared in disbelief at the strange flowers and plants around her that were emitting a faint glow. Every plant here is growing very lushly, with thick leaves, full of vitality. This environment gave her an unprecedented sense of comfort, and her previously tense nerves gradually relaxed. "Don't be nervous." Chu Yang walked to her side and patted her shoulder. "This is the place where the life energy of the entire camp is most concentrated. Your talent can be amplified to the greatest extent here." Mu Ling whispered in response. "Brother Chu, I really can't do it. I tried to accelerate wheat growth before, but all that grew were weeds." "That's because you haven't found the right method." Chu Yang pointed to an ordinary rose bush in the corner of the garden that had not yet bloomed. "Go, try to put your energy into it. Don't treat it as a task, treat it as your partner." Mu Ling bit her lip and slowly moved to the rose bush. She crouched down, and the old gray coat stretched even tighter as she did so, the fabric clinging tightly to her back, revealing the perfect lines of her back. She stretched out her trembling fingers and gently touched the rose leaves. A faint, almost invisible green halo flowed around her fingertips. Several minutes later, the rose bush trembled slightly, and then slowly grew a new tender green leaf. Then nothing happened. Mu Ling's shoulders slumped, and her vision dimmed. "See? I told you I couldn't do it. My talent is only F level, it's useless." Sumuyu walked over and gently took her hand. "Little sister, talent level doesn't mean everything. Sometimes it's just that your heart hasn't been opened yet." Chu Yang looked at Mu Ling's innocent face, which was tinged with a sense of inferiority. The girl was extremely beautiful, with delicate features like a porcelain doll, especially her big, bright eyes, which revealed an innocent and naive charm. But she had clearly suffered too many setbacks in her original class. "Wood Spirit, look at me!" Chu Yang's voice was steady, carrying an irresistible power. Mu Ling raised her head and met Chu Yang's deep eyes. "Your talent isn't weak, you're just too afraid. You are afraid of failure and afraid of being abandoned, so your strength is also hidden inside your shell and dare not come out. Now close your eyes." Mu Ling obediently closed her eyes. Chu Yang walked behind her, his large hand covering the back of her hand, pressing her hand back onto the rose bush. At the same time, Chu Yang put his other arm around her slender waist. Mu Ling's body stiffened for a moment, then she felt a thick, immense spiritual power surge into her body through Chu Yang's palm, both savage and gentle. "Follow my guidance and listen to what they are saying." Chu Yang's voice rang directly in Mu Ling's mind. Mu Ling felt her consciousness being pulled by Chu Yang, passing through the darkness and entering a strange world. She saw it. Inside that rose bush, countless tiny veins pulsated like blood vessels. She heard it. The plants were cheering, yearning for sunlight, and complaining that there wasn't enough moisture in the soil. Her gaze continued downwards, piercing through the earth's surface. She saw a dense network of roots groping in the darkness, intertwined and exchanging information with each other. This experience is amazing. She felt as if she had become a blade of grass, a flower, or a tree. She felt the rhythm of the earth and the cycle of life. The green energy that had been hiding in the corner began to surge excitedly after being stimulated by Chu Yang's pure yang power. Mu Ling's breathing became rapid, her chest heaving violently, and finally, one of the buttons on her old coat snapped off with a pop. Large swaths of snow-white skin were revealed, glowing white in the sunlight. Seeing that the time was right, Chu Yang pulled her into his arms. Their bodies were pressed tightly together. Chu Yang shared his understanding of the laws of nature, as well as his experience in helping Sumuyu ascend, with Mu Ling through a spiritual connection. Feel it, guide it, you are the queen of this land, and they are all your subjects. Chu Yang's words were like a heavy hammer, shattering the thick shell surrounding the wood spirit's talent. Boom! An extremely rich, emerald green energy suddenly erupted in a circular shape, centered on the wood spirit. The entire central garden instantly erupted in excitement. The shrub, which was originally only half a meter tall, grew wildly to more than 2 meters tall in a matter of seconds. The vines climbed rapidly up the walls like snakes, instantly covering the entire glass dome. Countless flowers bloom at the same time, colorful and fragrant to the point of almost liquefying. Oh my God! Sumuyu covered her mouth, staring in shock at the scene. Even she, an S-level talent, couldn't achieve such a life explosion. The wood spirit's body floated in midair, enveloped in a dense green light. Her old gray coat was completely shattered by the impact of the energy, revealing her curvaceous and explosive figure that could drive any man crazy. Her skin glowed with a luminous green light, and her demeanor instantly transformed from that of a timid young gardener into one of nobility and elegance, imbued with a maternal compassion. Behind her, the phantom of a colossal tree that blotted out the sky flashed by. That was a projection of the world tree. Note: Member Wood Spirit's talent has achieved ultimate enhancement. Congratulations! Your exclusive talent has been officially upgraded from F rank Plant Affinity to SSS rank Blessing of Mother Earth. The system's cold, robotic notification echoed throughout the camp. All the members who were working stopped and stared blankly at the green beam of light shooting straight into the sky at the top of the command tower. SSS rank? Another SSS rank? My God, is Boss Chu cheating? He can just pick up a trash can and it's SSS level? Hu Yan stood in the quarantine area, looking at the beam of light, and the registration book in his hand fell to the ground. He shook his head with a wry smile. He finally realized that his so-called scheming was utterly insignificant in the face of absolute strength and luck. Inside the garden, the green light slowly faded. Mu Ling landed back on the ground, falling right into Chu Yang's arms. She slowly opened her eyes, and her originally black pupils had turned into a bright green, like the finest jade. She stared blankly at her hands, feeling the unfathomable power within her body, as deep as a vast ocean. Brother Chu, it's me! Her voice was no longer timid, but instead carried an ethereal quality. Chu Yang smiled, casually took off his coat and draped it over her shoulders, covering her alluring figure. Don't call me elder brother anymore. From now on, call me husband like they do. Mu Ling blushed, lowered her head shyly, and softly called out, Husband! This call reassured Chu Yang. The food crisis at the camp has come to an end. But he did not immediately have the wood spirit go to farm. The power of an SSS-level talent must be displayed on a broader stage in order to completely win over the hearts of those 3,000 prisoners. Come on, I'll show you your true power. Chu Yang took Mu Ling's hand and strode out of the command tower. At this time, core members such as Lu Zhixia, Lin Qingshuang, and Li Qian had also arrived after hearing the news. They looked at the transformed Mu Ling with surprise and welcome in their eyes. Your figure is even better than mine. Li Qian walked over casually and patted Mu Ling on the shoulder. From now on, our camp's livelihood is in your hands, girl. Lu Zhixia pushed up her glasses, her gaze sweeping over Mu Ling, already conceiving a brand new blueprint for agricultural development in her mind. Husband, where are we going to conduct the experiment? Lu Zhixia asked. Chu Yang pointed to the northwest of the camp, where there was the ruins of an abandoned heavy industrial park. The land there has been turned into black scorched earth due to long-term chemical pollution and magical erosion, and nothing grows there. Let's go there. Chu Yang spoke calmly. If she can make that barren land grow food, then no one on this continent will ever fight us on an empty stomach again. The group marched in a large procession toward the outskirts of the camp. Thousands of new members followed far behind, eager to see for themselves what miraculous effects this legendary SSS-level talent truly possessed. Northwest Wasteland. The wind and sand swept across the land, and the dark earth cracked open with countless fissures, like the earth's hideous wounds. There is no sign of life here, even the most resilient moss cannot survive. Chu Yang released Mu Ling's hand. Go, and let these doubters see what the blessings of Mother Earth are. Mu Ling took a deep breath, her emerald eyes gazing at the desolate wilderness. She strode forward barefoot onto the black, scorched earth. With each step she took, a faint hint of green would appear on the black earth beneath her feet. When she reached the center of the wasteland, she slowly knelt down, placing her hands flat on the hard, iron-like ground. Revitalize the land! She uttered 4 words softly. The next second, the entire earth trembled violently. A green energy ripple spread wildly in all directions from the center of her palm. Chapter 113 Talent Ascension. The Blessing of Mother Earth. Chapter 113 Talent Sublimation. The Blessing of Mother Earth. Wherever the green energy ripples passed, the land that was originally dark, cracked, and exuding a pungent chemical smell underwent earth-shattering changes. The hard rocks were quickly pulverized by the energy, turning into fine soil. The black toxins were purified, replaced by a deep brown, fertile color that exuded the fresh scent of earth. The once desolate wasteland was transformed into a soft, moist, top-quality black soil in just a few minutes. This is not scientific! Sumair stood at a distance, holding a portable soil testing device in her hand. Looking at the data jumping wildly on the screen, she was completely bewildered. The soil fertility index has skyrocketed. All the heavy metal residues and magical energy pollution have disappeared. This is simply a miracle. The surrounding prisoners were even more dumbfounded. Many of them used to work in agriculture, and knew very well how much manpower and resources it would take to manage such a barren land. But this girl solved everything just by touching the ground? Mu Ling did not stop moving. She took out a handful of the most ordinary wheat seeds from her small cloth bag. These seeds had dried out and even become moldy because they had been stored for too long. The wood spirit held the seeds in its palm, closed its eyes, and the emerald light shone again. Enchant the demon plant! Buzz! Nourished by the green light, the shriveled seeds instantly became plump and round, with faint golden lines even appearing on their surface. They are no longer ordinary seeds, but magic wheat seeds, containing life energy. Mu Ling casually tossed his hand. Hundreds of seeds were evenly scattered on the fertile black soil. Growth! The wood spirit issued a clear command. In an instant, the entire wasteland erupted in chaos. Countless tender green shoots broke through the soil, growing at an astonishing rate, almost growing taller every second. In 5 seconds, the wheat seedlings grew to ankle height. In 10 seconds, the wheat seedlings were already waist high. In 20 seconds, the entire wasteland had been transformed into a golden sea. The wheat was extremely thick, with stalks as thick as an adult's thumb. The ears of wheat at the top were heavy, and each grain was as big as a little finger, shimmering with an alluring golden light. The rich aroma of wheat wafted on the wind, spreading throughout the entire camp. The prisoners, who were originally worried about their next meal, couldn't help but rumble loudly in their stomachs when they smelled the aroma. Oh my God! It really grew! It's ripe in less than a minute? What kind of incredible speed is that? The smell of this wheat makes me feel less hungry. Li Qian was the first to rush forward. She grabbed a handful of wheat ears, rubbed them vigorously, and threw a few golden grains into her mouth. Snap! A crisp sound rang out. Li Qian's originally tired face instantly became rosy, and her eyes shone brightly. Wow! This wheat is packed with energy! Li Qian exclaimed excitedly. Husband, The energy provided by this 1 grain of wheat is equivalent to half a compressed biscuit. And the taste is amazing, so fragrant and sweet. Lu Zhixia also stepped forward, picked a bunch of wheat ears, and examined them carefully. The yield of this magic wheat is at least 10 times that of ordinary wheat. Lu Zhixia quickly started calculating on the data board. Moreover, they are extremely adaptable to the environment. They do not need chemical fertilizers or weeding. As long as there is wood spirit, we can harvest tens of thousands of kilograms of this grain every day. She turned to look at Chu Yang, her voice filled with barely concealed excitement. My lord, we have not only solved the food crisis, but we can even export food in the future. In the end times, food will be the hardest form of currency. With these magical wheat grains, Chu Yang could easily control all the small and medium-sized forces in the surrounding area. Chu Yang walked to Mu Ling's side. At this moment, Mu Ling's face was somewhat pale, and her forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat because she had unleashed 2 powerful attacks in succession. The oversized coat draped loosely over her body, making her appear even more delicate and vulnerable. Chu Yang pulled her into his arms again, channeling a pure energy into her. Well done. Chu Yang's voice was gentle, yet it resonated throughout the entire venue. Mu Ling leaned against Chu Yang's chest, looking at the cheering crowd around her, and at the heartfelt joy on everyone's faces. For the first time, she felt that she was not a burden. She has value. She is a hero of this camp. This feeling of being needed and recognized brought tears to her eyes, and they involuntarily streamed down her face. Thank you, my husband. She hugged Chu Yang tightly around the waist and buried her face in his chest. If it weren't for Chu Yang, she might still be next to that garbage dump, waiting to starve to death or be bullied. Chu Yang patted her on the back, then turned around and looked at the more than 3,000 prisoners. His gaze was sharp as a knife. Did you see everything? Chu Yang's voice was cold. In A10086, as long as you have the ability and are willing to work, this is paradise. Follow me, and you will not only survive, but live better than ever before. But if anyone dares to harbor any improper thoughts and try to disrupt this peace... Chu Yang waved his hand casually. A terrifying bolt of lightning descended from the sky, instantly turning a pile of discarded steel parts in the distance into molten red iron. Leo is your role model. More than 3,000 prisoners knelt down in unison, their voices deafening. I swear to be loyal to Boss Chu to the death. I swear to be loyal to A10086 to the death. At that moment, their hearts were completely won over. It wasn't just out of fear, but also because they saw a glimmer of hope to survive. In the following days, the camp entered a period of extensive development. Yuling led an agricultural construction team of several hundred prisoners to frantically cultivate the land around the camp. In just 3 days, tens of thousands of acres of fertile farmland appeared around the camp. All sorts of crops were planted. In addition to the staple food, magic wheat, there are also giant tomatoes that provide a lot of vitamins. Each one is as big as a basketball and is juicy and delicious. There are also blood-boosting soybeans that can enhance physical fitness. Not only can they be pressed for oil, but the soybean residue is also an excellent livestock feed. Su Meyer wasn't idle either. She used the various special plants that the wood spirit nurtured to develop several new types of medicines. In the laboratory, Su Meyer, wearing that alluring white lab coat, was staring blankly at a bottle of green liquid. It's amazing that this plant fiber is even stronger than steel wire. Su Meyer turned to look at Chu Yang, who had just entered. Boss, the iron wire vines that the wood spirit nurtures are an excellent material for making lightweight armor. I plan to make a set of vine armor underwear for each of the sisters in the combat team. It has extremely high defense and is very breathable. Chu Yang looked at Su Meyer's chest, which was stretched taut by her white coat, and smiled. Forget about underwear, just get them some practical external armor. After dealing with agricultural matters, Chu Yang returned to the command center. Lu Zhixia was deep in thought, staring at the holographic map. On the map, The blue area representing A10086 is steadily expanding. But about 500 kilometers to the northeast of the camp, a huge red exclamation mark appeared. "Husband, come and take a look at this." Lu Jixia's expression was very serious. "This is a message that just came back from Hu Yan's intelligence team." Chu Yang walked over and looked at the red area. "What kind of place is that?" "Buried in the wasteland." Lu Jixia pulled up a blurry video. In the video, the earth shakes violently, and countless skeletons crawl out of the soil, converging into a white ocean. At the heart of that ocean of bones lies a colossal city forged from bones. Above the city, a huge black vortex floated. According to intelligence, an organization called the Council of the Dead is entrenched there, and its leader is a necromancer with SSS-level talent. Lu Jixia looked at Chu Yang. "The system has just released a preview of the second phase of the mission. It's called Duel of Two Cities. The system has forced us to completely destroy this city of bones within 10 days. Otherwise, the entire camp will be wiped out." Chu Yang stared at the black vortex, his gaze becoming extremely profound. The real challenge has finally arrived. "Pass down the order." Chu Yang turned around, his voice sharp and decisive. "The entire army is on standby for war. Since the system wants to play, then let's completely demolish that skeleton city." Meanwhile, in a corner of the camp, Hu Yan was squinting at a bone fragment in his hand that was emitting a faint glow. The name Chu Yang was clearly engraved on the bone fragment. A playful smile curved his lips. "Chu Yang, do you think you've won? The real game has only just begun." Outside the window, the blood-red moon rose once more. A chilling atmosphere, colder than ever before, is quietly enveloping the entire world. Chapter 114 Miracle Farm and the New Order. Chapter 114 Miracle Farm and the New Order. The scorched earth of the northwest wasteland was completely revitalized in the hands of the wood spirit. Tens of thousands of acres of golden wheat waves rippled in the breeze, and the rich aroma of wheat became the fragrance that almost everyone in the camp longed for. The once lifeless quarantine area has now become the liveliest place in the entire camp. More than 3,000 prisoners spontaneously stood on the edge of the field, looking at the heavy ears of wheat, and many of them even had tears in their eyes. In a godforsaken place like the blood-stained wasteland, being able to get a full meal is more real than any vague or unrealistic ideal. This is the Miracle Farm. Lu Jixia stood on the edge of the field, holding a brand-new planning map in her hand. Today she was wearing a very well-tailored black business blazer over a light purple silk shirt. The top 2 buttons were undone, revealing an extremely deep, snow-white cleavage that rose and fell gently with her breath, making her incredibly alluring. She wore a tight-fitting bodycon skirt that perfectly accentuated her round and perky buttocks, while her long, beautiful legs were encased in sheer black stockings, exuding an intellectual yet sexy charm in the sunlight. "My lord, the farm has been officially divided into 4 areas." Lu Jixia pushed up her frameless glasses and pointed to the various plants growing in the distance. "The first area is the staple food area, mainly growing magic wheat. It has now achieved a harvest every 3 days, which can fully support the food supply for 5,000 people in the camp. The second area is a functional area. Through enlightenment, the wood spirit has cultivated the energy pumpkin and the heart-cleansing strawberry." Chu Yang followed her gaze. Each pumpkin was as big as a millstone, with a pale red sheen on its skin. Once cut open, it was not only soft and tender, but it could also quickly replenish energy and blood in a short time. The strawberries, on the other hand, were crystal clear and exuded a faint coolness. Consuming them could quickly restore the mental energy of awakened individuals who were depleted. The third district is a pasture area. We have begun to domesticate those docile low-level magical beasts on a small scale, using the straw of magical wheat and pumpkin peels as feed. The fourth zone is the experimental zone, which is jointly managed by Mu Ling and Su Meyer, to try to cultivate plants with aggressive or special defensive capabilities. Looking at this vibrant land, Chu Yang felt a surge of emotions. Mu Ling really gave me a big surprise. As soon as the words were spoken, a petite figure emerged from the wheat fields. It was the wood spirit. She is in much better spirits than she was a few days ago. Although she still has a bit of shyness on her face, her bright green eyes are full of confidence. She was wearing a custom-made green crop top and extremely short denim shorts. This outfit perfectly showcased her stunning figure. That slender waist, so delicate it could be grasped in one hand, paired with that full bust that could drive any man mad, and the way she walked with a trembling gait, made her an absolute enchantress. "Husband! Look at this!" Mu Ling ran happily to Chu Yang, holding a large, golden ear of barley in her hands. "This is a variety I just improved. It tastes sweeter and the yield can be increased by another 10%. Chu Yang smiled and rubbed her head, then casually put his arm around her soft waist. "Thank you for your hard work, goddess of harvest." Mu Ling blushed and muttered softly. "As long as my husband is happy, I don't find anything hard to do." With the abundance of food, Lu Jixia's contribution point system finally came into play. On the streets of the camp, the rudiments of a market appeared for the first time. It's no longer the lifeless queues for relief food of the past, but has become a free exchange using contribution points. Fresh and refreshing strawberries. 5 contribution points for 1 strawberry. Don't miss out. We recycle old clothes and scrap metal. Fair prices. Along both sides of the street, many new members set up stalls, with shouts of, "Sell your wares!" rising and falling. A burly man who originally belonged to the Mad Lion class was squatting in front of a stall, clutching a contribution card that was shimmering faintly in his hand. "Give me 2 energy pumpkins and a pound of magic wheat flour." The stall owner skillfully took the card, swiped it on the makeshift card reader, and said with a smile, "All right. 20 contribution points in total. Here, take your things." The burly man took the heavy pumpkin, his face full of a simple, honest smile. "Hee, with this pumpkin, I'll have even more energy for mining tomorrow." Such a vibrant and lifelike scene is nothing short of a miracle on the Crimson Continent. The new members' sense of belonging and loyalty skyrocketed in just a few days. They discovered that as long as they worked honestly in this camp, they could not only have enough to eat and wear, but also earn a better life through their efforts. This kind of hope is more effective than any brainwashing slogan. Hu Yen didn't sit idle either. He struck while the iron was hot, and held a grand bonfire party in the central square of the camp. A huge bonfire roared and lit up half the sky. Fresh warcraft roasted meat sizzles with oil, and the rich aroma of wine fills the air. New and old members sat around the fire, eating meat and drinking wine heartily. The initial hostility between them quickly melted away under the influence of alcohol and delicious food. Li Qian, carrying a jar of strong liquor, casually patted the shoulder of a prisoner squad leader. "Brother, we used to fight to the death for different masters, but now we're all family. Come on, bottoms up." The prisoner squad leader was flattered and quickly picked up the wine bowl and drank it all in one gulp. "Sister Li is right. From now on, this life belongs to Boss Chu, and to our camp." Laughter and singing echoed under the night sky. Chu Yang sat on the balcony at the top of the command tower, looking down at everything below. Beside him, Sumuyu was gently peeling a refreshing strawberry for him. "My husband, this feeling is wonderful," Sumuyu said softly, her pure and beautiful face appearing especially captivating in the moonlight. Chu Yang took the strawberry and felt its refreshing coolness. "This is just the beginning." However, good times are always fleeting. The next morning, Lu Jixia, Tang Rou, and Su Meyer went to the door together. All 3 of them looked rather serious. Inside the command center, a holographic screen displays a map of the camp's resource reserves. The green area representing grains is prominently displayed, but the purple area representing minerals and rare metals is pitifully sparse. "My lord, the agricultural problem has been solved, but our industry and scientific research have reached a bottleneck." Lu Jixia placed the report in front of Chu Yang. Today, Tang Rou was wearing a dark purple, tight-fitting, high-slit cheongsam, her long, shapely thighs faintly visible through the slit. Her cold phoenix eyes were filled with irritation. "My husband, I want to upgrade the rune arrow towers and also build a portable version of the railgun you mentioned before. Tang Ro pointed to several empty items on the screen. We need a large amount of orichalcos as an energy-conducting medium, and we also need high-purity refined gold to reinforce the gun barrel. But the existing exploration teams can only find scrap iron and copper on the shallow surface. The efficiency is so slow that it makes you want to kill someone. Su Meyer nodded in agreement, her white fox ears twitching. My gene editing device also needs high-purity mithril to stabilize the energy circuit, and the current stock is not even enough for the next experiment. Su Meyer wore a white lab coat over her clothes, but underneath she was only wearing a black lace camisole. Her astonishing cleavage was faintly visible beneath her white coat, trembling with every movement, exuding irresistible allure. Boss, without rare minerals, our technology tree is completely blocked. Chu Yang frowned slightly as he looked at the data in the report. Indeed, a strong camp cannot rely solely on farming. Without strong military protection, this rich farm would be nothing more than a piece of juicy meat in the eyes of others. We need someone who can see through the earth. Chu Yang tapped his fingers lightly on the table. He opened the list of new members' talents that Hu Yan had compiled earlier. Among a large number of combat and logistics talents, one name caught his attention. Name: Pomegranate. Talent, or affinity, grade A. Note: he is introverted and not good at speaking. He is currently a regular member of the exploration team. Go and call this girl named Shirlu over. Chu Yang raised his head, his gaze becoming profound. We have an agricultural queen, now, it's time to find a mining queen. Chapter 115 The Silent Prospector. Chapter 115 The Silent Miners' Camp. The warehouse area in the northwest corner of the camp is filled with all kinds of old metal salvage from the battlefield. In a secluded corner, a petite girl was squatting on the ground. She was wearing a faded, loose-fitting gray cotton dress and a worn-out sun hat with the brim pulled low, obscuring most of her face. She was holding a small brush in her hand, carefully cleaning a stone she had picked up from the ruins. It was an ordinary pebble, but after she cleaned it, the dirt on the surface disappeared, revealing a faint blue-green pattern. It's beautiful, the girl murmured softly, as if afraid of disturbing some kind of dream. She is Shirlu, a girl who was almost invisible among the more than 3,000 new members. She is extremely withdrawn and rarely interacts with anyone except for work. In her original class, she was often teased by her classmates because of this personality, and some even deliberately threw the stones she had painstakingly collected into the river. This made her more silent and preferred to hide in the shadows. Pomegranate, Boss Chu wants you to come over. A girl in combat walked over quickly, her tone somewhat stiff. Shirlu trembled with fright, dropping the brush from her hand to the ground. She suddenly raised her head, her fair and delicate face filled with terror, like a frightened fawn. Boss Chu? Shirlio's voice trembled violently as she gripped the pebble tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force. Yes, it's in the command center. Let's hurry up, don't keep the boss waiting. Led by the combat girl, Shirlu cautiously entered the towering command tower. Throughout the journey, she kept her head down, not daring to look at the glamorous camp members around her, feeling that she didn't belong there. Inside the command center, Chu Yang stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the camp view outside. He turned around when he heard footsteps. The moment Shirlu saw Chu Yang, she froze completely. Is this the man who blasted the hell tortoise to pieces with a single shot? Be strong. That subtle sense of oppression made it difficult for her to even breathe. Don't be nervous, sit down. Chu Yang pointed to the sofa opposite him, his voice flat. Shirlu didn't dare to sit down. She stood there, gripping the stone tightly with both hands, her head down, her body trembling slightly. Chu Yang noticed her subtle movements, and his gaze fell on the pebble in her hand. This stone is nice. Chu Yang walked over and took the stone from her hand. Shirlu gasped in surprise and instinctively tried to snatch it back, but when she saw Chu Yang's deep eyes, she stopped herself. Chu Yang played with the pebble, his fingertips gently tracing the blue-green patterns. This is a typical copper-bearing sedimentary rock. However, judging from the density of its texture, it must have been formed under extremely high pressure. There must be associated bronze veins deep underground. Shirley was stunned. She originally thought Chu Yang would ask about her talent or scold her for not working hard enough. Unexpectedly, this high-ranking leader could tell the origin of the stone at a glance. You like stones too? Shirley asked softly, the fear in her eyes fading somewhat, replaced by a delightful surprise at encountering someone like herself. Chu Yang smiled and returned the stone to her. Stones are the skeletons of the planet, and each one records millions of years of history, which is very interesting. He walked to the table, took out a geological map, and spread it out. Tell me about your talent, pomegranate. When the topic of stones comes up, Shirley seems to open up a little. I can feel them. Shirley walked up to the geological map and pointed to a mountain range behind the camp. There, about 300 meters below the surface, there is a large iron mine with very high purity. She then pointed to another desert area. There is a flowing energy reaction deep inside, which should be some kind of associated mineral, but I can't sense it clearly, as if it's through a layer of fog. Chu Yang nodded. Grade A or affinity can indeed detect ordinary ore veins. However, for rare minerals, especially those extraordinary minerals containing powerful energy, this level of precision is far from sufficient. Why do you think the perception is unclear? Shirley lowered her head, biting her lip in frustration. Because I can only look, but I can't touch. I can feel them there, but I can't grasp their pulse. Chu Yang understood. Shirley's talent is currently in a bystander state. She could sense the presence of the ore, but she couldn't create a true energy resonance with it. It's like looking at delicious food through glass. You can see the color, but you can't smell the aroma or taste it. Ore is not an inanimate object like a pomegranate. Chu Yang walked up to her, his tall figure casting her entirely in shadow. They are the crystallization of the earth, the sedimentation of energy, and they also have their own breath and heartbeat. What you need to do is not to look at them, but to become a part of them. Shirley looked at Chu Yang with some confusion. To become a part of them? Chu Yang didn't explain, but directly took her small, calloused hand. Come with me, I'll take you somewhere. The two walked through a long underground corridor and arrived at the most central and secluded area of the camp. This is the camp's geothermal energy conversion station. Huge mechanical pipes crisscrossed the area, and the scorching steam inside emitted a dull rumble. The deeper you go, the higher the temperature becomes. The air was filled with a strong smell of sulfur and an extremely heavy earth element energy. At the very center of the transfer station, there is a huge, deep pit. The deep pit leads straight down to the earth's depths, where one can vaguely see the churning reddish-brown magma below, radiating a suffocating heat. An ordinary person standing here would probably faint from dehydration in less than a minute. But Shirley showed an extremely comfortable expression. She took a deep breath, her originally pale face turning rosy from the heat, and her eyes shining brightly. This place feels so welcoming. Shirley murmured, feeling the ground beneath her feet tremble slightly, a steady and ancient pulse. Chu Yang activated a faint energy shield, enveloping the two of them and protecting them from the deadly high temperature. Close your eyes. Chu Yang's voice rang in Shirley's ears. Forget that you are a person, forget your body. Imagine yourself as a seed, sinking into this scalding rock. Go listen to the oldest heartbeat deep within the earth. Shirley obediently closed her eyes. In this extreme environment, her senses were amplified to an extreme degree. She felt her consciousness plummeting downwards, piercing through the hard basalt and the flowing granite. She saw countless mineral veins shimmering in the darkness, like glowing blood vessels connecting the entire planet. But just as her consciousness tried to touch those lights, an invisible resistance blocked her. That's the barrier of talent. That is the chasm between mortals and gods. Shirley's breathing became rapid, and fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. She was unwilling to accept it. She wanted to see those lights clearly, she wanted to grasp those pulsating energies. Just then, A broad and warm hand was placed on her back. A vast, yet gentle, power surged wildly into her body through that palm. "Follow me, don't be afraid." Chu Yang's voice resounded directly in the depths of her soul. He gently hugged Shirley's petite body from behind. Shirley's clothes, which seemed a bit thin due to the high temperature, almost lost their barrier in Chu Yang's embrace. That burning body temperature, that domineering masculine aura, made Shirley's soul tremble. Chu Yang poured his understanding of the laws of the earth and his insights into the structure of matter into Shirley's soul through this most direct communication, without reservation. Boom! Shirley felt as if a sun had exploded in her mind. All the fog vanished instantly. Those previously blurry mineral veins have now become crystal clear. She could even sense that beneath some rock lay a piece of mithril yearning for sunlight. On the edge of that lava field, a precious fire spirit crystal was born. Her innate talent barriers melted away rapidly under the impact of this force, like ice encountering a raging fire. A thick, deep, earthy yellow light burst forth from Shirley's body. The light carried an aura of majesty that suppressed all things, as if the god of the earth had personally descended. Hint: Member Pomegranate's talent has achieved ultimate enhancement. Congratulations! Your exclusive talent has been officially upgraded from A grade or affinity to SSS grade Lord of all Minds. Shirley suddenly opened her eyes, her pupils now a strange dark gold, as if countless stars were flowing within them. She slowly raised her right hand and gently beckoned to the rock wall below the pit. "Rise!" accompanied by a delicate shout. The once incredibly hard rock wall emitted a violent cracking sound. Streaks of light shot out from deep within the rock strata and hovered steadily in front of the pomegranate. There were several pieces of mithril, ore emitting a ghostly blue light, and a fragment of orichalcos steel that was fiery red and radiated terrifying heat. This is no longer a perception. This is control. This represents absolute control over the Earth's mineral resources. Shirley stared blankly at her fair little hands, then at the precious materials she had summoned. She turned around and looked at the man behind her who had given her everything. "Husband." Shirley's voice was tinged with tears as she suddenly threw herself into Chu Yang's arms. Thank you for letting me see this world." Chu Yang stroked her soft, long hair, a satisfied smile curving his lips. "With this master of the mines, the industrialization of the camp will be unimpeded. Let's go and give Tang Ro and the others a big gift." Chu Yang led Shirley out of the transfer station. He knew that when these girls with SSS-level talents joined forces, this camp will become the most terrifying war machine on this blood-red continent. Meanwhile, in the distant, desolate wasteland where bones are buried, on the throne of the City of Bones, a gaunt old man draped in a black robe slowly opened his eyes, which were burning with green flames. "Can you feel the pulse of the earth?" the old man asked softly to the empty hall. From the shadows, a hoarse voice responded. "That is the aura of a new god awakening, my lord." A new god." The old man stood up and slammed the bone scepter in his hand down heavily. "Notify the Council of the Dead that on the night of the blood moon in 10 days, I will turn that city of miracles into a true dead zone. Any being that dares to defy the majesty of death will be reduced to the lowest of corpse servants." The pale moonlight shone on the white bone walls, reflecting countless hideous ghostly figures. A fateful showdown is quietly about to begin. Chapter 116 Talent Sublimation. The Pulse of the Earth. Chapter 116 Talent Sublimation. Deep within the Earth Pulse Geothermal Conversion Station, the air was so hot it was almost ignited. Chu Yang wrapped Shirley's petite body in his arms, and that domineering and pure power was like a key, forcibly unlocking the shackles deepest in her soul. Shirley felt her consciousness being completely ripped away, sinking into endless darkness. But it wasn't a cold nothingness. She heard it. It was a kind of singing voice that could not be described in words, ancient, grand, and steadfast. It was the low growl of rocks being squeezed, the symphony played by mineral veins as energy converged, and the drumbeats of molten lava surging through the Earth's core. This is the song of the Earth. Her previously vague perception became clearer than ever before at this moment. She saw intricate veins, like the blood vessels of a giant dragon, coiled deep underground. At the foot of the mountain to the east, a crimson iron or vein resembles a sleeping fire dragon. Beneath the swamp to the south, scattered specks of dark blue mithril resemble stars in the night sky. Even on the seemingly barren land beneath their feet, 3,000 meters deep, lies a massive, silvery white mineral vein emanating terrifying energy fluctuations. The direction, reserves, and purity of each mineral vein were clearly presented in her mind, like lines etched on the palm of her hand. Just then, a cold, mechanical voice, like a divine decree, exploded in her mind. Hint: Member Pomegranate has achieved a deep resonance with the Earth's veins, granting her talent and ultimate sublimation. Congratulations! Your exclusive talent has been officially upgraded from Grade A or Affinity to SSS Grade Earth Pulse. Pulse of the Earth, you are the darling of the Earth, the sole master of countless mineral deposits, and your will is the highest command of the lithosphere. Capability 1, Earth Vein Exploration. You can ignore any physical obstacles and accurately sense and locate the position, reserves, and quality of all mineral veins within a radius of thousands of miles. Ability 2, Mineral Resonance. You can establish a spiritual link with a designated mineral, commanding it to separate and purify itself from the rock strata and respond to your call. Ability 3, Rock and Soil Shaping. You can freely change the shape of rocks and soil to build, defend, or attack. Shirley suddenly opened her eyes. Those eyes, which were originally somewhat timid, had now turned into a deep, dark gold, as if countless molten gold were flowing within them. She slowly raised her right hand, looking at her fair little hands, feeling the immense power within her that was in sync with the heartbeat of the entire planet. I can touch them now. She turned around, looked up at Chu Yang, and for the first time, a confident smile bloomed on her delicate face, a smile so radiant it could outshine any flower. My husband, I can catch them now! Chu Yang released her, looked at the transformed girl, and nodded in satisfaction. Let's go back to the surface. When the two returned to the command room, Tang Rou, Su Meyer, and Lu Zhixiao were already waiting there. They all noticed the fleeting yet profoundly powerful energy fluctuation that had just passed by. Husband, this is... Lu Zhixiao pushed up his glasses, his gaze falling on Shirley, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. The girl in front of me had a completely different demeanor than she had just a few minutes ago. If it was a rough gem covered in dust before, it is now a dazzling diamond. Shirley was still a little uncomfortable with everyone's gaze and subconsciously shrank behind Chu Yang. Chu Yang patted her on the shoulder and gave her an encouraging look. Shirley took a deep breath and stepped out from behind Chu Yang. She closed her eyes and activated her new ability, Leyline Exploration. In an instant, an incredibly detailed three-dimensional map of the entire camp and even the underground structure of the surrounding hundreds of kilometers formed in her mind. Found it! She suddenly opened her eyes, her face filled with barely suppressed excitement and agitation. She pointed to the ground beneath her feet, her voice trembling slightly with emotion. My lord! Beneath our feet, just 3,000 meters deep, lies a gigantic orichalco vein. Its reserves are beyond estimation. What? Tang Rou was the first to gasp in surprise. For the first time, a look of horror appeared on her usually cold and aloof, stunningly beautiful face. Orichalco. That's the legendary metal that gods use to forge weapons. It's the core material for building top-tier rune technology. The amount they had previously seized, totaling only a few tons, was already being treated as a strategic reserve. Now Shirley says that they are standing on a huge mine? How is that possible? Little sister, are you sure you didn't misperceive it? Su Meyer was also somewhat incredulous. She blinked her alluring fox-like eyes, and the astonishing curves of her chest trembled wildly. There is not much explanation for the pomegranate. She proved everything with her actions. Under the astonished and uncertain gazes of the crowd, she walked to the open space in the center of the command room and slowly squatted down. She gently placed her small, fair hands on the cool alloy floor. Buzz! A ring of dark gold ripples silently spread out from the center of her palm, penetrating the heavy building and sinking deep into the ground. She activated her second ability, mineral resonance. She began to chant an ancient and obscure syllable, a sound that didn't sound like human language, but rather like a steady breath coming from the depths of the earth. Rumble. The entire command tower began to shake slightly. At first, only the water glass on the table was shaking, but soon the tremors became stronger and stronger, as if a minor earthquake had occurred. What's going on? Lu Zhixia grabbed the table to maintain her balance. Tang Rou stared intently at the ground in front of Shirlu, her cold phoenix eyes burning with two blazing flames. The floor, made of a special alloy, was in the center where the metal molecules were decomposing and recombining, slowly receding to the sides to reveal the dark rock layer below. Then, a scene that everyone will never forget happened. Clumps of viscous, silvery white liquid, shimmering with a brilliant metallic luster, defied the laws of physics and gushed forth from the hard rock layer like springs. These molten metals rapidly converged on the ground, forming a continuously expanding, softly glowing metallic stream. A pure and intense energy instantly filled the entire room. Oh my God! Tang Rou could no longer remain calm. She rushed forward, pulled a portable energy detector from her pocket, and plunged it into the metal stream. The readings on the instrument spiked to their peak instantly, triggering a piercing alarm. Tang Rou stared at the string of data displayed on the screen, her whole body stiffening, her voice becoming hoarse from the extreme shock. It's true! It's orichalcum liquid with a purity of 99.9%. It can be used directly without any refining. This sentence was like a bombshell dropped on a calm lake. Lu Zhixia and Su Meyer were also stunned. They stared blankly at the stream before them, formed from the finest extraordinary metals. This incredibly sophisticated mining method was completely beyond their comprehension. This is hardly mining. This is clearly a miracle of creation. The pomegranate's performance is not over yet. Her face was slightly pale from the exhaustion of her mental energy, but the light in her eyes grew even brighter. She changed her hand seals again. On the ground, 2 more rock layers cracked open. One of the gushing out was a mithril liquid emitting a ghostly blue light. In another location, a liquid gold solution, resembling molten gold, emerged. There were even a few fist-sized, complete magic crystals with what appeared to be nebulae flowing inside, which broke through the rock layers and floated steadily in midair. In just a few minutes, the once spacious command room is now filled with all sorts of top-grade, rare materials that radiate a precious glow. Overnight, the entire A10086 camp transformed from a resource-per-survivor stronghold into a supermine owner with mountains of gold and silver and overflowing wealth. The biggest bottleneck to industrial and technological development was broken in an instant by this previously unknown girl in the most incredible way. Woo! Looking at the mountain of orichalcos in front of her, Tang Rou could no longer control her emotions. For the first time, tears of excitement welled up in her usually cold phoenix eyes. The grand, violently aesthetic visions that had been impossible to realize due to material limitations in her mind now had a chance to come true. Su Meyer excitedly hugged Lu Zhixia beside her, her white fox ears twitching with excitement. With these high-purity mithril and magic crystals, her biological laboratory will experience a qualitative leap. Shirlu, the girl who used to quietly grind stones in a corner, has risen to become one of the most important core pillars of the entire camp through her own abilities. With her seemingly delicate little hands, she laid the most solid and brilliant industrial foundation for this family. Chu Yang walked to her side and pulled the girl, who was swaying from exhaustion, into his arms again. From this day forward, you are the heart of our camp. Shirlu nestled in Chu Yang's warm embrace, listening to the heartfelt cheers of her companions and feeling the gazes filled with gratitude and admiration. She smiled. He smiled like a child who had received all the candy in the world. At this moment, Tang Rou had already wiped away her tears. She took out a huge, complex design drawing from her spatial ring and slammed it onto the table. My husband! Her phoenix eyes, burning with flames, were fixed on Chu Yang, her voice filled with an undeniable fervor. I'm going to launch Project Skycraft. I'm going to turn this camp into a mobile war fortress. Chapter 117 The Engine of the Industrial Revolution. Chapter 117 The Engine of the Industrial Revolution. With an inexhaustible supply of advanced materials, the entire Camp A10086 instantly transformed into a bustling, massive construction site. A massive industrial revolution, spearheaded by Tang Rou, swept across every corner. On the east side of the camp, a previously empty area was quickly cleared. Shirlu activated her ability to shape rock and soil, pressing her hands onto the ground. Rumble! The earth seemed to come alive, with countless rocks and soil rising and taking shape on their own. In just half a day, a giant factory covering tens of thousands of square meters, filled with a combination of cyberpunk and magic style, rose from the ground. This is Tang Rou's brand new mechanical workshop. The workshop is more than 10 times the size of what it used to be. Inside, towering orichalco steel furnaces spew blue flames, processing the molten metal summoned by pomegranates into standard components. Tang Rou stood in front of the central control console, still wearing that dark purple, tight-fitting, high-slit cheongsam that perfectly accentuated her curvaceous figure. Her usually cold phoenix eyes were now gleaming with the fervent light unique to creators. Countless complex commands flowed from her fingertips and were input into the console's light screen. Tiangong 1 production line, start! With her command. On the automated production line, which stretches for hundreds of meters, countless sophisticated robotic arms begin to operate at high speed. Pieces of orichalco steel, gleaming with metallic luster, were precisely picked up, assembled, and engraved with runes. Sparks flew as the energy circuit was ignited. At the end of the production line, a 3-meter-tall humanoid creature made entirely of dark silver metal slowly walked down. Its design is full of grotesque and violent aesthetics, with complex hydraulic pipes exposed at the joints, and the core reactor in its chest emitting a ghostly blue light. This is Tang Rou's latest masterpiece, the Rune Puppet. Test begins! A runic golem took heavy steps and walked to a giant iron ore weighing 10 tons. It extends its enormous mechanical hand, easily lifting the ore above its head. Then, the palm of its other arm deforms, transforming into a high-speed rotating drill bit that instantly grinds the hard ore into powder. Strength test passed. Energy output is stable. Logical judgment, correct. Looking at the string of green, pass, on the screen, Tang Rou's lips curled into a satisfied smile. These tireless, fearless rune golems will completely liberate the camp's members from the most dangerous and arduous physical labor. Mining, transportation, construction, patrolling. On this day, the productivity of Camp A10086 officially leaped from the primitive era of human labor into the era of high-efficiency automation. Tang Rou's steps did not stop. She used Mithril's superior energy conductivity to begin a comprehensive upgrade of the entire camp's energy network. Giant energy pipes, each half a meter in diameter and crafted from a mixture of mithril and adamantite, were laid underground in the camp, much like the city's arteries. They replaced the original, energy-consuming power lines, delivering the energy from the 3 power towers to every corner of the camp with near 100% efficiency. On the city wall, the 100 rune arrow towers also underwent a complete transformation. The original gun barrel and outer casing were completely removed and replaced with brand new components cast from orichalco steel. The base of the turret is engraved with a more complex array of amplification runes designed by Tang Rou herself. One test shot! With Tang Rou's command. A blinding white light converged from the muzzle of an arrow tower's cannon. Call out! A beam of energy, several times thicker than before, shot out and accurately hit a small hill a kilometer away. Boom dash! Without a violent explosion, the 100-meter-high hill, the instant it was hit by the beam of light, seemed to be disintegrated from the inside by an invisible force, silently turning into dust that filled the sky. Its power has increased more than tenfold. Meanwhile, Sue Meyer's biological laboratory also underwent a complete upgrade. In the center of the laboratory stands a giant, 10-meter-tall ring-shaped instrument made of high-purity mithril and magic crystal. Inside the instrument, countless pale green phantoms of gene chains slowly rotated, creating a sense of beauty that blended science fiction with life. This is what Sue Meyer has always dreamed of, a large-scale gene sequence editor. Sue Meyer was still wearing her signature white lab coat today, but she had changed into a bolder black lace-trimmed camisole underneath. Her breathtaking cleavage was faintly visible as her white coat opened and closed, surging with her movements, exuding irresistible allure. She was directing several assistants to carefully place a genetic sample extracted from the remains of a hell turtle into the editor's core slot. "Start parsing!" The editor emitted a deep hum, and a massive stream of data refreshed on the screen like a waterfall. "Boss, the hell turtle's genetic sequence is too powerful." Sue Meyer looked at the preliminary analysis results, her captivating fox eyes shining brightly. Its genes contain fragments of two laws, absolute defense and superfast regeneration. If we can successfully extract them and integrate them into the enhancement potion. She didn't finish her sentence, but everyone understood what it meant. That means that Camp A1Y0086 will have a legion of super soldiers who are indestructible, and whose defenses are comparable to a mobile fortress. Thanks to the combined efforts of the three core girls, the entire camp is undergoing rapid and dramatic changes. Shirley became the busiest person, like a diligent worker bee, manipulating the rock and soil to carry out construction throughout the camp. Under her control, the alloy city wall was raised another 20 meters and its thickness increased to a terrifying 50 meters. Tang Ro also added automatically retractable orichalcum steel spikes to it. Inside the camp, rows of magnificent buildings, neatly planned and capable of withstanding the onslaught of Lord-level magical beasts, rose from the ground. A true city of miracles is taking shape at a visible pace on this blood-red wasteland. The lives of all members have been greatly improved. Automated production lines have freed up a massive amount of labor, giving them ample time to hone their combat skills in training or to learn new knowledge in the library. The entire camp presented an unprecedented and thriving scene. Standing on the top floor of the command tower, Chu Yang looked down at everything, his heart filled with the satisfaction of being the head of a large family. Agriculture, industry. These two legs are now incredibly thick and strong. This camp already possesses a solid foundation sufficient to withstand any future storms. "My lord, the initial construction of the underground base is complete," Shirley reported quietly, appearing behind him unnoticed. Chu Yang nodded. He had Shirley sculpted 5,000 meters underground, using rock and soil to hollow out a huge space large enough to accommodate 100,000 people. That place will be a 10086 last refuge, and its most crucial strategic base. Just then, Hu Yan's figure appeared in the shadows of the room like a ghost. "My lord, the intelligence network has sent back the latest news." Hu Yan's expression was somewhat serious. He projected a piece of intelligence into the air. It was a huge world map, and besides their area, there were 3 other places marked in striking red. On the eastern sea, an endless fleet composed of sea creatures has appeared. In the western desert, a group calling themselves pharaohs built a golden pyramid and enslaved tens of thousands of desert people. On the northern ice plains, the frost giant tribe is gathering, seemingly preparing to march south. Hu Yan's analysis confirmed his previous guess. This world is not dominated by just one powerful force. Chu Yang stared calmly at the few red markers on the map that seemed ready to pounce. The period of peaceful development is coming to an end. We must transform these technological advantages into overwhelming military power as soon as possible. His gaze passed through the floor-to-ceiling windows and landed on the brightly lit biological laboratory in the distance. Second-generation gene-enhancing agents. What kind of surprise will it bring him? Chapter 118 Sue Meyer's Crazy Idea. Chapter 118 Sue Meyer's Crazy Idea. Sue Meyer's brand new biological laboratory is filled with a futuristic feel. Everything here is crafted from high-purity mithril and adamantite summoned by pomegranates. The walls are smooth as mirrors, capable of isolating all energy interference. In the center of the laboratory, the giant, 10-meter-tall circular gene sequence editor emits a deep, steady hum, with countless pale green light chains flowing slowly within, exuding a beauty that seems to create life. "Boss, come quick!" Su Meyer's excited shouts came from the control panel. When Chu Yang entered the laboratory, he was greeted by this provocative scene. Su Meyer was still wearing her snow-white research lab coat, but due to continuous work, 3 buttons were undone, completely exposing the black lace camisole underneath. Her breathtakingly full bust stretched the thin fabric tightly, forming a deep, bottomless cleavage that rose and fell violently with her excited breathing, as if it were about to break free of its restraints at any moment. Her charming face showed some fatigue, but her captivating fox eyes shone brightly, and her fluffy white fox ears twitched with excitement. "I did it! I succeeded!" She pointed to a huge light screen floating in front of the control panel, on which an extremely complex double helix gene chain was slowly rotating in 3-dimensional space. "I've finally extracted the 2 most crucial fragments from the Hell Turtle's genes." She zoomed in on a segment of the gene that was shimmering with an earthy yellow light. "This is an absolute defense gene that can command cells to undergo ultra-high-density keratinization to form a physical defense layer comparable to auric alcohol." Then, she pointed to another green segment that exuded a heavy atmosphere. "This is the Earth Power gene, which allows organisms to resonate with the Earth, continuously drawing energy and achieving superfast regeneration. As long as your feet are still on the ground, you are theoretically immortal." Su Meyer became more and more excited as she spoke, her fluffy tail swishing excitedly behind her, slapping against the metal floor with a slap-slap sound. Looking at these 2 incredibly powerful gene fragments, Chu Yang also felt the terrifying power contained within them. If these 2 abilities could be granted to the soldiers in the camp, then A10086 would truly possess an invincible legion that is neither dead nor destroyed. "What were the test results for the experimental subjects?" Chu Yang asked. Upon hearing this, Su Meyer's excitement vanished instantly, and her fox ears drooped listlessly. She pulled up another surveillance video. In the video, inside a sturdy alloy isolation box, a robust laboratory mouse is injected with a pale yellow drug by a robotic arm. The moment the drug was injected, the white rat's body began to swell violently, its muscles bulged, and its size grew to the size of a small dog in just 3 seconds. But the next second, something unexpected happened. The white rat's body was like a balloon being blown up, its skin cracked inch by inch, its muscle tissue began to melt, and finally, with a pop, it completely burst open, turning into a pool of foul-smelling green slime that sizzled and corroded the entire isolation chamber. "It failed." Su Meyer scratched her hair in frustration, and her amazing chest heaved. "I tried more than 100 times, using more than a dozen different creatures, from insects to mammals, and none of them could last more than 10 seconds. The gene fragments of the Lord-level creature are too domineering. It's like stuffing a nuclear fusion engine into a tractor. The test subject's body simply couldn't withstand this level of power and collapsed directly at the cellular level." Su Meyer plopped down in the chair, the hem of her white coat slipping down to reveal 2 long, slender, fair legs encased in black stockings. She crossed her legs, her posture alluring, but her tone was full of frustration. "Simply grafting genes won't work." She raised her head, her captivating eyes fixed intently on Chu Yang. "I need a translator. A perfect vector capable of carrying, parsing, and gently transcribing these domineering genes. Only through this vector can we create enhancement drugs that can be safely used by humans." Chu Yang looked at her. This woman's scientific intuition was frighteningly sharp. "What are your thoughts?" Su Meyer took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind, and a crazy light flashed in her eyes. "Since such a perfect vessel cannot be found in nature, then I'll create one myself." She suddenly stood up, walked to a huge tactical whiteboard, grabbed a pen, and frantically wrote all sorts of complex formulas and conceptual diagrams on it. "I will use alchemy to create a completely new life form, an alchemical creature. It will have a metal skeleton, plant nerves, monster flesh and blood, and an energy crystal core. It will be a perfect, absolutely obedient artificial god." This idea is incredibly audacious. It has transcended the realm of mere genetics, touching upon alchemy and even the taboo area of creating life, in theology. Although Sue Mayer had this crazy idea, she soon hit a wall again. How can we give a mixture of inorganic and organic matter real life? What is the essence of life? And what is the soul? These ultimate philosophical questions stood before her like an insurmountable mountain. For the next few days, Sue Mayer completely locked herself in the laboratory. Every time Chu Yang went to see her, he could see her almost mad with desire in her pursuit of truth. The laboratory was a mess, littered with the remains of failed experiments. Some were charred, others melted into slime, and the air was thick with the pungent smell of burning chemicals and proteins. Sue Mayer looked much more haggard. Her eyes were sunken and bloodshot, and her once white research lab coat was stained with various colors. But this is a difficult word to translate directly, but it implies a state of listlessness, apathy, and appearance, combined with her still hot and sexy figure, created a breathtakingly messy beauty. She worked tirelessly, relying on intravenous nutrition and energy drinks to maintain her bodily functions, while her brain was operating at an alarming rate. She experimented with thousands of materials as the core of her alchemy. A powerful monster's heart, plant sap brimming with life energy, or even a vengeful spirit crystal imbued with soul power. But without exception, they all failed. Those things that were created were just a bunch of moving rotten flesh, with no life to speak of. That afternoon, when Chu Yang pushed open the laboratory door again, a strong sense of danger rushed towards him. He saw Sue Mayer standing in front of the gene editor's control panel, with a syringe emitting an eerie red light floating in front of her. That was a semi-finished product she created by using her own blood as a catalyst, mixing it with fragments of hell turtle genes and more than a dozen unstable catalysts. She actually wanted to use herself as a test subject. Sue Mayer! Stop! Chu Yang's voice carried a hint of anger, and in a flash, he appeared in front of Sue Mayer. Sue Mayer was startled by the shout, but the obsession in her eyes did not diminish. Instead, she raised the needle and was about to inject it into her arm. If I succeed, I can become the perfect vessel. What is this risk compared to the truth? She roared as if possessed. Chu Yang's eyes narrowed, and he stopped talking nonsense. He grabbed Sue Mayer's wrist, which was holding the injection, and squeezed it hard. Ah! Sue Mayer winced in pain, her hand loosened, and the dangerous syringe fell to the ground, shattering with a crack. The red liquid instantly corroded the ground, creating a large hole that emitted black smoke. You're insane! Chu Yang grabbed her shoulders and shook her violently. What I need is a living scientist who can continuously create value for the camp, not a corpse sacrificed for so-called truth. After being yelled at by Chu Yang, the madness in Sue Mayer's eyes finally subsided, replaced by endless grievances and resentment. The stress and exhaustion she had been accumulating for days finally erupted at this moment. Oh no, what can I do? I've reached a dead end. Like a helpless child, she threw herself into Chu Yang's arms and burst into tears, smearing her tears and snot all over him. Chu Yang sighed, gently patting her trembling back, letting her vent her emotions. When her crying subsided, Chu Yang helped her sit up and cupped her pretty face, which was streaked with tears. You've gone astray, Mayer. Chu Yang's voice softened, yet it possessed a penetrating power that struck straight to the soul. The essence of life is not the accumulation of material things. Even if you put together the most precious materials in the world, you cannot create the humblest life. Because life is the orderly transmission of information, the embodiment of rules, and the manifestation of the Tao. Sue Mayer sobbed, looking at Chu Yang with a mixture of understanding and confusion. She knew her research had hit a wall. This wasn't something that could be solved by doing more experiments. Rather, it was that her understanding, her worldview, had reached its limit. She needs a higher level of wisdom to help her break through that barrier. She raised her head and stared intently at Chu Yang with her fox-like eyes, red and swollen from crying, yet still alluring and captivating. She stretched out her slender arms and took the initiative to wrap them around Chu Yang's neck. She stood on tiptoe and pressed her full, soft body tightly against him. Husband. Her voice had a heavy nasal tone, yet it was filled with an irresistible longing. I need your wisdom. Give me your entire path. Chapter 119 Talent Sublimation. The Alchemist of Truth. Chapter 119 Talent Sublimation. Deep within the Alchemist of Truth laboratory lies the absolutely sterile central gene bank. This place is like a library full of futuristic technology, with rows of low-temperature storage cabinets made of transparent crystal neatly arranged. In each cabinet, a gene sample bottle emitting various colors of light is suspended. This place stores all the biological genetic samples collected by Camp A10086 since its establishment. From the most common moss to the legendary hell tortoise, the genetic information of tens of thousands of life forms, like sleeping stars, rests quietly here. The entire space was permeated with an aura that was both sacred and dangerous, a mixture of creation and destruction. Chu Yang gently placed Sue Meyer on the circular operating table in the center of the gene bank. Sue Meyer's white coat had already slipped off during the struggle, and now she was only wearing a black lace camisole and stockings. Her extremely hot figure looked particularly alluring against the backdrop of the gene bottles that emitted a faint glow around her. She proactively, even somewhat eagerly, approached Chu Yang. This time, there was no violent energy transfer, nor any extreme physical pleasure. When the two souls were connected in the most intimate way, a pure spiritual storm erupted in Sue Meyer's sea of consciousness. This is an ultimate discourse about life, alchemy, and the essence of the world. Chu Yang shared with her without reservation the knowledge he had gained as a transmigrator, knowledge that completely transcended the cognitive system of this world. The starting point of the Big Bang. The composition of matter, from quarks to atoms. The information and inheritance contained in the double helix structure of DNA. It even concerns the fundamental logic of how higher dimensional space is projected onto lower dimensional worlds, thereby creating matter. This knowledge was no longer a cold concept, but transformed into spiritual imprints containing the brilliance of truth, deeply imprinted on Sue Meyer's soul. Boom! Sue Meyer felt as if her brain had been struck by a bolt of lightning. Her previously solidified worldview was shattered at this moment, and then reconstructed in a more advanced and essential way. Countless inspirations and epiphanies, like stars after the Big Bang, were born wildly in her mind. Her consciousness seemed to break free from the constraints of her body and soar to infinite heights. She surveyed the long river of life evolution in the world beneath her feet from an unprecedented perspective, belonging to beings of a higher dimension. She saw it. How did the first self-replicating organic macromolecule come into being in the chaotic primordial ocean, born from a chance lightning strike? She saw it. How do simple single-celled organisms evolve into a myriad of species through gene mutation and fusion? She finally understood. The ultimate goal of alchemy is not some magic trick of turning lead into gold. Rather, it is the ultimate application of the most fundamental law of the universe, equivalent exchange. They use immense energy and spiritual power as a price, to exchange for the right to alter the fundamental rules of the world. Using intangible information as a blueprint, we can create tangible matter out of thin air. Her originally somewhat extreme B-grade talent for explosive art, which focused on destruction and explosion, underwent a fundamental transformation in this mind-blowing cognitive upgrade. At the end of destruction is decomposition. The opposite of decomposition is reconstruction. At that very moment, the cold system notification sound, like a divine decree from the heavens, solemnly echoed deep within her soul. Hint: member Sue Meyer has glimpsed a corner of the truth, causing a leap in the essence of her soul and an ultimate sublimation of her talent. Congratulations! Your exclusive talent has been officially promoted from B-rank Explosion Art to SSS rank Alchemist of Truth. Alchemist of Truth, you are a rule editor walking among humans. Everything in your eyes is a stream of information that can be disassembled and reconstructed. Ability 1, Eye of Truth. You can analyze the essential composition of all things and read their most fundamental rule information. Ability 2, Matter Reconstruction. Based on understanding the rule information of a target object, you can consume spiritual power to modify its form and properties to a limited extent. Ability 3, Life Transmutation. Through alchemical arrays, using information as a blueprint, You can endow non-living entities with the authority of life. Warning: this ability severely violates the laws of world balance. Its use will bring unpredictable consequences. Su Mayer suddenly opened her eyes. Those alluring fox eyes were now filled with a torrent of data composed of zeros and ones. The whole world had completely changed in her eyes. The Chu Yang before her was no longer a flesh and blood person, but a magnificent collection of codes composed of countless pieces of life information, radiating brilliant golden light, and so complex that she could not decipher it at all. The alloy floor beneath her feet was covered with clear formulas for the arrangement and combination of elements such as iron, carbon, and mithril. She slowly extended her fair and slender right hand toward a glass of ordinary purified water on the lab table next to her. She activated a brand new ability, matter reconstruction. In her eyes of truth, the chemical formula, H2O, of that glass of water was clearly visible. Her mind stirred. The clear, pure water began to boil and decompose violently without any external interference. Hydrogen and oxygen atoms were forcibly separated and then recombined with other carbon and nitrogen elements in the air in a completely new molecular formula conceived in her mind. In just 3 seconds, that glass of colorless and odorless pure water has magically transformed into a glass of top-quality red wine with a rich fruity aroma and mellow color. This miraculous feat of turning water into wine left even Su Mayer speechless. She picked up the glass of wine and took a small sip. That rich flavor and complex layers of taste were indeed the finest Romani Conti she had ever tasted. She knew that she had stepped into a realm belonging to the gods, a realm she had never dared to imagine before. She became someone who possessed a portion of the power of creation. Isn't that amazing? Chu Yang's voice rang out from the side. He had already dressed and was admiring Su Mayer's shocked yet ecstatic expression. But this kind of alchemy that creates something from nothing, every time it is used, creates entropy out of thin air, which will cause a backlash from the corrective force of the world's rules. Moreover, it consumes a huge amount of your mental energy. Do not use it unless absolutely necessary. Chu Yang's reminder was like a bucket of cold water, instantly calming her somewhat inflated ego. She nodded and refocused her attention on her research field. She looked again at the genetic fragment belonging to the hell turtle on the screen. This time, she could no longer only see the surface structure as before. Under the eye of truth, she saw the most fundamental code of life contained within it, written by countless base pairs. I see. She activated her truth analysis ability and easily cracked the operating logic of these codes. Then, her brain, like a top-of-the-line supercomputer, began to work at lightning speed. She used the genes of the hell turtle as a blueprint, and incorporated the advantages of thousands of monsters stored in her gene pool. The speed of a cheetah, the strength of a dragon, the bioelectricity of an electric eel, and the mimicry of a chameleon. A brand new, perfectly compatible, chimeric gene chain that incorporates the advantages of hundreds of organisms, a veritable work of art, has been successfully written in her mind. Next, it's time to create the carrier. She took out a fist-sized, emerald green crystal from a safe, the stone of life. She placed the crystal at the core of the alchemy array in the center of the gene bank. Then she formed a mudra with her hands and began chanting ancient incantations. Under her will, the orichalcum summoned by pomegranate, the rune components provided by tangro, and the iron wire vines cultivated by the wood spirit, countless precious materials, began to converge and fuse around the stone of life. Under Chu Yang's witness, a skeleton made of fluid metal, nerves woven from plant fibers, flesh a mixture of various magical beast muscle tissues, and organs powered by energy crystals. A homunculus brimming with life and violent aesthetics slowly took shape amidst the dazzling light of the alchemical array. Its appearance is very similar to that of a human, but it is more perfect than a human, with every inch of its muscle lines exuding explosive power. The final step. Su Mayer injected that perfect, chimeric gene chain into the newborn artificial human body through a catheter. Thump! A strong, powerful heartbeat resounded in the silent gene bank. The android's chest began to rise and fall steadily. It had officially come to life. I did it! I did it! Sue Meyer looked at her masterpiece with a fascinated and satisfied smile on her face. This alchemical creature, which she named Gaia 1, not only possessed the abnormal defense and regeneration abilities of the Hell Tortoise, but also had extraordinary speed and strength, making it a perfect, tireless fighting weapon. More importantly, its genes have been gently transcribed by the Stone of Life, making them stable and safe. Sue Meyer can extract a revolutionary second-generation gene enhancement drug from it at any time, which can be safely used by the camp members. Unable to contain her overwhelming joy any longer, she turned around abruptly, and, like a fledgling swallow returning to its nest, rushed into the arms of Chu Yang, who had been waiting nearby. She tilted her beautiful face, flushed with excitement, and offered a passionate, even somewhat devout, kiss. My husband, thank you. Thank you for opening the final door to the truth for me. After a long while, their lips parted. Sue Meyer leaned against Chu Yang's chest, feeling the sense of security and endless possibilities that this man gave her. Her fox-like eyes, gleaming with intelligence, turned once more to the perfect android. Gaia 1. And an even bolder, more insane idea quietly sprouted in her mind. She licked her lips, which were flushed from the kiss, and asked softly in an almost dreamlike voice. My lord, since we can create life using alchemy, then do you think we could use alchemy to create a world of our own? Chapter 120 The Birth of the Super God Warrior Legion. Chapter 120 The Birth of the Super God Warrior Legion. The news that Sue Meyer had successfully developed the second-generation gene enhancement drug swept through the entire A10086 camp like a whirlwind. Everyone was in an uproar. The leap in power brought about by the first-generation potion is still fresh in our minds. Now, the second-generation potion, which is even more powerful and perfect, has been launched. What this means is self-evident. The atmosphere was extremely tense inside the highest medical center in the camp. The area has been temporarily cleared out, with only a few key individuals present. Sue Meyer wore her signature white lab coat, but today she had changed into a tight-fitting silver turtleneck combat suit underneath, which completely covered her fiery and alluring figure, adding to her ascetic allure. The continuous battles had left a trace of fatigue on her charming face, but her captivating fox-like eyes shone with an unprecedented brilliance. She carefully took out several syringes containing a pale golden liquid from a temperature-controlled safe. The second-generation gene enhancement drug, I call it Gaia's blood. Sue Meyer's voice trembled slightly. The first batch of finished products consists of only 10 vials. The drug's effects are stable, but for absolute safety, it must be injected under monitoring. Sue Meyer stood quietly to the side, dressed in a pristine white nurse's gown, her beautiful face etched with seriousness. Her hands hovered in front of her, a soft, golden light gathering in her palms, ready to respond to any unexpected event. Chu Yang, Lin Qingshuang, Li Qian, and Tang Rou, as the camp's top combat force, will be the first to take the plunge. I'll go first. Chu Yang picked up a syringe without hesitation. He sat down in the specially designed injection chair, rolled up his sleeves, revealing his bronze, well-defined arms. Sue Meyer personally operated the needle, inserting it into Chu Yang's vein, and the pale golden medicine was slowly pushed into his body. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at Chu Yang. The moment the medicine entered his body, Chu Yang's body shuddered violently. However, the expected violent energy surge did not occur. Instead, a gentle yet incredibly powerful life energy, like the warmest stream in spring, instantly flowed through his limbs and bones. He could clearly feel every cell in his body rejoicing. Muscle fibers become stronger, bone density steadily increases, and even blood flow seems to speed up. Every corner of the body is being optimized and strengthened at the deepest level by this energy in a subtle and silent way. There was no pain, only a feeling of complete comfort, a feeling of being reborn, from the inside out. How are you feeling? Lu Zhixia asked anxiously from the side, holding a data board in her hand, on which Chu Yang's various vital signs were rising rapidly in an extremely steady curve. Very good. Chu Yang opened his eyes, clenched his fist, and a muffled explosion echoed in the air. My strength has increased by at least 30%, and my body's affinity for energy is much higher. The effect was even better than he had expected. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that Chu Yang was safe and sound. Next up is Lin Qingxuang. She wore a white dress, her beautiful, aloof face revealing no emotion. As the medicine was injected into her body, she simply closed her eyes. A chilling blue aura and purple arcs of electricity uncontrollably emanated from her body. But soon, she drew that energy back into her body. She suddenly opened her eyes, a hint of surprise flashing in her clear, cold eyes. The connection between my sword intent and my body is stronger now, she said softly, her voice carrying a hint of excitement that she herself was unaware of. She could feel the ice and lightning power within her body circulating more smoothly, as if it had become part of her breathing. She had a strong premonition that, with a little more seclusion, her swordsmanship cultivation, which had stagnated for some time, would break through again. The third is Li Qian. This violent little girl had been waiting impatiently for a long time. She snatched the syringe and injected herself with it. Boom! Li Qian's transformation was the most dramatic of all. A visible golden wave of energy suddenly erupted from her center. From within her petite body, there were crackling sounds like popping beans. Her muscles became firmer at an astonishing rate, and her skin even developed a faint metallic sheen. Ah! That's awesome! Li Qian let out a wild roar, jumped off the chair, and slammed her fist into a punching machine made of orichalcum steel, which was used to test strength. Bang dash! A deafening bang that could shatter eardrums. The testing machine, weighing several tons and supposedly capable of withstanding a full-force attack from a lord-level magical beast, saw its numbers skyrocket before finally exploding, sending sparks flying everywhere. And in the center of that half-meter-thick orichalco steel target, there was a clear fist print several inches deep. My God! Sue Meyer couldn't help but curse as she looked at the fist mark. This little monster's pure power is probably enough to go toe-to-toe with an adult sub-dragon. Li Qian shook her little fists, grinned, and her eyes, which had turned bloodshot with excitement, were filled with a fanatical fighting spirit. Finally, there's Tang Rou. After the injection, there were no obvious changes in her appearance. She simply sat there quietly, her always cold and sharp phoenix eyes closed, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. It took her a full 5 minutes before she slowly opened her eyes. She didn't speak, but simply took out a data board from her spatial ring, her 10 fingers leaving a blur on the light screen. Countless complex, unprecedented rune designs and mechanical blueprints were rapidly generated on the screen. My brain's processing speed has increased at least 5-fold. Tang Rou stopped what she was doing, her tone calm, but deep within her phoenix eyes burned a flame of creation. Moreover, my precision in microscopic manipulation of energy has reached a new level. This means that she can design and manufacture more sophisticated and powerful war machines. Test results, perfect. The blood of Gaia was not only successful, but its effects far exceeded expectations. It can provide the most perfect adaptive enhancement based on each person's talent and physique, raising everyone's strength to a whole new level. Mass production! We must start mass production immediately! Lu Jixia made a decisive decision after looking at the test data. Sue Meyer nodded. Based on the real-time data she had just collected from several people, she made final adjustments to the potion formula. Subsequently, under her orders, the perfect alchemical creature, named Gaia 1, was sent into a specially designed incubation chamber. It will serve as a continuous mother, producing massive amounts of Gaia's blood for the entire camp. A few days later, a brand new team of 30 elite combatants assembled in the central square of the camp. They were the first warriors to receive the second-generation enhancement drug. Each of them possessed superhuman physical abilities, and the powerful aura emanating from them combined to create a suffocating sense of oppression. This team was named by Chu Yang as the God-Chosen Guard. Lin Qingxuang served as the head instructor, and Li Qian served as the deputy instructor. Attention! Li Qian shouted as she stood at the front of the formation, carrying her thunder axe. The 30 team members instantly stood up straight, their movements perfectly synchronized. From this day forward, you are the sharpest blades in the camp. Your mission is to tear apart any enemy who dares to stand in my husband's way. Do you understand? Understood. The 30 men roared in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. The average combat strength of this team has completely surpassed that of any so-called elite unit in any class on the Crimson Continent. They are a truly extraordinary legion. Camp A10086 finally possessed the confidence to challenge any world-class hegemon head-on. Oh, right, boss, this potion has a hidden benefit. Su Meyer leaned close to Chu Yang, her breath sweet as orchids in his ear. I discovered that it can greatly slow down cell aging and maintain peak bodily function. In other words, she blinked her captivating fox-like eyes. We won't grow old anymore. This news caused all the girls present to erupt in an uncontrollable cheer. The allure of eternal youth is something no woman can resist. However, just as the entire camp was immersed in the euphoria of their sudden surge in strength, a dark figure appeared like a ghost in the corner of the command room. That's nonsense. His expression was extremely solemn, even showing a hint of fear. Sir, urgent intelligence. Hu Yan's voice was hoarse as he projected a piece of intelligence into the air. It was a black area marked on the system map, with only 3 blood-red question marks on it. This is a forbidden zone called the Abyss of Oblivion, located in the far west of the continent. Our few shadow scouts stationed on the outermost edge have just sent back their last message. Hu Yan played an extremely blurry video filled with static. In the video, the earth is violently torn apart, and deep, bottomless black cracks appear out of nowhere. From those cracks emerge countless black creatures, winged and clawed, resembling demons. In the final seconds of the video, an indescribably huge claw, seemingly composed of pure shadow and chaos, slowly emerged from the abyss and crushed the entire mountain where the person filming was standing. The video ends here. All scouts have been wiped out. Hu Yan's voice was hoarse. At the same time, the system issued the latest continent-wide warning. He brought up the system panel. World-class warning, the Lord of the Abyss has awakened, and the countdown to world destruction has begun. Attention all survivors, a worldwide purification is about to begin. Chapter 121 Let's create a world for fun. A 10086 ideal world. Chapter 121 Let's create a world for fun. A 10086 ideal world. The doomsday warning from the distant west, like the sword of Damocles hanging over everyone's heads, cast a shadow over the camp in its ecstasy. But A10086's progress did not stop there. On the contrary, an unprecedented sense of urgency spurred this miraculous city to operate at an even more frantic pace. Inside the camp, an efficient, precise, and self-sufficient internal ecosystem has begun to take shape. It was early morning before dawn. The Wood Spirit's miracle farm was already a scene of bustling activity. Hundreds of farming puppets, the latest products manufactured by Tangru Factory, traversed the fields. With their spider-like, multi-legged structure, they can adapt to various complex terrains. Their front robotic arms are equipped with high-frequency vibrating cutters and automatic pickup devices, harvesting the ripe magical wheat. Some of the harvested magic wheat is transported directly to the central kitchen via an automated conveyor belt to become rations for the camp members. The other, highest quality specimens were sent to Su Meyer's biological laboratory. These magical plants, imbued with pure life energy, are indispensable raw materials for Su Meyer to refine various potions and conduct alchemical experiments. The organic-rich waste produced in the laboratory is then processed to become the best fertilizer for the farm, nourishing the next season's crops. On the other side, Shirlu stood in the center of a newly developed mining area. She closed her eyes, pressed her hands together lightly, and felt the pulse deep within the earth. Guided by her will, streams of pure molten metal were summoned from the depths of the earth and flowed into huge storage tanks. These top-grade minerals are the blood that allows Tang Rou's industrial system to function. Inside Tang Rou's automated factory, the enormous furnaces burn day and night. These minerals were processed into various precision parts and components, which were then assembled into more powerful agricultural golems, stronger building materials, and more lethal weapons. The high-precision geological exploration instruments that Tang Rou created were then handed over to Shirlu, helping her to more clearly perceive and locate those even rarer mineral veins hidden deep within the planet. Muling's agriculture, Shirliu's mining, Tang Rou's industry, and Su Meyer's technology. These four pillars, like four closely meshed gears, support and promote each other, propelling the entire camp forward at an unprecedented speed. Su Muyu is the lubricant and stabilizer of this vast ecosystem. As she walked along the ridges of the fields, the growth cycle of the magical plants was greatly shortened wherever the holy light touched. She appeared in the factory, and the girls who were exhausted from the high-intensity work were instantly revitalized by her praise of life. Her presence provides the gentlest yet most solid protection for this high-speed system. All of this was coordinated by Lu Jixia and Hu Yan. Inside the command center, countless points of light representing resources and manpower flow across a huge holographic sand table. Lu Jixia wore a well-tailored black business suit that perfectly accentuated her alluring S-shaped figure. She adjusted her frameless glasses and calmly allocated every resource, ensuring that this massive system would function flawlessly. Hu Yan and his shadow forces acted like an invisible net, monitoring all activity inside and outside the camp and nipping any potential chaos or danger in the bud. With the survival problem completely solved, life at the camp began to become more colorful. For the first time, a true, commercial street appeared on the wide street. A skillful girl opened a tailor shop, using the fur of various magical beasts and plant fibers to design beautiful and practical clothes, attracting fashion-loving girls to linger. A plump middle-aged woman with superb culinary skills opened a restaurant in the central square. She researched and developed hundreds of cooking methods for magical plants, and the delicious taste made everyone praise her. The most popular one is the Dream Experience Hall, opened by a girl named Meng Neng. The girl's talent is dream weaving. With Chu Yang's guidance, she created a dream generator that can connect the consciousness of multiple people. People can experience urban life in peacetime while they are asleep, engage in fierce battles in a virtual game world, and even reunite with their loved ones. This project greatly enriched the spiritual lives of all members and made them feel a deeper attachment to this home. A 10086 is no longer just a cold military fortress. It truly became an ideal state with its own social structure, economic system, and cultural entertainment. Standing atop the command tower, Chu Yang looked down at the city below, filled with laughter and joy, and felt an indescribable sense of pride welling up inside him. He did it. He not only gave these girls hope to live, but also gave them a world full of light and warmth that they could call home. But Chu Yang's vision went further. For a civilization to truly endure, strong military power and a prosperous life are not enough. It requires the transmission of knowledge and the birth of new blood. Jixia, I plan to open a comprehensive university within the camp, Chu Yang said to Lu Jixia beside him. University? Lu Jixia was somewhat surprised. Yes. Chu Yang nodded. We need to systematically organize all the knowledge we all possess. From the most basic arithmetic to Tang Rou's mechanical engineering, Su Meyer's genetic biology, and even Lin Qingxuang's swordsmanship and Li Qian's martial arts. We want to turn these into teaching materials that can be passed down to future generations. This idea made Lu Jixia's breathing quicken. She understood that Chu Yang was laying the foundation for the eternal future of the emerging civilization A10086. Just as Chu Yang was planning the future of civilization, another hidden effect of his SSS-level talent, branching out, began to quietly emerge. Inside the medical center, Su Muyu held several of the latest medical examination reports, a strange expression on her face that was a mixture of surprise and shyness. She ran quickly to the command center and handed the report to Chu Yang. Husband, you should see for yourself. Chu Yang took the report with a puzzled look, and when he saw its contents, he was stunned. The report shows that the bodies of almost all the core girls who had deep soul-to-soul communication with him, Lin Qingxuang, Li Qian, Lu Jixia, Su Meyer, etc., were unknowingly optimized to the most suitable state for conceiving life. Their life force field becomes extremely strong and stable. If they want to have children now, there is a very high probability that their offspring will inherit the powerful talents of both parents, and may even produce benign mutations that surpass their parents. The final and most important link in this ecosystem, the propagation and continuation of life, is about to be completed. The flame of civilization of A10086 will continue to burn brightly here. Just as this city of miracles was immersed in the dual joy of creation and rebirth. A sharp, urgent, and terrified thought traveled thousands of kilometers and exploded directly in Chu Yang's mind. This is the camp's top scout. Wind chime. A wind whisperer with the talent of a wind whisperer, relaying an urgent message from the distant front lines. My husband's thing has woken up. It's coming this way. Chapter 122. All players on the server are pulled into a death countdown. Chapter 122. All players on the server were pulled into a death countdown. That sharp thought, like a red-hot steel needle, pierced Chu Yang's mind. My husband's thing has woken up. The sound of the wind chimes was filled with unprecedented terror, intermittent, as if the signal might be cut off at any moment. It's coming this way. The moment he finished speaking, the mental link snapped shut with a snap. The atmosphere in the command center, which had just become somewhat ambiguous and warm due to the branching out plan, instantly froze. The smiles vanished from all the girls' faces, replaced by an unprecedented solemnity. Feng Ling's mental strength is very strong, enough to terrify her to this extent, to the point that she couldn't even maintain a mental link. Lu Jixia pushed up her glasses, a hint of unease flashing in her eyes behind the lenses. What exactly did she see? Chu Yang didn't speak. He closed his eyes and extended his mental energy, trying to capture the last trace of the wind chime in the air. The next second, a blurry yet terrifying image unfolded in his mind. It was an unimaginably huge volcano, its pitch-black body piercing the clouds. But at this moment, this volcano, which has been dormant for countless millennia, is erupting violently. What gushed out was not scorching lava and thick smoke. Instead, it was an endless, viscous, black torrent that exuded a strong, decaying stench. Chu Yang zoomed in on the image. That wasn't a torrent at all. That was a swarm of hundreds of millions of black beetles of various sizes. They blotted out the sky, forming a constantly writhing and expanding black canopy. Wherever they passed, whether it was hard rock or tenacious lichen, all life energy and material energy were instantly absorbed. After they passed, the earth was left with only a deathly still, gray-white expanse, as if all color had been drained away. That was a color that represented the end. Buzz dash. Inside the command center, a piercing alarm suddenly blared. Hu Yan suddenly rushed to an old data analyzer and frantically scribbled on the screen with his hands. Soon, an extremely incomplete ancient document from the previous civilization was retrieved. When Hu Yan saw the ancient hieroglyphic symbol in the document that represented devouring and ending, his face turned deathly pale. He seemed to have all his strength drained away, his body trembled uncontrollably, and the data tablet in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. It's over. Hu Yan's voice was dry and hoarse, carrying a fear that came from the depths of his soul. It turns out the legends are true. Nonsense, what is this thing? Li Qian grabbed his collar and questioned him loudly. Hu Yan raised his head, his lips trembling, and squeezed out a name from between his teeth, a name that represented absolute destruction in the oldest legend of the Crimson Continent. World-devouring locust. The moment this name was mentioned, even the usually calm Lu Jixia and Tang Rou changed their expressions. Legend has it that the world-devouring locusts were the destroyers of the previous civilization era. Hu Yan's voice was choked with sobs. They were the planet's cleaners, the tools used by the world's will to restart civilization. They will devour everything on the planet, returning all matter and energy to chaos. Once a world has been completely consumed, they will collectively hibernate, slumbering deep within the Earth's core, awaiting the revival of the next civilization and the accumulation of sufficient nutrients once more. Before Hu Yan could finish speaking, a cold, grand, and emotionless mechanical voice resounded throughout the Crimson Continent, echoing in the minds of every class monitor. A world-class event begins. Natural disasters strike. Warning, the locusts that devour the world have awakened, and their hunger will consume everything. Mission objective, survive. Note, the devouring locusts will prioritize moving towards areas with the highest concentration of life energy. All survivors, please be prepared. The moment the announcement ended. On the massive holographic war sand table in the command center, the map representing the entire Crimson Continent underwent drastic changes. In the Forgotten Abyss, in the far west of the map, a huge black vortex appeared out of nowhere, and is expanding wildly at a visible speed. The area where Camp A10086 is located, the only vibrant green patch on the desolate gray map, is locked in place by a huge, conspicuous, ominous blood-red arrow. Below the arrow, there is a constantly jumping countdown timer that emits a bloody glow. 168:00:00. 1 week. Within a week at most, the vanguard of the swarm will arrive at the camp. We've become their primary target, Lu Zhixiang muttered to herself, staring at the glaring red arrow. This is not hard to understand. After several months of development, nourished by the blessings of Motherwood Spirit, Camp A10086 has become the most dazzling and fertile oasis on this desolate continent. For the devouring locusts, who had been starving for countless eons, this place was an irresistible feast. This time, they were no longer facing Lao's rabble, which could be easily crushed. What they are about to face is an endless stream of ancient natural disasters that represent the will to destroy the world. The shadow of war instantly enveloped the entire City of Miracles. The newly established prosperity and order appears so fragile in the face of the word, natural disaster. A suffocating sense of despair emanated from the distant west, weighing heavily on everyone's heart. Inside the command center, there was a deathly silence. Even Li Qian, who is usually fearless, was now gripping her thunder battle axe tightly, her face full of solemnity. The girls all knew that this would be an epic battle that would determine the fate of the entire civilization. If you lose, everything returns to dust. In the midst of this solemn silence, Chu Yang slowly opened his eyes. He walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the miraculous city he had built with his own hands, and at the people on the streets who were panicking because of the system announcement. His face showed no fear, not even a trace of solemnity. His handsome face remained unusually calm. Beneath the calm surface lies a raging, almost sky-piercing fighting spirit. What others see as apocalyptic natural disasters, he sees as the best touchstone. It is his City of Miracles, the best stage to show his fangs to the world and to that high and mighty system. He wanted all beings to see that the civilization he, Chu Yang, had built was not food to be manipulated by the will of the world. Instead, it is an unparalleled overlord who can defy the heavens and completely trample so-called natural disasters under his feet. What are you all afraid of? Chu Yang turned around, his calm and powerful voice like a stabilizing force, instantly dispelling all the tension and unease in the command center. They're just a bunch of bugs. Since they are hungry, they want to come here to find food. Then let's heat up the pot and cook them all into a dish. He walked to the war sand table, stretched out his finger, and pressed it heavily on the ever-expanding black shadow. Pass on my orders! Chu Yang's voice wasn't loud, but it carried a powerful aura capable of shaking mountains and rivers. City of Miracles, from this moment on, enters the highest state of war. All production lines have been switched to military production, and all personnel have had their leave cancelled and entered combat readiness training. A week from now, I will show these ignorant insects who the true master of this continent is. His words were like a fire, instantly igniting the passion and pride in the hearts of all the girls. That's right. They are A10086. A city of miracles built on the corpses of hellish tortoises. Do these mere insects think they can shake up their home? Fuck them! Li Qian was the first to respond, slamming her massive battle axe into the ground, sparks flying. I'm going to drag out their queen, twist her head off, and use it as a football. Starting immediately, all production lines of the Tiangong project will operate 24/7 to produce rune golems and railgun arrays. Tang Ro's phoenix eyes burned with the flames of creation and destruction. All functional plants in the agricultural area will be converted into offensive magical plants. Mu Ling's emerald green eyes were filled with determination. I will raise the strongest rock barrier, so they can't even touch the city walls. Shirlu's voice was still soft, but her tone was extremely firm. Commands were issued from the command center, and the entire Miracle City, this massive war machine, instantly started operating at 200% efficiency. Chu Yang looked at the girls, whose fighting spirit had been rekindled, and nodded in satisfaction. His gaze finally settled on the woman who had remained silent throughout, but whose eyes gleamed with a mixture of madness and excitement. Su Meyer. Chu Yang knew very well that conventional weapons would ultimately have limited effectiveness against an endless swarm of insects. To solve the problem at its root, we must resort to some unreasonable methods. And this trump card, capable of turning the tide of the battle, is in Su Meyer's laboratory. Mayor, Chu Yang said. Boss, I'm here. Su Meyer licked her rosy lips, her alluring fox eyes shining brightly. I need the craziest, most absurd stuff in your lab. I want you to build me a treasure that will make these insects regret ever being born into this world, at the genetic level. Chapter 123 Fighting Natural Disasters with the Weapons of the Gods. Chapter 123 Fighting Natural Disasters with the Weapons of the Gods. Night falls. The command center of the City of Miracles was brightly lit, but the atmosphere was somber. A high-level pre-war meeting, which will determine the fate of the entire camp and even the entire civilization, is being held here. On the enormous holographic sand table, the black shadow representing the world-devouring locust has already covered nearly a third of the western continent, and is still spreading toward a 10086 at a terrifying speed. Based on the latest data analysis, the swarm is moving faster than we anticipated. In at most 6 days, their vanguard will be within our fire range. Lu Jixia stood in front of the sand table. Today, she was wearing a black, tight-fitting tactical uniform that perfectly accentuated her curvaceous S-shaped figure. On her beautiful face, she wore a pair of tactical analysis glasses, on which massive amounts of data were constantly flashing. My suggestion is to build 3-tiered defenses on the perimeter. Tang Ro stepped forward. Her signature high-slit cheongsam had been replaced with a more streamlined dark gray one, but her long, beautiful legs, encased in black stockings, were still faintly visible through the slit, exuding a deadly allure. She pulled up another deployment map. The first line of defense consists of 3,000 self-destructing rune spiders. They will lie in wait underground and detonate when the swarm passes by, using high-intensity electromagnetic pulses and infrasound to paralyze and kill as many of their lower-level units as possible. The second line of defense consists of 500 mobile railgun arrays, controlled by the Rune Golem Legion, which provide indiscriminate saturation fire coverage. The third line of defense, which is our main city wall, has been reinforced with an orichalcos steel thorn field and a high-energy laser net. Any creature that gets close will be instantly vaporized. Tang Ro's plan was full of violent aesthetics, simple, brutal, yet most effective. I can raise a circular rock barrier, 500 meters high and 100 meters thick, outside the main city wall. Shirlu continued, her dark golden eyes gleaming with a light that resonated with the earth. I can continuously repair and reinforce this barrier to hinder the swarm's ground advance to the greatest extent possible. The girls' tactics were progressive and layered, taking conventional defense to its extreme. If the enemy were a human army, they probably wouldn't even have the right to approach such an impenetrable wall. But this time, their enemy is natural disaster. It's useless. Huyan's hoarse voice poured cold water on everyone's enthusiasm. He pulled up the tattered ancient book and pointed to a mural depicting a giant insect. According to ancient records, the truly terrifying aspect of the devouring world locusts lies not in their endless numbers, but in their reproductive core, the queen. As long as the queen mother doesn't die, she can transform any organic or inorganic matter into new eggs in a very short time. No matter how fast we kill her, we can't outrun her regeneration rate. Hu Yan's face was extremely ugly. All our defenses, all our firepower, will eventually be worn down. The key to this war, from the very beginning, was not how many insects we eliminated but how to accurately locate and kill the queen hidden among billions of insect swarms. This question plunged the previously heated meeting room into a deathly silence once again. This is almost an impossible task. The Queen Mother's location is unknown, but she must reside in the core and safest part of the swarm. Protecting her must be the most powerful royal guard of the entire swarm. No commando team could possibly cross that deadly ocean of billions of insects alive and reach the Queen Mother. So, we can only watch helplessly as we are worn down to death? Li Qian slammed her fist on the table in frustration, leaving a shallow dent in the sturdy alloy surface. Just when everyone was at a loss and even felt a sense of despair, a woman's voice, tinged with a languid yet wildly confident tone, broke the silence. Who says conventional weapons are ineffective, and there's no other way? Su Meyer slowly stood up, the hem of her white coat swaying gently with her movements, revealing two fair and slender legs encased in black stockings. She walked up to the sand table, her extremely alluring face bearing a chillingly maniacal smile. Since it's a natural disaster, then we'll use weapons that only gods can use to deal with it. She snapped her fingers. A brand new research report was projected in front of everyone. The report's title consisted of only 2 words, apoptosis. This is my latest research result. Su Meyer's voice was full of bewitching allure. An apoptosis virus based on genetic information attack. It doesn't kill living things by brute force, it only does one thing, activates a pre-programmed self-destruct program within the target cell. Simply put, it commands the target's body to kill itself, starting at the cellular level. This concept sent chills down the spines of everyone present. What's even more terrifying is, Su Meyer licked her rosy lips, her eyes gleaming with madness, that this virus is highly infectious and programmable. I can set it to only affect organisms with specific gene sequences. In other words, it is completely harmless to us and to any other living thing on this planet. But for the world-devouring locusts, it is a genetic plague that cannot be avoided, cannot be cured, and will inevitably spread to the entire race. Su Meyer's plan can no longer be described as insane. This is an extremely ruthless extermination plan that wipes out a race from its very roots. This is no longer a war. This is a weapon of rules that only gods can use. I agree to this plan. Chu Yang's voice broke the silence that had been broken by the shock of the crowd. His face revealed an expression identical to Su Meyer's, one tinged with fervor. To deal with natural disasters, we must use unconventional methods. Wind chime! Chu Yang commanded the air. You and Hu Yan's shadow squad, immediately form a top-tier reconnaissance team, and at all costs, capture a live world-devouring locust before the swarm arrives. Yes! Feng Ling and Hu Yan's figures flashed through the air. However, Su Meyer's plan has one major obstacle. Boss, we can create the virus, but how do we accurately deliver it to Mother Queen? Su Meyer asked the most crucial question. Only by infecting the Queen can the virus spread to the entire population through her reproductive system. Otherwise, we can only eliminate a portion of the insects at most, which is only a temporary solution. This question brought everyone back to square one. Therefore, I need a special delivery man. In Su Meyer's eyes, a mad light, almost like that of a creator god, flashed, which even Chu Yang found astonishing. I will fuse the apoptosis virus with my alchemical organism Gaia at the deepest level. I want to create an ultimate biological weapon that possesses high intelligence, the ability to think autonomously, and absolute loyalty. It will be an extension of our will, the sharpest dagger piercing the heart of the Queen Mother. It will travel through billions of insect swarms to find the Queen Mother, and then personally deliver this great gift of genetic extinction to her. This idea sent a chill down everyone's spine. A biological weapon with self-awareness? What's the difference between this and creating a completely new intelligent life form? This plan needs your help, my husband. Su Meyer looked at Chu Yang with burning eyes. To endow an alchemical creation with such advanced intelligence and a sense of mission, you must personally imprint it with the purest soul imprint. Let it understand its mission from the moment of its birth, and remain steadfast until death. Good. Chu Yang agreed without any hesitation. He knew that this ultimate weapon that was about to be created would be their only and strongest chance of winning in this apocalyptic disaster. Meeting adjourned. All men to your positions. Prepare for war. With Chu Yang's order, the girls departed one after another, and the entire Miracle City entered the final pre-battle preparation phase. Chu Yang, meanwhile, led Su Meyer to the central gene bank, the deepest and most heavily guarded part of the camp. This is Su Meyer's forbidden laboratory. In the center of the laboratory, the perfect android, Gaia 1, with its skeleton made of fluid metal, nerves woven from plant fibers, and a violent aesthetic, lay quietly in a huge culture tank. In front of it was a complex alchemical array. In the center of the magic circle, a syringe containing a pale purple apoptosis virus stock solution floats. Husband, are you ready? Su Meyer's breathing was a little rapid. Creating an intelligent life with a soul made her feel an unprecedented excitement and nervousness. Chu Yang nodded, walked to the incubation tank, and placed his right hand on Gaia 1's cold forehead. He closed his eyes, mobilized his vast spiritual power, and extracted a pure soul imprint containing the dual will of protection and destruction. From this day forward, you will fight for us. Chu Yang's voice echoed in the empty laboratory. Your name is Messiah. The next second, that dazzling soul imprint flowed from his palm and was forcefully injected into the body of Gaia 1. A forbidden experiment aimed at creating a God-slaying weapon, combining genetic science, alchemy, and the laws of the soul, officially begins at this moment. The end of book.